They all laughed at me for awakening the trashiest skill, Fireball, destined to be a failure for life. But they don't know that I gain 1 skill point every second. While they were fighting to the death in dungeons for a handful of skill points, I had already upgraded Fireball into a forbidden spell. Soon, they won't be laughing anymore. The sports field was buzzing, the oath from the speakers was deafening. My best friend, Zhang Shan, was trembling beside me like a leaf, his palms drenched in sweat. "You're calm," he jabbed me. "I'm about to lose it. If I awaken a life skill profession, my dad will break my legs." I said nothing. Calm, it was a facade. After 18 years in this world, this was the day that decided my fate. Who could truly be indifferent? The oath ended, and the awakening ceremony began. Students went up one by one to touch the massive blue spirit crystal. Zhao Quan, life profession, fisherman. Kai Kuan, life profession, idol. The cold results were announced one after another, and the atmosphere grew heavier. The awakening rate for combat professions was less than 10%. Everyone was praying to be one of the lucky ones. Jiang Ye. The moment her name was called, the entire field fell silent. Our class beauty, the school belle, and the only rival who could compete with me academically for the past 3 years. She stood up, walked to the stage amidst cheers, but before stepping up, she turned and gave me a look filled with undisguised challenge. She placed her hand on the crystal. Instantly, the crystal erupted with unprecedented light. The sand and stones on the entire field began to float, defying gravity, circling around her. The old principal shot up from his chair, announcing personally, "Zhang Ye, awakened skill, psychokinesis, combat profession, psychic." An uproar swept the crowd. A rare grade profession. The reporter's camera flashes went off like a frenzy. Standing on the stage, Zhang Ye's lips curved into a victorious smile as her eyes found me again. Lin Chen. All the pressure shifted to me in an instant. The number 1 student versus the number 2 who had just awakened a rare profession. Everyone wanted to see how I would respond. I took a deep breath, walked onto the stage, and pressed my hand against the cold crystal. A ripple of magical power emanated, but it was pathetically weak. It flickered once and then died. The principal's expression shifted from anticipation to poorly concealed disappointment. He forced himself to announce, "Lin Chen, awakened skill, Fireball, combat profession, mage." The most common mage, with the most basic Fireball skill. First, there was dead silence, then came the suppressed chatter and snickers. I could feel countless gazes on me, pity, schadenfreude, contempt. However, none of them knew that at the very moment the principal made his announcement, another voice echoed in my mind. "Congratulations, you have awakened the SSS rank talent, blessing of the gods. Effect, you gain 1 skill point every second." I froze on the spot, not from disappointment, but from the sudden, immense ecstasy. 1 skill point per second? This cheat was too overpowered. My mind raced. That was 86,400 points a day. Others cleared a hard dungeon for a reward of single-digit skill points. I just had to stay idle. My stunned silence was, to everyone else, proof that I couldn't accept reality. The old principal patted my shoulder to console me, and the gossip from below grew louder. I ignored everyone, went along with their misunderstanding, and feigned a dejected look to leave the school early. I needed a quiet place to process this secret and to formulate a crazy plan. Back home, my parents weren't disappointed that I was just a common mage. They were happy I had a combat profession and cooked a feast to celebrate. This allowed my tense nerves to finally relax. For the next 7 days, I didn't step out of the house. To the outside world, the former genius had crumbled after a failed awakening, becoming a topic of gossip. Zhang Shan messaged me almost every day to comfort me, and Zhang Ye even contacted me once, a first, to ask if I needed help. On the 7th day, there was a knock on the door. It was Zhang Shan, holding a heavy box, panting. "Chen, stop being so emo. So what if it's a common profession? I awakened a rare one, Radiant Knight. I'll carry you in leveling from now on. Take these potions and skill point scrolls, and don't be a stranger." He stuffed 3 valuable skill point scrolls into my hand. A warmth spread through my chest. I pushed the scrolls back. "Who told you I was emo? I'm just gearing up for something big." "I appreciate the thought, but you used the scrolls." Not long after I sent Zhang Shan off, the doorbell rang again. A delivery man brought an even larger box. The sender was Jiang Ye. It was filled with high-grade potions, elixirs, and over a dozen expensive experience-boosting scrolls. At the very bottom, I found a note with a single line of elegant handwriting. "Don't be too sad. If you need anything, find me." I put away the things they sent, closed the door, and opened my stats panel. Available skill points, 602, 163. 7 days of accumulation, 600,000 skill points. My breath hitched just looking at the number. It was enough. It was time to begin. My goal was clear. A small goal to start: upgrade Fireball to a forbidden spell. System: add points to Fireball. With a mental command, my skill point balance began to plummet. A continuous stream of system notifications chimed in my ears, and the fireball icon on my skill panel shone brightly, constantly changing form. 500 skill points consumed. Your fireball has advanced to second tier flame burst. 2000 skill points consumed. Your flame burst has advanced to third tier triple flame lance. 100,000 skill points consumed. Your molten fire fiend has advanced to 7th tier heavenly flame dragon's breath. In a little over 10 minutes, after spending more than 160,000 skill points, the once unremarkable fireball had transformed into a 7th tier spell. I could feel the temperature in the room rising. The fire elements in the air felt closer than ever, as if I were their king. I checked the stats for Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath. Its power was immense, but so was the cost, 30,000 mana and a 20-second casting time. With my current 100 mana, it was impossible to cast, but that wasn't a problem for me. My gaze shifted to my other two initial passive skills, mana conservation and fast casting. System, add points. Another few 100,000 skill points were invested. Mana conservation evolved into the 7th tier passive, Mana Storm. The effects were simple and brutal, all spell costs reduced by 70%, mana cap and regeneration rate increased 7-fold, and a chance for a free spellcast every 8 hours, stackable up to 3 times. Fast casting evolved into the 7th tier passive, Divine Grace Chant. The effect was equally insane. Spells below 5th tier were instant, high tier spell casting time was reduced by 70%, immune to interruption, and also granted an instant cast charge every 8 hours. God tier passives. The problems of mana cost and casting time were solved in an instant. I could now cast a 7th tier Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath for free, and instantly. The theory was invincible. I was dying to put it into practice. I stuffed the supplies from my friends into my personal inventory, left the city, and headed for the outskirts. I walked straight past the crowded newbie area, Qingfeng Prairie. The level 1 to 4 rabbits and groundhogs were meaningless to me. My target was the level 9 plus monster zone, the Wailing Forest. The moment I stepped into the forest, the light dimmed, and a chilling aura washed over me. I chugged a medium-grade spirit elixir from Jiangya. Boosted by Mana Storm, my mana pool skyrocketed to 4,300, more than enough for me to squander. Hiss! A sound came from above. A python as thick as a water bucket was locking onto me with its cold eyes, lunging with its jaws wide open the next second. Just as I was about to act, a fireball shot in from the side, accurately hitting the python's head. A young man my age appeared nearby, accompanied by a middle-aged mage in a gray robe. The python, in pain, turned to attack the boy. The gray-robed mage immediately followed up with a wash-basin-sized flame burst, killing the python instantly. I saved you. Aren't you going to thank me? The young man said, looking at me smugly. I frowned and replied calmly, why did you steal my kill? The young man was stunned. The gray-robed mage beside him sized me up, saw I was only level 1, and advised in a flat tone, it's dangerous here. You should leave. They thought I was an ignorant newbie who didn't know his limits. I didn't argue. I just watched them leave and shook my head. Good, now it's quiet. I ventured deeper. Soon, 7 or 8 giant pythons slithered down from the canopy, surrounding me. This time, there were no interruptions. I raised my hand. No chanting, no preparation. A dozen wash-basin-sized flame bursts materialized out of thin air, raining down on the pythons like a meteor shower. Amidst the explosions, the pack was instantly wiped out, turned to charcoal. 2 massive forest grizzly bears ambushed me from behind, roaring as they charged. I didn't even turn around. 3 lances made of pure flame descended from the sky, accurately piercing their skulls and pinning them to the ground. Big Bear and Second Bear, a family must stay together. I stood there, feeling the endless power coursing through me, a slight smirk playing on my lips. The human-shaped walking magic machine gun is officially online. This leveling session before the college entrance exam is going to be fun. You have killed LV.9 tree scale giant python *8, gaining 1065 experience points, 360 points for defeating a higher level enemy. You have killed LV.10 forest brown bear *2. Gaining 280 experience points, 80 points for defeating a higher level enemy. Due to the effect of your junior experience boost scroll, you gain an additional 10% experience. 135 points. You have obtained giant python scales *8. You have obtained giant python fangs *8. You have obtained bear paws *2. You have leveled up to LV.2. You gain 10 free attribute points. After another wave of system notifications, a burst of white light enveloped Lin Shen. He had leveled up. Defeating these high-level monsters gave a significant experience boost, and with the 10% extra experience from the previous gift of the experience scroll from Jiangya, this wave of monster hunting had directly propelled him to level 2. Lin Chen allocated all 10 free attribute points to his spirit attribute. His mana cap surged by another 700 points, However, looking at his mere 20 health points, Lin Chen still felt a lack of security. Indeed, while his damage output was maximized and his alertness was at its peak, being alone in such a high-level training area to grind monsters still posed the risk of a sudden downfall, especially if there were any monsters with stealth skills that could ambush him. Those 20 health points were far too fragile. Although the underlying mechanics of this world resembled a game, reality was not a game. There were no chances for resurrection. Nevertheless, Lin Chen had long prepared for such situations. With an extra 700 points of mana, he could finally implement his previous plan. Lin Chen began to chant. Under the 70% acceleration effect of Divine Grace chant, his casting this time lasted less than 2 seconds. As Lin Chen completed his spell, a massive hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground before him. The magical runes within the circle shifted continuously and the entire earth began to tremble. Fiery magma erupted from the cracks in the ground. Soon, an elemental creature, towering at 5 to 6 meters tall and composed entirely of scorching lava, emerged. Fire-type 6th tier. Spell, Lava Fire Demon. This spell was a summoning spell. Its effect was to summon a lava fire demon from the fire elemental realm. Moreover, this demon came with several skills, boasting high defense and thick health, completely obedient to Lin Chen. Lin Chen commanded it to move or attack, and it complied without hesitation. Watching his mana drop from over 5,000 to 0, Lin Chen felt a bit strained. The sensation of having his mana completely drained was quite unpleasant. However, when Lin Chen saw the attributes and skills of the Lava Fire Demon, it was all worth it. Lava Fire Demon, level, LV.100, type, elemental creature, health 500000/500000, mana 250000/250000, strength 800, agility 500, spirit 800, constitution 1000, skills lava eruption, earthquake slam, scorched earth domain, lava shield, self-destruct. A level 100 summon. With a whopping 500,000 health points, it was undoubtedly a terrifying dimensional strike against the other monsters in the Wailing Forest. One could easily take on thousands. What Lin Chen valued most was the lava shield skill that came with the Lava Fire Demon. This skill could be cast on himself. Lin Chen controlled the Lava Fire Demon to cast a lava shield on him. As the Lava Fire Demon swung its massive elemental arms, a layer of intensely fiery lava shield enveloped Lin Chen's body. Perhaps due to Lin Chen's high affinity for fire elements, the unbearable high temperature of the lava only made him feel warm and cozy. Lava shield, a scorching shield covering your body, capable of absorbing 15,000 points of damage. When you are attacked, it deals 500 points of fire damage to the attacker. A shield value of 15,000. Plus, it has a counterattack effect. Lin Chen felt completely at ease with this shield that lasts for an hour and the extremely terrifying lava demon by his side. He felt a strong sense of security. Under the effect of a 7% mana recovery per second, Lin Chen's nearly depleted mana quickly returned to full. Lin Chen chanted again, summoning the second lava demon. Then came the third. Looking at the three imposing and powerful lava demons before him, Lin Chen was very satisfied. Summoning 3 at once was already Lin Chen's limit for now. As he continued to level up and improve his affinity for fire elements, the number he could summon would increase. However, summoning 3 lava demons at the same time was already a terrifying combat power. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen made a decision. He gave instructions to 2 of the lava demons. He ordered these 2 demons to wander and patrol the entire Wailing Forest, killing any monsters they encountered. The experience and rewards from the monsters they killed would naturally count towards Lin Chen. This was equivalent to having 2 fully automated leveling bots constantly helping him find and kill monsters. It was far more efficient than leveling up alone. The remaining lava demon would stay by his side, acting as a bodyguard. The 2 lava demons that received Lin Chen's orders flew away at high speed towards other areas of the Wailing Forest. These elemental beings had no legs, only an upper body. Their mode of movement resembled floating in the air, gliding smoothly. Despite their bulky appearance, the 2 giants moved surprisingly fast, at least several times quicker than Lin Chen could run. Even more terrifying was that these 2 demons had the skill, Scorched Earth, a field skill that continuously spread lava and high temperatures from their center. Lin Chen could clearly see that wherever the 2 demons passed, the ground was scorched and the trees in the Wailing Forest began to burn fiercely, leaving no vegetation behind. All monsters that entered the lava demon's scorched earth field had almost no chance to retaliate before being turned to charcoal. Lin Chen continued deeper into the Wailing Forest with the remaining lava demon. Along the way, Lin Chen received constant notifications in his mind. All were prompts about how many monsters he had killed and how much experience he had gained. After just a few steps, a white light burst forth from Lin Chen again. You have reached LV.3. You gain 10 free attribute points. Even before Lin Chen could allocate the 10 free attribute points he had just received, another 5 or 6 white lights suddenly appeared around him. You have reached LV.4. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have reached LV.5. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have reached LV.6. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have reached LV.7. You gain 10 free attribute points. Lin Chen was stunned. What on earth did those two demons do? How could there suddenly be such a massive influx of experience? He leveled up 7 times in an instant. It seemed that leveling up in this world wasn't that hard. If Lin Chen's classmates knew this thought of his, they would probably curse him on the spot. Because even Jiangya, at this moment, was still at least half a day away from reaching level 7. This was after she had awakened her profession and had been leveling up without rest for the past 7 days. She had already entered the Wailing Forest. With her psychic sensing ability and wide range killing power, her leveling efficiency had already far surpassed her peers. But even so, her efforts over the past 7 days, her struggles, still couldn't compare to the molten fire demon taking a stroll through the Wailing Forest. Jiangya used her telekinesis to strike down a forest grizzly bear, rendering it completely unconscious. Then, with a slicing motion of her mind, she finished it off, but her mana was now completely depleted. As the sky darkened, the light in the entire Wailing Forest diminished even further. Jiangya was here leveling up all alone, which required a lot of courage. She sat down, drank a bottle of blue potion to slowly recover her mana, and at the same time took out some rations and water to replenish the day's consumption. Sitting on a stone in the woods, the face of that boy who had oppressed her for 3 years, leaving her both resentful and unforgettable, slowly emerged in her mind. What was that guy doing now? Had he received the things she sent him? She had already asked her family to keep an eye on the grassland leveling area for any sign of him, but there was still no message. He wouldn't really just sink into despair like this, would he? Should she go find him in person tomorrow? As Jiangya pondered, she fell into a state of self-torment again. Over these past 7 days, these thoughts had troubled her countless times. She stamped her foot. Why think so much? What does it matter to me how he is? But the more she thought this way, the more she couldn't help but feel curious. Women are such mysterious creatures. However, soon the strange occurrences in the forest made Jiangya alert again. It was a chilling wolf howl. At the same time, there were countless other strange beast roars. The entire land seemed to tremble. Jiangya heard the sound of countless animal hooves pounding the ground. Her expression changed, and she quickly drank 2 long-lasting but fast-recovering potions. Then she hid behind a giant tree, carefully observing the changes in her surroundings. Soon, Jiangya saw a large herd of beasts charging towards her from a great distance. Tigers, leopards, brown bears, elk, and even countless smaller animals. These creatures, which should have been in a predator-prey relationship, were surprisingly harmonious at this moment. They weren't attacking each other. They were just running wildly, as if something terrifying was chasing them. Jiangya was dumbfounded. A beast tide. In a small leveling area of Jiang City, the Wailing Forest had actually encountered a beast tide. What had these monsters been scared of to be so panicked and reckless? Jiangya was shocked, and then she saw 2 figures fleeing in a hurry before the beast tide, one old and one young. The older one was wearing a gray robe. The younger one looked like a student who had just recently awakened. Their profession. What's happening? Jiangya's usually expressionless face was filled with astonishment as she watched the 2 rush closer, and she hurriedly asked. But to her surprise, the 2 completely ignored her. They just kept running forward. It was only after the beast tide passed that Jiangya was stunned to discover what had been chasing them. Boom! A fierce wave of heat suddenly surged in. Instantly, Jiangya felt parched. She saw a scene that looked like hell. Blazing flames, trees burned to black ash, and a terrifying monster towering 5 or 6 meters high, its body flowing with scorching lava, its face twisted in rage. Run! Run fast! This was the last instinct for survival left in Jiangya's mind. It was too terrifying. She felt that she might never forget such a scene in her dreams for the rest of her life. Fortunately, as a mentalist, Jiangya could use her telekinesis to propel herself to move at high speed. Even after advancing her telekinesis, she could fly. Her escape ability was very strong. Soon, Jiangya caught up with the gray-robed middle-aged mage, and at that moment, she noticed that the young man beside the mage was almost in tears. Uncle Su, it's too terrifying. What is that thing? The gray-robed middle-aged mage also looked panicked. I don't know either. This level 10 leveling area. How could it spawn such a terrifying boss? There must be something wrong here. This middle-aged mage was named Su Guangliang. He was the second in command of a small mage family in Zhangcheng. Today, he had only brought his nephew to level up, expecting it to be a relaxing and enjoyable experience. Who would have thought they would encounter such a horrifying fire demon monster? As a fellow fire-wielding profession, Su Guangliang felt that his once proud fireball spell was nothing more than a small flame in front of that fire demon. The old man and the young boy, along with Jiangya, who was desperately fleeing, would never have imagined that the terrifying fire demon, which had given them such a shock and sense of oppression, was actually a servant summoned by Lin Chen. Moreover, the target of that fire demon was not them at all. It was the herd of beasts that was running for its life. They had merely happened to cross the path of the beast tide and were swept in like an avalanche, that was all. Jiangya gritted her teeth. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get any information from that middle-aged mage. She pushed her telekinetic control to the limit, her speed increasing once more. Successfully escaping the encirclement of the beast herd, she pressed on without stopping, intending to break out of the territory of the Wailing Forest. But just then, the entire Wailing Forest suddenly sounded a series of area alarm notifications. Alarm! Alarm! Jiangcheng Base City Area Alarm. A few minutes ago, the Jiangcheng Monster Disaster Warning Center detected 2 waves of small-scale beast tides moving from the central area of the Wailing Forest towards the southeast and southwest. At the same time, terrifying monsters of unknown level and unknown strength appeared behind the beast tide. All professionals in the Wailing Forest area and those approaching the Wailing Forest are advised to take shelter immediately. Repeat. The current alert level is level 2. All relevant professionals, take shelter immediately. Jiangya's face turned pale. Level 2 alert. She had only seen this level of alert in books. This meant that a terrifying monster disaster threatening the entire Jiangcheng was about to occur, and the type of destruction could very well reach the scale of half the city. All professionals who received this warning message were shocked. At this moment, on the Qingfeng Prairie, a large number of professional troops were mobilized by the Jiangcheng Defense Department and the Weaving professionals of the Professional Alliance were all on high alert. They nervously stared in the direction of the Wailing Forest. From the surveillance footage coming back from the front, the 2 waves of beast tides were not too big of a problem. The biggest issue was those 2 ferocious giant molten fire demons. At the junction of the Qingfeng Prairie and the Wailing Forest, behind countless professional troops, stood the 2 most powerful and prestigious figures in all of Jiangcheng. One of them was clad in battle armor, with a square face and white hair, clearly a seasoned general. His name was Wei Xing, the overall commander of the Jiangcheng Professional Defense Army, and his strength had reached the 3rd transition level. Standing beside him was another slightly plump middle-aged man, also at the 3rd transition level. Old Wei. What's the casualty situation? The plump middle-aged man gasped for breath. His name was Wang Dahai, a priest commonly known as a healer, and naturally, his stamina was not on par with a warrior like Wei Xing. As the director of the education department in the city lord of Jiangcheng, he had long held a high position, and upon seeing this situation, he was clearly most concerned about the casualty situation. After all, this was related to his so-called performance assessment during his tenure. Although Wei Xing's expression was serious, he remained relaxed when discussing the casualty situation. This year's newly promoted professionals hardly anyone could enter the Wailing Forest to level up in such a short time. Most are still on the Qingfeng Prairie. The few who did enter the forest to level up were mostly just brushed by panicked monsters, completely unscathed, suffering only minor injuries, and there hasn't been a single death. Wang Dahai let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, nothing major has happened. How is the intelligence gathering on that monster going? Wei Xing's expression darkened again as he continued, it's terrifying. Preliminary estimates suggest that both of those monsters are at least at the Overlord level, around level 100. The scouts I sent out all failed their identification spells, not a single one could bring back complete information. Fortunately, those 2 monsters haven't shown any obvious intent to attack. It seems their target is just the low-level monsters in the forest. If the situation escalates to the point where we must kill those 2 monsters, it will be very troublesome. They are elemental beings with extremely high fire resistance, and their elemental bodies can almost completely negate physical damage. A drop of cold sweat slid down Wang Dahai's forehead. Overlord-level monsters exceeding level 100 and of such a tricky elemental type, what right does Jiangcheng have as an ordinary level 5 base city? The surrounding areas are all leveling zones of no more than level 20. How could such high-level monsters spawn here? During their conversation, the beast tide, driven away by 2 magma fire demons, completely broke through the boundaries of the Wailing Forest and rushed into the territory of the Clear Wind Forest. The prepared professionals, ready to launch an attack at any moment, all drew their weapons, intending to deal with these panicked monsters that had lost their normal behavioral logic. Just as they had killed a few elk, a terrifying mutation occurred. The 2 magma fire demons, also emerging from the Wailing Forest, saw that these professionals had killed their intended prey. First and instantly let out a deep, terrifying roar. The boiling lava all over their bodies surged. The command Lin Shen had given them was to kill these monsters to help him level up. And now, these monsters had been taken by others. Undoubtedly, this was contrary to Lin Shen's orders, and they would certainly fall into a state of rage. Originally, the magma fire demons had no intention of showing aggression towards these humans, but at this moment, the 2 massive elemental arms shook, and the scalding lava on their bodies splashed like raindrops towards the countless professionals who had stolen their prey. This was their ranged attack skill, lava eruption. Although Wang Dahai appeared to be an unremarkable fat man, he was, after all, a 3rd transformation priest. At this moment, a staff glowing with holy white light appeared in his hand. As he waved the staff, a golden shield suddenly emerged, enveloping the professionals standing in the front row. Put! Countless searing lava splashed against the golden shield, and the terrifying temperature almost instantly melted through it. Wang Dahai quickly chanted another spell, adding a layer of holy light shield, barely saving those professionals' lives. Wang Dahai was no longer just sweating from his forehead, he was now drenched in sweat. Such high attack power. Moreover, this area of effect attack also carried burning damage, and if it hit the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Xing gritted his teeth even harder. The situation had indeed deteriorated to the point he least wanted to see. He couldn't even dare to think about the cost of killing such terrifying monsters. Just then, an incredibly ancient voice echoed from the sky. Everyone, stop. Do not actively attack any of the monsters in the beast tide, and especially do not attack those 2 magma fire demons. Spread out the encirclement, control the beast tide within a certain range, and let those 2 magma fire demons kill the beast tide. Upon hearing this ancient voice, both Wang Dahai and Wei Xing's expressions brightened. Here they come, the true strongest of Jiangcheng. Like a stabilizing force, the president of the Professional Alliance, the 4th Transformation Grand Mage Jiang Xian. Everyone, follow orders. Do as Elder Jiang instructed. Wei Xing quickly commanded his subordinates. Soon, no one dared to take action against the monsters that had emerged from the Wailing Forest. Instead, they surrounded them and sent them into the fiery domain of the 2 lava creatures. Indeed, the 2 monsters no longer fell into a rage but methodically harvested the lives of those creatures. Almost 10 minutes later, hundreds and thousands of monsters were all killed by the 2 fire demons. The 2 demons were quite satisfied. They didn't even spare a glance at the hundreds of professionals present. Turning back into the Wailing Forest, they would faithfully carry out the orders given to them by Lin Chen. A terrible crisis was thus averted. All the professionals let out a sigh of relief, each feeling a sense of survival after the disaster. It was terrifying. They almost lost their lives here today. Jiang Xian rode down from the sky on a Pegasus with a pair of wings growing from its ribs. After a melodious sound of a flute, the warhorse was returned to his mount space. Jiang Xian looked at the 2 fire demons, gradually receding, his eyes filled with envy and awe. Old Jiang, you know what they really are, right? Wei Xing asked. As soon as Jiang Xian appeared, he had named these 2 monsters and even understood their behavioral logic. Jiang Xian nodded and slowly said, You all misunderstood. Those 2 lava fire demons are not monsters at all. They are a summoning of a great archmage. Wang Dahai and Wei Xing were both stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. That was a summoning of a great archmage. They had just tried to provoke a great archmage with at least 6 transitions of power? The levels of all professionals in Blue Star are very strict. Taking the mage profession as an example, the first transition, which is the level Lin Chen is currently at, can only be considered as a novice who has just begun to step onto the path of magic. This type of professional is generally called a junior mage or mage apprentice. The second and third transitions correspond to intermediate and advanced titles. Starting from the 4th transition, which corresponds to the level of strong individuals like Jiang Xian, they are referred to as great mages. The 5th transition is the archmage, and the 6th transition is the great archmage. Above the 7th transition, they are called holy archmages or can also be referred to as magic saints. In short, once any profession reaches the 7th transition, they can be called a saint. As for higher levels, I'm sorry, even Jiang Xian does not understand, nor has he ever heard of them. That is beyond the level he can access. Wang Dahai asked cautiously, So, old Jiang, are you saying that at this moment there is a great archmage of the 6th transition in our Jiang city? One of the requirements for a professional to transition is that they must have at least one skill that reaches the corresponding level. Therefore, generally speaking, a strong individual who can use skills of the corresponding level will have a matching transition situation. While it is extremely rare for a low transition to possess high-level skills, it does happen. So, seeing a 6th-level Spellfire demon basically leads to this conclusion. Jiang Xian nodded. Decades ago, I was fortunate enough to attend a training session at the pantheon of the highest mage professional guild in our Blue Star. At that time, my mentor was a great archmage of the 6th transition. It was then that I saw my teacher summon such a fire demon from the fire elemental plane to this plane. This level of magic requires extremely terrifying magical affinity skills, which is a skill I have longed to learn in my life, but unfortunately, I probably won't have the chance. A hint of regret appeared on Jiang Xian's face. He secretly made a decision in his heart to find a way to meet this great senior later. If he were fortunate enough to receive guidance from this senior, it would be a tremendous honor. Alright, I'll lead the troops back to camp first. It was all a misunderstanding. I hope that senior can overlook our minor offenses. Wei Xing prepared to leave, while Wang Dahai stole a glance at Jiang Xian. He actually wanted to meet the legendary Great Archmage as well, however, just as everyone had their own plans, an incredibly vast and terrifying wave of magical energy surged from the depths of the Wailing Forest. As a mage, Jiang Xian was naturally the most sensitive to magical fluctuations. Almost the moment he sensed this Magical wave, his expression changed dramatically and sweat poured down his face, because he felt a fire elemental aura that was even more terrifying than that of a magma flame demon rapidly gathering above their area. Jiang Xian suddenly looked up at the sky. At this moment, it was close to night. The sunset had just sunk below the western mountains. The sky was gradually darkening. However, at this moment, the heavens above seemed to be reignited from the ashes, once again adorned with a brilliant golden edge. Soon, the entire sky began to turn red. The adventurers who hadn't had time to retreat also noticed this unusual phenomenon, each one gasping in surprise. Look at the sky. Didn't the sun just set? Why is the sky turning red again? It's so hot. Do you feel it? The temperature has risen a few degrees compared to before. You guys look over there, what is that? Holy crap, is that a dragon? At this moment, the blazing skyline, with countless orange-red rays converging together, gradually coalesced into a terrifying giant dragon with a wingspan of several hundred meters. The dragon was composed entirely of the purest fire elements, looking immense and sacred. It exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. Just a glance at it made the adventurers below feel a chill run down their spines. As the dragon fully formed, the temperature over the Qingfeng Prairie and Wailing Forest area rose again by 7 or 8 degrees. Everyone felt parched and dry. Run! Notify everyone to evacuate quickly. Otherwise, we're all going to die. This is a 7th tier spell. Jiang Xian forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, the last shred of rationality prompting him to quickly notify the two people beside him. Wang Dahai, upon hearing this, felt a thunderous roar in his mind, instantly turning into a blank slate. Ha! A 7th tier spell? That means the senior in the Wailing Forest right now is not a great mage, but a 7th transition mage saint. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! Wei Xing reacted quickly, loudly ordering his subordinates to withdraw. At the same time, all adventurers leveling within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around Qingfeng Prairie received another warning alert. Alarm! Alarm! Jiangcheng Base City Area Alert! 7th tier spell. Fluctuations detected in the suburbs of Jiangcheng Base City. All adventurers in the area, please take shelter immediately. Seek refuge in the nearest underground air raid shelter. Repeat. Repeat. This alert level is level 1. Please take shelter immediately. All adventurers in Jiangcheng were stunned. In just one day, or even less than half an hour apart, level 2 and level 1 alerts were issued consecutively. What happened? Is it the end of the world? In an instant, everyone was in a panic, starting to evacuate and seek refuge. Jiang Ye looked at the blazing skyline in the sky and the terrifying fire elemental giant dragon with wings spread wide enough to block out the sun. Her young heart was struck with immense shock. Time slightly rewinds. 1 minute ago, in the center of the Wailing Forest, Lin Chan was surrounded, and he was surrounded by hundreds of robust tigers. Lin Chan had reached the deepest part of this leveling area. He also saw the rumored massive cave entrance that continuously spewed fierce storms. However, he didn't expect that this was actually the territory of a group of level 11 forest tigers. Roar! An extremely terrifying roar suddenly echoed from the cave. The next moment, Lin Chan saw a Tiger King, measuring 4 to 5 meters long, with its body covered in stripes shimmering with emerald green light, stepping out of the cave with an imposing presence. Thud! Thud! Each step it took was exceptionally heavy. Its weight was estimated to be at least in tons. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. It seems this should be the strongest monster in the entire Wailing Forest, and it is definitely a boss. Unfortunately, I don't have the identification skill, so I temporarily don't know the name of this boss. Whoosh! Lin Chen felt a blur in front of him, and the next moment he saw the Tiger King's right paw suddenly swipe. In an instant, more than 10 incredibly sharp wind blades struck him at an astonishing speed. The lava shield on Lin Chen's body instantly dropped by over 1,000 points. Goodness, such a strong attack. Moreover, this boss can even use wind blade spells. Judging by the emerald green stripes on its body, it has probably lived in this wind element-rich cave for many years, which must have somewhat altered its body. A look of extremely human-like shock appeared in the Tiger King's eyes. It was wary of the huge monster beside that human. However, it did not take this human seriously. In its view, with a few wind blades, this human should be directly torn apart. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Not bad, finally found someone with a bit of strength. Then let's use you to test my new spell. The one-time free casting of the passive skills, Mana Storm, and Divine Grace Chant, and one instant high-level spell opportunity had all gone unused by Lin Chen. Just like your ultimate move, it wouldn't be easily unleashed. Seeing a group of minions, it's unlikely anyone would really want to casually use their big clearing move, right? So Lin Chen had always planned to take a chance and see if there would be any boss-level targets in this Wailing Forest that could satisfy his cravings. Now, this Tiger King was undoubtedly the perfect target. However, before Lin Chen could cast his spell, suddenly 5 or 6 beams of white light burst forth from his body again. You have leveled up to LV.8. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV.9. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV.10. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV.11. You gain 10 free attribute points. You have leveled up to LV.12. You gain 10 free attribute points. This scene surprised Lin Chen a bit. Even the Tiger King not far away was dumbfounded. What was going on with this human? How did he suddenly level up so many times? Lin Chen naturally didn't know that this was a large wave of experience gained from the two summoned magma fire demons after they drove away the beast tide and killed all those professionals. However, this little interlude only delayed the Tiger King's death by half a minute. The next moment, Lin Chen extended a finger. He pointed at the Tiger King. The next moment, the world changed color. Terrifying. Magical fluctuations stirred the fire elements between heaven and earth, all going berserk. The next moment, the previously almost completely darkened canopy of the forest lit up again in deep red. It was as if the evening glow had returned. Roar! Woo woo woo! The entire tiger pack began to panic. The sounds of beast roars and whimpers rose and fell. Animals are always much more sensitive to disasters than humans. They all sensed the impending doom. Even the Tiger King, despite its continuous roaring, could not suppress the urge of its kin and followers to flee. Some adult tigers had already started to run on all fours, desperately trying to escape from here. However, the outcome awaiting them was still despairing. Because the 7th level spell, Dragon Breath, had an enormous coverage area. And because Lin Chen cast it instantly, it completely eliminated the lengthy chanting time. Thus, the speed of the strike was beyond everyone's imagination. Roar! The elemental dragon in the sky let out a long dragon's roar, and then its massive wings began to flap continuously. With its proud head, it suddenly unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon breath. The width of the dragon breath could no longer be measured in meters, but in kilometers. The dragon flames spread like a curtain of rain, covering a range of dozens of kilometers. Wherever they passed, the dense forests instantly withered, turning to charcoal. Countless unfortunate creatures didn't even have time to react. The disaster had already arrived. Half a minute later, the elemental dragon in the sky unleashed its breath, splitting the entire wailing forest in two. On either side of the forest, the vegetation remained lush and green. Yet in the central area, within a span of over 10 kilometers, it was already a scorched earth, burning like a purgatory. Soon, the magical fluctuations gradually calmed down. The silhouette of the giant dragon, formed from pure fire elements, slowly dissipated at the horizon. The professionals who had quickly evacuated from the outskirts of the forest were spared. After all, the target of this dragon breath attack was not them. However, during their escape, the overwhelming heat wave and terrifying storm that surged from behind told them that if they had been the target of this spell, they wouldn't have had time to flee. They would have been reduced to ashes. Witnessing the entire process, Zhang Xian, the strongest in Zhang City and also a mage, trembled all over. He rode on his mount, the heavenly horse, looking down at the entire wailing forest from the sky. This forest, covering thousands of kilometers, now had a section in the middle marked by apocalyptic scorch marks, silently demonstrating the terrifying power of a 7th-tier spell. That was a shocking force capable of altering the landscape. What had truly descended upon Zhang City was not a 6th-turn archmage, but a 7th-tier magic saint. How could such a figure appear in such a small level 5 base city, and why would they use such a high-tier spell in such a low-level training area? Tonight, it seemed that many people, including himself, would have trouble sleeping. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Wailing Forest, or rather, this place could no longer be called a forest. Wherever Lin Chen looked, there were burning flames and trees crackling as they were scorched, sparks flying everywhere. Even the massive cave in front of Lin Chen had become completely barren. The howling winds had also completely ceased. From now on, the Wailing Forest would never return to its former appearance, and its name would have to be changed entirely. As for the entire tiger pack that had been lurking and surrounding Lin Chen, they had long turned to ashes. The once mighty Tiger King, with its claws bared, had now transformed into a few pieces of equipment and a white skill book quietly lying on the ground. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The Tiger King was indeed a boss, and it had dropped loot. Lin Chen picked up the 2 pieces of equipment. Upon inspection, they were both warrior-type plate armor, only of black iron grade, which could fetch a few thousand dasha coins at the auction house. The truly valuable item was that skill book. In this world, skills were the most valuable. Most professionals had to make choices between skills due to insufficient skill points. However, the principle of the more the better was understood by everyone. Some skills, just by possessing them, could sometimes yield remarkable effects even if their tier was not high. Lin Chen picked up the skill book and checked its attributes. Beginner skill book, Wind. Blade type, skill book, Tome, Profession, Mage learnable level, LV.5 effect, after use, grants you a new spell, Wind Blade. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. What a good find. He hadn't expected to be so lucky. Not only had he obtained an extremely rare skill book drop, but it was also usable by him. Initially, he had thought about selling this skill book directly for some dasha coins, hoping to buy another skill book that a mage could learn. Now it seemed he could go straight to the point. The prices of skill books between professions varied greatly. For some reason, skill books for seemingly simple professions like warriors and knights were much cheaper. In contrast, skill books for ranged professions like mages and archers, especially mages, were worth a fortune. In a small base city like Jiangcheng, the goods available at the trading hall are mostly beginner skill books. There are no second or third tier skill books that can be learned immediately. Lin Chen directly used the skill book. In the next moment, he received a notification. Congratulations, skill book used successfully. You have gained a new skill, Wind Blade. Wind Blade type. Active skill tier, beginner category, wind cost 30 mana casting time, 1 second cooldown, none effect, summons a wind blade to attack distant enemies. This skill is quite ordinary. It is the foundation of all wind system skills for mages, just like Fireball. However, the advantage of Wind Blade over Fireball is that it is invisible and has an extremely fast flight speed. It is very difficult for the target to evade. Additionally, the casting time is very short, only requiring 1 second. However, conversely, the damage of Wind Blade is only about half that of a Fireball. Each type of mage skill has its distinct characteristics. The wind system clearly emphasizes agility, speed, and decisiveness, while the fire system focuses on extreme output and violence. Of course, in Lin Chen's hands, after a few days, this Wind Blade skill will definitely become extremely powerful once it reaches a higher tier. The 7th tier Flame Dragon Breath can cause such a scale of destruction. Just imagine how terrifying an 8th tier spell or even a 9th tier forbidden spell would be. Lin Chen felt invigorated just thinking about it. He was now even more motivated to upgrade his Flame Dragon Breath to a 9th tier forbidden spell as soon as possible. Lin Chen looked around and found that there were no signs of monster activity nearby. The sky had darkened, and after the dragon breath flames had burned all the trees, they gradually extinguished. A crescent moon hung high in the sky. Without the shelter of the trees, the night wind was chilly, making Lin Chen feel a bit cold. Lin Chen inadvertently discovered something that left him utterly astonished. His level had unknowingly risen to level 30. In just one day, his level had skyrocketed to the limit of the first promotion. At level 30, he could even go to Jiangcheng's Job Transfer Sanctuary to receive the second promotion quest. The damage caused by that last Flame Dragon Breath was likely far greater than he had anticipated. Lin Chen flipped through his experience gain records. After reaching level 30, all the experience points he received turned to 0. These were all overflow experience. Because he couldn't continue leveling up without completing the job transfer quest to unlock the second promotion, there was no reason to stay here any longer. The monsters in the Wailing Forest could no longer provide him with much experience. Lin Chen took out a scroll shimmering with a faint purple light from his spatial pocket. This was the return scroll that Jiangya had given him earlier. The coordinates marked on the scroll pointed to the teleportation hall in Jiangcheng. It was getting late, and his parents were probably waiting for him at home for dinner. To avoid worrying them, Lin Chen planned to go home directly. However, just as he was about to crush the scroll to teleport away, a small point of glowing green light in the darkness caught his attention. Lin Chen raised his hand. The magma fire demon, which he had just sent back to the fire element plane, reappeared. This type of summoning spell is actually a duration contract spell. Using it once allows it to last for a whole day. During this time, Lin Chen, as the summoner, can choose to send these two fire demons back to the element plane at any time to let them rest and then summon them again without needing to cast the spell again. With this giant covered in flames, Lin Chen pointed, and the magma fire demon obediently moved towards the location where the flickering green light was coming from, like a big light bulb. With the illumination effect of the magma fire demon, Lin Chen quickly discovered the source of that green light. It was indeed from the cave where the wind pattern Tiger King had emerged, with the magma fire demon clearing the way ahead, and having already cast a 7th tier spell to level the ground. Lin Chen wasn't too worried about any lurking threats in the cave. However, to be cautious, he had the magma fire demon cast a lava shield around him. Then, he followed closely behind, slowly stepping into the cave. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen felt a strong wind blowing directly at him. Even though the massive body of the magma fire demon shielded him from most of it, Lin Chen still found the wind speed somewhat outrageous. What on earth was in this cave that made the wind elements so dense? To Lin Chen's surprise, the cave turned out to be much deeper than he had anticipated. After walking for a while, the path began to extend downward into the earth. Fortunately, the slope wasn't too steep. Lin Chen crouched down and was able to descend slowly. After a few minutes, Lin Chen finally saw the source of the green light he had noticed earlier, and he was deeply shocked. After passing through the previously narrow and difficult passage, he found himself in a vast open space. The entire cave seemed to transform into a hall with an extremely high dome, where fierce winds of about level 10 were blowing. The source of these gales was the countless green crystals growing outward from the cave walls. Lin Chen could sense that these crystals contained an extremely pure power of wind elements. This must be the reason why the cave was perpetually filled with strong winds, as there were a large number of these minerals that Lin Shen had never heard of deep within the cave. Although Lin Shen had never seen such minerals, he instinctively realized that they resembled the heavenly materials and earthly treasures described in his textbooks. In simple terms, after the blue star underwent its transformation, many minerals, plants, and even animals changed in nature after being infused with certain spiritual essences. Moreover, this change was beneficial to humans. Over time, these items were categorized as heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or spiritual objects. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy. His luck was really good today. He hadn't expected to find unexpected treasures beyond that skill book. If he sold these items at the trading post, they would likely fetch a good price, right? It seemed he also needed to find a way to acquire an appraisal skill. Otherwise, even though he knew these crystals were treasures, he wouldn't know exactly what they were or their value, which would be quite troubling. Lin Shen observed carefully. The distribution of the green crystals throughout the cave was not very regular. A small number of crystals grew on the ceiling and the very high walls, which he definitely couldn't reach. Fortunately, there were 7 or 8 clusters of crystals growing in the same place, and their position wasn't too high. Although he couldn't reach them, the big guy beside him could. Lin Shen directed the magma fire demon to move toward those large crystal veins. Soon, with the help of the firelight, Lin Shen saw more details. Beneath that large block of green crystal lay countless animal bones and scattered tufts of fur. From the thickness and length of the fur, it was clear that it must have come from the previous Tiger King. The Tiger King had long rested beneath this crystal vein. No wonder it had gained some special wind attribute abilities. Could this be considered a bizarre symbiotic relationship between treasures and monsters? The magma fire demon began to dig into the green crystals on the cave wall. Perhaps due to its high temperature, Lin Shen noticed that a portion of the green crystal close to its body began to vaporize. Lin Shen felt a pang of regret and quickly called for a stop. The magma fire demon's fiery eyes displayed an extremely human-like expression, resembling a child who had made a mistake. Yet, it looked so imposing and terrifying. The contrast was quite amusing. Lin Shen felt helpless. He knew the magma fire demon didn't mean to do it. However, he later directed the fire demon to start excavating from the rock layers surrounding the cave wall crystals, and that posed no problem. Before long, that large cluster of emerald green crystals, along with some rocks, was mined down. Lin Shen cleared out some water and food from his personal space and then stored them back in. After that, Lin Shen sent the molten fire demon back to the elemental plane and crushed the return scroll. After a whirlwind of spinning, Lin Shen opened his eyes again and found himself back in the teleportation hall of Jiang City. Exiting the teleportation hall, Lin Shen headed straight home. He planned to check the trading post tomorrow for the spiritual items and the loot from the Tiger King in his backpack. Back at home, Lin Shen had a simple meal with his parents. After dinner, he returned to his room. Lin Shen opened the panel. The skill point balance that he had nearly squandered this morning had surprisingly increased by 40 to 50,000 points. The feeling of having resources sent to him at all times was a steady happiness. Today, he had acquired a new wind system skill. Should he combine the skills of this system to see the effect? Rationality told him that having an additional system skill would definitely broaden his options, and his combat power in practical situations would surely increase, especially after witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the 7th tier spell, Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Lin Shen had already fallen in love with the feeling of being able to destroy everything with a mere gesture. If the 7th tier fire spells were already this strong, what would the 7th tier wind spells look like? Lin Shen secretly made up his mind. Anyway, leveling it to 7th tier would only require a little over 100,000 skill points. Just one more day of grinding would be enough. The next day, Lin Shen also woke up very early. After a night, his skill point balance was nearing 100,000 points. He estimated that by noon, he would be able to give the new wind system skill a super boost and rapidly level it up. Before that, Lin Shen planned to stroll through the life profession street first to sell the large cluster of emerald green crystal ore he had mined yesterday and see how much he could get for it. Then he would check the trading post to see if he could find a few mage skill books. Finally, he would make a trip to the job change sanctuary to accept the second job change quest. After the second job change, he should unlock even more new skills. With this plan in mind, Lin Shen stepped out and quickly arrived at the life profession shop street in Jiang City. Lin Shen looked for the best appraiser on this street. He intended to first appraise the emerald green crystal he had obtained in the cave yesterday to understand its value, so he wouldn't be cheated by unscrupulous merchants when selling it. "Young man, what do you want to appraise?" An elderly man with white hair and glasses, looking refined, smiled at Lin Shen. This man was the most respected appraiser in the entire life profession street of Jiang City. Lin Shen nodded and took out a small piece of emerald green crystal from his personal space. As soon as the crystal appeared, Lin Shen felt a gentle cool breeze blowing through the hall of the appraisal shop. The smile on the old man's face froze for a moment, then he became serious. "Young man, what you have in your hand is extraordinary. Can I take a look? Lin Chen nodded and handed the crystal to the old man. The old man adjusted his glasses and began to examine it carefully while the light of the appraisal technique shone continuously. Soon, the old man looked at Lin Chen in amazement. Incredible, such pure wind spirit rock marrow is truly rare. Lin Chen's heart stirred. So this thing was called wind spirit rock marrow. This type of elemental rich ore not only depends on purity but also on the quantity you can offer at once. Young man, what you showed me should just be a small sample, right? You should have the entire crystal mine if the quantity is large and the purity is at the same level as this sample. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Lin Chen pulled out the entire block of emerald green crystal ore weighing 30 pounds. The old man, who had just been estimating the value for Lin Chen, instantly gasped in shock, his eyes wide open. He almost couldn't catch his breath after sending the old man off. After a while, the elder eased himself and said, "Young man, with such a large piece of wind spirit rock marrow, you can no longer estimate its value based on market price. It's already considered a collectible. You should go to a shop that specializes in recycling spiritual items. Don't sell it to the trading hall. They can only weigh it according to market price and you will lose a lot of money." Lin Chen thanked the elder. After paying the appraisal fee, he put the wind spirit rock marrow back in his backpack and continued to stroll through the life profession street. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen walked out of a shop called Treasure Pavilion. This was a store that specialized in recycling rare materials and spiritual items, similar to the antique shops Lin Chen was familiar with from his previous life. At this moment, he had a VIP black card from this nationwide chain in his pocket. The card also had an additional 120,000 daxia coins. After selling that collectible grade wind spirit rock marrow, the enthusiastic owner even gave Lin Chen an extra 10,000 daxia coins. According to the owner, this 10,000 was just to make a friend so that if Lin Chen had more good items in the future, he must come to him. He would definitely buy at a price much higher than the market rate. It wasn't until he walked out of the store that Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. How did he suddenly become rich? Daxia, as one of the strongest countries on Blue Star, had a currency value and circulation rate that was astonishing. 120,000 daxia coins was indeed a considerable amount of money. Lin Chen's father, Lin Guodong, had to work hard in the mines for 3 to 4 years to possibly earn this much. Ding! Detected that your currency has first exceeded 100,000. Your SSS level talent, Gift of the Gods, has unlocked a new feature. A prompt rang in Lin Chen's mind. Ha! New feature? Lin Chen quickly opened his talent interface. Soon, he understood what the so-called new feature was. Gift of the Gods, effect, you gain 1 skill point per second. New feature, you can now spend currency circulating in the real world to purchase a 24-hour AFK skill point reward. Note, after each purchase of the AFK skill point reward, the amount of currency required for the next purchase will increase. Current currency required for one purchase, 10,000 daxia coins. When Lin Chen obtained the Gift of the Gods talent, he noticed a note stating that as his experience or strength increased, more features would be unlocked. It seems that becoming rich could also be considered a form of strength increase. In any case, this new feature was a bright spot for Lin Chen. After experiencing the thrill of leveling up with high-level skills, every second waiting for skill points to be distributed was actually a bit torturous. Now, this feature was like a timely help. Spending money to buy skill points was equivalent to spending money to buy time. As everyone knows, your time is very valuable. Spending money, great. It seems he should also put making money on his agenda in the future. Lin Chen did not hesitate and planned to spend all this money, leaving only a small change. After all, this money was earned by chance, and as his strength increased later, earning another 100,000 should only become easier. Lin Chen opened the talent interface and chose to spend money to purchase the AFK reward. Do you want to spend 10,000 daxia coins to purchase a 24-hour skill point reward? Lin Chen decisively chose yes. Ding! You have received the 24-hour AFK reward for the talent Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. At the same time, Lin Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated, indicating that 10,000 daxia coins had been deducted from his card. Continue. Ding! You have received the 24-hour AFK reward for the talent Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. Ding! You have received the 24-hour AFK reward for the talent Gift of the Gods, 86,400 skill points. Ding! You have gained a talent, the God's Gift of a 24-hour idle reward, 86,400 skill points. Lin Chen didn't know how many times he clicked. He only stopped when the prompt indicated insufficient balance. Like many trash idle mobile games, the option to spend resources to purchase idle rewards would continuously increase in price. The first time it was 10,000 daxia coins. The second time it required 15,000. The subsequent increases were even steeper. Lin Chen checked the records. For the last purchase, he had directly spent over 40,000 daxia coins. Lin Chen had previously felt no pain. He thought it was worth it to speed up his skill leveling process. But when he truly saw His 6-digit bank balance swiftly turned into 3 digits. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was back, all back, that familiar life of being broke. Lin Chen could only turn to open his personal panel. Fortunately, the skill point balance section provided him with great comfort. Current allocatable skill points 425,821. He had over 400,000 balance again. Lin Chen opened his skill page once more. Upgrading the 7th tier Flame Dragon Breath to the 8th tier required 500,000 skill points, which was clearly insufficient. Moreover, Lin Chen felt that the 7th tier Flame Dragon Breath was already sufficient. These skill points should be invested in his blade skills. Lin Chen opened the Wind System skill Wind Blade that he had just learned yesterday. In the allocation interface, he began the familiar operation again. Click, 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 click. Then a series of dinging sounds echoed in his mind. Consuming 500 skill points, your Wind Blade has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Tornado Slash. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your Tornado Slash has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Gale 9 Blades. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your Gale 9 Blades has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Storm Cyclone. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Storm Cyclone has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Wings of the Gale. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Wings of the Gale has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Swift Wind Flash. Consuming 100,000 skill points, your Swift Wind Flash has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Raging Waves 1000 Storms Break. In less than half a day, Lin Chen's Wind System skill set expanded from 1 to 7. As he glanced through these skills, he immediately felt that all the Wind System magic had very distinct characteristics. If the Fire System was simply high damage, then the Wind System combined speed, multi-hit attacks, a bit of control, and some support abilities. The most obvious were speed and multi-hit attacks. The 3rd tier fire spell was called Triple Flame Spear, which summoned 3 long spears made of condensed flames from the sky to pierce and burn the enemy. The damage segments were already considered high among the fire magic Lin Chen had mastered, reaching 3 segments. The 7th tier spell, Flame Dragon Breath, actually only had the high damage from the dragon's breath and the subsequent persistent burning damage. However, the 3rd tier wind spell, Gale 9 Blades, could launch 9 extremely fast wind blades in just 0.5 seconds. Finally, the 7th tier Raging Waves 1000 Storms Break could apply over 1,000 attacks per second to targets within its range. But what surprised Lin Chen the most were the 2 new skills at the 5th and 6th tiers. Wings of the Gale type active skill tier 5th. Category, Wind System, cost, 500 mana per second, casting time, 1.5 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes, effect, gather the power of wind elements to envelop your body, making it impossible for others to see your true form. The wind elements will also form a pair of wings, granting you the ability to fly at high speed. At the same time, the wind vortex surrounding you will block 3 ranged attacks for you. Note that the wind barrier can block attacks of no more than level 4, and after 3 uses, the flying ability will disappear. Remark, gather the fierce winds, let me ascend to the clouds. Flying skill. The flying skill that Lin Chen had been longing for. As a human who doesn't have a dream of soaring into the sky, he never expected that wind magic actually had a spell that allowed mages to fly in the sky without relying on flying mounts. However, the threshold of level 5 is still quite high, but it's already exhilarating. Other professions, he heard, need to reach at least the 6th transfer for their skills to provide flying abilities. Accordingly, as for the other effect that comes with this skill, Lin Chen also found it very familiar. Blocking ranged attacks. Isn't this the wind wall of Brother Suo? Face the gale. As for the level 6 skill Swift Wind Flash, it has an even more swordsman-like flavor. Swift Wind Flash type, active skill level, 6 category, wind cost, 15,000 mana casting time, instant cooldown, 1 hour requires melee weapon effect, enhances your speed and the attack speed of your melee weapon to the extreme with furious wind elements, then suddenly dashes in one direction for a very rapid attack. During the dash, your evasion chance increases by 100%. After the dash ends, you deal 99 melee weapon attack damage to all targets along the dash path, with each damage segment additionally inflicting 1 wind attribute cutting damage. Maximum dash distance 10 meters, maximum dash speed 10 times the speed of sound. Remark, watch closely, this strike will be very cool. The moment Lin Chen saw this skill, he felt that it was definitely the type that was flashy and stylish, just like the countless animations he had watched in his previous life. A swordsman who pursues speed is his lifelong goal. Drawing the sword and dashing before the enemy even has time to react, he has already slashed a dozen times. Then, sheathing the sword, the enemies behind him slowly fall down. It was indeed very cool. But why would such a skill appear in a mage's skill set? As a mage, I have to use the skill while wielding a melee weapon. Although a staff can be considered a melee weapon, asking me to wildly strike the opponent nearly 100 times with a staff would feel very awkward. Okay, Lin Chen was walking while checking his new skills, and at that moment he had just arrived at the city center of Zheng City. Here are the most critical functional departments of the entire Jiang city. Lin Chen saw the most imposing building, which also had the largest flow of people, with the words Daxia Trading House written in big letters on it. Like Daxia Bank, Daxia Trading House is also a state-owned functional department supported by the Daxia government. The trading chain spans the entire Daxia. However, Jiang City is only a level 5 base city, and the branches in such small places have almost no connection with the headquarters. One can only say there is virtually none. The circulation of goods and prices is basically controlled by Jiang City itself. Entering the trading house's main door and passing through the bustling crowd, Lin Chen arrived at a self-service trading window. Since the Cataclysm era, the development of spirit crystal technology in various countries of Blue Star has matured significantly. The self-service trading windows in the trading house are the culmination of this. Each self-service window has no one present, only the blue spirit crystals floating in mid-air. Just like when Lin Chen participated in the job transfer ceremony. This was Lin Chen's first time here. He observed how others operated and quickly understood how to use the thing in front of him. As soon as he touched the spirit crystal, a full system screen popped up. Then he could operate on the screen. Whether selling or buying, the small teleportation magic circle at the trading counter could instantly deliver your goods. Lin Chen felt it was novel. Online shopping, lightning-fast delivery, and instant arrival were indeed impressive. Lin Chen scanned all the junk black iron equipment dropped by the Howling Forest Tiger King and its tiger cubs under the spirit crystal. Soon, the spirit crystal provided an estimate. Lin Chen's earlier calculations were correct. These pieces of equipment had a national benchmark resale price in the trading market and wouldn't sell for much. However, after a fiery dragon breath, there were still over a dozen pieces of equipment. After selling the dozen or so black iron items, Lin Chen's account had over 10,000 Daxia coins added. Then, Lin Chen sold all the materials dropped by the monsters he had leveled up against in his personal space. The most valuable were 1 or 2 special materials dropped by the Tiger King, which the spirit crystal estimated at 2 to 3,000. The rest were basically just small change. In the end, Lin Chen cleared his backpack, and his account balance rose from a few dozen to over 20,000. This money wasn't enough to buy another 24-hour skill point reward. Lin Chen planned to see if he could find any good items in the trading market. He searched for mage skill books. Sure enough, there were none. After pondering for a moment, he quickly understood. On one hand, the drop rate for skill books in low-level areas was incredibly low, and Jiang City was a super remote small town with a limited supply of goods. This also proved how lucky Lin Chen was to have obtained a skill book after defeating the Tiger King yesterday. On the other hand, even if they did drop, many people were unwilling to sell such items in the trading market. Just like how Lin Chen sold the Wind Spirit Rock Essence to a shop that specialized in recycling and selling such items. Other professionals, even if they obtained skill books they couldn't use, would definitely want to sell them for a good price. If one truly wanted to buy a professional skill book, they would have to make a trip to the skill book specialty store under the professional guild. If there were no skills for mages, were there any general skill books? Lin Chen tapped on the spirit crystal screen, activating the filtering mode. He removed the filter for the mage profession. Pressing the search button again, soon, a row of skill books appeared before him. Basic appraisal price, 18,992 Daxia coins /book. Lin Chen scrolled down and found that there was only this one type of general skill book. Moreover, there was information about the creator behind these skill books. It seemed that these types of general skills were not dropped by monsters but were crafted by other enchanters and scroll-making professionals. However, a basic appraisal skill book costing nearly 20,000 coins was exorbitantly priced. How much would his mage's skill book cost? Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. Originally, after selling the Wind Spirit Rock Essence today, he thought he was somewhat wealthy. Unexpectedly, he was overthinking it. But even if it was expensive, he had to buy it. If it weren't for the fact that the Wind Spirit Rock Essence emitted a green glow in the dark, he might have missed such a treasure. With the appraisal skill, at least he wouldn't be unaware when he encountered treasures. Especially this basic appraisal skill, in his hands, would not remain basic. He still had hundreds of thousands of skill points to fill it up, ensuring it would have no childhood. It would immediately advance to a higher level. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and bought the appraisal skill book. The next moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated, and Lin Chen didn't even need to look to know it was the Daxia Bank notifying him that he had become poor again. At the same time, the teleportation array below the spirit crystal lit up, and after more than 10 seconds, a dull gray scroll appeared in the center of the array. Lin Chen picked up the scroll and checked its attributes. Yes, it was indeed the appraisal skill book. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Ding! Skill book, basic appraisal used successfully. You have gained a new skill, appraisal. Basic. Next, Lin Chen naturally didn't think much. He poured down over 100,000 skill points. After a series of dings, Lin Chen received an unprecedented notification. Ding! You consumed 120,000 skill points, your appraisal, master level, has advanced. You have gained a new spell, appraisal, peak level. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first person in the entire Blue Star to upgrade the identification skill to the pinnacle level, and you have received a unique reward. Your identification skill, pinnacle, has transformed into a new skill, all-knowing eye. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there such an operation? Am I really the first person in the entire Blue Star to upgrade the identification skill to this level? In the 1,000 years since the Cataclysm era, not a single person has managed to seize this unique reward first. The so-called unique reward Lin Chen had seen in textbooks. Simply put, it is similar to an achievement system in games. Once someone accomplishes an unprecedented achievement, it triggers the Heavenly Dao's unique reward. Lin Chen felt a bit happy. With hundreds of billions of people on Blue Star, he is one in a 100 billion. No, considering the span of 1,000 years, he might be one in a trillion. Lin Chen quickly understood why no predecessors chose to max out the identification skill to the pinnacle level. Because there is no cost-effectiveness at all. Most professionals learn the identification skill just to see the attributes and strength of monsters at their own level. They also want to check the attributes of rare materials. There is absolutely no need to level up to a high tier to understand monsters they can't even defeat. Moreover, although the skill points required to upgrade the identification skill, a universal skill, are only about a quarter of that of professional skills, who would be willing to spend that precious quarter of skill points on an identification skill instead of a professional skill? Realizing this, Lin Chen quickly opened his skill panel. He checked this new skill that had evolved from the identification skill. All-knowing eye, unique skill level, 9th tier type, passive universal skill cost, none casting, none cooldown, none effect. When you gaze at a target for more than 3 seconds, ignore the level difference between you and the target, ignore all the target's false, hidden, and concealed effects, and obtain all information about that target. When the target you are gazing at is a spirit or an equipment item that has not yet been successfully identified, after successful identification, you have a 10% chance to increase the quality of that spirit or equipment by 1 tier. Note, insight into all things, understanding the universe. Lin Chen was somewhat shocked. The power of this skill exceeded his imagination. Moreover, this should be considered his first 9th tier skill. It can be said that after acquiring this skill, everything in the world will appear to Lin Chen in its most authentic form. Not to mention, this passive skill also has the ability to break illusions and counter invisibility. It's too overpowered. Lin Chen focused his gaze on a passing professional nearby. After 3 seconds, all the information about this person was completely exposed before Lin Chen. Profession, level, what skills they have, what equipment they are wearing, how much health they have, and what status they are currently in. Even their weaknesses were clear as day. Retracting his gaze, Lin Chen calmed his somewhat excited heart. Exiting the trading hall, the rewards from this trip were too abundant. The only thing left to do was to accept the job transfer quest. The Great Xia Trading Hall and the Job Transfer Sanctuary are very close, almost just a street apart. Lin Chen headed straight to the nearby Job Transfer Sanctuary. As soon as he entered, a girl approached him and greeted him warmly. "Hello, professional. How can I assist you?" The one attending to Lin Chen was a black-haired girl with glasses, who wore a warm smile, her hands clasped behind her back, looking very obedient. In fact, she had already noticed this handsome guy as soon as Lin Chen walked through the sanctuary's door. There were many professionals coming and going, but handsome guys are a rare species. It was hard to come across one, especially one as handsome as this, so of course she had to strike up a conversation. "Lin Chen, I want to accept the second job transfer quest." The glasses girl continued to smile, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, and said, "Please show me your professional ID. I just changed my job and haven't obtained the official proof of being a professional yet. Is my student ID okay?" The glasses girl was a bit surprised. "Oh, you mean you just successfully changed your job a week ago?" Lin Chen nodded. The glasses girl was even more shocked. She had never seen anyone reach the requirements for a second job change in just a week after changing jobs. Her expression was hard to control. "Your level has already reached level 30? Lin Chen nodded again. The glasses girl took a deep breath, secretly astonished. It seemed that this handsome guy in front of her had an extremely terrifying family background. Although she had never seen a local professional in Jiangcheng achieve a second job change so quickly, in larger base cities, especially in some families with deep roots, it was still possible to use resources to level up family members to level 30 in a very short time. She didn't expect this handsome guy not only looked good but also had such a terrifying background. Unconsciously, the glasses girl stood a bit closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, of course, had no idea that this girl had already imagined so much. He just wanted to quickly accept the task and then complete it. Lin Chen took out his student ID. This would prove that he was indeed a professional. Oh, okay, I'll help you with the registration right away." Soon, the glasses girl completed the procedures and guided Lin Chen to one of the rooms in the job change sanctuary. Upon entering the room, Lin Chen saw a blue spirit crystal floating in mid-air, just like the one he had seen when he first awakened his profession at school. He touched the spirit crystal again. Lin Chen received a system prompt. Ding! Detecting professional level. Current professional level 30 has met the requirements for the second job change. Starting to extract job change task. Ding! You have received an S-level job change task. The Death Knight must die. Task requirements: please kill the LV.60 world boss, Death Knight Ravenholt, with a team of no more than 3 people, and obtain the task item, Heart of the Fallen. After seeing the details of the task requirements, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It wasn't that he thought this task was incredibly difficult, but rather that it seemed a bit too simple. An S-level difficulty task is this? A level 60 boss, which is even lower than the magma demon he summoned. Even if it is a boss, a heavenly flame dragon breath should take it down, right? If it doesn't die, just hit it a few more times. The task requirements even allowed him to form a team of 3. Isn't that too lenient? He really wanted to cry. If Lin Chen's thoughts were known to others, they would probably not know where to vent their frustration, because if they received a task of this difficulty, they would likely cry out in despair. It might even mean they would never achieve a second job change in their lives. World bosses are notoriously high in defense and thick in health. This is because such bosses spawn directly in leveling areas, not in dungeons. Dungeon bosses have strict limits on the number of participants, so their corresponding stats are not so outrageous. However, outdoor world bosses have health that is often 10 times that of dungeon bosses of the same level. This is because these bosses are meant to be surrounded and beaten by hundreds or thousands of players. So aside from Lin Chen, if any unlucky soul really received such an S-level task, their path as a professional might truly end here. Because job change tasks are randomly assigned, there is no chance to try again. After accepting the task, Lin Chen walked out of the room. The glasses girl who had received him earlier smiled and asked, Lin, was the task difficult? Lin Chen shook his head. It's pretty average. The glasses girl clapped her hands. Ah, then I have to congratulate you. If it's a simple task, you should be able to successfully achieve your second job change. What is the task objective? Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually the most senior employee in the entire job change sanctuary. I know how to complete many of the task requirements for third-tier professionals. To be honest, Lin Chen noticed that this girl had an unusually enthusiastic demeanor. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen was very cautious and didn't easily reveal the details of his task. He simply replied, no need. Lin Chen left the job change hall. The glasses girl sighed a bit. Sigh, such a handsome guy, yet he seems to have such a cold personality. Lin Chen walked out of the job change sanctuary and headed straight for the information library of the Zhengcheng Professional Alliance Guild. With the help of the spirit crystal in the library, Lin Chen quickly found relevant information about this boss. The southern suburbs of Kanglan City experienced a terrible plague over 100 years ago, resulting in thousands of deaths. Subsequently, that area became a forbidden zone plagued by viruses and diseases. A large number of infected creatures and undead wander in that area, but there is no trace of living beings, hence the name Land of Silence. The Death Knight Ravenholt, according to legend, was once a knight commander sent by an empire to rescue the disaster victims, but for some unknown reason, he fell and became a Death Knight. Every time after the plague acid rain, Ravenholt would awaken from his grave, riding his skeletal warhorse, forever wandering in the core area of the Land of Silence. Upon reading this, Lin Chen also learned some basic information about this boss. The boss level matched the task objective description, level 60. The respawn point was in a leveling area called the Land of Silence in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City. Lin Chen typed Land of Silence into the spirit crystal screen. Soon, the results appeared. The location was indeed in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City, with monster levels ranging from 40 to 50, suitable for second-tier professionals to level up. But what about the respawn time? All wild bosses have fixed respawn patterns. Fortunately, Kanglan is not far from Jianshan, and he could also retrieve the last kill record of the Death Knight. World Boss, Death Knight Ravenhold respawn time, 30 days last kill record, March 15, 2024, 9 o'clock. Lin Chen glanced at the current time, and his expression changed. Damn! The last kill time was exactly a month ago at this time. This means it must have respawned now, right? This kind of world boss would be swarmed by countless professionals and is a prime target for many large guilds. Often, those guilds and organizations would camp the boss, killing it as soon as it respawned. If he missed it, he would have to wait another month. Damn! Lin Chen did not want to be stuck unable to level up for a month because of this simple task. In the next moment, Lin Chen hurriedly ran out of the information archive and rushed to the Jiangqing teleportation hall. In this era, the only 2 types of transportation available to civilians are, one is the high-speed underground rail transit that connects various base cities in the Great Xiaothru Excavated underground tunnels. Monsters and fierce beasts rarely appear underground, and traveling underground can bypass many monster-infested areas, ensuring safety. For this reason, most aerial transportation is extremely rare in the Great Xia. Even when it does appear, it is mostly military motherships or warships. Finally, the most convenient and fastest option is the teleportation array. Thanks to the dual support of spirit crystal technology and magic, short-distance spatial teleportation has long been popularized for civilian use. Even though Jiangchang is over 1,000 kilometers away from the neighboring Kanglan city, using the teleportation array only takes a few minutes. Lin Chen took out his phone and bought a teleportation ticket to Kanglan city online, passed through security, and headed straight for the teleportation hall. Just like when Lin Chen rushed for a train in his previous life, the number of people entering the teleportation array at each wave is also limited, and everyone rushes in to have their tickets checked. Lin Chen stood in the teleportation array with a group of people, and then the magical runes lit up. At the center of the teleportation array, a pulling force emerged. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt as if the world was spinning around him. He seemed to be sucked into some kind of space-time tunnel. The scenery beside him was distorted into bizarre shapes, rushing past his eyes at high speed. This experience was quite novel. Moreover, Lin Chen had a good sense of balance. Even so, he only felt exhilaration, without any other physical discomfort. However, the other passengers were different. By the time the teleportation was successful and Lin Chen arrived at the teleportation hall in Kanglan City, most of the people with him were vomiting uncontrollably. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with an indescribable odor. Lin Chen quickly left. He definitely couldn't buy a regular ticket next time. At the very least, he should get a higher class ticket, not to mention that the teleportation experience would be better, but at least there would be fewer people and he wouldn't have to squeeze in with them. Once he exited the teleportation hall in Kanglan City, Lin Chen clearly felt that as a level 4 base city, Kanglan City was more prosperous in every aspect compared to Jiangchang. However, Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to these details. He remembered the location of the dead silence land that the girl with glasses had told him about. The southern suburbs of Kanglan City. Gale Wings was a level 5 wind spell, and wind spells generally had a short casting time. But with the enhancement of Divine Grace Chant, level 5 spells were instant for Lin Chen. So he didn't hesitate and cast Gale Wings instantly. In the next moment, a strong wind suddenly swept up at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Countless pedestrians gasped in surprise. The next moment, a light green wind surrounded Lin Chen, making him appear blurred within a whirlwind. Others couldn't see him clearly, only able to make out a silhouette. The numerous security personnel stationed at the teleportation hall in the Kanglan City Job Change Sanctuary, upon witnessing this scene, all raised their weapons. Some even shouted loudly. It was at this moment that Lin Chen remembered. He seemed to have made a mistake. In all base cities of the Great Xia, using skills and magic in non-leveling zones was prohibited, and fighting would get one thrown into jail. Fortunately, his skill could conceal his identity. However, in order to complete the task before the Death Knight kicked the bucket, Lin Chen couldn't care less. In the next moment, a pair of wind wings appeared behind Lin Chen. With a thought, he felt his weight completely offset by the wind element's embrace, as if he had broken free from the shackles of gravity. The gale rose, soaring into the clouds. Flying on his own was a completely different experience from flying with a vehicle. It was truly exhilarating, especially that feeling of soaring through the heavens and earth at high speed without any obstacles. Lin Chen was instantly thrilled. He kept accelerating, trying to push his speed to the limit. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of emerald light, heading straight for the southern suburbs of Kanglan. Mom, look, someone is flying. Among the bustling crowd below, countless children pointed at the figure darting through the sky like the wind, clapping their hands in amazement. Wherever Lin Chen passed, he drew gasps and envy from countless pedestrians. The Kanglan City security personnel who had just intended to apprehend Lin Chen were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! A level 6 master. They had just tried to mess with a level 6 master. The Great Xia Public Security Management Law stipulated that practitioners were not allowed to fly or use skills within the base city limits. However, for a true master, even if they did so, these small fries responsible for security wouldn't dare to say much. Lin Chen, of course, had no idea how many people in Kanglan City were shocked by his sudden takeoff. Soon, he flew high above Kanglan City, where the view was expansive. The entire Kanglan City was laid out before him, and the surrounding leveling zones were also clearly visible. Lin Chen spotted the desolate area emitting a dark aura hundreds of kilometers away in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City. That should be the Dead Silence Land. Lin Chen controlled the wind wings and began to fly at full speed toward the Dead Silence Land. Meanwhile, in the Dead Silence Land, the entire Dead Silence Land was not silent at this moment. A large number of professionals seemed to have caught the scent of blood flocking towards the central area. That was the spawn point for the world boss, the Death Knight. However, they encountered heavy resistance. The Thunder Guild has reserved this area, please vacate immediately. The Starsea Guild has restricted access ahead, you must leave at once. Countless professionals dressed in various guild uniforms shouted at any idle players daring to approach the central area, not allowing them to come even a step closer. Damn it, is the world boss yours to control? Yeah, why can't we go in? The guild members responsible for blocking them wore sinister smiles. That's right, it's our Thunder Guild's territory. Dare to try and cross over? Faced with such unreasonable behavior, countless professionals could only seethe in silence. Thunder and Starsea were the two major guilds in Azure Blues City. These guilds often designated areas in popular leveling zones exclusively for their own members, completely disregarding whether other professionals could continue to level up. Some had tried to resist, but both guilds were led by powerful professionals, nearing their 5th class advancement, and their ranks were filled with elite fighters. Thus, this situation had persisted until now. At this moment, it was the critical time for the Death Knight to spawn, and both guilds naturally intended to monopolize all the experience and loot. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the center of the encirclement erupted with the sounds of countless skill collisions. Everyone knew this was the Death Knight, Rivendell, spawning. The elites of the Thunder and Starsea guilds had already begun to engage the boss. However, this time, the situation seemed a bit different. The sounds of skill collisions quickly ceased. Then, waves of black plague, exuding a strong aura of death, began to spread across the desolate land. In an instant, the professionals from both guilds stationed at the perimeter, tasked with restricting access to other players, changed color in shock. They received distress signals from their guild members in the guild channel. Something's wrong, the boss is calling for help, we need to hurry. In an instant, the members of both guilds rushed towards the center of the desolate land. The idle professionals they had driven away from the perimeter all showed joy on their faces and followed suit. The world boss differs from dungeon bosses in one major way. The experience and skill point rewards after a kill are distributed based on contribution. The more damage you deal during the world boss fight, the more skill points and experience you receive. The loot will depend solely on who delivers the final blow. A massive crowd surged into the center of the desolate land. The sight before them made everyone feel as if their throats were tightly gripped by a hand named Death, too afraid to make a sound. Countless professionals dressed in Starsea and Thunder Guild uniforms lay sprawled on the ground, maintaining their fleeing postures amidst the flowing black plague water. Their weapons were broken, their faces contorted in pain, eyes wide open in death. It was clear they had suffered unimaginable torment before dying. President, boss. The members of the two guilds guarding the perimeter even spotted their own guild leader among the pile of corpses. This made them even more incredulous. It was just a level 60 world boss. They had killed it dozens of times. How could this happen? Their entire party was wiped out? Before they could think further, the heavy sound of hooves pounding the ground echoed. They saw the culprit responsible for this scene. A heavily armored knight clad in pitch black armor, wielding a massive sword that was 4 to 5 meters long, rode atop a skeletal warhorse that showed no flesh at all. The hollow eye sockets of the warhorse and the knight flickered with ghostly blue flames. The Death Knight Rivendell had grown to more than 10 times his usual size. Wherever he passed, the ground was stained with the pitch-black waters of the plague. Run! He seems to have mutated. Everyone felt a shiver from their very souls. It was rumored that world bosses and dungeon bosses had an extremely low chance of being affected by abyssal powers, entering a mutated state. In this state, the corresponding boss's level and skills would receive terrifying enhancements. Many bosses that were originally only in their 30s or 40s could ultimately exceed level 200. This would lead to team wipes, even total annihilation. Run! Hurry! All that remained in everyone's minds was this thought. At this moment, the identities of hunter and prey had completely switched. The Death Knight, who had died countless times under their swords and magic, had returned from the grave. Rivendell. The Death Knight pulled on the reins of his warhorse. In the next moment, the skeletal steed neighed, its hooves pounding the ground, and the next instant, waves of necromantic magic spread out. The once dry earth beneath countless feet was instantly submerged by the endless black waters of the plague. In that black water, it seemed as if countless dead souls reached out with bony claws, grabbing the ankles of all the fleeing adventurers. They sank into the mire of death, unable to move an inch. And as the black water rippled outward, a scene that sent chills down their spines unfolded. The bodies that had been lying haphazardly on the ground were now infused with necromantic power. They stood up once more, picking up broken swords and chanting familiar spells. But this time, they fought for the Death Knight. Black mist obscured the sky. A dark, plague-ridden acid rain fell from above, the scent of death thick in the air. Everyone fell into despair. They wailed, they cried out, but no sound escaped their lips. The rain curtain obscured everything, and the land of silence was about to return to its stillness. Roar! Just as everyone was about to be dragged into the black waters and drowned completely, they suddenly heard an incredibly resounding dragon's roar in their ears. In the next moment, An intense heat completely dispelled the chill of death. The black mist in the sky and the rain curtain ceased. The next instant, bright orange flames tore through the black mist. A dragon, a terrifying giant dragon, ablaze and radiating endless heat, appeared in the sky. Its breath poured down like a waterfall. Rivendell, the Death Knight, tilted his head back. In his ghostly eyes, the figure of a person shrouded in endless winds was reflected behind the colossal fire dragon in the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The plague black water that had ensnared the ankles of all the adventurers evaporated under the scorching dragon breath. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into tiny black wisps, dispersing into the air, vanishing without a trace. Everyone regained their freedom. They also saw, soaring high above, that figure resembling a deity. Indeed, in their eyes, the one who could wield such terrifying magic, instantly dispelling all plague and gloom, was already their savior. High in the sky, Lin Chen let out a breath. Damn, this whole way of accelerating and flying, rushing and slowing down. Thankfully, he made it in time. The Death Knight was still alive. The moment Lin Chen saw Rivendell, he didn't think twice. He unleashed an instant cast of dragon breath. He was afraid that the adventurers below, beating on the boss, would snatch this kill. If one were to discuss which of his skills currently dealt the highest damage, it was undoubtedly dragon breath. Moreover, this skill was very straightforward, with no lingering attack animations. It was just a simple dragon breath strike causing devastating damage. Additionally, Lin Chen was not a bloodthirsty killer. His control over fire elements was such that he could unleash dragon breath to annihilate all monsters without harming a single adventurer. This is also why that group of over 1,000 desperate professionals, under the terrifying breath of the 7th-tier dragon, suffered not even a scratch. After the dragon's breath, Lin Chen squinted slightly. Ha! Not dead? Even the blood loss is minimal? This boss is something else. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He had previously thought that a heavenly flame dragon breath might not be enough to kill a Death Knight, but at least it should take away half of its health, right? Now it seems that even several heavenly flame dragon breaths might not do the trick. Lin Chen stared at the Death Knight, Ravenholt. Under the influence of the all-knowing eye, his information soon appeared before Lin Chen. Death Knight Ravenholt, mutated, level, LV.200 rank, king race, undead health. 9970/10000000 mana, 100/100 strength, 15/800 spirit, 8000 agility, 8000 stamina, 15/800 active skills, undead army, plague wave, deathly slash, grip of death, charge, corpse explosion. Passive skills, undead will, immortal body, mutated, weakness, holy light damage. Lin Chen was taken aback. Level 200? Wasn't it said to be level 60? How did the level suddenly increase so much? Lin Chen also noticed the word mutated on the information panel. However, he had never heard of this mechanism in his textbooks. Does it mean a strengthened version of a boss? But a single heavenly flame dragon breath only dealt 30,000 points of damage, which Lin Chen found hard to comprehend. Fortunately, with the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen quickly discovered clues from the Death Knight skills. The problem lay in the passive skill Immortal Body, mutated. Immortal Body, mutated, type passive skill rank 7 effect. The power of the abyss enhances your body, granting you extraordinary damage resistance. All damage you receive, except for holy light damage, is reduced by 50%, and the maximum damage you can take in a single hit is 9,999 points. You recover 5,000 health points per second. This passive skill is somewhat outrageous. The most terrifying part is the maximum single hit damage, which is less than 10,000 points. No wonder a heavenly flame dragon breath only took away this little health. Even the high single hit damage from the dragon's breath only caused 9,999 points of damage. The subsequent health loss was merely burn damage. After reading about the explosive passive skill of the Death Knight Ravenholt, Lin Chen suddenly felt relieved. Thankfully, he had upgraded his wind magic yesterday. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have had any way to deal with this guy today. Indeed, compared to maximizing a single element, taking a balanced multi-element approach greatly enhances combat power. Lin Chen had previously been somewhat dismissive of wind magic, mainly because it felt a bit like scraping. Just taking the most basic 3rd-tier spell for comparison. The 3 hits of triple flame spear, given Lin Chen's current lack of attributes and equipment, already had a base damage exceeding 10,000. However, the 9 hits of Gale 9 blades didn't even reach 5,000 points. Although it hit fast and often, it really felt too weak. But now the situation was different. When facing a boss like the Death Knight Ravenholt, which could withstand high single-hit damage, the multi-hit attacks of wind magic became incredibly valuable. A few minutes earlier, Azure City Professional Alliance Building. Although the hall remained orderly, with various professionals coming in for consultations, in the conference room, countless high-ranking members of the Azure City Professional Alliance were already drenched in sweat. We can't handle it. Absolutely can't handle it. Based on the data comparison of all the mutated outdoor world bosses in our Great Xia over the past century, the level generally increases by at least 3 times. In other words, the world boss in the Land of Silence is at least level 180. I've said it long ago, once the only world boss around our Kanglan city mutates, it's like a ticking time bomb. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Everyone at the meeting looked ashen. At that moment, the large screen in the conference room displayed the fully mutated Death Knight. No one could come up with a crisis response plan. Ultimately, the president of the Kanglan City Professional Alliance, sitting in the main seat, made the final decision. I have already sent a distress signal to our direct headquarters at Tianhai City Professional Alliance. They are dispatching a 6th-tier professional who is already on the way. But, from Tianhai to our Kanglan, even he will take 2 hours. In these 2 hours, we need to evacuate the crowd and fend off the undead army summoned by the mutated Death Knight. If we don't handle this well, it will be a great disaster for our Kanglan. The vice president, a balding man, was stunned upon hearing the president's decision to evacuate the citizens of Kanglan. But, President, sending out the alarm now might cause panic among the people. If something else happens, the balding man was abruptly interrupted. If the plague and corruption from the Land of Silence spread to our Kanglan, it won't just be about your official hat, it will be about whether you and I will be sewing for the rest of our lives. Are you really that stupid, or do you just want to advance? Too much? The old president's gaze was icy. The reprimand was merciless, making the balding vice president lose face in front of everyone. Issue a level 1 alert, then notify the city defense forces to prepare for the evacuation of the citizens. Now, go do it. Immediately. As the high-level officials of Kanglan City made the decision to evacuate, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the city. Countless professionals received regional broadcasts. Just like before in Jiang City when Lin Shen summoned the magma demon, they had no capacity to deal with such high-level, high-ranking monsters. They could only wait for the true strong to arrive in the entire Dongjiang province. Cries, screams, and the sounds of countless panicked crowds filled the air. The once peaceful and harmonious Kanglan City became tense. Most of them had never witnessed such a grand scene. Countless armed military professionals began to organize and guide the crowd to evacuate, and those who panicked or caused trouble would be suppressed with thunderous force. No one knew what was happening. They only knew that disaster was imminent. Look over there, the sky in the south. Oh my God, what is that? Among the hurriedly evacuating crowd, someone noticed that the southern horizon had turned a bloody red for some unknown reason. Even in the far distance, which looked like it was burning, they saw the outline of some legendary creature. A dragon. A giant fire dragon. The dragon exhaled scorching breath, and the impact of that scene was overwhelming. Not only were the civilians stunned, but even the military professionals maintaining order were also dumbfounded. They didn't really know what was happening, but now they could probably guess. Something monumental must have happened in the southern suburbs of Kanglan City. Perhaps it was because of that fire dragon that they needed to evacuate the crowd. Fortunately, the anomaly in the southern sky came quickly and left just as fast. Just as everyone was worried about whether their homeland was being invaded by some dragon clan, the fire dragon vanished, and the southern horizon returned to normal. It was as if everything they had just seen was an illusion. However, the next moment, the entire Kanglan City, the wind began to rise. Without any warning, the city, which had been calm just moments ago, suddenly was swept by a fierce gale. The wind elements in the world became agitated. Several professionals in Kanglan City who had reached the 4th tier mounted their battle pets and flew into the sky. They could see more than ordinary people. In the southern suburbs of Kanglan City, it was as if a massive vacuum zone had appeared, or a terrifying storm vortex. All the air currents were madly converging towards that direction. Woo woo woo. Many people's flying mounts trembled in the increasingly terrifying winds. The sky also darkened. It felt as if a long-accumulated storm was about to fully descend. In the dead silence above the desolate land, Lin Chen floated. At the center of the storm he had conjured, Lin Chen was chanting incantations. He was casting a 7th-tier wind spell. The raging waves and 1,000 mountains break. In fact, Lin Chen still had 2 opportunities for instant casting, but since he was currently protected by the wind mass generated by the gale wings, his spell casting would not be interrupted or attacked. Naturally, he wanted to see how long it would take to fully chant a 7th-tier spell. Even if the chant was not completed, terrifying phenomena had already appeared in the sky. The sky had turned completely gloomy. The clouds hung lower and lower, swirling continuously, faintly, forming a spectacular and terrifying wall of clouds like a tsunami. Like water, air is also a fluid, and under the influence of such dense wind elements, the nature of the atmosphere at this moment had become akin to liquid. When this terrifying wall of clouds completely descended, it would mark the end of Lin Chen's chant. The howling wind disturbed the slumber of the dead. This action seemed to have thoroughly enraged the Death Knight Ravenholt. He suddenly raised the Black Knight sword in his hand, pointing directly at Lin Chen in the sky. A chilling low growl emanated from his throat. In the next moment, the plague black water that had just been dried by the dragon's breath returned like a tide, once again covering most of the desolate land. Beneath the black water, countless limbs, bones, and rotting flesh twisted and reformed continuously. Thousands of undead creatures, summoned by the Death Knight, returned to the mortal realm. This scene made the thousands of adventurers in Kanglan City who had planned to come and slay the world boss tremble in fear. It was too eerie. Lin Chen's gaze shifted. Under the watch of the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen knew this was his skill, the army of the dead. If he continued to summon like this, all the deceased who had been buried and died in this desolate land would be raised, continuing to fight for him as undead. The more people who died, the more undead soldiers he could convert. Not to mention, these undead soldiers could even inherit some of their powers and skills from their previous lives. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible for the entire Kanglan City to turn into a hell on earth. Whoosh! The Death Knight Ravenholt swung the giant sword in his hand, and black light pierced the air. A terrifying undead sword energy slashed directly towards Lin Chen in the sky. This was yet another of his signature skills, the undead sky slash. The power of the slash should be incredibly terrifying. Lin Chen even heard the low buzzing sound of the slash tearing through the air. The 5th-tier Gale Wing's wind mass defense could not withstand such an intense attack. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Chen's health points were only a few hundred. He had come in a hurry, without a little brother like the magma flame demon to provide him with a shield. However, Lin Chen was not the least bit flustered, because he uttered the final magic incantation. The chant was complete. Even for a 7th-tier spell, the characteristics of wind magic were still strong. That is to say, the chanting time was at least 1/3 shorter compared to the dragon's breath. Additionally, under the passive effect of the 70% reduced chanting time from the Divine Grace chant, Lin Chen completed this 7th-tier spell in less than 10 seconds. The howling wind and the violent air currents had a momentary pause. This was the last calm before the arrival of the terrifying storm. In the next moment, above the 9 heavens, the wall of clouds collapsed. Like waves crashing against the shore, it descended from the sky, carrying terrifying power. The terrifying deathly sword energy shattered through the air, instantly swallowed by the raging winds before the collapsing wall of clouds. In the blink of an eye, the power of the strike was completely worn down and obliterated. It vanished without a trace. Ignoring the professionals standing on the ground, they looked up. The sky seemed to be falling, and this incredibly horrifying scene left them even more shocked and chilled to the bone. The Death Knights were formidable. Their lives and deaths were, in fact, just a thought away from this boss. But now, in comparison, the mysterious figure in the sky was even more impressive. With just a wave of his hand, the sky seemed ready to crash down to the earth. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. In the sky, beneath the wall of clouds, a vague silhouette seemed to point downwards with a finger. The next moment, the already terrifying storm's wind force surged more than doubled. Countless people could barely open their eyes, struggling to breathe. Moreover, above in the sky, the spectacular wall of clouds showed signs of overlapping. The first wall of clouds had yet to fall, unleashing the terrifying power of the 1,000 waves breaking spell, and already 2 more walls of clouds had formed in an instant, crashing down one after another. Such a high-level spell. That figure could actually unleash a triple strike with a mere wave of his hand? Just how strong was he? The minds of countless professionals completely crashed. High in the air, Lin Chen had exhausted all 3 instant cast opportunities he had saved up for a day. In fact, Lin Chen was a very cautious person. He worried that a 7th-tier 1,000 waves breaking spell might not be enough to take down this level 200 boss. So he added 2 more. 3 consecutive 7th-tier spells crashing down. Surely it couldn't survive that, right? What if it still didn't die? Lin Chen had already thought of a backup plan. If it didn't die, he would just wait. After all, if this boss was truly that outrageous, it would definitely still be alive by the time he gathered a few more days' worth of skill points to deal with it using higher tier spells. He could afford to wait. And while others might wait 10 years for revenge, he could wait 10 days and still accumulate enough for a forbidden spell. The facts proved that Lin Chen had overthought it. As the wall of clouds crashed down, the frenzied wind blades bound by magic within the wall began to indiscriminately attack all targets outside their range. In an extremely brief moment, those undead minions just raised by the Death Knight Ravenholt were hit by hundreds of attacks. The little bones and rotten flesh left on them were completely shredded into dust, leaving not a trace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The mutated Death Knight Ravenholt had high defenses as well. The wind blades slicing against his heavy armor produced an incredibly dense sound of friction. The bad news was that even at 7th tier, the 1,000 waves breaking wind magic still adhered to ancestral laws, and the damage remained quite superficial. The good news, however, was that it was fast and plentiful. Lin Chen saw layers upon layers of damage. Numbers begin to emerge above the Death Knight's head. These damage numbers weren't large. Most were around 1 or 2,000, and even critical hits only reached 2 or 3,000. But the frequency of damage was terrifying. Lin Chen only needed to make a rough estimate to deduce that from the moment the wall of clouds fell to the complete explosion of the spell's power, it took less than 15 seconds. Yet it caused no less than 4,000 attacks. Just as the first 1,000 waves breaking spell fully erupted, the Death Knight, a mutated world boss with a health pool of tens of millions, was left severely weakened. His health bar was down to less than a third. However, the second and third 1,000 waves breaking spells didn't give him any time to recover. They erupted one after another. This time, Lin Chen directly saw the Death Knight Ravenholt's health being emptied at the speed of light. Instant kill. If one were to count it, this guy even owed Lin Chen a life. Roar. Hiss. Ravenholt's low growl before death was filled with unwillingness. The warhorse beneath him also let out a mournful cry, its bones completely shattered, turned to ash by countless wind blades. It met the same fate as those undead minions. Ding, congratulations! You have defeated the mutated world boss. The Death Knight Ravenhold, earning 2.2 million experience points with an additional reward of 1.5 million experience points for a level up kill. Ding, congratulations! In the battle against the mutated world boss, the Death Knight Ravenhold, your contribution rate reached 100%. You have received 2,000 bound skill points and 5 tradable skill point scrolls of 20 points each. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained a special quest item, the Heart of the Dead. Your class change quest, The Death Knight Must Die, has been completed. Please return to the class change sanctuary to submit the quest and complete your class change. 3 consecutive notifications rang in Lin Chen's mind. It proved that this boss, which had just been so arrogant and full of life, was indeed taken down by him in an instant. Tis. Lin Chen clicked his tongue. He clearly felt that the skill points given by this boss were rather stingy. Only a little over 2,000 points? If others knew Lin Chen's thoughts, they would probably be in tears. Brother, 2,000 bound skill points and 100 tradable skill point scrolls, all for one person to enjoy, is really quite nice and a lot, okay? Many people have to grind dungeons for over half a year to earn that amount of skill points. Lin Chen slowly descended from the sky. A boss of this level should drop quite a few good items after being killed, right? Sure enough, after Lin Chen landed, he found a large number of shiny golden equipment where the Death Knight and his steed had stood, and among them, one piece even shimmered with a platinum glow. In addition, Lin Chen also saw 2 skill books lying on the ground. Another skill book drop. Lin Chen had learned before that even for world bosses, the drop rate for skill books was very low. It was only because he had killed the mutated Death Knight that the drop rate should be much higher, but he didn't expect to drop 2 at once. Besides the equipment and skill books, Lin Chen also discovered that this creature had dropped many rare materials just by their names. These materials should also sell for a good amount of money. Lin Chen gathered all the treasures from the ground. Then he looked around. The group of professionals he had noticed from high above, under his intentional control, had not been harmed by the impact of the raging storm. However, even without injuries, the repeated strikes of the 7th tier wind magic were still too much for most to bear, and combined with the difficulty of breathing, many fainted. Well, that saves some trouble. Otherwise, if these people were still awake and saw him hoarding all the drops from the Death Knight, there would inevitably be some jealousy. That would lead to a series of bloody plots over treasure. Now it was much simpler. The quest was completed, the treasures were collected, and there was no reason to linger here any longer. He activated the wings of the gale again. Lin Chen flew into the sky, and his figure quickly disappeared. Just a few minutes after Lin Chen flew away, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky. One of them was a burly man clad in a full set of red armor, his body radiating a powerful aura, looking quite imposing. The other was dressed in a light green robe with white hair and beard, giving off an air of ethereal wisdom. What's going on? The red-armored man raised his arms to shield his eyes. The fierce wind made it difficult for him to adapt to the environment. The world was a vast blur, and he could not see a trace of the mutated world boss. Chen Feng was completely at a loss. He had come to assist in dealing with this mutated boss in Kanglan City as a 6th-tier warrior. The elder beside him was one of the 3 strongest in Tianhai City, with a strength reaching the 7th tier. The 2 of them had come to handle a mutated boss that was close to level 200, which should have been a piece of cake. However, Chen Feng never expected that after flying at full speed, they would arrive at the southern outskirts of Kanglan. Not only did they not see the boss, but instead, they witnessed a terrifying storm still raging. That's right. Even though Lin Chen had already left, and the main power of the spell, the raging waves and thousand storms, had already erupted, just like the flame dragon breath had left a permanent scar on the wailing forest. The 3 casts of raging waves and thousand storms had forever changed this desolate land, making it no longer silent. It was foreseeable that, without external influence, this area would be subjected to winds of level 10 or higher year-round. Old Chi, what do you think is going on? The burly man in red armor, Chen Feng, turned to the old man in green robes beside him. The old man's gaze was deep at this moment. 7th tier. Wind magic, raging waves, and thousand storms. No, based on the current concentration of wind elements, the caster must have released more than one 7th tier spell. Shi Guoguang, vice president of the Tianhai City Practitioner Alliance, a true 7th turn powerhouse, and like Lin Chen, also a mage. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the doorway. As soon as he entered the desolate land, Shi Guoguang noticed the intense magical residue here. He even directly deduced that someone had continuously cast 3 7th tier wind spells here. No, there are also residual magical fluctuations of fire elements. It's flame dragon breath. In the next moment, Shi Guoguang's eyes widened slightly. He sensed another elemental fluctuation, and the level of that fluctuation was also 7th tier. This meant that before those 3 casts of 7th tier wind magic, there had been another 7th tier fire magic impact. A layer of shimmering green light appeared in Shi Guoguang's eyes. He took out a staff embedded with a precious green magical crystal from his personal space. The next moment, he waved his staff. Disperse. A single word slipped from his lips. In the next instant, the raging winds that enveloped the entire desolate land instantly ceased. The heavy clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Sunlight poured down. Chen Feng, beside him, was dumbfounded. This method of dispersing the storm with a wave of the hand was quite impressive. Damn it, the mage is just that cool. Even though Chen Feng was much younger than Shi Guoguang, he still envied such a godlike ability to summon and disperse storms. In comparison, his warrior skills were much simpler and more brutal. This is also why most people refer to warriors as battle idiots, while mages are called mage lords, because mages are indeed cool. For Shi Guoguang, dispersing the storm was not a difficult task, because, coincidentally, he was a mage who specialized in wind magic. His current skill points were focused on wind magic. Moreover, his systematic research on the fluctuations and composition of magical power was far deeper than Lin Chen, who only knew how to instantaneously cast high-level magic without understanding the principles of magic. As the clouds dispersed and the storm calmed, the scene on the surface of the desolate land still made Chen Feng gasp in shock. The entire surface of the desolate land had been violently stripped of 1 or 2 meters of soil by the fierce winds. Countless deep and chaotic ravines appeared on the exposed ground. These ravines looked as if they had been slashed by some incredibly sharp blades. However, such a large-scale distribution, with no signs of any cutting pattern, could not possibly have been made by a warrior-class swordsman. Those were traces left by violent wind blades deeply plowing into the ground. In addition, Chen Feng also saw a scorched area about 10 kilometers wide and several hundred kilometers long. He could hardly imagine what had happened here before. Old Chi, it seems there are other people down there. The vision of a 6th turn practitioner was excellent. Even in the sky, Chen Feng keenly saw groups of practitioners lying haphazardly on the ground. A faint blue magical glow flickered, and in the next moment, Shi Guoguang's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng was taken aback that he saw his figure appear beside a group of professionals on the ground. Mage Universal Skill, Blink. Chen Feng was once again speechless. The number of useful skills that the mage had for showing off was just too much. He was envious. He could only urge the fighting spirit within him and hurriedly flew down. Chen Feng landed next to a professional, extended a finger and checked for breath. With a look of surprise, he said, "This person is still alive. How did he survive?" Chen Feng was somewhat amazed by this professional's tenacity. According to Shi Guoguang's previous analysis, 3 7th tier wind magic spells and 1 7th tier fire magic spell had turned the entire leveling area into this state. The fact that this person could still be alive was truly absurd. A look of shock appeared on Shi Guoguang's face as he slowly spoke. "Not just this one is alive, everyone lying here is alive, just unconscious." Chen Feng was stunned. "Ha? They're all alive? Ha? Old Chi, how did they survive after 4 7th tier spells?" A strong curiosity and amazement also appeared in Shi Guoguang's eyes. Extremely terrifying magical control. Chen Feng was puzzled upon hearing this. Shi Guoguang continued to explain, "If I were to cast a 7th tier wind magic spell now, I could also ensure that these professionals wouldn't die or even get hurt. However, the person who came here before and dealt with that Death Knight was on par with me in fire magic proficiency, and his control was no less than that of wind magic. He is at least a dual cultivator 7th turn holy mage." After Shi Guoguang finished speaking, he fell into deep thought, clearly searching his mind for anyone in the entire Great Xia who was dual cultivating fire and wind and had reached above the 7th tier. Such a person, without a doubt, was extremely rare in the entire Great Xia. However, he couldn't match any candidates that fit this situation. Is it that my connections aren't wide enough? I might need to return to the Pantheon and ask a few stewards about it. Perhaps this person is one of the stewards in the Pantheon. Shi Guoguang actually felt a bit envious. Although he was a wind system holy mage, revered by thousands, he could only pursue the pinnacle of wind magic in this lifetime. He both admired and envied those who could dual cultivate. There was no doubt that the effort required for dual cultivation was much greater than his specialization in one system. Qi Guoguang closed his eyes, silently feeling the magical fluctuations left by Lin Chen's 4 spells. Soon, he extracted the magical imprint like peeling layers of an onion. The so-called magical imprint was akin to a personal signature. Each person casting magic would have their own unique characteristics and details. These details and characteristics combined formed a person's magical imprint. By comparing magical imprints, it became easier to locate the mage themselves. Qi Guoguang committed this special magical imprint to memory, then opened his eyes and said, "Let's go to Kanglan first and inform them of the situation here. You'll have an easier time reporting back." Shen Feng nodded. In fact, it was he who was given the urgent task today. And since Qi Guoguang had a close relationship with his father was not at ease with him coming alone, which was why he requested the assistance of this 7th turn holy mage. The two did not pay any more attention to these professionals, since they were not dead. They should wake up after a while. The aftermath would definitely be handled by Kanglan City itself. They were only here to deal with the crisis. Now that the crisis had inexplicably been resolved by others, they only needed to go through the motions to show that they had indeed come. Outside the city gate of Kanglan, Lin Chen found a concealed spot and landed. All base cities in the Great Xia were off limits unless there was special permission. He had indeed been too hasty before, taking off directly in front of so many people. Now he needed to enter the city and return to Jiang City through the teleportation array. Naturally, he didn't want to stir up any trouble. As soon as Lin Chen landed, in the sky, 2 streaks of light, one red and one green, appeared. They flew into Kanglan City at an incredible speed. Lin Chen. Damn! Why do they dare to fly like that? In the sky, Qi Guoguang seemed to sense something. He inadvertently glanced downwards. With magic flowing in his eyes, he quickly spotted Lin Chen hidden beneath the city gate. Why does this person feel so familiar to him? But for a moment he couldn't recall. Soon, Qi Guoguang was slightly startled. He remembered the ordinary-looking, somewhat handsome young man below, emanating a faint magical aura, or a striking resemblance to the magical imprint he sensed at the scene of the incident in the Dead Silence Land. Qi Guoguang slowed his flying speed. Out of curiosity, he used an identification spell on the young man below. Soon, Lin Chen's profession and level appeared before him. Qi Guoguang shook his head. It seemed he was overthinking it. A level 30, even untransformed, practitioner, although a mage, could never cast a 7th tier spell. At that moment, Qi Guoguang didn't look at Lin Chen again and accelerated away. The gap in strength between Lin Chen and Qi Guoguang was still too great, completely suppressing him in terms of level and attributes. So even though Qi Guoguang had used an identification spell on him, Lin Chen remained unaware. Kanglan City Practitioner Alliance Conference Hall. Thud, thud. That was the sound of knees hitting the floor. Chen Feng and Qi Guoguang looked at the large group of high-ranking officials from Kanglan City kneeling before them, continuously expressing their gratitude, unsure of what to say. President Hu, what are you doing? Chen Feng, after all, was the one truly dispatched for crisis management in this incident, quickly helping up Hu Weizhen, the president of the Kanglan City Practitioner Association. Hu Weizhen had previously scolded his deputy after the appearance of the aberrant Death Knight and immediately notified the evacuation of the crowd, putting the entire city on alert. I don't know how to thank you too. I can only represent the countless citizens of Kanglan and bow in gratitude. Saying this, Hu Weizhen genuinely prepared to bow again. To be honest, his gratitude at this moment was sincere. The joy of surviving a disaster was also genuine, because this incident was resolved so quickly in such a short time, without casualties or economic losses. Moreover, his handling of the situation was textbook level. If all went well, when these 2 big shots returned to Tianhai, he would likely be praised for his performance. President Hu, you must have misunderstood. I and Qi Lao rushed over at the fastest speed without a moment's delay, but by the time we arrived at the scene, it was already over. That aberrant Death Knight world boss was killed by an unknown expert. Qi Guoguang had remained silent. However, his status was higher than Chen Feng's, a fact that was obvious to all the high-ranking officials present in Kanglan City. At this moment, Qi Guoguang's silence further indicated that he also tacitly agreed with Chen Feng's words as the truth. The reason Chen Feng stated the situation honestly was mainly because, at his level, he no longer valued such trivial achievements. Moreover, standing beside him was the true big shot, Qi Guoguang. If he forcibly took credit for himself, although Qi Guoguang might not expose him out of respect for his father, it would still create an unspoken debt of gratitude. At their level, such debts of gratitude were the hardest to repay. After a moment of thought, Hu Weizhen and the other high-ranking officials from Kanglan City had their CPUs completely fried. So that boss wasn't killed by you? Then who killed it? How could there be such a powerful expert in Kanglan? On the other side, Lin Chen presented his student ID and re-entered Kanglan City. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the announcement from the loudspeaker declaring the lifting of the alert. At the same time, countless military professionals clad in armor were also beaming with joy. As for the pedestrians on the street, they were even more moved to tears, embracing each other and weeping. No one expected that just moments ago, the ominous storm clouds were gathering over Kanglan City, and, for some unknown reason, the alarm was suddenly lifted, and they no longer had to be evacuated from the city. Many professionals, who had been in such a rush that they couldn't see their wives or children, were now reunited with their families, experiencing that feeling of surviving a disaster. It was the greatest happiness of their lives. Lin Chen felt somewhat bewildered. What had happened? In less than half an hour, how had the atmosphere in Kanglan shifted from peaceful and serene to this? However, this did not stop him from heading straight to the teleportation hall in Kanglan City. Lin Chen took out his phone, this time he was smart, and bought a ticket for a first-class teleportation hall. The task was completed, and it was time to return to Jiang City to report. In fact, Lin Chen wanted to complete his job change directly in Kanglan City, but when he passed by the job change sanctuary, he found that it seemed to have been used as some kind of air defense shelter just moments ago. It was filled with ordinary people and a large number of professionals. It was noisy, and it would definitely take some time to restore its normal functions. Lin Chen entered the prestigious first-class teleportation hall, and the teleportation array lit up. Then his figure vanished. This time, the teleportation experience was remarkably smooth. The surrounding scenery was still bizarre and colorful. However, the intense and thrilling sensation of spinning had diminished significantly, which was why the other people teleporting with Lin Chen did not react strongly. It certainly wasn't like before, when the air was filled with the smell of vomit. In less than half a minute, Lin Chen felt his feet once again on solid ground. The scenery around him changed, and he returned to the familiar teleportation hall in Jiang City. Exiting the teleportation hall, Lin Chen headed straight for the job change sanctuary. Holly yawned. She took off her glasses, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. Glancing at the clock on the wall of the hall, it was already 11:30 in the morning. In half an hour, she would be off work. Not only had she seen a handsome guy today and exchanged a few words with him, but she had also spent the entire morning fishing. This shift was worth it. With that thought, Li Yi put her glasses back on, only to see that handsome face appear in front of her again. "I'm here to submit my task," Lin Chen said straightforwardly. Li Yi was stunned. "What the hell? Handsome guy, we should have just seen each other an hour and a half ago, right? How did you finish so quickly?" Okay, please follow me." Soon, Li Yi led Lin Chen into a room where the job change spirit crystals were stored. Lin Chen approached the spirit crystal and touched it with both hands. Then a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! A completed job change task has been detected. Would you like to submit it? Lin Chen chose to submit. The next moment, a circle of magic array lit up beneath his feet, and at the same time, a white light flashed. "Congratulations, job change successful. You have advanced to Intermediate Mage, second transition. You have gained new skills, Ice Arrow, Mana Shield. Your mental attribute value and attribute point gain have increased." Lin Chen's job change was characterized by its simplicity and lack of flair. The fixed attribute point increase he received with each level up had risen from 1 point to 2 points. Additionally, increasing his mental attribute points had a stronger effect on magic damage and mana recovery than the first transition. Although he had long known that the second transition would grant a new active skill and a new passive skill, the two skills he unlocked were clearly quite ordinary. The skill he obtained in the first transition was Fireball, and in the second transition, it was Ice Arrow. Fire and ice were the most common specializations in the mage profession across the entire Blue Star, as most people had acquired the corresponding skills in their first and second transitions. Given the challenging environment for acquiring skills, most people had no choice but to delve into fire or ice magic. Then all the skill points were invested, making it even harder to switch to other systems later. However, Lin Chen did not dislike the Ice Arrow and Mana Shield skills, because any skill, as long as it is a skill, would become exceptionally valuable in his hands. After successfully changing jobs, Lin Chen opened his personal panel and allocated all the attribute points he gained from leveling up to his spirit attribute. Level 7 magic consumes a lot of mana, not to mention the subsequent level 8 and even forbidden spells. It is foreseeable that once his passive skill, Divine Grace Chant, which speeds up casting, reaches level 9, he will definitely be able to cast forbidden spells instantly. At that time, Lin Chen did not want to become a clumsy mage who couldn't cast spells due to running out of mana after the free casting effect from Mana Storm disappeared. After completing the allocation, Lin Chen's panel had undergone a nearly qualitative change compared to 2 days ago. Lin Chen class, Intermediate Mage, second transition, specialization, Fire, primary, Storm. Primary, Ice, secondary, level, LV.39, 4.3%, health 410/410 mana, 39620/39620 strength, 41 agility, 41 spirit, 566 constitution, 41 endurance, 41 talent, gift of the gods, SSS, available attribute points, 0 available skill points, 312685 universal skill, all-knowing. I-class passive skills, Mana Storm, passive, Divine Grace Chant, passive, Mana Shield, passive, class active skills, Fire series. Level 1 to 7 spells, Storm series, level 1 to 7 spells, Ice series, level 1 spell. After completing the job change, Lin Chen leveled up 9 times, including the massive experience from the mutated Death Knight and the experience gained from instantly killing numerous undead soldiers. After the level restriction was lifted, this experience was not lost. Lin Chen's total mana surged from the 3 to 4,000 points he barely reached after using alchemical potions to nearly 40,000 points. Now, even without relying on the free casting from Mana Storm, Lin Chen could cast 3 or 4 level 7 spells with his own mana. Looking at his skill point balance, Lin Chen found that he was just short of being able to upgrade both newly acquired class skills to level 7. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry. This time, his gains were much richer compared to when he was in the Wailing Forest. After all, the mutated Death Knight's level was there, and the items dropped would definitely sell for a good price. With this in mind, Lin Chen walked out of the job change sanctuary and returned home. It was noon at this moment. On the table at home were 3 or 4 dishes that Lin Chen loved, along with a note left by his mother. If the food is cold, heat it up in the microwave yourself. Your homeroom teacher came to see you this morning, saying it was urgent and related to your future. Remember to ask what it was about. Lin Chen's father, Lin Guodong, worked in the mines. He wouldn't say he worked from dawn to dusk, but he usually had to work 7 to 8 hours during his shifts, because going in and out of the mines was too troublesome. Frequent entries would actually waste a lot of time. Lin Chen's mother, Su Qingfan, was a teacher, but she was not a professional practitioner, and the courses she taught were just ordinary cultural subjects. Lin Chen had long been accustomed to his parents not coming home for lunch, only gathering in the evening. After eating, Lin Chen returned to his room. He took out everything dropped by the Death Knight Rivendell from his spatial storage. First were a dozen pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, none of these pieces were usable by mages. Lin Chen looked at the grades. Among them were 8 or 9 silver grade items, 3 gold grade items, and finally 1 platinum grade item. Coincidentally, it was the black greatsword that Rivendell had been holding. Necromancer rune greatsword type, weapon, two-handed, grade, platinum required. Level, LV.60 equipable classes, warrior, knight class transition weight, 29.3 kg physical attack power plus 845 strength plus 97 stamina. Plus 88 durability, 100 special effect, plague corruption. When hitting a target, there is a 10% chance to infect the target with plague, dealing 200 dark attribute damage per second for 30 seconds. This effect can stack up to 5 layers. Lin Chen had never seen other level 60 equipment and weapons, so he naturally didn't know if the attributes of this two-handed greatsword were considered good. However, he knew that weapons with special effects were always valuable. But this was precisely the most frustrating point for Lin Chen, because including the other 3 pieces of golden grade equipment, he couldn't take action right now. In this Blue Star world after his transmigration, the Great Xia's regulation on equipment for all practitioners could be said to be extremely strict. Equipment of silver grade and above was strictly prohibited from flowing into the civilian practitioner market by the Great Xia authorities. Once discovered, they would trace it back to the source. This was actually similar to the logic of gun control in the Great Xia on Earth in his previous life. Equipment was the easiest external means for ordinary people, or those with ulterior motives, to enhance their own strength. A person with a very low level and not much skill investment could still cause great destruction if they were equipped with excellent gear. Therefore, aside from the official high-ranking officials and military practitioners stationed in the base city, other practitioners merely possessing silver grade or higher equipment would already be violating the law. Once discovered, they would face severe punishment. Of course, this did not mean that practitioners who obtained these high-grade equipment would have to keep them forever. The authorities had opened dedicated recycling channels. The good equipment you obtained could be sold back to the Great Xia authorities at a high price. A truly high price, the kind that would satisfy you. Thus, most practitioners had no complaints. However, the reason Lin Chen couldn't take action with these pieces of equipment was that, given his current level and paper strength, he couldn't explain to the authorities how he obtained these items. If he claimed he found them himself, he would have to explain even more. Lin Chen was very afraid of trouble, so he planned to store these items in his personal space for now, waiting until his paper strength was strong enough to handle them. By then, the officials would not scrutinize him closely. Lin Chen stored the 3 pieces of golden equipment and the platinum necromancer greatsword back into his space, then took out 2 skill scrolls. These were the most precious treasures. The attributes of the 2 skill books quickly appeared before Lin Chen. First was a skill book shimmering with blue light. Skill book, explosive arrow type, skill book, tome, class, archer learnable level, LV.30 rank, second rank effect, after use, there is a 70% chance to learn the skill, explosive arrow. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Archer class skill books were not cheap either. And this was a second rank skill book. Its value was estimated to be several times higher than the Wind Blade skill book he obtained from killing the Tiger King. However, Lin Chen also realized that aside from beginner skill books, there was a probability of directly learning higher rank skills from skill books. It wasn't a guaranteed success. He seemed to finally understand the difficulties faced by those ordinary practitioners. Perhaps some had worked hard for years, saving money to buy a high-rank skill book only to fail in learning it in the end. That would truly be a mental explosion. Fortunately, Lin Chen would never have such worries. Moreover, he only needed to look for and purchase beginner skill books. Lin Chen turned his gaze to another skill book with a black cover, exuding a chilling aura. Soon, detailed information emerged, making Lin Chen instantly excited. Skill book, summon, skeleton soldier, type, skill book, tome, class, necromancer, summoner, dark priest, requires breakthrough magic crystal, mage, requires breakthrough magic crystal, learnable level, LV.5, rank, first rank, effect, after use, you will learn the skill, summon, skeleton soldier. Wow, this time my luck is truly explosive. A necromancy skill book. And among the learnable classes, it includes mage. Necromancy skills are among the extremely rare types within all mage specializations. They should be second only to gravity magic. Necromancy spells combine the advantageous traits of summoning and soul attacks. Spells that can directly attack an enemy's soul sometimes produce extremely exaggerated effects, allowing the weak to overcome the strong effortlessly. Lin Chen chose to use it. However, a cold notification sound came through. Learning failed. Your class does not belong to the orthodox class system of this skill. To learn it, you need to consume additional materials. Breakthrough magic crystal. Damn, I can't learn it. What the hell is this breakthrough magic crystal? Lin Chen searched his memory but found no relevant information. However, he had learned about the concepts of orthodox and side class systems. Simply put, after the mutation of Blue Star, the various classes are not completely parallel lines that never intersect. There are occasional connections between them. For example, in the mage class skills, the 6th tier lava fire demon is a skill that both fire specialization mages and summoners can learn. But for fire mages, this skill can be learned after leveling up, making fire mage the orthodox class system for this skill. On the other hand, summoners need the corresponding skill book to learn it, making them the side class system for this skill. Additionally, the 6th tier wind system skill, Swift Wind Flash, can also be learned by other classes like swordsmen, knife users, samurai, and ninjas. However, it seems that to unlock skills from the side class system, one not only needs to consume skill books, but also this material called breakthrough magic crystal. Forget it, there's no need to rush. Even if I learned the necromancy skill now, I still wouldn't have enough skill points to level it up. I need to remember that I still have ice system skills and the crucial passive skill, Mana Shield, which provides survival ability, waiting to be leveled up. If I want to level up, I should first focus on these two skills. Lin Chen took out a black card from his pocket and a business card. Treasure Pavilion, Jiangcheng Base City General Manager, Zhang Dafu. Contact XXX. It's time to sell goods, launder money, and invest in skill points all in one go. More than half an hour later, in the VIP reception room of Jiangcheng Treasure Pavilion. Please, have a seat. Young brother Lin, your visit has truly brightened our humble shop. I wonder if young brother has had any recent adventures or if there's anything you wish to sell? Lin Chen sat on the sofa. Zhang Dafu served Lin Chen a cup of fine hot tea, his face beaming with smiles. The impression Lin Chen had of Zhang Dafu was that of a typical businessman, plump, with an oily face, always looking to profit. Isn't this a kind of purity in itself? Lin Chen didn't dislike Zhang Dafu. He even showed his sincerity on the spot. He took out 4 or 5 rare materials dropped by the boss necromancer Knight Rivendell from his personal space. These materials had been carefully selected by Lin Chen. They were completely random drops from the wild, with no way to trace them back to a specific monster. This way, no one would be suspicious and no one could follow the clues to uncover his past. As Lin Chen placed these rare materials one by one on the table, he could see Zhang Dafu's plump face slightly tremble. Clearly, these items were quite rare. Lin Chen had also done his homework in advance and had a basic understanding of the prices of these materials in the trading market. Brother Lin, may I call you brother? Are you selling all of these? Lin Chen nodded. And the next moment, Zhang Dafu pulled out a silver abacus from somewhere, his chubby fingers moving rapidly and skillfully, constantly flicking the beads on the abacus with a crackling sound. Lin Chen initially thought he would have to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, in less than 5 seconds, a result emerged. Brother, I can offer 440,000 dasha coins for all these materials. And to be honest, I can provide you with a list for each material, indicating the unit price, so you won't lose out. 440,000 is not a very auspicious number. I'll raise it to 450,000. When Lin Chen heard this offer, he was already nodding in agreement in his heart. The total he calculated for these materials at the trading hall was 390,000, based on the unit prices multiplied by the quantities. Coming to Zhang Dafu, he had gained an extra 60,000 out of thin air. That was good enough. Alright. Also, boss, do you buy equipment? Zhang Dafu's face twitched again. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Lin Chen with some surprise. Brother, what do you mean? Lin Chen certainly understood his implication. Judging by his expression, he was probably testing him. If he really mentioned having silver grade or higher equipment for sale, he might actually take the deal. However, Lin Chen wasn't foolish enough to take that risk. Don't worry, it's all silver grade equipment. I'm too lazy to go to the trading hall again, I just want to see if you buy it. If not, I'll find another place. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dafu quickly replied, we buy everything. But brother, if the silver grade equipment you offer isn't of high level, my quote won't be much higher than the market price, and some might even be at cost price. After all, this stuff is strictly controlled by the government and the buyback prices are high. Lin Chen nodded, that's fine. Then, Lin Chen took out the 6 pieces of silver equipment he had carefully selected from the previous boss drop. Although these items were only of silver grade, their levels ranged from 40 to 60, so Lin Chen made another 100,000. Just when Zhang Dafu thought today's transaction was about to end, Lin Chen dropped another bombshell. Boss, do you sell breakthrough magic crystals? Zhang Dafu was taken aback. Then he looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. His expression seemed to say, no way, brother, are you still testing me? Should I say I sell it or not? However, Lin Chen didn't continue to say anything. After a long pause, Zhang Dafu finally said, brother, don't joke with me. If I sell this, I could really end up in prison. I really don't have that. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled, but he gleaned something from Zhang Dafu's words. It seemed that breakthrough magic crystals, like equipment of gold grade or higher, were strictly controlled by the state. Lin Chen felt no embarrassment. He had come to gather information about breakthrough magic crystals, so he candidly admitted that he had no idea what breakthrough magic crystals were or how to obtain them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dafu pondered for a moment. Clearly, he was considering whether this information could be considered a paid commodity. However, considering the profit he could make from the items Lin Chen sold him today, he casually said, brother, this isn't really a secret, I'll tell you for free. Breakthrough magic crystals can only be obtained through one channel, which is from the magic crystal mines in our Daxia country. Moreover, the purification, processing, and a series of techniques are all controlled by the government. It is strictly forbidden for individuals or organizations to mine, process, or sell privately. The uses of this stuff are very broad. It plays a key role in enhancing skills for all professions and unlocking side skill trees. To obtain it through official channels, you need to join a professional alliance or a guild with official backing, using merit points or guild contributions to exchange for it. Of course, my young brother, seeing how young you are, you must have just changed jobs not long ago. For you, there is another more convenient way to obtain breakthrough magic crystals. Some of the well-known vocational academies in Daxia also have corresponding resources for breakthrough magic crystals. If you get accepted, you should have a way to obtain them. By the way, I heard that our province rewards students who perform excellently in the National College Entrance Examination, and it seems that breakthrough magic crystals are included. Lin Chen understood completely. All resources that significantly impact the combat power of vocational practitioners in Daxia have basically been allocated long ago. To obtain them, one can only go through the officially designated channels. Lin Chen thanked Zhang Dafu and left the treasure pavilion. At this moment, he actually had a skill book for the archer's explosive arrow and 100 tradable skill points in his personal space that could be sold. However, Lin Chen did not plan to sell all these items at once. Instead, he intended to sell them in batches. The logic was still the same, to avoid drawing too much attention from others. Now that he had earned a large sum of money, Lin Chen naturally planned to spend it on purchasing AFK skill point rewards. However, this time Lin Chen did not go home but prepared to visit the school. Since awakening his profession, there had been no classes at school. Previously, Lin Chen's mother left him a note saying that the homeroom teacher wanted to see him, so Lin Chen planned to check what it was about. Additionally, what Zhang Dafu mentioned earlier about receiving official rewards of breakthrough magic crystals for achieving excellent results in the National College Entrance Examination clearly piqued Lin Chen's interest. Since this resource was crucial for his continued growth, the vocational college entrance examination and finding a strong vocational academy, which Lin Chen had not paid much attention to before, had to be put on the agenda. As Lin Chen walked towards Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School, he activated the new function of his talent, Gift of the Gods. Do you want to spend 50,000 Daxia coins to purchase a 24-hour skill point reward? Lin Chen chose yes without hesitation. However, this time he did not mindlessly confirm, like last time. Instead, he began to calculate how much money he had left. After purchasing skill points 6 times in a row, Lin Chen stopped. At this point, to obtain the 24-hour AFK skill point reward again, it would require a full 100,000 dasha coins. So Lin Chen saved over 100,000 dasha coins, keeping this money for emergencies, ensuring he wouldn't be unable to buy something he wanted. It could even be used to help with household expenses. Anyway, if he wanted to make more money, he could choose to sell the skill books and skill points. After 6 purchases, Lin Chen gained over 500,000 skill points. Adding the ones he had saved before, Lin Chen now had over 800,000 skill points. Opening the skill interface, Lin Chen selected the ice-type skill he had just obtained and began to allocate points. The goal remained at level 7. Lin Chen found that level 7 spells were sufficient to handle most situations he encountered. He directly leveled up to 7 and, if there were surplus skill points, he would choose another skill to upgrade to level 8. Consume 500 skill points, your ice arrow has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Ice Impact. Consume 2000 skill points, your Ice Impact has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Frost Binding. Consume 5000 skill points, your Frost Binding has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Blizzard. Consume 10,000 skill points, your Blizzard has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Frigid Zone. Consume 50,000 skill points, your Frigid Zone has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Bone Chilling Cold. Consume 100,000 skill points, your Bone Chilling Cold has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Soul Freeze. With the 7 ice-type spells in hand, Lin Chen began to check each of these 7 skills. If the fire-type followed a violent output route and the wind-type focused on rapid attacks and multi-hit combos, then the ice-type skills had a very clear characteristic, Control, Ultimate Control. The ice arrow will inflict a 30% slowing effect on the target, which will persist continuously. Following that, the 3rd-tier spell Frostbinding can select a target and freeze its feet in place, immobilizing it for 5 seconds. The 5th-tier skill Ice Cold Zone has no damage at all. However, it can lower the temperature of a large area to several dozen degrees below zero, causing all targets within the range to suffer a 60% high slowing effect. Moreover, this effect can stack continuously, and upon reaching 3 stacks, it instantly transforms into a binding effect. Observing the 6th and 7th tier ice spells, Lin Chen discovered a pattern. It seems that all the mage's specializations produce unique effects at the 6th tier. The fire specialization summons creatures, while the wind specialization delivers supersonic slashes. The 6th tier ice spell, surprisingly, is a passive skill. Bone Chilling. Cold type passive skill tier, 6th category, ice cost, none casting time, none cooldown, none effect, all targets you apply slowing, binding, or freezing effects to will become vulnerable, taking 20% more damage from all sources, and depending on the restriction effects you apply to the target, their evasion chance will be further reduced. Slowing effect reduces the target's evasion chance by 30%. Binding effect reduces the target's evasion chance by 60%. Freezing effect reduces the target's evasion chance by 100%, and when you use a fire spell to break their freezing effect, it additionally inflicts ice damage equal to 20% of their maximum health. Note, the maximum health reduction effect will be diminished against high-level, high-tier monsters, reducing to a maximum of 1%. Remark, Deep Cold, piercing the marrow. Percentage vulnerability plus percentage damage. This mechanism is somewhat special and quite powerful, although it requires a fire spell to trigger the ice-breaking effect. It is not difficult for other mages to achieve. Even ice mages only need to learn a basic fireball spell to complete the ice-breaking. Dealing damage based on maximum health is incredibly fast against monsters with high health but no ice resistance. It can even be much quicker than dealing damage with fire spells directly. Then, the 7th tier ice spell. It differs greatly from the fire and wind spells. The 7th tier fire and wind spells have a large range and strong effects. However, this ice 7th tier spell is actually a single target spell. Soul Freeze type, active skill tier, 7th category, ice cost 28,000 mana, casting time 15 seconds, cooldown 30 minutes, effect, channeling a terrifying chill. It seals the target's soul in eternal ice, rendering them unable to act, unable to use skills, and removing all beneficial effects from the target with an indefinite duration. Targets sealed in ice are immune to all damage except fire damage. When affected by fire spells of 6th tier or above, the eternal ice will melt and shatter. Remark, Soul imprisoned, unmelting for eternity. Another skill with no damage, but it extends the control duration from limited to infinite. As long as it is not broken by fire, it is eternal control. Lin Chen was very satisfied, because he now mastered 3 complete magical specializations. He was not lacking in damage at all. Instead, he was short on control skills. Now the ice specialization completely filled that gap. After finishing with the ice specialization, Lin Chen looked at the other passive skill he obtained after successfully advancing to the 2nd tier. Mana Shield type passive skill tier, basic category, universal effect. When you take damage, 10% of the damage value is instead borne by your mana. A fairly decent survival-oriented skill. For mages whose mana far exceeds their health, this skill can be seen as a 10% overall damage reduction. Lin Chen began to allocate points. After more than 10 minutes, this survival skill was completely revitalized. Indestructible. Dharma body type passive skill rank level 7 category, universal effect 1. When you take damage, 40% of the damage value will be borne by your mana. Effect 2. When you endure elemental damage, based on your affinity for that element, you will receive an additional damage reduction, with a minimum increase of 10% and a maximum increase of 100%. Current elemental damage reduction: fire, 80% ice, 80% storm, 80% effect 3. When you receive a fatal blow that would reduce your health to 0, this damage will be completely borne by your mana. After this effect is triggered, your mana will be reduced to 0 and your health will drop to 1 point. This effect can only be triggered once within 30 days. Current remaining uses: 1. So powerful. Not only does it have a high damage reduction effect, but it also gives Lin Chen a chance to avoid death. This skill provides Lin Chen with a sense of security that is completely filled. To be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit of pressure when facing a level 200 mutated Death Knight boss before. After all, he is not truly invincible. Although he has output capabilities that far exceed his current class level, his survival ability has always been weak. If it weren't for the moment he cast the Necromancer's Void Slash in Ravenhill, he would have finished chanting and used the 1000 Stormbreak. Just relying on his level 5 Gale Wings Wind Vortex would not have been able to block that strike. He might have flipped over. Now, if Lin Chen encounters a similar situation, or even a more pressing one, he wouldn't be too flustered. Not only has his survival ability improved, but his control ability has also increased. Even if he encounters an enemy he can't defeat in one hit, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. After adding the 2 new skills from the second class change, Lin Chen still has over 500,000 skill points left. That is more than enough to upgrade one of the level 7 skills to level 8. It is indeed time to choose one to upgrade. However, Lin Chen still plans to consider which one to select. While pondering this, Lin Chen had already walked through the gates of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. As he ascended the teaching building, Lin Chen gradually noticed something was off. Where is everyone? Why is there not a single person around? Usually, even if the entire senior class has undergone their class awakening, there would still occasionally be students returning to school to consult teachers about leveling or skills. Even the school would organize activities for teachers to take students for leveling. But it can't be that both students and teachers have completely vanished, right? With this question in mind, Lin Chen went to the staff building. He knocked on the principal's office door. "Please come in." An elderly voice came from inside. Lin Chen pushed the door open. The old principal of No. 2 High School is named Zhu Qian, the one who presided over the entire senior class transfer ceremony. At this moment, upon seeing Lin Chen, a look of surprise appeared in the old principal's eyes. "Lin Chen, you have finally come out of your setback. I am very pleased. You have always been my favorite student. I truly do not wish to see you fall into despair." Zhu Qian looked Lin Chen up and down. He could sense that the young man before him seemed to have grown much stronger. He himself is also a mage. There is a certain invisible telepathy between mages. He could feel that during this past half-month, Lin Chen had definitely not been idle. This reassured him. Lin Chen did not explain anything, but directly asked, "Principal Zhua, I heard my homeroom teacher is looking for me urgently, and it's related to my future. What is it about?" Zhua Qian took off his reading glasses, stood up, and then his expression became serious. "It is indeed related to your future. Let's talk as we walk." After saying this, Zhua Qian pulled Lin Chen out of his office. Then Lin Chen heard an incredibly melodious sound of a flute, and the next moment, a somewhat scruffy-looking, unknown hoofed beast appeared. This hoofed beast had antlers, but its face resembled that of a cow, while its hooves looked more like those of a horse. It was a peculiar mix of features. On both sides of the ribcage there were mottled feathered wings. The old principal only had a third transition. A third transition profession allows one to learn riding skills and have a mount. Space. So this was clearly his mount. "Get on, what are you dawdling for?" Lin Chen swung his leg over the stirrup behind the strange beast and sat down. The next moment, under Zhu Qian's control, the strange beast flapped its wings and took off, panting heavily. Lin Chen. This strange beast was panting as if it would die any second. Not to mention its flying speed, which was hardly different from an electric scooter. Ahem, Xiaohua is getting old. It used to fly really fast when it was younger. Don't mind the details, let's get to the point. To make a long story short, this morning, in the leveling area on the eastern outskirts of Jiangcheng, an unknown abyssal aura erupted, creating a limited-time trial dungeon, and only mage professionals can enter this dungeon. So I had the teachers from each class notify all the students who successfully transitioned to mages, including you, of course. Abyssal aura eruption, mage trial? Lin Chen was a bit confused. What is this? Zhuo Qian continued to explain, this knowledge isn't in your textbooks, so it's normal for you not to understand. But you should know what the fundamental reason for the mutation of our blue star 1,000 years ago was, right? Lin Chen nodded, it was the abyss invasion, the overlap of planes. Zhuo Qian, correct. The abyss, this should be a term you've heard often. You can understand the abyss as a parallel world, a different dimension. That is the source of all disasters and crises on Blue Star. There are countless terrifying monsters there, and they even have their own civilization, their own social system, just like us. But dangerous places are often also the richest in opportunities and rewards. Some true strong individuals in our great Xia became powerful precisely because they gained crucial skills, talents, and exclusive equipment, these extremely rare rewards, after training in the abyss. The abyss is a terrifying plane that encompasses everything. It operates and moves like a universe, inevitably coming particularly close to our blue star plane at times. During such times, when the two planes conflict, it is easy to give birth to a rift that exists in both planes. These rifts are actually the dungeons you are familiar with. Lin Chen listened to the principal's impromptu lesson, his eyes lighting up. He had never thought about how those dungeons came into being. So this was how they were born. This morning, a new limited-time dungeon appeared in the eastern outskirts of Jiangchang. That dungeon was tainted with some mild abyssal aura, causing the monsters inside to mutate. The spatial structure of this type of dungeon is very unstable. After a period, it will disappear. So we need to enter early to claim the rewards. And this dungeon that has appeared is quite special. It is a trial-type dungeon. Moreover, it is a single-class trial dungeon, only allowing mage professionals to enter. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked, then principal, what are the benefits if we clear this trial? Zhuo Qian chuckled lightly. You, indeed, won't let go until you see the rabbit, but I'm the same, we go into dungeons for the rewards, right? The reward for this trial is a title. This title is called Abyss Challenger. The title has no attributes, but you can understand it as a key or as a qualification. A qualification to enter the true abyss. Lin Chen understood. From the principal's introduction, it was clear that truly valuable equipment, rare skills, and rare talents all required entering the abyss to obtain. And those who couldn't clear this type of professional trial would not have the qualification to enter the abyss. Undoubtedly, it meant they could never become true strong individuals in their lifetime. No wonder it said that it will affect one's future prospects. From past patterns, every time we Blue Star have this kind of professional trial dungeon, it's always different. Before entering the trial, the challengers will be informed of the rules to clear it. Once the rules are met, they can qualify to enter the abyss. We're quite lucky in Zhang City, this time the mage profession trial's clearing. Rules are very simple. You just need to last for 3 hours in the trial dungeon, with no requirement to kill a certain number of monsters, or defeat a boss. So, Lin Chen, seize this opportunity, because you never know when you'll encounter such a professional trial again. And it might be even harder next time. In fact, the difficulty isn't too concerning for Lin Chen, at least for now. His strength can't be said to crush other professionals of the same level, but rather it's a dimensional suppression. No matter how difficult this trial is, it won't be too challenging. For Lin Chen, the real abyss is the true challenge. What he fears most is missing out and not knowing when he'll have another chance to participate in a trial. As the two conversed, even while the strange beast flew slowly, they had already left Jiang City. You performed well. When I was still a teacher, I had a few students who flew at high speeds, and they were all terrified. Lin Chen. He had a complaint he didn't know how to voice. You call this high-speed flight? Can I say that if I flew using my skills, I could surpass your tortoise speed mount by several times? The area around Jiang City was almost entirely surrounded by lush and beautiful grasslands. Even the eastern suburbs were the same. After leaving the city, the two flew east for a while, and soon Lin Chen saw a large crowd gathered in a certain area of the grassland. Dark and dense. News travels fast. This time, as soon as the mage profession trial dungeon appeared, several base cities around Jiang City got wind of it and rushed over. When I asked your homeroom teacher to find you this morning, there weren't many people yet. Many from our school who have transitioned to mages have already formed teams and gone in. They should be inside by now. Wait, it seems like things are getting a bit complicated. Zhuo Qian looked at the densely packed crowd below, his expression changing. Lin Chen also noticed the problem. There were so many people that he couldn't even see the entrance to the dungeon. And it was clear that these people were lining up. What's going on? Does the dungeon require a queue to enter? The strange beast landed, and Zhuo Qian recalled his mount. With the connections he had built over the years, he brought Lin Chen to show their identities to the military professionals maintaining order at the scene. Perhaps due to favoritism towards their own, these soldiers turned a blind eye to Zhuo Qian and Lin Chen's actions of cutting in line and did not stop them. Soon, Zhuo Qian and Lin Chen arrived at the central area surrounded by the crowd. Lin Chen also saw a space crack radiating a gloomy and dark aura, constantly flickering. Clearly, this was the entrance to this limited-time trial dungeon. On either side of the entrance, there were many Professionals in robes and formation masters maintaining the stability of the dungeon entrance, trying to prolong the opening time of this dungeon. President Jiang, it's me, Xiao Zua. Xian put on a humble and flattering expression and immediately spotted Jiang Xian, the president of the Jiang City Professional Alliance, in the center of the crowd. Jiang Xian was all smiles. At this moment, so many schools, idol organizations, and guild members from other base cities coming to Jiang City brought him glory. At this moment, a group of individuals wearing uniforms from a certain professional academy, exuding powerful auras, mostly at the fourth transition or above, were discussing something with Jiang Xian. For Lin Chen's sake, Zhuo Qian could only muster the courage to call out. However, his attitude was extremely respectful. Interrupted while chatting with important guests, Jiang Xian felt a bit displeased. But since it was a public setting, he couldn't lose his temper. He could only turn around to look as Zhuo Qian chuckled. President Jiang, it's like this, our school still has a classmate who successfully transitioned to a mage, but hasn't been able to participate in this trial yet. With so many people here, what do you think? Lin Chen, come here, this is our Jiangcheng Professional Alliance President, Jiang Xian, a 4th-tier Grand Mage. Before Lin Chen could speak, he heard Jiang Xian exclaim in surprise, you are Lin Chen? Lin Chen was taken aback. You know me? Jiang Xian looked at Lin Chen with great interest. I've never seen you, but I've heard your name so much that my ears are almost calloused. My little granddaughter has mentioned you quite a bit. In fact, this morning, she even asked me to wait for you to arrange this trial. Zhuo Qian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that old Jiang actually knew Lin Chen. This made things much easier. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. The old man in front of him also had the surname Jiang. Given what he said, it wasn't hard to guess that Jiang Xian should be Jiang Ye's grandfather. President Jiang, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to openly give your acquaintance a backdoor? A somewhat indifferent voice came from behind Jiang Xian. It was a young man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a somewhat cold demeanor. Another person standing beside him chuckled lightly, and if I may be blunt, we don't look down on the education level in Jiangcheng, but this year's new students probably won't have many who can clear this trial. Rather than occupying a spot, they might as well step aside and not waste time. Jiang Xian's expression changed upon hearing this. He had been polite, adhering to the idea that guests are to be treated with respect, welcoming this group that had come all the way from Tianshui, intending to let their first-year mage professionals participate in this trial instance. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He didn't like the arrogant, condescending attitude of this group. Indeed, most of the people from Tianshui Academy were at least 2nd tier, with a few even reaching 3rd tier. But they weren't that strong. What were they pretending for? Just as the few were conversing, a sudden gasp came from the entrance of the instance. Following the sound, Lin Chen saw Jiang Ye, looking somewhat pale, being supported by a nearby professional, walking in a daze. Jiang Xian's expression changed, and he hurried forward. Even based on past experiences, the difficulty of this mage trial wasn't considered high. But there were always risks. Could it be that they failed to clear it? Xiao Ye, you all. Jiang Ye was clearly shaken, trembling slightly, her face frighteningly pale. Upon seeing her grandfather, her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face instantly. Grandpa, my second uncle, my second uncle, woo-woo. Jiang Xian's expression darkened completely. He also noticed that only 3 people returned with his granddaughter. One person was missing. It was Jiang Ye's second uncle, Jiang Xian's second son. What happened? Xiao Ye, don't cry, calm down and tell Grandpa. Jiang Ye trembled uncontrollably. Inside, there were too many monsters. We couldn't kill them all, and as long as we stayed in one place, monsters kept coming at us. There was almost nowhere to hide in the entire space. In the end, it was my second uncle who gave us the last 4 escape scrolls, then attracted the monsters' firepower so we could escape. My second uncle. Woo-woo. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Xian and Zhuo Qian felt a chill run through them. It should be known that this trial instance only allowed mage professionals to enter. If what Jiang Ye said was true, and the monsters inside would seek them out and continuously attack, without any tank professions to absorb damage or priest professions to heal, 5 mages, even if all but Jiang Ye were 2nd tier or even 3rd tier, wouldn't be able to withstand such high pressure. Conditions.it seems that their initial prediction of this trial dungeon being only around D-level difficulty was completely wrong. Now it appears to be at least A-level difficulty. Help! There are injured people here. Is there anyone with healing abilities? Please help. She's not going to make it. Save her. At this moment, at the entrance of the dungeon, people were continuously being teleported out. The sounds of wailing, crying, and pleas for help rose and fell like a tide. Countless injured individuals were bloodied and battered, some with their abdomens seemingly torn open by unknown creatures' pincers, while others had their legs bitten off entirely. The scene was incredibly gruesome. These people were likely all like Jiang Ye, part of the first group to enter the trial dungeon. In an instant, the once bustling crowd, which had drawn countless onlookers from various professions waiting in line at the dungeon entrance, fell silent. The next moment, although there were still people in line, most had retreated to a distance from the dungeon entrance, watching from afar. Those who managed to escape still had a chance of being rescued. But what about the teams that couldn't make it out? Their fate was easy to imagine. Zuoqian and Zhang Xian both looked extremely grim. They never expected that the once thriving situation would suddenly turn so perilous. Ha ha ha, what did I just say? You're just walking to your deaths by going in there, so why not let us through? It would have been better if you had done this earlier, making us wait so long. The bespectacled man from Tianshui Academy adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, then crossed his arms, looking unfazed. It seemed he had already anticipated the situation before him. Following that, over 100 new students from Tianshui Academy who had come to participate in the trial all showed expressions of delight. Now, no one was cutting in line ahead of them. Everyone pay attention, the task for this trial is to survive for 3 hours. The dungeon difficulty is A+, so you must act cautiously. Make sure to keep the electronic map we provided and strictly follow the strategy. Several teachers from Tianshui Academy began to relay important points to their students. Instantly, the surrounding professionals were filled with envy. The difficulty is definitely not D-level, it's actually A+. That's terrifying. Ha, an electronic map? They even have a strategy. Isn't this a newly appeared time-limited dungeon? You don't understand. I've heard that many established professional academies have mastered a lot of dungeon strategies that we don't know about. For dungeons like this one that require surviving for 3 hours, they might have prepared strategies in advance. Zuoqian, standing next to Lin Chen, let out a bitter laugh. It's our incompetence. Not only did we misjudge the dungeon difficulty, but we also lacked their so-called strategies. I'm sorry, Jiangya, Lin Chen. The old principal suddenly seemed to age decades. He was engulfed in deep self-reproach and guilt. The worst thing is the comparison. Others were fully prepared, clearly showcasing the difference between a professional academy and their small local high school. Principal Zhua, you don't need to apologize for things beyond your control. Even without a strategy or an electronic map, this trial shouldn't be too difficult, right? I want to give it a try. If this trial were truly only D-level difficulty, Lin Chen would find it rather dull. Now, seeing so many people fail, he felt a flicker of interest. But in this situation, no one would want to team up with you. Zuoqian believed Lin Chen must have the strength. However, he voiced the awkward reality. At a time when everyone was on edge, who would want to team up with him to enter this dungeon? But just as everyone was caught off guard, they saw Lin Chen step into the dungeon entrance, his figure disappearing. The dungeon's light screen rippled slightly, seemingly conveying the fact that someone had just entered the dungeon. Lin Chen! Zuoqian exclaimed in shock. He was drenched in cold sweat, previously still immersed in sadness and fear. Jiangya felt even more lost and helpless at this moment. Nonsense! Zhang Xian, who had developed a slight fondness for Lin Chen due to Jiangya's constant mentions and had even considered nurturing him, scolded him. He never expected that this seemingly composed young man would be so reckless. Knowing full well that it was a highly difficult A-level trial dungeon, he still dared to challenge it alone. The bespectacled male practitioner from Tianshui Academy, upon seeing Lin Chen's actions, displayed a hint of astonishment on his otherwise indifferent face. He then uttered 4 words, utterly foolish. The teachers leading the group from Tianshui Academy exchanged glances. Someone immediately scoffed. Seeking death. He probably doesn't even know what the situation inside is like or how to find the real refuge, right? Don't mention him. Even if we, seasoned practitioners, were to enter such a difficult dungeon alone, it would be very dangerous. Forget about him. If he wants to die, no one can stop him. Time is of the essence. We don't know how long this dungeon will last. We need to focus on getting our own people through the trial. Passing through the dungeon's light curtain, Lin Chen received a system prompt. You are entering a special trial dungeon, the City of Dying Light. Formulating warning. Detected that only you have entered this dungeon. It is recommended to form a team before proceeding with the challenge. Do you still wish to enter the dungeon? Lin Chen selected yes in an instant. The next moment, he found himself inside the dungeon. Opening his eyes, Lin Chen discovered he was in complete darkness. The pitch-black night sky revealed not a single star. Only a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Despite the poor lighting conditions and without any illumination devices or spells like Fireball, Lin Chen relied on the god-level skill, all-knowing eye, to see everything around him clearly. The crumbling city walls, the rolling debris, the faint outline of the city was visible. Lin Chen felt as if he had entered a medieval castle, albeit a fallen one. The night wind swept through the dilapidated corners of the city, producing a piercing howl. Accompanying the night wind were countless indescribable scraping sounds, as if numerous monsters were lurking in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. Trial task issued. Please survive for 3 hours in Formulating. Current remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes 49 seconds. Please note, all monsters in this dungeon are immune to physical damage, and when taking light attribute damage, damage is increased by 100%, while fire and lightning attribute damage is increased by 50%. Lin Chen received the system prompt. No wonder this dungeon was a trial for mages. If other classes that relied on weapons were to enter here, they would likely be completely wiped out, as all monsters were immune to physical damage. Along with the prompt came a warm reminder. Warm reminder, 300 years ago, on an ordinary night, Formulating descended, and the sun has never risen again. If possible, please stop your heartbeat and abandon your breath. They dislike noise. From this reminder, it seemed that this city had once been prosperous, with its own civilization. But something must have happened, shrouding it in darkness. At this moment, the entire city was likely filled with countless dark monsters. Moreover, these monsters hunted by sound. This reminded Lin Chen of a movie he had watched in his past life on Earth, A Quiet Place. In that film, everyone tried to make no sound at all because any noise would attract extremely terrifying monsters. And the dungeon Lin Chen was in at this moment was even more twisted, because not only the sounds of movement but even your heartbeat and breathing could be heard by the monsters. Kak. Lin Chen heard a strange noise. Looking back, he saw several even darker patches of black rapidly moving towards him in the pitch darkness. Meanwhile, under the faint moonlight of the blood moon, Lin Chen also spotted several smiling faces floating in the air. These smiles looked quite similar to those of humans, but in this environment, the floating smiles were somewhat eerie. Shadow of Dying Light level, LV.25 rank, normal race, Shadow Spirit health, 8000/8000 mana, 500/500 skill, Shadow Concealment weakness, magic damage. The dark mass, which was hard to discern, was actually called the Shadow of Dying Light. The floating smiles were known as Nightmare of Dying Light. With higher health, faster movement, and also elite level monsters, these two types of creatures were clearly targeting Lin Chen. They had heard Lin Chen's breathing and heartbeat. No wonder Jiang Ye had said that as long as one was in this dungeon, they would always be pursued by monsters. Just thinking about it made Lin Chen feel uneasy, because being chased by monsters, whether in combat or fleeing, would make noise. This was a deadly chain reaction, as it would attract even more monsters. The group from Tianshui Academy must have known that in this city called Formulating, there should be a sanctuary where one could truly evade these monsters' tracking, or they had some method to block the monsters' detection. From the perspective of normal adventurers, clearing the dungeon, avoiding combat was undoubtedly the best strategy. But for Lin Chen, he planned to take a different approach. To deal with darkness, one cannot simply hide, my friend. One must use fire. As long as I kill you all, I won't have to hide or flee. A brilliant flame flickered in Lin Chen's hands. A scorching breath emerged. He unleashed the 4th tier fire-type area damage skill, Flamestorm. And because it was an instant cast, Lin Chen fired off 3 consecutive blasts. The searing fire clouds crashed down from the sky like a waterfall, erupting with a series of booming sounds. The 5 or 6 shadow monsters that had just surrounded him were all instantly killed by Lin Chen. Of course, the next moment, Lin Chen heard more rustling sounds approaching him. Lin Chen raised his hand again. After a brief chant, a 6-meter-tall fire demon flowing with lava was summoned by Lin Chen. He entrusted the incoming monsters to this bodyguard. Meanwhile, Lin Chen opened the skill interface, intending to allocate points. His goal was 8th tier fire magic. With 500,000 points to allocate, it would normally take quite some time according to past patterns. However, this time, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his talent point allocation seemed to have unlocked something new. One-click point allocation. This was easy to understand. It meant that with just a click, he could instantly enhance the skill he wanted to the next tier. Ding! Consumed 500,000 skill points. Your skill, Dragon Breath of Heavenly Flame, has advanced. You have gained a new spell, Supreme Sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation. Lin Chen didn't check the effects of this new skill for now. Instead, he glanced to see how many skill points were needed to upgrade the Fire Spirit Incarnation to the next tier. 9th tier Forbidden Spell, 8 Desolation's Heaven Fall upgrade requirement skill points, 1000000. Hiss, it doubled directly. 1 million skill points, that was terrifying. Even he, without considering any cash acceleration, would need to grind for nearly 12 days to obtain it. But a 9th tier spell was indeed a forbidden spell. The small target he had set for himself was actually very close now. At worst, he could just wait for 12 days. He could still gather 1 million skill points. Then, Lin Chen opened the skill bar to check the new skill he had just obtained. Supreme Sublimation, Fire Spirit Incarnation type, active skill rank, 8 category, fire cost, none casting. Time, instant cooldown, 3 days active effect. Your understanding of fire elements has reached a profound level, allowing you to choose to merge with the fire elements of the world and enter the Fire Spirit Sublimation state. Fire Spirit Sublimation, you are immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire attribute damage, and gain the ability to fly. In this state, when you cast fire-type skills, your critical hit chance increases by 100%, critical hit damage increases by 100%, and you ignore 50% of the target's magic resistance. In this state, when you cast fire-type skills, all spells that require chanting become instant and no longer consume mana. The sublimation state lasts for 3 minutes, during which you can manipulate all fire elements within a vast range, raising the temperature to millions of degrees Celsius in a very short time, triggering a terrifying explosion that causes massive fire damage. Note, I am the flame. When Lin Chen first saw the fire spirit incarnation, he guessed that it might be a state-type skill, similar to the transformation of a Kamen Rider. In fact, Lin Chen's guess was quite accurate. The description and effects of the 8-rank fire skill turned into a small essay. After reading it, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is insane. This skill is incredibly overpowered." It is actually a relatively rare composite skill. On one hand, this skill also has damage. In the sublimation state, he can trigger a super explosion. Moreover, the range and damage of the explosion are likely to be even more exaggerated than the heavenly flame dragon breath. At the same time, it grants him a state that allows Lin Chen to transform from a human flesh and blood body into a pure fire elemental life. In this state, all fire-type spells are guaranteed to crit, deal extra damage, be instant, and cost no mana. Bad news, this skill is a patchwork. Good news, everything that needs to be patched is patched. Lin Chen immediately decided to give it a try in this dungeon. The Fire Spirit Incarnation and Supreme Sublimation do not require chanting and have no mana cost. With just a thought, he saw a cluster of deep blue flames ignite at his fingertips. The characteristics of human fingers, nails, bones, flesh rapidly disappeared. Then, the blue flame spread, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen found that his hands were burning fiercely. This experience of transforming from flesh into pure fire element was very subtle. Not only was there no pain, but it also brought Lin Chen immense freshness. The speed of Lin Chen's sublimation exceeded his imagination. Almost in an instant, he felt he had completed a transformation of life type. He was no longer a carbon-based life form but had become an elemental life. In fact, he had already become the flame itself. Lin Chen could still feel his hands and feet. However, they could extend infinitely and stretch at will. Moreover, he no longer felt the constraints of gravity, he was as light as air. At the same time, the place where Lin Chen originally stood began to vanish without a trace. It turned out that when the temperature reached a certain level, all matter in the real world might skip even the melting step. Instead, it was directly vaporized and annihilated. The countless shadow demons that had been attracted by the molten fire demon, perhaps because they were too close to Lin Chen, couldn't even let out a wail before being instantly evaporated. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum zone of over 10 meters appeared around Lin Chen. His face and other features disappeared into the blue flames. If someone were present to witness this scene, they would likely tremble in fear. Lin Chen, in the state of sublimation into a fire spirit, still had the size of a normal human. However, the sense of oppression was already terrifying. Just as Lin Chen completed the supreme sublimation, the next moment, the entire city of Light's End, Feilikian, became restless, with all the shadow demons and dark creatures agitated due to the temperature. It suddenly began to rise sharply. Soon, Lin Chen flew into the sky. The flying ability granted by the fire spirit state was no less than the wind wings, and perhaps even surpassed it. As Lin Chen soared high above, he looked down at the entire Feilikian. He was surprised to find that the scale and size of this dungeon were much larger than he had anticipated. The entire Feilikian was almost 5 to 6 times the size of Zhengcheng Base City. Moreover, with the help of the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen discovered a detail that other professionals might not be aware of. At this moment, amidst the countless ruins of Feilikian, small clusters of light appeared here and there. Above these light clusters were the names and levels of the professionals. If Lin Chen looked closely, he could gather even more information. The larger the light cluster, the stronger the corresponding professional. Lin Chen noticed 2 or 3 larger light clusters gathering together, accompanied by dozens of smaller ones. Finally, in the southern corner of Feilikian, there was another larger light cluster, but it was no longer moving, and its aura seemed to be gradually fading, as if it had been severely injured. Goodness, it turns out this dungeon is a public dungeon. This means that all professionals entering the dungeon are actually distributed across various corners of the City of Lost Light, making encounters quite rare. But it's certainly not impossible. Feilikian, Central City. Here, 50 to 60 people were banding together to fight against the tide of shadow monsters. We're still short 4 or 5 people. I just asked through the sky message, and they should have been teleported to a remote location, so they can't make it for now. They will find shelter on their own. Let's hurry to the Central Royal Court. Everyone, keep up, don't fall behind. Several professionals dressed in the uniforms of Tianshui Academy, all at the 3rd transition level, were killing monsters while instructing other students. Huff, huff, huff. Do you feel it? It's getting hot. I was just thinking the same. It was freezing here before, and now I'm sweating after just a few steps. I can't take it anymore. It's too hot. I can't move. Just seconds later, everyone felt that the air they breathed in was scalding. Their skin felt as if it were exposed to the blazing sun, burning painfully. My God! Look at the sky. What is that? Countless people exclaimed. In the next moment, they felt the surroundings gradually brightening. From bright to blinding. It was just a blink of an eye. The City of Lost Light, a place shrouded in darkness for 300 years, at this moment, a great blue fire sun rose. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Every corner of Formulating was completely illuminated. Those who had just looked at the blue sun in the sky quickly covered their eyes with their hands. It was too dazzling. What's going on? Isn't this place forever swallowed by the Shadow Lord's darkness, never to see the light? Countless students from Tianshui Academy were left in shock. In fact, all the third transition teachers, upon seeing that great blue fire sun in the sky, were equally astonished. No way. That's not the sun, it looks like a person. A few stronger teachers, enduring the stinging pain in their eyes, stared at the sky and reached a conclusion that left them even more stunned. That was not the sun, but a person. A figure engulfed in blue flames. They even saw his eyes, which looked down on everything, devoid of any emotion. Who is that? Is he the final boss of this dungeon? This doesn't make sense. The final boss of such a dungeon shouldn't also be a shadow creature, right? How could it possibly be a fire elemental being like this? Roar! Awah! The entire Formulating, perhaps due to the extreme rise in temperature combined with the light illuminating everything, had truly awakened the terrifying creatures lurking beneath the city of lost light. The earth began to tremble. Countless students and teachers at Tianshui Academy could no longer stand firm. It was as if something was about to break through the ground. Boom! After another earth-shattering roar, the ground cracked open, and a massive claw, wrapped in a deep, dark substance as thick as liquid, burst forth. It shot straight towards the blue sun in the sky. Put! The tip of the enormous black claw even spewed forth terrifying venom with strong corrosive properties. However, this venom was instantly evaporated the moment it was released. At the same time, the claw that pierced the sky was burned to a crisp by the terrifying flames. Below, the professionals sprawled on the ground, watching this level of battle, were all dumbfounded. The clash of powerful beings was terrifying. The level of this battle was completely beyond their imagination. The charred limbs and claws only fueled the fury of the gigantic creature hidden beneath the depths of Formulating. This time, an even more violent earthquake occurred, and the entire Formulating split open with a terrifying crack, revealing 8 blood-red giant eyes within. High in the sky, Lin Chen, using the all-knowing eye, finally saw what this thing truly was. Hidden in the abyss of darkness was a gigantic spider, entirely formed from shadows. This spider was at least 500 to 600 meters in size. Shadow. Demon Spider Level, LV.220 Rank, King Race, Shadow Spirit Health 24 966 000/26 000 Mana 2000/2000/200000 Strength 26 200 Spirit 23 500 Agility 22 330 Stamina 29 650 Active Skills, Venomous Appendages, Bloodthirsty Fangs, Shadow Bind, Burrow. Passive Skills, Shadow Concealment Weakness. Light Attribute Damage. This boss was 20 levels higher than the mutated Death Knight, Ravenholt. Moreover, all its attributes completely outclassed the inflated boss of the mutated Death Knight. Under normal circumstances, most professionals entering this trial dungeon would never encounter monsters of this level. The strategy guide provided by Tianshui Academy marked the best refuge. In fact, it was the basement of the Formulating Royal Court. Here, it was unclear whether it was due to excellent soundproofing or some other reason, but those shadow monsters would keep their distance and not hunt here. What they didn't know was that it was precisely because such a terrifying giant shadow creature was sealed beneath the royal court that other weaker shadow monsters dared not approach. Normally, as long as one didn't act recklessly and hid in the royal court's basement, they wouldn't awaken this shadow demon spider. However, Lin Chen's arrival, with its high temperature and blinding light, had provoked it. That was what led to the current situation. If I kill it, this dungeon should be cleared, right? Lin Chen thought to himself. He glanced at the remaining time of his sublimation state. About a minute and a half left. That should be enough. Lin Chen extended a hand, aimed at the massive demon spider lurking in the abyss below, and casually clenched it. The next moment, boom! All the fire elements in the world were amplified to the extreme by Lin Chen. Instantly, the temperature of the entire city of Formulating soared to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. Crack! Boom! An incredibly crisp sound echoed from the higher skies. The deep darkness enveloping Formulating shattered like an eggshell. It revealed the boundless light blue sky of the outside world. 300 years of darkness. 300 years of isolation had extinguished the flame of Formulating's civilization, turning it into a paradise for monsters. On this day, 300 years later, a blue sun rose high in the sky. It shattered the darkness and brought light. The darkness completely fractured and dissipated. The entire world was in a state of confusion. Countless professionals looked up at the sky, feeling numb all over, unable to move an inch. If it weren't for Lin Chen's intentional control, these people had likely vaporized and disappeared like other shadow demons. AU. The terrifying temperature made the shadow spider beneath the ground wail in agony. Lin Chen could see its health plummeting at a visible rate. With millions of health points, it was about to hit zero in the blink of an eye. Its remaining 7 claws frantically dug into the ground, fleeing towards the abyss below. However, it was all too late. The temperature had reached 1,000,000 degrees. The cataclysmic explosion brought on by the supreme sublimation erupted suddenly. Boom! The blinding blue sphere of light exploded like a nuclear bomb, rapidly expanding and engulfing the entire Formulating. Lin Chen floated high in the air, watching as the entire city below was instantly engulfed in flames. Countless shadow demons turned to ash in the terrifying flash. The entire dungeon space was ablaze with deep blue flames, resembling a purgatory. In the end, the ground was burned into a massive hollow, and within that hollow, there was nothing but flames. Lin Chen himself was immensely shocked. 8th tier fire magic, its power was explosive. This was simply not something like the heavenly flame dragon breath could compare to. Lin Chen now felt that even the heavenly flame dragon breath seemed a bit underwhelming. This move has no name, it feels a bit strange. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He recalled a situation in his mind that was very similar to the current one. 6 Paths of Pain attacked Konoha. With a single move, Shinra Tensei. Konoha was flattened, utterly destroyed. At that moment, it was just like this moment. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. From now on, let's call this move Divine Fire Tensei. Lin Chen flew down from the sky. He didn't bother with the group of Tianshui Academy practitioners who had been so terrified by the intense heat and violent shock that they had lost their wits, some even fainting. Instead, he flew to the southern corner of what was once Formulating. He picked up a middle-aged man who had been heavily besieged by shadow demons, exhausted and severely injured. Lin Chen had no good feelings for the arrogant folks from Tianshui Academy, who looked down on others, and naturally wouldn't have a surge of compassion to save them. He had already shown mercy. Whether they could escape this dungeon was no longer his concern. The reason Lin Chen chose to rescue this middle-aged man was that, with the help of the all-knowing eye, he had seen his name, Jiang Chen. With the surname Jiang, and recalling what Jiang Ye had said earlier, Lin Chen easily guessed that this man was likely the second uncle who had risked his life to buy Jiang Ye and the others a chance to escape. With the bond of friendship from Jiang Ye sending him various items and Jiang Xian's promise to help him, Lin Chen decided to lend a hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the trial dungeon, City of Lost Light Formulating. You have obtained a new title, Abyss Challenger. You have completed the hidden ending of this trial dungeon, defeating the high difficulty boss Shadow Spider, and your title has leveled up. You have obtained a new title, Abyss Conqueror. The darkness of the special trial dungeon, City of Lost Light Formulating has been completely expelled, and the city has been utterly annihilated. The structure of the dungeon has completely vanished. This special trial dungeon is permanently removed from Blue Star and the Abyss world starting today. Lin Chen was taken aback. What the hell, permanently removed? This meant that this dungeon had completely disappeared. It would never appear again. Good grief, this operation has completely wiped out the dungeon. Perhaps because the dungeon no longer existed, Lin Chen was directly teleported out. He felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened them again, he had returned to the lush grasslands outside Jiang City. The sun was shining, the breeze was gentle, and the scenery was breathtaking, far more comfortable than the hellish map in the dungeon. He noticed a change in the dungeon's light screen. In the next moment, Lin Chen appeared holding the figure of Jiang Ye's second uncle. Everyone guarding outside the dungeon was shocked, because at this moment it had been less than 3 minutes since Lin Chen entered this trial dungeon. To be precise, it should be just over 2 minutes. Why did he come out so quickly? Wait, who is he holding? He looks a bit familiar. Maybe it's because Jiang Chen is so badly injured, his clothes torn and his face a bloody mess, that for a moment Jiang Xian didn't even recognize his second son. But Jiang Ye gasped, second uncle. At that moment, Jiang Xian realized that Lin Chen had actually rescued someone. Instantly, everyone surrounded them. Zhuo Qian was more concerned about whether Lin Chen was hurt. Lin Chen, you scared me to death. Why were you so impulsive, daring to enter the instance alone? Are you hurt? Lin Chen replied, I'm fine, but I can't say the same for him. Lin Chen pointed to Jiang Chen, who he had already laid flat on the ground. Jiang Xian hurriedly stepped forward to check for breath. Soon, a look of joy appeared on his face. He's still breathing, he's alive. Priest, healer, come quickly to save him. After all, Jiang Xian was nominally the top person in Jiang City, and his orders were more effective than anyone else's. Immediately, many members of the official rescue team and whitecoats rushed over to quickly assess Jiang Chen's injuries. Thank you. Jiang Ye, upon learning that her second uncle was only seriously injured but not dead, cried with tears streaming down her face. While wiping her tears, she thanked Lin Chen. It's really hard to hear those 2 words from you. I haven't heard them in the past 3 years. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but tease her. For the past 3 years, Jiang Ye had maintained the image of a cold school beauty, and it was absolutely impossible for her to show a smile to Lin Chen, let alone say thank you. Jiang Ye stamped her foot, seemingly a bit annoyed that Lin Chen was teasing her in front of her family at this moment. After ensuring his second son was settled, Jiang Xian also came over to express his gratitude to Lin Chen. I originally thought it was reckless of you to enter the instance, but I didn't expect you to go in to save someone. I really don't know how our Jiang family can thank you for such a life-saving grace. Lin Chen was taken aback. No, sir. You might be misunderstanding. I just went in to clear the instance. Saving someone was just a convenient act. Did you step in some good luck? The instance map of the City of Lost Light is so large, and he just happened to refresh right next to the injured person? From the time he entered to when he came out, it was only 3 minutes. He must have used a forced escape scroll to teleport out, so he's quite clever. A group of onlookers from Tianshui Academy were shocked to see that Lin Chen had really rescued an injured person. However, they still spoke harshly. As for the fact that Lin Chen actually came out after clearing the instance, that thought never even crossed their minds, because it was impossible. The requirement to clear the instance is to survive for 3 hours. Coming out early means failure. Isn't that obvious? I'm glad you're okay. There will be more opportunities to get abyss qualifications in the future. Zhuo Qian also comforted Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless. No, your imagination is just too strong. But there was no need for Lin Chen to explain anything, because the next moment, an announcement that echoed throughout the surrounding area of the instance left everyone present dumbfounded. Instance clearance announcement. Congratulations to the professional, Lin Chen, for clearing the special trial instance, City of Lost Light Formulating. Clearance time, 0 hours 2 minutes 42 seconds. Clearance. Evaluation, S. This clearance record has refreshed the best clearance record for this instance, and this record will be permanently engraved on the Blue Star Global Instance Clearance Record list, available for retrieval at any time. Everyone was stunned. At the entrance of the entire instance, the bustling crowd fell silent. They all stared at Lin Chen with eyes as if they were looking at a monster. Zhang Xian, a fourth-turn great magician, had his white beard trembling slightly. Ha, he cleared it? Lin Chen didn't go in to save someone, he really went in to clear the instance? Zhuo Qian, the principal of the second school, was completely stunned. He could tell that this young man had some skills, but he didn't expect him to be this capable. Did he really clear it? Not only did he clear it, but he even set a new global record for the special trial dungeon on Blue Star? The record announcement can't be fake. It can be said that the will of the Blue Star's heavenly path is testifying for Lin Chen. The bespectacled man from Tianshui Academy, who had been calm and indifferent, was now completely unsettled. He took a deep breath. This seemingly ordinary boy, who appeared to be nothing but handsome, suddenly became terrifying? As one of the 10 faculty mentors at Tianshui Academy with a strength level of 6 transfers, he was naturally well aware of the City of Lost Light Formulating. This dungeon was very special. The clearing conditions were limited by time. So far, the best clearing record for this dungeon was set over 130 years ago by the first person to clear it. The last best record was 3 hours. The number of recommendation and monthly votes is so low. I'm asking for a wave. Every single vote you give is my motivation to write, to raise the clearing record time, which was restricted by the dungeon's clearing mechanism, from 3 hours to 2 minutes. Wu Jun adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Even someone as wise and calm as him could only think of one possibility. That is, this boy before him had killed all the monsters in the dungeon. The entire dungeon was completely safe. Naturally, there was no need to test the survival abilities of the adventurers. The condition of surviving for 3 hours became meaningless. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it was instantly denied, because it was too ridiculous, too absurd. According to the information he had, this A+ level dungeon must have a hidden boss that countless adventurers had failed to discover for over 100 years. The existence of that hidden boss was what caused the entire Formulating to continuously spawn various shadow monsters. As long as this boss was not eliminated, it would be impossible to clear all the monsters in Formulating, and the method to activate that hidden boss was still unknown. However, many high-level experts with strong perception and identification skills had surveyed this dungeon. They confirmed that the hidden boss's level was at least above level 200, and its rank was at least royal. The difference between a boss that naturally reached level 200 and those that forcibly increased their level after mutation was fundamentally different. Clearly, the former was much stronger. Therefore, all strategies for this dungeon clearly stated that the clearers must be cautious and not act recklessly. If they triggered certain mechanisms in the dungeon and awakened the hidden boss, then the difficulty of the entire dungeon would not be A+ level but a genuine S level. How on earth did he clear it? Wu Jun was completely engulfed in deep suspicion. He even couldn't help but want to grab Lin Chen and ask for clarification. However, at that moment, the light curtain at the entrance of the entire dungeon began to tremble violently. A wave of intense heat rushed towards him. Some even saw several clusters of blue flames suddenly burst out from the dungeon entrance. The next moment, the dungeon entrance began to spit out the hundreds of people still alive inside, like beans spilling out. Wu Jun's expression changed drastically. What was going on? The 70 or 80 students he had just sent in, along with 4 or 5 teachers at the 3rd and 4th transfers, how could they all come out? All these students had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Only a few stronger teachers maintained a certain level of consciousness after being forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Wu Jun stepped forward, grabbing one person's collar and demanding, "What's going on? The clearing time isn't up." Yet, how come you all came out? The teacher he grabbed by the collar had pupils that kept contracting and expanding, trembling all over. Fire! Fire! It's everywhere! Fire! No! No! Don't burn me alive! Help! Help! I don't want to die! His mind had clearly collapsed. Lin Chen watched this scene, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, he was the instigator. He never expected that a divine fire would descend, ruining the entire dungeon. The hellish sight of fire was everywhere, and it would cause such great psychological trauma to these adults. A man was shouting madly, seemingly waking a group of half-conscious students. In an instant, both the teachers and students of Tianshui Academy appeared to have experienced something incredibly terrifying, wailing and screaming. The scene was chaotic, leaving the onlookers outside in shock. What exactly had happened inside? What were these people constantly emphasizing about fire and the sun? What did it all refer to? Dungeon adjustment. Announcement. Attention all professionals of Blue Star. Due to special reasons, the special trial dungeon, City of Lost Light Philiac has been severely damaged, and effective immediately, this dungeon will be permanently removed from the Blue Star trial dungeon sequence. From now on, all professionals will no longer be able to enter this dungeon and the completion record leaderboard for this dungeon will be moved to the Hall of Fame. This time, it was an announcement of dungeon adjustment that echoed throughout Blue Star. Such announcements occurred hundreds of times each year, usually due to some unknown changes in the Abyss world that led to the permanent disappearance of certain dungeons. However, releasing this announcement at such a special moment today inevitably sparked everyone's imagination. Zhua, Xian and Zhang Xian looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. What the hell, did this kid just enter the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame of Blue Star? It should be noted that, up until now, there were fewer than 1,000 names in the entire Blue Star that could be engraved on the Hall of Fame list. This was the highest honor for all professionals. He was 18 years old and had made it to the Global Dungeon Completion Record Hall of Fame. With so many eyes on him, Lin Chen knew that if he didn't say something, he probably wouldn't get through today. Well, if I say I didn't do anything. After I teleported in, I just saw him. Lin Chen pointed at Zhang Chen and continued, then I planned to see how he was doing. At that moment, a sun suddenly rose in the dark dungeon, and then there was a huge explosion. I don't know why I didn't have any issues, and then I just came out, and they told me I completed the dungeon. Lin Chen had tried his best to lie. If he revealed the truth, no one present would believe him. But by completely distancing himself and attributing everything to the strange events that occurred in the dungeon, everything seemed to make sense. Wu Jun's brows furrowed even deeper. Lin Chen's account, combined with the statements of the teachers under him, left him filled with suspicion. Ignoring the teacher who was still shouting, he reached out and struck the back of that person's head with a knife hand. The next moment, that person collapsed to the ground. Wu Jun bent down and extended 2 fingers, pressing them against the person's forehead. His profession was somewhat special, a unique class within the priest system, the mind priest. This profession had many skills capable of influencing and controlling others' minds. Reading a person's short-term memory was a piece of cake. Wu Jun closed his eyes. After a moment of darkness, he relived the scenes in the dungeon from the perspective of the unconscious teacher. After several seconds, Wu Jun opened his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead and back. He finally understood why these 3rd and 4th transition teachers couldn't withstand the mental pressure. Even he was now drenched in sweat. Wu Jun looked at Lin Chen again. The scenes in the dungeon were almost exactly as this kid had described. Instantly, the credibility of Lin Chen's earlier words increased several notches. Perhaps he really was just extremely lucky, encountering a situation where monsters in the Abyss dungeon fought each other, leading to the dungeon's disappearance. In the end, he was the only one awake, so the completion record would count as his? Sorry, it's set to update on the day after tomorrow. Just realized it's late for the update. My bad. I'm begging for some monthly votes, brothers. This book really has no monthly votes. Wu Jun glanced again at the group sprawled on the ground, completely embarrassing their Tianshui Academy. His heart was filled with anger. Their Tianshui Academy was one of the top 50 prestigious vocational schools in the Great Xia. How could they have raised such a bunch of good-for-nothings? If that humanoid creature wrapped in scorching blue flames was indeed some powerful being from the Abyss, then why did the 2nd transformation students and the 3rd and 4th transformation teachers under him faint in fear when facing such an existence? Yet this boy in front of him stood firm. This was enough to show that the boy's temperament must far exceed his age. Extremely resilient. Looking at it this way, he was indeed a rare good seed. Come to our Tianshui Academy. We can offer you a special recruitment opportunity. Wu Jun took a few steps forward and stood in front of Lin Chen, issuing the invitation in an undeniable tone. For a moment, everyone was stunned, including those teachers who had been following Wu Jun but hadn't entered the instance and were still somewhat sane at this moment. What the hell? A special recruitment? Wait, does Professor Wu have that qualification? He does. After all, he is the director mentor of a branch and he has 2 or 3 special recruitment slots every year. Damn, I'm so jealous. I only got into Tianshui by ranking 76th in the province. In an instant, all the teachers from Tianshui Academy and those students who hadn't entered the instance were filled with envy. They never expected that the usually strict Professor Wu would be interested in a newcomer from a level 5 base city. Well, perhaps it was because this kid had entered the Hall of Fame for instance records at such a young age? Damn, what kind of luck is this? If I had entered the instance just now, maybe the completion record would have counted for me. Just as these students speculated, on one hand, Wu Jun was indeed attracted to Lin Shen's halo of entering the Hall of Fame at just 18 years old. On the other hand, he was also impressed by Lin Shen's temperament. Zhuo Qian's eyes lit up and he quietly approached Lin Shen, whispering, "Just accept him. Tianshui Academy is the second best in our province, and among the top 100 in the country." Jiang Xian also nodded, saying, "Such special recruitment slots are very rare, only a few of the 281 schools are qualified. Tianshui Academy is indeed good, you can consider accepting it." The so-called 281 schools are akin to the 985 and 211 universities from Lin Shen's previous life, just with a different worldview. Just when everyone thought Lin Shen would definitely agree, he frowned and said, "No need, I'm not interested." This time, even Wu Jun was somewhat surprised. In his view, this was already an unprecedented offer. How could this kid in front of him be so ungrateful? He squinted his eyes and continued, "You need to think this through. This might be your only chance in this life." Lin Shen smiled. He truly felt that this group from Tianshui Academy was exuding confidence. "You could have left me with a better impression, and maybe I would consider joining your Tianshui Academy. This is also your only chance in this life." Zhuo Qian and Jiang Xian were both shocked. Goodness, these few words were too arrogant, but it was inexplicably satisfying. Wu Jun, still as foolish as ever. "Let's go." Wu Jun took a deep look at Lin Shen and then led the team away. In the end, the special mage profession trial came to a close. Time flew by. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. One thing that Lin Shen never expected shocked the entire high-level practitioner circle of Dongjiang Province, Tianhai City, the capital of Dongjiang Province. In the conference room of the Practitioner Alliance, Qi Guoguang sat at the head of the table. Although he was only the vice president, the president was often busy with affairs and frequently had to travel, so he handled the matters of both large and small meetings. At this moment, the conference room was silent. Everyone was staring at the large screen. The images being played on the screen were recorded from the perspective of an ordinary practitioner, documenting everything that happened in the special dungeon known as the City of Lost Light, Formulating. The Shadow Demon Spider, a high-level hidden boss, had emerged. Soon after, the Blue Fire Sun appeared, a humanoid creature engulfed in flames, grasping the void. The terrifying nuclear explosion in flames not only obliterated the demon spider in an instant but also annihilated the entire Formulating, causing this dungeon to completely vanish from Blue Star. The video ended. Qi Guoguang's expression was grave as he spoke. This footage was uploaded by Tianshui Academy in TS City. It should have utilized some form of memory extraction technique followed by post-processing. Please share your insights. One person spoke up. Vice President Qi, I believe the means by which this unknown flame creature annihilated the entire city is at least of the 8th tier. Qi Guoguang nodded. It must be above the 8th tier. Although it may not reach the level of a 9th tier forbidden spell, it is already very close. Vice President Qi, do you think this flame creature could be a practitioner from our Blue Star? Could this skill also be a high-tier skill? Qi Guoguang shook his head. This is a very typical fire spell, but it is vastly different from the 8th tier spells of mage practitioners. The 8th tier fire spell is called the Everlasting Flame spell, which, while powerful, is still over a third weaker than the spell used by this mysterious entity in the video. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to instantly kill that level 220 Abyss Spider Demon at such a rapid speed. This is a power we completely do not understand, and it represents the true form of fire magic in the hands of real strong beings in the Abyss world. A hint of awe crept into Qi Guoguang's words. Although he had already advanced to the 7th turn, the deeper he delved into magic, the more he felt he knew so little about it. For instance, even at the same 8th tier level, the gap between the Everlasting Flame spell and the spell used by this mysterious being was still too great. After Qi Guoguang reached his conclusion, the others fell silent, all contemplating the terrifying destruction that would ensue if such an entity descended from the Abyss to Blue Star. It didn't even need to chant. With a mere gesture, it could obliterate a massive city. Since you all have no other opinions or insights, let me share mine. First, it can be confirmed that this creature engulfed in blue flames comes from the Abyss, and its power is extremely terrifying. Once again, a formidable enemy that our human race must face has emerged from the Abyss. What we need to do now is to continue reporting all information related to it. Its tier is at least royal, so for now, I have assigned it a code name. Code name, Abyssal Flame Emperor. The threat level, I initially set at SS level. If there are more sightings and information about it later, this threat level may need to be raised. Agreed. No objections. Agreed. In an instant, the entire conference room echoed with voices of approval. Seeing that the majority had voted in favor, Chi Guoguang stood up and said, "Then this meeting is adjourned. I need to submit the information to the higher-ups." Dismissed. Chi Guoguang walked out of the conference room, a hint of worry etched on his brow. What a troublesome year. Just over 10 days ago, he had witnessed a firewind duel cultivating mage boss in the wilds of Kanglan City who could unleash 4 consecutive 7th-tier skills. Now, another abyssal flame emperor had emerged, capable of using incomprehensible 8th-tier spells with a mere gesture. The commonality between the two is very obvious. That is to analyze from the magical imprint. They are both very young, much younger than myself. Chi Guoguang felt a sense of powerlessness. It was a feeling of having immersed oneself in this path for a lifetime, yet still being completely outmatched by a true genius in magic. Oh, vast heavens, why do you treat me so unfairly? Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, Lin Chen walked out of the treasure pavilion heading towards the other end of the street for life professionals. For the past 10 days, he hadn't gone out much to level up, mainly because the leveling areas and dungeons around Jiangcheng had already fallen far below Lin Chen's level. Even if he went to level up, the experience gained would be minimal. Lin Chen didn't want to engage in such a futile endeavor. With the big exam approaching, other classmates were grinding hard to level up. Only Lin Chen had been slacking at home for 10 days. It's worth mentioning that the Jiang family seemed genuinely grateful to Lin Chen for saving Jiang Chen. The next day, old man Jiang Xian directly brought the already awakened Jiang Chen to express their thanks. This shocked Lin Chen's parents, leaving them flabbergasted. Lin Chen received a full 200 points of freely tradable skill point scrolls as well as a set of silver-level mage gear. This was a very valuable token of gratitude. Lin Chen estimated that if he sold it, it would fetch tens of thousands of daxia coins. This time, Lin Chen came to the treasure pavilion to sell the set of equipment that the Jiang family gifted him, along with 2 pieces of gold-level equipment he had on hand, to Zhang Dahai. After seeing platinum-level equipment, Lin Chen found the mage set rather uninteresting. Moreover, the main issue was, it looked ugly when worn. For the sake of those attributes, Lin Chen didn't want to sacrifice his image. So he sold it. Lin Chen walked into a shop that specialized in recycling skill books and skill point scrolls. This little shop was recommended by Zhang Dafu. With his influence, Lin Chen sold all the skill point scrolls in his possession at about 10% above market price. After clearing out this batch of supplies, Lin Chen also received a text message from Daxia Bank. Your bank card ending in 4396 has received a transfer amount 749,680 yuan, current balance 1,293,346.21 yuan. Lin Chen's savings officially surpassed the million mark. Indeed, if one wants to get rich quickly, it still relies on selling goods, especially the tradable skill point scrolls. This item seemed to have become a super hard currency across the entire Blue Star. It could even rival gold on Earth in Lin Chen's previous life. The price of skill point scrolls across Blue Star was locked in, making it nearly impossible to drop, only to rise. Perhaps this is also why Lin Chen's good brother Zhang Shan said that his father had a few skill point scrolls stored away. Holding onto this item, its value could increase faster than the interest on a fixed deposit. Ding! Detected that your savings balance has surpassed 1 million. Your talent god's gift has unlocked a new feature. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wow, with I million in savings, a new feature has been unlocked. Lin Chen opened the talent interface and discovered the details of the new feature. Skill evolution. You can consume 1 million Blue Star currency and the corresponding skill points to evolve one of your skills above level 8 into an altered version of the same level skill possessing greater power and effects. For comparative experience, your fire-type level 8 skill has been evolved into an altered version for free upon awakening. Subsequent uses of this feature will consume the corresponding currency, and the amount consumed will further increase with each use. Lin Chen was stunned. Wow, his talent had truly transformed into a pay-to-win talent. Not only could spending money speed up skill point acquisition, but now skills could also be evolved. Truly, spending money makes one stronger. Are there altered versions of skills too? His fire-type level 8 skill, the Supreme Sublimation, the Fire Spirit Transformation, was actually different from other fire specialization. Mage's level 8 skills? His skill was a patchwork, a transformation-type skill, and had a wide range of high damage. It should indeed be much stronger than an ordinary fire-type level 8 skill. It seems that I really need to prioritize making money from now on. Lin Chen opened his personal panel again. Then he looked at the skill points section. Available skill points, 974,639. The skill points given for free every day over the past 10 days had accumulated to nearly 1 million. Lin Chen still hadn't forgotten the small goal he set on his awakening day nearly a month ago, to upgrade Fireball to a forbidden spell. Now, this small goal was within reach. Should he spend some money to speed things up? However, when Lin Chen opened the recharge interface and saw that it would cost 100,000 daxia coins to exchange for over 80,000 skill points, he felt a bit of a sting. This was already more than $1 for a single skill point. Although for others, if they could really buy skill points for just over $1, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. But Lin Chen had the privilege of earning skill points without spending a dime. This created a psychological gap. No more spending. He couldn't spend any more. Otherwise, the million daxia coins in his account wouldn't be enough to build anything. After all, he was still short by over 30,000 points. Just idling until the evening would be enough. In the afternoon, Lin Chen returned to school, mainly because tomorrow was the annual college entrance examination for new professionals in daxia. This was the real first turning point in life for all the students who had just transitioned to their new professions and were still somewhat naive. Either they would leap into success, soaring high, or they would live a mediocre life. The main reason for returning to school was to receive motivational talks and preventive advice from the teachers and principal. Essentially, they were just telling everyone not to be nervous and to perform normally. Lin Chen actually had no interest in attending such motivational gatherings, but he couldn't resist Zhang Shan's insistence to meet him. It had been a month since they last saw each other. Because the results of the National College Entrance Examination would be released on the same day, there was no need to wait. The exam results would be announced immediately after the exam. The only things that would take time were filling out applications and college admissions. So, in most cases, after the exam, everyone would go their separate ways and would never return to high school. Lin Chen agreed. This pre-exam motivational meeting didn't last long. It ended in less than half a day. Lin Chen exchanged well wishes with Zhang Ye, Zhang Shan, and a few other classmates he was close with, and then they all went home. When Lin Chen returned home, he noticed that his father, unusually, had not worked overtime. Instead, he took a day off to come back and have dinner with him. His mother, Su Qingfang, had prepared a large feast. Both parents were very happy, but Lin Chen could tell that they were actually more nervous than he was. Tomorrow was the most important day in their child's life, and the feelings of parents in such moments were something no one could truly understand. After a hearty meal, it was already close to 9 in the evening. Lin Chen took a shower and lay down in bed. He needed to wake up early tomorrow, so he should sleep a bit earlier today. However, before sleeping, Lin Chen opened his personal panel once again. This time, the balance of skill points finally matched his savings balance, breaking through the 7-digit mark. Available skill points, 1016334. Lin Chen opened the skill panel and selected the fire element. He paused at the interface of the 8th tier skill, Supreme Ascension, Fire Spirit Incarnation. He had to allocate points. Opening the allocation interface, the one-click allocation button that Lin Chen had seen before also lit up from gray. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The forbidden spell was within reach. Would you like to spend 1 million skill points to upgrade your skill tier to 9th tier? Yes. One-click allocation, activate. The next moment, a pleasant prompt rang in Lin Chen's ears. Ding! Consumed 1 million skill points, your Supreme Ascension, Fire Spirit Incarnation has advanced to 9th tier forbidden spell. 8 Desolations Heaven Fall. The moment this prompt sounded, Lin Chen suddenly felt a flash before his eyes. The surrounding scenery vanished completely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a realm of illusion. It was an illusion reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. Lin Chen was suspended high in the air as if he had gained a god's perspective. Below him was an endless ocean and an equally vast expanse of land. Everything seemed normal, until the sky was stained red with flames, as if it had been completely ignited. Countless terrifying and massive meteor fire rains fell from the cosmos. In the next moment, the hard land was split and shattered by the meteor fire rain, instantly turning into a pool of molten crimson magma. It merged into the ocean, and the originally calm sea was now heated to boiling, emitting billowing steam, visibly evaporating vast amounts of water vapor, surging into outer space. In the next instant, the ocean dried up. The land melted. Everything seemed to revert to over 4 billion years ago, at the moment when Blue Star was just born. All things returned to their original starting point. A chaotic mass of molten heat, indistinguishable between you and me. The illusion vanished. Lin Chen returned to reality. He then realized he was drenched in sweat. He couldn't imagine what he had just witnessed. That was a power of creation and destruction on a cosmic scale. That was the super divine forbidden spell. This term floated in his mind. Opening the skill interface again, Lin Chen found that, as he had guessed, the 9th tier forbidden spell was not the end. In fact, it was far from the end. Lin Chen was already able to preview the skill he would obtain after the next tier upgrade. Ancient Forbidden Spell Purifying Flame Prison skill points required for upgrade, 10 million subsequent evolution path. Ancient Forbidden Spell Golden Crow of the Great Sun currency required for evolution. 100 million skill points required for evolution. 20 million tip. The mutated version of the Ancient Forbidden Spell Golden Crow of the Great Sun can further evolve into the ultimate forbidden spell. Above the ancient forbidden spell, there is the ultimate forbidden spell. And the ultimate forbidden spell is not the end, the true spell capable of destroying an entire planet. Returning Blue Star to the fiery sea of its origins over 4 billion years ago is called the Super Divine Forbidden Spell. Lin Shen understood that the illusion he had just seen must have been the scene of using the Super Divine Forbidden Spell. That was a true world-destroying spell, capable of melting continents and boiling seas. It turned out that was the pinnacle of fire magic. With a flick of the hand, stars could be extinguished. Lin Shen took a deep breath, calming his restless emotions. He felt that he had already witnessed the appearance of the world's top combat power. Now he suddenly realized that his previous self was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. However, this only made Lin Shen clench his fists. Isn't this more interesting? Even if the required skill points eventually exceed 100 million for him, it would just be a few years of waiting. He could wait. But at this stage, Lin Shen's next goal was definitely not to upgrade his first forbidden spell to the ancient forbidden spell. Instead, it was to spread the forbidden spell. At the very least, all the magic of his current systems needed to be raised to the forbidden spell level first. Lin Shen looked at the details of the forbidden spell magic he had just obtained. Forbidden spell Falling Stars of the 8 Desolations type, active skill tier, 9th tier system, fire system consumption, 1 million mana casting time, 10 minutes cooldown time, 3 days effect, summons wild flames from the sky, igniting all targets within an extremely large area, dealing massive fire damage to all targets. The igniting effect caused by this skill lasts permanently and cannot be dispelled. This skill ignores all damage reduction and immunity effects for targets below the 9th tier. Note, this flame has burned from the ancient wilderness until now. Hiss. Lin Shen gasped. 10 minutes of casting. A consumption of 1 million mana. One could only say that it truly deserved to be a forbidden spell. The casting conditions were incredibly harsh. Lin Shen was very grateful that he had received a free evolution opportunity when he allocated points to the 8th tier fire system skills earlier, because in the sublimation state, all the fire spells he used were instant and cost-free. If Lin Shen could solve the cooldown time issue in the future, he could even achieve the feat of casting forbidden spells in succession while in the sublimation state. In any case, the forbidden spell that Lin Shen had been longing for was finally in his hands. Lin Shen took a moment to check what the evolved version of this 9th tier forbidden spell looked like. Evolved version, forbidden spell Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus currency required for evolution, 2 million Dasha coin skill points required for evolution, 1 million Lin Shen? Wait a minute, why does this skill name sound so familiar? Lin Shen thought for a moment, and indeed, he realized that since they were all playing with fire, wasn't he just a manifestation of fire magic after its mutation? Forget it, no need to think too much, the forbidden spell is already in hand, time to sleep. A night passed. The next day at 5:30 a.m., before Lin Shen's alarm clock rang, he was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw his mother, Su Qingfang, with dark circles under her eyes, wearing an apron, calling him to have breakfast. His father, Lin Guodong, was also up, tinkering with the old car that hadn't been driven in a long time at the front door. On this big day, he planned to personally take his son to the station. Otherwise, if he took another vehicle and was late, it would be troublesome. Lin Shen rubbed his sleepy eyes. It seemed the couple hadn't slept well all night, probably just dozed off for 2 or 3 hours before getting up early to make him breakfast and fix the car. He had no choice but to give up the last half hour of sleep, wash up, eat a breakfast that was even more sumptuous than last night's, gather his student ID and examination permit, and then get into his father's car. Lin Guodong stepped on the gas, heading straight for Jiangqing Station. Every year, the National Vocational College entrance examination is held in the capital cities of each province. Naturally, for Dongjiang Province, it was in the provincial capital, Tianhai City. To regulate the order and discipline of candidates participating in the exam, the authorities arrange a special underground express train every year to transport candidates from all over the province to the examination site. Upon arriving at Jiangqing Station, Lin Shen found it was already a sea of people. The atmosphere in the square was incredibly tense. Countless parents were sending their children to the isolation line, continuously saying things like "Don't be nervous and it's okay." Of course, his father was no exception. Lin Shen even saw his mother, Su Qingfang, standing behind his father, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. After comforting them for a bit, Lin Shen waved his hand and smiled. "Just wait for my good news, turn on the TV, and maybe this afternoon, you'll see me on it." This wasn't blind confidence from Lin Shen, but rather the assurance given to him by the forbidden spell in his hands. No matter how difficult this exam was, surely a forbidden spell wouldn't fail to solve the problem, right? After bidding farewell to his parents, Lin Shen searched for a long time but couldn't find the assembly point for his school. Over here. As Lin Shen walked, he suddenly heard a familiar, loud voice. Turning around, he saw the tall and sturdy Zhang Shan waving at him from a distance in the crowd. Lin Shen didn't need to search anymore. He quickly joined the large group from Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Then the homeroom teachers from each class began to speak again. As usual, a big bowl of motivational talk was served to everyone. More than 10 minutes later, the station's announcement rang out. Attention all candidates participating in the 2024 National Vocational Higher Education Unified Admissions Examination. The special examination train has arrived at the station. Please organize the candidates from all participating units to enter the station in an orderly manner. The special train will depart in 30 minutes. Please organize the candidates from all units to enter the station in an orderly manner. On this day, all other train services in Jiangcheng were suspended in the morning, and only teachers with work badges and candidates were allowed to enter the station. So even though there were tens of thousands of candidates taking the exam in Jiangcheng this year, the boarding process went smoothly. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen and the other students boarded the special train and took their assigned seats. Upon entering the carriage, Lin Chen discovered that their class was actually mixed with a class from another well-known base city in Dongjiang Province, Minchang City No. 1 Middle School. The front half of the carriage was filled with students from Minchang No. 1 High School, while the back half housed the students from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, Class 8, where Lin Chen was. Although the homeroom teachers of the two classes did not know each other, they were still polite as they would not be able to accompany the students to Tianhai later. So, taking advantage of the time before the bus departed, they exchanged a few final words. Students, I won't say much more. One last point, and this is very important. That is to thoroughly read and remember the examination rules on the back of your admission ticket. These rules must be followed. You cannot violate them even a little. Our great Xia is very strict about cheating and violations. Once caught, you will be disqualified from the exam on the spot. If the situation is serious, you may even be permanently banned from taking the college entrance examination. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, staff outside began shouting through a loudspeaker. All accompanying personnel, please get off the bus immediately. The special train will depart in 5 minutes. In the end, only about 50 or 60 students remained in the entire carriage. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, and with this special moment, no one was chatting. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen heard a series of ringing sounds. A vibration came from below the train. The doors closed completely, and the train began to accelerate slowly. After leaving Jiangcheng Station, a dark tunnel appeared ahead, leading straight underground. When boarding, everyone had fastened their seatbelts as instructed, and after entering the tunnel, the direction of the train's movement felt very much like free fall, or like the drop tower rides Lin Chen had experienced in his past life. It was both novel and thrilling. However, this freshness came quickly and faded just as fast. The scenery outside the train remained unchanged, with only the dim yellow lights and the pitch-black walls of the tunnel. Lin Chen chose to close his eyes and rest. He had woken up too early that morning and still felt a bit sleep-deprived. However, the classmates from Class 8 sitting next to him, as well as the students at the front of the carriage from Minchang No. 1 High School, began to talk to each other. Zheng Shan glanced at Lin Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, and swallowed hard. I'm so nervous. Aye, let's chat. Aye, what should I do? I feel like my brain is completely blank right now. What if I mess up the exam later? My old man will definitely skin me alive. Lin Chen was exasperated. He opened his eyes and slapped Zhang Shan on the head, angrily saying, Can you be a little quieter? Your voice is so loud. Don't you feel embarrassed? You're nervous about awakening your profession, and now you're nervous about the college entrance exam. How the hell did you manage to change to the night profession? Zhang Shan, scolded by Lin Chen, not only didn't get angry but instead smiled like a weirdo. He was just afraid that Lin Chen would pretend to be asleep and really ignore him. Zhang Shan lowered his voice and whispered, Aye, what level are you at now? I heard my dad say that the specific difficulty of the college entrance exam depends on the level you are at when you take it. The higher the difficulty you choose, the higher the score you can get, allowing you to stand out in the exam. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Shan, helplessly saying, You've asked so many times since we got on the train. I don't want to tell you because I'm afraid it will hurt your confidence. Zhang Shan replied, Hey, are you looking down on me? No matter what, I've been grinding hard during those EMO days of yours, okay? Although I feel like if you seriously level up later, you will definitely surpass me, but it shouldn't be by too much. As he spoke, Zhang Shan actually threw a basic identification spell at Lin Chen. Then he started to scream. What the hell? Identification failed? Aye, you can't be level 20 already, right? At that moment, Zhang Shan's level was 15. Generally, a regular identification spell can provide information for levels within 5. However, this time, Zhang Shan's identification spell failed. This meant that Lin Chen's level must be at least 5 levels higher than his. Although Zhang Shan had previously lowered his voice, this exclamation immediately attracted countless curious glances from others in the carriage. The students from Class 8 all showed expressions of surprise. Ha! Lin Chen has reached level 20? That's impossible. Zhang Shan said so. He must be mistaken. No, Zhang Shan is already level 15. His failed identification skill can only mean Lin Chen is at least 5 levels above him. Damn, that's just too ridiculous. I'm only level 14. I'm only 13. Isn't the one at level 12 hopeless? By the way, how many levels is the school beauty Jiangya at? I heard she's level 19, a few days ago, when she returned to school to pick up her exam permit. The teacher even praised her specifically. Then it seems like she's been overshadowed by Lin Chen again. Ahem, what do you mean by overshadowed? It feels a bit tragic for her. On the day of her awakening, everyone thought she finally beat Lin Chen once, but now it seems she lost again in terms of levels. Lin Chen, that big demon king, still has the same arrogance as back in the day. Jiangya listened to her classmates' discussions, feeling much calmer inside, because Lin Chen had already ascended to the Hall of Fame on the Global Instance Leaderboard. Apart from her, the other students present were completely unaware. Compared to such supreme honor, what did it matter if someone was at a higher level than her? But just then, the heated discussion from Class 8 attracted the ridicule of the students from Minchang No. 1 High School in the front half of the carriage. Is this the backward educational level of a level 5 base city, so laughable, flaunting being level 20? Lin Chen looked in the direction of the voice. The students from Minchang No. 1 High School were all leaning over their seats, turning around to look at the Class 8 students from Jiangcheng as if they were watching monkeys. The levels of these people were clearly visible to Lin Chen under the influence of the all-knowing eye. Most of them were level 20, a small number reached level 21, and a few stronger ones had even reached level 23. Lin Chen suddenly recalled something he learned in his cultural geography class in Daxia. Looking across Daxia, Dongjiang province ranks among the top in the country in terms of education and economic strength. Cities like Tianhai, Lishui, and Xiling are all level 2 base cities. However, the distribution of education and economy in Dongjiang province is extremely uneven. Resource-rich and educationally affluent areas are mostly concentrated in level 2 and level 3 base cities. The facilities and educational levels in the remaining level 4 base cities start to vary significantly. By the time you reach a marginalized level 5 base city like Jiangcheng, the situation becomes even more dire. This is also why Lin Chen found that his classmates had levels as low as 12, while these candidates from the level 3 base city Minchang had a minimum level of 19. From an average level perspective, Lin Chen, seeing the people sitting at the back of the carriage being shocked by level 20, also found it novel. Hearing the ridicule from the Minchang No. 1 high school students, the entire class 8 of Jiangcheng fell silent. It wasn't exactly a feeling of inferiority, but the gap in hard power made them feel somewhat embarrassed. The most embarrassed was, of course, Zhang Shan. The whole situation started because of his exaggerated reaction. Seeing the class 8 students silent, the Minchang No. 1 students became even more brazen. The closest student grinned and said, "Hey, Jiangcheng's country bumpkins, I'm also level 20, am I a big shot in your place too? Do you want to come and worship me? Ha ha ha, what are you even? I'm level 21, come and worship me, ha ha." Zhang Shan's face turned red from their taunts. He was filled with anger and wanted to rush up and challenge these people to a real-life PK. But Lin Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. "We're already under surveillance. Have you forgotten what the teacher said? Pay attention to discipline. If we really cause a scene here, we'll be disqualified from the exam." Lin Chen didn't care about their mockery. To him, it was like a group of wild cats boasting about their hunting skills. In front of a tiger completely on a different level, Lin Chen didn't even feel angry. There was no response to the interaction request. Gradually, these people also lost interest, returning to their own circles, each talking about their own things. The 3-hour journey on the special train passed quickly. When the station announcement rang out, Lin Chen opened his sleepy eyes and stretched. During the latter half of these 3 hours, perhaps his classmates had all fallen silent, even Zhang Shan had warmed up, so he slept soundly. After getting off the train, outside the station, there were already shuttle buses lined up to take the exam candidates. According to the numbers in order, Lin Chen and the people from Class 8 boarded the shuttle bus, heading straight for the exam venue. Along the way, Lin Chen discovered that Tianhai City, the capital of Dongjiang Province, was indeed extremely prosperous. Having crossed into this world where the territory of Blue Star had expanded dozens or even hundreds of times, Lin Chen had never left Jiangcheng. The farthest he had gone was to the neighboring Kanglan city. However, Jiangcheng and Kanglan were both a level 5 base city and a quasi-level 4 base city, respectively, so there wasn't much difference. They could be considered as kindred spirits. Upon arriving in Tianhai, Lin Chen realized that the construction of the prosperous cities in this world's great Xia was completely on par with the major cities of his previous life on Earth. In fact, it might even surpass them. The infrastructure was very well developed and the urban greening was also done excellently. However, correspondingly, whether it was the scale of high-end residential areas where the corresponding housing prices they were shockingly high. Along the way, the relevant departments maintaining traffic and roads in Tianhai City gave the shuttle bus a green light all the way. The entire Tianhai City had set up a total of 22 exam venues to welcome the students from Dongjiang province for this national college entrance examination. Under such a distribution of so many exam venues, when the shuttle bus carrying Lin Chen arrived at the exam site, he still witnessed an incredibly spectacular scene. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Lin Chen's exam point happened to be exam venue number 1. Countless shuttle buses parked in the parking lot and all the candidates got off, lining up in order. When they arrived at the large square outside exam venue number 1, they could see a sea of people filling the entire square. This time, there were no exam centers, only candidates. Just for one exam venue, the number of candidates was estimated to be around 40 to 50,000. With this batch of shuttle buses arriving, the candidates for exam venue number 1 were basically in position. Outside the exam venue, an announcement rang out, "Attention all candidates. The 2024 National Unified Admission Examination for Higher Education Institutions for Practitioners is about to begin. This exam venue is the number 1 venue in Dongjiang province. Please line up and stand properly and pass through the first intelligent gate outside the exam venue in order. After passing through the gate, the sensor above the gate will automatically screen your profession and level and make a notation. This exam will provide corresponding difficulty choices based on each candidate's level range. The higher the difficulty, the higher the score you can obtain after passing each round of tests. Candidates in the level range of 1 to 15 will receive a white notation and can only choose simple difficulty. Candidates in the level range of 16 to 20 will receive a green notation and can choose simple or normal difficulty. Candidates in the level range of 21 to 23 will receive a blue notation and can choose normal or difficult difficulty. Candidates in the level range of 24 to 25 will receive a purple notation and can choose normal, difficult, or extremely difficult difficulty. Candidates above level 25 will receive a gold notation and can choose normal, difficult, extremely difficult, and nightmare difficulty. It seemed that the exam details previously revealed by Zhang Shan's father were accurate. Indeed, there would be a difficulty range to pre-screen candidates. If your level wasn't high enough, you couldn't choose a higher difficulty. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to score more. Therefore, in this exam, your ranking would naturally be inferior to those who chose higher difficulties and passed the tests. What a good exam! No wonder when awakening professions before, both the teachers and the media were all hyped up like they had been injected with adrenaline. In this environment where everyone is frantically competing, not pushing oneself and not overexerting, will indeed leave one far behind others. As the entry process continued, a large number of candidates lined up and passed through the gate. Lin Chen also saw the students from Class 8 ahead of him, like Zhang Shan, the Iron Fool. After passing through the gate, the words Jiang City appeared above his head, indicating the examination location. Following that was an icon of a warhammer, along with a white star marking. Subsequently, all candidates who received the white marking, like him, would be directed by the assistant examiners to the corresponding exam entrance. After so many years of college entrance examinations, this process was incredibly smart and natural. If it were manually filtered, who knows how much time it would take. TSK, so white and green. Ha ha! A burst of laughter erupted. Lin Chen saw the group of students from Minchang No. 1 High School again. At this moment, they had passed through the gate. Most of them had blue star markings above their heads. A few with purple star markings looked at Zhang Shan and the others with a gaze akin to that of looking at livestock. Lin Chen looked at the gate in front of him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was time to give the tens of thousands of candidates in this exam hall a little shock with a golden mark. Monthly tickets, please. Monthly tickets, please. Recommendation votes are also needed. Fill me up. Don't pity others. Sob. The students from Class 8 of Jiang City No. 1 High School felt even more inferior. It wasn't just because of the ridicule from those Minchang No. 1 High School students, but more so because they passed through the gate alongside candidates from other base cities. Others at least had green marks. They had white marks hanging above their heads. Although the real exam hadn't officially started yet, this gate mechanism had already allowed countless people to witness the disparities in the world. They realized the gap between themselves and others. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was too real. Although the original intention of this design was to facilitate the selection of candidates and provide them with a reasonable range of difficulty choices, it indeed played with one's mindset. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the gate. He stepped over the threshold. The next moment, he noticed a staff icon slowly appearing above his head. The knight profession had a warhammer icon, the warrior had an iron sword. The mage naturally had a staff. However, the icon wasn't the main point. The key was the star marking that appeared alongside the profession icon. The moment the golden star radiance emerged, the entire exam hall erupted in exclamations. Wow, golden. Which big shot has a golden star above their head? My titanium alloy dog eyes are going blind. Damn, is this the golden legend? Looks so good. Worship the big shot. Countless exclamations combined with the throngs of people entering the gate were overwhelming. Amidst a sea of blue and green star markings, a few purple star markings stood out, not to mention the golden star marking. In an instant, Lin Chen garnered a massive amount of attention, including from his classmates in Class 8. All the candidates from Zhang City No. 1 High School's Class 8 were dumbfounded. Wow, Lin Chen has a golden star marking. What the hell? Isn't he level 20? Shouldn't he have a green marking, at most a blue marking? Nonsense, this just means Zhang Shan underestimated Lin the Great's level. What the hell? A golden marking, that's too awesome. I feel like I'm just here to make up the numbers. The gap between people is even greater than that between humans and dogs. Zhang Shan, whose face had been completely flushed, was now utterly dumbfounded, and then he fell into a frenzy of joy. If he hadn't already been directed to the white star marking entrance queue, he would have rushed over to give Lin Chen a bear hug. He was so happy. He knew his brother could never be an ordinary, mediocre person. He just didn't expect Lin Chen to give him such a huge surprise. Meanwhile, in another green marking queue, Jianya looked at the golden marking above Lin Chen's head and revealed a relieved smile. Yes, she was completely at ease now. She even felt joy for Lin Chen's current achievements, and she also knew that from now on, she and Lin Chen would be people from two different worlds. As for the candidates from Minchang No. 1 High School who had just laughed recklessly, now they were all speechless, staring in shock. They looked at the golden star mark flickering above Lin Chen's head, all feeling as if they were poultry with their necks pinched, unable to breathe. Then they recalled their mocking laughter in the car and after getting out. In an instant, they felt like the real clowns. They had no idea how much higher Lin Chen's level was than theirs. Yet he had been so low-key, resting with his eyes closed in the car, showing no intention of arguing with them. It seemed now that they were the ones unworthy. Then, in the next moment, everyone from Minchang High School turned completely red. They lowered their heads, wishing to sink into the crowd and not be noticed by Lin Chen. "Hello, student, please follow me." A female examiner greeted Lin Chen. Perhaps it was because of Lin Chen's handsome appearance or the golden mark above his head. Lin Chen noticed that the other examiners looked fierce, but this female examiner was exceptionally polite to him. Following the examiner, Lin Chen soon saw a large door marked Entrance 1 for the examination room. In front of the entrance, more than 20 people were already standing. "Students, please register your exact level and professional specialization at Entrance 1, then choose the difficulty." The female examiner gave Lin Chen a warm smile, providing the final guidance before leaving. Lin Chen walked slowly towards the large door of Entrance 1. At the same time, he also saw the adjacent entrances 2 and 3. The number of people at those entrances was much larger, directly surpassing 1,000. The marks above their heads were all purple. One could only imagine how many people were in front of the entrances for the white, green, and blue marks. In contrast, there were only a little over 20 people in front of the entrance one where he was about to queue. As he got closer, Lin Chen was not surprised to find that the star marks above these people's heads, like his own, were all golden. These people should be the so-called geniuses cultivated by the prestigious schools and top families from the major base cities in the entire Dongjiang. There were a total of 22 examination rooms in Tianhai. If each examination room had more than 20 golden marks, then in this year's batch of awakenings participating in the college entrance examination in Dongjiang, there were only about 400 people above level 25. Compared to the more than 100,000 candidates in Dongjiang, this was already a very small number standing at the top of the pyramid. As Lin Chen gradually approached, the men and women who had been waiting outside the entrance one also noticed the arrival of a new face. Jiangcheng sent a candidate? No, what kind of place is this? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a remote-based city in our province. No way. Is there something wrong with the gate? Can a place like that really produce a golden mark? Clearly, these so-called geniuses, even if they weren't particularly familiar with each other, had at least crossed paths. But Lin Chen was someone they had never seen before. "Hello, this candidate, please come over to register." An examiner in a monitoring uniform, with a very serious expression, spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the others. It was obvious that with only a little over 20 people, the registration process at Entrance 1 was quick. These people should have already completed their registration. Lin Chen stepped forward. The examiner waved, and a spiritual crystal projection screen appeared in front of Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach out to touch the crystal and input his information, he heard an exaggerated voice from behind. "Hey, brother, leveling up to 25 isn't easy, right? Here's a friendly suggestion, don't choose nightmare difficulty or you'll be crying from being bullied by the monsters inside." Lin Chen turned slightly to look back. He saw that the speaker was a boy with dyed yellow hair who thought he looked very cool. As the yellow-haired boy laughed, a few other candidates beside him chuckled softly. "Kaigu, there is a gap even between golden marks. Not everyone can level up to 29 like you, ha. Huang Mao felt a secret thrill. In his heart, what he cared about more was the opinion of the stunning girl standing beside him. However, when he turned to look at her, he saw a hint of disgust in her eyes. The girl parted her ruby lips and said, "Zhao Kai, you don't need to attract my attention this way." It was like a bucket of cold water poured over him, and Zhao Kai and his little brother instantly fell silent. At the same time, the girl shifted her gaze to Lin Chen. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief, because she saw, at the moment Lin Chen's hand touched the spirit crystal, a level number popped up on the light screen, 42. At that moment, everyone at entrance number 1 was dumbfounded. The person who had just mentioned the gap between gold badges was even more stunned. He was right. So-called geniuses also have differences. And this difference was like a chasm. Zhao Kai looked at the light screen, at Lin Chen's level 42, and instantly felt an invisible slap hit his face, stinging him. He thought that someone like Lin Chen, who came from a remote base city to take the exam, would at most reach level 25 even if he got a gold badge. After all, he himself was only at level 29, and in the entire genius circle of Dongjiang, that was already quite high. Among the people present, he had only lost to the girl in blue beside him. Her name was Lan Ruoi, and she had reached level 30, even having accepted her job transfer task, though she had yet to complete it. Yet this seemingly useless boy, who only looked handsome, was actually at level 42. This meant he had already completed his second job transfer task and even leveled up an additional 12 levels. Not to mention the experience points required for leveling up after the second transfer. Just the experience points needed to level up after reaching level 20 were terrifying. Under the premise of having only 30 days of leveling time after awakening his profession, reaching level 30 was almost the limit of limits. And today, that limit had been broken. And it was broken by a gap of 12 levels. Lan Ruoi's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, her heart curious about how he had achieved this. If someone were to interview Lin Chen on the spot, he would say it wasn't just about having hands. Because in the past month, aside from the day after he slacked off for a week, he really hadn't had the intention to level up. Most of the time, he had just been slacking off. Even the 3 levels from 39 to 42 were just because Lin Chen was bored and went to the neighboring Kanglan city to find a dungeon and ran it a few times. If he had really wanted to level up and put in the effort, he might have already reached the third transfer by now. Teacher, why can't I select the difficulty? Lin Chen operated the light screen. He had originally thought about choosing Nightmare for the difficulty selection, but he found he couldn't select it, as if there was a bug. With Lin Chen's reminder, the examiner, who had just been serious and put on a no-entry demeanor, suddenly trembled. Why you wait a moment, let me check. He began to operate the spirit crystal system. To be honest, he was somewhat incredulous that this boy's level was actually 42. He had completed his second transfer? Where did this prodigy come from? After a flurry of operations, the examiner in charge of registration was already sweating profusely, because he found that the system was completely fine. Lin Chen's level was indeed genuine. The reason Lin Chen couldn't select the difficulty was that since the system's inception, the underlying code restricted the selection of difficulty for practitioners to be within the level range of 25 to 30. In simple terms, this level 42 prodigy had already burned the system for this candidate. This is a serious problem. What to do? He definitely couldn't make a decision on this matter himself, so he could only report it. Lin, classmate, please wait here for a moment. We've never encountered a situation like yours before, and I need to consult with my superiors. Then, the examiner, who had just been extremely serious, immediately dashed into the entrance like a gust of wind. Exam room number 1, 3rd floor. This is the examination center for the National College Entrance Examination, the gathering place for the chief examiner and all the high-ranking officials involved in this exam from the entire Dongjiang province. That's about it, let's proceed. The exam will start soon, notify everyone to take their positions. After a brief meeting, a middle-aged man sitting at the main seat tidied up the documents on the table and instructed the others. Just then, a knock was heard from outside. The door. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a face that was slightly flushed from running too fast, appearing before the bigwigs of Dongjiang province. Sun Liang? What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be registering the candidates? What a clumsy fool, who told you to knock? The middle-aged man at the main seat hadn't spoken yet. One of the people beside him, clearly the superior of the examiner named Sun Liang, was furious and immediately scolded him. Sun Liang felt a bit wronged. This matter was really not his fault. Moreover, he had to report immediately. There were less than 20 minutes left until the exam started. If something went wrong or the exam was delayed, he couldn't take the blame. He quickly said, Director Xiao, I have important news to report. Sun Liang's superior, Director Xiao, still wanted to scold him a bit more but was interrupted by the middle-aged man at the main seat. What is it? Speak. Sun Liang bowed to the middle-aged man and then said anxiously, Deputy Director Li, it's like this, just now at the entrance number 1 that I was in charge of, a candidate appeared. While entering the information, the spirit crystal system showed that his level reached 42, and he has already completed a second job transfer. I confirmed multiple times that our system is not malfunctioning, but the problem now is that our system has never recorded a candidate with a level over 30. Now that candidate cannot choose the difficulty of the exam. I can't make a decision on this matter, so I came to ask for your instructions. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the examination center's conference room was taken aback. Even Li Yuanjing, the deputy director of the Dongjiang Education Bureau, raised his eyebrows. Level 42, how is that possible? Immediately, someone raised a question. Fortunately, Sun Liang understood the knack of reporting information to leaders very well. In his previous words, he had mentioned that he confirmed there was no problem with the system. The implication was that Lin Chen's level was absolutely true. Interesting. Yuanjing, did you anticipate that such a once-in-a-century genius would appear when you invited me to observe? An old man who had been silent until now, sitting at the main seat, teased with a smile. Old Qi, don't make fun of me, I don't have such prophetic abilities. Li Yuanjing shook his head. Sitting next to him was Qi Guoguang, the vice president of the Tianhai City Practitioners Alliance. The two were friends, and this time Li Yuanjing invited him to observe. Qi Guoguang had recently not been too busy, so he took the time to come and take a look. He didn't expect to really see a surprise. Li Yuanjing waved to Sun Liang and then said, "What about the candidate's information? Let's see it." "Ah, right away," Sun Liang responded. He hurried to the big screen and used the spirit crystal communicator on his wrist to project Lin Chen's registration information onto the center's large screen. In the next moment, Lin Chen's handsome face appeared. Qi Guoguang was taken aback. "Why is it him?" Li Yuanjing was also a bit surprised. "Old Qi, do you know him? Is he a genius from some prominent family?" Li Shui Lin family. I haven't heard of anyone named Lin Chen in this generation." Qi Guoguang shook his head. "No, I just had a brief encounter with this kid when I was assisting during the crisis with the Azure Anomaly boss, but it should be a coincidence." His profession is also a mage? Please support with monthly tickets and recommendation votes. Additionally, I earnestly request all the great patrons nurturing this book, even if just nurturing it, to click through to the latest chapter. Following a book is truly important. I generally don't write filler content. Sometimes I feel my writing is lacking and even delete drafts, striving to ensure that every chapter's plot is tight. I sincerely ask for your continued reading. Thank you. Qi Guoguang soon saw Lin Chen's profession. An unremarkable mage. Just like him. Not a rare profession. Instantly, he felt a bit of admiration for Lin Chen. He was an ordinary mage and naturally understood how much of a disadvantage it was compared to other rare or even legendary professions. Those professions come with innate advantages. Looking across the entire blue star, those who can become strong individuals above level 7 are basically all rare professions or even legendary ones. Qi Guoguang's achievements today are entirely due to his own hard work. Since becoming a professional, if we talk about fortuitous encounters, he has had some. But more than that, it's still about effort. For the past 80 years, there hasn't been a single day he hasn't worked hard to improve himself. In just 30 days, reaching level 42, he must have encountered some fortuitous event, right? Someone spoke up. At this moment, Qi Guoguang felt some empathy for Lin Chen. He said, even if there was a fortuitous encounter, we absolutely cannot deny his effort and diligence. Just having a fortuitous encounter would never allow one to reach this level. Li Yuanjing also nodded. This young man is impressive. He must have put in countless times the effort of an ordinary person. For a moment, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangdong Provincial Education Office at the examination center, as well as a few high-ranking members of the Professional Alliance led by Qi Guoguang, all looked at Lin Chen with new respect. At the very least, they believed that, at Lin Chen's age, they could not have reached this level. He was too diligent. If Lin Chen knew what these people were thinking, he wouldn't know how to react. I don't have, I'm just a lazy dog. Li Yuanjing hadn't forgotten that Sun Liang was still waiting for his instructions on how to handle Lin Chen's special situation. After pondering for a moment, Li Yuanjing spoke. The last time we encountered such an impressive candidate was decades ago. Since we've met another today, let's make a special exception for him. Reopen the difficulty that was once set. The others were taken aback upon hearing this. Deputy Director Li, that difficulty has caused too many accidents in the past. For these candidates, it's too difficult and not beneficial for their physical and mental growth. Didn't you say that yourself back in the day? Li Yuanjing shook his head. Times have changed. For him, the nightmare difficulty would be a joke, far too easy. The difficulties we set were customized based on the first transition. Now that a second transition has appeared, those tests are no longer very meaningful. Of course, for fairness, notify all 22 examination venues in Tianhai to simultaneously open the hell difficulty. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanjing's subordinates felt their scalps go numb. They certainly knew what the so-called hell difficulty entailed. Simply put, The final level's practical combat scenario would transform from an ordinary instance into a special instance tainted by abyssal energy. Just like the special trials for various professions, the difficulty would soar while also exposing these fledgling newcomers to the vicious abyssal monsters. Deputy Director, if we open the abyss difficulty, those without special abyss titles won't be able to choose. Li Yuanjing waved his hand, then let them hang their abyss titles. Those without abyss titles simply cannot choose the hell difficulty. By the way, add another restriction, at least a gold badge is required to choose the hell difficulty. If this level 42 kid hasn't cleared the special trial before and doesn't have a title, then let him choose the nightmare difficulty. It can't be helped. Li Yuanjing had made up his mind. Everyone could only comply. Sun Liang immediately took his orders and rushed off again. Returning to Exit 1, Sun Liang explained the newly added hell difficulty and selection rules to everyone. Everyone? Due to the addition of hell difficulty, candidates who have already registered and selected a difficulty have one opportunity to reselect their difficulty. However, I must remind you that hell difficulty is extremely dangerous and may even result in casualties. Choosing this difficulty requires signing a life and death agreement. You are responsible for your own life and death. Additionally, the final assessment for this difficulty requires entering a special dungeon tainted by the Abyss's aura, and you must hold the Abyss title to enter. Candidates without the title cannot register. Now, candidates who wish to change their difficulty, please raise your hands. There were only a little over 20 candidates at entrance 1. The process of changing difficulty was not complicated, so there was still time. Therefore, Sun Liang followed the rule of first come, first served, allowing those who had already registered to reselect their difficulty first. In the next moment, Sun Liang saw 3 hands raised. The girl, Lan Ruoi, raised her right hand with a calm expression. At the same time, Zhao Kai and a younger brother beside him, who had also reached level 29, raised their right hands. Sun Liang was not too surprised. These 3 were the highest level candidates prior. Moreover, Zhao Kai and the other boy had rare professions. Lan Ruoi had an even rarer profession. They indeed had the confidence to challenge hell difficulty. The 3 candidates, please put on your abyss titles. Once confirmed, I will adjust your selected difficulty to hell level. In the next moment, Lin Chen saw 5 large black characters appear above the heads of the 3, including Lan Ruoi. Abyss Challenger. Most titles are obtained by completing special achievements or special dungeons. They are usually hidden. Only when the professionals actively choose to wear them do they become visible. Clearly, this Abyss Challenger title is not particularly aesthetically pleasing, so unless necessary, no one is willing to wear it. However, at this moment, having this title is quite impressive. It signifies that they have previously cleared special professional trials and have encountered abyss monsters. Compared to their peers, their starting line is already different. Zhao Kai had been somewhat resentful towards Lin Chen. Although there was no significant grudge, his previous words and Lin Chen's displayed level of 42 still made him feel like a clown. Especially embarrassing himself in front of the goddess he wanted to pursue made him even more furious. At this moment, he stared at Lin Chen, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips. So what if your level is high? If you haven't passed the professional trial, you still can't select hell difficulty. The difficulty is directly linked to the scores that can be obtained. Even if you score full marks in nightmare difficulty, it might not be as high as the scores in hell difficulty. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Chen, including Sun Liang. Lin Chen was actually stunned when Sun Liang mentioned wearing the title. Oh no, this is awkward. How do you wear a title? He had never worn a title before. Ahem, teacher, may I ask how to wear this title? Lin Chen could only muster the courage to ask. Zhao Kai beside him was filled with joy. Ha! Keep pretending. You clearly don't have it. It's not that you don't know how to wear it. Sun Liang didn't have as many thoughts as Zhao Kai. He just felt that Lin Chen might really have never used the title system, and quickly replied, open your personal panel, then long press on your name section, and a title list will pop up. Select the corresponding title and choose to wear it. Lin Chen suddenly realized, oh, okay. He remembered that when he cleared the City of Dusk, Fili Kayan, the system had notified him that his title had even leveled up. However, Lin Chen could never find a way to open the title section afterward. Gradually, he forgot about it. Now reminded by Sun Liang, he followed his advice. Soon, he opened his title panel. Perhaps it was the first time he had opened the title panel. Lin Chen was still not very skilled in operating it, or maybe he really slipped. The moment the title panel opened, Lin Chen's finger accidentally clicked on the first title. In the next moment, everyone felt a flash before their eyes. Then, a golden light burst forth. Above Lin Chen's head, a string of text appeared. Global Dungeon Completion Hall of Fame. Sun Liang, Lan Ruoi, Zhao Kai. Damn, my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. What the hell is this title? It's way too flashy. This was everyone's first reaction upon seeing the title above Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen was taken aback. Ha? Why is everyone making such expressions? Did I choose the wrong title? He clearly noticed the golden light above his head. Looking up, he saw that string of titles. Goodness, it was like having a super bright, rich gold LED light on his head, way too eye-catching. This was not in line with his low-key personality. He quickly changed it. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm not very skilled yet, I picked the wrong title. Lin Chen hurriedly opened his title panel again. Soon, he saw that there were 3 titles lying in the title panel. The first one, which he accidentally displayed, was the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame title. This title was automatically issued the moment Lin Chen obtained a spot in the Hall of Fame. There might have been a system prompt, but Lin Chen seemed not to have heard it. The second title was Pinnacle Mastery. This title was issued by the system when Lin Chen upgraded the identification skill to the Pinnacle Mastery level. The last title was the Abyss Conqueror, which Lin Chen intended to wear. At this moment, Lin Chen discovered that all 3 of his titles actually had attributes. Global Dungeon Completion Hall of Fame. When equipped, your attribute values in all dungeon secret realms increase by 3%. Pinnacle Mastery. When equipped, all skill points you gain increase by 3%. Abyss Conqueror. When equipped, you have the right to enter the Abyss Dungeon, and the difficulty of that dungeon increases by 1 level, with corresponding rewards being more generous. Holy crap! The Pinnacle Mastery title even grants extra skill points. Although 3% of skill points isn't much, it adds up over time. I lost a month's worth of 3% skill point bonus from grinding. Damn! However, Lin Chen didn't have time to think about so much. His finger slid to the Abyss Conqueror title and then clicked to equip it. Lin Chen thought that he could only wear 1 title. He chose the Abyss Conqueror, so the previous Hall of Fame title would definitely be removed. But he was still too young. The moment Lin Chen chose to equip the Abyss Conqueror title, another line of text appeared above the Hall of Fame title on his head, Abyss Conqueror. And the special effect of this title was just as flashy as the Hall of Fame's rich gold color. The title shimmered with a dazzling scarlet light, surrounded by a swirling abyssal black mist. The prestige was simply off the charts. Sun Liang, Lan Ruoi, Zhao Kai. You did this on purpose, right? You must have done this on purpose, right? Why does this guy have so many super rare titles? Although everyone present had never seen the Hall of Fame title, they had heard of it. It was the honor that all practitioners in Blue Star dreamed of. But what was up with this ominous, overwhelming Abyss Conqueror title? Shouldn't it be Abyss Challenger? Why are we challengers while you are already a conqueror? Lin Chen. He saw the reactions of these people again. Lin Chen was also a bit speechless. He really wanted to be low-key. Having the special effect above his head fully lit up, becoming the most eye-catching person in the entire examination room was not what he wished for. Sun Liang was completely drenched in sweat. As an examiner, he felt that he had no authority in front of this 18-year-old prodigy. This candidate, does the title above your head qualify you to enter the Abyss Dungeon? Because I've never seen such a title before. By the end, Sun Liang felt a bit inferior. Damn, he had already advanced 4 times. 4 times, and he also had the title of Abyss Challenger. But he really didn't know how to obtain the title of Abyss Conqueror. He really wanted to ask how he got that title. It looked so impressive, so cool. Lin Chen silently clicked to remove his 24K Gold Hall of Fame title again, then replied, yes. Sun Liang took another deep look at the Abyss Conqueror title above Lin Chen's head. Without the influence of the gold, the oppressive feeling and special effects of this title became even more real. Glancing at the titles above the heads of the others, which were originally also quite impressive, he instantly felt what it meant to be overwhelmed by special effects. My special effects are above yours. Zhao Kai felt depressed. He didn't know how Lin Chen managed to do it. All he knew was that this person in front of him might be an abyss monster disguised in human skin. Lan Ruoi couldn't take her eyes off Lin Chen anymore. Handsome, powerful, mysterious. These traits that attract girls the most were perfectly embodied in one person. Even someone like Lan Ruoi, who was one of the top beauties in the entire Dongjiang, couldn't help but feel admiration and respect. He must work very hard and diligently. Otherwise, how could he achieve such impressive accomplishments? On the huge spirit crystal display screen of the examination center, the surveillance from entrance 1 was placed in the center and maximized. The shock that Lin Chen had just given to Sun Liang and Lan Ruoi was similarly transmitted to this examination room. Countless high-ranking officials from the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department and the Practitioner Alliance Guild were dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the 2 special titles hanging above Lin Chen's head. Holy crap! Global Dungeon Hall of Fame? Holy crap! Abyss Conqueror. What on earth is this kid's background? As for the former title, only a few of them had it. But it was limited to a select few. They knew the value of the latter title even more. To obtain the title of Abyss Conqueror, one must have completed a special hidden task in an abyss-related dungeon. This was an opportunity that could be encountered but not sought. They only knew how to obtain it but had no idea about the specific effects of this title. Qi Guiguang's expression changed upon seeing Lin Chen's 2 titles, and he immediately said, "Go check which dungeon." completion record he is on the Hall of Fame list for. Seeking recommendation votes, seeking monthly votes. I humbly ask all readers for their continued support. I will keep working hard. Yes. The staff at the examination center immediately began operating the spirit crystal to retrieve data. In fact, retrieving the relevant data was very simple and easy. After all, the practitioners who made it to the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame numbered only in the tens of thousands worldwide, and excluding foreign names, the possibility of duplicates among the people from Daxia was extremely low. Sure enough, searching for Lin Chen's name, a dungeon record quickly appeared before everyone. Special dungeon, City of Lost Light permanently removed, dungeon. Level, LV.25 dungeon difficulty, a plus dungeon class restrictions, mage, priest best completion record, 0 hours 2 minutes 42 seconds record. Holder, Lin Chen. The conference room erupted in an uproar. Ha, is it this dungeon? This dungeon was just globally announced for permanent removal. Over 10 days ago. Could he be the last person to complete it? Hiss, look at his completion record. Ha, just over 2 minutes? Isn't the requirement for this dungeon to survive for a limited time? I remember the requirement was to survive for 3 hours. That's right, I remember too. I personally wrote the strategy for this dungeon and uploaded it to our province's strategy center. Qi Guoguan fell into a long contemplation. He stared intently at Lin Chen on the big screen. What surfaced in his mind was a video uploaded by Tianshui Academy over 10 days ago during a meeting he held for the members of his professional alliance, featuring a figure engulfed in blue flames. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure astonishingly overlapped with the one he had temporarily named the Abyssal Flame Emperor in his mind. The physique, the aura, they were somewhat similar. However, Qi Guoguan quickly shook his head. Too absurd. Not to mention that the spell used by the Abyssal Flame Emperor was at least of the 8th tier. Just the uniqueness of that spell was something no professional from Blue Star could possess. It was a high-level spell exclusive to the Abyssal world, a mutated version of Blue Star's spells. Moreover, since that footage was extracted from someone else's memory, it was normal for there to be discrepancies in physique and appearance. In the end, Qi Guoguan convinced himself. He reached a conclusion. This kid's fortuitous encounter is something I've never seen in my life. About 10 days ago, I received a memory video uploaded by Tianshui Academy regarding this dungeon. In the video, this kid encountered an extremely rare event while clearing this dungeon. That was when the hidden boss in the dungeon was provoked by another powerful being from the Abyssal world. That being was at least of the Demon Emperor rank, and with a flick of their hand, an 8th tier mutated fire spell instantly killed the hidden boss. As a result, the entire dungeon was completely erased, and this kid, in a daze, cleared it and even received a Hall of Fame title. After hearing Qi Guoguan's explanation, everyone could somewhat accept it. Otherwise, how could Lin Chen possess such terrifying strength and still participate in the college entrance examination? It was likely that the top professional colleges across the country would immediately extend an olive branch to him, while other countries on Blue Star would make him their #1 assassination target. Outside the examination hall, Sun Liang glanced at his watch and said, "There are 10 minutes left until the exam starts. Please enter the examination hall, as we will soon announce the exam rules." The people in front, including Lan Ruoi, were the first to walk into entrance 1. Lin Chen followed at the end. After entering entrance 1, he followed the signs on the wall and passed through several corridors. A familiar dungeon-like curtain appeared before him. It seemed that this college entrance examination was taking place in a special dungeon provided by the organizers. As Lin Chen approached, the so-called geniuses from the entire Dongjiang province fell silent. Lin Chen could see that the pride and naive foolishness that had been on their faces earlier had vanished. In its place was awe and trepidation. Attention! All candidates! The 2024 National Unified Enrollment Examination for Professional Higher Education Institutions will begin in 5 minutes. Now, we will read the examination rules and testing details. All candidates must strictly adhere to these rules. Violators will be dealt with severely. This examination consists of 5 rounds. Only those who perform excellently in the first 4 rounds will qualify for the 5th round. All content of this test will take place in a special dungeon, and all dungeons are independent. Candidates cannot communicate with anyone else except for the invigilators. All candidates are strictly prohibited from bringing any equipment or other creation devices into the testing dungeon. Violators will be treated as cheaters. Once inside the dungeon, all food, alchemical potions, and non-professional buffs carried by the candidates will be dispelled. The evaluation system for this examination will be based on points. In each round of testing, the system will automatically score candidates based on their completion of objectives. The higher the difficulty level chosen by the candidates, the more points they will earn upon completing the corresponding objectives. During the testing phase, if any unexpected situation arises, it will be handled according to the relevant regulations of the Daxia Professional Higher Education Unified Admissions Examination Management Measures. The broadcast concluded. The hall fell into silence. 5 minutes passed quickly. Lin Chen heard a series of bells ringing throughout the examination room, and at the same time, numerous proctors' whistles and the booming sound of closing gates echoed near the exit. Once the exam began, any latecomers would no longer be allowed to enter. All candidates, please enter the instance, Sun Liang commanded. Everyone, including Lin Chen, stepped into the instance's light curtain, their figures disappearing. After a moment of darkness, Lin Chen opened his eyes again, only to find himself in a vast, pure white space. This space was extremely quiet, devoid of any sound. There were no so-called monsters or terrain. It seemed to be an instance modified by some big shots using special means. However, Lin Chen still saw a countdown and score panel floating in the void not far in front of him. Time until the first round of the exam starts, 00 to 00 to 59 current score, 0 at the same time, an announcement echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Candidate Lin Chen, in 1 minute, a goblin with a level set to LV.30, armor set to 1000, magic resistance set to 1000, and health set to 10,000 will spawn in front of you. This goblin will not move or attack, please kill it as quickly as possible. The shorter the time, the higher the score. After hearing the rules, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Then a hint of disappointment surged in his heart. Come on, you call this hell difficulty? Just this? A monster with only 10,000 health, and it's a big wooden stake that won't run. Who do you think you're looking down on? This is a bit difficult, isn't it? The health isn't too much, but the defense and magic resistance are set too high. In the examination center, as the exam began, countless people stared intently at the big screen. At this moment, the screen displayed candidates who had gained fame at a young age, the ones most likely to top the college entrance examination in the entire Dongjiang province. Lan Ruoi was prominently among them. Besides her, there were more than 20 other candidates from different examination rooms who had also reached level 29 and above and shows hell difficulty. It could be said that these people had already secured a spot in the top 20 of this college entrance examination in Dongjiang province. Other candidates who chose nightmare difficulty might also have a few dark horses emerge. The basic damage of first-tier professional skills isn't high, at most just over 100, and they are not allowed to wear equipment, so their attribute bonuses won't be high. For ordinary professionals, a skill that might deal 1 or 200 damage could end up dealing only a few dozen to this goblin. Some people empathized with these candidates. In a situation where there were no equipment, no potion effects, and no buffs, it would be difficult to break through defenses. In the end, it might just be like scraping the skin. Li Yuanjing chuckled lightly. Otherwise, why do you think this difficulty level was ultimately rejected by me and will no longer be used in formal assessments? Sitting next to him, Qi Guoguang carefully scanned the big screen but did not see Lin Chen's figure. Where's that level 42 kid? Li Yuanjing, reminded by him, also realized that Lin Chen's instance footage was missing from the big screen. At that moment, a staff member responsible for broadcasting the instance footage hurriedly reported, "Report. Our Spirit Crystal System's broadcast footage is automatically captured according to a certain logic. Currently, the logic priority is based on the rarity of these candidates' professions. Leaders, the instance footage of the candidate named Lin Chen that you are concerned about, we have already sent specialized personnel to retrieve it, and it is expected to be displayed within 2 minutes. Li Yuanjing nodded. Generally speaking, rare and uncommon professions are definitely stronger than ordinary professionals. So there is such a capture logic, and it is understandable. They just need to quietly wait for Lin Chen's dungeon screen to appear. Taking advantage of the brief seconds before the first round of testing begins, Li Yuanjing waved his hand and continued, "Give me a list of those who chose the hell difficulty, along with their overall level and profession rarity." Soon, a list was in his hands. Among the top 10 candidates, just by looking at their surnames, Li Yuanjing could basically guess which prominent family each genius came from. The one at the top of the list is your little son, isn't it? You are a rare archer profession, and he has awakened a legendary profession. His future is limitless. Qi Guoguang also received such a list. The person at the top of the list was named Li Zirui, who was indeed Li Yuanjing's second son. Zirui has been a bit lazy lately, but let's not mention that. Your granddaughter is no slouch either, huh? The second person on the list was surprisingly named Shi Xiaoying, also a legendary profession. Not at all, Xiaoying hasn't inherited her father's diligence, she's quite lazy at home too. The high-ranking officials from the education department of Dongjiang province and the practitioner alliance sitting beside and behind the two were inwardly cursing as they watched these two big shots engage in mutual flattery. This is just too damn Versailles. That said, most people still stared intently at the two on the big screen, because everyone knew that the most likely candidates to take the top spot in the first round were one of these two. The 1-minute countdown ended. Soon, on the big screen, a small goblin monster suddenly appeared in front of a boy on the left. The boy reacted extremely quickly. The moment he raised his right hand, his entire palm was coated with a layer of silver metallic shell, and then the center of his palm transformed into a dark cannon muzzle. Boom! The next moment, a rocket propelled out of the cannon, hitting the goblin monster and instantly causing a massive explosion. The goblin's health dropped significantly, with this attack dealing around 1,000 points of damage. With 1,000 double resistance, this damage was already quite considerable. However, it seemed that such a powerful attack, like the rocket launcher, required reloading time, so he couldn't use it frequently. Thus, the cannon on his right arm transformed into a machine gun barrel. The sound of gunfire erupted, and countless dense bullets rained down on the goblin monster, tearing its flesh apart. What fierce firepower! Is this the legendary profession of the gunner system, the alloy-modified Vanguard? It feels like he could kill that goblin with damage in less than 20 seconds. Old Chi's granddaughter is also impressive. Look, she is already surrounded by more than 10 dazzling patterns, probably waiting for a burst. On the big screen next to Li Zirui, Shi Xiaoying, dressed in short combat gear, was striking the goblin monster with rapid punches and kicks. With each 10 strikes, a shimmering pattern of various elemental lights would appear around her. Her profession was called Battle Spirit Fighter. Although it was a mage class transition, her attack methods were primarily melee. Each melee attack would add magical damage, and the stored patterns could have various elemental effects. Under the girl's deliberate control, the patterns surrounding her were mostly glowing with orange-red light. These fire attribute patterns, once launched, would inflict a burning effect on the target, and their damage was the highest among all elemental patterns. In this assessment condition that required explosive output to quickly kill monsters, it was the optimal choice. Both of them are attacking so fast. Their health is already down to about 70%. It's only been 2 or 3 seconds. That girl from the Lan family seems quite impressive too. Countless people watching these dazzling Dongjiang geniuses on the screen were incredibly excited. However, in the next moment, the originally vacant spot in the upper right corner of the screen, prepared for the announcement, suddenly flashed. A name abruptly appeared, silencing all discussions in the examination center. Overall score ranking: current test round, round 1 rank. Number 1, candidate Lin Chen, completed round 1 in 2 seconds 36, earned points, 1,000. Ha! Everyone was stunned. They looked at the big screen where Li Zirui and Shi Xiaoying were frantically outputting their skills, feeling as if their CPUs were about to overheat. What's going on? Why did others just hit half health, and you took them out in an instant? It wasn't just the high-ranking officials from Dongjiang who were shocked. Countless candidates desperately outputting in the first round of testing were equally astonished. Boom! Another rocket was fired from Li Zirui's right arm cannon. However, it missed. His mind was in disarray, his aim faltered, and he even forgot to focus. He was determined to secure the top spot in the province for this first round. Yet, he never expected that by the time he reached half health, his opponent had already taken him out. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying wasn't performing much better. Her target had always been Li Zirui. They not only knew each other but also had a decent relationship. If we were to compare, their relationship was as subtle as that of Lin Chen and Jianya during their 3 years in high school. However, the gap between Shi Xiaoying and Li Zirui was far smaller than that of the previous two. In terms of explosive output for this first round of the exam, the dozens of dazzling patterns she had been saving up could easily secure her victory. She was the one who was determined to win. However, a name, Lin Chen, suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, leaving her momentarily stunned. She was even a bit dumbfounded. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Just a moment of distraction caused 3 or 4 of the 26 dazzling patterns she had been mentally restraining to dissipate. By the time she realized what had happened, it was too late. Meanwhile, Lan Rui, in her own examination instance, also saw that name on the leaderboard. Lin Chen, wasn't he the level 42 professional waiting with him at entrance number 1? He had passed the first round so quickly. What terrifying output! As for Zhao Kai, who had previously underestimated Lin Chen, he was now spitting blood. He was starting to regret it. The hellish difficulty was somewhat unsuitable for him, because the goblin in front of him had only lost a layer of health. All his skills hitting this goblin felt utterly ineffective. The main examination team was truly perverse. With such high dual resistances, who could deal with it? There wouldn't be monsters with such high resistances in the instance. Compared to Zhao Kai, everyone from Class 8 of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School who knew Lin Chen seemed to be on steroids, especially Zhang Shan. At this moment, he was standing firm against the attacks of 4 or 5 goblins, unyielding. The knight profession could take the output route, but it could also take the protection route. During the registration phase of this college entrance examination, candidates were allowed to choose their role preferences: output, protection, support. They had to choose one of these 3 preferences and then participate in the corresponding test. Since it was a national college entrance examination, it naturally covered all professionals. You couldn't possibly let a priest who had only acquired healing skills test his monster killing speed, so Zhang Shan chose the protection role. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. He could withstand 5 or 6 more monsters if needed. This was because he was currently boasting wildly to the examiners responsible for his area. Hey, The one ranked first now. That's my brother. Ha ha ha. He's really my brother. I'm not lying to you. AE, you're amazing. First in the province. The examination rules didn't actually specify that candidates couldn't make loud noises in their own examination instances. After all, the instance spaces were independent and wouldn't affect other candidates. So this guy shouting and fussing left the invigilators speechless. They wanted to say, yes, we know, the first place is yours, but what does that have to do with you? In the instance space where Lin Chen was, he felt a bit bored. He plopped down on the ground. Then, looking at the score display above his head, he saw that he had just earned 1,000 points. This score was so neat and tidy that it made him feel like he might have scored full marks. Well, he wasn't too sure if it was a perfect score, but he was certain he was in first place, because right next to the score display, the leaderboard was hanging. About 20 seconds had passed since the first round of assessments began. Finally, the leaderboard was no longer just showing Lin Chen's name. Gradually, one name after another appeared on the list. NO.1, candidate Lin Chen, time taken for the first round, 2 seconds 36, points earned, 1,000. NO.2, candidate Qi Xiaoying, time taken for the first round, 23 seconds 27, points earned, 877.6. NO.3, candidate Li Zirui, time taken for the first round, 24 seconds 88, points earned, 861.1. NO.4, candidate Su Jia, time taken for the first round, 28 seconds 79, points earned, 812.1. NO.5, candidate Lan Rui, time taken for the first round, 34 seconds 03, points earned, 759.9. The leaderboard only displayed the top 10. These 10 who made the list were the true elites among the over 100,000 candidates in the entire Dongjiang province for this year's National College Entrance Examination. Such a leaderboard also appeared on the large screen in the examination center. Even the calm Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang were starting to feel a bit unsettled. The two exchanged glances, both seeing shock on each other's faces. Li Yuanjing asked, "Why has it taken so long? Why haven't they pulled up his footage yet?" Hearing the big boss's question, the staff member who had just promised to retrieve Lin Chen's footage in 2 minutes instantly shivered. He was drenched in sweat. To be honest, only a few seconds had passed. Not even a minute. What can I do if you rush me? It just takes time. But what can I say? The others are big leaders. I can only swallow my grievances. Our reports. Right away. It's coming right up. I'll go hurry them. The person dashed off. Li Yuanjing looked at the leaderboard, seeing that his youngest son could only manage third place, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. I never expected that Zirui would make such a big mistake in the first round. Shi Guoguang sighed as well. Xiaoying is the same. She lost 4 or 5 patterns. It seems this kid has really shocked them. Li Yuanjing, of course. Didn't you see the gap between him in first place and your granddaughter in second? 2 seconds and over 20 seconds, that's nearly a 10-fold difference. Let's check the replay later to see how this kid did it. Outside the first examination hall in Tianhai City, after the exam started and all the candidates entered, it was still a sea of people. Many locals from Tianhai City came to each examination hall to join the excitement. There were also teachers, parents, and some staff from the education department coming from various base cities across the entire Dongjiang province to send off their students and children. Most of these people would pick up their students and kids after the college entrance examination ended. Outside the 22 examination halls in Tianhai City, there was a huge spirit crystal display screen. It displayed the current exam progress and relevant ranking information in real time. Suddenly, a line of big characters jumped out on the display. This year's first round of exams has ended. First round rankings announced. In the next moment, names appeared on the leaderboard. Outside the 22 examination halls in Tianhai City, countless people gasped. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Look, that first place. Such a name I've never heard of before. Lin Chen? Do we have any prominent Lin family practitioners in Dongjiang? There are some, but they aren't prominent families. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? Has no one seen this astonishing clearance record? Damn, 2 seconds? Yeah, the second one took over 20 seconds. That's a bit exaggerated. This year in Dongjiang, the first round of exams has produced a super dark horse. Not just a dark horse, this is a freaking Pegasus. Countless people were discussing. From today onwards, the name Lin Chen would completely enter the sight of most people in Dongjiang. On the other side, at the examination center, Deputy Director Li, is this kid's score of 1,000 points the full score for this round? A subordinate asked. Li Yuanjing nodded. Within 10 seconds, killing that goblin monster earns full points. After exceeding 10 seconds, 10 points are deducted for every second. Once it drops to 500 points, no more points will be deducted as long as they can kill the goblin within the 3-minute time limit of this round. They will receive a guaranteed clearance score of 500 points. This rule was drafted back when I worked with Olji. The Olji Li Yuanjing mentioned is the head of the entire Dongjiang Provincial Education Department, Yi Heng. However, he is currently in a meeting in the capital. It's been years since I've seen a full score in hell difficulty. Chi Guoguang also felt a bit emotional at this moment. A reminiscent look appeared in Li Yuanjing's eyes. It's not difficult for geniuses from top base cities like the capital and Shanghai to get full scores in the first round of hell difficulty, but in Dongjiang, we haven't seen such extraordinary talents in nearly a decade. This kid has also set a precedent in nearly 10 years. Suddenly, the screen in the conference room flickered. It was finally about to play the replay of Lin Chen's performance in the first round. Everyone was curious about how Lin Chen managed to pass the first round test in just 2 seconds. The playback began. The entire replay video was about the same length as Lin Chen's clearance time, only around 4 to 5 seconds. However, after watching the video, everyone in the conference room was left dumbfounded. Play it again. Li Yuanjing also found it hard to believe. He immediately instructed his subordinates to replay it. After the second playback started, Li Yuanjing added, "Slow it down." In slow motion, everyone finally saw what Lin Chen had done. In fact, it wasn't much. The moment the goblin monster appeared, 5 or 6 giant fireballs, the size of wash basins, appeared in front of Lin Chen. These fireballs bombarded the goblin monster in a straight line at an extremely high frequency. The goblin monster's health dropped at a terrifying speed. Just over 2 seconds later, its health was completely depleted. When the goblin disappeared, there were still 7 or 8 fireballs in flight, directly hitting the distance. This must be the second-tier skill fire explosion of a fire mage, right? Li Yuanjing realized. The first time, it was too fast. He even thought Lin Chen had used some kind of fire spell he didn't understand. It was like a fire dragon. Now he realized it wasn't a fire dragon. It was just that countless fire explosions were conjured up in an instant, then continuously bombarded to create that effect. Chi Guoguang nodded. It's fire explosion. This kid has already completed his second transfer, so mastering a second-tier skill isn't surprising. Li Yuanjing took over the conversation. What's truly strange is how he could release so many fire explosions with such terrifying efficiency, right? Chi Guoguang nodded gravely. As a higher-level spell of Fireball, Fire Explosion not only has higher damage but also has an effect that Fireball does not possess. That is, when dealing damage, it ignores 40% of the target's magic resistance. Given the goblin monster's high magic resistance, even if he were to handle it, he would abandon the higher-tier triple Fire Lance and choose to use Fire Explosion, absolutely capable of killing monsters with greater efficiency. Does he have some quick casting skill? Chi Guoguang shook his head. The mage's passive skill, high-speed casting, after reaching the second tier, definitely cannot have such exaggerated effects. To cast nearly 20 fireballs within 2 seconds, there's only one possibility. This kid's fireballs are instant. Moreover, his mana is also very abundant, enough to support him in casting so many fireballs in such a short time. Li Yuanjing also understood Chi Guoguang's meaning. He must have awakened some talent when he chose his profession, right? Chi Guoguang confirmed, yes, and this talent should allow him to cast spells instantly, and even enhance the consumption of skills. Then it makes sense. No wonder he could reach this level in just 30 days. For everyone present, the impact of instant second-tier fireballs was limited only by Lin Chen's age and the fact that he had very little experience as a practitioner. At just 18 years old, having awakened his profession for only a month, this combat power was quite abnormal. But that was about it. Soon, the playback of the video ended. On the big screen, the candidates who had been put on the watch list were replayed. However, this time, Lin Chen's footage was placed right in the center. Li Ziri and Qi Xiaoying, the previous favorites to win, could only move to the sides, giving the central position to Lin Chen. I remember the second round of testing is about quickly killing multiple targets, right? Yes. The first round tested the rapid killing ability of output-type practitioners against a single target, which is to say, their burst capability. The second round tests the burst capability against multiple targets. To be honest, the second round is significantly harder than the first because most practitioners at the first transition only have one single target skill and almost no area of effect capability. Even if they do, it's usually just an attack on the main target, which might cause some splash damage to the surrounding targets. In the second round, there will be a total of 20 stationary, non-attacking goblins, with both defenses around 300 and only 1000 health points. For some legendary level professions, if they have real AoE skills and means at this point in the first transition, they will definitely have the upper hand in this round of testing. Li Yuanjing had actually been eavesdropping on the discussions of the people behind him. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. His son Li Ziri had plenty of wide area fire coverage skills. The rocket he used earlier was actually an AoE explosive damage. He might just win the championship in this round. As for Lin Chen, although Li Yuanjing had high hopes for him, according to his understanding, a mage, especially a fire-type mage, even with a third-tier skill, triple fire lance, would only have a slightly larger range. 3 fire lances could hit at most 3 goblins. The real AoE skill was the 4th-tier flamestorm. This kid couldn't possibly know such a high-tier skill at this level, right? Chi Guoguang, sitting next to Li Yuanjing, also sensed his old friend's thoughts. Heh, it's not just your Ziri who has AoE skills. My granddaughter has them too. Let's wait and see. In this second round of testing, she must take first place and turn the tide. The two thought this way. The countdown on the big screen for the start of the second round had less than 10 seconds left. Most candidates were already preparing for the second round. On the big screen, Lee Ziri stood in place, his eyes bright and focused, with various weapon systems fully charged. He was just waiting for the monsters to spawn to unleash his firepower instantly. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying was no less prepared. At this moment, she had already activated a domain-type skill in advance. The 4-meter radius around her was all afire or ed. As soon as the monsters appeared, they would instantly be afflicted with a burning effect in this domain, making them much easier to kill. That girl from the Lan family seems likely to top the leaderboard this round. Suddenly, someone noticed the corner of the big screen. It displayed the live stream of Lan Ruoi. In the footage, the cold and elegant Lan Ruoi was continuously chanting magical incantations. Then, rocks glowing with purple light began to take shape in the sky, floating above. Why are there so many floating rock balls? She's a rare class change for a mage, a gravity mage. Is this a second-tier skill of the gravity system? She hasn't even undergone her second class change, and she's already mastered this kind of spell? This skill gives her such an advantage. When the monsters respawn, she can directly control these 7 or 8 rock balls to smash down. The instant AoE damage will definitely be terrifying. Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang also noticed this. They both felt a jolt in their hearts. You can't say that with so many rock balls crashing down, it wouldn't be area damage. They wouldn't believe it. Who would take first place this round was suddenly shrouded in mystery. Just as all the talented individuals from Dongjiang were showcasing their skills, Lin Chen, positioned in the main screen, took an unconventional route. In the footage, Lin Chen was already sitting on the smooth ground, bored, drawing circles with his finger. Lin Chen truly felt bored. He had originally thought that the National College entrance examination, with its hellish difficulty, would make him serious. Who knew it felt like playing house with children? 20 goblins with 1,000 health each? Are you kidding me? Isn't this just a firestorm that would wipe them all out? Difficulty? So, he couldn't be bothered to stand anymore. He just sat down. In the examination center, countless big shots saw Lin Chen like this and were instantly at a loss for words. This kid, why do I feel like he's not taking this National College entrance examination seriously? Li Yuanjing remarked, looking at Lin Chen in the center of the big screen. Shi Guoguang nodded. Could it be that he has no AoE means, knows he will perform poorly this round, and has somewhat given up on himself? Once Shi Guoguang's hypothesis was put forward, it quickly gained the agreement of many. Although Lin Chen was at a high level and could instantly cast Fireball in a situation where rapid kills of multiple targets were required, he should be feeling somewhat constrained. Fireball requires aiming. Although the goblins that respawned wouldn't move, their positions were random. If you crazily cast Fireball at the beginning, you might not need to aim to hit, but later on, to hit, you would definitely need to aim. Thinking about killing so many goblins in 2 or 3 seconds was already impossible. After all, this kid was just an ordinary class. He couldn't compare to rare classes, let alone surpass legendary classes. On the big screen, the countdown reached 0. The next moment, in the blink of an eye, 20 goblins respawned in all the dungeons. Li Zirui, who had long been on high alert, immediately unleashed all his firepower. The roar of explosions was incessant. Smoke filled the air, making the dungeon resemble a battlefield. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying's domain completely encompassed all the goblin monsters. The passive skill of the Spirit Warrior class went into effect at that moment. As long as she dealt a certain number of damage to a monster, a dazzling mark would be generated. With the burning effect of the domain, combined with her own small area AoE sweeping attack, the number of dazzling marks produced was almost 10 times that of before. Under the countless dazzling marks exploding and the burning state of the domain, her monster clearing efficiency was not at all inferior to Li Zirui. Meanwhile, Lan Ruoi was even more direct. 10 rock balls crashed down with a thunderous sound. She could already envision the moment her name would appear on the leaderboard. However, just then, on the big screen of the examination center, an incredibly intense orange-red light suddenly appeared. The light emanated from the central screen. Countless waves of burning air, wrapped in bright embers, descended from the sky. They crashed violently onto the 20 goblin monsters. In the next moment, the ground was scorched to a dark red, and those 20 goblins seemed to melt away, disappearing without a trace. This time, Shi Guoguang could hardly sit still. His eyes widened instantly. The leaderboard flickered again. Current test round, second round rank. Number 1, candidate Lin Chen, completed the second round in 0.1 seconds, earned points, 1,000. All the high-ranking officials of Dongjiang were stunned. What the hell? Damn it! Some even swore directly in front of their superiors. The usually humble and civilized image collapsed in an instant. Instant kill. Another instant kill. And this time, because Lin Chen happened to occupy the central position, they saw it clearer than anyone else. Almost as soon as those 20 goblins had just respawned. A storm formed by countless flames and high-temperature air currents crashed down in an instant. Lin Chen remained seated on the ground. He didn't even glance at the 20 goblins. Everything seemed to be taken for granted. With a flip of his hand, destruction descended. In the examination hall, countless candidates were momentarily dazzled. They saw a blank leaderboard suddenly flicker with a name. It was the familiar two characters, Lin Chen, followed by an unfamiliar, even more astonishing score at 0.1 seconds. Damn it! It was him again. The competition for the top spot in the second round had completely lost its suspense the moment the assessment began. How the hell did he do that? Which big shot has reincarnated successfully? Damn, 0.1 seconds. Lin Chen, please tone it down. Every time you pull off scores that look like cheating, it makes my heart race. Countless candidates felt a bit overwhelmed. They were even considering protesting to the invigilators. Could this leaderboard not appear in our little noob dungeon? It's going to blow our minds. In the examination center, Li Yuanjing stared at the ranking of Lin Chen in the upper right corner of the big screen, along with the score that followed. His heart raced. He suddenly thought of something. Since the start of the National College Entrance Examination in Daxia, over 600 years had passed. In these 600 years, had there ever been a candidate who achieved such a score in the second round of hellish difficulty? If not, was he witnessing history in his lifetime? Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. He needed to verify this. He waved his hand. Soon, a subordinate approached. Li Yuanjing leaned closer to his ear and said, "Go check the historical best record for the second round of hellish difficulty in our Daxia's over 600 National College Entrance Examinations." The subordinate nodded excitedly. "Got it. I'll go right now." Clearly, he also realized that the record Lin Chen might have set could break historical extremes. 0.1 seconds was too exaggerated. However, Li Yuanjing stopped him and continued, "Then have the invigilators thoroughly check Lin Chen's dungeon to see if there were any technical issues and whether this record was due to a bug. Also, check his status bar and equipment bar to ensure he didn't cheat." The subordinate nodded repeatedly. If both of these were confirmed, it would prove that this candidate's score was legitimate and not a result of cheating. After giving the instructions, the subordinate hurried off to investigate. And in just over 10 seconds, the leaderboard in the upper right corner of the big screen changed again. Besides Lin Chen, many new names appeared on the list. Current test round, second round current round points ranking N0.1, candidate Lin Chen, completed the second round in 0.1 seconds, earned points, 1000. N0.2, candidate Lan Rui completed the second round in 9 seconds 42, scored 939.3. N0.3, candidate Qi Xiaoying completed the second round in 12 seconds 88, scored 816.1. N0.4, candidate Li Zirui completed the second round in 13 seconds 03, scored 805.4. N0.5, candidate Ding Chuqing completed the second round in 13 seconds 67, scored 799.9. The points obtainable in the second round are the same as in the first round, both with a full score of 1000 points. However, this time, it was evident that many new faces appeared on the leaderboard. Single target. Burst and area burst are two different advantage zones. Practitioners like Qi Xiaoying and Li Zirui who can balance both are rare. Thus, the leaderboard underwent a significant reshuffle. It is also worth mentioning that Lan Rui's tactics were very successful, rising unexpectedly. The Gravity Mage's ability to store spells like the Rock Ball gave her a significant advantage in this round. She instantly surpassed Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying. However, these dazzling geniuses quickly dimmed in the presence of the great demon king Lin Chen. How could a firefly dare to compete with the bright moon? Soon, the matters that Li Yuanjing had instructed his subordinates to handle received a response. Deputy Director Li, just now, I had our technical department recheck the status boosts, carried items, and equipment of candidate Lin Chen for any possible cheating and found no anomalies. Moreover, the instant status and data also showed no abnormalities. He achieved this score completely legitimately. The subordinate responsible for the report was clearly very excited. His voice involuntarily rose a bit, allowing everyone closer to Li Yuanjing in the examination center to hear. Instantly, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Incredible! We all thought that this year's top candidate in the province would be either Li Zirui or Qi Xiaoying, who knew Lin Chen would emerge out of nowhere. He still scored full marks in this round. The examination center was supposed to maintain seriousness and silence. Moreover, neither Li Yuanjing nor Qi Guoguang, the two big shots, had spoken. Others should not have easily opened their mouths either. But at this moment, it didn't matter. Because Li Yuanjing was in a great mood. And the news his subordinate reported next made him beam with joy. Deputy Director Li, we just checked the records in the Great Xia Archives and in the National College Entrance Examination held in 2876, a candidate from Shanghu achieved a remarkable time of 0.48 seconds in the second round at hellish difficulty. This record has remained unbroken for a century. Today, it has been broken. And it's worth mentioning that the candidate who set this record was named Zheng Yingxiong. Upon hearing this name, everyone in the conference room gasped. Li Yuanjing exclaimed, "Isn't that our great Xia's 21st war god, Zheng Yingxiong?" The subordinate nodded. Li Yuanjing could hardly sit still. He felt he was getting overly excited. Trying to calm his racing heart, he gazed intently at the big screen and slowly said, "We still don't know how he will perform in the subsequent rounds or if he will be surpassed by others later. But at least at this moment he has made history for our great Xia. His record is unprecedented." At this moment, Li Yuanjing was filled with ambition. Although Lin Chen was not related to him, the bond of nurturing the younger generation could also develop over time. Most importantly, he was a candidate from their Dongjiang. If he later went to the capital for meetings or reports, it would be a source of pride. To be honest, I think this full score is somewhat unfair to him. This sentence was spoken by Qi Guoguang. Li Yuanjing raised an eyebrow and looked at Qi Guoguang, who was seated to his right. Then he was also taken aback because at this moment, the expression on the latter's face was 7 parts surprise, 2 parts admiration, and the last part jealousy. That's right. He actually saw a hint of jealousy and envy on the face of this 7th-tier holy mage who was a level above him. Why does old Qi have such a sigh? Li Yuanjing asked. Qi Guoguang raised his finger and pointed to the score list in the upper right corner. Did you not notice that even with a perfect score, his points haven't pulled away significantly from the second place? Li Yuanjing glanced at the list. Instantly, he understood Qi Guoguang's meaning. Lin Chen's score had already rounded down to 0 before the decimal point. Meanwhile, the second place was almost reaching double digits before the decimal point. How many times is that difference? Nearly 1,000 times. And the score difference? Just over 60 points. No wonder Qi Guoguang would say that this scoring system is somewhat unfair to Lin Chen. Li Yuanjing chuckled bitterly. It is somewhat unfair, but this rule is standardized nationwide. Although I participated in drafting the scoring amendment, who would have thought back then that one day a kid like this would achieve such an exaggerated score? Qi Guoguang laughed. No worries, the strong remain strong. I believe with what he has shown so far, this year's first in the entire Dongjiang province should undoubtedly belong to him. Qi Guoguang made a direct judgment. This made Li Yuanjing look at him with new eyes. No, brother. Your favoritism towards your precious granddaughter is well known throughout the province. Plus, Qi Guoguang is notoriously protective of his own. To hear him admit that another stranger has surpassed his granddaughter and is aiming for the provincial first is quite difficult. However, Qi Guoguang's next sentence plunged everyone in the conference room into deep thought. Please vote for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. And keep reading. Thank you, dear readers. In this chapter, the protagonist is famously receptive to advice, so I will speed up the pace and write a bit faster for the next 2 rounds. What do you think about his unprecedented score of 0.1 seconds? The spell he just used was a 4th-tier fire spell, Flame Storm. The normal required chanting time is 5 seconds, and he still cast it instantaneously. Qi Guoguang's words instantly caused an uproar in the room. A single sentence awakened the dreamers. Right. How could they forget this crucial point? The spell just now even turned the entire big screen red. Clearly, it was quite impressive. He was a level 42 mage who had just recently advanced to the 2nd tier. Instantaneous 4th tier spell? At this moment, everyone realized the absurdity of Lin Chen. The talent he awakened must be very strong, allowing him to use 4th tier spells at this level and under these job conditions. Li Yuanjing made a judgment. In an instant, countless big shots in the examination center began to look at Lin Chen with new eyes. That's right, although this kid is just an ordinary mage. But the overall strength of a professional cannot be judged solely by the strength of the profession. One must also consider talent, skills, and even equipment combinations. However, the next moment, when they saw Lin Chen's performance again on the big screen, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. They saw Lin Chen sitting on the ground, and somehow, a large chicken leg had appeared in his left hand, while his right hand held a bottle of chilled soda. He was eating very happily. Lin Chen's actions left the entire conference room in silence. No, although your performance was perfect, do you think you can disregard us a bit? The examiner responsible for monitoring Lin Chen in this instance opened his mouth. He wanted to use the loudspeaker to warn Lin Chen, please do not be too reckless during the test. But then he thought he might not be qualified to do so. This guy had scored full marks in the previous 2 rounds, an ultimate powerhouse. Perhaps after today's exam, he would soar to new heights. Moreover, the examination regulations did not specify that eating during the test was prohibited. At all. Of course, the premise is that these foods do not provide any enhancement effects. After finishing a large chicken leg, Lin Chen picked up a cola and gulped down several big sips. Refreshing. He wiped his mouth. Soon, several bags of chips appeared beside him, along with spicy strips and konjac snacks. Even though the system had already announced that the 2nd round of testing was over and the 3rd round would begin in 1 minute, Lin Chen showed no signs of tension whatsoever. This kid, he's being a bit reckless. The big shots from Dongjiang at the examination center had twitching expressions. They had truly never seen a candidate like this, completely disregarding the national college entrance examination. Yet, he was terrifyingly strong. Li Yuanjing suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "He has character, I like him. And although he seems laid back, he actually takes the exam very seriously." In the last round, as soon as those 20 goblins appeared, he instantly reacted and used 4th tier magic to wipe them out. If he hadn't prepared in advance and stayed focused, he wouldn't have been able to do that. As a leader, he observed more closely than the average person. With Li Yuanjing's comment, everyone realized that Lin Chen only appeared relaxed on the surface. In reality, he was treating this exam with seriousness, which immediately raised their evaluation of him. This could only indicate that the boy was much more mature mentally than his peers. With the end of the second round, the leaderboard also changed. The points from the 2 rounds were combined, resulting in the current leaderboard. The entire top 100 of the leaderboard underwent a dramatic transformation. Many rankings changed, and numerous new names appeared. However, Lin Chen, at the top, remained steadfast. Outside the examination hall, with the end of the second round, the results were announced again. Everyone was once again shocked. Cumulative points leaderboard current round, second round, ended, first place, Lin Chen, profession, mage, exam location, Jiangcheng, points, 2000. How is it him again? This Lin Chen is amazing, still full marks. After 2 rounds? I'm from Jiangcheng, our place is so poor and remote, I never expected such a super dark horse to emerge. 6666. I love watching this dark horse crush all the famous geniuses. To be honest, I bet those so-called Dongjang geniuses are definitely sweating now. Let's enjoy the show, bring it on. I'm also from Jiangcheng, my wife and kids are back home. I'm here in Tianhai working, fellow townsmen, go for it. Lin Chen, give it your all. Go for it. Would be best if you were first again in the next round, take the provincial first place. The onlookers were all eager for more excitement. Especially for most people, Lin Chen felt like another version of themselves from a different world. Line of humble origins, an ordinary profession, but he used sheer strength to trample the dazzling new stars of Dongjian underfoot. So refreshing. Thus, Lin Chen, a candidate without any family or faction support at this moment, gained the broadest support from the onlooking crowd. Back in the instance, 1 minute passed quickly. Soon, the countdown for the third round began. The rules for the third round were also announced to all candidates in due time. All candidates, please pay attention. The third round of testing is about to begin. This round will test your long-term output endurance. In 10 seconds, a goblin giant will refresh in front of you. This monster's attributes are set as follows: infinite health, armor value and magic resistance both at 0. This round of the exam is limited to 30 minutes. Please deal as much damage as possible to this monster within the time limit. Points for this round will be awarded based on the total damage dealt to the target after the time ends. Please note, during the 30-minute test, every 30 seconds 5 agile goblin monsters will refresh around the goblin giant. The monster's dual resistance is also 0 and its health is set at 3000. After respawning, the agile goblin will flee at an extremely fast speed. If it is not killed before it successfully escapes, 10,000 points will be deducted from the current total output value. Lin Chen was quietly listening to the rules of the third round. I have to say, the third round finally seems a bit interesting. The first 2 rounds tested single target and area burst capabilities, and this round tests comprehensive output sustainability? Lin Chen analyzed in his mind. Since the goblin giant has infinite health to deal higher damage within the limited time, sustainability must be considered. Taking the fire mage as an example, this is a typical burst specialization. In the early stages of battle, it is very fierce. The damage can instantly pull ahead of other specializations by a large margin. However, the mana cost of fire spells is higher than that of other elements. After a wave of burst, the mana consumption is too fast, and it quickly becomes ineffective. Therefore, how to allocate the output rhythm in these 30 minutes is the ultimate test faced by all candidates. But for Lin Chen, this problem already has a solution. The 10-second countdown ended. The goblin giant respawned. And within the dungeon where Lin Chen was located, a fierce wind began to rise. Qi Guoguang, who was watching everything intently, suddenly stood up. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. He felt an incredibly strong wind element gathering towards Lin Chen. Come hit me, you fool. The goblin giant was enormous, standing at least 7 or 8 meters tall, even much taller than Lin Chen's magma fire demon. The moment it appeared, it opened its big mouth and began to taunt. It also made a universally friendly gesture with its right hand. Coupled with that expression, it was indeed asking for a beating. Lin Chen really wanted to complain about which genius designed this dungeon. In fact, Lin Chen was mistaken. All the monsters in this dungeon were inspired by a certain dungeon in reality. And the goblin giant in reality is indeed this annoying. Whoosh, 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 the sound of wind howled around Lin Chen. The next moment, a green tornado formed above the goblin giant's head. The fierce wind formed sharp spikes like needles, constantly attacking the goblin giant's flesh. Wind system 4th tier spell, Storm Cyclone. The reason Lin Chen chose this spell is that it is the spell that can deal the highest total damage in a single release during long-term battles. Storm Cyclone type, active skill tier, 4th category, storm cost 4000 mana, casting time, 3.5 seconds cooldown, none effect, guides wind elements to form a massive tornado, attacking all targets within the affected area, dealing 5 instances of wind attribute damage per second to all targets. After attacking the target, Storm Cyclone will no longer move and will continue to spin, continuously dealing damage, with a maximum duration of 30 minutes. Note: Gale. Hear my command. All 4th tier spells of elemental specialization are area spells. This is a characteristic of the mage profession, and the wind system is no exception. However, this spell inherits the traditional damage of the wind system: -125, -136, -207, critical hit. The damage numbers are only a couple of hundred. Compared to the fire system, which can easily reach thousands, it is completely incomparable. It's like scraping, but it scrapes very quickly, and it lasts a long time. Once a storm cyclone is summoned, it will last a full half hour before dissipating. For a clumsy monster like the Goblin Giant, which can only stand in place and taunt, it can take all the damage for 30 minutes. Using this mechanism, Lin Chen continuously summons storm cyclones. 5, 10, 20. The number of storm cyclones enveloping the Goblin Giant increased at an extremely terrifying speed. Dozens of storm cyclones struck the Goblin Giant together. The frequency of damage dealt per second was frighteningly high. With 20 storm cyclones, it would be possible to attack 100 times per second. Such a high-frequency attack made even the Goblin Giant, who had just been spouting insults, tremble, unable to produce any sound, as if its throat was stuck. Its massive body shook violently, looking both ridiculous and comical. This scene left countless people in the examination center dumbfounded. Qi Guoguang stood up, his mind racing as he looked at Lin Chen on the screen. He still couldn't forget everything he had seen over 10 days ago when he rushed to aid Kanglin City. Was it him? Yes, it was him. Right, wasn't it? No. Yes, yes. No, no. Qi Guoguang's mind was caught in a loop of affirmation and denial. Both were dual-element mages. Both were young sorcerers. But one possessed an extremely terrifying control over magic, able to simultaneously unleash 7th tier fire and wind. Magic. This kid before him, only level 42 and just having undergone his 2nd class change. Even with the boost of a mysterious talent, could he really achieve this? The odds were too slim. However, as a mage, his intuition kept reminding Qi Guoguang that everything was connected. Even the incident in the City of Light, Filiacane, was related to this young man. Yet reason dismissed all his speculations. Xi Lao, what's wrong? Li Yuanjing, though amazed that Lin Chen could also use wind magic, was after all an archer and didn't know much about mage spells. Qi Guoguang's thoughts were interrupted by Li Yuanjing, and in the end he could only shake his head. It's nothing. I just had some impractical guesses. Li Yuanjing wanted to ask more, but as the 3rd round began, the leaderboard in the upper right corner of the big screen refreshed after a brief delay. Current round, 3rd round real-time leaderboard NO.1, candidate Lin Chen, total output 53696. NO.2, candidate Qi Xiaoying, total output 11833. NO.3, candidate Li Zirue, total output 10236. NO.4, candidate Ding Chuqing, total output 9691. NO.5, candidate Fang Ming, total output 9527. Since this round was based on output values, the leaderboard updated in real time. What remained unchanged was that Lin Chen was still far ahead, creating a gap of nearly 5 times with the 2nd place. And anyone who looked closely would notice that this gap was gradually widening. As the number of storm cyclones increased, Lin Chen's DPS, damage per second, was also continuously rising. The next second after seeing the leaderboard, countless people gasped. It's him again. He's still in 1st place. Such high damage, what spell is he using? This kid is actually a dual-element mage. So overpowered, how did he get so many skill points? But why isn't he using fire magic? Isn't fire damage higher? Fire magic consumes more mana, right? In a test that requires sustainability, cost-effectiveness must be prioritized. In the examination instance, more than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the 3rd round. Li Zirue felt like he could spit blood. He had narrowly lost to Qi Xiaoying in the 2nd round of group burst output, and he accepted that. But in this round, which tested sustainability, he was determined to win. Because as a legendary class, the Alloy Super Reformer, his ammunition was unlimited. It just took time to reload. As long as he controlled the pace well, he could ensure he was outputting at all times during these 30 minutes, completely uninterrupted. And other professions would definitely experience fatigue and output interruptions in the latter half of this round. With the score from this round, he was confident he could climb to the top of the leaderboard. He knew that Lin Chen, who ranked 1st in the first 2 rounds, had strong burst damage. So at the beginning, even seeing Lin Chen in 1st place with a 5-fold gap, he wasn't too anxious, because in his view, Lin Chen was just starting to peak this time. Surely he would fade afterward. Who knew, at this moment on the leaderboard he was in 2nd place. He had dealt over 100,000 damage, pulling ahead of the third place, Shinsha, by nearly 20,000. And the first place? Their output had already surpassed 1 million. It was simply outrageous. Even if Lin Chen stopped outputting right now, Li Zirui believed he could never catch up to his damage. But just as he fell into despair, he suddenly saw the leaderboard floating in the air. The total damage of Lin Chen, ranked first, suddenly flickered, then dropped from the million level damage straight to 0. Happy May Day. Wishing all book reading friends wealth and happiness. Not just Li Zirui, all the Eastern River geniuses aiming for the top 10 who had been closely monitoring the leaderboard noticed it. The next moment, after Lin Chen's damage dropped to 0, his rank also vanished. Li Zirui replaced Lin Chen's previous position, jumping to first place. What's going on? What's happening? This abnormal situation was immediately noticed by everyone at the examination center. Lin Chen's previously commanding rank instantly disappeared from the leaderboard. The next scene left them dumbfounded. On the big screen, in Lin Chen's exclusive testing dungeon, the massive body of the goblin giant slowly fell. Ugh, I really can't fight anymore. Boom! The giant's corpse crashed down, creating a loud noise. Lin Chen had actually killed this goblin giant. Report. Candidate Lin Chen's dungeon has encountered an unprecedented situation. The monster, which should have infinite health, was killed by him. Li Yuanjing frowned. What exactly is going on? What mechanism has a bug? We are investigating. Hurry up and find out the result. Yes. In an instant, all the staff responsible for maintaining the dungeons at the examination center were drenched in cold sweat. They all realized that if this matter was not handled properly, it could very well lead to a major incident. The fact that Lin Chen's results had directly disappeared from the leaderboard shocked all the candidates currently taking the exam. What's going on? Why did Lin Chen disappear? Didn't he just have over 1 million terrifying damage? He couldn't have cheated, right? Similar speculations arose in everyone's minds. After all, if nothing unexpected had happened, how could the top rank suddenly vanish? And that exaggerated output had also stimulated everyone's nerves. The first place's output had already surpassed 1 million. Yet the second place was just about to break 100,000. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? If it's not cheating, how else can it be explained? In an instant, many candidates, whose blood pressure had skyrocketed due to Lin Chen's dazzling results, even feeling their mentality on the verge of exploding, felt their thoughts were aligned. People are like this. When faced with situations they cannot understand, they instinctively deny them. Moreover, they cannot stand to see others do well. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. I said this kid must be up to something. He definitely cheated. Zhao Kai saw Lin Chen drop from first place and disappear from the leaderboard, and he was overjoyed. Previously, he had been slapped in the face by Lin Chen in various ways, and now his face was almost swollen like a pig's head. To say he had no resentment towards Lin Chen would be impossible. Now that Lin Chen was sanctioned for cheating, he popped open champagne. And most importantly, although he hadn't entered the top 10 of the leaderboard, Zhao Kai estimated that his rank should be around the top 50 in the province. With Lin Chen gone, his rank could rise even higher. As for the true front-runners, Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, they did not speculate about Lin Chen with the worst malice like Zhao Kai. They didn't know whether he had cheated or not, they only knew that the dark clouds that had been hanging over their heads had temporarily dispersed. The oppressive feeling of 1 million level output was gone. They all felt as if they had finally seen the light after breaking through the fog. After letting out a breath, their spirits refocused. There were still 10 minutes left until this round of exams ended. The high-intensity output and attacks over the past 20 minutes had been exhausting. If the first 2 rounds were like sprints, then this round was a test of endurance, a long-distance run. Examination Center. Although the engineers and professionals responsible for maintaining the stability of this national college entrance examination instance in the entire Dongjiang province were working overtime, united in investigating what had gone wrong with Lin Chen's instance, they found nothing. From the data feedback in the backend, the first thing that could be confirmed was that this candidate had not cheated. All the skills he used came from himself. There was no external assistance. Moreover, all his statuses and buffs were under constant monitoring, completely eliminating the possibility of cheating. So, was there a problem with the goblin giant that was set to have infinite health? No, there was no problem. Its values and mechanisms were all functioning normally. Instantly, everyone was at a loss. The looks in their eyes when they glanced at Lin Chen were filled with a hint of fear. How did he do it? Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang were also pondering this question. However, Li Yuanjing soon discovered a detail that surprised him. This kid seems to be unfazed by the current situation. Qi Guoguang, reminded by this, immediately seemed to realize something. He exclaimed, "Wait, Yuanjing, is the monster you guys created really infinite health?" Li Yuanjing shook his head. Of course, it can't really have infinite health. That would mean it's truly invincible. Even the Abyss Demon God wouldn't have infinite health, right? This instance used for the National College entrance examination was extracted from the Abyss Plane by our great master Zhou Qianya using Spirit Crystal technology. After extraction, he made significant modifications to this instance. Since it is no longer dominated by the blue star's heavenly Tao and the abyss will, all the values of this instance can be freely changed. But true invincibility is impossible to achieve. All the monsters and bosses we currently encounter that have an invincible state are actually limited invincibility. They all have many restrictions and specific conditions under which they can ignore damage and have a deathless mechanism. This goblin giant is the same, although its health is set to be infinite, it definitely has a condition for destruction. What that condition is, I'm not quite sure. Upon hearing this, Shi Guoguang fell into deep thought again. Not long after, his eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. Then he said, I think I understand. Have those from the technical department checked the number of times that Goblin Giant has been hit? If I'm not mistaken, although this monster's health is set to be infinite, once the number of hits exceeds a certain limit, it will trigger an instant death mechanism. Li Yuanjing was taken aback upon hearing this. Then he nodded. He also remembered that in the Abyss instance, some bosses had invincibility mechanisms like this. As long as they hadn't taken a certain number of attacks, they would absolutely not die, nor would they lose health. Once the number of hits was sufficient, they would enter a vulnerable state. At that time, it would be the best opportunity for output. Most teams would bring high output classes with high attack counts to deal with such bosses, reserving burst skills. Once the boss's defenses were broken, they would unleash their burst output and take it down in one go. Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Chen on the screen. If everything was as he and Shi Guoguang had calculated, this kid is about to create a record that has yet to be broken since the establishment of the college entrance examination system. In the Great Xia, he is the first person to defeat the invincible. So, have you found out the reason? Li Yuanjing called over his subordinates to ask. However, the only answer he received was that Lin Chen was fine, the dungeon had no bugs, and everything was normal. As for why Lin Chen was able to kill the goblin giant with infinite health, they had no clue. Li Yuanjing was not angry. In fact, the details reported by his subordinates further corroborated his and Shi Guoguang's suspicions. They had done their part. The rest was beyond their control. Li Yuanjing continued to instruct, report to the capital. Let them intervene in this matter. The foundational structure and logic of our national college entrance examination dungeon can only be accessed by them. His subordinates were stunned. Deputy Director Li, please give us a little more time. We will definitely find out the reason and fix the problem. If this matter really reached the capital, it would solidify their incompetence. Naturally, he planned to continue seeking another chance from Li Yuanjing. However, Li Yuanjing reassured him, reported, this is no longer something you can thoroughly investigate, and I don't mean to blame you. If the capital's general office really wants to place blame, I, as the deputy director, will take the heat for you. What are you afraid of? Yes. Seeing that Li Yuanjing had said so, the subordinates immediately complied. 5 minutes later. At this moment, 28 minutes had passed since the start of the third round of testing. In 2 minutes, this round of testing would end. Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang finally received news from the General Education Office in the capital. Report, Deputy Director. We just received the cause of the incident and handling suggestions from our colleagues in the technical department of the General Office. The reason the candidate Lin Chen encountered the dungeon monster, the goblin giant, was killed is due to triggering its built-in instant death mechanism. This monster has an infinite health cap in the foundational structure, but it has a life bar of 1 million hit points. You can understand that, on the surface, it has an infinite health life bar, but in reality, its life bar does exist. Each time it is attacked, it loses 1 point of health. After reaching 1 million hit points, its real life bar would drop to 0, and naturally, it would die. The colleagues in the capital's technical department have consulted their highest authority and the relevant handling opinion is this candidate did not use any abnormal means during the test but merely triggered the monster's instant death mechanism by chance. Therefore, this round of testing should be considered passed and the score should be full marks. Additionally, it seems that the highest authority has developed a great interest in this candidate named Lin Chen and has requested us to stream the specific testing footage of his next round to them. Both Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang were taken aback. Wow, the real big shots in the capital are interested in Lin Chen. But upon reflection, this was completely normal. To kill the goblin giant, one would need a total of 1 million attack segments. What normal candidate could achieve that? But Lin Chen was anything but normal. The storm cyclone provides 5 attack segments per second. Just now, this kid summoned at least 400 to 500 storm cyclones on the goblin giant. This resulted in the goblin giant enduring nearly 3,000 attacks per second. In 1 minute, that's 180,000 attacks, finally reaching 1 million attack segments. To completely kill this monster makes sense. Shi Guoguang analyzed how Lin Chen managed to do it from the perspective of a wind mage, but he still felt a surge of excitement. He was also a wind mage. Unfortunately, when he participated in the National College entrance examination back in the day, he could only Used the most basic wind blade technique.as for high-level spells like the storm cyclone. He had never even heard of them. Perhaps throughout the entire Great Xia, or even across the 1,000 years since the era of disasters, there would never be another Lin Chen. After listening to the analysis, Li Yuanjing's originally serious face broke into a smile once more. The higher-ups at the education department in the imperial capital had cast their eyes on Lin Chen. Naturally, the performance of the entire Dongjiang in this national college entrance examination would also catch their attention. The benefits that would follow were simply too numerous to count. Li Yuanjing waved his hand, looking at the subordinates who seemed to still be trying to curry favor, and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Do as our department leaders instructed. Put his ranking back to first. Let the higher-ups at our education department see it." After so many years in politics, Li Yuanjing's instincts were very sharp. He felt he had gotten his hands on a trump card. That card was Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Oh Lin Chen, you must not let us down in the 4th round. If you continue to score full marks, not to mention being the top in the province, you might even have a chance to aim for the national first place. The value of having the national champion come from Dongjiang was something Li Yuanjing dared not even imagine. You must know that in nearly 100 years, the national champions have only emerged from the top cities like Shanghu, the imperial capital, and Tiannan. The imperial capital had monopolized nearly all of the national top 3 for the past decade. He was already envisioning the future. Hey, I'll take care of it right now. The subordinate was clearly excited as well. He had been so happy just now that he forgot about this matter. At this moment, he hurriedly dashed off. In less than a minute, during the last minute of the 3rd round of testing, a name shot across the dark night like a brilliant meteor. It reclaimed the top spot on the leaderboard, once again stepping on the so-called geniuses beneath his feet. Dongjiang, your true demon king has returned. Current test round, 3rd round ranking, number 1, candidate Lin Chen, current output total, infinity, points earned, 2,000. Ranking, number 2, candidate Li Zirui. Current output total, 156693, points earned. Calculating ranking, number 3, candidate Qi Xiaoying, current output total, 149688, points earned. Calculating. What the hell? What is this? What does that horizontal 8 mean? It's the infinity symbol, right? That's the infinity symbol, right? What are you invigilators doing? Wasn't he disqualified for cheating? Explosive. In the last minute of this test, no one expected it. He was back, and he brought back a damage record that they didn't even deserve to look up to. There were no specific numbers, only a cold symbol. That symbol meant infinity. The most outrageous part was that Lin Chen had already earned points. The 3rd round hadn't officially ended yet. Others were still striving to output. Even if they were exhausted, running on fumes, dealing a bit more damage could still yield a bit more points in the end. Rankings could still change. However, Lin Chen's appearance declared the end of the competition for the first place in this round. There was no suspense left. 2,000 points. He had full marks again. Boom! Li Zirui looked at the name on the leaderboard. He had misfired again. But it didn't matter anymore. Amidst the smoke, he ceased fire. His heavy breathing and the sweat dripping down indicated that he was nearing his limit. After half an hour of high-intensity sustained combat, he was really struggling to hold on. But what truly crushed him was that name. Lin Chen. This name might very well become the inner demon he would carry for a long time. Time's up. 3rd round test ends. The half-hour test officially concluded. The 3rd round came to a close. The scores for this round were double those of the previous 2 rounds. In most dungeons, extended endurance is a testament to the exceptional skills of a damage-dealing profession. The leaderboard has been refreshed once again. The total points from 3 rounds have been tallied, resulting in a significant reshuffling of the rankings. This means that most professionals must have their strengths and weaknesses. There is certainly a trade-off between burst damage and sustained output. This highlights the extraordinary nature of legendary professions. Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, alongside Lin Chen, have also secured their positions in the top 2 or 3. In the examination center, at the main seat, Li Yuanjing unconsciously straightened his back. His peripheral vision kept darting towards the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the hall. At this moment, the monitoring footage from their side had already been shared with the imperial capital through the communication crystal. He didn't know how many lofty eyes were watching them. Of course, Li Yuanjing knew that this time the main character would only be Lin Chen. He was merely a supporting role. However, fully aware of the difficulty of the 4th round, he couldn't help but cheer for Lin Chen in his heart. Come on, kid. If you get through this round, you'll be first in the province and qualify for the 5th round. The notice Lin Chen received earlier only stated that to participate in the 5th round, one must pass the first 4 rounds with excellent performance, without detailing further. In reality, passing the first 4 rounds meant the provincial competition had concluded. The provincial rankings were set. Those who qualify for the 5th round would be competing nationally. After the 5th round, combined with the total scores from the first 4 rounds would determine the national ranking for this college entrance examination. Attention all candidates! The fourth round of testing will begin in 30 seconds. Now, we will read the rules for this round of examination. A prompt echoed in the minds of all candidates who chose the hell difficulty. Li Zirui, Shi Xiaoying, and others all changed color. It should be noted that the third round had just ended. They were all in a state of near exhaustion. The consumption of both mental and physical energy was immense. For practitioners like Lan Ruoi and Shi Xiaoying who needed mana to cast skills, this was even more devastating news, because they were almost out of mana. Without relying on alchemical potions or consuming elixirs, it would take at least 10 minutes to return to full mana. But now, there was no break between the third and fourth rounds. This is too cruel. As someone who has been through this, I find this difficulty the most perverse. Candidates not in Hell difficulty have a 10-minute break to adjust, which allows them to relax, but Hell difficulty has none. The transition between the third and fourth rounds is almost seamless. In the examination center, unlike Li Yuanjing, the deputy director who knew that the higher-ups of the Great Xia Education Commission were watching the broadcast, others were not tense. Instead, they were discussing out loud. Clearly, a few of them had also endured the brutal challenge of this hell difficulty. In the dungeon, the rules for the fourth round were slowly conveyed by the system. This round of testing will assess your comprehensive abilities. In 20 seconds, a Goblin King will refresh in front of you, with the attributes set as follows: Health 50,000, Armor and Magic Resistance both at 1000. This monster will not attack but will continuously summon its guards to attack you. The Goblin Guard consists of 4 different classes of monsters: Warrior, Mage, Archer, Assassin. Different classes of Goblin Guards possess different skills, and these guard monsters will unleash a large number of high-damage skills that you must evade using displacement skills and proficient positioning. This round of examination is limited to 10 minutes, and your health will not drop to 0 during this time. Please try to avoid the skills while dealing damage to the Goblin King amidst the onslaught of all Goblin Guard monsters. After you kill the Goblin King, the points for this round of examination will be awarded based on the percentage of your remaining health. After hearing the rules, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This round of the exam was finally closer to real combat situations. It not only tested the explosive output and endurance of all practitioners but also their mobility and adaptability. Quite interesting. The 20 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The fourth round of the exam begins. With the system announcement, a goblin monster, wearing a crown, fat and grotesque, appeared before all the candidates who had chosen the hell difficulty. The moment the monster appeared, it let out a high-pitched scream in a language completely incomprehensible to humans. In the next moment, 3 or 4 elite goblins clad in armor with sturdy limbs materialized. Additionally, goblin elites wielding staffs and longbows also appeared. Instantly, a dozen elite monsters of various forms surrounded the Goblin King. Lan Ruoi gritted her teeth and forced herself to run. If she didn't, her original position would be instantly filled with 7 or 8 sharp arrows. The attack frequency of these goblin guards was extremely fast. Moreover, the skills they used were unleashed with reckless abandon. The greatest threat came from the guards' mages. Ice arrows from the ice system, fire blasts from the fire system, 9 consecutive wind blades from the wind system, and finally, quicksand from the earth system. These 4 types of spells combined turned the area around the Goblin King into an absolute no-go zone. Skills rained down densely. The ground beneath her suddenly turned into quicksand, ensnaring her ankles, slowed down to the point of being bound. Under such conditions, she still needed to deal damage to the Goblin King. A deep despair rose within Lan Ruoi. Suddenly, what she didn't expect was that just as she dodged the rain of arrows and various spells, a small, thin goblin, entirely black, suddenly emerged from the shadows. It stabbed her in the back with a knife. -314. Critical hit. Lan Ruoi immediately felt a piercing pain. She hadn't seen the Goblin King summon assassin-type guards and instinctively forgot about it. In fact, the moment the Goblin King summoned them, these assassin guards entered a stealth state, disappearing from Lan Ruoi's sight. Although Lan Ruoi was somewhat pressed for time, she could still manage. As long as she found the rhythm and opportunity to understand the attack patterns of these monsters, she could find a chance to deal damage to the Goblin King. But now, with these stealthy ambushers appearing, all her rhythm and plans were thrown into disarray. Moreover, the damage from these assassins was terrifyingly high. When the assassin attacked from behind, it dealt additional damage. Her health rapidly plummeted, and Lan Ruoi could only grit her teeth, burning all the mana she had just recovered. The gravitational field surrounding her quickly shrank to an extremely small size. She even floated into the air, escaping the encirclement of the goblin horde at high speed. This was the 3rd-tier spell of a gravity mage, weightlessness. It consumed a lot of mana. She had originally planned to save it for the Goblin King, to throw it high into the air and then smash it down, causing massive damage. But now, she had no choice but to use this skill as a life-saving measure. Meanwhile, in other instances, I forfeit. Zhao Kai's health had dropped to just 1 point, and around him there were dozens of elite goblin guards mercilessly torturing him. Even though these monsters didn't have any forced control skills, like most fighting games, being attacked would cause some degree of stiffness. And humans were not monsters. Monsters had strong resistance to stiffness and resilience. But Zhao Kai did not die in the face of such multiple attacks. He seemed to have gone completely mad. Lying on the ground, he convulsed continuously, unable to move at all. At this moment, the bloodlocking system that came with the dungeon became the most terrifying torment. Hell, I forfeit. I'm not taking the exam anymore. I will never choose hell difficulty again. Zhao Kai never imagined that the sarcastic remarks he made to Lin Chen before the exam would come back to haunt him like a boomerang. His scores from the first 3 rounds were already dismal, and there was no break for this round. Almost as soon as the Goblin King and the elite Goblin Guards appeared, his health dropped to 1. Candidate Zhao Kai, do you voluntarily forfeit this round of the exam? If you forfeit, you will not earn any points for this round. A cold voice echoed from the sky. This was the proctor, who had been monitoring all the candidates, confirming once again. In the end, Zhao Kai forfeited this round. This meant he had completely failed this exam. If he hadn't tried to show off and had chosen nightmare difficulty instead, he would have had no problem clearing all 4 rounds, and his total score would definitely be higher than what he had now. Similar situations to Zhao Kai's appeared among all the candidates who chose hell difficulty in the 22 exam venues across Tianhai City. A large number of candidates could not withstand the intensity and torment of hell difficulty and voluntarily gave up the exam. In the end, only a few, like Li Zirue, who were indeed stronger than their peers, were still struggling to hold on. It's so tragic. Look at Li Zirue and Qi Xiaoying, they're also covered in injuries. Only Lin Chen, that freak, can face this challenge so easily. The disparity in this world is indeed quite large. This last remark came from Qi Guoguang. Because at this moment, on the big screen, almost all the candidates who chose hell difficulty were hanging by a thread. Even those who hadn't been attacked by monsters and were left with just 1 health point were still injured. 10 minutes had passed and they had barely made it through half a minute. The remaining 9.5 minutes would be incredibly torturous for them. Moreover, just surviving was meaningless. They still had to kill the Goblin King. Otherwise, even if they dodged all the skills and took no damage, it wouldn't count as completing this 4th round. However, there was one exception. In the center of the big screen, in the dungeon where Lin Chen was, there was an aura of peace and harmony. Why? Because whether it was the Goblin King or the clawing Goblin Guards, they had all turned into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in place and unable to move. While others were frantically maneuvering, Lin Chen stood completely still. Maneuver? Why maneuver? As long as I control all of you, I won't have to dodge skills, right? Fire, wind, ice. Triple mastery. Li Yuanjing felt his breath quickening. In today's 4 rounds of exams, Lin Chen had given in too many shocks and surprises. Besides the fire element he initially displayed and the wind element shown in the 3rd round, he could actually use ice spells as well. Moreover, this kid was using a 4th tier ice skill, Blizzard. A wide area of blizzard fell over the entire dungeon, and countless water mists on the ground condensed into solid ice, seeping into the bones of all the goblin monsters. The damage from the ice skill was also quite impressive. Although the number of hits was low and the values weren't high, the control effect was immediate. Initially, all the monsters covered by the blizzard had their movement speed significantly reduced. Subsequently, they were trapped in place. Now, they had completely frozen into ice sculptures. Then, without any hesitation, Lin Chen ended the suffering of these monsters. Boom! 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 The 4th tier fire skill, Flamestorm, rained down in succession. The blazing flames collided with the extreme cold of the snow, snowflakes flying and sparks scattering. The scene looked visually stunning, and the damage was equally overwhelming. Dozens of goblin elites surrounding their king had only a sliver of health left when the 2nd firestorm struck. With the 3rd impact, they were instantly obliterated. As for the Goblin King, after the 4th firestorm hit, its frozen state vanished. Its health plummeted drastically. The passive effect of the ice type 6th tier skill, Bitter Cold. After Lin Chen used fire magic to break the ice, it directly reduced its maximum health. So even though its health was much higher than that of its minions, under the high damage of 4 firestorms and the percentage damage to maximum health, it could only let out a miserable scream before dying on the spot. Only 30 seconds had passed since the 4th round began. Lin Chen, in a crushing manner, cleared the 4th round. The remaining 9.5 minutes were just wasted time for Lin Chen. In the conference hall of the examination center, there was complete silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. It wasn't until Lin Chen killed the Goblin King in an instant that Li Yuanjing was the first to stand up. Clap, clap, clap. He started to applaud. Then, everyone else who witnessed the scene couldn't help but be extremely excited. They stood up, giving Lin Chen the warmest applause and cheers. Full marks in the 1st round. Full marks in the 2nd round. In the 3rd and 4th rounds, still full marks. A hexagonal warrior with no blind spots. The top scorer of the entire province this year, truly deserving of the title. Please vote for recommendations. And monthly tickets. Where did everyone go to play during the May Day holiday? The author is struggling at home typing away, hoping to save up more drafts so they can go out and have fun later. QAQ awesome. In this round, he still got full marks. Our top scorer of the entire province has emerged. This should create a historical record for our Dongjiang, right? Li Yuanjing felt himself trembling slightly, because what Lin Chen created was not just one or two of the highest records in the history of the provincial college entrance examination, but it also set a precedent. 4 rounds of full marks. So far, such a super genius had never appeared in Dongjiang province. Li Yuanjing stood up and said, his exam is already over, let's release him from the instance. I can see he's getting a bit impatient. I will personally give him the rules for the 5th round and the rewards for our provincial top scorer. Li Yuanjing's aide was clearly taken aback. It should be noted that in previous years this was always something he handled. This year, unexpectedly, the boss himself was taking care of it. This was enough to show how much he valued this candidate named Lin Chen. After Li Yuanjing left the conference hall, Shi Guoguang did not leave. He at least wanted to see how his granddaughter performed in the final round before everything settled. He took a deep look at Lin Chen on the big screen, mastering fire, wind, and ice, and perfectly controlling the 4th-tier skills of all 3 elements. One could tell from his ease in casting spells. This kid, his strength should be more than this. Even the hellish difficulty of the 4-round exam hadn't truly forced out his trump cards. At Lin Chen's home, the clock hanging on the wall ticked away. Lin Chen's mother, Su Qingfang, was mopping the floor repeatedly, even though the surface was already spotless. It was clear that she had been doing housework all morning. Stop mopping, it's clean enough, you've mopped at least 10 times. Lin Guodong sat on the sofa, feeling quite irritable. On the table was half a bottle of white liquor, which he drank cup by cup. Besides that, he didn't know what else to do. After sending Lin Chen to the station in the morning, the couple didn't go to work. They both took the day off to take care of Lin Chen. However, waiting was always the most torturous. The entire morning passed with not a single piece of information, and they were anxious as they waited. Lin Guodong picked up his glass and downed another shot of liquor. The strong alcohol burned his esophagus, giving him an unparalleled thrill, making him feel a bit more alert. Then, Lin Guodong grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. To save money for their son's education, both parents were very busy. So the television at home didn't have a subscription package and had only a few channels. When the TV was turned on, it was the free Dongjiang satellite TV for the entire province. A male and a female host sat at the news desk, smiling as they began. Hello, dear viewers, welcome to the noon news. Today is June 7th, Monday. The 2024 National Vocational College Unified Admission Examination was held this morning in Tianhai City, with 130,000 candidates from 34 base cities across the province participating in 4 rounds of testing. The exam results have all been released. According to the Great Xia Vocational Examination Law, our station will legally publicize the scores of the top 100 candidates in the province. Now, please watch the detailed information. As the TV turned on, it was exactly noon. This mainstream media, Dongjiang Satellite TV, also began to announce the results province-wide in a traditional media manner. Su Qingfang paused her actions and looked at the TV. Lin Guodong also stared intently at the screen. The TV displayed the ranking list of the top 100 candidates in the province. Due to the limitations of the screen, the list could only be shown in groups of 20. For those ranked after 50, only names, places of origin, and corresponding professions were listed. For those before 50, photos of the candidates were shown in groups of 10. As they watched, Su Qingfang and Lin Guodong lost interest. At that moment, the list on the TV had already reached the group ranked 31 to 40. Naturally, they couldn't see Lin Chen's name. However, the couple had no expectations about it. Knock knock. At that moment, the door was knocked on. Lin Guodong got up to open the door and saw a somewhat plump middle-aged man outside. Guodong, the exam is over, let's go pick up the kids. I'll drive my car, we can pick up your son too. This man was named Zhou Heping, who worked at the same mining company as Lin Guodong. However, Lin Guodong was an ordinary miner, while Zhou Heping was the office director of the asset department, whose work was much easier than Lin Guodong's and his income was significantly higher. Lin Guodong smiled and said, Director Zhou, no need, I rented a car too, I can go pick them up myself. Zhou Heping waved his hand. Guodong, you smell of alcohol, you must have had quite a bit to drink just now, do you still dare to drive? Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Liang just called me, he did well, he made it into the top 5,000 in the province, he should be able to choose a good school. What about Xiaoyi, hasn't he called you yet? This kid, he doesn't even let you know he's safe, making you worry less. The Xiao Liang mentioned by Zhou Heping was naturally his son. Lin Guodong was taken aback. He was puzzled as to why this somewhat harsh office director would show such kindness today, actively inviting him to pick up the kids together. It turned out he was just here to show off. In an instant, Su Qingfang's expression turned sour. She had heard her husband complain about how Director Zhou had made things difficult for him. Now, at their most anxious moment, he was coming to flaunt his son's results. Even someone as good-tempered as Su Qingfang felt like cursing at That moment, Lin Guodong glanced at his wife, forcibly suppressing his anger. He knew he couldn't offend this director of the asset department if he wanted to keep his job. Just as he was about to reluctantly agree, the TV, which had just been turned on, finally displayed the list of the top 10 candidates in the province for this year. The standards for the top 10 were even higher. Not only were there photos, but there was also a special voice announcement, now announcing the top scorer of this year's National College Entrance Examination, the top student in Dongjiang Province, candidate Lin Chen, from Jiangcheng Base City, with a total score of 8,000 points in the 4 rounds of testing, achieving the highest score in the history of the province since the establishment of its own college entrance examination system. It is reported that Lin Chen broke 9 provincial records and created 3 new national records in this college entrance examination's 4 rounds of testing. The news anchor on the television seemed a bit emotional, passionately recounting Lin Chen's achievements. Meanwhile, in reality, clap. The mop in Su Qingfang's hand fell to the ground. She was completely unaware, because she saw her son's photo on the TV. It was him. It really was him. In the next moment, Su Qingfang covered her mouth and nose with her hands, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Lin Guodong's eyes were also red, seeing the words top scholar of the province on the big screen. He wanted to roar with all his might. All the hard work of the past 10 years was worth it at this moment. Xiao Yi was the top scholar. He was first in the province. As for Zhou Heping, who had just been smiling and feeling quite pleased with himself, he felt as if a thunderclap had struck his ears. Ha! Lin Guodong's son scored first in the province? First? In an instant, his earlier pride in his son being in the top 5,000 in the province suddenly felt insignificant. Being in the top 5,000 was worth celebrating? What about my son being first? Next, let's congratulate the top 10 candidates of this year's provincial examination. They will represent our Dongjiang province to go to Daijing and participate in the final round of testing, determining the final rankings of this national college entrance examination. The midday news continued to broadcast. The output against Zhou Heping's psychological defenses showed no signs of stopping. Now he felt as if his old face was about to be swollen from the embarrassment. The experience of trying to show off only to be outshone by others was truly dreadful. Lin Guodong certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. He wouldn't let the chance to strike back slip away. Xiao Yi is indeed a bit naive. He didn't even tell us in advance that he would be going to Daijing for the final round of exams. Well, Director Zhou, thank you for your kindness. Xiao Yi might be back a bit late. I'll just rent a car to pick him up myself then. We appreciate your good intentions. Su Qingfang had somehow walked over to Lin Guodong's side. She sweetly took her husband's hand, smiling at Zhou Heping. Zhou Heping felt like a clown. He quickly nodded, saying, then I won't disturb you. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as he was about to escape, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Stepping out of the Lin family's door, Zhou Heping answered the call. Initially filled with anger, he immediately became respectful upon hearing the voice on the other end. Chairman, why are you personally calling me? If there's anything, just have Xiao Liao inform me. Zhou Heping had thought that the biggest boss of his own company was reaching out to him, perhaps with some good news. Who knew the next words from the caller would leave him dumbfounded. Xiao Zhou, it's like this. I heard from Xiao Zhang that you live next to a worker named Lin Guodong from our company, right? The contact number he left on the roster is unreachable, so I looked for you. Are you at home? Now, can you get in touch with him? Zhou Heping felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. It was understandable for the chairman of Dingsheng Mining to look for him, but directly contacting a worker, what could be bad about that? It must be good news. Zhou Heping's bad premonition was already surfacing, but he could only brace himself and say, yes, he's right next to me. Then pass the phone to him. Zhou Heping handed his phone to Lin Guodong. Lin Guodong looked confused. Zhou Heping, the chairman has something to ask you. Lin Guodong took the phone. A few minutes later, he returned the phone to Zhou Heping, then, looking bewildered, told his wife Su Qingfang the situation. The factory said I performed well and my results met the standards. Tomorrow, I will be promoted to the director of the asset department. Su Qingfang was overjoyed, especially with their son's excellent results. Today was truly a double celebration. Guodong, does that mean you won't have to go down the mine anymore? Lin Guodong also smiled, revealing a row of neat white teeth. No, I won't. From now on, I'll be in the office, and my salary has increased more than tenfold. Zhou Heping? He heard the sound of his own heart-breaking. What's going on? A phone call, and the most ordinary worker under him suddenly becomes his superior? This is just Tianhai City, the first examination hall. Lin Chen stepped out of the instance's light curtain. Half a minute ago, he received the news that his 4 rounds of exams had all concluded. So he was teleported out early. That's good. It saves him from sitting in that desolate instance space, doing nothing. He had already eaten enough snacks and drank enough cola. Others are here to take exams, but you look like you're here for a vacation. As soon as he exited the instance, Lin Chen saw a middle-aged man in a Daxia Education Department uniform, smiling at him. Congratulations, Lin Chen, you've become this year's top scholar in the entire Dongjiang province. And you're the top scholar with a perfect score. Before the exams started, none of us expected that this year's top scholar would be someone we had never heard of. Lin Chen, wasn't there supposed to be a 5th round of exams? Perhaps having already encountered bosses like the aberrant Death Knight and the Shadow Demon Spider, which reached the king level, Lin Chen's perspective was far beyond that of most of his peers. The monsters in these 4 rounds of exams weren't even worthy of warming him up, so he didn't take Li Yuanjing's praise to heart. Instead, he calmly asked his question. In Li Yuanjing's eyes, this was even more commendable. This young man's temperament far exceeded that of his peers. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Li Yuanjing, the Deputy Director of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department. You can call me Uncle Li. Now, to answer your question. There is a 5th round, but it won't be tested here. You'll need to go to the imperial capital. You can take a good rest at noon, and in the afternoon, I'll personally take you to the imperial capital. As for the specifics of the 5th round of testing, even I don't know much about it. But it will definitely be a special instance extracted from the Abyss world, and the difficulty and mechanics will be explained to you once you arrive in the imperial capital. That's also why it's necessary to confirm that you must have the Abyss entry title. Alright, that's all I have to say about the 5th round. I'm here today mainly to meet you and to give you your rewards. Lin Chen's heart stirred. He thought, indeed there are rewards. But on the surface, he remained neither humble nor arrogant, neither happy nor sad. Come here. Li Yuanjing waved at Lin Chen. Once Lin Chen approached, he took out a black scroll. After crushing it, Lin Chen felt a flash before his eyes. It was as if he had entered a teleportation array, spinning around. The next moment, Lin Chen found the surroundings changing. He had arrived in a new underground space. This is the underground treasure room of the education department. First, give me your practitioner's serial number, and I'll have someone transfer the funds to you. The reward for being first in our province is 1 million Daxia coins, which can be considered your scholarship, so don't think it's too little. Additionally, there's a scroll for 1,000 tradable skill points, which is also a fixed reward. For the remaining 2 rewards, you can choose 1 T2 level treasure from the treasure list and also receive 1 skill book from your profession skill book list. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wow, 1,000 tradable skill points. Based on the current Blue Star standard price, this far exceeds 1 million Daxia coins. Even for those aristocratic families, unless they are the top tier, pulling out 1,000 skill points for their juniors isn't a small amount. However, these 1,000 skill points were just a burden for him. So Lin Chen spoke up, Uncle Li, can I exchange this 1,000 tradable skill points scroll for another reward? Li Yuanjing looked at Lin Chen in surprise. In his view, most people wouldn't refuse skill points. But this kid actually refused and intended to exchange it for another reward. Li Yuanjing realized that this kid might be trying to get more rare treasures from the treasury. He shook his head and said, this is a fixed reward. It can't be exchanged for treasures from the treasury. Lin Chen also shook his head and replied, no, I don't want to exchange it for treasures from the treasury. I want to exchange it for money. Li Yuanjing was stunned. What the hell? You don't want skill points, you want money? What's wrong with you, kid? Are you blinded by money? Are you sure you want to exchange it for money? I must remind you that, purely in terms of value, the money you can get for 1,000 tradable skill points cannot buy 1,000 skill points. Lin Chen understood this principle, of course. But for him, the value of money far exceeded that of these 1,000 skill points. Lin Chen nodded and said, I'm sure. Li Yuanjing looked at Lin Chen again. Soon he thought that even though this kid had already achieved first place in the province, he seemed to have overlooked a key point. That is his background. Coming from a level 5 base city like Jiangcheng, he had no family background. He must have put in countless times the effort of an ordinary person, combined with some fortuitous encounters, to achieve what he had today. For an ordinary practitioner, relying solely on oneself without depending on others is incredibly difficult. He couldn't empathize with it, but he could understand. Li Yuanjing even imagined that Lin Chen's family situation was extremely difficult, and this kid intended to earn more money to help with family expenses. He took a deep breath and said, how about this? According to the relevant regulations of our Great Xia Treasury Management, if you don't want skill points and want to exchange them for Great Xia coins, there will definitely be a loss. The loss is about 20%, but today I'll cover that 20% out of my own pocket. Your 1,000 tradable skill points can be exchanged for around 5.35 million Great Xia coins, which will be transferred to your card along with the 1 million scholarship later. Alright, now there's one more reward you can choose from. Take a look at the list, and once you've decided, let me know, and I'll have someone fetch it immediately. As he spoke, Li Yuanjing led Lin Chen to a treasury window. There were no staff at this window, only a spirit crystal. He used his deputy director's access card to swipe at the spirit crystal sensing port, and the next moment the spirit crystal screen lit up. He clicked a few times to set the filtering function for the treasure list interface, setting the tier to above level 2, then stepped aside to let Lin Chen check for himself. Lin Chen walked up to the screen, his fingers touching the list and scrolling up and down. Soon, he was astonished by the rarity of the items on the list. First of all, the breakthrough magic crystal that Lin Chen had been thinking about was right there on the list. Although it was also rated T2, the quantity he could obtain at once was 3, which was more than enough to unlock his necromancy branch skill tree. Besides that, Lin Chen also saw many good items he had never seen or even heard of before. Attribute magic crystal, mental, grade, gold type, one-time consumable use. Randomly grants you 5 to 10 points of mental attribute value. Note, the upper limit of attribute value you can obtain through this grade of attribute magic crystal is 999 points. If you exceed this limit, this grade of attribute magic crystal will not take effect for you. From the notes, Lin Chen learned that this item was a deep processed product made by combining the magic crystal technology currently excavated by the Blue Star human race from the abyss with heavenly and earthly spiritual materials, that is, rare treasures, and finally produced through alchemy. It could directly grant attribute points. In addition to the magic crystals that could increase attribute points, Lin Chen also saw special magic crystals that could enhance critical hits and casting speed. However, the grades of these two types of magic crystals were only bronze, with the increased attribute for critical hits being only 0.05%. So T1 grade treasures should have higher grade magic crystals of this type. There might even be magic crystals that reduce skill cooldowns. They were indeed good items, and Lin Chen felt a bit envious. In addition to various magical crystals with different functions, Lin Chen also saw a large number of spiritual items that would provide permanent bonuses. There were also various scrolls. These scrolls could increase the experience points gained by professionals. Some were also entry passes for certain rare resource dungeons. Furthermore, at the end of the list, Lin Chen even saw equipment. And all of this equipment was platinum grade or higher. The attribute bonuses were high and the special effects were decent. However, these pieces of equipment were not permanently obtained after selection. The usage time was clearly marked on them. That's right, this equipment was rented to you. After selection, you would receive 1 month of usage time, and it would be recorded by the Great Xia Kingdom's equipment management system. If anything happened, you would still be held accountable. Moreover, if damaged, you would have to compensate at market value. Lin Chen shook his head. He wouldn't fall for such a trap. The items towards the end of the list had lower cost effectiveness. Renting equipment was one thing, but Lin Chen also saw many engineering creations, such as portable shrapnel mines, capable of causing large-scale explosions. There were also various potions with strong effects, but all had a duration. After reviewing the entire list, Lin Chen ultimately decided to take the breakthrough magical crystal. This item was too crucial for him. Upon hearing Lin Chen's final choice, Li Yuanjing revealed an expected expression. Most people, like you, choose the breakthrough magical crystal. Good luck. If you can achieve a good ranking in the 5th round, the Great Xia official will reward you. Li Yuanjing had his subordinates bring the breakthrough magical crystal and personally handed it to Lin Chen. It was a wooden box. When Lin Chen opened the box, he saw 3 translucent crystals lying inside, shimmering with a faint deep red glow, surrounded by black mist. Breakthrough magical crystal grade, diamond type, one-time consumable effect 1, unlocks side skill tree. Effect 2, increases the specialization level of one of your skills by 1 tier. Effect 3, before entering the Abyss Dungeon, sacrifice a certain number of this item to increase the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon by 1 level. Note, only one effect can be activated during a single use. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the breakthrough magical crystal to have a special effect that increased the difficulty of the Abyss Dungeon. It seemed that the value of his Abyss Conqueror title was immeasurable. It essentially saved him a significant amount of expenditure on breakthrough magical crystals. After all, in the future, as he leveled up, most of his time would be spent in the Abyss Dungeon. Higher difficulty meant higher rewards. Alright, there's one last reward for you to choose, which is a skill book. Pick one to receive. Li Yuanjing adjusted the treasury's light screen, and in the next moment, a row of skill book lists for the mage profession appeared before Lin Chen. It was the first time Lin Chen realized that there were so many types of elemental specializations in the mage profession. Fire, wind, ice, water, earth, these were the more common elemental types. Therefore, the skill books in the list were all tier 3. Otherwise, they wouldn't match the T2 rarity. In addition, Lin Chen also saw rarer elemental types: light, dark, thunder, wood. The only one missing was the necromancy type he had already obtained. It seemed that the rarity of necromancy skill books was even higher than these elemental types. He really had struck gold back then. After thinking it over, Lin Chen ultimately chose the thunder type. There was no other reason, he simply felt that the Thunder King had a lot of prestige. The location for storing the skill books seemed to be right behind the window where Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing were. So after Lin Chen made his choice, he quickly received the Thunder skill book, Electric Shock type, skill book. Classic, Profession, Mage, Learnable Level, LV.5, Rank 1, Effect. After use, you will learn the skill, Electric Shock. Lin Chen casually crushed the skill book and used it directly. The Lightning. Specialization is the orthodox skill tree of mages, so there is no need to use breakthrough magic crystals to utilize it. Li Yuanjing noticed Lin Chen's action and felt a stir in his heart. This kid has mastered another system of spell specialization. He won't turn into a 4 specialization mage in such a short time, will he? Then, Li Yuanjing quickly dismissed this thought. Because, currently, apart from god-level figures, there really isn't anyone in the entire Blue Star who can specialize in more than 4 systems of skills at the same time. Not just mages, but other professions also have their specializations. Specializing in multiple branches of a profession not only doubles the skill points consumed but also greatly drains the practitioner's energy. After all skill proficiencies need to be practiced repeatedly by the practitioner to increase. The reason Lin Chen is currently specialized in fire, wind, and ice is likely due to some talent that allows him to elevate specialized spells by 2 or 3 ranks directly. This makes him appear as if he is a 3 specialization mage. In reality, it's just that under the talent boost, his starting point is a bit higher than others. With this in mind, everything seems to make sense. Alright, I've given you all your rewards, Li Yuanjing said, glancing at his watch, then continued. Keep this teleportation scroll safe. After using it, you will be teleported to our education department's dedicated teleportation hall. I'll be waiting for you there at 3 in the afternoon to personally take you to the capital for the final round of the national exam. Remember, don't be late. For the remaining time, you can stroll around Tianhai, or if you want a rest, I can arrange a single apartment for you. Lin Chen took the teleportation scroll handed to him by Li Yuanjing. Then he said, there's too little time, so I won't go for a stroll. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Uncle Li, please arrange a single room for me. Li Yuanjing nodded. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen stepped into the temporary apartment that belonged solely to him. This was originally an apartment for receiving VIPs by the East River Education General Office, which has always been maintained and cleaned, and the comfort level is very high. Lin Chen was very satisfied. Lying on the soft big bed, Lin Chen took out his phone to take a look. Sure enough, half an hour ago, he received a text message. It was a message from Daxia Bank. At this moment, his account balance had skyrocketed from over 1 million to over 7 million. With the money in place, there are many more things he can operate. Lin Chen hadn't expected that in just half a day he would gain so much. It seems that only by relying on a national-level giant can one obtain more resources, and that is true. Lin Chen didn't know how much shock his current displayed strength had brought to Li Yuanjing and others. But this was all intentional on Lin Chen's part. Take the 4th round, for example. The combination of the Goblin King and the Royal Guard. He could even take down one with a 7th level fire or wind spell in a single hit. There was no need for the hassle of blizzards and firestorms. However, Lin Chen knew that the more he displayed, the more attention he would attract. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen was extremely cautious. Although he had mastered forbidden spells now, there was still a significant gap between him and the true top-tier combat power of this world. Attribute values, equipment, and even level suppression are all points that cannot be ignored. Not to mention whether those strong figures from abroad would want to crush him in the cradle. Just speaking of Daxia, it is hard to ensure that there aren't people coveting him. Who knows if there are things in this world that can plunder other skills and talents? He must be careful. It is this series of reasons that led Lin Chen to keep what he currently displayed under the 4th rank. He put away these thoughts. Lin Chen took out the necromancy skill book and a breakthrough magic crystal from his personal space. He then selected to use them. This time, there was no message indicating a failure. Instead, a prompt appeared. Do you want to consume 1 breakthrough magic crystal to use the skill book and unlock the auxiliary skill tree? Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose yes. In the next moment, the skill book shattered, turning into light points that merged into Lin Chen's body. Congratulations, you have unlocked the necromancy auxiliary skill tree and you have gained a new skill, summon, skeleton, soldier. Lin Chen opened his skill interface and glanced at his skill point balance. Available skill points 64132. After upgrading the forbidden spell, a good part of the day had passed, and his skill points had increased significantly. However, to elevate the necromancy skills to a higher level, this was still not enough. It was time to spend some money. With over 7 million in savings, Lin Chen felt confident this time. Do you want to spend 1.45 million real currency to continuously purchase 10 days of AFK rewards? A 10-time purchase will grant an additional day of AFK rewards. Just as Lin Chen was about to spend money, the system timely provided a prompt. The price of 1.45 million still felt a bit exaggerated to Lin Chen. However, upon seeing that a 10-time purchase would grant an extra day, he chose this option without hesitation. Purchase successful. You have gained 978,912 skill points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's skill point balance broke the million mark again. Opening the necromancy skill specialization interface, Lin Chen began to allocate points. With the one-click allocation option now available, the process of allocating points was no longer as painful as before. Of course, if one purely enjoyed the thrill of constant upgrades with the sound of ding ding ding, it was still exhilarating to click like crazy. However, Lin Chen was pressed for time, so he opted for a direct approach. Consume 500 skill points. Your summon, Skeleton Soldier has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Summon, Undead Warrior. Consume 2000 skill points. Your summon, Undead Warrior has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Summon, Death Mage. Consume 5000 skill points. Your summon, Death Mage, has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Resurrection of the Fallen. Consume 10,000 skill points. Your Resurrection of the Fallen has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Rune Infusion. Consume 50,000 skill points. Your Rune Infusion has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Summon, Skeletal Dragon. Consume 100,000 skill points. Your summon, Skeletal Dragon has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Corpse Explosion. Consume 500,000 skill points. Your Corpse Explosion has leveled up. You have gained a new spell, Summon, Necromancer Lord. This time, Lin Chen directly upgraded the necromancy skills to the 8th level in one go. At the moment he saw the 8th level necromancy spells, a classic image appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Wow, is that you, the Lich King? Please give me monthly tickets and evaluation votes. The author bows to all the readers. As Lin Chen reviewed the 8 skills, he quickly grasped the characteristics of the entire necromancy skill set. The design features of the necromancy skill set were distinctly different from those of other types. First, from the 1st to the 8th level, there were as many as 5 summoning spells. From the most ordinary skeleton soldier to the Plague Lord, the coverage was very broad. Therefore, the characteristic of necromancy is that there are many more people can fight, fewer, and everyone dares to engage. Moreover, even the lowest level skeleton soldier has an unbeatable advantage compared to other summons. That is, they have no thoughts of their own, no intelligence. They only know how to follow orders. Naturally, there will be no unnecessary fear or hesitation. A fearless summon that is not affected psychologically can exert its full combat power. This is the terror of the Plague Legion. What caught Lin Chen's attention were mainly 3 skills. First was the 5th level skill Rune Infusion. Rune Enchantment type, active skill rank. Level 5 category, Necromancy cost, 8000 mana casting time, instant cooldown, none effect. Study the power of necromantic runes to infuse a weapon with a unique necromantic enchantment. Effect. Blood Rune, enchant a melee weapon, granting it the following effect. When an attack hits, 5% of the damage dealt is converted into health restoration for you. Plague Rune, enchant a ranged weapon, granting it the following effect. When an attack hits, there is a 60% chance to inflict the target with a plague status, causing the target to lose 0.5% of their maximum health per second. For 10 seconds. This effect can stack up to 10 layers, but its effectiveness is reduced against high-tier enemies. Curse Rune, enchant any type of weapon, granting it the following effect. When an attack hits, there is a 10% chance to inflict the target with one of the following debuffs: Weakness Curse, Fatigue Curse, Blindness Curse, Throat Choke Curse, Fragility Curse. Weakness Curse reduces the target's all attributes by 10% and movement speed by 25%. Fatigue Curse increases the mana cost of all skills cast by the target by 50%. Blindness Curse reduces the target's attack accuracy by 15%. Throat Choke Curse increases the casting time of all skills by the target by 30%. Fragility Curse reduces the target's armor and magic resistance by 20%, increasing all damage taken by 10%. Note, this enchantment effect is a unique enchantment effect that can stack with regular enchantment effects. The duration of the above 3 rune enchantment effects is 72 hours. These 3 enchantment effects are all incredibly practical. Not to mention anything else, if Lin Chen wants to make money in the future, he won't even need to hunt monsters to sell goods. Just setting up a small enchantment stall in a bustling area would likely attract a crowd. One enchantment lasting 3 days, charging 58,800 seems quite reasonable, right? Besides this skill that could provide Lin Chen with an additional source of income, the level 7 skill Corpse Explosion is also terrifyingly powerful. Corpse Explosion type, active skill rank, level 7 category, Necromancy cost, 10% of maximum health casting time, instant cooldown, none effect, explode a corpse, dealing dark attribute damage equal to 20% of that corpse's original maximum health to all targets in a large area around the corpse. If there are other corpses within the explosion radius, a chain reaction will occur, causing all corpses in the area to explode in succession. Again, dealing dark attribute damage equal to 20% of each corpse's original maximum health. Note, don't waste good corpses and don't neglect bad ones. This skill is quite sinister. Firstly, it doesn't consume mana. Instead, it consumes Lin Chen's own maximum health. Using Corpse Explosion once will reduce his health by 10%. Moreover, the hidden condition for casting is that there must be a corpse present. However, the skill's effect is incredibly overpowered. Exploding a corpse deals damage to monsters in the area based on a certain percentage of the corpse's maximum health before death. It also triggers a chain reaction. For certain enemies that particularly enjoy summoning minions, like the Goblin King and his guards, killing a few elite Goblin guards and then using corpse explosion could even wipe out other Goblin guards. The Goblin guards that are blown up also become corpses, allowing the chain explosion to continue. In the end, the Goblin King, protected in the center, could very well be killed by his most loyal subordinates. As for the last note of the skill, it's simply a hellish joke. Don't waste good corpses suggests that when you see a corpse with good potential, you should directly use the level 4 spell reanimation to raise it as a summon, right? And bad corpses? Just blow them up, leaving no trace behind. Finally, the 8th tier skill, Summon, Lich Lord, is truly heavyweight. The skill description is very simple. There is only one, summon the Lich Lord to fight for you. Without having used it, I have no idea how powerful it is. After looking at these 8 skills, Lin Chen glanced at what the forbidden spell of the necromancy system was called. Skill points required to upgrade to the next tier, 1 million. Forbidden spell, River of the Dead, sounds ominous just by its name. Then Lin Chen looked at the mutated version of this 8th tier necromancy skill. Skill points required to evolve this skill, 500,000 points. Currency required to evolve this skill, 1 million dasha coins. Evolve skill, Summon, Calamity Lord. Unlike the forbidden spell's advancement, in the preview of the upgraded skill, Lin Chen could only see the name of the next tier skill but could not check the specific effects. However, Lin Chen had already obtained the 8th tier necromancy skill. Naturally, he could check what the evolved 8th tier skill's effects were. Command Calamity, Lich Lord, type, active skill, tier, 8th category, necromancy, cost, 99,999 mana, casting time, 180 seconds, cooldown, permanent, passive. Effect, with supreme authority, command all necromantic beings of royal tier and below, with no limit on quantity. You gain a 10,000 cubic meter necromantic summoning space, where all necromantic beings you command will rest and recuperate. As you specialize and master this skill, the space will continue to expand. Your 4th tier skill, Resurrection of the Dead, has evolved. Now you can choose any deceased being of royal tier or below to infuse with necromantic energy, turning it into your summon. This summon will retain a certain proportion of its attributes and all skills from its life. Active effect, summon the true Lord of Calamity to descend upon the world. This summon will completely obey you, and once this summon falls, this skill will become permanently ineffective. This summon starts at level LV.1, initial rank, Lord level. When fighting with this summon, the experience gained from killing monsters will be distributed to this summon according to the ratio you set. This summon initially possesses a growth type. Weapon of Black Iron Grade, Soul's Lament. After killing monsters, Soul's Lament will harvest a certain proportion of the monster's health, mana, and 4-dimensional attributes, adding them to the weapon's base attributes. As this summon levels up and completes rank advancement, new active and passive skills will be unlocked. Note, my child, on the day you were born, the whole world whispered your name. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Damn, I really need to have a Lich King now. And it's a growth type. Just thinking about this type of summon, Lin Chen knew it would definitely be incredibly powerful once raised. Looking across the entire blue star, items with growth potential are extremely precious. There's one crucial point: the timing of obtaining such growth type skills or summons is very critical. If you get such things after you've already advanced to a high tier, it will feel tasteless, yet too valuable to discard, because you would have to spend a lot of time slowly nurturing it from a low tier. But although Lin Chen's combat power was explosive now, he had only transitioned to the 2nd tier. Obtaining this summon could allow for mutual growth. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, without much hesitation. He spent money again to purchase 500,000 skill points. Then he selected evolution. Ding! Congratulations, you have consumed 500,000 skill points and 1 million dasha coins. Your skill, Summon, Calamity Lord, has evolved into a new skill, Command Calamity, Lich Lord. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen's over 7 million dasha coins were now reduced to just over 1 million. Money, oh money, it really doesn't last. This time, the national top scholar, Lin Chen, was determined to win, and he had to ruthlessly take advantage of the country's resources. Without mourning for the wealth that had slipped away, Lin Chen planned to test his necromancy skills. Because the descriptions of these skills only mentioned summoning certain beings to fight for him, he had no idea what the strength level or skills of these summoned creatures were. Under the influence of the 7th tier passive skill, Divine Grace Chant, all skills below 5th tier were instant cast, and with his current mana being sufficient, Lin Chen waved his hand, and 3 skeletal creatures of varying sizes, but with different equipment and professions, appeared before him. Without the need for the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen could check the attributes of these 3 skeleton monsters. Skeleton Soldier Health, 1000 mana, none attack, 120 defense, 100 magic resistance, 100 skills, none remarks. Scourge Legion, the lowest tier of minions in the realm of the undead. Skeleton Warrior Health, 3000 mana, none attack, 300 defense, 300 magic resistance, 150 skills, Greatsword / remarks, the most common warrior in the Scourge Legion. Necromancer Health, 5000 mana, 10,000 attack, 800 defense, 200 magic. Resistance 500 skills, Wailing Arrow Rain, Soul Flame, Banshee's Wail Remarks, an elite member of the Mage Legion, mastering various ranged spell attacks. These 3 summoned creatures were necromancy summons of tiers 1 to 3. The strongest among them was, of course, the necromancer. It even had a skill that could mentally intimidate other enemy targets, Banshee's Wail. In Lin Chen's view, besides the health bars above their heads, there was also a countdown timer that was continuously dropping. The one that dropped the fastest was the skeleton soldier. 3 minutes later, when the countdown timer above the skeleton soldier hit 0, it fell apart into a pile of bones, and the blue ghost fire in its eye sockets completely vanished. It seems these summoned creatures have a battle time limit. Once the time is up, they will perish. Lin Chen had a thought. The 8th tier necromancy skill he had just acquired was also a stitching skill, similar to the Supreme Ascension. In addition to actively summoning the necromancer, there was also a passive effect. He had a summoning space of 10,000 cubic meters. What would happen if he placed these summoned creatures into that space? He thought and acted. Lin Chen summoned a few low-tier skeleton soldiers again, then transferred them along with the skeleton warrior and necromancer, whose countdown timers were already halfway down into that summoning space. The next moment, the skeletal monsters before Lin Chen disappeared. At the same time, a passage appeared in Lin Chan's Sea of Consciousness. Following this passage, Lin Chen, in a pure consciousness form, arrived in this necromancy summoning space that belonged solely to him. The 10,000 cubic meters of summoning space was not too large, he could see the end at a glance. However, it was more than enough to accommodate these 4 or 5 skeleton monsters. Indeed, after entering this space, Lin Chen found that the countdown timers hovering above these monsters' heads not only stopped dropping but instead filled up at an astonishing speed. After several dozen seconds, the summoning time for the 3 types of skeleton monsters was completely replenished. Lin Chen had a thought. The next moment, these 4 or 5 skeleton monsters were transferred back into reality from the necromancy space. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, this passive skill is quite amazing. It's so useful. Lin Chen realized the true value of this necromancy space. It allowed him to store an entire skeleton army within it. If needed, he wouldn't have to consume mana to summon new skeleton monsters anymore, just transfer them directly out of this space. After testing the effects of this space, Lin Chen once again immersed his consciousness into the necromantic realm. He wanted to test whether he could summon an army of the undead directly within this space. This time, Lin Chen was no longer summoning low-level skeletons. Instead, he aimed for a 6th tier necromantic creature, the skeletal dragon. The mana cost and casting time for a 6th tier summoning spell were significantly longer, but it seemed that in this necromantic space, chanting as a consciousness entity was somewhat faster. After a few seconds, a necromantic magic circle emanating a strange black mist appeared on the ground. Then, a dragon claw, with only a few scraps of flesh still clinging to its stark white bones, suddenly broke through the ice layer from below this space. Boom! The dragon claw stomped on the ice, causing the entire space to tremble violently. In the next moment, the massive body of the skeletal dragon emerged entirely from the ice. A terrifying skeletal dragon, engulfed in cold soul flames, appeared before Lin Chen's consciousness. The dragon's body was highly decayed, with white dragon bones visible everywhere. Its wings were riddled with holes. Lin Chen was quite worried about whether it could still fly in such a state. It seemed to sense Lin Chen's thoughts. The skeletal dragon raised its head and let out a roar towards the sky, and in the next moment, with a flap of its wing, the entire dragon took to the air. Lin Chen nodded. Very unscientific, but this is magic. Once the dragon was airborne, Lin Chen realized just how enormous it was. From head to tail, it was estimated to be over 40 meters long, with a wingspan of nearly 50 meters. Meanwhile, the dragon's attributes appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Skeletal dragon level, LV.100 rank, royal health 550,000/550,000 mana. 200,000/200,000 attack, 11,500 defense, 10,000 magic resistance, 10,000 skills, soul breath, tail sweep, anti-magic field, nether cold, dragon language, purify soul. The overall attributes of the skeletal dragon were somewhat stronger than those of the 6th tier magma flame demon. This was mainly because the necromantic system was a legitimate summoning skill tree, so being stronger was understandable. Now, only the most powerful Calamity Lord remained to be summoned. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Considering the terrifying phenomena triggered by the 8th tier Divine Fire Heavenly Conquest during its use, it was better not to summon the Calamity Lord in the real world. Otherwise, causing some upheaval in the Education General Administration of Tianhai City would be troublesome. In the necromantic space, Lin Chen began to chant. The initial casting time lasted a full 3 minutes, but with a 70% reduction from Divine Grace chanting, it still took nearly a minute. However, Lin Chen was not in a hurry, so he did not intend to waste the instant casting opportunity. As Lin Chen continued to chant, the entire necromantic space trembled. A necromantic magic circle, even larger and more complex than the one used to summon the skeletal dragon, emerged on the frozen ground. Countless necromantic magical runes pulsated and shifted with each of Lin Chen's incantations. Black mist, symbolizing disaster and suffering, spread throughout the space. The magic circle expanded continuously, revealing blinding black light filling the entire area with a deathly aura, as if the nine hells had descended upon the world. Lin Chen was relieved that he hadn't summoned in the real world, otherwise he might have been surrounded by countless professional armies halfway through the summoning. After over 50 seconds of chanting, it reached its peak. The magic circle expanded to its maximum, encompassing the entire necromantic space. At the same time, Lin Chen saw the low-level skeletons he had summoned earlier. They were now kneeling and prostrating in front of the central area shrouded in black light. Even the enormous skeletal dragon was trembling all over, its head bowed, seemingly waiting to meet its true king. As the last character escaped Lin Chen's lips, the chant was complete. Lin Chen let out a long breath. This great summoning spell really has a certain flair. Even he was held in place for nearly a minute. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the magic circle on the ground, and he couldn't help but gasp. With such a large magic circle, the disaster lord summoned at the end wouldn't also be a big guy, a super giant, would it? Lin Chen's imagination of the disaster lord was still stuck on the image of the well-known character Arthas from a certain game. Clad in pitch-black knight armor, wielding the sword of the fallen, standing atop an icy cliff, commanding the entire undead army. The light of the magic circle faded. When Lin Chen saw the disaster lord he had summoned in the center of the magic circle, he was completely stunned. It was a petite figure, not a giant at all. As the dust from the summoning ritual settled, Lin Chen could see the figure more clearly. The first thing that caught his eye was a set of exquisite black knight armor and a long sword shimmering with deep blue coldness. It looked very familiar. However, when the undead lord clasped the sword, Soul's Lament, between her long legs and then removed the steel helmet from her head with both hands, Lin Chen was left dumbfounded. Beneath the helmet was a stunningly beautiful girl with a detached expression. Her white hair cascaded down like a waterfall. In her red eyes, it seemed as if a silent river of oblivion flowed. "You are my master?" The girl looked at Lin Chen's spiritual form in the sky, her lips trembling as she softly uttered a few words. Lin Chen was so taken aback that he could only cough and nod, yes. In the next moment, the girl cradled the helmet in the crook of her right arm and sheathed the long sword, Soul's Lament. Then, she knelt on one knee and performed a standard knightly salute to Lin Chen. The girl spoke very little. After confirming that Lin Chen was indeed her master, she immediately displayed her submission. As she knelt, Lin Chen also saw the skeleton monsters and skeletal dragons he had summoned earlier, all kneeling before him in submission. However, Lin Chen could clearly feel that, unlike those low-level skeleton monsters and skeletal dragons, this white-haired, red-eyed disaster lord possessed a high level of intelligence and her own emotional awareness. Rather than being a summoned creature, she felt more like a living person. "Get up, do you have a name?" Lin Chen asked. The girl stood up, her quiet red eyes only showing a moment of fluctuation when she looked at Lin Chen. She gently shook her head. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. He was terrible at naming things. If she already had a name, it would be easier for him to address her in the future. Now, he definitely had to give her a name. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen spoke. "Since you come from the realm of the undead, according to our great Xia's tradition, the place you come from is called the Netherworld. Let's take a character from that name, you, and add my surname, so from now on, I'll call you Lin Yu." The girl tilted her head slightly, as if contemplating the meaning of this name. Then Lin Chen noticed a subtle hint of joy on her face, as if she really liked the essence contained in this name. She softly replied, "Yes." Lin Chen looked at Lin Yu, and her attribute panel immediately appeared before him. Lin Yu level, LV.1 rank, Lord Health 57842/57842 mana. 26331/26331 attack, 1855 defense, 1855 magic resistance, 1720 skills, soul cutting, undead sword chi, call of 1,000 souls remarks, the highest lord of the realm of the undead, but she seems to have forgotten her past. Soul's elegy type, weapon, two-handed, grade, black iron, 0%, equipment level, LV.1 exclusive weapon. Soulbound weight, 22.34 kg physical attack power plus 150 strength plus 10 stamina plus 10 spirit plus 10 agility plus 10 durability, never wears out unique effect, soul devour when killing a target, it will devour the target's soul, gaining a certain amount of attribute points, which are added to its own base attributes. Note, the stronger the killed target, the higher its rank, the more attribute points will be gained. After reviewing Lin Yu's basic attributes and her weapon attributes, what caught Lin Chen's attention were Lin Yu's two existing skills. Soul Cut type passive skill rank, first rank category, necromancy cost, none casting time, none cooldown time, none effect. When you deal damage to a target with a soul, it will also deal damage equal to 20% of the damage value to its soul. After the target's soul perishes, the target will immediately die. Note, for all beings with souls, there is a difference between soul strength and physical strength. Damage dealt to the body and soul will be calculated separately. If either side's health reaches 0, the death mechanism will be triggered. Remark: cut the flesh with a blade, sever the soul with the heart. This skill completely breaks the damage system of all current conventional skills. It introduces the concept of soul damage, which could have extremely terrifying effects on most monsters. It's very likely that a monster's physical health might only drop by half, but as long as its soul health reaches 0, it will trigger instant death. Besides this special skill, what truly took Lin Chen's breath away was Lin Yu's other passive skill, Thousand Souls Call. Thousand Souls Call type passive skill rank, first rank category, necromancy cost. None cooldown time, none effect. The Disaster Monarch, its subjects are the most fundamental source of power. Grants you health, mana, attack power, defense power, magic, resistance, and a 10% increase in the 4 basic attributes for all necromantic creatures you dominate. As long as there are other necromantic creatures under your command, all fatal damage you suffer will be borne by these necromantic creatures instead. When the Disaster Monarch is present, the summoning duration of all necromantic creatures in the Disaster faction will not be limited by time. Remark: this is the reason for being a king. Lin Chun understood why Lin Yu was only level 1, yet her basic attributes were so explosive. Because the necromantic creatures he had summoned earlier provided Lin Yu with basic attribute bonuses. Moreover, the 3 effects of Thousand Souls Call were truly explosive. Besides the bonuses, as long as there were other summoned creatures, they would help Lin Yu withstand damage. Conversely, Lin Yu's very existence could infinitely extend the lifespan of these skeleton soldiers and the Disaster Legion. It was indeed somewhat invincible. Looking at Lin Yu's attributes, Lin Chen was very satisfied. Fortunately, he chose to evolve this skill. The enhancement to the entire necromancy system was immense. However, it was somewhat embarrassing. Lin Chen realized that even if he disregarded the attribute bonuses of Thousand Souls Call, his health and attack power still seemed to be lower than that of level 1 Lin Yu. Is this the gap between humans and abyssal world creatures? The starting line is not even on the same scale. However, Lin Yu emerged as a lord-level being, which meant her rank was on par with other normal dungeon bosses. Since the Cataclysm era, humanity on Blue Star has not ceased its research on monsters. Among the measures of a monster's strength, there is not only level but also rank. The most ordinary small monsters have no rank. Lacking rank, their strength is naturally limited to a very low level. Among the groups of small monsters in the leveling area, the strong individuals are of elite rank. This is the initial rank. Above elite rank is the lord rank, which most dungeon bosses and wild bosses belong to. Above lord rank is the overlord rank. Bosses with this rank are basically mutated bosses. Beyond overlord rank, one officially enters the judgment standards of the Abyss world. The Abyss Demon King, also known as the Royal Rank. Previously, Lin Chen encountered the mutated Death Knight Ravenholt who, due to the enhancement of Abyssal Aura, had his rank rise half a level in a short time from Overlord rank to Quasi-Royal rank. In the dungeon of the City of Lost Light, Phylacane, the Shadow Demon Spider Lin Chen encountered was genuinely of Royal rank. The Royal rank itself also has high and low ratings. The strength gap between Quasi-Royal rank, Royal rank, and top Royal rank is still very significant. Above Royal rank is the Abyss Demon Emperor, abbreviated as Emperor rank. Earlier, Ji Guiguang considered Lin Chen to be an Abyss creature of Emperor rank when assigning him a code name. Above Emperor rank is the Abyss Demon Lord, abbreviated as Lord rank or Imperial rank. So far, the number of Imperial rank Abyss creatures recorded by the Blue Star human race is fewer than 10. Moreover, each Abyss entity of Imperial rank that truly descends upon Blue Star possesses the power to destroy a nation. This knowledge is not a secret. It is even directly written in the cultural textbooks for high school students nationwide. Even Lin Chen fully understands it. Lin Yu will be able to gain more skills as she advances, so he must take her along when leveling up. In the future, she should also be an important part of his complete strength, and Lin Chen cannot be careless about it. Thus, the reward for being the top scholar of the province he just received has been spent almost entirely by Lin Chen. However, he is very satisfied. This boost to his strength can be described as terrifying. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly 12:30. Li Yuanjing had already prepared a sumptuous lunch for him in the luxurious apartment left for him. After having lunch, Lin Chen took a short nap. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 2 o'clock. Lin Chen washed his face and tidied himself up. He then took out the scroll that Li Yuanjing had given him and crushed it. The next moment, Lin Chen found himself teleported to a certain teleportation hall underground in Tianhai. Li Yuanjing was already waiting for him here. "You're here? It's about time, let's set off." Daxia, the imperial capital. This is the heart of the entire Daxia. It is also the only special grade base city in Daxia. It represents the peak of Blue Star human civilization. A towering skyscraper stands at the center of the entire imperial capital base city. Currently, Daxia has 3 top-tier organizations. First, the Daxia Practitioner Alliance. It is mainly responsible for managing all idle practitioners and their guilds in Daxia. It has the largest number of members, the most complex management structure, and the widest influence. Second, the Daxia Practitioner Coalition. In any era, for a country to establish itself, it needs an official army of practitioners with an official title. In the era of catastrophe, the strength of this army is the ultimate embodiment of the nation's military power. Therefore, only by becoming a member of the practitioner coalition can one qualify to access high-grade equipment. Finally, the Daxia Education General Administration. From high schools that cultivate new practitioners in various base cities across the country to top universities that supply talent to the Practitioner Alliance and the Practitioner Coalition, all fall under the jurisdiction of the Education General Administration. Concerning the future of young practitioners in Daxia, the resources held by the Education General Administration are not much less than those of the Practitioner Alliance, second only to the Practitioner Coalition. This towering skyscraper is the third top-tier institution of Daxia, the Education General Administration. At this moment, underground in the Education General Administration, a burst of teleportation light illuminated the space. Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing appeared. The real geographical distance from Tianhai to Daijing was nearly 100,000 kilometers. If one were to take the underground shuttle train, it would take at least 10 days. This was the downside of the Abyss's arrival and the expansion of Blue Star's territory. However, the two had arrived via the interprovincial super teleportation array, taking just over 10 minutes. With Lin Chen's arrival, he noticed that there were already hundreds of people standing in this underground space. Using the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen could see that, like himself, the young-looking individuals present were all top-tier in both level and profession. The lowest among them had rare-level professions, making him an anomaly among this group. There were a total of 34 provinces in the country, and only the top 10 from each province qualified to participate in this fifth round of testing. Including himself, these individuals should represent the top 300 in the nation. Just as Lin Chen arrived, the loudspeaker in the underground space announced Dongjiang Province sends its candidates, candidate Lin Chen, total points from the first 4 rounds, 8,000. Ranking for the first 4 rounds, first. As the announcement concluded, Lin Chen instantly felt hundreds of gazes fixated on him. In an instant, he became the center of attention. Another perfect score? Is this the third perfect score of the year, from Dongjiang? Dongjiang is about to soar to the heavens. Lin Chen also heard many discussions from the accompanying personnel who had come to support candidates, like Li Yuanjing. The chatter made Li Yuanjing beam with pride. How exhilarating. It was quite a face-saving moment in front of the national peers. Meanwhile, Li Yuanjing quietly said to Lin Chen, "There are 2 others who also achieved perfect scores in the first 4 rounds, you 3 are currently tied for first." Lin Chen was not too surprised. Given the strength he had displayed, he was merely at the 4th tier of ordinary professionals. Outside of Dongjiang Province, competing with the true geniuses of the Great Xia, Lin Chen did not believe he was the only one at this level of strength. However, it was uncertain whether others had exerted their utmost to achieve their perfect scores. Lin Chen only needed to make a slight effort to reach the pinnacle of the provincial exam. "Lin Chen, let me introduce you to my son, Li Zirui." Li Yuanjing quickly led Lin Chen to meet other candidates from Dongjiang Province. "Zirui, come, greet Lin Chen. Once you enter the instance, you'll be on the same team." According to past practices, the 5th round will not only determine the individual first place but also the provincial team first place. If you can achieve a good ranking, you'll all receive more rewards. This is also a rare honor. I hope you can cooperate with each other. Before Li Yuanjing could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Li Zirui. "Who wants to team up with him?" Li Yuanjing was taken aback. He saw his son's sullen expression, clearly harboring intense animosity towards Lin Chen. Originally, Li Zirui didn't have such a strong opinion about Lin Chen. This incident stemmed from Li Yuanjing's actions, as he had personally awarded Lin Chen and had chosen to bring Lin Chen to Daijing, leaving his own son to come alone with others. This disparity in treatment infuriated Li Zirui, who had long been pampered and accustomed to being the center of attention. Now, with a belly full of anger, he naturally wouldn't speak politely to Lin Chen. Li Yuanjing frowned, wanting to reprimand him, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen preemptively nodded. "Right. That's exactly my intention. Uncle Li, I'm used to working alone and don't like team battles, so I won't trouble them." Seeing that Li Yuanjing wanted to say something more, Lin Chen quickly added a sentence, completely souring the relationship. For Lin Chen, this unnecessary social interaction held no interest for him. He was not someone from the so-called genius ecosystem, and forcing himself to fit in would only make him appear like a sycophant. "Why bother?" Li Zirui sneered. "Don't get too smug. So what if you ranked first in the first 4 rounds? You wouldn't have revealed all your hidden skills, would you? Is it possible that we all kept our trump cards and are waiting to use them in this round?" Lin Chen believed this statement because under the vision of the all-seeing When he saw Li Zirui, Ji Xiaoying, and the others, he realized that the highest level skills they possessed would have made it much easier to achieve better results in the first 4 rounds than what they currently had, but they all chose to hide them. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen understood why they did this. With the backing of prestigious families, especially when one's parents were either the deputy director of the education department or high-ranking members of the Practitioners' Alliance, the intelligence they obtained would definitely be far greater than his own. However, Li Yuanjing would never share this real insider information with him. The test footage from the first 4 rounds was likely accessible to all provinces nationwide, so there were no secrets to be had. Given the competitive nature, the content of the 5th round would certainly require these top talents from over 300 provinces to clash with each other. Therefore, it was only natural to keep a few trump cards for this round. Understanding this made Lin Chen feel a bit more relaxed. Trump cards? He had no idea how many aces he had up his sleeve, and he hadn't even had the chance to use them yet. Ding ding ding, the urgent ringing sounded. Instantly, all conversations and discussions in the underground space ceased, because everyone knew this signified that the exam was about to begin. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the center of the venue. From the perspective of the all-knowing eye, only he could see that 7 or 8 people clad in black uniforms from a certain department of the Great Xia suddenly appeared. The leader among them exuded an incredibly fierce aura. His face was stern, and the 2 ugly claw marks on the corners of his eyes and side profile made him look cold and menacing. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, he turned to look at Lin Chen. Even Lin Chen could feel the murderous intent radiating from him. He must have taken many lives. Boss, I didn't expect there would be someone among this year's candidates who could sense us in advance. Li Qianya gave his subordinate a silencing look. Then, he simultaneously deactivated their invisibility. Following that, Li Qianya announced to all the candidates present, candidates from all provinces, please maintain silence. I am Li Qianya, the chief examiner for your 5th round of exams. Before I read the rules for this round, as per tradition, I will present the rewards for the top 3 individuals and teams this year. As Li Qianya spoke, a holographic projection of a spirit crystal light screen appeared in the center of the venue, allowing everyone to see. At the moment the rewards were revealed, Lin Chen could clearly hear the gasps of surprise from Li Zirui and the others, even Li Yuanjing. Naturally, everyone first checked the reward. For first place, the big screen displayed 4 rewards. 1. Great Xia Merit Points, 1,000 points. 2. 1 set of self-selected platinum-level equipment, permanently obtained. 3. A grade talent spirit crystal *1. 4. 1 exemption quota for the trial tower in the Great Xia National Region. Aside from the qualification to select a platinum-level weapon, Lin Chen was almost completely unaware of the other rewards. However, judging by the reactions of Li Yuanjing and others, this reward was terrifying. Uncle Li, can you tell me what these rewards are useful for? Lin Chen asked. Although Li Yuanjing felt a bit regretful that he couldn't improve the relationship between his son and Lin Chen, he knew that Lin Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. He couldn't let his son's attitude completely ruin his relationship with Lin Chen. So he patiently explained to Lin Chen, you should know what a platinum-level equipment set means. In short, it's a special privilege granted by the state to the top student nationwide, directly rewarding a set of equipment that is most suitable for your profession. This is a reasonable and legal way to obtain it permanently. Next is the Daxia Merit Points. For professionals, this is something that only those who have completed tasks issued by the A-level or above professional guilds, or those who have joined the Daxia Professional Alliance and achieved merit, are qualified to receive. Within our Daxia territory, merit points are the highest level of exchangeable items. You might not have a clear concept of what I mean. Take the breakthrough spirit crystal you chose earlier, for example. It only requires 50 merit points to exchange for 1. Hearing Li Yuanjing say this, Lin Chen understood. Goodness, the top in the province could only reward 3 breakthrough spirit crystals, but after reaching the national top, with 1,000 Daxia merit points, one could directly exchange for 20. However, if you use them all to exchange for breakthrough spirit crystals, you'll be at a loss, because Daxia merit points can be exchanged for all precious treasures at T1 level. A few T0 level treasures can also be exchanged. Lin Chen was secretly shocked. Those were indeed good items. Among the T2 level treasures, there were many things Lin Chen currently wanted. So, the T1 and T0 level treasures would likely be even more powerful. Then there's the A-level talent spirit crystal. This one is even more heavyweight. But actually, you should be able to guess its effect just from its name. Lin Chen nodded. He had previously guessed that this item, once used, would likely grant the professional an A-level talent. But the effect seemed a bit too outrageous. So he didn't dare to be certain, because talent is too important for a professional. His current combat power source could almost be said to rely entirely on the skill points given by the SSS level talent and the rewards from spending money. Having one more talent would almost instantly enhance the overall combat power. Moreover, it has far-reaching effects. Many professionals build their skill set systems around the effects of their talents. With cooperation and synergy, their strength can naturally be fully realized. This thing is one of the T0 level treasures on the list, and the annual production nationwide is in single digits. In previous years, the highest reward for the national first place was only B level, but this year it has actually been raised to A level. It seems that the difficulty of this year's 5th round of practical dungeons will likely surpass previous years. Li Yuanjing had already begun to worry about the difficulty of this 5th round of exams. Lin Chen, however, felt unfazed and continued to push the process forward, asking, "So what is that last trial tower?" "Oh, this one. The last 4th reward is a fixed reward that the national first place can receive every year, and it hasn't changed for over 100 years. The full name of the trial tower is the Upside Down Sky Tower, a dungeon that appeared after the Cataclysm era began. Globally, there are a total of 4 trial towers. One of them is located on a small island over 4,000 kilometers off the coast of Ardashia East Sea. Later, Ardashia ancestors discovered that this dungeon is extremely special. It can be said to be a projection of a certain world in the abyss onto the Blue Star world. Moreover, after entering the trial tower, as the number of cleared levels increases, the final rewards will also increase. The rewards given by the trial tower are called martial souls. You can understand them as a very special type of soul body summon. Martial souls also need to be advanced and upgraded, and part of the martial souls attributes will be shared with the professional. The better the performance in clearing the trial tower, the older the awakened martial soul will be. Ancient martial souls may even carry certain exclusive skills which cannot be ignored in enhancing the professional's combat power. Currently, the only way to obtain martial souls is through the trial tower. So, since the inception of this dungeon, countless wars have erupted between countries on the Blue Star over the qualifications to enter this dungeon. For example, Ardashia has often fought fiercely with neighboring Goryeo, East Japan, and some island nations for this reason. Later, after the establishment of the Global Practitioners Council, the qualification to enter the 4 trial towers around the world became systematized. You've heard of the Pan-Asian Youth Practitioners Summit, right? Lin Chen nodded. He understood this, he had seen it on television. The nature of the competition was somewhat similar to the Asian Games on Earth in his previous life. This summit is held every year, and those who rank in the top 10 in the competition qualify to enter the trial tower. According to the normal process, 3 months before the trial tower opens each year, our Great Xia country will hold its own domestic selection competition, ultimately selecting 10 people to officially participate in the summit. And as long as you place in the top 3 of this national college entrance examination, you will be exempt from the test. No need to participate in the national competition, just wait for the Pan-Asian Youth Practitioners Summit to start, and you will directly have the qualification to compete. Lin Chen understood completely. He saw on the screen that not only the national top scorer had this exemption, the 2nd and 3rd places also had it. Next, I will announce the detailed rules for this year's National College Entrance Examination, 5th round of testing. After showcasing the rewards, Li Qianya wasted no time and immediately began to explain the content of the 5th round of the exam. The screen flashed. A holographic projection appeared detailing the instance. 5th round testing ground Abyss instance. Noah's Ruins. In 10 minutes, after signing the life and death agreement, the candidates confirmed to participate in the 5th round will enter this special instance for a 24-hour assessment. Currently, there are over 20,000 monsters in this instance. The distribution area and strength of the monsters are completely random. Here are the lower and upper limits for reference. The weakest monsters level is LV.30, rank is Lord level. The strongest monsters level is the LV.80, rank is Peak King level. Lin Chen once again heard the sound of the entire audience gasping in shock. The lowest level monsters level reached the level of most people present, level 30, and its rank was also Lord. This meant that there were no ordinary minions or even elite monsters inside. Each one was a boss. The monsters were also randomly distributed, completely unpredictable. This meant that if luck was bad, one could directly encounter a Peak King level monster upon entry, and getting eliminated immediately was not impossible. Li Qianya seemed very pleased with the reactions of everyone present. He continued, "Killing these monsters will earn you points. The monster's level is the base point reward, and the monster's rank is the multiplication factor. The multiplication factor for Lord rank is 1, for Peak Lord is 1.5. The multiplication factor for Quasi-Overlord rank is 2, for Overlord rank is 3, and for Peak Overlord is 4. The multiplication factor for Quasi-King rank is 10, for King rank is 15, and for Peak King rank is 20. Does anyone have questions about the above rules?" Lin Chen saw someone raise their hand and asked, "Do these monsters in the instance drop experience, materials, and equipment rewards after being killed?" Li Qianya nodded. Yes. The Noah's Ruins instance is a special instance that has yet to be cleared by anyone, and there are no monsters in the instance. All monsters are manually selected and placed inside. The relevant background and information about the instance will be detailed in the Spirit Crystal. wristbands you receive after entering the instance, so I won't elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Killing monsters in this round of exam instance grants experience. The Lin Yu he had just contracted could rapidly grow in this instance, while others might be worried about the difficulty of this instance. Lin Chen was already secretly delighted. There's such a leveling paradise? Please send monthly tickets and recommendation votes. The biggest climax of this chapter is about to arrive. The protagonist truly revealing his power in front of everyone. I won't keep you in suspense. Welcome to continue reading. Finally, thanks to everyone who has sent me monthly tickets, evaluation votes, and tips. I will keep working hard. Thank you. Seeing that no one continued to ask questions, Li Qianye continued to explain the exam rules. After entering the instance, in the initial area, you will receive a dedicated spirit crystal bracelet. The bracelet will refresh the leaderboard of all participants in the instance every hour in real time, and it will indicate the locations of the top 10 candidates on the leaderboard. Upon hearing this, most people's expressions changed. Indeed, Li Qianye's next words made everyone realize that this fifth round was a life and death killing game. In addition to killing monsters to earn points, defeating other candidates will also earn you points. The bracelet given to you has a survival function. If you encounter an unbeatable monster or a life-threatening situation in the instance, please press the red button on the side of the bracelet and you will be teleported out of the instance. At the same time, this also signifies your failure in this round of testing, and your points will be reset to 0. However, considering the complexity and unexpected situations of the Abyss instance as well as the casualties in previous years, all candidates are required to sign a life and death contract. Any deaths or serious injuries that occur during the test are your own choices and have nothing to do with the examination committee. As soon as Li Qianye finished speaking, a group of invigilators in uniforms carrying relevant credentials entered the venue. They handed out a life and death contract to every candidate present. This process made all the candidates tense up. This meant that the fifth round of testing they were participating in was serious. Unlike the previous rounds, there was a real possibility of death. However, after Lin Chan signed his name on the life and death contract, he noticed that among the more than 300 candidates in the examination hall, not a single one chose to forfeit at this step. It was understandable. Their families and the people who brought them to the exam had probably warned them about the dangers of the fifth round of testing. If they really wanted to give up, they probably wouldn't have come to Dijing at all. After confirming that all candidates had submitted their life and death contracts, the chief examiner Li Qianye announced loudly, "The exam time has begun. All candidates, please enter the testing instance." As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial rift appeared in the center of the circular underground space. The heavy and dangerous aura of the abyss surged forth. The instance's light screen flickered with a dangerous purplish-red evil light, creating a terrifying atmosphere. A few minutes later, all the candidates participating in the fifth round entered the instance. The personnel responsible for overseeing the exam were all invited to a large auditorium to observe the specific situation of all candidates in the instance. Meanwhile, after arranging for all candidates to enter the instance, the chief examiner Li Qianye took the elevator upstairs. After reporting the situation to the true power core of the Great Xia, he returned to his office, pressed the projection button, and began to watch the situation inside the instance. This was his duty, and according to the higher-ups' instructions, he needed to broadcast the live situation of the fifth round of testing. Boss, take a break. According to past years' practices, at this point right after entering, it's basically impossible for any battles to break out. It usually takes half a day before things heat up, Li Qianye's subordinates advised. They had put a lot of effort into this fifth round of testing, especially Li Qianye himself, who hadn't slept for several days. However, Li Qianye shook his head. At this point, most people should indeed be familiarizing themselves with the instance environment and gathering information on monsters. And according to past years' practices, some people will choose not to kill monsters at all, waiting until the last few hours of the instance to target those on the leaderboard, earning points through plunder. But don't forget, every year there are a few special unlucky ones. As soon as Li Qianye said this, several quick-witted individuals instantly realized what he meant. Boss, are you saying that they could be teleported right next to a very strong monster, with no way to hide and can only fight? Li Qianye nodded. Boss, it seems you were right. There really is an unfortunate soul who, upon respawning, landed right next to the lair of the Snow Mountain region's leader, the Golden-Winged Rock King. The spirit crystal bracelets worn by all the candidates not only provided information to these candidates within the instance but also served as integrated communicators. They could transmit the wearer's current area coordinates and live footage of the surroundings in real time. At that moment, the proctor responsible for collecting the area coordinates of over 300 candidates suddenly exclaimed, causing Li Qianye to perk up. Here it comes. Such situations don't occur every year, but when they do, they often mean extremely heavy casualties. Li Qianye forced himself to focus and quickly instructed, immediately lock onto that candidate. and project their live footage. Call in the special rescue team within the instance to head to the Snow Mountain region for rescue, and prepare for a secondary response. Although Li Qianye had explained the difficulty of this abyss instance and had everyone sign a death waiver, they couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. In the event of such a crisis, relevant rescue procedures would definitely be initiated as a precaution. The next moment, the projected image appeared. Li Qianye's eyes narrowed. Is it him? On the big screen, the one who had been teleported to the mountain peak and was now shivering was none other than Lin Chen. Li Qianye hadn't forgotten that he was the first to see through Lin Chen's disguise when they made their entrance. In the footage, Lin Chen clearly hadn't expected to be teleported to this hellish place as soon as he entered the instance. At that moment, he was in the northern high mountainous area of the entire Noah ruins. The Noah ruins could be divided into 5 major regions: the frigid northern high mountains, the desert area to the west, the swamp area to the south, the hilly area to the east, and the central Noah wreckage area. If one were to say which region had the most extreme weather, it would undoubtedly be the desert and high mountainous areas. Those who respawned in these 2 regions were truly unfortunate. As for someone like Lin Chen, who respawned right next to a king-tier boss lair, he was a fighter among the unfortunate. It seemed to sense the presence of a living being. The next moment, an incredibly loud cry echoed. The sound was so overwhelming that Lin Chen had to cover his ears. Then, a fierce wind swept up the snowstorm on the cliff. In front of Lin Chen, a terrifying golden eagle, with feathers shimmering in gold, a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, and claws that could easily crush rock, flapped its wings as it flew off from a massive nest atop the peak. Its brutal, sharp eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, as if it would dive down and tear him apart at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen in the footage appeared relatively calm. He stood still as the space around him twisted. The next moment, a slender figure clad in pitch-black knight armor appeared beside him. Lin Yu had been summoned by Lin Chen. Upon seeing the ferocious golden eagle in the sky, Lin Yu's gaze was as calm as water, and the Song of Souls was drawn. She stood in front of Lin Chen, brimming with fighting spirit. Is this his summoned creature? How can a summoned creature look so human? This summoned creature. What the hell? It's only level 1. The proctor responsible for monitoring the candidate's instance-related data exclaimed. They could obtain some basic skill information about Lin Chen through the bracelet he wore. However, that was merely basic information. Detailed information was completely inaccessible. On one hand, it was to consider the candidate's privacy, and on the other hand, their technology couldn't achieve that. But when Lin Yu's level information appeared on the big screen, Li Qianye was somewhat bewildered. What is he doing? A level 1 summoned creature facing off against the king-tier golden-winged rock king? Is it ignorance or bravery? Or is this one of his trump cards? Li Qianye fell into thought. He couldn't say he had a good or bad impression of Lin Chen, but at least he had an impression. He couldn't even leave an impression like other candidates. However, Lin Chen's current actions, to be honest, left him somewhat confused. Confusion aside, Li Qianye did not slow down. He immediately streamed the real-time footage through the spirit crystal. At this moment, too many eyes were focused on the 5th round, which was also the final round of the exam. In another auditorium, just a wall away from Li Qianye, Li Yuanjing saw Lin Chen standing in front of the golden-winged rock on the big screen. His vision went dark. How could he be so unlucky? The pride he felt just moments ago had completely vanished. Li Yuanjing even heard discussions from colleagues beside him from other provinces, also part of the education department. Isn't that the kid from Dongjiang who ranked first this year? That's him. How could Dongjiang produce a candidate with full marks in 4 rounds in previous years, only to step in dog poop this year? I can't stand the smug expression of the deputy director from Dongjiang. Me too. Their top candidate is in for a rough time. But why is this kid alone? Didn't he team up with anyone else? Every year, there are always those who don't know their limits. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune and gossiping is human nature, and it was vividly displayed at this moment. Li Yuanjing clenched his fists, feeling both anxious and angry. He even felt a strong urge to lash out. At that moment, another person sitting next to him patted his shoulder and gave him a calming look. The person beside him was naturally Yensong, the head of the Dongjiang Education Department. Don't worry, trust him, Yensong displayed a composure that far surpassed Li Yuanjing's at that moment. Although he had come to the capital this morning to prepare for the final report after the first 4 rounds of exams, he was still paying attention to Lin Chen. Like Qi Guoguang, he could see that Lin Chen actually had a trump card he hadn't used yet, and perhaps that card could turn the tide. Dongjiang. In the first examination room, still in that exam office. At this moment, the big screen officially connected to the live stream of the 5th round of the exam from the capital. As the top educational institutions from various provinces, they naturally had the right to watch the broadcast. After Li Yuanjing left, Qi Guoguang, out of interest in Lin Chen and concern for his granddaughter, also came to watch the 5th round of testing in the afternoon. When he saw Lin Chen facing the golden-winged rock on the big screen, Shi Guoguang felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to see how Lin Chen would respond to such an enemy. However, the next moment Shi Guoguang was left dumbfounded. He saw Lin Yu appear beside Lin Chen. As a mage, he could clearly see more differences than others. Necromancy. Lin Chen, in addition to fire, wind, and ice magic, even mastered necromancy. How many types of magic does he actually know? In the dungeon, looking at Lin Yu standing in front of him, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even though Lin Yu appeared frail and her level was only 1, Lin Chen knew she should have no problem dealing with this king-tier boss. From the perspective of the all-seeing eye, the attributes of the golden-winged rock were laid bare before Lin Chen. Golden-winged rock level, LV.70 rank, king-tier race, silver feather rock health. 923,000/923,000 mana, 210,000/210,000 strength, 5,200 spirit, 3,500 agility, 7,330 stamina, 6,650 active skills, dive attack, piercing feather gale, wind binding technique, speed burst, frenzy. Weakness, eyes. This attribute might make others' scalps tingle. But for Lin Chen, this so-called golden-winged rock was nothing compared to the mutated Necromancer Knight and the Shadow Demon Spider. He also wanted to see how Lin Yu would perform when facing a king-tier boss that was nearly 70 levels higher than himself. Caw! Several sharp cries echoed from the lair of the golden-winged rock king. Lin Chen saw another rock, smaller than the golden-winged rock king, with feathers that were merely silver flying out of the nest. In addition, 3 smaller chicks peeked out. This family lived here, and Lin Chen had provoked 5 monsters at once. The female was a quasi-king tier. The 3 chicks were all overlord level. The strength of this family of 5 was indeed impressive. No wonder they could dominate the entire snowy mountain area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp feathers, like daggers, shot out from the golden-winged rock king, aiming directly at Lin Chen's vital points. Once a monster reached the king tier, its intelligence would greatly increase compared to lower tiers. Directly attacking Lin Chen, the summoner, was clearly a more cost-effective choice. However, although the feathers were fast, the sword light was even faster. Lin Chen barely had time to blink before he saw Lin Yu stepping lightly, sword raised, and in the blink of an eye, she unleashed 4 or 5 sword energies shimmering with intense necromantic black light, cutting down all the incoming feathers. After the sword light shattered the feathers, its momentum did not wane, and it directly slashed towards one of the silver-feathered chicks that was flailing and screeching. The sword light swept across the chick's neck. The next moment, Lin Chen saw the chick's health bar plummet suddenly by 1 segment. But immediately after, the chick let out a mournful cry, and he saw its health drop to 0 in an instant, its eyes closing, motionless. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was the effect of soul cutting. The chick, being a lord-level monster, had a very thick health pool. Even Lin Yu's necromantic sword chi couldn't kill it with damage alone. However, the mechanism that directly harmed the soul allowed her to instantly eliminate this chick. Seeing their offspring slain, the male and female rocks in the sky instantly turned blood red. Then they entered a frenzied state. Their attacks were no longer directed at Lin Chen but at Lin Yu. In the ensuing battle, even Lin Chen took a few steps back. Feathers flew, and a fierce wind swept through. The 2 rocks coordinated closely, one clawing, the other pecking, beginning to attack Lin Yu frantically. Yet Lin Yu danced like an artist in a storm. She didn't let a single drop of rain fall on her. All attacks were completely evaded. Speed, agility, combat skills, everything was maxed out. Lin Chen couldn't help but applaud her from the side. In the examination room, Li Qianye was stunned. Only level 1, yet possessing such terrifying combat power? What kind of heaven-defying summoner was this? Damn, this young person. Ha! Is this summoner really only level 1? This doesn't make sense. How can this summoner have such proficient combat skills? To put it bluntly, Huzi, isn't her swordplay and evasive techniques better than yours? Shut up. The person referred to as Huzi was a warrior under Li Qianye. Li Qianye himself was a 7th-tier assassin. All the people under him were elites among elites, especially Sun Hu, whose combat skills were top-notch. He even achieved a terrifying record of 36 consecutive wins in the camp's martial arts competition. Nearly invincible at the same tier, and he could also fight across tiers. At this moment, Sun Hu looked at Lin Yu on the screen, his expression grave. His hands trembled slightly. On one hand, as a fellow melee fighter who also wielded a sword, he was a master himself, and seeing Lin Yu's combat performance ignited his fighting spirit. On the other hand, he imagined himself in that scenario. If he were to face this summoner in a 1v1 duel, it seemed that in a short time he really wouldn't come out on top. Especially if he didn't use various high-tier skills and simply compared swordplay, he truly had no confidence in winning. Seeing Sun Hu's reaction, Li Qianye was also somewhat shocked. He glanced at Lin Chen again. If this necromantic summon did not possess independent consciousness, then the truly terrifying one was the boy in front of him. In the absence of independent consciousness, it was naturally the summoner himself who controlled the summon in battle. And Lin Chen actually possessed such terrifying combat skills. This could not have been developed without experiencing thousands of battles. The most crucial point was that his profession was a mage, not a warrior. This kid was a bit too monstrous. In the Imperial Capital, Ministry of Education, top floor, the enormous conference hall was solemn and dignified. However, there were not many people in the hall. Even though Li Xianya was the chief examiner for this test and held a relatively high military rank, he did not have the qualification to sit here. Those who could sit here were the ones whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the entire profession world of the Great Xia. The main seat of the conference room, as well as the circle of seats around it, were completely vacant, because even those who could sit here at this moment did not have the qualification to sit in the main seat or the adjacent observer seats. In the front two positions of the second row, there was a middle-aged man in a black suit and an elderly man with white hair and a hunched figure, dressed in a Zhongshan suit. The two looked at the big screen, where Lin Yu was fighting against the couple of the golden-winged Great Pun King, and their expressions did not reveal much surprise. When one stands high, their perspective naturally differs. This handsome young man is the first in the first 4 rounds of this exam? Although the old man was advanced in age, his brows still held an air of authority. He raised his purple sandalwood cane and pointed to Lin Chen, who had already retreated to a corner on the big screen. The man in the suit beside the old man revealed an elegant smile and said softly, "Yes, Elder Meng, his name is Lin Chen, from Dongjiang Province, and he is tied for first place with the ones you previously favored, Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu. He is a mage, right? I see that this should be a summon from a necromancy system." Elder Meng hit the nail on the head. The elegant man in the suit nodded. Yes, he has currently displayed mastery in at least 4 magical specialties. In the previous 4 rounds, he showcased fire, wind, and ice elemental specialties, and the spells he used were not low in rank, all above the 4th tier. This handsome young man is quite good. Although he is just an ordinary profession, he has not fallen behind in his professional specialties. He must not have been slack in his daily training. Perhaps this year he really has a chance to take the crown. The elegant man sitting beside Elder Meng merely chuckled lightly. Oh, Elder Meng thinks so highly of him? However, I think based on what he has shown so far, it is just acceptable. He might have a chance in the top 10, but the top 3? Impossible. Compared to Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu, his profession is far too inferior. And as far as I know, both of them not only have epic level professions, but their skill specialties are also above the 5th tier. The elegant man's name was Xiao Xuani. He was mainly responsible for the annual enrollment approval of top professionals in universities nationwide. Although his rank was not at the deputy national level, it was still at the departmental level. Having engaged in this work for a long time, his insight was quite sharp. He had seen too many geniuses. To be honest, compared to those true monsters, this Lin Chen was merely that much. He did not understand why Elder Meng thought so highly of Lin Chen. In any case, he had a different opinion. Elder Meng did not refute him, merely chuckling lightly as he continued to focus on the battle on the big screen. The 2 big shots were discussing heroes over wine. Countless high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Education sitting behind them did not dare to speak. After all, this was not the examination office of the first examination site in Dongjiang. Those working here emphasized caution and discretion. If the big shots did not ask, one should never say a word. However, they also had their own opinions. Their insights were not as high as those of Xiao Xuani and Elder Meng. In their view, Lin Chen was already quite outrageous. After all, this was merely a level 1 summon, just as Meng Lao and Xiao Xian were discussing among themselves. The battle situation in the instance suddenly took a sharp turn. Of course, it was the Dapeng couple that was in a dire state. Both bosses had entered a berserk state, which normally would only be triggered when their health dropped below 50%. However, Lin Yu's earlier act of slaying the young bird with a single sword strike had enraged them, causing them to enter the berserk state at full health. In this state, their attack frequency and damage would significantly increase. Yet, this detestable human summon was terrifyingly slippery. Out of hundreds of attacks, perhaps only one would hit. And even when it did, the damage she took seemed minimal. She remained agile and swift. In contrast, every time they endured the damage from the deathly sword energy, the 2 Dapeng bosses would wail in agony. It was a pain that life could not bear. It pierced the heart and delved deep into the soul. Thus, although the battle had only just begun 3 minutes ago, the condition of the 2 Dapeng birds had already deteriorated significantly. Dizziness and exhaustion were constantly overwhelming them. What they did not know was that, although their health was still above 70%, their soul health had already crossed Lin Yu's killing line. Another 2 flashes of black light shot out as the deathly sword energy sliced through the air, accurately hitting the waist and abdomen of the 2 Dapeng bosses, who were already beyond saving. 2 piercing cries echoed across the snowy mountains of the northern region. Countless beasts and birds trembled in fear. They sensed that the overlords of this snowy mountain had fallen. From Lin Chen's perspective, the 2 Dapeng bosses still had more than half of their health bar, which was rapidly depleting at the speed of light. Then, the two massive bird corpses collapsed at the peak, and 3 or 4 pieces of equipment gleaming with golden luster suddenly burst forth. At the same time, white light erupted from Lin Yu's body. She leveled up, and she jumped directly up by more than 8 levels. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Chen walked over to Lin Yu and said something. In the corner of the helmet mask that Lin Chen could not see, Lin Yu's cheeks had already flushed red. Then, Lin Chen picked up the equipment on the ground, raised his hand, and a deathly magic circle appeared beneath the two massive bird corpses. Under the infusion of black light, the two deceased Dapeng bosses surprisingly opened their crimson eyes once more. They flapped their wings and took to the skies again. As living beings, their bird lives had ended. As the deceased, their future had been extended to eternity by Lin Chen. Wow! In the examination room where Li Qianya was, as well as among the high-ranking officials from the education department of Daxia watching from the next room, a wave of astonishment erupted. They were well aware of how powerful these two Dapeng birds were. However, after Lin Chen had slain them, in the next instant, these two bosses instantly became Lin Chen's summons. This was somewhat exaggerated and against the natural order. Is this some kind of necromancer skill? Old Jiao, you're a necromancer, explain it to the brothers. In the examination room, the atmosphere was not so tense. Li Qianya was also a decent boss. Therefore, his subordinates could speak freely at this moment. Immediately, someone called out. Old Jiao, who was named, looked bewildered. Then he cursed, how the hell? Would I know what skills the necromancer has? You ask me, a light mage? Aren't they the sworn enemies of your light system? Know thyself and know thy enemy. I thought you would know. Our light system's sworn enemy is the dark system. The necromancer is at most something that makes us want to spit. It hasn't reached the point of no return. You all stop arguing, I'm thinking. Old Zhao's mindset was somewhat unstable due to his colleagues. He had already felt a bit jealous seeing Lin Chen, this mage with 4 laws and 4 repairs, excelling in everything. Now, seeing Lin Chen perform a resurrection skill he had never encountered before, he was even more shocked. However, to say he completely understood nothing about the necromancer system would be nonsense. They were all top graduates from the mage department of a 211 vocational university, so it was impossible for them to lack theoretical knowledge. After Li Qianya suggested he think it over, old Zhao finally slapped his thigh and pointed at the screen, saying, this skill isn't one that belongs to the necromancy school. Indeed, the necromancy school has a skill that can resurrect slain monsters, which is a 4th-tier skill called Rebirth of the Dead. However, it only works on monsters below the Lord level, and its duration is just 2 minutes, with attributes reduced to a mere fraction of their former selves. In most cases, this skill is used by necromancers as a meat shield or a decoy. After killing monsters, they summon a durable elite monster to act as a bodyguard, not seeking to deal much damage, but just hoping it can block skills. After listening to old Zhao's analysis, Li Qianya's expression turned serious. Lin Chen, is this your trump card? In the upper council chamber, old Meng's lips curled into a slight smile. Xiao, do you still think he has no chance? Xiao Xian looked at the 2 giant rock bosses flying majestically above Lin Chen on the screen and fell silent. Then he chuckled casually, Old Meng, your insight is still sharper than mine. I still have much to learn from you. Upon hearing this, Old Meng laughed heartily. But then Xiao Xian shifted his tone and continued, however, even so, it's still not enough. Some gaps cannot be bridged by numbers, and it's still uncertain how many undead summons he can control. Xiao Xian's analysis was not without reason. For all summoners, the number of summons is the most troublesome issue. Because a person's mental power is limited, controlling multiple summons can lead to miscommunication. Therefore, most summoners focus on quality over quantity. They replace low-quality summons with high-quality ones, maintaining a constant total number of summons. In response, Old Meng simply watched Lin Chen on the big screen and said lightly, just keep watching, this is only the beginning. The things this kid is hiding far exceed your imagination. In the dungeon, after successfully killing 2 giant rock bosses, the remaining 2 chicks also fell victim to Lin Yu's deadly hands. She dispatched them with a single sword strike each, killing them instantly. Her level also rose to level 11. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received a series of system notifications. Congratulations, you have reached LV.43 and gained 12 free attribute points. Killing monsters has caused your unique weapon, Soul's Lament, to gain the following attributes: Strength plus 39, Agility plus 32, Stamina plus 29, Spirit plus 12, Maximum Health plus 177, Maximum Mana plus 13. Lin Chen watched as Lin Yu's attributes skyrocketed on her panel. Just by killing 5 monsters, she had received nearly 100 attribute points for free. Lin Chen was almost crying from envy. He could only gain 20 basic 4-dimensional attribute points for leveling up once, plus the free attribute points, totaling just 32 points. There was no comparison with Lin Yu. Moreover, as they continued to kill monsters, it was foreseeable that Lin Yu's attribute panel would experience explosive growth. The potential of growth-type weapons was truly terrifying. However, what shocked Lin Chen even more during that battle was Lin Yu's displayed combat finesse. A fool who only knew how to swing his sword wildly versus a skilled swordsman with extensive battle experience. Even if the level and attribute gap between the two were more than tenfold, Lin Chen believed the latter had a much greater chance of winning. Lin Chen handed over control of the two giant rock bosses to Lin Yu and then said, "It's too damn cold here, let's head down the mountain first." Lin Yu nodded. Under her control, the male and female giant rocks obediently crouched on the ground. Lin Chen and Lin Yu climbed on. Then the rocks flapped their wings, whipping up a gale as they swooped down from the mountaintop. 1 hour later, at the boundary of the eastern hilly area, Lin Chen sat on a lush green meadow, a gentle breeze caressing him, the sunlight warm and inviting. Not far away was a lake formed by the melting snow from the mountains. At this moment, Lin Yu was by the lake, having removed her full-body black armor, beginning to wash it with the lake water. The recent battle had left her covered in blood, most of it from the two bosses. She herself had hardly been injured. Beside the lake, a campfire crackled, with a young silver-feathered rock freshly slain by her, roasting over the flames. As the girl cleaned her armor, she kept a watchful eye on the food over the fire, occasionally standing up to turn the spit and slice at the meat with her sword. The surface of the lake resembled a giant mirror, reflecting the girl's stunning profile, which even made Lin Chen feel a bit odd. Before long, Lin Chen saw Lin Yu approaching with a few pieces of freshly roasted meat, wrapped in leaves she must have gathered from somewhere. The aroma was irresistible, and Lin Chen couldn't wait. Grabbing a piece with her hand, she popped it into her mouth and began to chew. The fat and meat flavors burst in her mouth, making her exclaim in delight, "Delicious! You can cook?" Lin Chen increasingly felt that her summoned companion was extraordinary. No, she shouldn't be seen merely as a summon, she should be regarded as a partner. Lin Yu nodded and softly said, "I found some rock salt over there, so I gathered a bit to season it. Is it good?" "Very good," Lin Chen praised without reservation, taking another piece of meat. Seeing Lin Chen enjoy the food so much, a rare smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. It seemed that Lin Chen's compliment made her happy too. Just then, Lin Chen suddenly felt the spirit crystal wristwatch on her right wrist vibrate. A light screen then appeared. 1 hour has passed since the start of the 5th round of testing. Current leaderboard announced. Names and teams began to appear on the screen. An hour had already passed since the dungeon began, and it was time for the first wave of rankings to be revealed. After seeing the top 10 on the leaderboard, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Then a smile crept onto her face. Interesting. It seems that those who can participate in the 5th round really have some skills. On the leaderboard, the top spot was not Lin Chen. In fact, she wasn't even in second place. Instead, there were two unfamiliar names. Current scoreboard: first place, Xia Yuyan, points 11467, team, none, region, desert area. Second place, Liu Yu, points 8433, team, none, region, Noah wreckage area. Third place, Lin Chen, points 7219, team, none, region, hilly area. Fourth place, Xu Ran, points 1329, team, Xu Ran team size 13, region, Noah wreckage area. Lin Chen was neither angry nor anxious. She hadn't thought that just because she happened to teleport next to the golden-winged rock king's lair, she would gain any advantage. Because in that hour, for those truly capable individuals, luck was unnecessary. They could actively challenge powerful monsters and beasts to earn points. Moreover, the entire 5th round would last 24 hours, and being on the leaderboard in the first hour wasn't necessarily a good thing. It would only make one a target for others. Now, if Lin Chen clicked on any name on the leaderboard, a tracking interface would pop up. The spirit crystal screen would display an arrow, helping to continuously track the target. The more than 7,000 points Lin Chen had now were also earned from Lin Yu hunting other monsters. The family of the golden-winged rock could only provide him with a little over 3,000 points. Clang! Lin Chen heard the sound of a sword ringing in her ear. Looking over at Lin Yu, she found that she had drawn her soul's lament, taking a defensive stance. Someone's coming. Lin Chen looked up at the sky. A silver-feathered young rock was circling above their heads. It seemed the warning signal had come from it. Lin Yu received the information immediately. There are many people. They formed a team. Lin Yu received another message from the aerial scout and continued. Are they coming towards us? Lin Yu closed her eyes, seemingly sharing the vision of the silver-feathered young rock above. Then she opened her eyes. There are a total of 11 people, and they are indeed coming this way. Lin Chen and Lin Yu had been resting in this spot for over half an hour. Earlier, Lin Yu had mentioned that there were signs of a battle in the distance. This indicated that someone had hunted monsters here, perhaps a lone ranger, like herself, or maybe a team. It now appeared to be a team. Moreover, after Lin Chen climbed to third place on the leaderboard, he had also become a target for that team. To be honest, at this stage, Lin Chen did not want to conflict with other candidates. On one hand, at this point in time, these people likely had very few points. Even if they were eliminated, it wouldn't yield much. It would be better to let them fight among themselves, and after they eliminated a batch of weaker players, Lin Chen could then take out the slightly stronger ones for more points. On the other hand, his main purpose for entering this instance was actually to level up, especially to quickly raise Lin Yu's level. He was too lazy to trigger unnecessary battles. However, since others had come looking for them, Lin Chen did not plan to evade. He heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from a nearby grove. Soon, several people emerged from the trees and appeared before Lin Chen. "It really is you?" One person in the crowd looked shocked upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked back, equally taken aback. The person was Li Zirui, who had previously been displeased with Lin Chen outside the instance. Alongside him, Lin Chen also recognized a few who had made the top 10 in the provincial exam from Dongjiang. However, there were also unfamiliar faces. Lin Chen did not know what had happened with the Dongjiang team. In any case, Li Zirui was now only accompanied by a few members of the Dongjiang team. It was clear that Li Zirui himself was not the captain of this small team. The captain stood at the front of the group and turned to ask, "What is his profession? What skills does he have? Report it." Li Zirui felt a bit guilty. After all, Lin Chen was one of their own from Dongjiang. They should have been united. Now, they were exposing Lin Chen's profession and skills in front of others. He felt a twinge of guilt, but thinking of the pressure Lin Chen had put on him, Li Zirui gritted his teeth in hatred and ultimately revealed Lin Chen's profession. "Ordinary profession? You must be mistaken. What does it matter if he has multiple specializations? Dongjiang really is getting worse year by year." Upon hearing Li Zirui's words, the expressions of the entire small team relaxed a bit. Most of them had a fixed mindset. The rarity level of a profession was almost linked to the strength of the practitioner. At least in their current first transition situation, that was the case. Ordinary, rare, uncommon, legendary, epic. Among these 5 rarity levels, ordinary was undoubtedly at the bottom. Being compared to their group of legendary professions would be utterly humiliating. Don't be careless, after all, he managed to earn over 7,000 points in the first hour, so his strength shouldn't be too weak. Better to be cautious. The captain of the small team, named Fong Ming, was a light armored archer. From Lin Chen's perspective with all-knowing eye, this person's level was 37, clearly having completed the second transition. His skill specialization was also quite strong. His profession was indeed a legendary level profession, and his combat power was relatively decent among this ragtag group. Maybe he just got lucky. It's not unheard of for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead mouse. Some wanted to say more but were silenced by a glare from Fong Ming, and those few immediately fell silent. It seems that Fong Ming has quite a reputation among this group of people. At the very least, he can keep them in check. Fong Ming looked at Lin Chen and began to negotiate. "Friend, as you can see, I have over 10 brothers here grinding monsters for points in this area. With so many people sharing, it's hard to earn points. So how about this? You give us 70% of your points, and we'll let you leave. This way, it's good for all of us. Otherwise, we will have to resort to blades and swords. It's not honorable to take on the many with the few. I really don't want to go that far." Fong Ming's words almost made Lin Chen laugh. "You think earning points is easy for you? Do you think the points I earn come from the wind? But you did say something very true. It is indeed not honorable to take on the many with the few." In the next moment, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Around him, grotesque summoned creatures began to appear. Screech! The golden-winged Rock King made its entrance. Following it were the Hill Tiger King, the Snow Mountain Giant, the mutated bear monster. All these monsters were the souls that had perished under Lin Yu's sword in the past hour. They were then controlled by Lin Yu, forming a disaster army. They had previously been stored in Lin Chen's necromantic space. Now, Lin Chen released them all at once. There were at least 40 to 50 of them, and each one was incredibly powerful. Lin Chen grinned and added, "But I am more than willing to go that far." Upon seeing the necromantic army that had instantly refreshed beside Lin Chen, Fong Ming was dumbfounded. Li Zirui was so scared he almost wet himself. Originally, these boss-level monsters in the dungeon looked fierce and terrifying, but now, after being resurrected by necromantic magic, they were even more brutal than they had been in life. They were the kind of creatures that could scare a child to tears. In the examination room, Li Qianya watched as Lin Chen summoned over 40 boss-level undead troops with a wave of his hand, his pupils shaking in shock. What the hell? How did this kid do it? Normally, a summoner needs to chant or use some special equipment to summon creatures. Such equipment is quite expensive. But now, Li Qianya was certain that all the candidates in the Noah ruins were completely stripped of equipment, not a single item on them. He could even cast summoning spells instantaneously? This was a bit too outrageous. Even more outrageous was the quality of Lin Chen's summons. Aside from the warrior-type summon that looked no different from a human, Lin Chen could actually control so many summons to fight for him at the same time. This was not just a matter of quantity, but quality was also overwhelming. In the upper chamber of the council hall, Xiao Xian's expression froze. He had recently questioned Lin Chen's ability to control multiple summons at once, and now, Lin Chen had directly showcased it in front of everyone. The number of summons he could control was not just 3 or 2, but 30 or 40. At this moment, Xiao Xian was somewhat shaken. What was his limit? After all, was this his greatest reliance? He turned to look at Elder Mang. The latter squinted slightly, his expression calm. From his expression, Xiao Xian suddenly realized that this was not the beyond imagination trump card Elder Mang had mentioned before. Xiao Xian's heart trembled. If Lin Chen's qualifications had only made him raise an eyebrow before, now he had to re-evaluate this young man. In the dungeon, although Fang Ming opened his mouth to say something, Lin Chen had already lost his patience. In the next instant, Lin Yu drew his sword, and a wave of necromantic sword energy shot out, while at the same time, the disaster army surged forward. Everyone, don't panic. It's just looks scary. Sujin, Zhang Tao, you two hold the line. Keep the output up and fight while pulling back. Fang Ming gritted his teeth. He was doing his best to control his fear. But the pressure from Lin Chen and the 40-plus undead monsters was unprecedented. Under his command, 2 tall and sturdy figures, clearly warriors or knights, stepped forward. To face the crowd of Fang Ming also pulled out a large bow, and arrows rained down like a waterfall. Even Li Zirui, who was standing at the back, mustered his courage to fire a few shots. The situation was critical, and there was no time to hide their trump cards any longer. High explosive shells were fired recklessly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in smoke and debris flying everywhere. For a moment, the firepower unleashed by this small team of more than 10 people seemed to have some weight. However, reality was cruel. Although the smoke and flames were intense, it was of no use. The Dapeng flapped its wings, and a fierce wind blew. It dispersed the battlefield smoke, and in an instant Fang Ming and the others felt a deep sense of despair, because their wave of output had come crashing down on the opposing disaster army, but they hardly lost any health. At this moment, beside Lin Chen, there were at least a dozen boss-level creatures. There were also 7 or 8 quasi-king-level ones, fully-fledged king-level creatures, like the golden-winged Dapeng King, number 2 or 3. The gap in stats was something that no legendary or epic class could make up for. Lin Chen saw Fang Ming, the leader of the opposing group, cast a venomous glance at him. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the red button on his right-hand crystal wristwatch. In the next moment, his figure vanished. By voluntarily giving up this round of the exam, he teleported out of the instance. Without their leader Fang Ming, the remaining members were even more helpless. The first to bear the brunt, Tang Sujin and Zhang Tao, were directly knocked away by a frenzied ancient mammoth soaring high into the air. Lin Chen even heard the sound of bones cracking. Fortunately, both of them were tough and resilient. Although they were severely injured, they wouldn't be instantly killed. In midair, they also pressed the red button simultaneously, teleporting out of the instance. Roar! A mutated giant bear, oozing black pus, raised its paw high, ready to slap down on the completely stunned and immobile Li Zirui. If that paw came down, Lin Chen estimated it would be easier than smashing a watermelon. He sighed inwardly. Although this creature had always looked at him unfavorably, there was ultimately no deep-seated grudge. Moreover, Li Yuanjing had actually treated him well, even going so far as to cover the difference in skill points for him with his own money. This favor was something Lin Chen couldn't ignore. With a thought, the giant bear's paw hovered in midair, its expression somewhat dazed. It seemed to be confused, wondering why its master had wanted it to kill these weak humans just moments ago. Gat! Lost already, Lin Chen said in a deep voice. In the next moment, the remaining 7 or 8 people on the opposite side felt as if they had been granted amnesty, scrambling to press the red button and escape the instance. Li Zirui was already so frightened that he was trembling all over, not even hearing Lin Chen's words. However, the next moment he was still teleported away. It was clear that this was being controlled by the examiner Li Qianye, who had been monitoring the situation inside the instance from the background. At this moment, standing beside Li Qianye was the sweating and terrified Li Yuanjing. Watching the scene with Lin Chen, Li Yuanjing felt extremely fortunate that he hadn't offended Lin Chen. Otherwise, even if his son didn't die today, he would probably be half crippled. Lin Chen looked at the group that had come in with such momentum, now completely wiped out by him, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. The disaster army was recalled into the necromantic space, and Lin Yu sheathed her sword. Are there any monsters nearby? Lin Chen asked. Lin Yu shook her head. They have been cleared. Then let's go. For the next half day, Lin Chen rode on the back of the Dapeng King, exploring the entire eastern hilly area. Lin Yu rode on the back of another silver-feathered Pang, leading the necromantic army, sweeping through the entire region. Half a day passed. The number of Lin Chen's necromantic army had surged from over 40 to more than 300, and it was still increasing. This army could ruthlessly crush any monster they encountered, and those monsters that were crushed and killed would be resurrected by Lin Chen, becoming new members of the army. Other candidates also in the hilly area, fearing to avoid him, would steer clear. And even if Lin Chen encountered other candidates, unless they actively sought trouble, he would simply ignore them. This scene made Li Qianye feel a chill run down his spine. Others are here to take an exam, but this kid really seems to be leveling up. You can't deny it, he's already reached level 59 in just half a day. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white light erupted from Lin Chen once again. He had reached level 60. At the same time, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching LV point 60. Detected that you have the permission to enter the Abyss. You are now qualified to participate in the trial of the Abyss level 0. You can enter the challenge at any time. Ding! The unique weapon Soul's Elegy has absorbed enough soul fragments. Its grade has been upgraded from black iron to bronze. All attribute bonuses have increased. Ding! Your summon, Lin Yu, has leveled up to LV point 40. Her rank has advanced to the highest Lord level, and she has gained a new skill slot. Please go activate it. Please vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. It's Mother's Day, wishing all the readers' mothers good health. A series of notifications left Lin Chen somewhat dazed. First, the Trial of the Abyss. Level 0. What is that? He had never heard of it before. Then, Lin Yu's exclusive weapon Soul's Elegy had advanced, and she had completed her own advancement as well. But what was this unlocking skill slot nonsense? Normally, when a summon advances, shouldn't it just grant a new skill directly? Could it be that Lin Yu was really that special, able to choose what skills to learn like a professional? While he was thinking this, the spirit crystal wristwatch in Lin Chen's hand suddenly vibrated. The next moment, Li Qianye's somewhat serious voice rang out. Lin Chen, you just reached level 60, did you receive the invitation for the Trial of the Abyss? Lin Chen, yes. Don't accept that invitation yet, you're currently in the exam round. If you enter the Trial of the Abyss, your results will be voided. I know, so I didn't accept it. Lin Chen wasn't foolish, he certainly understood this principle. On the other side, Li Qianye continued, the Trial of the Abyss level 0 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all professionals. It requires careful preparation, and can only be entered at this level 60 node. Next, you can normally kill monsters in the dungeon to gain experience, but be sure not to actively select to level up. It would be a pity to miss the Trial of the Abyss level 0. Hearing Li Qianye say this, Lin Chen became interested. What exactly is this Trial of the Abyss level 0? Li Qianye did not directly answer Lin Chen's question, but continued, regarding the Abyss, after the 5th round of exams, you can ask your seniors from Dongjiang. For now, the exam is still ongoing, and I can't talk to you for long. This is just a reminder not to enter the Trial of the Abyss. With that, Li Qianye abruptly cut off the communication. No one expected that during the 5th round of exams, someone could level up at such a rapid pace. This was unprecedented. After cutting off the communication, Lin Chen no longer dwelled on the matter of the Abyss, but instead opened Lin Yu's panel to take a look. First was the Soul's Elegy, which had just received a great upgrade. Its overall attributes had significantly improved compared to before. Soul's Elegy type, weapon, two-handed, grade, bronze, 0.08%, equipment level, LV.1 exclusive weapon, soulbound weight, 22.34 kg physical attack power plus 2044 strength plus 871 stamina plus 846 spirit plus 833 agility plus 901 durability. Never wears out unique effect, soul. Devour when killing a target, it will devour the target's soul, gaining a certain amount of attribute points, which are added to its own base attributes. Note: the stronger the killed target, the higher the rank, the more attribute points gained. The additional attribute points provided were already far beyond what Lin Chen had gained from killing the platinum-level Death Knight sword in Ravenhold. At this moment, the grade of the Soul's Elegy was only at the bronze level. Lin Chen couldn't even imagine how exaggerated its attributes would be once this weapon truly advanced to the divine level. After examining the weapon, Lin Chen opened Lin Yu's panel. He clicked on the skill slots and indeed saw an empty skill slot. This meant that as long as the skills were from her main or side profession, she could learn them? This mechanism was a bit overpowered. While Lin Chen was still contemplating which necromancy and warrior-related skill books to help Lin Yu pay attention to, Lin Yu suddenly changed her expression. Master, someone is coming. Hearing this, Lin Chen pulled back his thoughts. In this half a day, he had indeed encountered quite a few people. Those with hostility were directly sent out of the dungeon. As for those without hostility, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered. Don't call me master anymore, let's just address each other by our names from now on. Lin Chen said this sincerely. Lin Yu had already transcended the category of a summoned creature in every aspect. Lin Chen had come to see her as a friend or a partner. After saying this, he clearly saw Lin Yu's delicate body tremble. Then she shyly nodded. Brother Lin Chen, I've been looking for you for a long time. We mean no harm. We are willing to give you all our points. Can we team up with you? Suddenly, a soft, slightly charming voice rang out behind Lin Chen. Turning around, he saw several girls approaching, looking at Lin Chen with pitiful expressions. These girls were quite decent in both figure and appearance. Throughout this time, Lin Chen had encountered many people, but this was the first time he met someone wanting to team up with him. However, before Lin Chen could speak, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yu already drawing her sword. Without a word, several afterimages flashed by, and the necromantic sword energy erupted. In an instant, several pitiful girls were sent out of the dungeon by Lin Yu. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Chen no chance to react. Feeling Lin Yu's emotions, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. Was she jealous? A few flashy girls dared to compete for her man? Lin Chen found it amusing and shook his head, not taking the matter to heart. However, Lin Yu seemed a bit flustered and suddenly said, They must have ill intentions. I'm sorry. Lin Chen shook his head. No need to apologize, you did the right thing. I wasn't planning to team up with them anyway. After this little episode, Lin Chen and Lin Yu continued leveling up. The monsters in the hilly area had basically been crushed and cleared by Lin Chen. He also began to consciously move towards the central area of the Noah ruins. The entire Noah ruins was too vast, it was nearly impossible to explore it all in one day. As time continued to pass, Lin Chen noticed that the sky had also darkened. By the end, it had completely plunged into darkness. He didn't expect this dungeon to be like a small world with sunrises and sunsets. Unknowingly, he had spent over 20 hours in the dungeon. 2-3 hours have passed since the start of the 5th round of testing. The final leaderboard has been announced. The spirit crystal wristwatch vibrated. The moment Lin Chen saw the ranking on the leaderboard, he suddenly realized. At this moment, there were only 3 names left on the list. First place, Lu Yu. Points earned, 314699. Team, none. Area, Noah Wreckage Zone. Second place, Xia Yuyan. Points earned, 284136. Team, none. Area, Noah Wreckage Zone. Third place, Lin Chen. Points earned, 214748. Team, none. Area, Noah Wreckage Zone. The first and second places were still these 2 familiar names. Lin Chen's curiosity gradually transformed into a fighting spirit. Almost there. In this last hour, if he went to the desert and swamp areas, he might still pick up some monsters. But now, leveling up was no longer the main priority. As the competition reached this point, the circle had shrunk to the end. It was time to eat chicken. Lin Chen rode on the back of the Rock King, gazing at the distant wreckage of the Noah giant ship beneath the pitch-black sky. He glanced at the spirit crystal watch on his wrist. The 2 arrows pointed at Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu were perfectly aligned. This indicated that both of them were currently in the central area of the Noah wreckage, and they might have already met. Lin Chen, all the flying beasts I sent out for reconnaissance have gone dark. They have all been controlled by another will. Lin Yu frowned, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Lin Chen was equally taken aback. Logically, the monsters he had resurrected should be under their absolute control. Especially Lin Yu, as the Lord of Calamity, had no reason to be unable to command her own army. If there was, it could only mean that a skill or effect of higher priority was influencing them. Buzz. Lin Chen felt a terrifying psychic field erupting from the distant ruins. If it weren't for his all-knowing eye, he might not have even sensed it. Moreover, this psychic field had no effect on him and Lin Yu. However, the next moment, Lin Chen heard the sounds of beast roars and cries rising and falling from various places within the Noah ruins. Soon after, he saw countless birds and beasts, as if driven mad, rushing towards the source of the disturbance. Screech! The 2 giant rocks that Lin Chen and Lin Yu were riding on also began to stir restlessly. They actually wanted to break free from Lin Chen and Lin Yu's restraints and accelerate forward. I can't control it, Lin Yu exclaimed. In the next moment, both she and Lin Chen were thrown off the backs of the 2 giant rocks. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Chen remained relatively calm. The next moment, he summoned the skeletal dragon from his necromantic space. The dragon caught the 2 of them. Lin Chen began to observe the skeletal dragon's reaction, only to find that this authentic necromantic summon he had called forth was not affected by that invisible wave at all. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen discovered a clue. The invisible wave could only seize control of the monsters he had temporarily recruited. As for all the summons he had conjured himself, he still held absolute control over them. Lin Chen sat on the back of the skeletal dragon, watching the 2 giant rocks flying away at an increasing speed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although he didn't know what was happening, the stronger the enemy, the greater the thrill of victory. Afterward. Otherwise, this journey would be far too dull. In the center of the Noah wreckage area, which Lin Chen had not yet seen, the scene left everyone watching the National College Entrance Examination's final round test in disbelief. In the core area of the Noah ruins, a ship-shaped wreckage measuring 10,000 meters in length had crashed here. The entire wreckage faintly revealed the creator's hard work and ingenuity. This was also the origin of the name of this instance. At this moment, the entire Ark wreckage area was overrun with dense hordes of monsters and ferocious beasts. After arriving here, these beasts no longer exhibited their previous frenzy. Instead, they surrounded a silver-haired boy standing in the center of the ruins. The boy's appearance and facial features were still youthful, looking to be only around 13 or 14 years old. At this moment, he held a cube shimmering with deep blue light in his hand. The surface of the cube flickered with countless incomprehensible inscriptions from the Blue Star world. These inscriptions seemed to be products of technology with traces of magic as well. Just by holding it, the silver-haired boy, Lu Yu, felt an endless stream of power surging into his body. His profession was an epic level class, and it was the only one of its kind, the heart of all beasts. Not only could he freely transform into any bird or beast from the Blue Star and Abyss worlds, but he could also control other monsters within a certain range in an extremely domineering manner. The more monsters he controlled, the greater the enhancement he received. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's limit was to control 332 monsters simultaneously, and their ranks could not exceed that of a lord, but at this moment, under the energy infusion of the deep blue cube in his hand, all the monsters in the Noah ruins bowed to him. The outcome of this exam is already decided, Li Qianye concluded. Boss, what he's holding should be the core module of the Noah Ark's reactor, right? Li Qianye nodded. This is the most valuable side item in this Abyss dungeon. It can greatly enhance the effects of all practitioners' skills. Originally, his strength was on par with Xia Yuyan, but now with this key item, this year's first place is undoubtedly his. As the chief examiner of the 5th round, he had also set this year's exam questions. Naturally, he was well acquainted with the Noah Ruins dungeon. He understood the effects of the Arc Reactor core module better than anyone else. Although this item couldn't advance the practitioner's skills, it would allow them to evolve. The skill levels might remain the same, but the effects would change dramatically. This miraculous effect, Li Qianye had only seen in this special item of the dungeon, but unfortunately, it was bound to the dungeon and couldn't be taken out. While he was pondering, Lu Yu suddenly realized something in the scene, looking up towards the darkness ahead. In the darkness, nothing was visible, but the beastly perception granted to Lu Yu by the thousands of ferocious monsters on the field told him that someone was coming. Is it Sister Yu Yan? You're still a step too late. There's no way I can lose now. Why don't you just give up? Lu Yu showed a friendly smile, tilting his head and speaking to the invisible figure in the darkness. Although he was telling the other party to give up, the next moment, Lu Yu made his move. He raised one hand, and instantly, his right arm transformed at an incredibly terrifying speed, becoming a monstrous claw over 100 meters long. It slammed down fiercely towards where Xia Yuyan was. Boom! This strike instantly created a several-meter-deep pit in front of Lu Yu, showcasing the terrifying strength he had gained after mastering the beasts. With a mere gesture, he could manipulate the heavens and the earth. However, in the next moment, Lu Yu's expression changed. He suddenly felt his enlarged right arm being severed by something. Domain, severing void. A soft whisper came from the void, spoken by a girl. Put. Scalding blood gushed out as Lu Yu's giant right arm was directly severed from the root. The 100-meter-long severed arm didn't even have time to fall to the ground. In the next moment, a large amount of blood and chunks of flesh burst forth again. The entire giant arm was instantly cut into countless fragments by an unknown force. Ultimately, it dissipated with the wind. Then, a graceful figure wrapped in a light blue fitted robe slowly emerged from the darkness. What made you think I would lose? Xia Yuyan's eyes were lowered, seemingly devoid of any emotion. As her words fell, a momentary surprise appeared on Lu Yu's face. Then he returned to his harmless fake smile. The severed right arm surprisingly restored itself in the next instant. For the heart of 10,000 beasts, this level of self-healing ability was not surprising. Lu Yu clapped his hands and laughed. Oh, sister, you're amazing. But just like this, you can't win against me. As soon as the boy's words fell, as if sensing something, he quickly looked up at the sky. At the same time, Xia Yuyan slightly tilted her head, her gaze directed towards the sky, where a skeletal dragon was flying in from a distance. On the back of the dragon, another boy sat in an extremely lazy posture, propping his chin with his right hand, watching their battle with great interest. Lin Chen had arrived. At this moment, the 3 strongest of the younger generation in the Great Xia were meeting here. Even though Lin Chen had just arrived, he had already seen the earlier scene through the all-knowing eye. He even heard most of the conversation between the two. It aligns perfectly with my fantasies about the entire Great Xia and the 2 strongest among my peers. Each one of them is a king of pressure. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, Liu seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Are you the one who killed all the monsters in the Snow Mountain and hilly areas? If it weren't for you, my companions would be more in number. At this moment, Lin Chen glanced at the countless fierce beasts and monsters surrounding Lu Yu. He then focused his gaze back on Lu Yu. Instantly, his eyebrows raised. The heart of all beasts? No wonder my 2 giant rock mounts are unmanageable. Before becoming undead creatures, these 2 monsters could indeed be classified as avian beasts. If we talk about authority, with the enhancement of the Arc Reactor Core Module, it is indeed Lu Yu who possesses higher authority. It seems my plan to directly push through the remaining 2 with the army of natural disasters has completely failed. I might have to show some of my true cards. I'm in a hurry. Since you all are going to lose anyway, let's go together. Xia Yuyan didn't even glance at Lin Chen. Or rather, at this moment, the other two present were not worth her attention. In her domain, she had no rivals. It had always been this way since her birth. She only needed to level up step by step and complete her job transfer tasks. Within 10 years, the war god of Great Xia would surely have a place for her. Xia Yuyan was very proud, but her pride stemmed from her terrifying record of never having lost so far. Whether at the same level or surpassing it, she could crush her opponents. Even when facing some high-ranked elders, she was not without the strength to fight back. The strongest and most invincible among the younger generation of Great Xia. Without her needing to say it, others would give such an evaluation. Sister Yuyan, you stole my lines. Again. It should clearly be the two of you going together, right? Lu Yu complained loudly. In the sky, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. I won't disturb you. You can continue. The outcome of this battle was already known to Lin Chen, but he enjoyed the process. Of course, if the two below chose to prioritize dealing with him as a third party, Lin Chen wouldn't mind personally joining the battle. Sigh, Sister Yuyan, although winning against you this time is a bit dishonorable because of the auxiliary item, but it's still better than never having one. Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan seemed to have a tacit understanding. They didn't pay attention to Lin Chen in the sky. It seemed the real showdown had nothing to do with this stranger, Lin Chen. The victor would only emerge. Between them, once one side won, crushing Lin Chen would be a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the two seemed to know each other already. In the previous battles, the silver-haired youth Lu Yu had probably never won against Xia Yuyan even once, so he must have some resentment in his heart. It was unclear what instructions Lu Yu had given to the beast horde. The next moment, the thousands of fierce beasts on the scene suddenly had their eyes turn blood red. Their sizes all grew by more than a third. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He could see that in the blink of an eye, this youth had granted thousands of fierce beasts 3 or 4 enhancement statuses, and each one was very strong. It even caused the ranks of these fierce beasts to directly surge by half a level. Thump, thump. Lin Chen could also hear the heartbeat sound like war drums in his ears. The sound of thousands of monsters' heartbeats synchronizing. At the same time, at this moment, all beasts were united. Frenzy, bloodthirst, amplification. In the council hall, Xiao Xian looked at Lu Yu finally revealing all his trump cards and couldn't help but recite the skill names he knew. This kid has actually leveled all his skills to the 5th tier. With the enhancement of the core module, these 4 5th tier skills provide terrifying boosts. The last state is the blood-packed beast alliance. This is a 6th tier skill. He's really going all out. Facing the thousands of enhanced fierce beasts, Xia Yuyan's response remained calm. Buzz, a light blue domain circle instantly expanded from beneath Xia Yuyan's feet, rapidly covering a range of several hundred meters. All the ferocious beasts that entered Xia Yuyan's domain would, in the next moment, be severed at the arms, thighs, or even directly bisected by an unknown strike. However, despite suffering such heavy injuries, these beasts would miraculously return to their original state in the next second. This included those that had been bisected or decapitated. It seemed they had already gained immortality. Ha ha ha, my friends, we are now immortal and indestructible. Sister Yuyan, your void-severing domain has been cracked by me. Lu Yu's expression was somewhat grim. Opening this state was not easy for him either. The consumption was immense, but it was all worth it. Except for Xiao Shuani and Old Meng, who sensed something amiss, no one else could figure out how Lu Yu managed to do this, except for Lin Chen. Blood-packed Beast Alliance. For the duration, all your summoned beasts share health points, until the total health points are depleted. None of the summoned beasts will die. To be fair, this buff is not too impressive when the number of summoned beasts is not sufficient. But at this moment, with Lu Yu controlling tens of thousands of ferocious beasts through the core module, it became somewhat invincible. The total health points of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts would be a terrifying number. In Xia Yuyan's cold eyes, there was still not a hint of fluctuation. It seemed that Lu Yu's desperate efforts posed no threat to her at all. You disappoint me. Even with such a great boost, it's still nothing. Domain, silence. Under Lu Yu's somewhat incredulous gaze, Xia Yuyan switched her domain state from domain, void severing to domain, silence. Moreover, the coverage of this domain expanded 7 to 8 times compared to void severing. The deep gray silence domain enveloped Lu Yu and countless ferocious beasts within it. Soon, the special effects of this domain manifested. Those ferocious beasts that had been enhanced with frenzy and blood-packed effects by Lu Yu instantly lost all their boosts. They returned to their previous ordinary forms. Lin Chen, also enveloped by this domain, discovered that all his skills below the 6th rank could not be used. It's time to end this. Domain overlay, scorching flame. The blazing firelight, the terrifying high temperature, the crimson scorching flame domain overlapped with the gray silence domain. Instantly, the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts present turned to ashes. This scene was extremely impactful. Even Lin Chen, who already knew the outcome, had to admit it was spectacular. The smiling boy Lu Yu stopped smiling. As the heart of all beasts, at this moment when all his summoned beasts had perished, the bell of defeat had already tolled. Woo woo, you're bullying me. Just wait. I'll tell my grandpa. In the next moment, Lu Yu actively chose to press the red button to exit the dungeon. The arc reactor core module he had held was also picked up by Xia Yuyan. She looked up at the sky, at Lin Chen, who was riding on the dragon's back, his expression equally indifferent. It's your turn. The final battle had officially arrived. The moment Xia Yuyan grasped the arc reactor core module, her domain began to expand at an incredibly terrifying speed. If the core module allowed Lu Yu to control his summoned beasts from 300 to tens of thousands, then for Xia Yuyan, the impact was that all her domain effects not only evolved but also expanded from a kilometer range to a 10-kilometer range. However, in the next moment, Xia Yuyan directly threw the deep blue cube to the ground. Her pride would not allow her to use such an additional enhancement ability. Losing the module enhancement, Xia Yuyan's domain returned to normal. Because facing Lin Chen, she didn't need to rely on these external things to win easily. It's over, let's go pick someone up. This kid is quite lucky. He was supposed to be third, but now he can settle for second, which is not bad. Notify the publicity team to debug it quickly. The national rankings are about to be released. Li Chen Knight saw this, standing up, preparing to leave the examination room to handle the aftermath of this round of exams. The suspense is gone. Xia Yuyan is terrifyingly strong. Under her domain, no one survives. In the council hall, Xiao Shuani also revealed a smile. Old Meng, you should admit now that Xia Yuyan should have won, right? I admit, as an ordinary profession, she has done well enough, giving me a lot of shock, but that's where it ends. Whether it's Li Chen Knight or Xiao Shuani, even Li Yuanjing, who is currently watching the battle, and Qi Guoguang, who is watching from Dongjiang province, everyone has formed their own judgment in their hearts. This final battle had already lost its suspense from the beginning. Lin Chen's winning rate is 0. He is bound to lose. However, just when everyone was thinking this way, even Li Chen Knight was about to write Xia Yuyan's name in first place on this year's national candidate ranking. The scene in the instance suddenly made everyone realize it seems not that simple. Old Meng still sat calmly in his chair, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Yuyan is a good child, but unfortunately, she inherited her grandfather's bad temper. She never looks people in the eye. Today she should learn a lesson. If it weren't for this girl's decent strength, you and I might not have seen this Lin kid's true trump card today. As soon as Old Meng finished speaking, Xiao Shuani realized something was off. Xia Yuyan looked at Lin Chen in the sky, her gaze wavering for a moment. Because even under the cover of her dual domains, Lin Chen showed no signs of being affected at all. Only the skeletal dragon and Lin Yu had been recalled into the necromantic space. Under the dual overlay of the silent domain and the scorching flame domain, all of Lin Yu's skills were sealed. Moreover, it was difficult to withstand the high temperature brought by the scorching flame domain, so Lin Chen had recalled them in advance. A pair of gale wings appeared behind Lin Chen as he slowly descended. I must admit, you should be the strongest among my peers that I have ever seen. A domain that seals 6th tier skills, the spatial/domain. This is really a bit outrageous. But since you are so outrageous, it wouldn't be excessive for me to use even more outrageous skills, right? Lin Chen did not say this last sentence out loud. Instead, he said it to himself. In his heart, he had been restraining himself all along, hiding his true strength. He was actually afraid that what he displayed would be too shocking, causing unnecessary trouble. But now, after seeing the two freaks, Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan, he realized the entire Blue Star, known as the first in comprehensive strength, the Great Xia, does not lack geniuses. Since the national high level can accommodate them, they can certainly accommodate him too. Therefore, he no longer needs to hide. Let's start with 7th tier skills, as a sign of respect. Then, Lin Chen casually pointing at Xia Yuyan at the center of the domain. The next moment, Xia Yuyan's expression changed, and the high temperature of the entire scorching flame domain suddenly dropped at that instant. Centered around Lin Chen, the entire scorching flame domain even began to form a layer of white frost. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can he, under the overlay of two domains, not only be unharmed but also invisibly reverse the effect of the entire domain? Now the scorching flame domain looks as if it has become ineffective. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to rename it the frost domain. This is impossible. The silent domain can seal all skills below the 6th tier and dispel all buffs below the 6th tier. Why can he still use skills? Xiao Shuani was somewhat confused. He didn't understand. He couldn't figure it out. In his view, Lin Chen should have instantly turned to ashes to meet expectations. Wait, this magical fluctuation. This is 7th tier. Old Meng gave Xiao Shuani, who was astonished beside him, a meaningful glance. That look seemed to say, you just realized it now? Ice type 7th tier, soul freeze. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in Old Meng's eyes. He uttered a few words. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Having long occupied a high position, coupled with his terrifying strength, he had long discovered that Lin Chen possessed the ability to cast high-level skills. However, since the 5th round of the exam began, everything this kid encountered was too weak. He could easily push through the entire Noah ruins relying solely on his necromancy summons. If it weren't for Xia Yuyan being a competent opponent, even old Meng at this moment couldn't be sure what level Lin Chen's true strength was at. Now he was certain he could truly use skills beyond the 6th tier, 7th tier skills. These thoughts were merely fleeting, and in the instance within the dungeon, what happened made Li Qianye and the others, who had just stood up, sit back down, because that lofty and imperious Xia Yuyan was completely encased in a block of crystal clear ice within her own dual domain, and the shock Lin Chen brought them didn't stop there. Roar! A clear dragon's roar echoed throughout the Noah ruins. In the next moment, the dark sky was stained red with fiery light. A giant dragon composed entirely of pure fire elements flapped its wings like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Then, the blazing dragon breath fell like a heavenly waterfall. It swept across the entire center of the ruins, including Xia Yuyan, who was completely frozen and controlled by the 7th tier ice spirit. At this moment, within the ice, Xia Yuyan's expression showed a hint of astonishment. She finally understood why her domain was ineffective against the boy before her. The silent domain could only target those below the 6th tier, and he was using a 7th tier skill. Moreover, it was a dual element 7th tier skill. The 7th tier fire skill, compared to the scorching domain, naturally meant that Lin Chen's mastery and control over the fire element far surpassed her domain. Crack! Shatter! The dragon breath swept through, completely shattering Xia Yuyan's dual domain. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Recently, I received a recommendation and it feels like the data has plummeted, affecting my mindset a bit. If everyone is enjoying the read, please support me. Additionally, I sincerely request that everyone can follow along daily. This is really important for a book and the author thanks you all. Again. On the big screen, amidst a sea of flames, only Lin Chen remained calmly standing in place. The flickering firelight elongated Lin Chen's shadow, casting it on the distant Ark ruins remains, amplifying the sense of oppression. Li Qianye closed his gaping mouth. The shock brought by 2 7th tier spells was unparalleled. Even he, upon seeing Lin Chen at this moment, couldn't help but feel a chill. Necromancy, fire, wind, ice. He knew too much, yet he was proficient in all of them. The shock Lin Chen brought him in this exam was unmatched by anyone else. If before he merely appreciated it, now Li Qianye looked at Lin Chen with new eyes. The twists and turns of this final battle had occurred too violently and too quickly. Just a moment ago he thought Lin Chen would be taken out in an instant. Who would have thought he would be the one to turn the tables? Li Qianye stood up. This should really be the end. Let's go and bring them back. On the other side of the wall from the examination room, the high-ranking officials from the provincial education departments responsible for overseeing the exam were nearly popping their eyes out. That's right, this was just the 5th round of the National College Entrance Examination. That's right, both candidates were only at the 2nd transition. That's right, most of them, if it came down to a real fight, wouldn't stand a chance against either of these two. Li Yuanjing was so excited he was trembling all over. If it weren't for the bad influence, he might have shouted out loud and boasted that this is the strongest young generation of our Dongjiang. No, from today onwards, it should be the strongest young generation of the entire Daxia. The first examination room of Dongjiang. Qi Guoguang sat in his chair, watching Lin Chen on the big screen, unable to stop trembling. It was him. It really was him. Everything had settled. He recalled the moment outside Kanglin City. At that time, he was flying in the air while Lin Chen stood outside the city gate. That fleeting glance. Everything started to make sense. In this era, a new star was truly about to rise in the sky of the Great Xia, and its brilliance might surpass even the blazing sun. In the dungeon, Lin Chen watched the center of the flames and thick smoke. He sighed. The intensity of the field you're using is quite high. It can actually withstand my heavenly flame dragon breath. Lin Chen's words left all the spectators stunned. The next moment, they realized that Xia Yuyan had been hit by 2 7th tier spells and surprisingly had not fallen immediately. The ice melted, and Xia Yuyan's hair was disheveled against her neck, making her look incredibly disheveled. There were also faint traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. It was clear that Lin Chen's attack had severely injured her. Countless transparent shards, like glass, peeled away from her body. Then they shattered and disappeared. This was a microfield that had been covering her body since Xia Yuyan made her appearance. It was this close-range protective field that allowed Xia Yuyan to withstand Lin Chen's 7th tier magic. What keen observation! Xiao Xuani also praised Lin Chen this time. Previously, he had been an observer and the clarity of the broadcast through the wristband was just SOSO. After all, he wasn't on site, so he had overlooked Xia Yuyan's protective field. At this moment, combining it with Xia Yuyan's skill set, he quickly recognized this skill. Field, negation. It can repel all other objects, attacks, and even energy within the field. Can she now completely cover her body with this field? Xiao Xuani gasped. He was amazed by Xia Yuyan's dedication and effort. because he knew this field was too special. Although its effect was extremely terrifying, the cost of using it was also very exaggerated. The repulsion effect of this field could even repel the field's caster. Covering the entire body meant that Xia Yuyan was constantly enduring immense pain. This was the price of that absolute field. Xia Yuyan had never experienced such a disheveled moment. She was already filled with rage, and her desire for victory finally made her cast aside her previous pride. She realized that Lin Chen was not a prey she could trample at will. At this moment, the roles of hunter and prey had long since switched. She picked up the blue cube that she had just discarded on the ground. Lin Chen merely watched and did not stop her, because this was originally the sub-item she was supposed to obtain. According to the normal process, Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu were the first to arrive at the wreckage area, obtaining this item and rightfully benefiting from it. On the other hand, this thing was useless to Lin Chen, because skill evolution and such, he had already played it to death. Xia Yuyan held the core module of the arc reactor in her right hand and instantly felt a vast and overwhelming power continuously pouring into her body. The injuries she had just sustained were almost completely healed within a few breaths. At the same time, a full 10 layers of transparent light membranes condensed in an instant, perfectly covering her body. Field, negation, tenfold enhancement. In addition, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 red, 3 fields began to expand outward centered on Xia Yuyan. Field, rift. Field, deathly silence. Field, annihilation. At this moment, the 3 fields had evolved, and they overlapped with each other. Within this absolute field, all things should perish, die. The triple fields fully unfolded. Buzz. A heavy sound of spatial rupture echoed. Blue light flashed. Lin Chen was cut vertically from the center. By this spatial rupture strike, the flames brought by the annihilation field melted all the ice that Lin Chen had created. Next, it should be Lin Chen, who melted away. It seemed that this battle had finally reached its end. The sudden change in the battlefield left Li Qianye completely unprepared. He didn't even have time to save Lin Chen. It was over. Such a young and outstanding talent is about to fall here? However, in the next moment, everyone heard a sigh. I didn't want to use it, but the cooldown time is just too long. It should end now. This was Lin Chen's voice. His tone seemed different from the previous laziness and ease. Instead, it carried an undeniable, condescending air. Li Qianye, who had just stood up, sat back down again, because he saw in the image Lin Chen, who had been directly cut in half by the void slash, and there was not a single drop of blood flowing from the wound. Instead, a few strands of deep blue flames emerged. The moment those flames appeared, the crimson annihilation domain unique to Xia Yuyan immediately collapsed. Crack. Boom. How could ordinary fire dare to burn before the supreme fire? Whoosh. In the council hall, the usually calm Elder Meng suddenly stood up. Then, Xiao Shuani realized that this true powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the great Xiao's combat strength, had instantly vanished. In the monitoring room, Elder Meng's figure suddenly materialized, leaning on his cane. Then, in the next moment, before Li Qianye could react, Elder Meng lightly tapped his cane. The next instant, the entire spirit crystal broadcasting device had already been melted into a pile of scorching remnants. Subsequently, the broadcast recording in front of everyone disappeared completely. What's going on? Is there a malfunction? What the hell? It was just getting exciting. What's happening? That kid shouldn't have been cut down. How is he still alive and kicking? Damn, what's up with that blue flame? Did you see that? Xia Yuyan's blazing domain seems to have collapsed again. No, not now. Don't malfunction at this time. The entire Great Xia, watching the 5th round of the final battle, all went into a frenzy, cursing out loud while internally running wild with frustration. What's the difference with stand still? They desperately wanted to know the outcome of this battle. Both of them were too strong, really too strong. They were completely capable of crushing all the young generation of this Great Xia. This level of confrontation was something they could only see at the Global Professional Olympics, held once every 4 years. They never expected to witness such a spectacle during a national college entrance examination. Dongjiang's first examination. Hall. Chi Guoguang stared at the darkened large screen, lost in thought. Then, his body was covered in goosebumps. That deep blue flame, that supreme glance that looked down upon all beings. In the next moment, he understood everything. In the top-level council hall of the Imperial Capital Education General Administration, countless high-ranking officials of the Great Xia Education General Administration exchanged glances. Xiao Shuani looked at the screen that had turned completely gray. Deep in thought, he took a deep breath. Only he knew why Elder Meng was doing this. Because, very likely, what Lin Chen was about to reveal in the next second would provoke the covetousness of countless forces across the Blue Star. He was protecting the 2 top talents of the Great Xia. In the monitoring room, Li Qianye was stunned. Elder Meng, how did you come here? Although he knew that this Big Shot had likely been observing this round of testing all along, Li Qianye couldn't imagine that he would actually see him in person. No other broadcast Footage has leaked out, right? Elder Meng questioned Li Qianye with an imposing presence. Li Qianye nodded. No, the source of the broadcast stream is right here with us, and now no one should know what happened in the instance. Elder Meng nodded and continued. You, all the people under you, must sign the S-level confidentiality death contract within today. Everything you just saw and heard must be kept strictly confidential. Those who do not sign will be executed according to relevant laws. Also, tally the number of people across the country who watched this round of examination broadcast today, and execute the relevant memory erasure process. Violators will be executed. After speaking, Elder Meng's figure vanished. Li Qianye stood, frozen in place. A chill ran down his spine. S-level confidentiality death contract. This is an absolute confidentiality contract that must be fulfilled for a lifetime after signing. If any related secrets are leaked, the power of the laws within the contract will execute the leaker on the spot. And if they do not sign this S-level contract, they will also be executed on the spot. They are already considered lucky. At least they won't lose a segment of their memory. What exactly happened in that moment that made Elder Meng take such drastic measures? He was willing to initiate such a complicated and severe process just to ensure that this recording material is known only to a very few people. Others will completely forget everything they saw. Noah's ruins. Xia Yuyan looked at Lin Chen's posture at this moment. A wave of intuition and inspiration made her feel a fear she had never experienced before. Fear, even reverence. This is impossible. Xia Yuyan couldn't comprehend the situation at this moment. Just a cluster of deep blue flames had already evolved her into the realm of quasi-7th rank. Annihilation shattered in an instant. At the same time, her other realm was tearing apart. There were space slashes occurring over 100 times per second. Yet they had no effect on Lin Chen before her. It was as if his flesh and blood had vanished without a trace. Instead, he had sublimated into a higher existence. In the high altitude of tens of thousands of meters above the battlefield of the two, a figure slowly emerged. Elder Meng leaned on his cane, standing still in the void, his eyes fixed on the battle below. Previously, when he saw the deep blue flames bursting from Lin Chen's body, it was merely a fleeting glimpse. He hadn't seen clearly before he forcibly cut off the broadcast. Now witnessing it firsthand, Elder Meng was indeed certain of one thing. More than 10 days ago, just uploaded to the database, the Abyssal Demon King, codenamed Abyssal Flame Emperor, was actually Lin Chen himself. However, in the brief moment of thought, Elder Meng suddenly realized that Lin Chen had already completed his transformation. The deep blue flames covered every corner of Lin Chen's body. Or rather, he had now become the embodiment of flames. Subsequently, he broke free from the constraints of gravity and began to rise continuously. In the now nighttime Noah's ruins, it was as if a great sun of blue flames was rising again from below the horizon. The dazzling light almost blinded Xia Yuyan, and she felt as if her entire body was being scorched by the blazing sun. Lin Chen suddenly looked up at a certain point in the sky. His gaze crossed a distance of 10,000 meters, focusing on Elder Meng hidden among the sky and shadows. Elder Meng's eyes sparkled again. He can see me? This kid has a trump card? Lin Chen only glanced at Elder Meng before quickly retracting his gaze. Looking down at Xia Yuyan, who had retracted all her realms, leaving only the protective realm, denial. Lin Chen spread his fingers. Divine fire. Heavenly judgment. The sun in the sky erupted with the most intense light, like a helium flash. Then boom. The entire space of Noah's ruins trembled. The remains of the ark, the surface vegetation, were instantly annihilated and evaporated by the terrifying high temperature. The swamps and lakes evaporated almost entirely in an instant. Elder Meng's expression changed in the high altitude. He clearly saw that the power of the skill Lin Chen released before it fully erupted had already evaporated and shattered the 17 realms of denial covering Xia Yuyan. Not good. Elder Meng's heart sank. He immediately stopped observing and flashed to Xia Yuyan's side. With a gentle tap of his cane, a wave of emerald green ripples spread out, protecting Xia Yuyan within. At the same time, the divine fire heavenly judgment officially erupted. A nuclear explosion descended upon the entire ruins. Elder Meng, located at the center of the nuclear explosion, was unharmed under the protection of the emerald green ripples. But the scorching heat still amazed him at the terrifying power of Lin Chen's skill. 8th rank peak. No, it's close to 9th rank power. This kid. Although he had seen through Lin Chen's hidden trump card long ago, when this trump card was truly revealed, Elder Meng still underestimated its terrifying strength. Are Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan geniuses? Even if this question were posed to the god-level experts of the Great Xia, the answer would still be affirmative. However, even among geniuses, there are differences. After Lin Chen, no one else in the younger generation of the Great Xia could be called a genius. Elder Meng glanced at Xia Yuyan, whom he had saved but who was now charred and unconscious, and sighed. That's enough, kid, you've won. In the sky, Lin Chen had already seen everything happening below. At the center of his divine fire heavenly tribulation's nuclear explosion, he was not only unscathed, but appeared to be handling it with ease. This old man has such formidable strength. What does he want? Could he be a relative or elder of Xia Yuyan? At that moment, Lin Chen even thought about dropping a fire-type forbidden spell down and then making a quick escape. There was no helping it, this was just Lin Chen's instinctive reaction. However, after observing for a moment and seeing that the old man bore him no hostility, Lin Chen realized that it was his old habit acting up again, always thinking of the worst-case scenario. From the strength the old man was currently displaying, even if he really summoned the 8 Desolations heavenly meteor to crash down, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to kill him. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the entire Noah Ruins instance began to tremble violently. The remains of the Noah Ark on the surface were the core of this entire instance. And the core module of the Ark's reactor, which Xia Yuyan had tightly held in her hand, had now shattered into a pile of grayish-white powder. With the loss of this core cube, the entire Noah remains were completely evaporated and obliterated by Lin Chen's divine fire heavenly tribulation. Therefore, what happened in the city of dimming light Fei Kane should soon unfold in the Noah Ruins. Lin Chen saw numerous spatial rifts appearing throughout the instance. The entire instance space began to destabilize. It was only a matter of time before it fell into a deeper abyss. Go! Elder Meng shouted from below. The next moment, Lin Chen felt himself enveloped by a wave of emerald green ripples. After a dizzying spin, when he regained his vision, Lin Chen found himself back in the underground hall where he had entered the instance earlier. In the examination room. Soon, the task force responsible for managing the eliminated candidates sent a message to Li Qianye. Just now, the last 2 remaining candidates in the Noah Ruins instance had all exited. Li Qianye felt a buzzing in his brain. It's over? Just like that? It had been less than half a minute since Elder Meng came to shut down the entire broadcast device, right? The 5th round, the final battle, ended so abruptly? So, who won? With this immense curiosity, Li Qianye rushed to the entrance hall of the instance as fast as he could. He saw Elder Meng standing there at the entrance talking to someone else, and that person was none other than Lin Chen. Meanwhile, there were also several priests on the side responsible for treating and providing first aid to the eliminated candidates. On a stretcher lay a person with closed eyes, charred all over, looking quite tragic. It was faintly recognizable as Xia Yuyan. Who won and who lost? The outcome had already been revealed. Li Qianye took a deep breath. He couldn't understand. In the 10th layer of the domain, with negation applied, how could she be so severely injured? If Elder Meng hadn't intervened, would Xia Yuyan have already perished by now? However, what exactly happened inside the instance? After the broadcast was cut off, he might never know in his lifetime. Thinking this way, Li Qianye silently made a decision. He might as well erase his memories. Otherwise, living the second half of his life with this doubt and curiosity would be quite painful. Elder Meng glanced at Li Qianye, then surveyed the other candidates around. He calmly announced the results of the assessment. He pointed at Lin Chen. He is the final winner of this round. Let's calculate the score as full marks. After instructing Li Qianye, Elder Meng turned to Lin Chen and said, "Kid, keep up." Lin Chen rubbed his nose. He glanced again at Xia Yuyan, who lay on the stretcher, barely clinging to life. A sense of unease stirred within him. In the end, he had not hidden himself well enough. Was what he had shown too terrifying? Lin Chen followed behind Old Meng. As they passed by other candidates who had already been eliminated earlier, Lin Chen noticed that these people were looking at him with expressions of sheer horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare come within 3 meters of him. Lin Chen felt a bit confused. Wasn't he that frightening? These people should have only seen him commanding a legion of undead disasters, right? Was there really a need for such fear? Li Qianye also witnessed this scene. He watched as Lin Chen followed Old Meng and disappeared into the dark corridor, a hint of jealousy rising in his heart. If Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan had been crushing the other candidates in this 5th round of exams with a sheer gap in power, then Lin Chen was also crushing Xia Yuyan with a similar disparity. The two sides were completely on different levels of strength. From now on, looking across the entire Great Xia, the younger generation, Lin Chen was the highest mountain, the longest river. Just as Li Qianye was lost in thought, a loud rumble shook the entire underground space. Then, Li Qianye was astonished to discover that the entrance light screen of the Noah Ruins instance was collapsing and shrinking at an alarming speed. What on earth had happened inside the instance? What was going on? In the next moment, everyone in the underground space received another announcement from the Blue Star world. Instance closure announcement. Attention! All professionals of Blue Star, the Surface Abyss 5-person instance, Noah Ruins has been permanently removed from the Surface Abyss instance sequence due to the destruction of the core module of the instance core arc. From now on, all professionals will no longer be able to enter this instance, and the final clearers of this instance will be listed in the Global Instance Hall of Fame. Li Qianye looked at Lin Chen's back, who had already followed Old Meng out the door, feeling a deep shock in his heart. The Noah Ruins instance had disappeared just like that? The last person to clear it. Could it be Lin Chen? Li Chen Knight had known before that Lin Chen had cleared a certain abyss trial instance during the provincial exam. Moreover, due to some coincidences, he had made it onto the Global Instance Hall of Fame. Now, his Hall of Fame record had just increased by one more entry? Damn! Kid, you did well and you're quite alert, knowing how to hide yourself. However, what you've hidden has even made this old bone of mine take notice. Also, you were a bit ruthless. In the dark corridor, old Meng's words carried a tone of appreciation and kindness. This made Lin Chen feel a bit relieved. It seemed that this elder should represent the true higher-ups of the entire Great Xia, right? Their attitude towards him seemed acceptable? They didn't appear too shocked upon seeing his sublimation form. Well, that made sense. There were countless strong individuals across the entire Blue Star. Perhaps an 8th-tier fire-type magic could intimidate the vast majority, but it wouldn't be enough to intimidate those who truly held power and supreme strength. However, Lin Chen still cautiously joked, "You're not going to take me to some laboratory and dissect me for research, are you?" Old Meng, who was walking ahead, paused for a moment. Then he chuckled. "What do you think we are, man-eating monsters? And, you little brat, don't get too complacent. Although you're strong now and have great potential for growth, if you die young, you'll be nothing. Do you know how many countries, how many organizations, how many individuals are eyeing our Great Xia? They can't wait to eliminate you young geniuses. Our human race can't even fully unite internally. People will have disputes for all sorts of reasons, let alone between nations. Aside from that, in the entire Abyss world, there are thousands of civilizations from different worlds that would love to devour our Blue Star civilization whole. The resources of the entire universe are limited. For civilization to develop and survive, we can only fight and plunder each other, a life or death struggle." Elder Meng's words made Lin Chen truly realize for the first time the crisis that the Great Xia and even the entire human race on Blue Star were facing. He also understood the vision and perspective of this elder as well as the entire high-level leadership of Great Xia. Their awareness had already reached the stage of the survival of civilization. Although Lin Chen admired them, to be honest, he did not want to view everything from such a high level. The reason he craved power and strength was simply to have a foothold in this world. Alright, I've digressed. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Meng Yuanzhou, just call me Elder Meng. You only need to know that the reason I am telling you this today is to let you understand. We value talent very much. You, Xia Yuyan, Lu Yu, and all the candidates who can enter the 5th round. In the future, you will definitely achieve something. You are the successors of our legacy and the hope of Great Xia and even the entire human race. Therefore, we will spare no effort to protect you and help you grow strong. I can see that you are more mature than others, as if you have a soul of several decades packed into your 18-year-old body. Ha! By the end of his words, Meng Yuanzhou himself burst into laughter. Lin Chen felt relieved at this moment. If the high-level leadership of Great Xia truly wanted to harm him, to be honest, Lin Chen realized he had no room to struggle. He was strong, but compared to these powerful beings who had lived for hundreds of years, with skills, equipment, talents, and martial souls all maxed out, he really was not qualified. Alright, enough small talk. Lin Chen, I have high hopes for you. I understand your family background, and now I have a bit of understanding about you as a person. I do not wish for you to fall or perish at some point in the future. We have experienced too many painful lessons. So, I must remind you to maintain your current good habit of being cautious. This world has skills, items, regional effects, spirit crystal spells far beyond our imagination. Do not attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. You young people have a saying. What was it again? Alright, hold on to your development, don't be reckless. However, you are already the top scorer in this year's National College Entrance Examination. And that cannot be hidden. You just need to be more careful. At other times, I want you to blend in with the light, conceal your brilliance. When the day comes that you become a war god and this world cannot do anything to you, you can act however you want. Lin Chen nodded, humbly accepting the advice. I will, Elder Meng. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Meng Yuanzhou felt gratified. He suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, you have already reached level 60 in the instance just now, right? Have you received the invitation to enter Layer 0 of the Abyss? Lin Chen nodded. He was just about to inquire about the Abyss. Meng Yuanzhou said, I'll keep it brief. You should already have a basic understanding of the Abyss. The City of Lost Light and the Noah Ruins you experienced are both types of Abyss instances. However, these instances are actually surface-level instances of the Abyss. You can imagine the Abyss world as an endless deep sea. Most Abyss instances are like floating ships on the surface of the sea. And descending into the Abyss means you are officially diving below sea level. In the Abyss world, moving from the surface to the depths, each layer has specific Abyss rules, and the difficulty of the instances will increase step by step. Of course, the rewards will also be more generous. Layer 0 of the Abyss is the first hurdle you must overcome to enter the depths. At the same time, it is your only opportunity to obtain high-grade talents before reaching Layer 20 of the Abyss. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Are you saying that layer 0 of the abyss will grant an additional talent? Or it could be exclusive equipment, or a permanent buff? In short, the 0 layer of the abyss is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all practitioners. However, the dungeons of the 0 layer of the abyss are also different. Kid, do you know the difference between our countries? Top universities and those 211 and 985 elite universities? Lin Chen shook his head. Not really. This was actually something Lin Chen had always been curious about. Everyone had instilled in him the idea that doing well in exams and achieving a good ranking was essential. Then, choosing a good university would greatly benefit the future path of a practitioner. So where exactly is the difference? Is it theoretical knowledge? Lin Chen believed that in this era of catastrophe, while information is valuable, it is certainly not something that any individual or organization can firmly grasp. There are no walls that don't let the wind through. Is it rare resources? Then he could also exchange for them through the Great Xia. Merit points. In fact, the best way to earn merit points is not to enter a practitioner university for further studies, but to enlist directly in the military. Once you join the practitioner coalition, as long as you achieve merit, you can earn plenty of merit points. Therefore, these top universities in the world must possess something that other organizations do not. It's the dungeon. Meng Yuanzhou provided the answer. To be precise, it's the entry qualifications for the dungeon. You will naturally understand this deeply once you enter university, so I won't elaborate further. I'll just say one thing. That is, the top 3 universities in the world hold the most special dungeons of the 0 layer of the abyss. If you accept the invitation to the 0 layer of the abyss now, you will only enter the most ordinary one, with the lowest difficulty, unified across the blue star. The maximum rewards you can obtain will only be A level, whereas the special dungeons of the 0 layer of the abyss held by the top universities in various countries have a maximum reward level of SSS. Lin Chen understood completely. This way, the advantages of top universities compared to other civilian organizations became evident. You shouldn't worry about the admission anymore. The national top spot. And it's the first with full marks in all 5 rounds. How many years has it been since we saw that? You should be the one choosing the school, not the school choosing you. Alright, now Li Qianye and the others should be busy with the national announcement. It will probably be released nationwide in about an hour. You should go ask him for the reward for this national top scholar. Lin Chen thanked Meng Yuanzhou and walked out of the room, retracing his steps. When he found Li Qianye, Lin Chen noticed that the chief examiner's attitude towards him had completely turned 180 degrees. There was even a hint of respect in his words. Here to collect your reward, right? Sit here. Old Jian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pour tea for our national top scholar. Use the top quality Maojian I bought 2 years ago. Lin Chen was warmly received by Li Qianye. When he heard about the treasured Maojian, Lin Chen noticed that the expressions of those under Li Qianye changed when they looked at him. In this era of catastrophe, many plants on Blue Star had undergone mutations. The tea culture of the ancient Great Xia, compared to the coffee culture of the West, had been hit hard, almost catastrophically. Either it became toxic or the taste changed drastically, making it completely undrinkable. It was only in recent years that related genetic cultivation work had been put in place, basically able to reproduce the flavors of the past. However, when the treasured Maojian tea that Li Qianye had was served to Lin Chen, after taking a sip, he immediately put it down without a word. You call this a treasured good tea? Why does it taste like cilantro? I can't take it anymore. After that, Lin Chen never touched that cup of tea again. After awkwardly chatting with Li Qianye for a few moments, Lin Chen's reward finally arrived. Lin, your 1,000 Great Xia merit points have been recorded in your practitioner merit points account. The exchange and use of merit points are connected to the trading system of major base cities across the country. You can check the list anywhere in the country and then redeem them. And then there's this. Li Qianye placed a sandalwood box in front of Lin Chen. When Lin Chen opened it, he saw a colorful spirit crystal shimmering with a soft purple light, and his eyes instantly lit up. This is your A-level talent spirit crystal. Such spirit crystals are usually kept deep in the treasury and preserved in a special way, but even so, their shelf life is only about 6 months. Now that it has been extracted and transferred, take advantage of the fact that the spirit crystal's effect hasn't completely dissipated yet and use it quickly. By the way, I forgot to tell you how to use it. Just place the spirit crystal on your forehead and close your eyes to sense it. Lin Chen took out the purple glowing spirit crystal from the box. The light from the spirit crystal spread out, illuminating the walls of the entire room in vibrant colors. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed that not only Li Qianye's subordinates but even Li Qianye himself had a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was an A-level talent. In this world, there are no completely useless talents. There are only talents that may not match one's profession as well. But having one is always better than not having one. Good luck. I hope you get a great talent. Li Qianye wished him well. Lin Chen nodded and placed the talent spirit crystal on his forehead, then closed his eyes. He carefully sensed the talent spirit crystal. Before long, Lin Chen felt a wave of energy surge from his forehead into his mind. In the next moment, a mysterious power took root and sprouted in his sea of consciousness. Obtaining a talent in this way was indeed a marvelous experience. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a new talent, cyber modification. Lin Chen was taken aback. What kind of name was this talent? Could it turn him into a robot? Lin Chen quickly checked the detailed description of this newly acquired talent. Cyber modification rarity, a level type, passive talent effect, adds the orthodox skill trees of the mechanic and gunner professions to your auxiliary skill tree. Note: flesh is weak, machinery ascends. Join the glorious evolution. After reading the effect, Lin Chen was completely stunned. What the hell? The orthodox skill trees of the mechanic and gunner professions had now become his auxiliary skill trees? Did this mean he could now learn the skills of these two professions? In the next moment, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This talent was essentially breaking the barriers of professions. Seeing Lin Chen's expression and reaction, Li Qianye asked, "So, you successfully awakened it, right? You can check the professional forum to see how your awakened A-level talent is rated. The top sticky posts there contain all the A-level talents discovered so far, published by our Great Xia Professional Alliance. Everyone's talent is the most private secret of a professional. Directly asking is very rude and can lead to a fight." Li Qianye certainly understood this principle. So he wouldn't ask Lin Chen what talent he had awakened, but seeing Lin Chen's conflicted and indecisive expression, he suggested it. Lin Chen was aware of the professional forum. It was an online social forum established by the Great Xia government for professionals to share insights or interesting stories. As long as you are a professional and pass the official registration review, you can browse and post. Posts that are highlighted by the official generally have authority. These posts are mostly evaluations or strategies for specific dungeons. Originally, Lin Chen had no intention of checking how his talent was received on the official rating list, as he felt this talent was both novel and powerful. However, since Li Qianye had brought it up, Lin Chen, driven by curiosity, took out his phone and logged into the Great Xia Professional Forum. At this moment, Lin Chen's professional rating was only the most ordinary GUI level, so the number of posts he could browse was limited. However, this talent rating post had no threshold set by the officials, so Lin Chen was able to browse it normally. Upon entering the post, he was greeted by the usual disclaimer from the director and the universe. Lin Chen skipped it directly. Scrolling down, a form appeared before him. The total amount of data in the entire form was as high as 1,146 entries. This indicated that the official statistics of the Great Xia had already recorded this number of A-level talents in the database. Perhaps his talent wasn't even on this list. Lin Chen continued to scroll down the form. The entire form was sorted according to the rating rules established by the editor from T0 to T4, and so on. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the bottom of the form, he saw the description for the T4 rating: tasteless to eat, regrettable to discard, a talent that offers almost no significant improvement in combat power after acquisition. It can be called a disgrace of A level. Below this description, Lin Chen immediately spotted the talent he had just unlocked. Cybernetic modification, A talent that allows non-mechanics and gunners to unlock their related skill trees. Like talents such as magic infusion, combat training, and master assassin, it enables other professionals to unlock the orthodox skill trees of mages, fighters, and assassins. At first glance, these talents may seem very creative. After all, using skills from other professions in battle can not only lead to unexpected victories but also unlock and explore more possibilities within one's own profession. However, imagination is always beautiful. The reality is that this type of talent has a significant flaw. Not to mention that it only adds to the side profession skill tree. Just the skill upgrade has a pit waiting for you to discover. That's right, the skills of these other professionals that you unlock require 10 times the skill points of your own primary profession to level up. This means that most professionals, even if they forcefully allocate points, can only unlock skills at level 1, or at most level 2. And among these, the situations where one can achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 chemical reaction with their own profession have yet to be seen by the editor. It can be said that this type of talent, once obtained, will just gather dust in a corner. No one would really choose to not invest in their primary profession skills and spend 10 times the skill points to enhance such skills, right? Upon seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Believe it or not, there really are. Lin Chen understood why the A-level talent he received was classified as T4 in the official forum's talent rating. It turned out that this talent had a hidden effect that was not mentioned in the talent description. This should actually be considered a restriction imposed by the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star on this type of talent. If you want to use skills from other professions, you can, but you have to spend 10 times or more skill points to do so. This restriction also prevents the emergence of all-round professionals in this world who can learn any skill they want across different profession skill trees. Without this restriction, Lin Chen estimated that the rating of such talents would at least be SS level or higher. However, for him, this restriction was neither painful nor itchy. He could indeed prioritize investing in his main profession skills. But considering the efficiency of earning 86,400 skill points in a day, there would definitely come a day when Lin Chen's skill points overflowed. This talent allowed him to utilize those potentially overflowing skill points. Moreover, there was hope to invest in higher levels. Just thinking about it made Lin Chen feel a bit invincible. A trash talent? No. For him, this was a top-tier talent. So, what do you think? Is it a good talent? Li Qianye laughed. Lin Chen nodded. It's quite good. Ha, then congratulations, little brother. Now, on to the remaining 2 rewards. At our Daxia District's trial tower, your exemption quota has already been submitted. There are still over 4 months until the trial tower opens, and 3 months until the Pan-Asian Youth Professional Peak Competition. You don't need to rush, take this time to level up and work hard to become stronger. Next, you can choose a platinum-grade equipment set that you can use. Li Qianye took out a list and handed it to Lin Chen. This is a selection we made after confirming you secured first place nationwide. We had someone sift through the equipment vault to find the 5 most suitable mage sets for you. Choose one. Once you've decided, I'll have someone retrieve it. Lin Chen picked up the list and began to look through it. The first set immediately caught his eye. Eternal Rest robe wearing level, LV.65 category, armor, top, grade, platinum cloth armor weight, 1.1 kg attribute bonus, spirit plus 220 defense plus 170 special effect. Simple set effect, endless revenge, 4/4, 2-piece set. When you kill a target, you gain 1% necromancy skill strength, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting 20 seconds. 4-piece set, all your necromancy summons attributes increase by 10%, and their duration extends by 10 seconds. Note, the flames of hatred never cease. How can one find rest? The set effect of this equipment clearly enhances necromancy. Moreover, it is a cloth armor, which mages can wear. Most equipment that strengthens necromancy skills is typically plate armor, as the necromancer knight is the orthodox profession of necromancy. This highlights the rarity of this cloth armor set. In addition to the set effect, Lin Chen was even more pleased that this equipment also had a special effect. Each piece had this simple effect. This effect is easy to understand. It allows practitioners below the equipment's wearing level by 5 levels to wear this set. Lin Chen is currently level 60, and the wearing level of this equipment is 65, so he can wear it just fine. Finally, there are the attribute values provided by this equipment. Just one piece grants 220 points of spirit. The entire set's spirit attribute value is likely to exceed 1,000. Lin Chen couldn't find any faults. This set of equipment was perfect for him at the moment. This also indirectly proves how attentive those people were when selecting equipment for him. Lin Chen glanced over the other 4 options. After a comprehensive comparison, the first set was still the best. I'll go with the first set. Lin Chen returned the list to Li Qianye, making his final decision. Li Qianye nodded. I knew you'd choose the first set in the end. This equipment will be very comfortable for leveling up. Especially since you have a specialization in necromancy skills, relying on summons to grind dungeons will be extremely easy. Li Qianye immediately had someone retrieve the equipment. Then he said to Lin Chen, now that all the exams are over, after you collect your equipment, you should go back and find your leaders in Dongzheng. I won't disturb you, let's meet again if fate allows. Soon, a complete set of platinum-grade equipment belonging to Lin Chen was packaged and delivered to him. Li Qianye also escorted Lin Chen out of the underground instance space of the Education General Administration. Stepping out of the Education Administration building, Lin Chen saw a dazzling, vibrant cityscape, filled with neon lights. This is Daijing, the dreamland of countless Daxia people, and the city of progress for the entire Blue Star human civilization. It was indeed magnificent. However, Lin Chen had little interest in this city, let alone a sense of belonging. It was already night and he had been away from home for 2 whole days. Missing home? A familiar voice came. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Yuanjing standing beside a luxury car, smiling at him. Come on, get in the car. Li Yuanjing waved to Lin Chen. Lin Chen got into the car and sat in the back seat with Li Yuanjing as the luxury vehicle slowly started. Under the neon sky of the Great Xia Imperial capital, they merged into the flow of traffic. Soft music played inside the car, and Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The 5 rounds of exams had been relatively easy for him, but they also required intense concentration. Now that everything was over, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit fatigued. It will take quite a while to get back to Dongzheng, especially if you still want to return to Jiangchen. By the time we get back to Tianhai, the regular teleportation hall will have stopped operating, and you'll have to take the underground train home. So, I've booked you a suite at the Imperial Capital Grand Hotel. Rest for a night and head back tomorrow. If you want to stroll around the Imperial Capital, I can accompany you. I come here often for meetings and am quite familiar with the place. Lin Chen shook his head and yawned. No need, Uncle Li, I'm a bit tired and don't feel like wandering around. Thank you for your concern about the hotel. Li Yuanjing replied, alright, let's go straight to the hotel. This was directed at the driver in front. The two then fell into a period of silence. About Xiao Rui, Li Yuanjing seemed to have made a decision and was about to speak, but Lin Chen interjected, "Uncle Li, I only got first place in the National College Entrance Examination. You don't need to carry too much burden in your heart. During the exam, I had some friction with your son. Being on opposing sides was unavoidable. I'm not that petty, so you don't need to apologize on his behalf." Hearing this, Li Yuanjing opened his mouth, which finally turned into a bitter smile. "If only he had half of your maturity and understanding. I won't say more. I wish you a bright future." Just as Li Yuanjing finished speaking, the driver in front exclaimed, "Leaders, I specifically chose a spacious avenue. Ha, you can look out the window. The National College Entrance Examination results for this year in Great Xia have been announced." Both Li Yuanjing and Lin Chen perked up at this. They looked out the window and saw a golden scroll slowly unfurling in the night sky. On the evening of June 8, 2024, in the Blue Star calendar, an announcement echoed throughout Great Xia. Across 9.6 million square kilometers of land, as long as one was a professional and not in a special instance, they would receive this important announcement for the entire territory of Great Xia. Great Xia Regional Announcement. To all professionals in Great Xia, the 2024 National Unified Enrollment Examination for Professionals has concluded. Next, we will announce the top 10 nationwide. Look to the sky. Let us wish these 10 young talents a bright future. As this announcement reached the ears of countless professionals in Great Xia, Lin Chen also saw that golden scroll in the sky continuing to unfurl. The brilliance grew even stronger, seemingly stretching across the entire firmament, refusing to relent. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that the national results announcement would be a mere formality, similar to the provincial announcements, just a simple notice. He didn't expect such a grand spectacle. With special effects? Were these effects only visible in the imperial capital? As if to answer Lin Chen's confusion, Li Yuanjing rolled down the car window, leaned out, and looked at the golden list in the sky, laughing. "You haven't seen this before, have you?" Seeing Lin Chen shake his head, Li Yuanjing continued, "This is cutting-edge spiritual crystal technology that transmits images into the minds of all registered professionals in Great Xia through communication and imaging spiritual crystals. Of course, non-professionals can't see it." Lin Chen understood. Just a month ago, he was still an ordinary person and had never witnessed such a grand scene in the 18 years before he crossed into this world. You might wonder why our country places such great importance on talent protection yet still makes a big deal out of announcing results like this. At this moment, Lin Chen was indeed pondering this question. Previously, Mang Yuanzhou could understand the meaning behind the words spoken to him. He did not believe it was just official rhetoric. Instead, he felt that the higher-ups of the Great Xia valued him, a promising junior, immensely. However, the current process indeed conflicted with this principle. The fundamental reason is that being listed on the gold list is the most romantic embodiment of our Great Xia's profound culture, especially for those students who achieve excellent results in the annual college entrance examination. This is also a glorious moment in their lives. To put it grandly, ascending this gold list is a bragging capital that a prestigious family can flaunt for 100 years. Lin Chen nodded. To be honest, not to mention others, just himself. Seeing the country put on such a grand display for him, allowing him to shine in front of others, he felt quite pleased. Then there's the exposure issue you care about. This is a problem we must face no matter what. Even if we don't publish the list, other countries and forces will find ways to obtain information related to you. So, it's better to let you have a glorious moment. Ultimately, it still depends on our national strength being robust enough and the overall strength of professionals being strong enough, so we naturally won't fear the small fry and even dare to say that those who are far must be punished. You were born in a good era, at least within the Great Xia, you will definitely be safe. If we push history back 100 years, it would be a completely different picture. Alright, the list has been fully revealed, enjoy this moment. Li Yuanjing's words carried a deep envy. This honor is something only 10 out of millions of examinees across the Great Xia can enjoy each year. He was clearly not among them. Lin Chen noticed that outside the car window, all the pedestrians had stopped to look up at the sky. Whoosh, bang! A brilliant firework shot up into the night sky, exploding into a dazzling flow of light, marking the first celebratory blast. Soon, more and more fireworks ascended into the sky, illuminating the entire capital's night. In the sky, on the enormous gold list, a name slowly began to appear at the bottom. 10th place, Zhaozan, Shi. Jiang Province, score, 17988. Final evaluation, excellent. The crowd began to cheer and applaud. The fireworks were splendid, the gold list dazzling, as one name after another appeared. The atmosphere on the entire street was completely elevated to a climax. At this moment, similar scenes were unfolding across the Great Xia. Even if today's work was busy, even if there were many hardships in life, they would all choose to step onto the streets during this annual special moment. They would find a spot with a wide view to offer their heartfelt blessings for the future of Great Xia. So amazing. Keep it up. The future of our country relies on you. Wishing you a bright future. Wishing you soar to great heights. The Flow of traffic halted, and the crowd held glasses, smiling, celebrating loudly amidst the golden light and the colorful fireworks. Immersed in such an atmosphere, Lin Chen suddenly understood the profound significance of the gold list tradition that had traversed thousands of years of great Xia history. It carried the earnest and simple hopes of countless people for the pillars of the nation, the newly rising sun. Lin Chen felt a weight on his shoulders at this moment, something heavy. Added. At this moment, less than 2 hours had passed since the end of the 5th round. Most of the top 10 examinees from provinces across the country had not left the capital. At this moment, they stood under the gold list just like Lin Chen, looking up at everything. However, their expressions varied, some were excited, some were hopeful, and some had even begun to celebrate. Yet, on most faces, there was a clear display of regret, remorse, and even sadness. Even though they were the top 10 in their respective provinces, even though they had once been renowned geniuses, they felt overshadowed compared to the names on the list at this moment. In a hospital room in the capital, thanks to Meng Yuanzhou's protective intervention, along with the care of countless professional healers and doctors, Xia Yuyan has now regained consciousness. Moreover, her injuries have healed significantly. Outside the hospital room window, fireworks are dazzling. The moment she looks out, the golden list has just placed her in second position. Second place, Xia Yuyan, Dijing examination, 5 rounds score, 606835, final evaluation, perfect. Wow, what a high score. Xia Yuyan, I think I've heard that name before. Isn't she the granddaughter of the war god of the Morning Dynasty? Everyone in the Dijing professional circle knows her. Isn't she the top talent among this year's young elites in Xia? How is she only second? Excited discussions arise from the street outside the hospital room. The name Xia Yuyan is too famous throughout the capital. Or rather, her grandfather Xia Xiao Yuan's fame is so great that it's hard for her not to be recognized. The chatter of these people feels like daggers, making Xia Yuyan tremble uncontrollably. Am I trembling? Am I afraid? In the next moment, Xia Yuyan is astonished. Fear, terror. This emotion had been completely eliminated from her since she was 9 years old. At this moment, she realizes that she seems to have become a normal person again. She, too, has things that frighten her. A lazy and handsome face appears in her mind, and Xia Yuyan bites her lip hard. This face is something she can never forget. Look, the first place has appeared on the golden list. To beat Xia Yuyan, the first must be incredibly strong. Who could it be? Is the first Lu Yu? That little grandson of the war god Lu. I heard he's also very strong. Are you blind? Lu Yu is in third place. That's already been announced. Oh, I missed that. So who is the first? Countless people crowd the streets. The golden list reveals the names of the candidates from 2nd to 10th place. The suspense of who is first remains until now. Most of the names on the golden list are well known and even talked about with enthusiasm. Because of this, everyone is curious about who these young prodigies, who had already made a name for themselves in their youth, and are now all participating in the National College Entrance Examination this year, are stepping on. Although the top 10 in the national examination each year holds significant weight, it will never be higher than this year. Because this year, Xia Yuyan is participating. Meanwhile, the 12-year-old genius Lu Yu has also completed all regular courses and received a special admission quota from Xia's top academy, allowing him to participate in this year's national examination. For someone who has already received a special invitation, taking the exam is merely a formality. However, Lu Yu has a strong competitive spirit. Even though he has been accepted by the best top academy in the country, he still wants to prove himself as the true first place. Unfortunately, he encounters Xia Yuyan. Isn't the first place supposed to be Sister Yuyan? In a high-end residential building in Dijing, Lu Yu sits on the terrace, looking at the golden list in the sky, nearly burning with frustration. After being eliminated, he was so angry that he left the examination room without paying attention to the subsequent developments. In his mind, after he was eliminated by Xia Yuyan, the first place must surely belong to her. Yet at this moment, Xia Yuyan's name unexpectedly appears in second place. Suddenly, something clicks in Lu Yu's mind. No, this can't be happening. Just as he realizes something is off, the golden list in the sky bursts forth with an unprecedented brilliant light. The entire night is illuminated by golden rays. At the same time, at the top position of the golden list, a line of text begins to slowly emerge. Full marks in 5 rounds, national champion. The moment these 8 words appear, all professionals across the country are stunned. They have experienced the announcement of results many times, but it's the first time they've seen such a special effect on the golden list. Full marks in 5 rounds? How is that possible? What on earth did they do? After seeing that Xia Yuyan could only settle for second place, everyone realized that this year's National College Entrance Examination champion was likely a heavyweight. But no one expected it to be so outrageous. 5 rounds of perfect scores? Has anyone ever achieved this in the history of the Daxia College Entrance Examination? In that instant, Lin Chen even noticed that the crowd around him had forgotten to cheer and applaud, because the shock Lin Chen brought them was far more overwhelming than the other 9 names on the list. It's coming. Li Yuanjing looked at the golden list in the sky. Below the words National Champion, a line of gilded characters began to slowly appear. He was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Under the witness of countless professionals across Daxia, the name at the top was finally revealed. Jiang Cheng. Hurry up, what are you all dawdling for? The names are about to be announced. After dinner, Jiang Xian, who knew the results were about to be released, was a bit impatient. Although he appeared quite senior in front of Lin Chen and Jiang Ye, he was actually a super anxious person. Slow down, oh my old back. Wang Dahai was pulled by Jiang Xian, climbing all the way to the top floor of the Zhengcheng Professionals Alliance Association. Here, the view was wide open, allowing a complete view of the giant golden list in the sky. Following Jiang Xian and Wang Dahai was Zhuo Qian. This old principal of Lin Chen had not slept well for an entire day after learning that Lin Chen had achieved first place in the province. At this moment, he was as energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline, finding Jiang Xian to come and witness the moment of the national results announcement together. Not just them. In fact, all the professionals in Jiangcheng had spontaneously gathered in the streets to observe this annual announcement. The streets were bustling with people, although there were no fireworks like in the capital. The atmosphere in this small city was equally peaceful and beautiful. Look, they've already announced the 9th place. Why isn't Shouyi's name on the list? Jiang Xian's expression changed as he saw the names that had already appeared on the golden list. What's the rush? We're only at 9th place, maybe Shouyi's ranking will be even higher. The plump Wang Dahai bent over, panting, and comforted him. That's true, let's keep watching. Although Jiang Xian said this, he kept clenching his right fist, his expression extremely tense. Ahem, don't say I'm being a killjoy. Although Xiaoyi got first place in our province, being in the top 10 nationally, don't you think your expectations for him are too high? He's already very excellent and hardworking, but you all know we haven't done much for him. We didn't provide him with the best leveling environment, nor did we offer him optimal training resources. In fact, we only realized we had such a genius in this year's Jiangcheng after he went through that special trial. His starting line is too far behind compared to others. Wei Xing, the commander of the Jiangcheng Professionals Alliance, had always been the most rational one. His words instantly made Wang Dahai and Jiang Xian feel a bit ashamed. Yes, they really hadn't provided much support for Lin Chen's growth, so why should they expect Lin Chen to definitely be in the national top 10? Also, there are 130,000 candidates from our East Jiang province. I heard that this year, the total number of candidates in Daxia has exceeded 3 million. To stand out among 130,000 is one thing, but to come out on top among 3 million is a whole different level of difficulty. Wang Dahai, who was both the mayor of Jiangcheng and the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau, felt a bit despondent. He was trying to console himself. Just when the atmosphere among everyone was sinking, they suddenly heard a wave of exclamations erupting from the crowd on the street below the building. They looked up again at the golden list in the sky. 8 big characters caught their eyes. National champion, 5 rounds of perfect scores. Then, a line of gilded characters slowly emerged beneath this 8-character title. Standing behind Jiang Xian and Wang Dahai, Principal Lin Chen was left stunned when he saw the line of text, and the moment he recognized the name following the first place, his heart stopped abruptly. He almost couldn't catch his breath and leaned back, nearly falling over. Fortunately, Wei Xing caught him just in time. However, when he himself saw the golden list and the name at the top, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground alongside Zhuo Qian. First place, Lin Chen, Dongjiang Province Examination, 5 rounds score, 1000000. Final evaluation. Peak mastery. The golden list was clear for all to see. At this moment, the entire summer was shared across the land. At this moment, who in the world does not recognize you? Seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes. Boom! On the rooftop in this 5th-level base city of Jiangcheng, a few individuals representing the pinnacle of power and strength felt their brains roar. Then, everything went blank. It wasn't until the streets below erupted with earth-shattering cheers and applause that they realized this wasn't a dream. This was real. Their Jiangcheng had produced a dragon. After experiencing the initial shock, Wang Dahai wiped his eyes and looked again at the golden list in the sky. Once he confirmed that the person at the top was named Lin Chen, he muttered to himself, really him? It can't be a coincidence. Jiang Xian, standing beside him, slapped his belly with a hand, his eyes red, voice trembling. Can a coincidence happen at the provincial level? It says Dongjiang Examination, are you blind? Among the 10 people we sent from Dongjiang Province to participate in the 5th round, is there another one named Lin Chen? Jiang Xian's words rang out like a thunderclap, completely awakening everyone. He had dispelled the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts. Wow! Just recovering from the shock, Zhuo Qian began to cry like a child. But everyone knew, these were tears of joy. The top scholar. The national top scholar. How could their Jiangcheng have such a gifted child? Back to Lin Chen's side. The luxury car slowly drove through the congested road filled with people. Lin Chen heard his name from countless mouths. Fireworks bloomed, the golden list shone brightly. According to Li Yuanjing, this golden list would last until after midnight, before disappearing. Happiness was genuine, but so was the exhaustion. Lin Chen yawned, closed his eyes, and listened to the sound of firecrackers and the commotion outside the car window, taking a brief rest. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the hotel. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Chen was shocked by the grandeur of the entire lobby's decor. This was no longer comparable to a traditional five-star hotel. Lin Chen even saw 2 or 3 ocean creatures of royal rank being kept in the aquarium on the right side of the lobby. Under Li Yuanjing's arrangement, the check-in process was completed quickly. The two entered the elevator, and Li Yuanjing said, "I've already instructed the hotel kitchen to prepare 3 or 4 home-cooked dishes for you on our way here. They should be on the table by the time you return to your room. I'll wait for you in the lobby tomorrow morning. You can come down whenever you wake up naturally, and we'll head back to Dongjiang together." Lin Chen thanked him. "Uncle Li, you've really gone through a lot for me on this trip." "Thank you." Lin Chen's gratitude was sincere. After all, Li Yuanjing was the second in command of the provincial education department. He had handled matters that should have been taken care of by his subordinates along the way. This showed how much he valued Lin Chen. "No need to thank me. It's only right. Who told you to bring such great honor to our Dongjiang? I should be the one thanking you. By the way, I'm staying next door. If anything comes up tonight, feel free to find me." Exiting the elevator, the two arrived at their room doors. Li Yuanjing nodded at Lin Chen, swiped his room card first, and entered his room. Lin Chen opened his door, once again shocked by the luxury of this hotel room. He had originally thought that the suite Li Yuanjing mentioned would just be a large master bedroom plus a few practical rooms, and that would be about it. Who would have thought that as soon as he stepped inside, Lin Chen would see an extremely spacious living room? On the dining table in the living room, several plates of dishes just out of the pot, still steaming, were laid out. The entire suite was divided into 3 levels, and at the end of the living room, a huge floor-to-ceiling window offered a breathtaking view of the night scene of the capital city. Is this the life of the capital's elite? It's truly extravagant. The aroma of the food wafted through the air. Although he had enjoyed Lin Yu's culinary skills before heading to the Noah wreck in the instance, he was indeed hungry now. Thinking of Lin Yu, Lin Chen sank his consciousness into the necromancer space. He found that she had already fallen asleep. With each breath, her eyelashes were even slightly trembling. Lin Chen decided not to disturb her. He had originally wanted to call her out to eat together. Now, he can only eat 3 big bowls with tears in his eyes. After a bout of wolfing down the food, Lin Chen put down his chopsticks and went up to the bathroom on the 2nd floor to take a nice bath. Then, he lay down on his big bed that belonged solely to him. The ultimate relaxation brought about excellent sleep. When he woke up again, it was already nearly 10 a.m. the next day. Lin Chen stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. Sleeping until 10 a.m. felt so damn good. It was way more comfortable than waking up at 8. After washing up, Lin Chen didn't take any luggage. He went down to the hotel lobby, met up with Li Yuanjing, and then they went for breakfast. The two checked out, left the hotel, and were picked up by a car all the way to the teleportation hall in the capital. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing finally arrived at the entrance of the East River Education General Administration. Just as they walked into the lobby on the 1st floor of the Education General Administration building, something unexpected happened to Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing. It's Deputy Director Li. He's back. The person next to him. Yes, it's Lin Chen. That's him, the National College Entrance Examination champion this year. A few people exclaimed in surprise. Then Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing saw a dense crowd suddenly rushing towards them. In the next moment, countless microphones and cameras were aimed at Li Yuanjing and Lin Chen. "Deputy Director Li, our East River has produced the national champion this year. Could you share a few words?" "Deputy Director Li, is this student next to you really our national champion Lin Chen? We are reporters from East River TV. Can we have Lin Chen say a few words?" Faced with microphones almost shoved in his face, Li Yuanjing was stunned. However, out of instinct to protect Lin Chen, he stood in front of Lin Chen, blocking the increasingly frantic media reporters. Just as Li Yuanjing was about to speak, his pupils suddenly jolted, because he realized that it wasn't just these reporters and media people surrounding them. There were also several professionals in special university uniforms with powerful auras. These people. Oh my god. Li Yuanjing instantly recognized a few of the professionals from the universities present. Besides several 211 and 985 universities from East River Province, there were even some of the top 10 universities in the country. How did they get here so quickly? Are they here to poach students? This is too crazy. The enrollment process for universities is very rigorous. It's similar to what Lin Chen understood from his previous life. After the national college entrance examination ends and the results are announced, the next step is for the candidates to fill out their applications. Whether they can be admitted to each chosen university still requires layers of review and selection by the respective universities. In this situation, with everyone rushing to the scene, Li Yuanjing thought of another possibility. That is, special recruitment. There's no need to go through the application process. The admissions office and management of the universities directly invite a specific student to enroll. This is a tremendous honor for all students in the Great Xia. And today, it seems Lin Chen would receive not just one special recruitment invitation, but dozens. In the vast office of the Jiangcheng Dingsheng Mining Group's asset department, Ling Guodong leaned back in a comfortable sofa chair, picked up the enamel cup on the table, and took a sip of tea. He was actually a bit unaccustomed. Overnight, he transformed from a worker who had to toil in the mines every day into the director of the asset department. This morning, he arrived at the company at 7 a.m., only to learn that the working hours here started at 11 a.m. He could leave by 4 p.m., and there was even a 2-hour lunch break. Moreover, there was no work that required his attention. The entire office was filled with executives under his command, or those executives' subordinates doing the work. Every day, all Lin Guodong needed to do was sign some documents and occasionally attend a meeting. Sitting in the air-conditioned office, Lin Guodong wore a smile on his face. He wondered how Xiaoyi was doing in the exams in Dijing. Had he finished? Although last night's golden list had made Lin Chen's name known among all the professionals in Dongjiang, everyone in Lin Guodong's circle were ordinary people. For them, receiving relevant news was always delayed. Even though a night had passed, Lin Guodong had no idea that his son had already secured the first place in the nation. Previously, being the top in the province was enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. Brother Lin, what's got you so happy? Share it with us. A crisp female voice rang out. It was Xiao Liao, who had just been promoted in the office. She was very young, having not been in the system for long, and her outgoing personality made her the first to speak up before others engaged in deep conversations with the newly appointed Lin Guodong. It's nothing much. My son did quite well in the college entrance exam yesterday and got lucky enough to participate in the final round of exams in Dijing. I wonder how he's doing now. But it's already good enough. His current achievements have far exceeded my expectations for him. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office perked up their ears. Although they were not professionals, in this era, everyone knew that professionals were a cut above the rest, and many had relatives or friends who were professionals. Naturally, they were aware of the National College Entrance Examination for Professionals. Xiao Liao exclaimed, Director Lin, my brother also took the college entrance exam this year. He told me yesterday that the top student from Dongjiang also has the surname Lin. It can't be. Lin Guodong's smile grew even brighter. It's him. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire office was energized. Simple-minded girls like Xiao Liao didn't think too much. She was just curious about why Lin Guodong was so happy today. The others, however, immediately began to compliment him, each taking turns. Ding-dling. Just then, Lin Guodong's phone in his pocket rang. Even now, having been promoted to a department director, Lin Guodong still maintained his good habit of frugality. The ringtone was loud, the font was large, and it had few functions. The screen was even cracked in half, but he just couldn't bear to replace it. A phone, after all, only needed to communicate. The most important thing was that the volume of this old phone was loud enough for everyone in the office to hear what the person on the other end was saying. When Lin Guodong saw that the caller ID was from Dijing, he paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and quickly answered. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Guodong, the father of Lin Chen? Lin Guodong was taken aback. A strange number, an out-of-town area code. Could it be a scam? Yes, it is. What's the matter? Although he was suspicious, Lin Guodong decided to listen to what was going on. Hello, Mr. Lin Guodong. I am Director Chun from the admissions office of Dijing Military University. You can just call me Xiao Chun. This sentence was heard not just by Lin Guodong but by everyone in the office. Upon hearing the name Dijing Military University, everyone was stunned. Then they collectively gasped. A person's name, a school's shadow, even if they are not professionals, it does not prevent them from knowing some of the top professional institutions in the country. Dijing Military University. It is neither a 211 nor a 985 university, because this university is a military academy, and it ranks 7th in the nation. Nationwide, not just province-wide. At this moment, a top professional university ranked 7th in the country actually took the initiative to call Lin Guodong. For what reason? This question should not be thought about too deeply. Just thinking about it feels a bit terrifying. However, before Lin Guodong could organize his thoughts, the person on the other end continued. It's like this. I'm calling you today to ask if you are interested in enrolling your child in our Dijing Military University. There's no need to go through any application process. Our school leadership has already agreed to extend a special invitation to Lin Chen. Lin Guodong was completely stunned. He opened his mouth, and after a long pause, he stammered, Isn't Xiaoyi still taking the exam in Dijing right now? The director on the other end, Director Chen, was also taken aback for a moment, then explained, Oh, my bad, I didn't clarify it for you. Our national college entrance examination this year actually finished last night. Your child, Lin Chen, has Topped the national exam. He is the national champion. Lin Guodong heard the sound of a teacup shattering. He didn't know who was eavesdropping, but they were shocked. They slipped and broke the teacup. Lin Guodong was trembling all over. What did you just say? Xiao Yi. First, Mr. Lin, your child has achieved first place in the nation. He is this year's national champion. In the next moment, Lin Guodong felt the world spinning around him. A rush of blood surged to his head, making him feel incredibly dizzy. However, Lin Guodong quickly forced himself to calm down. He had endured too much suffering and naturally had a strong sense of caution towards strangers. Are you really from Dijing Military University? Director Chen hurriedly replied, my name is Chen Lo, and I'm using the fixed phone of our Dijing Military University admissions office to call you. You can check it online. Lin Guodong didn't even know how to use his phone properly. Naturally, he wouldn't know how to go online with a computer. But Xiao Liao was already typing Chen Li's name rapidly on the keyboard. After all, it was a top professional university ranked 7th in the nation. Although the name Chen Lu is quite common, almost all the search results were related to Dijing Military University. Clicking in, there were photos, titles, relevant departments, and phone numbers. It was indeed impossible to fake any of it. After Xiao Liao helped Lin Guodong verify the phone number again, he nodded at Lin Guodong. Hearing that Lin Guodong had basically confirmed he wasn't a scammer, Director Chen continued, additionally, if Lin Chen can enroll in our school, we have considered the inconvenience of you and your child living in different places. So we have decided on a plan, which is to bring you and Ling Zheng to live in Dijing. We will arrange for you to obtain permanent residency in Dijing and additionally provide you with a high-quality residence within the third ring of Dijing. Besides that, our school is also willing to pay you a monthly scholarship of 500,000 Dixia coins as a thank you for raising and nurturing Lin Chen. Please vote for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 500,000. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office completely lost their composure. Damn! A high-quality residence within the third ring of Dijing? According to the current market, that price is already heading towards 10 million Dixia coins. Moreover, they wouldn't need to do anything, they just needed to enjoy a peaceful retirement in Dijing, which is the safest and top-tier base city across the entire Blue Star. Receiving 500,000 every month for free, calling it a scholarship, is actually just a pension for Lin Guodong and his wife. Accept it. What's there to hesitate about? If it were me, I'd probably be nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. By now, Lin Guodong was completely dazed. He didn't know what a house within the third ring of the imperial capital would cost. He had spent most of his life saving and scrimping, fully devoted to raising his child to adulthood. Working tirelessly underground day and night, earning over 10,000 a month, he felt proud of himself. But now others were offering prices 50 times that amount. He didn't know how to respond. Hearing Lin Guodong's prolonged silence, Chen Lu became anxious and hurriedly explained, Mr. Lin, the benefits our school is offering are just preliminary proposals. We can discuss more details. Scholarships of 700,000, 800,000, or even 1,000,000, I can help you secure those. Or if you have any other requests, feel free to mention them, we will accommodate you. Everyone in the office, including Lin Guodong, could detect a hint of humility in the words of this top university's admissions director. He was speaking to Lin Guodong in a tone of supplication. However, Lin Guodong was not overwhelmed by the joy before him. He finally replied, Director Chen, I can feel your sincerity. But regarding which school Xiaoyi wants to attend, even as his father, I cannot make that decision for him directly. I must ask him first. With that, Lin Guodong picked up the public phone on his desk. Since he had already confirmed that the exam had ended last night, he no longer needed to worry about disturbing Lin Chen with his call. Soon, the call connected. Lin Chen's voice came through. Hello? Xiaoyi. It's me. Lin Guodong's voice trembled. Upon learning that his son had just become the top student in the Great Xia, hearing his child's voice again, at that moment, no parent could remain calm. The next moment, Lin Guodong even shed tears. Dad, I just got back to Dongjiang, still at Tianhai. I'll be home soon. Don't worry, I should have called you right away to let you know I'm safe. Hearing his father's trembling voice, Lin Chen felt a lump in his throat. Although he was a transmigrator, in the 18 years since coming to this world, his parents had given him all their love. How could he not be moved at this moment? Lin Guodong took a deep breath to calm his excitement and longing for Lin Chen, and got to the point. Xiaoyi, I just received a call from the admissions office of the Imperial Capital Military University. Their director promised me many privileges and wants me to agree to let you enroll there. I refused, saying I needed your consent first. After saying this, Lin Guodong didn't wait for his son Lin Chen's response but instead heard a few loud curses. Damn! Those bastards at the Imperial Capital Military University are using such despicable tricks? So they go directly to the parents. How low is Lin Chen's father? Don't believe it. Every word in punctuation mark from those dogs at the Imperial Capital Military University is not to be trusted. What kind of fly-by-night university are they to compete with us Beidou for students? Mr. Lin, we are Chang'an Qilin University, ranked 5th in the nation. All the benefits offered by the Imperial Capital Military University, we will double. Shut up. Our Manhwa Academy offers 5 times that. Although Lin Chen's phone wasn't a brick phone and wouldn't leak sound, it couldn't withstand the group of top professionals who had come to recruit. Their ears were sharp, and it was easy for them to catch what Lin Chen was saying on the other end of the call. At that moment, everyone started to argue. Li Yuanjing was left dumbfounded. For a moment, the whole scene felt like Lin Chen was choosing a bride. Each one was eager for Lin Chen to choose them. The main point was that all these universities were truly the top institutions in Great Xia. They were all ranked 6th or 7th, with Qilin Academy and Longhua Academy even ranked 5th and 4th, respectively. In the past, it was already a cause for celebration if a dozen candidates from Dongjiang managed to squeeze into these 2 universities. Now, the big shots from these colleges, who had advanced from the 6th to the 7th tier, were bickering like fishwives in the street, passionately exchanging barbs. If those dirty words were written out one by one, they might not even pass the review. Big shots, your personas have collapsed. Where's the usual aloofness? Where's the usual pride? What happened to the high standards you've always sought? Why is it that at this moment, you seem to have completely disregarded everything? Lin Chen was also feeling a headache. He could only brace himself and speak to his father on the other end. Dad, as you can hear, they are looking to talk to me about this matter. So, let's talk later. I'll hang up now and come home in the afternoon. After hanging up, Lin Guodong turned to Chen Lo, who had been listening all along, and said, Director Chen, you've heard it too. I know it's not easy for you to recruit students, but this matter still needs to be decided by Xiaoyi himself. We won't interfere. That's it. After saying this, Lin Guodong didn't give Chen Lo a chance to continue the conversation and hung up the phone directly. The moment he hung up, Lin Guodong's phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Guodong smiled and answered, Honey, what's up? On the other end, Lin Chen's mother, Su Qingfang, spoke up. Just now, a recruitment director from Magic City Marshall University called me, said a lot of things, and our son has become the top scholar. I already knew. The military academy in Daijing just called me too. No wonder your phone was busy. You didn't promise them on behalf of our son, did you? Lin Guodong, I warn you, you can't decide this matter for Xiaoyi. Ha ha, we are united as a couple. I didn't agree to them. I just spoke to Xiaoyi and he'll be home this afternoon. That's good. I'm off work now, going to buy groceries. You should leave work early too. If it's too much, take a leave. Got it. Lin Guodong hung up the phone, feeling refreshed. As soon as he hung up, everyone in the office gathered around him. Director Lin, congratulations. Brother Lin, your son has really soared to great heights. Surrounded by everyone in the office, Lin Guodong was beaming. He waved his hand. Oh, it's just being the national top scholar. Is it necessary to call me at work for this? I thought it was a big deal. Look, you all just made a joke out of me. Everyone who had gathered fell silent. No, Director Lin, your usual honest and simple persona has collapsed. Your humble brag could be written into a textbook. Ahem. Xiaoyi, let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao, the recruitment director from Qilin Academy in Yuzhou Province. This is Dean Qin from the Firepower Sequence branch of Tianshan Beta University in Donglin Province. Although Li Yuanjing felt that these big shots had completely torn off their masks, he was still one of the prominent figures in the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department. At this moment, he needed to remain calm. Li Yuanjing was mostly on nodding terms with these people, and at the very least, he had met them once. They were all part of the Daxia education system, so he recognized them. Thus, he kept introducing these people to Lin Chen. Meanwhile, he would also briefly explain the backgrounds, rankings, and outstanding vocational departments represented by these individuals. Lin Chen, coming to our Qilin Academy, is definitely the right choice. Not only are we currently ranked 5th in the nation, but we also have a special channel for exceptional students. As long as you enroll, there's no need for assessment. You will immediately become an exceptional student and enjoy a series of special privileges. Our school currently has a total of 11 exclusive dungeons, which are enough for you to complete the 5th tier. Zhao Tiantao from Yuzhou Qilin Academy was chattering away, clearly very confident about his own academy. Lin Chen, let me tell you, you can't just look at the rankings, you also have to consider the departments. Although our school is ranked 6th in the country, your profession is a mage, right? Our school's mage department has teaching resources that can be considered among the top 3 in the nation. Moreover, the number of books in the skill library far exceeds that of other schools at the same level. Lin Chen, don't listen to this old man's sweet talk. A low ranking is a low ranking. What excuses are you making? Can you really flaunt data like the number of books in the skill library? As if we at Longhua don't have that. Lin Chen, let me give you one piece of data for schools ranked 5th and below. Up to the 100th place, the resources allocated from the general administration each year, accumulated, are still less than those of the top 4 schools in the country. The top 4 are greater than the total of the other 100 schools combined. Do you understand what I mean? The person sent by Longhua Academy this time was a young scholar wearing glasses. At this moment, his voice was not loud, but he stated a fact that shocked everyone. Lin Chen looked at Li Yuanjing in surprise. The latter nodded at Lin Chen. This meant that what this teacher from Longhua Academy said was true. Resource allocation is indeed so uneven. However, before this glasses-wearing guy could bask in his moment of pride for a few seconds, amidst the gasps of countless onlookers and media personnel, a bright blue spatial rift suddenly opened. Up above the hall. Longhua Academy, just shallow water, how can it contain a true dragon? An ancient voice echoed from the other side of the rift. Then, the spatial rift rapidly expanded, and an old man in a white robe stepped onto the void, slowly walking out from the rift. Following him were 7 or 8 other mages, also dressed in robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. The moment Li Yuanjing saw the old man in the white robe, he completely lost his composure. He could no longer remain calm. Director Han, why have you personally graced us with your presence today? Han Shizai's gaze swept over Li Yuanjing without much exchange, but instead looked at Lin Chen. Then he stepped down from the air, revealing a slight smile. I have arrived late. I hope you haven't decided which academy to join yet. Li Yuanjing immediately introduced Lin Chen in a low voice. Lin Chen, this is Principal Han Shizai from the currently third-ranked Yundian University. This university only enrolls mage professionals, and the rarity of the candidates they accept each year must be at least at the rare level, and they must also possess innate talent. The force behind Yundian University is the top guild of mage professionals. In Blue Star, Yundian. In this guild, professionals at the P5 management level and above already possess strength above the 8th rank. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was also somewhat shocked. Most of the top guilds in this world are somewhat like companies, with different levels. P1 is the most ordinary member, while P9 is the guild leader. P5 is considered middle management, and it was surprising that their strength was so terrifying. Han Shizai didn't even need to say much, his presence alone already overshadowed the other top academies present. Even the confident glasses-wearing guy from the 4th-ranked Longhua Academy had now wilted. With Li Yuanjing backing him up, he was almost guaranteed victory. Lin Chen was indeed somewhat tempted. An institution that only enrolls mage professionals would undoubtedly excel in this field. However, after witnessing the frantic scene of these top academies competing for talent, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. So, what are the top 2 academies in the Great Xia like? With his current achievements, is it not enough for them to extend an invitation to him? While pondering, everyone heard several sounds of breaking air. Then, amidst the exclamations, a young man dressed in a dark blue robe, with his hair styled in a topknot, arrived riding a flying sword. The crowd actively made way for him. Then, the young man who came riding the sword stepped forward gracefully, descending from the flying sword with an exceptionally light and elegant stride. Junior Jiang Yun, greetings to Senior Han. Jiang Yun cupped his hands in salute to Han Shizai. There were actually many people present who were about the same age as Han Shizai. However, Jiang Yun only paid his respects to him, highlighting the difference in their statuses. The originally indifferent Han Shizai showed a momentary displeasure on his face, but this slight emotion was quickly suppressed. What brings you here? Where is your master? Jiang Yun smiled and said, my master is still in seclusion, yet to break through. But this morning he sent me a message, urging me to invite junior brother Lin Chen to join our Tianxian Dao Academy. Jiang Yun looked at Lin Chen, his gaze intense. Junior brother Lin Chen, my master told me that you possess a remarkable foundation in the Dao. If you are willing to join our Tianxian Dao Academy, he is willing to accept you as his direct disciple. Wow! In the next moment, the entire scene erupted. A wave of astonishment swept through. At this moment, the atmosphere reached a climax. Li Yuanjing and all the senior officials from the East River Education Bureau, along with the entire media from East River, were deeply shocked. At this moment, including the imperial capital military that had planned to steal home earlier, the 7 top institutions ranked among the top 10 in the country had gathered here. Click, click. The sound of shutters clicked incessantly. Countless reporters and media personnel were ecstatic. This was an explosive scene that had never occurred in the 100-year history of East River. The 7 major institutions were going crazy just to compete for one person. This also indirectly proved the value of Lin Chen, the national champion. 5 rounds of full marks, creating history. 7 institutions competing, creating brilliance again. They had already thought of the headlines. Li Yuanjing was completely stunned. He no longer knew how to describe the excitement of this moment and his gratitude towards Lin Chen. It was foreseeable that when these reporters and media personnel returned, the East River Education Bureau would truly take off. While Li Yuanjing envisioned a bright future, Lin Chen was completely bewildered. No, buddy. Doesn't this vibe clash with our current worldview? I did cross over to a world with a slightly Western fantasy style, right? Yet here you are with flying swords, calling someone master, and talking about seclusion. Why does it feel like we've veered into the realm of fantasy? Fortunately, there was Li Yuanjing, a walking encyclopedia, to enlighten him. Tianxian Dao Academy, our Great Xia's second-ranked institution for practitioners. Like Yin Dian, it only recruits practitioners from special occupational categories, including Taoists, Qigong masters, and knights, which are our Great Xia's Exclusive special occupational categories. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Wow, there are even state-exclusive special occupational categories? Well, thinking about it, that does make sense. Following this line of thought, do other countries also have their own exclusive occupational categories? Nonsense. What foundation in the Tao? I think old man Yi has gone mad from practicing. He is a mage. What does that have to do with your Tianxian Dao Academy? Ah, tell me, what does it have to do with it? Initially, Han Shitsai was still holding it together. Hearing Zhang Yun's increasingly absurd words, the veins on his forehead bulged. Unable to hold back, he exploded. Although Zhang Yun was young and had come alone today, his aura was not inferior to Han Shitsai's at all. He chuckled lightly. Director Han, why get angry? My master is a master of divination, and so far he has never made a wrong prediction. Of course, we are not forcing junior brother Lin Chen to abandon magic and switch to Dao techniques after enrolling. What my master means is that junior brother Lin Chen is exceptionally talented and should be able to cultivate both Dao and magic. However, my master also said that today he sent me here just to let junior brother Lin Chen know his intentions. Their fates have not yet intertwined. In Zhang Yun's words, he had already regarded Lin Chen as one of his own, referring to him as junior brother Lin Chen. Fact, Lin Chen was somewhat shocked by the cunning calculations of Zhang Yun's master behind him. Although he thought that sword control and cultivating immortality were very cool, Lin Chen really did not intend to join the Tianxian Academy. At least not for now. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of magic before making any decisions. Humph. At least he knows his own limitations, Han Shi scoffed. His gaze towards Lin Chen became fervent again. He was certain that there was no mage in this world who could refuse Yin Dian. Lin Chen also understood. At this moment, the old man was waiting for his answer. But for a moment, he felt it was a bit hasty to make a choice among so many schools. He wanted to say he would think about it. However, in front of so many people and with these big shots coming all the way to invite him in person, it would really be a bit impolite to refuse all the schools. Just as Lin Chen was pondering how to speak, a few shouts suddenly came from the edge of the crowd. Please, everyone, make way. Vice Director Li, there's a very important call, please take it. Li Yuanjing looked in the direction of the voice. He saw his secretary, Xiao Wu, holding a phone receiver, anxiously calling out to him, while standing on tiptoe. The next moment, the security personnel stationed in the lobby of the education department immediately realized the urgency of the situation. They quickly cleared a path. After all, this was the headquarters of the East River Education Department, and the management from top universities also took the initiative to make way. Seeing the expression on his secretary's face, Li Yuanjing knew that this call might be significant. Otherwise, Xiao Wu wouldn't insist on him taking the call when he was so busy. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, stretched out his hand, and took the phone that Xiao Wu had been holding. Glancing at the phone's origin, Li Yuanjing's heart jolted. The education department of the imperial capital. A call from above. Li Yuanjing did not dare to delay, quickly putting the phone to his ear and saying, "This is Li Yuanjing, may I ask?" On the other end of the line, an elderly voice soon came through. Xiao Li. The moment he heard the voice, Li Yuanjing stood at attention. Meng Lao? When he attended meetings in the imperial capital, he often saw this legend of the education department sitting in the chief position and speaking. However, he felt he had no right to speak to such a big shot. Now he was flustered. "Yes, it's me. Is that Lin kid next to you?" Li Yuanjing replied, yes, he's right beside me." Meng Yuanzhou continued, "That's good. Ask him if he wants to join the Shinsha Academy." Li Yuanjing's hand trembled. The phone almost slipped from his grasp. He was shaking all over, stammering, Meng Lao? I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited just now and didn't hear what you said." In fact, Li Yuanjing had heard clearly. However, this was a major matter. He had to confirm it. "I said to ask that Lin kid if he is willing to join the Shinsha Academy." After confirming he hadn't misheard, Li Yuanjing struggled to ask, "Then Meng Lao, isn't the enrollment process for Shinsha Academy extremely special? How could it be?" On the other end, Meng Yuanzhou laughed. "It's a special enrollment. I spoke with Yang Changming, and he is also very interested in this kid, stating directly that there's no need to go through the process of competing for spots. As long as he agrees, he can enroll directly." Li Yuanjing felt as if a thunderclap had sounded in his mind, but he did not forget his duty. He quickly covered the mouthpiece of the phone and, with a trembling voice, said to Lin Chen, "Xiaoyi, the vice president of Shinsha Academy, Elder Yang invites you to join Shinsha Academy. It's still a special enrollment process, direct admission. Do you want to join?" Li Yuanjing's voice had become very soft. His phone was also encrypted and soundproof, so Meng Lao's words were not heard by others. But at this moment, Li Yuanjing's voice could not be hidden from their ears. In an instant, all the college admissions officers surrounding Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing were left dumbfounded. Among them was Han Shitsai. He never expected that Shinsha Academy would take action. How could this be possible? This is unreasonable. Lin Chen was a bit confused. Shinsha Academy, is that the top academy in Daxia? Li Yuanjing nodded frantically. This time, even Lin Chen felt it was a bit absurd. As far as he knew, this top-tier vocational school, which had ranked first in Daxia for hundreds of years, never recruited students who took the college entrance examination that year. To enter this university, there was only one way. You needed to first attend one of the top 10 universities in Daxia for at least 1 year. After 1 year, you had to be outstanding enough and meet many stringent goals to have a chance to receive an invitation from Shinsha. Moreover, you had to go through a brutal selection process with other invitees to finally enroll. At this moment, the top academy in Daxia was actually opening its doors unconditionally to Lin Chen. Countless media reporters went completely crazy. Wow! Shinsha's unconditional special recruitment. What an extraordinary honor. Who would have thought that just 2 days ago, the name Lin Chen hadn't even entered anyone's sight. And 2 days later, not only did he top the gold list, but he also made Shinsha Academy break a rule that had stood for 100 years. That is, they sent out a special recruitment invitation. Junior brother Lin Chen is indeed exceptionally talented, not a mere fish in the pond. Congratulations, junior brother. I have completed the task assigned by our master, and we shall meet again. Zhang Yun smiled and bowed to Lin Chen again. Then he used his flying sword and soared into the sky. As expected of a practitioner from the Taoist sect, Zhang Yun's style of action was indeed graceful. On the other side, Han Shizai was not so carefree. A hint of anger first appeared on his face, which was then replaced by regret. Finally, Han Shizai looked deeply at Lin Chen and said, "Accept it, this opportunity is very rare." The last time Shinsha broke the norm for special recruitment was over 100 years ago. At that time, the one who received the special recruitment qualification was currently the strongest person in Daxia. This was a secret. Even Li Yuanjing did not know it. The current strongest in Daxia once received a special recruitment spot from Shinsha Academy? Doesn't that mean Lin Chen at this age is already on par with the legends of Daxia back then? When you graduate from Shinsha, our Yundian guild will always keep a spot for you. Let's go. Han Shizai also came to a realization. Since he couldn't invite Lin Chen to his university, he would invite Lin Chen to join the Yundian guild in advance. After he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed. Countless light blue ripples spread out in the void, and then a spatial passage appeared. Han Shizai and the 7 or 8 high-level mages behind him floated up and disappeared into the spatial passage. Han Shizai and Zhang Yun's proactive departure allowed Lin Chen to dismiss them. Therefore, Lin Chen's choice was naturally without any doubt. He nodded to Li Yuanjing. "I am willing to join Shinsha Academy." Li Yuanjing was overjoyed and quickly relayed the message to Meng Yuanzhou. He agreed? "That's great. Alright, there's nothing else." Meng Yuanzhou hung up the phone. Li Yuanjing then said loudly to the people around him, "Everyone, it has been settled. Thank you for coming from afar, now please return." The second-in-command of the East River Education Bureau issued a dismissal order. Plus, since Lin Chen had confirmed his joining Shinsha, the other top-tier university's senior officials, though regretful, left with dignity. They all walked out of the East River Education Bureau's doors. In the crowd, Lin Chen seemed to see a familiar figure. It was a man in a decent suit, wearing glasses. He was dressed in the uniform of Tianshui Academy. The moment Lin Chen saw Wu Jun, he dared not look back at Lin Chen. His former pride was now shattered beneath Lin Chen's feet. The difference in identity and status was like the difference between heaven and earth. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Lin Chen did not continue to hunt monsters to level up. Instead, he enjoyed his summer vacation. He played games day and night with his good friend Zhang Shan as if he had returned to his first year of high school, and everything remained unchanged. Each day was filled with sleeping and eating. Life was smooth and peaceful. However, just as Lin Chen planned to laze through the entire summer vacation, on a day in mid-July, he received a text message. His phone vibrated and Lin Chen picked it up to see. It was a message from Li Yuanjing. "Xiaoyi, the admission notice from Shinsha has arrived here. It was supposed to be sent to your home. After all, there's still a month and a half until Shinsha starts school. But Vice Principal Yang from Shinsha learned that you have reached level 60 and qualified to participate in the Abyss Level 0 trial, so he brought you some news. Currently, there are 3 special Abyss Level 0 dungeons that Shinsha has access to. One of them will open in a week. Moreover, the difficulty and rewards of this Abyss Level 0 dungeon are the highest among the 3 dungeons. So, Yang asked me to inform you to try to report to Shinsha tomorrow. Opportunities to enter the Abyss Level 0 dungeons are very rare, and every time a dungeon opens, many students from Shinsha will compete with each other. Although you are specially recruited, you still have to go through this process. If you miss this dungeon opening, you will have to wait about another 6 months for the next one. Think it over, and reply to me as soon as possible." After reading the message, Lin Chen stood up from his computer desk. Is there competition for slots in the special Abyss Level 0 dungeons within the academy as well? Right. Lin Chen almost forgot that in this world he lived in, most professionals were like they had been injected with adrenaline, doing everything possible to become stronger. This is a circle where only the most competitive can survive. Missing out means waiting for 6 months. If it were 3 months, Lin Chen could wait. He really didn't want to waste his summer vacation. But 6 months, he couldn't bear it. Stuck at level 60, although he could still gain experience, he couldn't level up or change jobs, which was too frustrating. Forget it, once he reports to Shinsha, he'll grab a slot. After passing the Abyss level 0, he can take a good break. After making the decision, Lin Chen sent a message to Li Yuanjing. Then I'll report tomorrow, 6 months is too long. Lin Chen quickly received a reply from Li Yuanjing. Okay, I'll reply to them. More than 10 minutes later, Li Yuanjing sent another message. It's all arranged, I can take you to Shinsha tomorrow. Also, Shinsha Academy has special preferential policies for you. Ask your parents if they are willing to move to Daijing. Don't worry, the accommodation Shinsha arranges for them will definitely be better than what the Daijing Military Affairs provides, and the monthly scholarship will not be less. Lin Chen hardly thought for long. He made a decision for his parents. Yes, please arrange it, Uncle Li. It wasn't that Jiangcheng was bad, but considering safety, in a world where the Abyss could threaten Blue Star at any moment, if a high-risk dungeon were to emerge near Jiangcheng again, Lin Chen didn't want to have any worries back home. If the entire Blue Star were to fall, then Daijing would definitely be the last city to fall. Lin Chen had no doubts about this. Having his parents relocate to Daijing, where they would be protected by the state, was the best option. This way, they could enjoy their later years in peace, and he could also rest easy. Alright, I'll go to Jiangcheng to pick you up tomorrow. I'll first settle your parents in Daijing, and then you can come with me to report to Shinsha. Li Yuanjing sent another message. Lin Chen pushed open the door to his bedroom and shared the news with his parents. Although they felt a bit reluctant, in the end, Lin Guodong made the decision. To avoid worrying Xiaoyi, let's move over, Qingfang, start packing. I deleted a section where the protagonist returned home and was celebrated by the local high-ups in Jiangcheng. Although it was enjoyable to write, it indeed slowed down the pace. So I just cut that out. Let's jump straight into the plot related to Xinshao and Jianyuan. Please vote for me, monthly tickets. The next morning, Lin Chen took his parents to the Jiangcheng teleportation hall. Although they had always said that the things at home were too old and they could buy new ones in the capital, his mother, Su Qingfang, still felt reluctant. Yesterday, she spent the whole day packing up half of the things stored in their home. Fortunately, Lin Chen had also hired a moving team in the morning, providing them with travel expenses to accompany them to the capital. At 9 a.m., Li Yuanjing arrived on time, and after some pleasantries, he took Lin Chen's family first through Jiangcheng's teleportation array to Tianhai City. Then, using the giant interprovincial teleportation array in Tianhai City, they headed to the capital. After arriving in the capital, he helped Lin Chen's parents move into their new home. Once everything was settled, it was already noon. To thank Li Yuanjing for his care along the way, Su Qingfang insisted on keeping him for a lavish lunch in the new home. Afterwards, she pulled Lin Chen aside, wiping her tears while reminding him of things to pay attention to in college. In truth, Lin Chen had heard these words so many times that his ears were almost calloused. Yet, he still patiently listened until she finished. With everything arranged, Li Yuanjing set off with Lin Chen towards Xinshao. Uncle Li, I've actually always wanted to ask, where exactly is Xinshao Academy? Is it in the capital? On the way, Lin Chen inquired about this. Li Yuanjing smiled mysteriously. You're in luck, it's currently in the capital. Lin Chen was taken aback. Currently? He felt a bit confused. However, Li Yuanjing didn't explain much, only leading Lin Chen to the square in front of the Education General Administration. You're not afraid of heights, are you? Li Yuanjing asked again. Lin Chen's heart became alert. He had a feeling that something big was waiting for him. Before Lin Chen could respond, he saw a spherical object with countless flowing data in blue light descending from the sky. Then, this large iron ball unfolded like a lotus, revealing its internal structure before Lin Chen's eyes. It was a flying cabin just big enough for 2 people to enter. Inside the cabin, there were no control panels, not even a place to sit. Come on, let's get in, Li Yuanjing said, leading Lin Chen into the spherical flying cabin. Once they stood still, the mechanical parts that had opened like a lotus around the cabin closed in, enveloping the two of them. From the outside, this large iron ball looked very high-tech. But Lin Chen didn't expect that from the inside. The material was actually translucent. At that moment, everything around him inside the cabin became transparent. It felt as if he was standing on a void. What kind of technology is this? Beep. After a light electronic sound, Lin Chen finally understood why Li Yuanjing had asked him if he was afraid of heights. Because the next second he realized that the flying cabin shot up into the sky with an incredibly terrifying acceleration. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen found himself several kilometers off the ground. Even the tallest buildings in the capital were now beneath his gaze. The height rapidly increased, and the speed continued to accelerate. Fortunately, Lin Chen wasn't too afraid of heights. Especially after acquiring the skill Wind Wings, having flown several times, he was no longer too scared of falling to his death. Watching the bustling capital shrink rapidly below, it wasn't long before they had already reached above the clouds. The urban landscape below was completely out of sight. Shinsha Academy, is it actually flying in the sky? Lin Chen looked up towards the sky. After reaching the stratosphere, the sky was clear and bright, with no clouds or mist obstructing the view. Lin Chen could see a dark shadow appearing next to the sun. The shadow resembled a giant ship. Lin Chen felt that the ascent speed of the flight cabin he was in was almost breaking the second cosmic velocity, and the shadow in the sky was continuously enlarging. When Lin Chen finally saw its full form, he couldn't help but be shocked. It was indeed an extremely massive flying object. The material used for the underside of the flying object was similar to that of the flight cabin they were in. Both were a deep gray with a hint of blue, and the texture was hard. However, after flying above the flying object, Lin Chen was astonished to discover that the structure below should be the hull of this aerospace mothership. Above it, there was a scene resembling a paradise. The first thing that caught his eye was the towering green mountains at the tail of the mothership. The distant mountains were shrouded in mist, and a waterfall cascaded down from the cliffs. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to see an extremely large creature's body in the mountain mist. The body was covered in thick scales, overall a bluish-gray color, but it flashed by and disappeared into the mist. On the plains below, the vegetation was lush and the scenery pleasant. Countless buildings were scattered throughout. Lin Chen saw two large characters in a dragon and phoenix style at the entrance closest to him, Shinsha. He never expected that Shinsha Academy was actually built atop a gigantic aerospace mothership. More importantly, the structure above this mothership was not a cabin. It looked as if a part of the blue star's surface had been directly transported up and landscaped afterward. It was so spectacular. Shocking, right? When I first saw Shinsha Academy, I was just as shocked as you. This is the former principal of Shinsha, who is also the third war god of our great Xia. He named this mothership Zishao Tianting, which is also one of the origins of Shinsha Academy's name. Lin Chen looked around. He realized that the location of Shinsha was not just high up. Looking further up, he could even see the dark, cold universe. Below, the blue star was already visible as a spherical shape. Let's go report in. The flight cabin landed, the hatch opened, and Lin Chen and Li Yuanjing stepped out. They walked into Shinsha Academy. Lin Chen had initially worried that being at such a high altitude would make breathing difficult. However, once he entered the school gate, he realized he had overthought. There was also a spherical barrier above the entire Shinsha campus, which ensured that the atmosphere within would not escape into outer space. The hull below should also have corresponding air purification and filtration systems. Hello, I'm here to report for the new students. May I pass? Li Yuanjing smiled at the guard at the school gate. Lin Chen merely glanced at the guard uncle and felt somewhat astonished. Goodness, the one guarding Shinshao's gate was already a 6th-tier professional? The guard uncle looked at Lin Chen and said, "Admission notice." Li Yuanjing took out Lin Chen's admission notice and handed it to the uncle. After a confirmation, the uncle opened the gate and let them through, reminding them, for new students entering the school, the first thing is to complete the ranking. The reporting office is in that building ahead. Your relevant information should already be entered into Shinshao's system, but without a ranking, your accommodation and daily resource allocation cannot be determined. You guys came a bit late. There's already a batch of new students who reported early and are inside preparing for their ranking. Hurry up, if you miss this batch, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. To be ranked, you might end up living on the street. Without a ranking, you'd have to live on the street? Aren't there student dormitories everywhere? Lin Chen felt the unique charm of Shinsha. After thanking the guard uncle, Li Yuanjing led Lin Chen towards the nearby egg-shaped building. At the same time, he patiently explained to Lin Chen, at the Shinsha Academy, there are two things that are most important for a student. One is credits, which are similar to the merit points you have already earned in the Great Xia, and can be exchanged for many good things in the Academy's treasury. Additionally, without enough credits, you cannot graduate from Shinsha. It has been over 10 years since entering Shinsha, and there are still students who are unable to graduate due to insufficient credits. Besides credits, there is also the rating. The higher your rating, the better your accommodation conditions will be, and your life in Shinsha will be freer and easier. At the same time, the rating also affects the resources you can obtain for your growth. Let's use the breakthrough magic crystal, which you are most familiar with, as an example. As long as you achieve a rating of B or above in Shinsha, you will even receive one of these every day. Moreover, the exclusive dungeons you master upon entering Shinsha will provide different halo bonuses based on your rating. Some dungeons cannot even be accessed if you do not meet the corresponding rating. So, if you want to thrive in this place filled with geniuses in the near future, you must try to raise your rating as much as possible. In fact, while Li Yuanjing was explaining, Lin Chen had already guessed about the rating system with a high degree of accuracy. This kind of system was too common in his previous life. In short, those with high ratings enjoy this world. Those with insufficient ratings can only serve as the cattle and horses for those with high ratings. It's that simple. Li Yuanjing led Lin Chen into the interior of the massive building. As soon as they entered, Lin Chen heard a thunderous roar of cheers and shouts. At a glance, this hardly resembled a university registration area. Instead, it looked more like an arena. All around were tiered spectator stands. The arena was divided into dozens of large and small platforms. Directly in front of the main stage was a huge spirit crystal projection screen. It displayed the exciting battle footage of one of the arena matches. A warrior was fiercely battling a knight. The warrior, clad in silver armor and wielding a giant axe, struck with terrifying force with each swing. On the other side, the knight rode a warhorse, holding a lance, skillfully charging in the not-so-large arena. The two sides exchanged blows, fighting joyfully. Lin Chen also noticed the battle information displayed on both sides of the big screen. Jinshin grade, 2 level, LV.125 class change, 4th change affiliated department, GU, firepower sequence, days since enrollment, 769. Task experience, E level 164 times, D level 369 times, C level 441 times, B level 87 times, A level 3 times. Rating, C level. Rank 3742. This was the warrior wielding the giant axe. He had unexpectedly already undergone 4 class changes, and he was only in the 2nd grade. In an instant, Lin Chen had a concept of the overall strength of the students within Shinsha. A 4th change professional, when placed outside, could already be referred to as a big shot in many guilds. Yet here, he was nearly ranked over 3,000 at sea level. There were just too many strong individuals in Shinsha. Hey, that new student over there. It's you, right? You're here to register too, aren't you? Hurry over, the ranking match is about to start, come register quickly. Just as Lin Chen was engrossed in watching, he suddenly heard someone calling out from not far away. Following the voice, he indeed found that the person was calling him. Go on, good luck. Li Yuanjing smiled and patted Lin Chen on the back, then climbed the stairs to the spectator stands, intending to observe Lin Chen's ranking situation. Which school did you come from? The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged man who was now scrutinizing Lin Chen with a keen gaze. Teacher, I don't understand what you mean. Lin Chen was a bit confused as to why the teacher was asking like this. I'm asking where you came from, you don't even know your own school? This middle-aged teacher was clearly impatient. At this moment, there was a hint of anger in his words. However, the next moment, when he scanned Lin Chen's profession crystal card with the card reader, the message that popped up left him dumbfounded. You are Lin Chen? I was wrong just now, sorry, you are too special, having just taken the college entrance examination this year. It's fine. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't take it to heart. He also understood why the teacher had asked that earlier. Because for Shinsha, so-called new students are all super elites from other colleges across the country. He was an exception among exceptions. Alright, your registration is complete, you can enter. Oh, I was too anxious, sorry, I forgot to tell you the specific rules. My. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he was called back. He had been wondering if the teacher should explain the ranking rules to him. It's like this, Lin Chen. You are now participating in the new student ranking competition, which consists of 3 battles. In the first 2 battles, you will enter a special illusion dungeon. In the first battle, you will fight against monsters. In the second battle, the illusion system will randomly select a student from our Shinsha Academy based on your performance in the first battle, generating a dummy for a 1v1 match. If you win the second battle, then in the third battle, you will step onto the stage of our Shinsha arena. Then, you can choose a student you ideally want to rank against for a 1v1 match. If you win, you will replace their current rank and position. Do you understand? Lin Chen nodded. He then stepped into the arena. The middle-aged teacher let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he apologized in time, otherwise, he couldn't afford to offend a super new student who could make the school authorities break a 100-year rule. For a special admission. Stepping out of the registration office, the middle-aged teacher looked at the large screen in the arena. Then he was left dumbfounded. On the big screen, the new student Lin Chen, who had just been sent into the ranking competition for the first 2 battles, appeared. He raised his hand to check his watch. How long had it been? 1 minute? This kid passed the first 2 rounds. Directly? But why did the arena's director choose to focus on him? This could only mean that this battle would be the focal point of the current stage. Who did this kid choose? In the middle-aged teacher's increasingly incredulous gaze, Lin Chen's opponent information suddenly appeared on the right side of the big screen. Lin Chen vs Yu Jingcheng. Level 2 against level 4? Is this kid too arrogant? Brothers, I'm begging for a wave of support for reading. I'm actually a reader too. I understand everyone wanting to wait until the story is more developed. I read like that too, But our site is for reading and recommending and for income. If everyone can't keep up with daily updates, please take a look on the weekends. After a week, there's a lot of plot to enjoy. It'll be satisfying to read. If you keep hoarding books, they might just die on you. QAQ. Lastly, about the updates, it's not that I don't want to update more, but the editor told us to limit it to 2 updates a day to avoid unhealthy competition and bad influence. If you look at other books, they also usually have 2 updates a day. We can't go against the editor's advice, so I can only promise to speed up the pace. I feel like the chapters that are dragging have been deleted. Now is a time when a major plot ends, transitioning to a new environment and setting up new plots, so it's unavoidable to have some reading drop off. I've done my best. I just ask for some trust and patience from all the readers. I will give you a satisfying story. Thank you very much. In the audience. Li Yuanjing was somewhat astonished to see Lin Chen's handsome face appear on the big screen in the arena. How could it be so fast? Aren't the first two matches of the ranking competition supposed to take quite a bit of time? However, recalling Lin Chen's performance in the 5th round of the National College Entrance Examination, where he effortlessly unleashed 2 7th-tier spells, 1 ice and 1 fire, he suddenly found it unsurprising. After all, the characters he faced in the first 2 rounds were merely monsters and practitioners conjured from a mirage dungeon. For Lin Chen to crush them was incredibly easy. The main point was that after talking with Meng Yuanzhou, Lin Chen's mindset was no longer so cautious. Since the fact that he had already mastered 7th-tier spells was out in the open, there was no need to keep hiding it. However, Meng Yuanzhou had advised him to hold back a bit, suggesting that he should avoid using 8th-tier and forbidden spells unless absolutely necessary. Hello, students of Shinsha Academy. Good morning, noon, and evening. Welcome to the Shinsha Arena. I am your favorite host, Shualiang. A passionate voice echoed through the loudspeakers in the entire Shinsha Arena, and at the same time, the platform where Lin Chen stood rapidly moved to the center of the arena stage. After witnessing the astonishing technology of the Shinsha mothership, Lin Chen had grown accustomed to such scenes. Perhaps it's because our academy is about to open the most challenging and rarest level 0 dungeon in the entire Great Xia. Today, our academy welcomes the first batch of new students with great potential, and among them, the standout is none other than this student, Lin Chen. He has broken the 176-year historical record of Shinsha Academy, becoming the 5th student to enroll through special admission. Moreover, in the recently concluded National College Entrance Examination, this student Lin Chen also achieved a perfect score of 1 million across 5 rounds, completing an ultimate underdog comeback. This rising star has, today, cleared the first 2 rounds of the ranking competition at a record-breaking speed. In the final round of the ranking competition, he has chosen the highest-ranked opponent available to him, Yujing Chang, a C-level second-year powerhouse from Chiyu Academy. Yujing Chang just won his match against Wu Yang, and at this moment, his rank in the C-level category has risen by 79 positions. He is currently brimming with fighting spirit and momentum. Will our legendary new student Lin Chen, who just enrolled, be able to achieve the unprecedented feat of directly advancing to C-level after 3 ranking matches? Or will Yujing Chang be able to take down this super rookie and claim all his new student resource benefits? The answer will be revealed soon. Please prepare both combatants. The host's voice ignited the atmosphere in the arena. It was summer vacation, and for the students of Shinsha Academy, most had already gone home for the break. Some diligent students were out on field assignments. However, there were still quite a few students remaining on campus. Even if they weren't participating in the battles, watching others compete in the arena was quite an interesting experience. But no one expected today to be so special. To witness a newly enrolled student daring to challenge a second-year senior was quite a spectacle. Thud, thud, 2 heavy footsteps echoed. Lin Chen noticed a towering figure approaching from the opposite side of the platform, a man nearly 2 meters tall, clad in armor, with bulging muscles, resembling a berserker straight out of Norse mythology. Yujing Cheng planted 2 massive axes into the hard surface of the platform, revealing a sinister smile. What gives you the courage to challenge me? Is it the title of national champion? I was also second in the nation back in my day. Everyone in Shinsha who isn't in the top 10 nationally. As soon as Yujing Cheng finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire arena was set ablaze. Lin Chen heard laughter erupting from the audience. These people were not particularly impressed by titles like national champion or second in the nation. They were indifferent to such accolades. He didn't take it too seriously. As Yu Jingqing said, who could enter Shinsha if they weren't already among the top 10 in the country? The top scholar, the second place. In Shinsha, the foremost academy of the Great Xia, there were plenty of them. Junior, it's too late to regret now. I'll gladly accept your new student resource package, Yu Jingqing said as he pulled a giant axe from the ground, pointing it directly at Lin Chen. At the same time, a countdown appeared on the big screen. Once the countdown ended, the battle would begin. Lin Chen was already aware of the rules regarding the new student resource package and the position challenge from the previous 2 rounds of ranking matches. First, the new student resource package is the first and only free benefit that every new student entering Shinsha is entitled to. It includes 5 special dungeon entry scrolls that require a rating of C or above to obtain, breakthrough magic crystals, attribute magic crystals, and other growth resources. As for the position challenge, if there are no benefits for the high-ranking individuals, then fighting against lower-ranking ones would be a loss for them, as they would bear the risk of failure. Therefore, Shinsha stipulated that when a lower-ranking challenger successfully changes positions and rises to a higher rank, they would accumulate a forced battle count. As long as you have a forced battle count, when a lower-ranking challenger initiates a challenge against you, you must accept it. Yu Jingcheng had just defeated a rival he had studied for a long time. in the previous battle, successfully completing the position change. That's why he appeared on Lin Chen's list of possible challengers. He had to accept the fight. However, correspondingly, Shinsha also stipulated that if the lower-ranking challenger fails, not only would the forced battle count of the higher-ranking individual be removed, but the daily resource allocation enjoyed by the lower-ranking individual would be transferred to the higher-ranking individual at a certain ratio. This way, both sides face risks, and the winners gain rewards. Such a system has allowed the entire ranking and position challenge system to be implemented to this day. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. The countdown on the big screen reached 0. The bell for the start of the battle rang at the edge of the arena. In the next moment, Yu Jingcheng, wielding dual axes, leaped high into the air and struck down fiercely towards Lin Chen's position with the force of a collapsing sky. Berserker skill, Mountain Splitter. Contrary to the common belief that warriors are short and clumsy, Yu Jingcheng's speed was incredibly fast. Lin Chen had noticed this when he saw him fighting that night earlier. As a heavy-armored melee class, his mobility skills were numerous. Besides this aerial strike, he also had skills like charge and furious dash. When a warrior gets close to a mage, the mage basically has little chance to fight back. Most of the audience thought the same. They had initially expected Lin Chen, the exceptional new student specially recruited by Shinsha, to bring them a different experience. But now it seemed that his battle experience was too lacking. This rookie, who only knew how to take exams, was indeed no match for a second-year student with rich combat experience who had even walked the edge of life and death. However, just when everyone thought Lin Chen would be smashed to 0 health by this overwhelming strike, something unexpected happened. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. A giant python, with blood-red eyes and covered in hard scales, suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. Although it was nearly split in two by Yu Jingcheng's strike, undead creatures do not feel pain. Protected by the giant python's body, Lin Chen was unharmed. It was time to give Shinsha Academy a little shock from a necromancer. After the first giant python was summoned from the necromantic space, there followed the second, the 10th, the 100th, until the entire arena was almost filled with Lin Chen's summoned creatures. Previously, at the Noah ruins, Lu Yu, who obtained the core module of the arc reactor, had the authority to command all beasts in the ruins. Coupled with Xia Yuyan's area of void at that time, it was an automatic indiscriminate attack. Lin Chen knew that even releasing the monsters he had gathered from the necromantic space would be of no use. So, in the final showdown, Lin Chen chose to take matters into his own hands. But now, facing Yu Jingcheng, Lin Chen felt there was no need for that. The more than 300 monsters in the necromantic space were now ready for action, weren't they? Unfortunately, the arena was still too small. Just releasing over 100 big treasures had already filled the entire stage. Unlike summoning, transferring summoned creatures from the necromantic space was instantaneous. This meant that for everyone in the audience, it felt like a blur, and suddenly there were over 100 hideous necromantic monsters in the arena. It looked as if Yu Jingcheng had unleashed a calamity with a single strike. Is this newcomer a summoner? No, look at the big screen. His profession is mage, and he should mainly specialize in necromancy. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many necromantic summons. It's disgusting. Some of them have even lost their eyeballs. To be able to simultaneously summon and control such terrifying necromantic creatures, no wonder he dares to challenge a second-year student. In the audience, countless students from Shinsha, with varying levels of strength, were discussing among themselves. They had no idea about Lin Chen's performance in the previous college entrance examination. But just based on this display, they acknowledged that Lin Chen indeed had some skills. However, that was about it. From their perspective, the gap between second and fourth transitions was not something that an extraordinary talent could bridge. In the arena, Yu Jingcheng, surrounded by countless necromantic monsters, quickly regained his composure. After the initial shock, in Shinshao's positional battles, aside from obvious cheating, there were no restrictions on any items or equipment. At this moment, Yu Jingcheng was wearing a set of warrior plate armor, and combined with his fourth transition base attributes, his defense was frighteningly high. Even when besieged by so many Lord-level and even Overlord-level monsters, he hardly lost any health. Lin Chen noticed this as well. It seemed that although the monsters from the Noah ruins had high ranks, their levels were ultimately in the range of 60 to 80. Facing Yu Jingcheng, who was already over level 120, they were severely suppressed in level. No wonder you, a mage, dare to challenge me. If you can control so many summoned beasts, and if your summoned beasts weren't so weak, I would indeed have a headache. But now, let me kill to my heart's content. Yu Jingcheng licked his lips. The next moment, he let out a furious roar. An invisible sound wave spread out from him. Roar. Warrior skill. Dissuasion roar. All monsters hit would receive a debuff that slowed their movement and attack speed, and for weaker enemies, they would even fall into a state of fear, unable to move. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's necromantic summons were inherently immune to fear. So, Yu Jingcheng's roar only pushed these monsters back a short distance. Their movement speed was significantly reduced, but that was enough. Then, a red light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. His already robust body swelled even larger, bathed in a glow of blood. Skill, unyielding will. This was a status skill that, once activated, would continuously consume his own health. But at the same time, he would gain a body of dominance. Most people and monsters would experience a brief stiffness when taking damage. This brief stiffness could even interrupt skills in certain situations. Some professions and powerful monsters had skills that granted a body of dominance. Once in this state, they could directly ignore stiffness. Some even had ridiculous effects that reduced control effects. With the status activated, Yu Jingcheng gripped 2 battle axes in his hands and began to spin rapidly. The sharp blades cut through the air, and blood splattered everywhere, in an instant. The dozen or so undead monsters surrounding him were brutally severed by the giant axe and the sweeping sharp aura. Ha ha ha, kid, you're unlucky to have crossed paths with me. For every one of your summons I kill, I'll grow stronger. Thanks for the boost you've given me. Lin Chen's gaze darkened slightly. With the help of the all-knowing eye, he understood why Yu Jingcheng said that. At this moment, a buff named Killing Euphoria appeared on him. Killing Euphoria, after killing a target, your attack power, movement speed, defense, and maximum health increase by 5%. This effect can stack up to 200% and lasts until the end of the battle. Meanwhile, Lin Chen also discovered that Yu Jingcheng's Berserker passive skill had stacked up as well. Burning the boats. For every 100 points your health decreases, your attack speed and damage reduction increase by 1%. This effect reaches its maximum when your health drops to 20%. In just over 10 seconds, under the frenzied slaughter of the whirlwind slash, Yu Jingcheng's state was terrifyingly unprecedented. His health had stacked up to nearly 1,000,000. Other attributes had also more than doubled. Now he didn't even need to use a displacement skill. His movement speed while using whirlwind slash was already extremely frightening. The most troublesome aspect was the damage reduction effect. After activating unyielding will, his health continued to dwindle and he still had over 40% forced damage reduction effect active. If Lin Chen's summons could inflict some damage on him before, now they were practically doing no damage at all. So young. Never give a berserker free kills. Why is the berserker considered a god in dungeons filled with small monsters? Just by stacking up his buffs, no one can kill him. In the audience, countless people had already sentenced Lin Chen to death. Because at this moment, Yu Jingcheng was in a state of peak performance. Once he finished off these undead monsters, dealing with a mage without summons for protection would be a scene too cruel to imagine. More than 100 undead summons were completely resolved in just over 10 seconds. Yu Jingcheng stood amidst a pile of monster corpses, drenched in blood, like a war god. It's your turn, Yu Jingcheng roared, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't stop now. The next moment, he prepared to unleash a few fierce axe strikes at Lin Chen, relying on his extremely fast movement speed. However, he saw Lin Chen's still calm expression. You really know how to pick a spot. Right in the middle. In the next instant, before Yu Jingcheng could react, he suddenly heard a terrifying roar. Boom! A monster corpse at his feet suddenly exploded. Blood and putrid liquid burst forth, causing Yu Jingcheng to stumble. Then, bang 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 bang. Like firecrackers going off, the corpses around him seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction. They began to explode one after another. Hundreds of corpses exploded collectively. The ground of the Divine Sky Arena trembled wildly. On the big screen, the section displaying Yu Jingcheng's status bar had its health bar cleared at the speed of light. 1,000,000 health points, high damage reduction, so what? Instant kill. Outside the arena, 5 figures approached. These 5, both men and women, exuded a powerful aura, all wearing uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of the Divine Sky Academy. Judging by their ages, they were clearly not students, but more like teachers. Is it over? Why is it so silent inside? The oldest among them, wearing a purple robe adorned with golden lightning patterns, asked suspiciously. I told you earlier to hurry up. Why are you dragging your feet? Who won? Who won? Did that special recruit kid win? By the way, I didn't even notice what profession he is or what skills he has. If I had known, I wouldn't have waited for you all and would have come directly. Is there a recording? It feels too regrettable to have missed it. Standing next to the old man in the purple robe was a young man dressed in a black trench coat. However, his demeanor was the most peculiar. Among the 5, not only did he have dyed yellow hair, but he also twirled an automatic pistol in his hand as if showing off. In just a few seconds, he blurted out 7 or 8 sentences. Clearly, he was an ultimate chatterbox. Shut up. The speaker was a person clad entirely in black, their face hidden beneath a sinister mask. The voice was murky and indistinct, making it impossible to determine their gender based solely on appearance and voice. In stark contrast to the yellow-haired chatterbox, this masked figure had not spoken a word throughout the journey. The only time they opened their mouth was to tell the yellow-haired one to be quiet. The last 2 of the 5 were walking behind. One was about 1.4 meters tall, stocky, with a beard that nearly dragged on the ground. The other was tall and slender, wearing a snow-white robe, their proud chest almost overflowing, and their looks were enough to astonish everyone. The 5 entered the arena. The next moment, they witnessed a series of corpse explosions on The grand stage in the center. The 7th tier necromancy skill, when there was only one corpse, caused damage that was even less than that of a 5th tier fire skill. It could be called the shame of the 7th tier. However, once the number of corpses exceeded 10, the damage would roughly equal that of a 7th tier fire skill, the dragon breath. And now, over 100 monster corpses were being chain exploded. The resulting explosion was nothing short of nuclear. In the center of the arena, a mushroom cloud formed from the black mist of necromancy rose high. From the very beginning of the battle, Lin Chen knew he might not win this match using the Monster C tactic. His original plan was merely to test the strength of this 7th tier necromancy skill. He never expected it to be so extraordinary. At the center of the nuclear explosion, Lin Chen could clearly hear his opponent, the 2nd year Berserker Senior, screaming in agony. Pain. Excruciating pain. Pain that pierced the heart. His million health points were instantly reduced to 1. If there had been slow motion, one would have noticed that not long after the nuclear explosion began, Yu Jingqing's health had been completely drained. At this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say he owed Lin Chen over 10 health potions. If it weren't for the barrier rules enveloping the entire arena, which absorbed a significant amount of damage for Yu Jingqing, he would have already become part of this corpse explosion feast. Lin Chen was also reflecting on himself. Well, he could have used the corpse explosion technique much earlier, especially since he could actively control the health of these necromantic monsters. If he arranged their health in a stepped manner from high to low, allowing each monster's health to have slight differences, then simultaneously relinquished control over them, letting them become neutral creatures, and then used the corpse explosion technique on one of the monster corpses. The explosion of the first corpse would kill those with low health, turning them into new corpses. Then, the chain reaction would stack and a textbook-like desecration would truly occur. This technique could be used in actual combat in the future. Lin Chen fully realized the synergy between the various skills of necromancy. There was such a marvelous chemical reaction. As the black smoke from the nuclear explosion dissipated, Lin Chen stood unharmed on the stage. Meanwhile, Yu Jingqing, who had just been arrogantly invincible, was now lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, his body still twitching. Incredible! Our strongest newcomer has truly defeated a C-rated 2nd year senior. I declare the winner of this battle is Lin Chen. He has also completed his ranking match. The final ranking result is C-level, 2678th place. This Lin Chen has broken the highest record since the establishment of our school. Considered the strongest newcomer in the history of Shinsha. After completing the ranking match, he directly rose to C-level mid-tier. Let's give him the warmest applause. After the host Shualiang's passionate commentary, a round of applause erupted throughout the arena. Even though they didn't have high hopes for Lin Chen before the match, the outcome at this moment was undeniable. Standing in the arena was Lin Chen, and lying on the ground was Yu Jingqing. This newcomer is a bit terrifying. No wonder the necromancer is a rare profession. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Did you all see clearly just now? What was that massive explosion skill? Aren't necromancer skills all about summoning various underworld creatures to fight? Why does he have such a powerful area skill? We have to take this kid seriously now. The usual strategy against summoners is to prioritize eliminating their summons. Without their summons, they are like ferocious beasts without claws and fangs, left to be slaughtered. But now it seems that even if you kill his summons, he can still recycle his dead summons. This is a bit tricky. Countless people in the audience were discussing fervently. At this moment, the 5 figures entering the arena were also noticed by the attentive director. In the next moment, countless spotlight beams shone on them. Host Shualiang exclaimed in surprise. Today is truly a memorable day. The exciting battle has attracted the deans of the 5 major academies of Shinsha. Let's welcome them. Under the spotlight, the 5 deans made a grand entrance. The young man with yellow hair dramatically tossed his trench coat, turning his back to the crowd and striking a pose he thought was very cool. So embarrassing. Damn, why does our dean feel so cringy? What do you know? This is called style. Once you understand the essence of Dean Huang, you can truly become a core member of our Hui Academy. Not necessary at all. In the audience, most people had already been sorted into their academies, and their reactions upon seeing their dean varied. The only ones feeling embarrassed were the archers from Hui Academy. The elderly man in a purple robe, leading the 5, looked at Lin Chen and stroked his beard with a smile. Not bad. I saw your performance in the 5th round of the exam. I didn't expect you to master even the 7th tier necromancer spells. Since our Vice Principal Yang has given you a special admission opportunity, I, on behalf of the Dean of Fuxi Academy, also extend a special admission offer to you. So, Lin Chen, are you willing to join our Fuxi Academy? My god! Dean Xiao of Fuxi Academy has extended an admission invitation to our strongest newcomer in history. Host Shualiang screamed. In the next moment, the expressions of the students in the audience completely changed. What the hell? Can this really be a special admission? Breaking the rules again. Damn, when I enrolled, I spent over 2 months just to pass the sorting selection. Why does he get to complete it directly upon arrival? Forget it, damn. People are just different. Lin Chen was also taken aback. What does this mean? However, judging from the reactions of others in the audience, it seemed like this was some kind of privilege that he was uniquely enjoying. Dean Xiao, your invitation was so sudden that it left him a bit bewildered. Although he is a mage, joining your Fushi Academy is the most natural thing, but I am also a bit interested in him. A soft yet infinitely charming voice rang out. A woman in a white robe, her long legs fully exposed, spoke up. Then, a pair of angelic wings shimmering with holy light appeared behind her. As she flapped her wings, she floated gracefully into the air and then landed in an empty seat on one side of the audience, watching Lin Chen with great interest. Hey, Ruo Shi, why did you say what I wanted to say first? I should have been the second to extend an invitation. Yo, kid, do you want to join our Ho-E Academy? I have high hopes for you. How about I teach you personally? Who says a mage can't use a gun? Adding magic to bullets, that's a really cool idea. I guarantee you'll break into A rank in no time. So, what do you think? How do you feel about it? The blonde guy was getting anxious, his mouth firing off a barrage of words. Shut up, the masked man in black spoke. Again, he really couldn't stand having such an ultimate chatterbox beside him. However, after casting a silent spell on the blonde, he turned his gaze to Lin Chen. You, come with me. Very suitable. After the black-clad man finished speaking, the short, burly man with a big beard shrugged his shoulders. Kid, the one you just killed was from my Chiyu Academy. I was going to invite you too, but you're a mage. I absolutely detest you mages who only know how to play it safe and kite from a distance. So let's forget it. As soon as the big beard finished speaking, the dean of Fushi Academy was displeased. Heh, that's called strategy. What kiting? Lao Qin, if you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. The big beard glared, angrily saying, Xiao, do you dare to compete with me? Haven't you lost enough? Looking for more punishment? Indeed, mages and warriors were natural enemies. Mages thought warriors were short-legged and could be easily bullied from a distance. Warriors thought mages were cowardly and would get slashed hundreds of times if they got close. They were both unwilling to back down. In any case, now there were already 4 deans inviting Lin Chen to join their academies. This directly made others envious. Li Yuanjing, who was watching all this from the audience, was even more dumbfounded. He had anticipated that Lin Chen's branch academy would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be this easy. On the first day of school, he was directly invited by all 4 major academies at once. Strictly speaking, it should be 5 major academies, all of which were interested in Lin Chen. Well, 4 deans, I just arrived at Shinsha today. I don't even know what advantages your academies have or what benefits they offer me. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanjing almost burst out laughing. He could see it clearly. This kid was indeed a straight shooter. He had no intention of beating around the bush and directly started talking about benefits. As soon as Lin Chen said this, the several deans who had invited him were taken aback. Then it was the blonde who reacted first, quickly saying, It's our fault for forgetting to introduce ourselves. I am Huang Xiaotian, the dean of the archer department at Ho-E Academy. Our academy's advantage is that we have a lot of equipment, and it's all good equipment. If you don't believe me, ask our academy's people. We have the highest consumption of firearms, ammunition, and arrows. The head of the logistics department at Shinsha is my good buddy. As long as you come to our Ho-E Academy, I'll directly give you a set of Shuoxing level equipment, just like that. After Huang Xiaotian finished speaking, the previously silent masked man simply said 2 words, me too. The old man in purple shook his head and said to Lin Chen, This quiet dean is your counterpart, named Lin Qi, the dean of the assassin department at Jiu-Jio-In Academy. I am Xiao Yunsheng, as you can see, the dean of the mage department at Fushi Academy. Joining Fushi Academy is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. I am also willing to take some time each week to personally guide you in dungeons and provide professional advice on the mage profession. Finally, it was the turn of the woman in white. I am Lan Ruoshi, the dean of the priest department at Manhwa Academy. Well, the advantages and benefits of joining our academy. Let me think. Lan Ruoshi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. If we're talking about compatibility, the priest and mage classes do have some relevance, but it's really not much. However, the benefits I can offer you are quite obvious. As she said this, a staff embedded with white holy crystals appeared in her hand with a flash. Then, Lin Chen noticed she didn't even need to chant. A beautiful melody of angels singing filled the entire arena. In the high sky of the arena, clouds of auspiciousness appeared, and from those clouds, a beam of golden light descended. Several feathers circled around Lin Chen. The next second, Lin Chen realized he had received a buff enhancement effect. Holy praise increases all skill points you gain by 10% and all experience points you gain by 10%, lasting for 24 hours. Lin Chen was shocked. Wow! A double enhancement buff for skill points and experience points. This kind of skill is something every practitioner dreams of. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the priest class indeed had such enhancement effects that could help other practitioners grow rapidly. However, the cost of casting it each time was enormous. It required a lot of precious resources. Moreover, this skill itself was also a 7th tier skill. Most priests wouldn't even have it. I can give you such a buff every day. Lan Ruashi sat in the audience, her fitted white priest robe accentuating her explosive figure. Coupled with her soft and noble voice, she casually made such astonishing statements. Instantly, the entire audience was stunned. I also want Sister Ruwashi's blessing. Damn, I'm so envious. Can I get Sister Ruwashi's favor every day? A 10% increase in skill points and experience points, just kill me already. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yunsheng, who initially felt confident of victory, was suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Soon, that ominous feeling turned into reality. I choose the Nuwa Academy. Are you kidding? 4 choices. 1 chatterbox, 1 socially anxious person, and an old man. Finally, there was a voluptuous big sister who could give him buffs every day. Lin Chen couldn't find a reason to refuse. Please vote for me, monthly tickets. Upon hearing Lin Chen's final choice, Xiao Yunsheng shot a resentful glance at Lan Ruashi. When Lan Ruashi, at the cost of a large amount of precious materials, stated that she could give Lin Chen a holy praise buff every day, he knew he had lost today. They, the Fuxi Academy, had lost an excellent mage talent. To be honest, for a multi-class expert like Lin Chen who had reached high tiers in multiple classes, Xiao Yunsheng was also willing to pour resources into him. The effort and training he would spend would probably not be less than that of Lan Ruashi. However, he couldn't provide the acceleration of experience gain and skill point gain. Looking across the entire Shinsha, only the Nuwa Academy had this exclusive benefit. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunsheng shook his head and said to Lin Chen, "Classmate Lin Chen, I deeply regret that you did not choose the Fuxi Academy in the end. But our Fuxi Academy never rejects those who seek magical knowledge. During the Shinshao period, as long as you are willing, you can come to our Fuxi Academy to audit any course at any time. If you have any questions about magic, you can also come to me." After finishing his words, Xiao Yunsheng left gracefully. However, his emphasis on Lin Chen still shocked all the onlookers in the audience. Is this the treatment of the strongest freshman in history? The statement that the Fuxi Academy never rejects outsiders is just for show. Besides Lin Chen, would anyone from the Chiyu Academy dare to audit? They'd break your legs. After Xiao Yunsheng left, the other deans also exited. Finally, only Lan Ruashi remained. Welcome to our Nuwa Academy. If your blessing status disappears later, feel free to come find me and I'll help you renew it. At this point, Lan Ruashi slightly tilted her head and said to one of the senior students from Nuwa Academy sitting behind her, "Xiao Ling, could you help Lin Chen with our admission procedures? By the way, it seems there are a few villas in our academy's villa area that are vacant. Help him pick one and have it cleaned up." As soon as Lan Ruashi finished speaking, Lin Chen instantly felt countless envious gazes from the students of Shinshao Academy directed at him. A single villa apartment. This was a living condition that only students rated A or above were qualified to choose. Students rated C and below could only stay in shared dormitories. The person called by Lan Ruashi was a girl. Nangong Ling had just been daydreaming, and at this moment, when the dean called her name, she was nudged by her close friend beside her and suddenly came to her senses. "Ah, okay." Lin Chen looked at Nangong Ling. This senior was tall, with long black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Her proportionate, long legs were covered by a layer of elastic white stockings. Lin Chen wasn't a leg person, but seeing Nangong Ling's legs made him marvel at how they could be enjoyed for a year. If Lan Ruashi gave off a mature, alluring vibe, then Nangong Ling resembled a vibrant girl who had just stepped out of an anime. At the same time, Nangong Ling had also noticed Lin Chen for quite a while. This junior was very handsome. Moreover, he was quite strong. In an instant, Nangong Ling's initial nervousness transformed into excitement. Nangong Ling and Lin Chen walked out of the arena. She wore a warm smile and said to Lin Chen, "Hello, junior. My name is Nangong Ling. I'm currently in my 3rd year, and I've already asked the dormitory committee to help clean your room, but it will take some time. Let me first take you to collect your new student welfare gift package and today's resources for C-level rating. Then I'll show you around some of our main teaching facilities in Shinshao." Lin Chen replied, "I'll follow your arrangements, senior." Nangong Ling led the way, with Lin Chen following behind. The two blended into the crowd, attracting numerous glances along the way. This guy must be a pervert. Otherwise, why would he choose an academy full of girls like Nuwa Academy? Woo woo. I still don't have a girlfriend. Why is he surrounded by so many beauties as soon as he arrives? Resign yourself, that's how it is in our Chiyu Academy. Even the guard dog at the dormitory entrance is male, and it's been single for over 10 years. No rights for the warriors. Why do the girls all like the mage? Guess why the mage is called Grandpa? Such discussions occasionally arose behind the two. Nangong Ling seemed used to it and didn't pay any attention, while Lin Chen felt secretly pleased. So it turns out that most of Nuwa Academy is made up of girls? He suddenly recalled his time in the art department during his previous life in university. The art department and foreign language department also had many girls, and the sports department next door probably had a situation similar to that of Chiyu Academy now. Following Nangon Ling, Lin Chen gradually realized that Shinsha was much larger than he had imagined. Previously, on the aircraft, he felt that Shinsha was just built on a giant aerospace mothership, so it shouldn't be too large. But once he actually entered the academy, he found that the spatial proportions seemed a bit off. Lin Chen initially estimated that the area inside Shinsha was at least half the size of the imperial capital. Our Shinsha is divided into 6 main areas. Among them, our Manhwa Academy occupies the northwestern campus, which is at the center of the academy and the largest area, mainly housing various functional and teaching facilities. Nangon Ling led Lin Chen for half an hour and hadn't even exited the central area of Shinsha. Few minutes later, Nangon Ling pointed to a building ahead and said to Lin Chen, "We've arrived. This is the logistics building of our academy, and below it is the Treasure Logistics Center." She continued, "Once you earn enough credits, you can come here to exchange for resources. By the way, give me your practitioner magnetic card." Lin Chen took out his practitioner magnetic card from his personal space and handed it to Nangon Ling. The two entered the logistics building, and after a series of operations, Nangon Ling returned to Lin Chen's side, handing him 2 magnetic cards. "I've already registered you. Your original practitioner magnetic card is of no use in Shinsha. This one is your student card, which contains all your personal information. Additionally, this student card can store Daxia coins and Shinsha credits. It's very important in any part of Shinsha, so don't lose it. Replacing it is quite troublesome." Lin Chen accepted his student card. Meanwhile, Nangon Ling also took Lin Chen down to the Treasure Logistics Center in the basement of the logistics building. They found a window, and Nangon Ling smiled at the teacher in charge, saying, "Teacher Zhao, I brought a new student to collect his freshman resource package." Soon, Lin Chen's freshman gift package was handed to him. "Here you go, little junior, this is your exclusive welfare package for enrollment, which you can receive without consuming any credits. Every new student in Shinsha gets one. It includes entry qualifications for the first layer of the 10-time dungeon sanctuary, 10 breakthrough magic crystals, and 10 attribute magic crystals. Then there's your C-level daily welfare. You don't need to worry about this because you already have your own private residence, so today's supplies will be sent directly to your apartment. By the way, Junior, I heard you've already qualified to participate in the Abyss Level 0 dungeon. This early check-in is also for that, right?" Upon hearing Nangon Ling mention the Abyss Level 0, Lin Chen perked up. This was indeed the purpose of his early check-in. "Now that you've completed your ranking and are still C-level, you should be able to make it." Nangon Ling began to analyze for Lin Chen. According to the situation of most new students, if you rank and only get E-level, you won't qualify to compete for the special dungeon in Abyss Level 0. For D-level, the hope is also very slim because at this level, the number of credits you can earn daily is too limited and the dungeons you can enter are too few. Hearing this, Lin Chen quickly asked, "Senior Nangon, what are the requirements to participate in the competition for this special Abyss Level 0 dungeon?" Nangon Ling replied, "It's very simple, just 2 requirements. One is that you must have the qualification to participate in Abyss Level 0, and, at the same time, your ranking must be above D level. The second is that you need to spend 1,000 credits to sign up as soon as possible. The highest difficulty special dungeon in our academy is called the Heart of the Swarm, with the highest difficulty and rewards discovered so far in Abyss Level 0 across the entire Blue Star. But precisely because of the uniqueness of this dungeon, each time it opens, only 200 spots are available." At this point, Lin Chen noticed Nangon Ling's expression suddenly change. She took out her phone and checked the time. Then she exclaimed, "No, I think I miscalculated the time. I originally thought you had 2 more days to prepare. But just now, I checked the official announcement from the Academy's Dungeon Sanctuary and it seems the Heart of the Swarm is going to open early. The expected opening time was a week later, but now it's estimated to be 3 days from now. So, registration starts tomorrow at 8 a.m., which means you need to earn 1,000 credits by today." How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen also realized the seriousness of the situation. Plans truly cannot keep up with changes. He never expected that the originally planned week would be compressed to just 3 days. Although he didn't know the difficulty of earning credits from Nangon Ling's expression, it was clear that in Shinsha, credits were not so easily obtained. "Senior, how do we earn credits?" "There might still be a chance," Nangon Ling said, pulling Lin Chen's hand as they walked out of the treasure circulation office, heading in a certain direction. "Let's talk while we walk. There are mainly 3 ways to earn credits. Daily rewards for ratings include credits. For a C-level rating, you can earn 50 to 100 credits daily, and the higher your rank, the more credits you receive. However, through this method, you definitely won't be able to gather 1,000 credits. Then there are tasks. Our Academy's task hall releases hundreds of tasks every day, ranging from helping people find lost items to killing specific targets or going to handle crisis events in our Great Xia. The types of tasks are varied. The higher the difficulty of the task, the more points you earn as a reward. But Most high difficulty tasks have long durations, so you won't have enough time. Finally, there's dungeon grinding. Each time you clear a dungeon, depending on its difficulty, you will receive a reward of 20 to 50 credits. With your current C-level rating, the highest difficulty dungeon you can clear is the Sky Temple, which rewards 25 credits for each clear. You still have 10 chances to enter dungeons today, which adds up to just over 500 credits. What should we do? Nangong Ling frowned tightly. It was clear that she was worried sick for Lin Chen. Nangong Ling gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled Lin Chen to a secluded spot, then said, "Junior, I'll give you 500 credits right now, but you must not tell anyone about this. When you earn enough credits later, just pay me back." Hearing his senior's tone, Lin Chen guessed something. "Senior, if I'm not mistaken, trading credits between us in our academy should be strictly prohibited, right?" Nangong Ling's pretty face froze for a moment. Then she nodded. "Yes, because it concerns graduation and assessments. If credits were allowed to be traded, it would be equivalent to cheating. But although this is officially prohibited, the phenomenon of trading credits privately is too common. It's fine, Junior, as long as you don't say anything, it will be okay." Lin Chen shook his head. "If we get caught, there will definitely be penalties, right? Moreover, credits are recorded in the spirit crystal system. If it's discovered, there will be solid evidence." "Senior Nangong, although we just met today, I really appreciate your kindness. I can't let you take risks. Let's think of another way. If it really doesn't work, I can choose other dungeons with slightly lower difficulty, or I can wait another 6 months." Lin Chen wasn't selfish enough to risk someone else facing penalties for his own benefit. Besides, if they were caught, he would definitely also face penalties. "All right, I was too hasty just now. Indeed, if we get caught, Junior, you just enroll. And there might even be a risk of expulsion." Pa. "It's my fault." Lin Chen didn't mind Nangong Ling's slip of the tongue. Instead, he continued along her previous line of thought. "Senior, you just mentioned that the third way to earn credits is through dungeon grinding. So besides clearing dungeons, is there no other way to earn credits? For example, refreshing dungeon records?" At Lin Chen's reminder, Nangong Ling's eyes lit up. But soon, they dimmed again. "That's a good idea, but it's too difficult. Refreshing dungeon records can earn you 10 times the credits of clearing the dungeon." Still using the Sky Temple as an example, if you refresh the clearing record, you can get 250 credits. But how easy is it to refresh a record? The Sky Temple dungeon has existed for over 100 years. For the past century, countless students from the Divine Sky Academy have entered the dungeon, and the records have been pushed to a nearly unbreakable state. The maximum entry level for this dungeon is level 60, and I can't even invite my friends to join you in clearing it. Our Manhwa Academy hasn't officially started enrollment for the new semester yet, and most of those who are at your level and can team up with you are still on summer break." Sigh. Nangong Ling began to sigh again. Lin Chen, however, felt relieved. Since there are credit rewards for breaking dungeon records, this matter would be easier to handle. "Senior, it's fine, I don't need to team up, I can solo it. Where is that dungeon called the Sky Temple? I want to give it a try. Please support with monthly tickets and recommendations." All the dungeons in our academy are located in the Dungeon Sanctuary. I was planning to take you there anyway, but since you want to try soloing the Sky Temple, let me first take you to our academy's library. I'll help you get a library card and register an account there, so if you have time, you can check all the existing dungeon strategies in our academy. If you don't have time, you can still log into our academy's internal forum with your account to access the archives and library materials. Nangong Ling wasn't too surprised by Lin Chen's desire to solo the Sky Temple. In fact, this was a very common phenomenon in the Divine Sky. Who isn't a genius youth? Soloing a layer of a dungeon is something they can do with ease. However, Nangong Ling still suggested that Lin Chen first look at the dungeon strategies. Lin Chen agreed with this point. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Knowing the situation in the dungeon in advance is definitely better than slowly exploring it himself later. Moreover, he was currently aiming for a record-breaking speedrun, and looking at the strategies would save him even more time. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Nangong Ling walked out of the Divine Sky Library. "You should be able to log into our academy's forum now. Give it a try." Nangong Ling took out her phone, and they had added each other as friends earlier. Now, she sent Lin Chen a link to the internal campus network of Divine Sky. After Lin Chen opened it and entered his name and the password he just registered, he successfully logged in. If I remember correctly, the Sky Temple is on the first floor of the Dungeon Sanctuary. With your current rating, you should be able to access the relevant strategies. Under Nangong Ling's guidance, Lin Chen quickly familiarized himself with the various sections and index entries of the Divine Sky Campus Forum. In the strategy section, he indeed found the dungeon information for the first floor of the Dungeon Sanctuary, Sky Temple. Upon clicking in, Lin Chen received a prompt that 0 credits would be deducted, and the relevant strategy had been downloaded to his phone. Strategies also require credits. However, as a new student benefit, the credits for the first floor dungeon have been reduced to 0 by our academy. After the second floor, you will need to spend credits to access the strategies. But the credits consumed are not much, usually within single digits. So don't worry. As Nangong Ling led Lin Chen towards the dungeon sanctuary, she explained. Lin Chen nodded and opened the strategy for the Sky Temple to read. Sky Temple, Surface Dungeon, Entry Level. LV.45-60. Dungeon Map Scale, Medium. Number of dungeon bosses 3. Number of regular monsters, 300 plus. Overall difficulty of the dungeon, Medium. Current best completion record, in 5-player team. Mode, 3 minutes 27 seconds 29. In solo mode, 6 minutes 11 seconds 68. Attention! This dungeon has a special mechanism, Kang's Protection. If the final boss, Priestess Hera, is not defeated, all monsters in this dungeon have a 75% high magic damage reduction. Moreover, most of the monsters in this dungeon are mage-type monsters which have extremely high magic resistance. For all teams centered around magic output, the difficulty of this dungeon has risen from medium to high. It is recommended that the team composition focuses on physical output. The evaluation and introduction at the beginning of the strategy caught Lin Chen by surprise. Next to him, Nangong Ling had also opened her account to check the strategy for the Sky Temple. It had been too long since she cleared this dungeon, so seeing the strategy now awakened memories from ancient times. Ah, I completely forgot about this special mechanism. Junior, how about we switch to a different dungeon? This dungeon is very difficult for magic professions. Breaking the 6-minute record is nearly impossible. Nangong Ling also recalled the high-level necromancy skills Lin Chen had displayed in the third match of the ranking competition, but for the monsters in this dungeon, the 75% magic damage reduction and high magic resistance made it truly unbreakable. It completely fell within the disadvantage zone of Lin Chen's profession. That's why she suggested he try a different dungeon. However, Lin Chen shook his head. No, I can only enter the first layer of dungeons, and among the 5 dungeons in the first layer, this one offers the most credits for breaking the record. If I want to earn 1000 credits, I definitely need to break the records in all 5 dungeons. This dungeon is one I can't avoid. Nangong Ling was speechless. Indeed, to earn 1000 credits in a single day, Lin Chen needed to break the clearing records of not just this dungeon, but all 5 dungeons. For a moment, Nangong Ling didn't know how to advise Lin Chen, but Lin Chen gradually began to form ideas and concepts in his mind. The high magic damage reduction and high magic resistance were indeed tricky for him. However, this was only true as long as he didn't use spells above the 8th tier. The rule of great strength breaks all magic applies throughout the Blue Star. No matter how twisted the monster's mechanics or how special the dungeon's rules, as long as I use skills that are significantly higher than the dungeon and monster levels, in most cases, I can ignore your mechanics and achieve a crushing victory. With a Divine Fire Heavenly Strike coming down, Lin Chen believed he could obliterate the entire Sky Temple. However, his current goal was not to destroy the entire dungeon but to clear it quickly while still allowing it to exist. Therefore, spells above the 8th tier were not an option. Currently, the fire, wind, ice, and necromancy spells below the 7th tier would significantly reduce damage. Lin Yu should be able to rampage in the Sky Temple. However, the monsters from the Noah ruins in his necromancy space were already somewhat outdated. Lin Chen even planned to use them as detonators for his corpse explosion technique. Finally, Lin Chen turned his attention to the lightning spells he had previously acquired. Lightning Strike type, active skill tier, beginner category, lightning cost 30 mana casting time, 1 second cooldown, none effect, strikes the target, dealing a small amount of lightning damage, which has a penetration effect. Note, all lightning skills have low base damage but relatively high attribute and magic attack bonuses. As your proficiency in lightning skills increases, the damage penetration ratio of all skills in this category will also be enhanced. Current penetration ratio, 10%. Like other elemental magic, lightning also has its own special mechanism, penetration. Simply put, when dealing lightning damage, it ignores a certain percentage of the target's magic resistance and damage reduction effects. Moreover, after leveling up, the penetration ratio of all lightning spells will be enhanced simultaneously. This should be the most special mechanism among the skills Lin Chen currently possesses. So, does leveling up lightning to a high tier mean it can deal true damage? With this anticipation, Lin Chen opened his skill interface. Current assignable skill points 3,329, 783. During this month of summer vacation, Lin Chen had not allocated any points. He also hadn't spent any money on microtransactions. Now, his skill points had risen back to over 3 million. Selecting the lightning skill tree, Lin Chen began to allocate points with a single click. Consuming 500 skill points, your electric shock has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Palm Thunder. Consuming 2000 skill points, your Palm Thunder has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Thunder Punishment. Consuming 5000 skill points, your Thunder Punishment has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, 5 Thunder Strike. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your 5 Thunder Strike has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Thunderbolt Spell. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Thunderbolt spell has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Flash of Thunder. Consuming 100,000 skill points, your Flash of Thunder has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Thunder Prison of the 10 Directions. Consuming 500,000 skill points, your Thunder Prison of the 10 Directions has leveled up and you have gained a new spell, Purple Sky Calamity Sword. He leveled up to the 8th tier in one go. While still on the road, Lin Chen began to review these 8 lightning skills. After looking through them, Lin Chen found that the 6th and 8th tier skills were particularly noteworthy. Flash of Thunder type, active skill tier, 6th category, lightning cost 15,000 mana casting time, none cooldown, 10 minutes effect, transform into lightning, granting yourself an extremely fast acceleration, performing a spatial blink, and within a short time after landing from the blink, your next normal attack will have increased power. Maximum blink distance, 100 meters blink speed. Depending on the environment, the maximum speed can reach the speed of light. During the blink activation and after landing, gain a short period of 100% evasion effect. Note, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Lin Chen had seen high-level mages use this kind of displacement skill that could instantly teleport to a location more than once. The characteristic of this skill is summed up in one word, fast. There are almost no restrictions on flight trajectories. It's like directly blinking. Now, he finally had a similar skill. Next was the 8th tier lightning skill, which also sounded very much like something from a cultivation novel, Purple Sky Calamity Sword. Purple Sky Calamity Sword type, active skill tier, 8th category. Lightning cost 50,000 mana casting time, 45 seconds cooldown, 24 hours effect. Summon the Purple Sky Thunder, forming a giant thunder sword that strikes down, dealing high lightning damage to all targets within a vast area. All targets struck by the Purple Sky Calamity Sword will have their health drop below 10% and will be instantly killed. This killing effect is triggered forcibly, ignoring any damage immunity, death immunity, or invincibility effects below the 9th tier. Note the magnificent might of heaven, guided by the sword. A killing effect. Moreover, it ignores all invincibility and death immunity effects below the 9th tier, triggering forcibly. This is a bit terrifying. Many bosses in the Abyss often have health-locking mechanisms. Generally speaking, this brings significant pressure and challenges to teams tackling dungeons. But with the Purple Sky Calamity Sword, Lin Chen could unleash an 8th tier lightning strike, completely ignoring various mechanisms and directly killing the boss. Aside from these two particularly special skills, the other lightning skills were basically similar to those of other elemental systems. The higher the tier, the greater the damage and the larger the area. The 7th tier skill, Thunder Prison of the 10 Directions, even comes with paralysis and stun effects, somewhat compensating for the lack of control effects in the lightning system. However, the most crucial aspect was the penetration effect. After leveling the lightning system to the 8th tier, Lin Chen discovered that all skills in the lightning skill tree had a marked penetration effect below them, from 10% to 90%. Although lightning skills have low base damage, their bonuses are high. It is foreseeable that once his attributes and magical attack power are enhanced, lightning will definitely become his highest damage skill system to date, even surpassing fire. Looking at the column of assignable skill points, with a balance of over 2 million, Lin Chen felt a bit restless. A 90% penetration rate is already quite extraordinary. However, Lin Chen always felt that missing that last 10% was somewhat irritating. Forget it. Skill points can still be saved. For now, let's upgrade the lightning system to a 9th tier forbidden spell. He opened his skill panel again. One-click point allocation. Consuming 1 million skill points, your Purple Cloud Calamity Sword has leveled up and you have gained a new spell. Forbidden Spell Wrath of the Thunder God. Forbidden Spell Wrath of the Thunder God type, active skill tier, 9th category, lightning cost, 1 million mana casting time, 180 seconds cooldown, 3 days passive effect. All your lightning skills now deal true damage. Active effect, with Divine Wrath, summon a world-destroying thunder spear to strike down, dealing massive lightning damage to all targets within an enormous range. The world-destroying thunder spear lasts for 10 minutes, releasing a thunderstorm every 10 seconds to all targets within the enormous range, dealing significant damage and stacking a layer of Divine Wrath mark on all targets. When the world-destroying thunder spear disappears, it will unleash a massive explosion, dealing enormous lightning damage based on the number of Divine Wrath marks to all targets and stunning them for 10 seconds. You can release the world-destroying thunder spear at any time to detonate the Divine Wrath marks. Releasing the world-destroying thunder spear early will refund a portion of the skill's cooldown. Note, God said, "Let there be light," and the first lightning appeared in the world. That felt good. After seeing the passive effect of Wrath of the Thunder God, Lin Chen felt completely at ease. Now, all his lightning skills directly deal true damage. True damage is the most genuine damage in this world. It ignores magic resistance and damage reduction. Whatever damage is written in the skill description, that's the damage you take. Armor is like paper, magic resistance is illusory. Including the fire system forbidden spell, Lin Chen now held 2 forbidden spells. Feeling great, Lin Chen looked again at the evolution path of the lightning system forbidden spell. Evolution version, forbidden spell avatar, ancient thunder spirit currency required for evolution. 2. million dasha coin skill points required for evolution, 1 million. The evolution version of the lightning system forbidden spell, judging by the name, seems similar to the 8th tier fire system. It should be a transformation skill. However, at this stage, he definitely wouldn't consider investing more skill points into the lightning system, since he had finally started allocating the skill points he had been holding back for over a month. Today, Lin Chen decided to go all out. This time, he looked at his current 3 passive skills: Divine Grace Chant, Mana Storm, Indestructible Body. These 3 passive skills were all at tier 7. Previously, they had always been sufficient, so Lin Chen hadn't upgraded them further. Now it was time to enhance them a bit, seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes. At this moment, Lin Chen's skill list contained a total of 5 specialization categories and dozens of skills. To be honest, Lin Chen felt that he had too many active skills now, including forbidden spells. Each category had 9 active skills. However, the passive skills were too few. But this is also the norm for low transformation professionals in this world, because if the drop rate for active skill books is extremely rare, then the drop rate for passive skills is downright absurd. The entire dasha's annual output might be less than 30,000 copies. Moreover, once they are released, they are instantly snatched up. Most professionals acquire passive skills through job change tasks, completing job change assessments. Each job change will at least randomly awaken one orthodox passive skill from their profession. Lin Chen currently has over 1.8 million skill points left. These remaining skill points are enough to raise all 3 passive skills to level 8, or to upgrade one of the skills from level 7 to the 9th level forbidden spell. For passive skills, level 9 is the pinnacle. There are no further evolutionary paths to ancient forbidden spells or super divine forbidden spells. Should he spread the 3 passives to level 8 or specialize one to the highest level? After much contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately chose the former. All 3 passive skills are too useful, and overall, it is definitely more beneficial to enhance all 3 skills. Moreover, this will also provide him with a basis for advancing a certain skill again. When the time comes to elevate the 3 passives to the forbidden spell level, he will be able to quickly determine the order of priority. Having made his decision, Lin Chen began to allocate points with a single click. Upgrade passive skill, Mana Storm to level 8, requires 500,000 skill points. Do you want to upgrade with one click? Consuming 500,000 skill points, your passive skill Mana Storm has advanced. You have gained a new passive skill, Tide of Magic. Upgrade passive skill, Divine Grace Chant to level 8, requires 500,000 skill points. Do you want to upgrade with one click? Consuming 500,000 skill points, your passive skill Divine Grace Chant has advanced. You have gained a new passive skill, Holy Spirit Chant. Upgrade passive skill, Immortal Body to level 8, requires 500,000 skill points. Do you want to upgrade with one click? Consuming 500,000 skill points, your passive skill Immortal Body has advanced. You have gained a new passive skill, Elemental Absorption. A total of 1.5 million skill points was directly spent. Lin Chen upgraded all 3 passive skills to level 8. He opened the skill panel and began to check each one. Tide of Magic type passive skill level 8 category, Universal Effect 1. The mana cost of all spells you cast is reduced by 80%, and your mana cap from all sources is increased tenfold, restoring 10% of your maximum mana per second. Effect 2. Your total mana will now fluctuate in a tidal manner. You can actively adjust this skill mode to low tide or high tide mode. When this skill mode is in low tide, your total mana cap is reduced by 50% and mana recovery speed is reduced by 50%. When you switch to high tide, for every hour spent in low tide, while in high tide, your total mana cap increases by 10% and mana recovery speed increases by 10%. This effect can increase your high tide mana cap and recovery speed by up to 100%. Effect 3. Every 6 hours, you can gain a layer of tidal charge. While holding a tidal charge, you can cast any specialized spell below level 9 for free. Current usable times 3, maximum stackable times 10. When you accumulate 10 layers of tidal charge, you can choose to consume all 10 layers at once, making the mana cost of a level 9 spell 0, lasting until you use that spell again. The maximum number of spells this effect can apply to 3. Note, you must stay in low tide for more than 3 hours to switch to high tide, and the longer you remain in low tide, the longer the duration of the switch to high tide. Current mode, low tide. Tidal exchange ratio, 60 minutes of low tide equals 10 minutes of high tide. Remarks, the moon rises and falls, tides surge and recede, all laws remain constant. After reading this skill, Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. Wait, don't all level 8 skills love to write little essays like this? However, after fully understanding this skill, Lin Chen became excited. Now, his level 8 mana recovery and mana cost reduction passive skill, if he had to make a metaphor, has 2 modes. One is energy saving mode. The other is overclocking mode. In power saving mode, it was clearly storing energy for the overclocking mode, allowing it to unleash even higher performance. In practical application, when Lin Chen was eating, drinking, or going about his daily life without the need for combat, he could completely switch to low tide mode. However, when it came to grinding dungeons, killing monsters, or completing quests that required fighting, he would activate High Tide mode, doubling his mana limit. This point was crucial. Extremely crucial. Because this effect was calculated after considering other enhancements to the mana limit, and then finalized. With Lin Chen's current level of 60 and the attributes of the Eternal Rest set, his mana limit had already surpassed 200,000. After obtaining the Magic Tide, during the High Tide period, he had 400,000 mana. Even without the free casting layers from the Tide Recharge, Lin Chen could still cast several 8th tier skills with his own mana. However, the million mana cost of the forbidden spell was somewhat outrageous and exaggerated. This had been a headache for Lin Chen, as he had the forbidden spell but couldn't use it. The only way to utilize the forbidden spell was through one method, first using the fire-type 8th tier fire spirit to transcend. Only in the transcended state could he release forbidden spell, 8 Desolation's Heaven Fall without consuming mana. But this was limited to fire-type forbidden spells. The newly acquired Wrath of the Thunder God could not be used in the fire spirit transcended state either. Now, however, the Magic Tide had increased the maximum free casting layers from 3 to 10. By consuming 10 layers of charge, it could directly reduce the mana cost of a forbidden spell to 0. This effect could be applied to 3 spells, allowing Lin Chen to prepare in advance and reduce the mana cost of 3 different types of forbidden spells to 0, just in case. Awesome. Huff. Junior, we've arrived. The dungeon sanctuary is right ahead. You have 10 chances to enter the first layer of the dungeon today, and you need to show your student card to swipe in. Nan Gongling's words suddenly jolted Lin Chen from his excitement about allocating points and upgrading skills. Lin Chen looked up and saw the round high tower he had been seeing since entering the Divine Sky, now standing right in front of him. As he approached the round tower, its grandeur became apparent. Looking up, the top of the tower even connected to the pitch-black outer space, giving it a sacred and solemn appearance. Junior. What's wrong? What were you thinking about just now? Don't be too nervous. If you can't break the clearance record, I'll help you think of a way. Or we could go find Dean Ruoshi, she must have a solution. Nan Gongling thought Lin Chen was anxious about his credits, completely unaware that in the past 10 minutes, Lin Chen had upgraded his originally beginner-level Thunder-type skill tree to an 8th tier forbidden spell. Then he had also upgraded his 7th tier mana recovery passive skill to 8th tier. These were earth-shattering events. But Lin Chen only seemed distracted. It's nothing, I was indeed thinking about some things. Not nervous. Lin Chen could only laugh to ease his embarrassment. After entering the dungeon sanctuary, Lin Chen noticed that there were many entrances to the giant round tower. At this moment, besides himself and Nan Gongling, there were also a large number of Divine Sky students queuing to enter. The two chose an entrance with fewer people. Soon, they reached the front of the line. At the entrance, a fully armed security personnel from the Divine Sky, whose strength level was displayed as 6 turns under the all-knowing eye, raised a hand to stop them. Please stop, students. Please swipe your cards to confirm your entry count. The two took out their student cards and scanned them on the Spirit Crystal card reader. Then the green light lit up. Lin Chen, Manhwa Academy, Year 1, remaining dungeon entries today, 10 Nan Gongling. Manhwa Academy, Year 3, remaining dungeon entries today, 78 Lin Chen saw the number of entries Nan Gongling had and felt a twinge of envy. Nan Gongling clenched her fist and smiled. Don't think that I, your senior, haven't reached the level of the 10 greats of Shinsha yet, but my ranking is still in the top 100 of the whole school. Senior Nangong is amazing. Lin Chen's praise was genuine. A C-level rating with a ranking over 3,000 among second-year students, Lin Chen thought that was quite impressive for a senior. If Nan Gongling could make it into the top 100 of Shinsha, her strength must be even more formidable. Taking advantage of this brief moment, before entering, Lin Chen opened his skill panel again. He glanced at the 2 new passive skills, Holy Spirit Chant and Elemental Absorption. Fortunately, these 2 skills weren't too lengthy. Unlike Mana Tide, which turned into a small essay. Holy Spirit Chant, type passive skill, rank 8, category, universal, effect 1, when you cast spells of 6th rank or lower, the spell becomes instant cast. The chant time for 7th rank spells is reduced by 90%, for 8th rank spells by 75%, and for 9th rank spells by half. Effect 2, now, when you cast a spell, you have an invisible elemental spirit chanting the spell for you, which has the same chant duration as you, and will not be interrupted, silenced, or dispelled by any skills below 8th rank while chanting. Effect 3, every 6 hours, you gain 1 layer of instant chant effect, allowing you to cast spells below 9th rank without chant time. Current layers, 3, maximum stackable layers, 10. You can now consume 10 layers of instant chant effect to cast a 9th rank spell instantly without chant time. Note, the Song of the Spirit, resounding in heaven. Elemental Absorption, type passive skill, rank 8, category, universal, effect 1, when you take damage from any element you have mastered, that damage will be absorbed and converted into a shield effect of 30% of the corresponding elemental damage. Current mastered elements, fire, storm, ice, thunder, maximum shield value obtained through this effect, 999,999. Effect 2, you can now convert any elemental shield into an omnipotent shield at a rate of 30%, which can protect you from any type of damage except true damage. Effect 3, when you suffer a fatal blow that would reduce your health to 0, the damage will be fully borne by your mana, and any damage exceeding your mana limit will be nullified. After this effect triggers, your mana will drop to 0, and your health will be reduced to 1 point. This effect can only trigger 2 times within 30 days. Current remaining uses. 2. Both skills had seen significant enhancements. The second effect of Holy Spirit Chant had undergone a qualitative evolution. Now, if Lin Chen used a non-instant method to cast spells, he wouldn't even need to chant aloud himself. An invisible spirit would assist him in casting. This made the mage's deception quite strong. It was very likely that just a moment ago, you saw him joking and chatting with you, while behind him, a spirit was quietly chanting a forbidden spell. The changes in his survival skills were also considerable. First, the elemental types that Lin Chen had mastered could no longer harm him. They would even turn into his shield value. It's worth mentioning that the necromancy category is not a type of elemental category but a very special category. Even Lin Chen's corpse explosion dealt dark attribute damage, and there was no such thing as necromantic damage. Naturally, there would be no necromantic shields. Overall, Lin Chen felt that his strength had made a huge leap forward. Now, as long as he wanted, casting forbidden spells without consumption or chant was already a matter of course. 2 students, you may enter now. After the guards at the entrance confirmed the identities and entry counts of the 2, they immediately let them in. Lin Chen and Nangong Ling stepped inside. After a dizzying moment, Lin Chen found himself in a vast square. The space within the instance sanctum was much larger than the circular giant tower seen from the outside. In the entire first floor space, Lin Chen saw dozens of light screens of various sizes. In front of each light screen, there were large crowds coming and going. It was a bustling scene. The first floor of the instance sanctum mainly features entry-level and advanced instances. Those who have just entered Shinsha and those who have just advanced to the second year basically spend most of their time here every day. But you shouldn't worry, our recruitment work hasn't officially started this year, and you reported early. So, there won't be many people queuing up to compete for the entry-level instance like the Sky Temple. As soon as Nangong Ling finished speaking, a regional announcement echoed throughout the first floor of the instance sanctum. Shinsha Instance Sanctum Regional Announcement. Congratulations to the professional Chucho for clearing the first floor instance, Sky Temple. Time taken, 5 minutes 49 seconds 22. This has refreshed the previous best solo record for this instance, and a reward of 250 credits is given. Please keep up the good work, everyone. Nangong Ling gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. She had underestimated the level of competition among this year's freshmen. Clearly, Lin Chen was not the only one who had reported early today. There were others eyeing the credits from this instance. In fact, someone had even refreshed the best record for this instance before Lin Chen, seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. The moment this record announcement appeared, everyone in the instance sanctum turned their heads. Wow, where did this powerhouse come from? If I remember correctly, this instance's best record has stood for decades. I remember when I first entered school as a newbie, grinding this instance day and night. It was truly a time worth reminiscing. Damn, guys, I just checked the previous record for this instance. It was over 6 minutes 11 seconds. Now this guy named Chu Chiu has directly advanced the record by nearly half a minute. So abnormal. Being able to solo an instance at this time is already impressive, and breaking a record that hasn't been surpassed in so many years. What's going on this year? One genius after another is appearing. A few hours ago, I heard that a little monster just entered school and took down a C-level second-year student in the arena. I think his name was Lin Chen. And now we have this year's national champion, and in the afternoon, another one who can directly refresh the instance record. Chu Chiu. It feels like we are all the old waves, about to be crushed by these new waves on the beach. I wonder who is stronger between that Lin Chen and this Chu Chiu. Amidst the countless discussions, many were intentionally or unintentionally heading towards the light screen of the Sky Temple instance. As Nangong Ling said, there really weren't many people in front of the light screen for the Sky Temple instance, but Lin Chen still saw the Chu Chiu who had just broken the decades-old record for this instance. This person was clad in scarlet battle armor, which had already been mostly damaged. Right in the center of his chest was a terrifying wound that went deep to the bone. With 2 battle blades and red hair, he looked as if he had just been drenched in blood. Demon Hunter. Under the observation of the all-seeing eye, Lin Chen immediately saw through Chu Chiu's profession, a special legendary profession of the archer type. Upon seeing the passive skill of the Demon Hunter's profession, Lin Chen understood why Chu Chiu could wreak havoc in the Sky Temple instance. Blade of Disruption. When you use a battle blade to attack all enemies of the mage, priest, and summoner types, it deals additional physical damage equal to a certain percentage of the target's maximum mana. The higher the target's magic resistance, the greater the percentage bonus. The existence of this passive skill could be said to be the core of the entire Demon Hunter profession. This legendary profession has become the nemesis of all magic-based classes, and all the monsters in the Sky Temple are magic-type creatures. No wonder he was able to break the long-standing record that hadn't been touched for years. Just as Lin Chen looked at Chu Qiu, the latter also turned to Lin Chen. The moment he saw Lin Chen's face, a hint of disdain appeared on Chu Qiu's expression. He raised the blade in his right hand and pointed it at Lin Chen. "You're here for the high credit rewards from breaking this dungeon record too, right? Sorry, you don't have a chance. Mage, you should be grateful that you weren't born in the same generation as me." Like Lin Chen, Chu Qiu was also here today to check in early, preparing to participate in the heart of the Swarm's Abyss Level 0 dungeon. Unlike Lin Chen, he had been honing his skills at another academy for a year, and his level was already at 60, having been stuck there for over a year. His goal had always been the special dungeon at Abyss Level 0 of Shinsha. At this moment, he had never felt so close to his goal. Now, he just needed to re-enter the Sky Temple and refresh the record he had just set, and he would be able to earn another 250 credits. At the same time, he could trample Lin Chen, that annoying competitor, underfoot. He couldn't stand Lin Chen's smooth sailing and rampage all the way. He felt that if Lin Chen were in the same generation as him, it would be him enjoying the support of the masses, being invited by all 4 academies, and topping the gold list. After all, Lin Chen was just a mage. All mages in the world would have to admit defeat when they encountered him. Oh. At this moment, the entrance to the Sky Temple was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers eager to see the spectacle. Upon hearing Chu Qiu's arrogant words and recognizing Lin Chen, the crowd became excited. They could already smell the scent of a big news story. One was the nemesis of magic classes, and the other was this year's unrivaled national champion, the strongest freshman in Shinshao's history. The clash between these two was bound to be explosive. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Chu Qiu suddenly felt he was receiving the attention he had long been deprived of. The year and more of patience and frustration seemed to have found a temporary outlet. He looked at Lin Chen, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Today, he would step on Lin Chen to fame. Although his profession had an absolute advantage over Lin Chen's when soloing the Sky Temple dungeon, it felt somewhat unfair. But he couldn't care less about fairness. Has there ever been true fairness in this world? Do you dare to make a bet with me, betting on the speed of soloing this dungeon? If you win, I will transfer all the dungeon entry times I get in Shinsha for a month to you. If you lose, it's simple, just give me your dungeon entry times for today. So, what do you say? Do you dare to bet? As soon as Chu Qiu said this, the onlookers became even more excited. They loved a good spectacle and certainly wouldn't think too deeply about the difficulty of the dungeon for both of them. To most people, since you are the strongest freshman in history and this year's national champion, isn't it only natural to break a record soloing a dungeon? Meanwhile, Chu Qiu was secretly laughing in his heart. He wasn't afraid of Lin Chen refusing, because if Lin Chen refused, it would mean he was directly admitting defeat. In this confrontation, that would effectively achieve his goal. He wanted everyone to realize that Lin Chen's current achievements and fame were all due to luck simply because he wasn't present. Now that he had emerged, Lin Chen was only fit to be his stepping stone. Nan Dongling's expression darkened. How could she not see that the current situation was very unfavorable for Lin Chen? A dungeon that was already unsuitable for a mage to solo. A new dungeon record that had been broken, even ahead by more than 30 seconds. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Chen's incredibly calm voice rang out. "Alright, I'll bet with you." Originally, Lin Chen just wanted to quietly break a record and earn some credits today, but who would have thought that now someone was giving him a whole month of dungeon entry times for free? How could he possibly let such a good opportunity slip by? Lin Chen agreed so readily that it surprised Chu Qiu. He didn't even hesitate to think for a moment. Was there something fishy going on? However, this thought was quickly dismissed, because he saw Lin Chen step into the dungeon's light curtain. Right after accepting his challenge, his figure completely disappearing. What a show! Chu Qiu felt that Lin Chen must be afraid of losing face. Forcing his way into the dungeon now was just to cover that up. So, he also stopped hesitating. He stepped into the dungeon's light curtain, beginning the strategy for the Sky Temple. The crowd outside lingered for a long time, discussing animatedly. Some even took out their phones to post about what had just happened in the gossip section of the Shinsha forum, giving it an incredibly explosive title. Instantly, it attracted countless onlookers surfing the internet, causing the event to continue to ferment. You have entered the dungeon, Sky Temple. Due to your rating being sea level, this dungeon has additional aura effects. Kill monsters to gain experience plus 15%, skill points from clearing the dungeon plus 15%, item drop rate plus 15%. Under the influence of the ancient sky god Kang, all monsters in this dungeon gain an undispellable status effect. Kang's blessing, reducing all magical damage taken by 75%. As soon as he entered the dungeon, a series of prompts echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The advantages of a high rating were evident here. He directly received a 15% boost in experience, skill points, and drop rates. The entire Sky Temple dungeon is divided into 3 main maps. The first map that appeared after entering the dungeon was the pitch-black underground palace beneath the temple. The inner walls of the palace were carved with countless murals of worship, and the entire space was incredibly dim. Without the torches burning on the walls, one could hardly see any details. In front of Lin Chen appeared a dark long staircase, leading upwards, which was the first main map of the dungeon. The Stair of Audience. According to the strategy he downloaded from the forum earlier, the first stage map was actually the largest. Most speedrunning teams would choose to use a wave-pulling method at the Stair of Audience to reach the top of the staircase. Then, they would clear the small monsters at the position of the boss temple guardian above the staircase before starting to kill the boss. Lin Chen didn't waste any time. The moment he entered the dungeon, he cast the wind system's 5th-tier gale wings on himself. Then, he flew up the underground palace staircase at an extremely fast speed. Gah! Intruder! Kill him! The monsters wandering on the staircase were startled by Lin Chen. They bared their claws and screeched as they pounced towards him. Various magical lights flared up, fireballs, wind blades, electric shocks, ice arrows, shadow arrows, all sorts of projectile magic attacks came flying at him. 4 teams planning to use a wave-pulling strategy. The most threatening monsters were the mages that could cast ice arrows and shadow arrows. One could slow down and pull monsters, while the others, shadow arrows, which reduced defense and magic resistance, would greatly increase the pressure on tanks and healers. Therefore, many teams would choose to bring an assassin or archer class. These two classes had extremely strong single-target kill capabilities. If they could take out these two types of mage monsters in the pile early, it would be enough. But for Lin Chen, aside from the damage from shadow arrows that he had to endure, the other types of magical attacks hitting him would even grant him a shield. However, by absorbing damage from other types of magic, he could convert it into an omnipotent shield to absorb shadow damage. He was practically invincible. The wind howled, and his wings spread wide. Lin Chen's wave-pulling strategy was executed more successfully and swiftly than any professional team. After just over 10 breaths, Lin Chen had already flown to the top of the staircase. A stone door carved with a gigantic octopus monster appeared before him, and in front of the stone door stood a living puppet boss made entirely of enchanted stone, rooted in place. This was the first boss, the gatekeeper Eric. As soon as one entered its alert range, it would awaken from its dormant state and launch an attack. Warning! Warning! Intruder detected. Initiating elimination mode. Lin Chen glanced at the time on his wrist. It had been 47 seconds since he entered the dungeon. Lin Chen stepped into the gatekeeper's alert range with over 100 small monsters following him. Upon activating the gatekeeper, sparks flickered at his fingertips. Thunder System Level 7, 10 Directions Thunder Prison. Boom! Above the temple door, countless blazing white bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air, and then these terrifying bolts rained down like a storm. -83,321. -83,321. Countless horrifying damage numbers emerged, instantly striking down the hundreds of small monsters that had just been trailing behind Lin Chen. Real damage, ignoring all damage reduction and magic resistance. The effect was outstanding. Meanwhile, the gatekeeper Eric, located in the center of the small monsters, was continuously bombarded by the falling thunder, shaking violently and twitching uncontrollably. This skill had control effects. Even as a boss, it was rendered immobile in the face of such high-level magic. In no time, the giant puppet guarding the door was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The stone door swung open with a crash. Lin Chen flew inside, entering the second map, the interior of the temple. The number of small monsters in this area was nearly equal to that of the previous stage, and the entire temple was a complex maze of rooms, with only one path leading to the final boss, a high priestess. During the exploration phase, the challenge lay in finding the correct path among countless rooms. Otherwise, a significant amount of time would be wasted dealing with traps and mechanisms in the second map. Fortunately, Lin Chen had a guide that clearly outlined how to quickly navigate the temple's maze and find the right path. However, even though Lin Chen had reviewed the guide beforehand, he still took a few wrong turns in the temple maze, wasting quite a bit of time. After reaching the end of the maze, a cutscene played. A thick tentacle suddenly burst from the ground, shattering the temple maze completely. Only a dozen or so temple platforms remained, allowing the adventurers to stand on them. Below the temple platforms was an abyss of unfathomable depth. Boss number 2, Kern's Tentacle Imitation, made its appearance. This was a boss that purely tested output capability. If enough damage could not be dealt in a short time to interrupt Kern's charging skill, all the temple platforms that the adventurers stood on would be completely smashed. Falling from the temple would mean failure in the dungeon. This massive tentacle was both disgusting and spectacular. Unfortunately, for Lin Chen, it was all a one-hit kill with hardly any significant fluctuations. After defeating Kern's imitation tentacle, a teleportation array appeared on the temple platforms. This was the route for those without flying abilities to reach the pinnacle of the temple, the Sky Sacrifice Tower. As for Lin Chen, he simply flew straight up into the sky. Before long, he entered the Grand Hall of the Sky Sacrifice Tower. There were no small monsters here, only one final boss, the High Priestess Hera. Give up, intruder! The Great Master is protecting me. You cannot defeat his most loyal servant. Lin Chen had no time to listen to this boss's nonsense. He unleashed 210 Directions Thunder Prisons, instantly killing her before she could even finish her opening monologue. Dungeon Sanctuary. Another announcement echoed throughout the venue. Sky Temple Dungeon Sanctuary Area announcement. Congratulations to the adventurer, Lin Chen, for clearing the first layer of the dungeon, Sky Temple. Time taken, 2 minutes 54 seconds 26. This refreshed the previous solo best record for this dungeon, and as a reward, 250 credits have been awarded. Please keep up the good work. Everyone was dumbfounded. No way, dude, did you refresh the record by directly having your previous best time? My American shorthair just had kittens. She's super well behaved and obedient. She started nudging me around noon, leading me to the place where she wanted to give birth. She began labor at 5 and didn't finish until nearly 10 at night. A total of 6 little kittens. She worked so hard, trembling all over, and lost quite a bit of weight. It's my first time raising a cat, and I have no experience, relying entirely on her. I'm in awe of life and the greatness of motherhood. I feel like I've been healed all day. Meanwhile, in the instance where Chu Chiu was located, blades whirled, and blood splattered. He severed the massive tentacle of the Kernge before him. This boss also had extremely high magic resistance and mana. With the additional damage from his passive skills, he was able to cut the tentacle before the boss could cast its skill. After repeating this process 3 times, he would completely drain the monster's health. Second boss, defeated. Chu Chiu looked at the spirit crystal watch on his wrist with excitement. Only a little over 3 minutes had passed. He had already cleared the second boss. The third boss, the female priestess, still had no minions beside her. With his output, it would only take a little over 2 minutes to kill the third boss. At this rate, breaking his own record seemed almost guaranteed. With that thought, a smile crept onto Chu Chiu's lips. Lin Chen, today is the day you are trampled underfoot, disgraced. I'll take your instance completion count. Even with these thoughts, Chu Chiu didn't let his guard down. The Demon Hunter is a special archer class with agility as its main attribute. Although this class has almost no ranged attack methods, it has plenty of mobility skills and speed. With his rapid movements, he quickly ascended to the highest cloud platform. He encountered the final boss, the Priestess Hela. This boss has an extremely annoying mechanism, possessing a 99% damage reduction. To defeat her, one must break the life boxes hidden in the sacrificial hall to put her into a brief vulnerable state, allowing for damage. Output. There are only 4 life boxes, and if the output is insufficient during the time they are being destroyed, it means you have to forcefully kill her while enduring the 99% damage reduction. Fortunately for Chu Chiu, output was never a problem. It was overwhelmingly powerful. After a little over 2 minutes, as he shattered the 4th binding life box of the Priestess Hela, the boss fell into her 4th vulnerable state. His burst skill was also ready. Finally, unleashing full firepower, he took down the priestess in one go. Ding! Congratulations, you have cleared the instance, Sky Temple. Completion time, 5 minutes 41 seconds 39. Completion rating, S. Chu Chiu clenched his fist tightly. His previous record was 5 minutes 49 seconds. This time he was a full 8 seconds faster. Moreover, he felt that this shouldn't be his limit. He just didn't know if refreshing his own record would grant him extra credits. If it were possible, he only needed to break his record one more time today to reach 1,000 credits. After gathering enough credits, Chu Chiu planned to head straight to the Shinsha arena to challenge Lin Chen, the demon hunter, against the mage. It's like a father beating his son. Today, he not only wanted to snatch Lin Chen's chance to participate in the Abyss Layer 0 instance but also to take his C rank rating. After all, Lin Chen must be under a forced challenge status right now. He had to accept. Just as Chu Chiu was thinking this, he exited the instance. Reappearing in the instance hall, Chu Chiu noticed that the crowd gathered around the Sky Temple instance had increased significantly compared to over 5 minutes ago. Countless people were discussing, their expressions filled with astonishment. Chu Chiu looked around but didn't see Lin Chen. He snorted softly, a cold smile forming in his heart. No way, could that guy not even have passed the first boss gatekeeper? Are you still playing in the dungeon? Right, he's just an ordinary mage with a 75% damage reduction. How could he possibly compete with his own speed? Chu Chiu looked at the crowd of onlookers, putting on a calm facade. It seemed he was waiting for their astonishment. At the same time, he was also waiting for the announcement from the dungeon sanctuary. As he refreshed his own record, the moment the announcement rang out, he was ready to welcome the applause and cheers. However, Chu Chiu waited for a few seconds. He did not receive the announcement of the dungeon completion record refreshing. Instead, he saw a group of people looking at him with strange expressions. That gaze was not one of admiration for a record-breaking powerhouse. It was more like watching a clown lost in self-indulgence. A sense of unease crept into Chu Chiu's heart. Just as this ominous feeling arose, he caught a glimpse of the dungeon's light curtain rippling behind him. A figure stepped out from within. Lin Chen leisurely walked out of the dungeon. At the same moment, just as Lin Chen appeared, the entire dungeon sanctuary echoed with another announcement. Shinsha Dungeon Sanctuary Area Announcement. Congratulations to the professional, Lin Chen, for completing the first level of the dungeon, Sky Temple. Completion time, 2 minutes 31 seconds 68. This refreshes the previous best solo completion record for this dungeon, awarding 250 credits. Please keep up the good work, everyone. Wow! The crowd of onlookers erupted in exclamations. What the hell? He's 10 seconds faster. How did he do that? Isn't this dungeon extremely unfriendly to mages? Am I remembering wrong? 2.5 minutes to complete the Sky Temple. That's just insane. Egu. Our team still needs a mage. Can you join us and carry us? Big brother. From now on, you're my big brother. Bro, I'm a member of the Shinsha School's Dungeon Strategy Group. Can you share your speedrun insights on our forum? Shuqiu was dumbfounded. In his imagination, he was the one being marveled at, cheered, and pursued by countless people, but it turned out to be a deviation. It wasn't him, but Lin Chen. You. Shuqiu pointed at Lin Chen, his words stumbling. Clearly, he could no longer organize his thoughts coherently. Lin Chen glanced at Shuqiu, a smile appearing on his face. Sorry, you were a bit slow in completing, so I just ran it again. Put. Shuqiu felt Lin Chen's words pierce him like a sharp knife, sending a chill through him. He wasn't a fool. He finally understood why Lin Chen had stepped out of the dungeon after him, yet his completion record was nearly double his own, because the time it took him to complete the Sky Temple was enough for Lin Chen to run it twice. No, it's impossible. You must have cheated. Shuqiu's face turned red with anger. He pointed at Lin Chen, struggling for a long time before managing to spit out those two sentences. There was no need for Lin Chen to speak. The crowd of onlookers instantly erupted in boos. No, dude, you're being a bit of a clown here. Still not admitting defeat and being stubborn. I thought you were someone, but turns out it's just this? You were the one who proposed the bet, and now that you've lost, you still won't admit it. Pure clown. Tell me a joke that we can cheat in the Shinsha dungeon. Laughing to death. Tell me what cheating is, so I can learn and go break the dungeon record. Amidst the laughter, the entire dungeon sanctuary was filled with a lively atmosphere. Shuqiu was completely flushed, about to explode. To say he was the new era's Kaniji would be an understatement. Now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, to avoid embarrassment. Where do you think you're going? Hand over your student card. You haven't forgotten your bet, have you? Nangongling looked at Shuqiu, who was trying to escape, her expression turning cold as she spoke. As a third-year student who had ranked in the top 100 of Shinsha, Nangongling's reputation had long been established. However, she usually appeared in the higher echelons of the dungeon sanctuary. She no longer needed to grind in the first layer of the dungeon. At that moment, she suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of the onlookers who had been watching all along. They then realized that this beauty from Manhwa Academy had actually come with Lin Chen. Shuqiu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Nangongling's warmth and friendliness towards Lin Chen were entirely personal. She had always been known for her indifference towards others. With her 5-turn strength, Shuqiu dared not act rashly. She could only extend a trembling hand to take out her student card. With a wave of her hand, Nangongling transferred Shuqiu's student card over using some skill. Then, she fixed her gaze on Shuqiu and coldly said, I will transfer your dungeon entry count for the next month to Junior Lin Chen through the operations department of the sanctuary. After that, your student card will be returned to you by a designated person. Now, get lost. Shuqiu was drenched in sweat. She fled in disgrace. After handling everything, Nangongling turned to look at Lin Chen, but she found that Lin Chen had disappeared again. Only the light curtain of the Sky Temple dungeon was still gently rippling. In the Sky Temple dungeon, the wings of the gale behind Lin Chen flapped wildly, reaching maximum speed. Yet Lin Chen still felt it was a bit slow. He took out a wooden sword from his spatial pocket. He used the Wind System's 6th tier skill, Swift Wind Flash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen surged forward a considerable distance. Then he also used the Lightning System's 6th tier skill, Thunder Flash. Lin Chen's figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, flashing to a certain spot on the steps amidst the thunderous roar. After confirming that he could refresh his record and earn credit rewards, a thought surged in Lin Chen's mind. That was, he could just farm points through this method. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar. After running the Sky Temple dungeon twice, along with the strategies he had seen before, Lin Chen already knew where he could optimize the speedrun efficiency. First, there was no need to kill the monsters and the gatekeeper Eric right in front of the temple gate. His wave strategy could completely pull the gatekeeper into the temple maze. This idea was applied by Lin Chen during his second run of the Sky Temple, and it had an excellent effect. The gatekeeper Eric allowed Lin Chen to enter the temple without being killed. Its combat mode upgraded from clearing mode to annihilation mode. Its speed and attack power increased significantly, and its attacks became wild and reckless, even smashing the internal structure of the temple to pieces. This should be a special mechanism built into the dungeon, aimed at increasing the pressure on teams that wanted to bypass this boss and directly tackle the subsequent boss for a faster clear. However, for Lin Chen, this mechanism allowed him to skip the second map of the temple maze entirely, saving a lot of time. He only needed to fly forward with all his might while releasing Lin Yu to attract the attention of other small monsters in the temple. Lin Chen discovered that if he did not kill enough small monsters inside the temple, Kern's tentacles would not appear. The entire dungeon would be stuck there, not progressing at all. Therefore, Lin Chen released Lin Yu, letting her use her agile movements to help him lure the monsters. Combining the two, he had the gatekeeper Eric use various charging skills to help him destroy the temple's structures, allowing him to rush directly to the first cloud platform deep within the temple in just a few seconds without needing to solve any puzzles. Then, several thunder prisons fell, killing hundreds of small monsters following closely behind. And the gatekeeper Eric in one AoE attack. When the monsters were halfway through, Kern's tentacles would appear. The subsequent skill damage from the previously cast thunder prisons was enough to take down the second boss. In an instant, at this point, the two bosses, along with hundreds of small monsters from two maps, were all defeated in just over a minute. After killing the tentacles of Kern, he flew to the altar tower in the temple. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at the watch on his wrist. It had only been 1 minute and 33 seconds since he entered the dungeon. He still had nearly a minute to spare compared to the record he had set earlier. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to kill the priestess. He was idling while enduring her countless skills. When the time approached 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Lin Chen timed it perfectly, unleashing several 6th-tier instant lightning skills to send her to the heavens. He exited the dungeon. The announcement of the dungeon record refresh sounded. It was only about 1 second earlier than the last time. 250 credits were credited to his account. Without hesitation, Lin Chen entered the dungeon again. After another round of the same operation, he cleared the dungeon. Thus, for the next 10 minutes, every 2 minutes or so, the entire dungeon sanctuary would announce that the record of the Sky Temple had been refreshed. The onlookers, who had originally watched the excitement and returned to their own dungeon grinding rhythm, were all dumbfounded. Because if they carefully recalled, they would find that each record refresh had only broken through by a few tenths of a second. It was obvious that Lin Chen was deliberately controlling the record progress. And each refresh meant 250 credits credited. In just over 10 minutes, he had already earned over 1,000 credits. This was far faster than their speed of earning credits. Wow, this could be played like this? Nan Gongling was also dumbfounded. The operations of this junior really made her see him in a new light. In the Manhwa Academy, in the office of Dean Lan Ruoshi, a person was sweating profusely, complaining to Lan Ruoshi. Dean Lan, let your academy's new student be restrained. We just received reports, and it's almost 1,000 now. They all say our dungeon reward credit mechanism has a bug, and this new student has exploited it. The person was a minister from the Shinsha Dungeon Operations Department, responsible for maintaining and operating the mechanisms related to the dungeon sanctuary. They had just received countless complaints from students across Shinsha saying someone was exploiting a bug to farm credits. But after understanding the specifics, they realized, what the hell is this bug? Because the record for the Sky Temple dungeon had existed for decades. Each refresh would only break the record once or twice at most. That was about it. They had never thought that one day someone could clear this dungeon in under 3 minutes. In fact, the true limit of this clear might far exceed the 3-minute record. That's why they kept using the method of refreshing records to earn credits. Lan Ruoshi sat in her chair, listening with great interest. After hearing it, she shrugged. I don't understand why you are processing this complaint. What kind of exploitation of a bug is this? Isn't this a reasonable use of the rules you set? If those complainants are unhappy, they can use this method to earn credits too. Seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes. Lan Ruoshi's response left the minister of the operations department speechless. This was just a new student, not yet an elite in your academy. And you're already protecting him like this? However, he also understood that to deal with this matter, relying on Lan Ruoshi, the dean of Manhwa Academy, was futile. He could only go back, find their highest leader, and re-establish and improve the relevant rules for earning credits. Ultimately, half an hour later, the entire dungeon sanctuary sounded another announcement. Shinsha Dungeon Sanctuary Area Announcement. We have received feedback from some students that someone is exploiting the rules of continuously refreshing dungeon records to obtain a large number of credits. The relevant credit reward rules have now been changed as follows. The upper limit of credit times that the same person can obtain when clearing the same dungeon and refreshing the dungeon record created by them is changed to 10 times. This rule takes effect immediately. After hearing this rule, Lin Chen sighed. He knew that sooner or later, sanctions would come. The efficiency of earning credits had far exceeded other methods. It was only natural for him to be reported by other students of Shinsha. Fortunately, during this time, Lin Chen had already used up his 10 entry opportunities, along with the 10 opportunities given to him by Chu Qiubai. A total of 20 dungeon completion records refreshed. This earned him a whopping 5,000 credits. And Lin Chen had become completely famous. Now, when one logged onto the Shinsha forum's discussion board, almost all the posts were gossiping about Lin Chen. First, there was Lin Chen breaking records, defeating second-year students upon entering school, and being ranked as C-level. Then there was Lin Chen's bet with Chu Qiu, and his brilliant feat of exploiting loopholes to earn 5,000 credits. Even the higher-ups of Shinsha Academy, including Elder Yang, who had specifically recruited Lin Chen, couldn't help but chuckle upon learning of this. This kid, on his very first day at school, had already made such a big stir. Shinsha would probably not have peace in the future. In the dungeon sanctuary, Nangon Ling looked at her phone, currently surfing the Shinsha forum and refreshing posts about Lin Chen. She couldn't stop smiling. Junior, you've become famous today. Lin Chen sighed. Can fame earn me credits? Nangon Ling was speechless. After a moment, she said, I still remember my first day at school. After finishing a dungeon, I only earned a little over 200 credits. You directly earned over 5,000 credits. Be content. And while credits can be exchanged for many good things, they aren't everything. You need to plan how to allocate the dungeons you will run each day. The first month in Xinxiao is a rapid growth period for most people because there are so many dungeons in the sanctuary that can make you stronger. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He scanned the entire first floor of the dungeon sanctuary and found that the number of dungeons exceeded 20. Moreover, dungeons like the Sky Temple, which mainly offered experience rewards, were not even the most sought after or popular. Senior Nangon, what other dungeons are there? Nangon Ling replied, come on, I'll take you back to our Manhwa Academy's dormitory. Anyway, you've used up your dungeon runs for today. On the way, I'll briefly tell you about the types of dungeons so you can better judge how to allocate your daily dungeon runs. Nangon Ling pulled Lin Chen out of the dungeon sanctuary. At this moment, it was already evening. The sun was setting. Watching the sunset from high above was incredibly stunning. Do you know the 4 major factors that influence a professional's strength? Nangon Ling first threw a question at Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied, level, skill tier, equipment, talent. Nangon Ling nodded, that's right, those 4. But it's not comprehensive enough. Now that you've graduated from high school and entered Xinxiao, it's equivalent to having entered the real world of professionals. The composition of a true professional's combat power is actually very complex. These 4 major factors can be further subdivided. In addition to the 4 major factors, there are also 4 minor factors: battle pets, martial souls, titles, and one-time enhancements. You'll learn about these in your theoretical classes at Xinxiao later, so I won't explain much. Let me first tell you about the dungeons you might need to run the most right now, related to skills. Skills are incredibly terrifying for a professional's improvement. Sometimes, a professional who raises their skills to a high tier qualifies to challenge professionals of a higher level. At this point, Nangon Ling glanced at Lin Chen. I believe you have a better understanding of this than I do. Lin Chen touched his nose. Wasn't this just talking about him? He had been able to slaughter his way through thanks to his high-tier skills. However, I don't know if you've noticed, but even when skills are upgraded to higher levels, some skills still have significant limitations and aren't that easy to use. Either the consumption is too high, or the cooldown is too long, or some mechanisms are not well developed and seem unreasonable. Nangon Ling's words struck a chord with Lin Chen. He had noticed this long ago. For example, the 6th tier lightning skill, Thunder Flash. This displacement skill is great in every way. The only problem is that the displacement distance is too short, and the cooldown time is too long. So, aside from leveling up skills, there are 2 other ways to enhance them, one of which is called evolution. But I've only seen this method in ancient texts. Currently, our blue stars. Research on skill evolution is still limited. Perhaps true powerhouses have found a way to unlock this path, but I still can't grasp the nuances of skill evolution. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Skill evolution. He thought of his skill's mutated version. He also recalled the arc reactor core module in the Noah ruins. These should all be considered manifestations of skill evolution, right? In this light, he had already mastered 2 paths of skill enhancement. What about the last path? The second enhancement path is called skill specialization. Every profession's skills from tier 1 to tier 9 have 9 opportunities for specialization at each tier. After specializing a skill, not only will its damage increase, but the consumption and cooldown time will also decrease. Some mechanisms will become more refined, and even additional mechanisms may appear. For example, certain skills will change from single target to splash skills after reaching specialization level 6, or after reaching specialization level 9, a bothersome prerequisite may be removed. There are countless such examples. Junior, I know your skill tiers are very high, but you probably haven't specialized in a single skill yet, right? It's not your fault. In fact, most professionals only have the opportunity to unlock skill specialization after entering higher education. In our dungeon sanctuary, there are 2 types of dungeons related to skill enhancement. One type can drop a large number of skill points. The other type can drop a large number of specialization points. Later, you'll need to allocate some attempts to farm specialization points and unlock your skill specialization. Lin Chen felt enlightened. He had actually encountered skill specialization before. A breakthrough magic crystal flashed in Lin Chen's hand. This item has 3 functions. One is to unlock side skill trees, another is to increase the difficulty of the Abyss of Descent dungeon. Finally, it can enhance skill specialization levels. That's right, the breakthrough magic crystal. After you obtain specialization points, you'll need to use this item in conjunction to specialize your skills. Like skill leveling, all skill specialization enhancements also progress from easy to difficult. And the higher the tier of the skill, the more specialization points and breakthrough magic crystals are consumed. You'll understand all this after you obtain specialization points. If I tell you too much at once, you won't be able to digest it, so just explore it slowly on your own. We've arrived. Nangong Ling brought Lin Chen to the standalone villa area of Manhwa Academy and let out a sigh of relief. She had completed her task for the day and had a very good impression of this junior. Thank you, senior sister, I've learned a lot. Lin Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. This is knowledge you will learn later. I just shared a small part of it with you in advance, and it's not even detailed enough. Alright, Junior, this is your single apartment. Remember to go find our Dean Ruwashi before 8 a.m. tomorrow to help you sign up for the Abyss of Descent Dungeon of the Swarm's Heart. Don't forget. Nangong Ling reminded as she escorted Lin Chen to his residence. Lin Chen thanked her once again, swiped his student card, entered the apartment. He had been on the road all day and, after entering Shinsha, he had to go through ranking and grinding dungeons for credits. His mind was highly tense, and it was only now that he had a moment to relax. Lin Chen took a stroll around his personal apartment. It was clear that this apartment had just been cleaned and tidied up. The decor was not luxurious, but it was definitely warm and comfortable. Before entering this standalone villa area with Nangong Ling, Lin Chen had also passed through the regular accommodation area of Manhwa Academy. Most students at Shinsha could only live in shared dormitories. The facilities and comfort there were certainly not better than what he had now. Most importantly, the privacy of the standalone villa was extremely strong. According to Nangong Ling, only students with a B rating or above were qualified to stay here, and they also had to compete with others. The fact that Dean Lan Ruwashi was willing to directly assign him such accommodation showed how much she truly valued him. After checking all the rooms in the apartment, Lin Chen took a short break. Tomorrow, he would first take care of the registration for the Falling Abyss dungeon. Then Lin Chen planned to check out the skill specialization dungeon. Before entering the heart of the swarm, he aimed to boost his combat power a bit more. A night passed. The next morning at 7:30, Manhwa Academy, in Dean Lan Ruwashi's office. I really didn't misjudge you. I didn't expect you could actually earn enough credits in just one day. Don't worry, last night, I already reserved a spot for you. This Falling Abyss dungeon will open in 3 days, and since the semester hasn't officially started yet, many professors and mentors at our academy haven't returned to campus. You can grind some dungeons these days to improve your specialization and equipment. Also, I've unlocked the top-tier dungeon strategy access for you. Now you can retrieve relevant materials from the archives. The online strategies need to be approved by the tech department, but you should be able to check the strategies on your phone this afternoon. Lan Ruwashi sat sideways in the dean's chair, her 2 snow-white, plump legs crossed, adding to her charm. Lin Chen felt a huge weight lift off his chest. He had reported early this time for the Falling Abyss dungeon. Now that everything was settled, he just needed to wait a few more days for the dungeon to open. Thank you, Dean Lan. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Lan Ruwashi chuckled. I actually hope you come to disturb me a bit more. This office is so big and cold, it's quite lonely. As she spoke, Lan Ruwashi changed her sitting posture. Perhaps because she was in her office, she wasn't dressed formally. The somewhat concealing white robe she usually wore was absent today. Instead, she wore a brightly colored deep V that fully revealed her ample chest. Lin Chen, with a completely adult soul inside him, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, Dean, please have some self-respect. If he were a hot-blooded 20-year-old, how could he possibly hold himself together? Hee, you're blushing. Come a bit closer. Don't be afraid, sister will show you some even prettier things. Lin Chen felt a bit nervous. Oh no, is the dean serious? A few minutes later, Lin Chen walked out of Lan Ruwashi's office, letting out a sigh. What was this feeling of just escaping from a spider's den? Of course, Lan Ruwashi was joking. Nothing inappropriate had happened between them. The good things she mentioned were naturally her buff skill. Holy him. She kept her word. As long as Lin Chen was at Manhwa Academy for a day, she could guarantee that his leveling speed and skill point acquisition speed would far surpass others. Before long, Lin Chen arrived at the dungeon sanctuary. With Nangong Ling's introduction from yesterday, Lin Chen now navigated easily and found the dungeon that could enhance his skill point and specialization point acquisition. In fact, inside the instance sanctuary, there were corresponding instance entrance markers. Skill upgrade of first layer instance, Volcano Mansion, skill points first layer instance. Doomsday Siege, specialization points. Lin Chen stepped into the instance light curtain of Doomsday Siege. The next moment he heard the system prompt. By his ear. You have entered the instance, Doomsday Siege. Due to your rating being sea level, this instance has an additional aura effect plus 15%. Specialization points from killing monsters. In the sky, the blazing sun shone down. A fierce wind howled, sweeping through the windows and alleys of the abandoned city, producing sounds reminiscent of ghostly wails. This was a city partially buried in yellow sand, completely devoid of human presence. Although there was no one around, Lin Chen saw things beyond humanity. They were zombies, dazed and staggering. They were just like the zombie monsters from the Resident Evil movies, with little difference. The first wave of the zombie tide will arrive in 30 seconds. Please prepare. The announcement rang out, and Lin Chen understood the clearing mechanism of this instance. The map of this instance could be said to be the refugee area he was in, which had not been attacked by zombies, and what he needed to do was to fend off the incoming zombie tide. This instance was quite comfortable for farming specialization points. After all, he just needed to wait for the monsters to respawn and then wipe them out with AoE attacks. After 30 seconds, the first wave of zombies respawned. A total of 30 zombies howling as they charged forward. With the thunder prison crashing down, in less than half a second, all these zombies were taken out. At the same time, Lin Chen also received a prompt. You killed a LV.60 zombie, gaining specialization points 10 points. Due to the instance aura effect, you gain an additional 1.5 specialization points. Due to the effect of the holy praise, you gain an additional 1 specialization point. You can now use specialization points and breakthrough crystals to upgrade your skill specialization level. Ding! You have obtained your first specialization point. Your talent, Blessing of the Gods, has unlocked a new function. Blessing of the Gods. You gain 1 skill point and 1 specialization point per second. Transition chapter. Originally this part had a lot of specific settings related to professions, and I directly wrote 3 chapters, but it felt too watered down, so I deleted a lot. Moreover, throwing out so many settings at once is hard for you to digest. I'll write it slowly later, and the next chapter will start the descent. I've been thinking about this instance for quite a while. There's an outline, and it's going to be very exciting in the end. I'll try my best to capture that feeling, and finally, I ask for recommendation, votes and monthly tickets. Lin Chen was not surprised at the new function unlocked for his talent. Specialization points could now also be obtained through AFK farming. At the same time, specialization points could also be purchased through microtransactions. Moreover, the price for the first purchase only required 10,000 dasha coins. Awesome! Indeed, he wouldn't need to specifically allocate instance runs to farm skill points and specialization points in the future. Both AFK farming and microtransactions could yield results. He just didn't know how many specialization points and breakthrough crystals it would take to specialize a skill to level 9. With that thought, Lin Chen opened the skill interface. He selected the skill he most wanted to specialize in at the moment. Thunder System 6 Forter, Thunder Flash. This skill was an extremely useful displacement skill, and if he could shorten the cooldown time, it would undoubtedly be very useful for him in the future, whether for traveling or dodging certain attacks. To upgrade Thunder Flash specialization level to 1, it requires 100 specialization points, 0 breakthrough crystals. Do you want to specialize? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. To upgrade from specialization level 0 to level 1, it only required 100 specialization points. Lin Chen spent 10,000 dasha coins. He directly purchased a batch of specialization points. Spent 10,000 dasha coins, you have obtained 97,632 specialization points. Then, Lin Chen chose to specialize in Thunder Flash. Consuming 100 skill specialization points, your Thunder Flash specialization level has increased. The following are the changes to the skills: of base damage of the skill increased, speed damage bonus increased, consumption 15,000 mana, 14,000 mana cooldown, time 10 minutes, 8 minutes maximum blink distance, 100 meters, 150 meters dodge effect duration, 0.3 seconds, 0.4 seconds. Lin Chen's eyes widened. What a significant improvement. It seems he had been blinded by a single leaf, thinking that the only way for skills to become stronger was through leveling up. Now it appears that specializing in a certain skill can, in some cases, be just as effective as upgrading the skill. Lin Chen continued to allocate points. He gradually discovered a pattern. The specialization points consumed for skill specialization were not as terrifying as the skill points consumed for leveling up. For example, upgrading from level 6 to 7 requires a full 100,000 skill points. However, specializing from level 6 to level 7 only requires 50,000 specialization points. That's half the consumption of skill points. However, starting from specialization level 3, when upgrading from 3 to 4, it begins to require breakthrough crystals. Fortunately, the amount of breakthrough crystals consumed is still within an acceptable range. The consumption for levels 4 to 6 is 1, 3, and 5 crystals respectively. The consumption for upgrading from level 6 to 7 clearly increases to 10 crystals. Now, Lin Chen's previous stock combined with the breakthrough crystals he received from daily resource distributions over the past 2 days had already been used up. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen first cleared the dungeon Apocalypse Siege. Then he visited the Treasury Circulation Office of Shinsha. He allocated 1,000 points from the credits he earned yesterday to exchange for 50 breakthrough crystals. Then he spent over 100,000 dasha coins to purchase a 10-day specialization point reward. Lin Chen opened the skill interface and continued to allocate points. Consume 50,000 skill specialization points, 10 breakthrough crystals, your Thunder Flash specialization level increases to LV.7. Consume 250,000 skill specialization points, 25 breakthrough crystals, your Thunder Flash specialization level increases to LV.8. At this point, Lin Chen hit a wall again. It wasn't that he lacked specialization points, it was that he didn't have enough breakthrough crystals. To reach specialization level 9, he needed 100 breakthrough crystals. Lin Chen was somewhat stunned. No wonder this thing had become a hard currency, similar to skill point scrolls tightly controlled by the state. The consumption of this item was likely far greater than he had imagined. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. 100 breakthrough crystals equated to 2,000 credits. He exchanged them. After all, credits could still be earned later. Today, he was determined to push the skill to specialization level 9. Consume 500,000 skill specialization points, 100 breakthrough crystals, your Thunder Flash specialization level increases to LV.9 max. Lin Chen opened his skill interface to check the Thunder Flash after reaching level 9. Thunder Flash type, active skill rank, level 6 specialization level, LV.9 max. Category, lightning consumption, 1000 mana casting time, none cooldown. Time, 10 seconds. Effect, transform into lightning, granting yourself an extremely fast acceleration, performing a spatial blink, and within a short time after landing from the blink, your next normal attack's power is increased. Maximum blink distance, 3000 meters. Blink speed, depending on the environment, maximum speed can reach the speed of light. Upon initiating the blink and after landing, gain 1.5 seconds of 100% dodge. Effect. Note, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wow, is this skill still the same as the previous Thunder Flash? All the pain points have been resolved. Previously, it had high consumption, long cooldown, and short distance. Now, the specialization upgrade completely optimized these three aspects. Now it's a blink every 10 seconds, at any point within a 3-kilometer range, approaching the speed of light. Lin Chen couldn't even imagine how useful this skill would be for some short-legged melee classes. It could probably make them cry with desire. 3 days later, early morning, the Sanctum of Instances, underground level 1. In front of a massive stone door made of an unknown material, Lin Chen and the other 99 participants in the Abyss 0 level instance stood ready. During these 3 days, Lin Chen had saved all his instance attempts. There was no need to grind the skill specialization instances anymore, so he stored those attempts for later, waiting until he cleared the Abyss 0 level, unlocked his level, and could continue to upgrade and change classes before studying them. Lin Chen focused on carefully researching the strategy for the entire Heart of the Swarm instance. After all, it was one of the most difficult Abyss 0 level instances in the entire Blue Star, and he had to take it seriously. Creak, the stone door, engraved with countless strange patterns and symbols, suddenly opened a crack. The next moment, a chill that seemed capable of freezing one's soul blew out from behind the door. It sent a shiver through all the students of Shinsha present. The aura of the Abyss. And it was an incredibly thick aura of the Abyss. This aura was far more piercing and chilling than anything Lin Chen had encountered in any surface instance before. Attention everyone, the Abyss instance is about to open. You have only 1 minute to enter the instance. You must act quickly. Several senior instructors from the 5 major academies, with serious expressions, instructed Lin Chen and the others. And remember, if you are lucky enough to encounter each other after entering this instance, try to team up to tackle it together. You all come from Shinsha, and I don't care if you have had any grudges due to competitive ratings before, but in the instance, please unite as one. What you will face is the entire swarm. The instructor finished speaking. The crack in the stone door widened further. At the same time, the row of carvings at the top of the stone door, resembling demon skulls, began to glow. From left to right, there were a total of 10 demon skulls. The Abyss 0 level instance at the Absolute Annihilation difficulty 1 is only possessed by the 5 top-tier academies worldwide, and we Shinsha are one of them. A phrase Lin Chen had seen in the strategy earlier flashed in his mind. The difficulty of the Abyss 0 level instance starts at the hard level. The levels above that are extremely hard, nightmare, and hell. Most other academies have Abyss 0 level difficulties around nightmare to hell. However, the Heart of the Swarm owned by Shinsha directly breaks through to a new difficulty level, based on hell difficulty. The 10 demon skulls represent 10 levels of difficulty. This is the difficulty grading above Hell Absolute Annihilation. As the demon skull representing Absolute Annihilation 1 fully lit up, the stone door thunderously swung open. The most dangerous and mysterious side of the abyss world was completely revealed to everyone. Behind the stone door was a grayish mist. Within the mist, it seemed as if countless gazes were also sizing up the blue star world. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Now's the time, hurry in. With the lead instructor's command, countless figures flew into the stone door. Just as Lin Shan was about to step into the stone door, he suddenly saw a flash of crimson light from the demon skull. Above the door beam, it seemed that the second demon skull had also lit up. Had it changed to Absolute Annihilation difficulty 2? In the difficulty system of the abyss, each level increase in Absolute Annihilation represents a greater difficulty span than the leap from simple instances to Hell instances. Absolute Annihilation 2 was a difficulty that could only appear in instances above abyss. Level 5. However, what Lin Shan didn't know was that this scene was only visible to him. The instructors from Shinsha did not see it. Lin Shan didn't think too much about it and swiftly flew into the mist of the stone door. He entered the abyss instance. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye. The massive stone door slowly closed. At the very moment the stone door closed completely, a scarlet light suddenly flashed on the door beam. The second demon head lit up fiercely. This scene left all the mentors of Shinsha dumbfounded. What's going on? Why has the difficulty level increased? Absolute Destruction Level 2 difficulty. Not good. There's been a mutation in this dungeon. In an instant, all the mentors in the underground space felt a chill run down their spines. The first level of Absolute Destruction, the Abyss Level 0, was already terrifying enough. Now that the difficulty had increased, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Such a situation was rare in the Abyss dungeon, but it was not unheard of. And every time this happened, it meant extremely heavy casualties. Quick, notify the Dean. The heart of the swarm has mutated, the difficulty has skyrocketed, we need to prepare for rescue. A leading mentor, with a grave expression, immediately gave the order. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly pointed at the door beam above the stone door and shouted, "The third demon head has lit up too." Instantly, everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, they saw another demon head, marking the dungeon's difficulty, light up. At the same time, an incredibly evil aura from the abyss surged out through the cracks of the stone door. Buzz. That was the sound produced by countless insect wings vibrating. It's over. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, the abyss, heart of the swarm, revealed its most ferocious side to the blue star world. Istana. This is a planet similar to the blue star world. On this planet, a wise civilization known as humans also emerged. Unfortunately, the light of civilization in Istana was not as fortunate as that of the blue star. Several epochs ago, Istana was invaded by an extraterrestrial insect race. After several epochs, the entire human population of Istana had almost completely been enslaved by the swarm. All newborn humans were destined from birth to become food and nourishment for the higher insect race. The entire Istana had also turned into the base for the insect race to continue expanding to other planets, known as the heart of the swarm. The rapid fall of Istana was largely due to the presence of traitors among the human race on this planet. They chose to join the insect race, becoming half-human, half-insect monsters, in exchange for a chance at survival. However, at the same time, a very small number of surviving Istana humans formed a resistance, struggling desperately. At this moment, in Istana, beneath the holy city, within the hive, here, there were countless black flying insects the size of calves, busy coming in and out with transparent wings behind them. This was the largest existing insect race group in Istana, the Black Scythe clan. Prophet, our plan has succeeded. Another batch of extraterrestrial visitors has walked into the trap. Several half-insect beings, their bodies flowing with yellow-green slime, with limbs and abdomens completely transformed into insect forms, leaving only their heads with some human resemblance, entered the hive. They brought good news to their master. The one they referred to as the prophet was an old, frail black-side insect, hunched over. As a wise one among the insect race and the core controlling the hive's neural network, the prophet already resembled a human in appearance. At this moment, its two antennae were constantly swaying, and its right arm extended a scythe formed from black chitin, which had plunged fiercely into the abdomen of a nearby unconscious woman. As it pumped its arm, the essence of blood and flesh from the woman's unborn child was absorbed almost entirely. Every day, it had to consume 7 or 8 such young humans to temporarily prolong its life. Its favorite was humans carrying children. The delicacy was enough to make it feel rejuvenated. Bring them here. Soon, 2 black cages made of chitin secreted by insects were brought up. In one larger cage, a fat man lay inside. In another cage, there was a handsome young man. The prophet extended his sharp claws, pointing at the beautiful youth, and said, "The handsome human offered to the queen." That ugly human smashed into food. Just as the prophet finished speaking, the originally feigning fat man in the huge cage immediately got up, pointing at the prophet and cursing, "Who the hell are you calling ugly? I can't take it anymore. Eat this, old son's hammer." A giant hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, and then he swung it fiercely, directly destroying the massive cage. Wherever the hammer went past, countless black scythe bugs were smashed into bug pancakes. The handsome youth in the other cage also opened his eyes. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. "No, senior son, you promised to feign death for a while and then strike at the heart of the enemy? How did you get broken by a bug?" Heart of the Swarm. Activate. This dungeon won't be too long, but it will definitely be exciting. I can feel my heart racing. Please vote for me, monthly tickets. More than 10 minutes ago. Under the hive. Lin Chen opened his eyes, feeling weak all over, his head heavy, completely unable to exert any strength. The surroundings were pitch black, almost impossible to see anything. Lin Chen wanted to struggle to get up but found himself in a strange black cage. It was the influence of this bizarre cage that made his head dizzy and his body weak. Then, a voice came to his ears. "Hey, hey, little brother, you're awake?" Following the voice, Lin Chen looked and discovered that in the darkness, besides himself, there was a huge shadow trapped in the cage. As his eyes gradually adapted to the dark, Lin Chen realized that the one speaking to him was a fat man. He was also trapped in the cage, but clearly had woken up a bit earlier than Lin Chen. "This is the Heart of the Swarm dungeon? No, wait, why is it different from the guide? Their starting point shouldn't be the camp of the Istana Resistance, right? Why are they in this damn place? Little brother, you're from Nuwa Academy, right? That's a great place full of beauties. Unlike our Chiyu Academy, it's completely a monk's temple. Once we get out, introduce me to a few girls. Just one will do. I'm a devoted person, hee hee." This fat senior was clearly a super friendly person. Even trapped, seeing the Nuwa Academy uniform he was wearing, he was still thinking about life's big matters. "Senior, what's going on? This is different from what the guide says." Lin Chen brought the topic back on track. The fat man was taken aback. "Guide? What guide?" Lin Chen was dumbfounded. "The dungeon guide for the Heart of the Swarm, didn't you read it?" The fat man suddenly realized, "Oh, I can't read, I don't understand. I had a few brothers tell me about it and I was so dizzy listening that I forgot everything." "Ha, Lin Chen, is this what they call being bold with high skills?" The fat man spat on his fist and punched the cage, making a huge noise. However, the cage's sturdiness exceeded his imagination, showing no signs of damage. "I woke up half an hour earlier than you. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was directly in the bug's nest. After killing more than 100, you showed up, but you didn't wake up. I saw you were also a student of Shinsha, so I saved you. Later, a super big bug came, damn it, it ambushed me, no martial ethics, and after spitting out a bunch of disgusting stuff, I passed out. This cage is strange, I can't exert any strength at all." Lin Chen understood. It seemed this fat senior was quite nice. Although, given the current situation, if these bugs wanted to kill them, they probably would have acted after this fat senior was ambushed and knocked out. Not killing them now must be for some purpose. But seeing the bloody wounds on the fat senior, Lin Chen knew that the battle he had faced to protect himself was likely more terrifying than he had imagined. "Thank you for saving my life, senior. My name is Lin Chen. After we get out, I'll definitely do my best to introduce you to a few girls, but whether it works out or not depends on your luck, senior." Lin Chen chuckled. The chubby guy instantly beamed with joy. "You're a true brother. I knew I didn't save the wrong person. My name is Sun Dashwan, don't worry, when it comes to helping, I go all the way. In this dungeon, I've got your back. As long as I'm alive, I won't let those beasts hurt you a bit. Lin, my brother, you're a mage, right? Can you see if there's a way to get us out of this hellish cage? As long as I can escape this cage, I can kill all those bugs outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt around. Limited by this black prison, he discovered that all skills below level 4, except for lightning-type skills, were unusable. However, skills of level 5 and above were unaffected. A blinding flash of electricity surged. Sun Dachwan blinked, and in an instant he saw Lin Chen had teleported out of the black cage. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You mages are really strong. Impressive." Hearing this praise, Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart. If we're talking about strength, this chubby senior was no slouch either. Under the observation of the all-knowing eye, Sun Dachwan's profession was not a warrior. In fact, it wasn't even a main combat profession. Instead, he was a crafting profession, heavenly artisan. A crafting profession that could wreak havoc in a nest of bugs that had already increased by 2 extinction levels was a testament to his formidable combat power. Lin Chen extended his hand, electric light swirling around his fingertips, a ball of lightning hidden in his palm, and suddenly pressed it against Sun Dachwan's black cage. Lin Chen confirmed what he had read in the strategy guide. The guide mentioned that the insect race in this dungeon feared lightning. This black prison was made from the secretions of the insect race. Unexpectedly, it also feared lightning. As the current passed, the effect vanished instantly. Sun Dachwan exclaimed, "It seems my strength has returned. Awesome, bro. Let's go and poke at these beasts' nest." But the next moment, Sun Dachwan's expression changed. Wait a minute. They say to catch the king first when capturing thieves. There are too many of these beasts. If we want to kill them all, it could take until the year of the monkey in the month of the horse. They locked us up. Surely they want to do something with us. Anyway, this cage is useless now. Let's just wait in the cage, play dead for a while, and then strike at the heart. Time returned to the present. Catch them. After a brief moment of shock, the prophet shouted hoarsely, hiding behind a few half-insect men, issuing commands. Lin Chen had already seen that among these bugs, the weakest in combat was this old biting. The combat power of those half-insect men was stronger than his, and the real elite among the black sickle bugs was the worker bugs. Buzzing. A whistling wind rushed past his ears, and the next moment, several giant black sickle bugs, several times larger than normal, bugs and moving several times faster, flew out from within the hive. Before I was ambushed, now am I still afraid of you? Sun Dachwan's black hammer seemed to have some special properties. It swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a terrifying giant hammer several dozen meters long. He swung this level of giant hammer effortlessly, instead gaining momentum. After a series of heavy strikes, the entire hive trembled. Those few black sickle worker bugs were smashed into mush in an instant. Gah! The prophet, hiding among the bugs, let out a strange cry, and the antennae on its head released an invisible wave. The entire hive shook violently. The next moment, the dome of the hive burst open as if it were alive. Oh my god! Sun Dachwan looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. Above the hive was a massive network made of black chitinous material similar to that of the prison cage. Lurking within the giant web was a terrifying giant bug, its size reaching 1,000 meters. Whoosh! A sharp claw of the giant bug suddenly plunged down at an almost impossible speed. Boom! After a dull thud, Sun Dachwan's giant hammer blocked this nearly devastating blow. However, the good times didn't last long. Almost the next second, Sun Dachwan's chubby face turned bright red as he shouted, I can't hold on any longer. Lin, run! You go first, I'll cover you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Dachwan's giant hammer could no longer withstand the pressure. Boom! A tremendous force came crashing down. In an instant, Sun Dachwan was completely driven into the ground. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, this blow had caused him significant injury. But he had kept his promise. Before he died, he wouldn't let the bugs harm Lin Chen in the slightest. Kick! Above the hive, the eerie and strange hissing of the prophet could be heard. In its eyes, that ugly, fat human must be dead beyond recovery. These extraterrestrial visitors all had great utility. Someone like Sun Dachwan, once killed, could be finely chopped into minced meat, and once the fat and lean were evenly mixed, it could be presented to the queen. And someone as handsome as Lin Chen, the queen enjoyed playing with before serving fresh. However, just when the prophet thought everything was under control and there was no danger, a furious roar echoed. The next moment, the black limbs of the giant bug were forcefully pushed up several meters by Sun Dachwan, who was impaled below it. The prophet's expression changed drastically. It had clearly seen that the fat human's belly and sternum had already been pierced by the black sickle giant bug's limbs, yet he was still alive? Not only alive. Now, the massive hole in Sun Dachwan's abdomen and chest was visibly healing at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the color of his skin was transforming from a healthy rosy hue to a blackish gray. The attacks from the sickle limbs and mouthparts of the black sickle worker bugs surrounding him hit his body as if they were striking a steel shield, easily bouncing off. Lin, why are you still here? Hurry! And go! Don't worry about me, my forged body can still withstand their attacks. Lin Chen also witnessed Sun Dachwan's desperate counterattack. Although he had previously seen Sun Dachwan's skills in physical attributes through the all-knowing eye, he couldn't help but marvel internally, this big guy was truly tough. Not only was his recovery astonishing, but that kind of penetrating injury would have killed a normal person instantly. He was acting as if nothing had happened. Now, with the activation of the forged body skill, he was even tougher than one could imagine. Lin Chen even saw several worker bugs' black sickles break against him without leaving a mark. No need to be so troublesome. Senior son, keep an eye on that old bug, don't let it die. Leave the rest of these bugs to me. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he heard the prophet's hoarse and unpleasant voice sneer, ignorant, extraterrestrial visitor. So arrogant. You know nothing about the swarm. Kill them. That handsome one, too. After the prophet finished speaking, the entire dome of the hive opened up completely like petals. Until now, they had been inside the hive, and although there were many black sickle bugs present, Lin Chen and Sun Dachwan had not seen what the current Istana truly looked like. But now, with the hive officially opened, Lin Chen's gaze shifted. Even he was deeply shocked by the sight before him. Outside the hive, in the sky, there was a massive black net extending to the horizon, with no end in sight. And similar to the hive where he and Sun Dachwan were located, there were countless others densely packed beneath this giant net. Above each hive on the black net, there was a black sickle giant bug that had just attacked Sun Dachwan. Here, even the tip of the iceberg of Istana, the heart of the swarm, was not even close to being revealed. At this moment, the closest hives to the one where he and Sun Dachuan were located began to emit plumes of black smoke, rapidly flying toward them. Those were the black sickle worker bugs. Flapping their wings, in addition, those black scythe giant insects were also moving rapidly across the chitinous web, and their target direction was unmistakably towards the side. A net of heaven and earth, a tide of insects filling the sky. Lin Chen's mind echoed with the words of that mentor from Shinsha before entering the instance. What you are facing is the entire swarm. Now, Lin Chen truly understood. It seemed that the entire swarm was communicating with each other through some kind of neural network. And the ones controlling the signal transmission of these neural networks should be those old dang insects, the so-called prophets. Damn it, how can there be so many? Where the hell are we supposed to run to? Sun Dachuan felt a sense of despair rising in his heart. Initially, he thought that relying on his tough skin and flesh, these insects wouldn't be able to kill him, so he would let Lin Chen run first, and he would follow later. After all, they had to stay in this instance for 10 days, a gentleman's revenge. Is not too late even after 10 years. They would recuperate and come back to deal with these beasts. But now it seemed that the sky was filled with insects, and they were the ones who would be dealt with. Bro, this time we really are done for. If I had known this instance was so difficult, I wouldn't have come. My Sun family still has no heirs. Sun Dachuan let out a bitter laugh. He instantly felt deflated. His body of forging had a duration, just like taking Viagra. Once the time was up, he would wilt. However, in the next moment, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. Boom! A purple lightning bolt streaked across the clear sky. This thunderclap made the swarm of insects below start to become restless. Buzz buzz buzz, countless black scythe insects in the hive changed their wing beat frequency. This was a fear ingrained in their bones. They feared the lightning. Lightning? This is impossible. The antennae on the prophet's head trembled wildly. For several epochs, the black scythe insect swarm had completely transformed the climate of the Astana planet. As long as they built their nests, there could never be clouds or storms, let alone lightning. At this moment, the sky was clear. How could a purple lightning bolt suddenly appear? Prophet. Not good. That outsider can control thunder. Several half-insect people shouted loudly. Influenced by the fusion with the insect race, even though they were half-human, they still feared thunder and lightning. Seeing Lin Chen surrounded by purple electric light, they all hurriedly dodged and fled. Boom! Another thunderclap sounded. When all the insect race looked up at the sky again, they were all stunned. Above the black chitinous giant insect web, a purple electric net formed in the blink of an eye. And this electric net was rapidly growing and expanding. After several breaths, the electric net had expanded to cover thousands of kilometers. The thunder grew increasingly terrifying. The purple lightning became denser. Ultimately, countless purple lightning bolts intertwined and converged, slowly, forming a giant sword of thunderlight that was already taking shape on the ground. Lin Chen did not consume his instant spell casting count. Instead, he was chanting. In fact, he only needed to utter the first word of the spell. The subsequent incantation would naturally be completed by the Holy Spirit assisting him. Thunder System 8th rank, Purple Sky Calamity Sword. This was the first time Lin Chen used this spell since mastering it. He didn't expect such a grand momentum. Even in its forming stage, the Thunder Sword already exuded such a terrifying sense of oppression. Besides the sense of oppression, the purple sky thunder released by the electric net caused equally terrifying destruction. Boom! Just a single purple lightning strike hit those black scythe giant insects. In an instant, it could turn them to ashes. That's right. The thousands of meters large black scythe insects were obliterated by the purple lightning in an instant, and the visual effect was extraordinarily shocking. Sun Dachuan watched this scene, his mouth agape, unable to believe it. Damn, is this junior so fierce? Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. Sun Dachuan's feelings were somewhat complicated. He originally thought that since he was older than Lin Chen, his strength would surely be much greater than this junior. This dungeon should have been him carrying Lin Chen through. Unexpectedly, at the moment he was at a loss, Lin Chen created such a huge momentum with just a snap of his fingers. He wasn't a mage and didn't understand magic. He wasn't even a main combat class. But you couldn't deny Sun Dachuan's insight. That purple lightning soared in the sky was definitely some high-tier magic. No wonder this junior had been so calm since they entered the dungeon. It turned out he was holding a nuclear weapon. The prophet was trembling all over. The rolling thunder heralded disaster. He was already incoherent. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with lightning, devoid of any emotion. He brought his right index and middle fingers together, forming a sword gesture. Under the 75% acceleration effect of the 8th tier spell Holy Spirit Chant, this 8th tier lightning spell didn't take him long to chant. As the last incantation of the invisible Holy Spirit was spoken, the purple sky calamity sword in the sky fully took shape. It was a terrifying giant sword, easily a kilometer in size, with writhing purple lightning that rivaled the blazing sun in the sky. Lin Chen made a slicing motion with his sword finger and uttered a few words. Calamity sword, break! The massive lightning sword descended from the sky with an unstoppable, terrifying speed. The moment the sword tip pierced the hive, the entire hive was instantly obliterated in endless lightning. Worker bugs or larvae all evaporated in an instant. Then, boom! A violent explosion accompanied by countless bolts of lightning danced wildly. The purple sky calamity sword was detonated by Lin Chen. A shockwave composed of purple lightning began to spread outward from the hive in all directions. Wherever it passed, the black bug nets were instantly melted. The bug tide that was just about to reinforce, along with those few black sickle giant bugs, were immediately crushed to pieces upon contact with the shockwave. Sun Dachuan crouched down, holding his head. The earth rumbled and electric snakes danced wildly. He couldn't see anything clearly. He only knew that the buzzing sound of flapping wings that had been lingering in his ears was gone. Minutes later, as the smoke cleared, Sun Dachuan stood up and was astonished to find that within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around the entire hive, there was no trace of any bugs left. This 8th-tier lightning spell had directly created a vacuum zone within the heart of the Istana bug swarm. And even further away, those black bug nets were violently trembling. The aftershock of the calamity sword explosion, even if it didn't completely annihilate them, had severely injured them, rendering them immobile. Then, Sun Dachuan saw that the bug tide in the distance not only didn't rush towards them but instead retreated as if they had seen a nemesis. Holy crap! Lin, you're amazing. Sun Dachuan was truly shocked. This scene could at least astonish him for a whole year. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. I'm just doing fine, not exploding at all. Sun Dachuan took a few steps forward, gave Lin Chen a big hug, and excitedly said, Bro, with your level of output, I'll protect you, and you can kill the bugs. We can't just go on a killing spree in this dungeon. Lin Chen wanted to laugh. I'm just a bit stronger than the average, right? However, Lin Chen couldn't deny that he had a good impression of Sun Dachuan. This chubby senior was very loyal. If he said he would protect him, he would. We can't kill them all. These bugs reproduce too quickly. Big bugs give birth to small bugs, and small bugs give birth to even smaller ones. We've only eliminated a small portion. Lin Chen shook his head as he looked at the bug swarm in the distance. He was very clear-headed. Although he should be safe in this dungeon for now, at least he had the power to protect himself. But to rely solely on himself to wipe out the entire Istana bug swarm was akin to dreaming. So what should we do? Do we have to just waste 10 days in this dungeon? Sun Dachuan was troubled. Brother Sun, your previous idea was right. Capture the king first. The number of swarms may be large, but there must be a source that gives rise to them. If we kill the insect mother, we should be able to curb the tide of insects from expanding. This had been mentioned in the strategy guide, but now the entire dungeon was turned upside down. It was completely different from the guide. The highest specification and the most difficult target in the guide was to kill the insect mother of the black sickle swarm. And now, Lin Chen didn't even know where the resistance of Istana was hiding, let alone find the insect mother. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the only surviving black sickle insect at that moment. The prophet was still trembling all over. Its gaze towards Lin Chen had shifted from high and mighty to panic and fear. Where is your insect mother? Is the insect mother the queen you speak of? Under Lin Chen's questioning, the prophet suddenly stopped trembling. It sneered and said in a hoarse voice, You will never harm the queen. It's too late. Even if you kill us, it's too late. The queen has already received enough nourishment. Lord Ix is about to be reborn. You will all die. After saying this, the prophet's emaciated body began to swell. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This old thing wanted to self-destruct. If it really self-destructed, it would only benefit it and he wouldn't have extracted any information at all. A figure flashed beside Lin Chen. Lin Yu, holding the soul's lament, swiftly slashed the prophet's neck with a single stroke. Whoosh! The grotesque head flew high into the air. Countless disgusting slime sprayed out from the headless corpse, and in the next moment, a deep purple light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The prophet corpse, which was twitching on the ground, actually stood up again. The severed head reattached itself. Finally, the prophet opened its eyes once more. But this time, it was no longer the sage of the black sickle swarm but a slave under Lin Chen. Sun Dachuan was dumbfounded. Beside them, Lin Chen's decisiveness, combined with the unique necromantic operations, made him swallow hard. Damn, this junior. However, the next moment, when he saw Lin Yu's appearance, he was even more shocked. Ahem. Lin, is this your sister-in-law? As soon as Sun Dachuan said this, Lin Yu's face under the mask instantly turned crimson. Lin Chen was taken aback, then explained, No, how should I put it? She should be considered a partner. After explaining, Lin Chen did not continue to chat with Sun Dachuan. He had important matters to attend to. Since he couldn't extract information about the insect mother from the living prophet, he would directly search its soul. Without Lin Chen verbally issuing a command, Lin Yu extended her delicate hand and pressed it against the prophet's head, her deep purple light intensifying. In Lin Chen's mind, which was completely in sync with Lin Yu, a scene slowly emerged. There was an incredibly gigantic tree, its trunk oozing with black, decaying pus. The giant tree reached the heavens, seemingly with no visible top. This was undoubtedly the world tree, mentioned multiple times in countless myths. The perspective shifted downward. The roots of the giant tree were deeply embedded in the depths of the Istana planet, continuously extracting nutrients. Beneath the tangled roots, which spread across half of Istana, were numerous special tunnels excavated by the digging insect tribe. What was being transported through these tunnels were naked human bodies, their eyes tightly shut. Once these humans were touched by the roots of the giant tree, they would turn into a pool of blood and be completely absorbed. Lin Chen saw storage rooms resembling hives beneath countless roots. Inside were disgusting insect eggs, but what hatched from these eggs were not black sickle insects, but human infants and even young children. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. For the human civilization of Istana, he realized for the first time just how humiliating and desperate their situation truly was: endless enslavement. Even of their own descendants, those innocent children from the moment of birth have already become the predetermined food for the black-scythe insect clan. The swarm is like a malignant tumor, parasitizing the human civilization of Istana, not only gnawing and sucking blood, and draining marrow, but also aiming to completely destroy the future of this civilization. Just as Lin Chen was planning to continue using soul-searching to find the location of the insect mother, Lin Yu suddenly trembled all over. In the next moment, the deep purple in her eyes vanished. The images transmitted through the shared sensation were also completely interrupted, disappearing without a trace. What happened? Lin Yu shook her head. Just now, I temporarily accessed the entire neural network of the swarm through its permissions, but a higher level administrator's consciousness detected my intrusion. So you got kicked out. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. The collective will of the swarm is too powerful. In fact, just seeing a momentary image is already quite difficult. So, did you find the insect mother? Sun Duchuan asked. Lin Chen shook his head. No, I only saw a small part of the image. What now? Lin Chen pondered for a moment, looking at the distant tide of insects, recalling the strategies he had studied over the past 3 days. He finally made a decision. Let's find the resistance of Istana. Perhaps they know the location of the insect mother. Thousands of kilometers away from where Lin Chen and Sun Duchuan were, in a natural canyon, dilapidated tents, the sound of hammers striking, the groans of the wounded. The entire camp was lifeless. Some sat dejectedly on the ground, stroking the already battered mecha. Others lay on the ground, covering their eyes with their hands, shedding bloody hot tears. This is the 9th base of the Istana resistance. Just a few hours ago, they conducted a rescue operation targeting the insect swarm's granary. This operation was successful, but it was no different from failure. Inside the tents of the 9th base, a man ripped off the already shattered black mecha from his chest and threw it to the ground. Then he lunged towards a water bucket, plunging his head into it. Opening his bloodshot eyes, the already unclean water source stung the man's eyes. But he still endured the sting, keeping his eyes open, as if the blurred reflection in the water could help him forget everything he had just seen in the granary. The man's name is Tyrus, the commander of the 9th Corps of the Istana Resistance. Half a month ago, their last batch of scouts sacrificed their lives to retrieve an important piece of intelligence. It was a cultivation chamber housing thousands of newborn infants, commonly referred to as the granary. Unlike the technology tree of the Istana humans, which is based on steam and machinery, the technology tree of the Black Scythe insect clan focuses on genetic modification and life cultivation. The swarm continues to reproduce and expand, and has now completely incorporated half of Istana into its territory. A large population, no, a large number of insects, all require food supply, and the other native creatures of Istana have long been devoured by them. In the end, they could only choose to use the swarm's cultivation technology to raise a large number of humans from Istana. Then they forced these will-deprived individuals to become mindless breeding machines. Batch after batch of human newborns were born, and relying on the swarm's cultivation technology, they could complete a developmental cycle that normally takes 18 years in just 3 months, allowing them to reach full maturity. This time, Tyrus planned to completely clear the swarm around this granary and rescue these thousands of human newborns from the hands of the swarm. However, just half a day ago, they lost hundreds of brothers, finally killing all the guarding insects and entering the granary. They broke open the insect egg cultivation pods and released thousands of newborns. However, what happened next tore Tyrus's heart apart. Those thousands of newborns, although still maintaining human appearances, had completely transformed into monsters indistinguishable from the swarm inside. They were feeding on each other. You eat my fingers, I bite off your ears. Blood flows like a river, a complete hellish scene. No matter what means Tyrus and the other resistance fighters employ, they cannot change this fact. They have killed all the bugs, yet they cannot alter the fate of those newborns. Tyrus, pull yourself together. Tyrus, we still have hope. There must be a way. Have you forgotten that prophecy? When the sun sinks into the western mountains, never to rise again in eternal night. At the moment when the tide of bugs reaches its peak, a knight of the apocalypse, who controls thunder and enslaves all bugs, will descend. We must burn our last brilliance, transforming into fireflies, rushing into the flames to clear the fog for him and guide the way. And then, the night of the apocalypse will end it all. He will bring a new dawn of rebirth to Astana. Another man, equally covered in blood, comforted him. He was Tyrus's deputy, Simon. Tyrus suddenly pulled his head out of the bucket, hoarse and exhausted. It's over. There is no hope. Our armor is all broken. Our engineers are all dead. 5 years ago, we had 9 legions, now only 3 are left. Our 100,000 brothers, now less than 1,000, are barely surviving. I can only watch them drown one by one in the tide of bugs. I can only watch them tell me not to give up, that there is hope, and then go die for me. I refuse to accept this. I can die. We all can die. I just want to carve out a path for our descendants. But today I realized, I can do nothing. I can do nothing. At the end, this tough man, Tyrus, collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Hearing this, Simon was also in tears. That night, the Ninth Camp removed all concealment measures and destroyed all the steam mechs. They gave up the resistance. However, when the night passed, when Tyrus opened his eyes again, he felt a tremendous sense of loss. Why did he not die? Why did those bugs not come to kill them all? Tyrus walked out of the tent, looking at the still pitch-black sky, and glanced at the time. It was now 10 in the morning. Yet the sun had not risen. Tyrus was stunned, because he realized that the reason the sun had not risen was that the night sky was actually filled with the tide of bugs. The tide of bugs obscured the sky and blocked the sun, yet they had not devoured them. Then, he saw that among the tide of bugs, there were actually people riding on 2 giant bugs, slowly descending towards them. Tyrus's mind went blank. The day of prophecy had arrived. At this moment, a new month has begun. Brothers, please support with monthly tickets. A day earlier. Resistance? Sun Dachuan had not read the strategy, so he naturally did not know that such an organization existed. They are the local humans in this instance, also fighting against the bug swarm. According to the normal instance process, we should have been assigned to one of the resistance camps as soon as we appeared in the instance. But now it seems the entire timeline of the instance has undergone a huge change. I hope the resistance in this world still exists. Hearing this, Sun Dachuan continued to ask, looking for the bug mother is one thing, looking for the resistance is another. This instance is so big, how do we find them? Lin Chen, it's the same kind of search, but finding the resistance is much simpler. Just now, through Lin Yu's momentary intrusion into the bug swarm's thought network, Lin Chen gained some understanding of the entire bug swarm's hierarchy and information transmission mechanism. The bug civilization has some commonalities with human civilization. That is, there is also a social system. Among bugs, there is a clear division of labor, and there are also social hierarchies. The smallest bug individual is equivalent to the most ordinary company employee. These employees are responsible for combat, for breeding, and for gathering intelligence. The next level up is the messenger. The main responsibility of these insects is to receive information from the swarms that are tasked with gathering intelligence, then compile it, release the corresponding pheromones, and finally guide the lower-level swarms to take action. The next tier above the messenger is the leader of each nest, known as the prophet. At the level of the prophet, one is essentially at the managerial level of a department within a company. They have access to the company network. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen conceived an idea using insects to control insects. Let's go. If all goes well, we shouldn't take too long to find the resistance camp, and we can avoid fighting these insects along the way. After all, there's no end to killing, just killing insects along the way would only waste time. Sun Dachuan shrugged, you're quick-witted, I'll follow your lead. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Sun Dachuan arrived again near a swarm's hive. This time, Lin Chen chose to have Sun Dachuan distract the swarm while he and Lin Yu directly executed a decapitation operation on the hive's prophet. After killing the prophet, Lin Yu once again turned it into a wraith, making it her servant. This time, Lin Chen instructed Lin Yu not to invade the swarm's thought network to check for information, but to understand in detail how this prophet had previously uploaded and downloaded information. Now, how it uploads and downloads information. Lin Yu quickly began to explore. Soon, by reading part of the prophet's memories, she understood its responsibilities. Indeed, this time, the prophet under Lin Yu's control was not expelled from the swarm's thought network. It continued to fulfill its normal duty of overseeing the entire hive swarm. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This made things easier. Soon, under Lin Yu's control, the entire hive's messengers were dominated by the prophet. Then the messengers released a large amount of pheromones, marking Lin Chen, Sun Dachuan, and Lin Yu as allies and kindred. Instantly, the countless black sickle workers that had been frantically attacking Sun Dachuan stopped their assault. With a thought, Lin Chen instructed the messengers to release pheromones once more, marking 2 worker insects as enemies. The next moment, the 2 worker insects began to attack each other. This scene left Sun Dachuan dumbfounded. He gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, bro. Awesome. A master of insect taming. Lin Chen was also a bit excited. The plan worked. Throughout the entire afternoon, Lin Chen brought all the hives within 1,000 kilometers under his control. For Lin Yu, it only required managing 2 to 300 prophets. Compared to commanding those lord monsters from the Noah ruins, the pressure was not much greater. Although Lin Yu found it somewhat strenuous, she was still able to manage. However, when the sun set and night fell, the number of swarms under Lin Chen's command had already reached the hundreds of millions. Subsequently, Lin Chen instructed the insects responsible for gathering information within the swarm to spread out and search for human traces within a range of 4 to 5,000 kilometers. In less than half a day, Lin Yu received a response from the swarm. There are signs of humans in a canyon over 2,000 kilometers away. Lin Chen let out a breath. Thankfully, there were still humans surviving in this world. And most likely, they were definitely the local resistance of Istana. Taris looked at the swarm in the sky and the approaching figures, feeling incredibly tense. He had never really believed in the so-called prophecies, because if prophecies were useful, what was the point of resisting to the end? But the scene before him was almost identical to what was described in the prophecy. This left him unable to determine what to believe. Are you the resistance of Istana? Lin Chen asked Taris and the group of battered soldiers behind him. Taris let out a bitter laugh. Our resistance is meaningless. Of course it has meaning. If you haven't resisted until now, how could you wait for me and Brother Lin? Ha ha ha. Sun Dachuan, riding on the back of a bug, laughed heartily before Lin Chen could speak. But he probably hadn't even thought about it himself. His words were like a thunderclap echoing in Taris's mind. You must burn your last brilliance, transform into fireflies, and rush into the flames, clearing the fog for him and guiding the way. He recalled this line from the prophecy. Could it be that their long-standing resistance, although it couldn't save Istana or even their descendants, was actually for this moment? Clearing the fog, guiding the way. Taris trembled all over, kneeling to the ground with a thud, tears streaming from his eyes. Lord of the Apocalypse, we have finally waited for you. Tell us, what do you want to know? Taris's kneeling reignited the flame of hope in the countless resistance fighters behind him. Lord of the Apocalypse, he has come to save us. The prophecy is true. The prophecy has really come true. The once desolate Camp 9 of the Resistance was filled with people embracing and weeping, raising their arms in cheers. Lin Chen was taken aback. Prophecy? What prophecy? Originally, Lin Chen had envisioned many ways to prove that he was actually on the side of the Resistance. But now, he realized it was unnecessary. These people seemed to believe in him unconditionally, because he saw the look in their eyes. It was an indescribable gaze. Lin Chen finally understood why they looked at him that way. Because he had brought them hope. The last hope. In this era of catastrophe, in this darkest age, how precious hope is. Facing the burning gazes of countless people, Lin Chen took a deep breath and asked the question. Tell me, where is the mother bug? The mother bug, you mean the queen of the black side swarm, right? Taris murmured. Lin Chen nodded. It seemed that this time he had indeed made the right bet by seeking out the resistance. As a native of Istana, and having fought against the swarm for so many years, his understanding of them was certainly deeper than his own. The queen of the swarm can only be in one place, and that is the mother tree Yggdrasil. 100 years ago, it could only rely on the life force of the mother tree to continuously give birth to larvae. Once it leaves Yggdrasil, it should quickly perish. Lin Chen was not too surprised by this answer. He had seen the giant world tree when he invaded the swarm's neural network. I know where it is. Now the question is, where is Yggdrasil? Lin Chen stated the core issue. Just over a day ago, Lin Chen not only sent the swarm to search for the traces of Istana's resistance but also began to trace back through the underground tunnels of the swarm he had seen before, intending to find the junction of all the underground passages. That was likely the location of the world tree. However, this method ultimately ended in failure. It seemed the swarm was deliberately concealing the true location of the world tree. A hint of guilt appeared on Taris's face. Once, the mother tree Yggdrasil was located to the north of our Istana continent. Our civilization, everything in the world, originated from there. But after the swarm invasion, the entire Yggdrasil has turned into their nest. 100 years ago, when our resistance had a scale of over 1 million, we once waged a protracted war of extermination. We intended to kill the queen of the swarm in one fell swoop. That battle was incredibly brutal. We killed the strongest bug emperor, Ixis, born from the queen. But at the same time, we were severely weakened, and under Ixis's restraint, the queen managed to escape. Since then, the swarm has begun to transform Yggdrasil, even being able to move it across this continent. About 30 years ago, I once again went to the original location of Yggdrasil, where there was indeed a mother tree, but it was entirely an illusion, a trap. We don't even know where the real Yggdrasil is now. Taris lowered his head. In the end, it seemed they still couldn't help the Lord of the Apocalypse. At that moment, Simon, the adjutant, standing behind Taris, stepped forward, bowed to Lin Chen, and then spoke. Lord Apocalypse, may I ask how you have enslaved such a vast swarm? As far as I know, the swarm communicates through a special neural network. Can you use this to explore the true location of the queen? Lin Chen shook his head. I do have a way to make some mid-level managers within the swarm. My servants and connect to the swarm's neural network. But trying to use the network to seek information about the queen would result in expulsion. Taris and Simon exchanged glances. Upon hearing this, the methods of this Lord of the Apocalypse truly left them baffled. However, the next moment, Taris shuddered. That prophecy echoed continuously in his mind. At the same time, Simon, standing behind him, suddenly brightened, trembling with excitement. I think I've found a way. Taris, Lord Apocalypse, please follow me. Lin Chen didn't know what method they had thought of, but he followed behind Taris and Simon into the tent. Simon rummaged through the armory and pulled out a box, placing it in front of Taris. Simon, what is this? Simon took a hammer, connected the wires to a charging port, and charged the entire hammer. Then he swung it down hard onto the large black lock on the box. The sturdy chitinous lock instantly became brittle and broke apart under the electric current. Simon opened the box, and a foul stench assaulted them. Inside the box were black, slightly quivering insect eggs. This is the eggs of the fallen insects. Simon, how do you have these things? Simon held back the stench and reached into the box, picking up a black insect egg to examine it, his eyes filled with fervor. Do you remember the great battle in Nickton 5 years ago? We found over 100 boxes of these things. You ordered them to be destroyed, but Will asked me, saying he wanted to study these insect eggs and planned to conduct experiments, so I kept it from you and let him keep them. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Taris's eyes. Will, he was the smartest person in the 9th Legion, and most of the steam mechs they wore now were crafted by him. Unfortunately, he was already dead. These fallen insect eggs can turn a person into that ghastly form of neither human nor insect in a short time. Only a traitor would choose to swallow them. But Will's research and modification of these insect eggs never stopped. The combat power of half-insects is much stronger than when we wear mechs. His idea at the time was that if we could erase the swarms Will over the half-insects, and some of our injured and disabled soldiers voluntarily swallowed the modified insect eggs, wouldn't they become a special combat force? Unfortunately, his research had always remained superficial, with no opportunity for human experimentation. Until 2 years ago, one of our injured soldiers was on the brink of death. He was Will's close friend, and before dying, he intended to help Will test his research results. So, he swallowed the fallen insect egg that Will had modified. His injuries healed in a very short time, and he was even able to connect to the swarm's neural network, obtaining a wealth of information about the swarm. Unfortunately, just when Will thought he had succeeded, 2 minutes later, his dear friend completely went mad, turning into a monster indistinguishable from those half-bug people. In the end, Will shot his friend in the head 7 or 8 times, finally collapsing on his corpse, kneeling and weeping. Since then, all of his research results have been sealed away. After he died in battle, I never destroyed these things, and they have remained until now. After listening to Simon's account, Thales was utterly shocked. Simon, what do you really want to do? Holding the bug egg, Simon declared firmly, I believe our ultimate purpose in the prophecy is to buy time for Lord Apocalypse. Lin Chen had been watching from the side, and at this moment, a hint of speculation arose in his heart. Simon continued, I am no longer afraid of death. Thales, you should feel the same. Or rather, the brothers who have fought alongside us until now are also no longer afraid of death. I will swallow these corrupted bug eggs, and in those 2 minutes where I can still preserve my will, I will launch a self-destructive explosion against the entire bug hive's thought network, disrupting the will of those managers. Then let Lord Apocalypse find the true location of Yggdrasil. Simon laid out his entire plan. Lin Chen was deeply shaken. Their resistance until now was precisely because they did not want to linger in humiliation for survival. They only wanted to leave a spark for their civilization, to carve out a path for survival. And at this moment, they were willing to swallow the bug eggs that would turn them into monsters just to burn 2 minutes of life to guide themselves forward. Lin Chen couldn't articulate the complex emotions in his heart, although he knew this was just a copy, and he would eventually return to Blue Star. The courage and fearlessness displayed by the last surviving humans in this world moved him deeply. The song of humanity is the song of courage. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets, can this really succeed? Thales looked at the bug egg in Simon's hand. His gaze gradually became resolute. We have no choice, do we? Simon smiled lightly, completely unlike someone preparing to face death. Minutes later, in front of the main tent of the 9th Corps of the Astana Resistance, the remaining 300 members of the entire corps were gathered by Thales and Simon. Thales held the black bug egg, his eyes scanning each subordinate. These people had followed him through thick and thin, risking their lives. This is our great scientist, Will's modified corrupted bug egg. After swallowing it, it won't be long before our bodies are transformed into those half-human, half-bug monstrosities. This process may be extremely painful and irreversible, but in those 2 minutes we will be able to enter the thought network of those bugs. During this time, our mission is to do whatever it takes to die, to self-destruct, to interfere with the bugs' judgment, to confuse their senses. Simon and I have already decided to swallow the corrupted bug eggs and make one last stand. Although you are my subordinates, this time, this is not an order, it is merely a choice. You can choose to swallow or refuse. I respect each of your choices, especially those of you with wives and children. I strongly advise against choosing to swallow the bug egg. survive, and then witness the final fate of Istana. Now, those who decide to swallow the bug egg with me, raise your hands. As soon as Thales finished speaking, he saw countless hands raised. I'll go. Me too. Captain, if one person is missing, doesn't that reduce our chances of winning? If that's the case, then Lana and I have decided to swallow the bug egg. Captain, my father was a hero, my mother chose to die with him, and I absolutely will not live alone. I will go too. More than 300 people, more than 300 hands, all raised high. Among them were frail women and young boys, their gazes resolute, fearless of death. Tears welled up in Thales' eyes. Before he could say anything, a rougher voice suddenly rang out. Thales, what kind of hero are you pretending to be? You didn't even inform me about this damn thing? Following the voice, he saw a convoy rushing into the camp at high speed. Yorick, what are you doing here? Thales exclaimed in surprise. The man named Yorick was none other than the commander of the 7th Corps of the Istana Resistance. Thales abruptly turned to his adjutant, Simon. He hadn't informed the other corps because he wanted to leave a few more humans alive for the people of Istana. Simon smiled wryly. Thales, I know what you're thinking, but 300 people isn't enough. Yorick jumped down from the war chariot, cursing. Simon is right. As the commander, you're being a coward in the face of such a major event. I called everyone I could. We also want to save the world. Thales's pupils contracted because he saw long convoys appearing in the canyon outside the camp. They were all from other corps of the Istana Resistance. Before long, over 3,000 people gathered in the canyon. The resistance flags representing 9 corps fluttered wildly in the wind. The number of raised hands transformed from over 300 to over 3,000. This scene brought tears to the eyes of the usually silent fat man, Sun Dachwan. Damn, I'm getting old, I can't bear to see this kind of scene. Bro, do you believe me? Lin Chen was also feeling a surge of emotions at this moment, but he was holding back his tears. Hearing Sun Dachwan's words, he asked, Senior, what do you want to do? I also want to swallow that thing. I'm not too sure about them alone. I want to add another layer of insurance. Besides, I have a strong life force. I feel like I definitely won't die. And I can provide them with protection and cover. Maybe I can extend the time from 2 minutes to longer. Moreover, as long as you kill that so-called empress, this instance will be cleared. Once the instance is cleared, all negative states and injuries can be dealt with. Lin Chen looked deeply at Sun Dachwan and then said, I believe you. Sun Dachwan smiled brightly and walked into the crowd of over 3,000, raising his hand as well. I want to go too. I can lead the way. Lin Chen heard Lin Yu's voice in his mind. Lin Yu had previously entered the thought network of the swarm. She indeed knew the way. Lin Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He made up his mind. He released Lin Yu from the necromantic space. Clad in black armor, Lin Yu also joined the ranks, standing beside the fat man Sun Dachwan. With everyone in position, as boxes of insect eggs were brought out, over 3,000 people held a foul-smelling black insect egg in their hands. Sun Dachwan turned back and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Lin Yu nodded at Lin Chen. Lin Chen also gave Sun Dachwan a thumbs up and nodded at Lin Yu. Kill! Thales roared. The sound shook the heavens. More than 3,000 people simultaneously raised their heads and swallowed the insect eggs in their hands. In the next moment, their bodies began to undergo violent transformations. Lin Chen saw them trembling in pain, a clear indication of how excruciating this change was. He knew that from this moment on, an invisible war against the swarm had begun, and what he had to do was to thoroughly invade the core of the swarm network under the cover of these more than 3,000 heroes. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Lin Yu transferred the management permissions of the swarm's prophets to him, and Lin Chen, using the identity of one of the prophets, entered the thought network of the swarm. It was a void space shrouded in thick fog. In this space, an endless giant web flickered with a faint red glow. Lin Chen saw more than 3,000 golden streams of light gathering around him. Among them were 2 light clusters, much larger than the others. They should be Sun Dachwan and Lin Yu. The large light cluster representing Lin Yu flew ahead of the countless smaller light clusters, beginning to lead the way. After all, the thought network was a very abstract space, and movement here was completely unquantifiable. Lin Chen only knew that Lin Yu was leading them correctly. They were taking a shortcut, because not long after, a massive red wall loomed before everyone. The wall was incredibly grand, as if it were ablaze with fierce flames. This should represent the swarms while blocking these invaders. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen saw one small light cluster after another, fearless and reckless, crashing against the giant wall like fireflies drawn to a flame. Each impact triggered a violent explosion. Each explosion signified the demise of a person. However, despite the ferocity of these individual explosions, the red wall remained steadfast. Was the collective will of 3,000 human minds still too insignificant against the entire swarm's will? At that moment, Lin Chen noticed the massive light cluster representing Sun Dachwan tremble slightly. He seemed to be communicating something to the other small light clusters. In just 2 seconds, Lin Chen realized that those fearless small light clusters no longer chose to sacrifice themselves or self-destruct. Instead, they surrounded Sun Dachuan's light cluster. Every light cluster that passed by Sun Dachuan seemed to be reinforced, growing larger. Soon, another massive light sphere, Linyu, flew over as well. The small light spheres passing by her also received exclusive reinforcement. The golden light radiating from them became even more intense, as if they had been ignited. They charged at the red wall once more. And this time, it was no longer just individual light clusters crashing into the wall. Instead, 2 enormous light spheres, accompanied by over 3,000 small light spheres, charged together. With this impact, Lin Chen felt the entire thought network of the swarm tremble violently. Boom! The red wall instantly showed countless cracks. Boom! With the second impact, the fissures rapidly expanded, spreading across the entire wall. Boom! With the third impact, Lin Chen saw countless small light clusters dissipate like bubbles in the wake of these 3 violent collisions. This must have been those with weaker willpower, unable to hold on. However, with this impact, a large hole suddenly appeared in the center of the red wall. Lin Chen felt over 3,000 gazes fixed upon him. It was as if they were saying, "Now is the time." Without hesitation, Lin Chen controlled this prophetic will and dove into the large hole in the wall. In the next moment, a diagram of the true roots of Yggdrasil appeared before Lin Chen. He just needed to follow this diagram to find the source and locate the true position of Yggdrasil. Buzz! The entire red thought network began to tremble. Lin Chen discovered that this massive network had split into countless threads pursuing him. Lin Chen felt like a bacterium, a virus, and this thought network was the swarm's immune system. Now that the first line of defense of the entire immune system had been breached, countless entities resembling immune cells would chase after him to kill him. Lin Chen didn't know what would happen if he got entangled and captured by these threads. He only knew that over 3,000 people were risking their lives to create an opportunity for him. He had to charge forward. He would push forward at all costs. Boom! Boom! Countless explosions erupted behind him. This should be Sun Dachuan and Linyu, along with the resistance of Istana, obstructing the pursuit of those threads. Lin Chen did not look back. He could only keep moving forward, always forward. In this realm of thought, time and space became blurred. Lin Chen himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that the root systems he saw were growing thicker, and ahead, the massive shadow of Yggdrasil had already appeared. However, just as Lin Chen was about to confirm the true location of Yggdrasil, he suddenly realized that the booming explosions had long ceased behind him. Turning around, he saw that the 2 massive orbs of light, along with the more than 3,000 small orbs, had all vanished. They had completely dissipated. The giant net that had been following him had also converged into a massive wave. It crashed down suddenly. Lin Chen's vision went black for an instant. When he opened his eyes, a sense of helplessness surged from his heart. Had they ultimately failed? Just one step. They were so close. However, when Lin Chen saw the scene before him next, he was deeply shaken. He didn't know when, but a torrential rain had begun to pour from the sky. Dark clouds hung low. The rain fell in torrents. In the canyon, the flags of the 9 legions of the Istana resistance lay fallen on the ground, buried in mud. And the more than 3,000 people who had just been standing were now also on the ground, maintaining a tragic half-human, half-insect appearance, as rainwater mixed with mud washed away the blood that flowed from them. Every person's head hung low, almost devoid of life. Yet, all their hands remained raised high, pointing a single finger directly at a certain spot in the sky. Lin Chen's scalp tingled. He had not been able to see the location of Yggdrasil in the end, but they had seen it, and with their last ounce of strength they pointed the way for themselves. The true Yggdrasil was not on the earth but in the high sky? No wonder neither the Istana resistance nor he could find its true location. Lin Chen looked at this group of people, unable to hold back any longer, as rain, mixed with tears, streamed down his cheeks. "Thank you for your dedication and sacrifice. Now, you can rest for a while. I will end all of this." Lin Chen raised his hand, and in an instant, endless cold air gathered. He condensed the massive amount of rainwater brought by the storm. Ice system level 7, soul freeze. Taking advantage of the rain, Lin Chen encased all the more than 3,000 people present in solid ice. He could feel that they were in the final moments of life, not completely dead. However, Lin Chen had no means to extend their lives at the moment. He could only encase them in solid ice. Lin Chen believed that as long as Istana still held the spark of civilization, someone in the distant future would surely liberate them from the ice. Lin Chen would not allow them to die like this. Lin Chen would not allow the future of Istana to forget that there was once a group of people who sacrificed everything for the survival of civilization. He wanted history to remember all of this. If, in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years, the descendants of Istana could still live healthily and happily under the sun, without living in the shadow of the insect swarm, then the descendants would have to praise their names. As for Sun Dachuan, just as he said himself, he was very lucky. Lin Chen found him in a state of unconsciousness, and the half-insect characteristics on his body were rapidly disappearing. It seemed that his constitution was vastly different from that of normal people. The transformation from the worm egg was completely reversible for him. However, for the time being, Sun Dachuan had definitely lost his combat ability, so Lin Chen moved him into the Resistance's tent. He made sure he was settled, at least to prevent him from continuing to get rained on. As for Lin Yu, she had died once. For a Lich Lord, death seemed as commonplace as a daily meal. In the Lich space, she paid the price of losing a few of her subordinates to be reborn. However, due to the massive consumption of soul power in a short time, she also fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chen recalled her into the Lich space. Then he looked up at the sky, at the direction all the people were pointing. Passing through the rain clouds, Lin Chen flew rapidly through the sky. Every 10 seconds, his figure transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing 3 kilometers away. He was grateful that he had ultimately chosen to specialize in this displacement skill. If it weren't for this skill, Lin Chen was worried that the swarm would immediately start to relocate upon discovering that the location of their queen was exposed. He wouldn't be able to catch up. But now, Lin Chen's flying speed was definitely faster than the migration speed of the swarm. Please vote for me, monthly tickets several hours later. Lin Chen had already spotted a massive shadow in the sky. Observing from the ground, it was impossible to detect any anomalies. Only from high above could one see this unusual area. Accelerating, Lin Chen used a blink spell. The boundary of that anomalous area suddenly appeared right in front of him. As he crossed this boundary, Lin Chen felt a sudden clarity. High in the sky, above the cloud wall, stood a giant tree flowing with pitch-black, decaying blood. At the top of the giant tree's crown, a writhing scarlet tumor seemed to be breathing, pulsating continuously. The swarm of insects surrounded the top of the giant tree, guarding their queen. Lin Chen knew he had found the true Yggdrasil. He never expected that the black side swarm could actually move the entire world tree into the sky and, through some special connection, build secret transport tunnels underground to deliver food and nutrients to their mother. The swarm seemed to sense Lin Chen's arrival. The countless insects swirling around the crown of Yggdrasil became agitated. In the next moment, Lin Chen saw the swarm rushing towards him like a black sandstorm. From all directions, Lin Chen's gaze turned sharp. After experiencing what had happened before, he could now fully empathize with the humans of Istana. Seeing these swarms again, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming impulse to slaughter them all without leaving a single one alive. Facing the incoming swarm, Lin Chen unleashed all his firepower. 6th and 7th tier lightning spells were recklessly hurled out. Thunder rumbled, and lightning roared. Countless black scythe insects turned to ash amidst the flashes of thunder. However, the number of insects was nearly endless. Lin Chen realized that staying in place would only waste precious time, being delayed by the countless swarms. Whoosh! A flash of lightning streaked by. Lin Chen's figure vanished in an instant. A thunderclap flashed. However, this time, the distance of the thunderclap was significantly reduced. Originally, he had chosen a distance of 3 kilometers. Yet it seemed that this skill had a hard requirement for its landing point. The entire electric field needed to be fully expanded and cover the target area to accurately blink to the selected region within the electric field. Among the vast swarm of black scythes, some had even evolved special electromagnetic organs. They could even interfere with the generation of the electric field. No wonder the insect plague could never be eradicated throughout the universe. This race was terrifying. Not only was their reproductive ability strong, but their adaptive evolution was also incredibly rapid. They knew their weakness was lightning, so they specifically evolved these new special types to address that issue. Lin Chen did not continue using lightning magic but switched to elemental specialization. Since I can't teleport, I'll just deal with your queen directly. Then I'll burn you all. Blue flames surged from within him, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen completed the elemental transformation into fire. 8th tier fire, supreme sublimation. Instantly, the countless insects that had just surrounded him were turned to char by the blazing blue flames engulfing Lin Chen. After entering the sublimation state, a terrifying high-temperature field surrounded him. In the final battle at the Noah ruins, Lin Chen had relied on the high-temperature field brought by his 8th tier sublimation to shatter Xia Yuyan's multiple domains. The same was true for the swarm now. Within seconds, the area around Lin Chen within a radius of several thousand meters had become a sea of fire and death. Any insect that dared to rush in would be directly turned to ash. Even if they were turned to ash, that still counted as corpses. At this moment, the density of the swarm made Lin Chen think that there was no better scenario for the corpse explosion technique to be utilized. The detonation preparation was ready. Lin Chen pressed the detonation button. Boom, bang. The sound of exploding corpses echoed in unison. The self-detonation of a single bug's corpse triggered a chain reaction of explosions among countless other bug corpses. The damage caused by these self-explosions led to even more bugs perishing. Their bodies then joined the sequence of explosions. In the next moment, Lin Chen saw the entire swarm of bugs, centered around him, begin an incredibly spectacular chain explosion show. After a few breaths, the swarm of bugs surrounding Lin Chen had been completely cleared. Lin Chen's speed in breaking into the heart of the swarm increased once more. After more than 10 flashes, Lin Chen had completely broken through the encirclement of the outer swarm. He arrived near the crown of Yggdrasil. As he got closer, Lin Chen's expression changed instantly. He saw that all over the crown, there were numerous sack-like objects resembling bug eggs hanging. Each sack contained a person bound within. Most of those trapped inside were not wearing the attire of the native humans of Istana, but rather the uniforms of the various academies of the divine realm. Lin Chen glanced around, and on the dense crown of Yggdrasil there were at least tens of thousands of such sacks. Some of the older ones had completely turned into mummies. Lin Chen could see that they had been stripped of all wool by the swarm, leaving only breath and a faint heartbeat. With each pulse of the sacks, a force and essence belonging to the professionals would be extracted from their bodies, then transported through the conduits within Yggdrasil's branches to a massive red tumor at the top of the tree. They were not dead, but they were no different from the living dead. Lin Chen felt a thunderous roar in his brain. He understood everything. Previously, when looking at the strategy for the heart of the swarm, the compiler had mentioned that over 100 years had passed since the Divine Realm obtained this special Descent Level 0 dungeon. During this time, every generation of Divine Realm students entering this dungeon had some who never returned. The special profession in the academy, Grave Collector, attempted to enter the dungeon to search for bodies to let them die with dignity and return to Blue Star, but it was impossible, because they had vanished as if they had evaporated from the world, completely disappearing. It was unexpected that they were all hanging here, and some had even turned into jerky. Lin Chen also understood why. The prophet in the hive had said that they, the extraterrestrial visitors, were part of their bug race's revival plan. The native humans of Istana were still too weak. How could they compare to the professionals of Blue Star? If Lin Chen had previously felt a sense of respectful empathy towards the resistance like Tyres, now seeing his true compatriots from Blue Star enduring endless torment in this dungeon, he was utterly enraged. Boom! The thunder roared. Lin Chen, fully consumed by rage, raised his right hand high towards the sky. Then, 3 massive swords shimmering with blinding purple lightning slowly took shape in the air. At the same time, just as the 3 lightning swords were about to strike down, a massive blue fire nuclear explosion surged. First towards the enormous red tumor at the top of the crown. Divine fire heavenly strike. Thunder and fire double explosion. 3. Ordinary 8th tier lightning spells combined with an evolved 8th tier fire spell descended. If someone were to observe, at this moment they would see the entire sky above the giant tree Yggdrasil ablaze. The black viscous liquid flowing down the branches was instantly evaporated, and at the center of the nuclear explosion and thunderstorm, the red tumor burst apart in an instant. A piercing scream, sharp enough to make one's eardrums ache, came from within. As the tumor ruptured, the source of the ear-piercing scream was a white fleshworm wrapped within the tumor that was several kilometers in size. The fleshworm, like a maggot, had a massive abdomen. With each movement, millions of new bugs were born. At the top of the white flesh worm's enormous abdomen was a somewhat humanoid image of a female demon. The upper body of the insect mother was covered in a hard, steel-like black shell. Her face twisted in rage as she felt the scorching heat brought by Lin Chen. She was furious. Human! Damn it! You dare destroy my warm bed! Protect me! Leona, Octo, tear this human apart! Buzzing. 2 faint sounds of wings flapping echoed. 2 figures, roughly the size of a human and sporting 4 transparent wings on their backs, appeared. Yes, mother! Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Through the perspective of the all-knowing eye, he could see the ranks of these 2 insect monsters clearly, just like the insect mother. The 4-winged monsters named Leona and Octo were both quasi-royal tier. For most of the students from the Divine Sky who entered this instance and participated in the Abyss trial, this rank was indeed beyond their capability to handle. The rank elevation of abyssal monsters significantly enhances their combat power far more than mere levels, especially after reaching the King tier. Each half-tier increase in rank results in a drastic difference in combat power. The gap between quasi-royal and top-tier king could be dozens of times. Whoosh! Lin Chen's vision blurred. He only heard a buzzing sound of insect wings flapping, and then he saw 2 terrifying black lights flash by, severing a portion of Yggdrasil's canopy. Unfortunately, although they were powerful, they were up against Lin Chen, and Lin Chen had entered a sublimation state. Die! Lin Chen pressed down with his palm. The 3 fully formed thunder swords in the sky crashed down. The burning Yggdrasil was once again engulfed in countless bolts of lightning, exploding. Amidst the flames and thunder, the violent explosion drowned out the insect mothers and the 2 quasi-royal bosses' shrill screams. Boom! As the thunder swords erupted completely, Lin Chen saw the highest combat power of the 3 black scythe swarms, including the insect mother, dissipate in the white light. With the insect mother's demise, Lin Chen saw countless hanging sacks above the canopy burned through by the raging fire and lightning, allowing those bound within to break free. At the same time, the swarms surrounding Yggdrasil emitted waves of mournful cries. Then, they began to fall from the sky. At that moment, it seemed that the entire swarm of Istana received some strange message. Wailing and screeching, their bodies turned into pools of black water, yet transformed into a red streak of light. They flew towards Yggdrasil in the sky. It was over. Lin Chen knew that his 3-day journey through the instance had come to an end. The century-long resistance of Istana was over. The long nightmare tormenting countless students from the divine sky had also ended. However, in the next second, Lin Chen suddenly felt something unusual. Soon, this odd sensation turned into an inexplicable palpitation, surging in his heart. No, it wasn't over yet. Not only had the prompt for clearing the instance not arrived, but Lin Chen also discovered that even with the insect mother gone, a faint heartbeat could still be heard from within the trunk of Yggdrasil. That's right, it was a heartbeat. Previously, due to the presence of the massive red tumor known as the warm bed, Lin Chen had not noticed the signs of life activity within Yggdrasil. Now, having lost the insect mother's control, or rather, her suppression, the signs of life within the trunk became even more pronounced. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. After a brief chant, another calamity sword fell from the sky. It's a good habit to finish off your enemies. Fortunately, Lin Chen had such a good habit. He wouldn't show mercy just because the enemy was in a critical phase of transformation and unleashing a powerful move. Clearly, he should take advantage of the enemy's build-up phase to deliver the most brutal attack and interrupt it. As the calamity sword fell, lightning erupted. However, Lin Chen's expression tightened again. A massive red net appeared in the blink of an eye. Just as he had seen earlier in the insect swarm's mental network, this was a manifestation of the collective will of the swarm. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it had materialized into reality. Lin Chen was alarmed. The insect mother was dead according to reason. The thought network of the swarm should have perished as well. Yet now, not only has it not vanished, but it has also manifested in reality, forcibly reducing the power of his 8th tier spell by more than half. This means that although the mother bug is dead, someone has taken over the highest authority of the entire swarm. The power of the Thunder Sword exploded completely. Even though it was weakened, its destructive force remained astonishing. The massive trunk of Yggdrasil was cleaved open. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy heartbeat echoed in Lin Chen's ears, like the sound of war drums. Inside the severed trunk, Lin Chen saw the source of the heartbeat. It was a boy, about his size, with an incredibly handsome face. The boy was completely naked, wrapped in a golden, amber-like tree sap, with countless nutrient tubes connecting to his back. At first glance, this boy seemed almost indistinguishable from a human. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice 6 transparent insect wings, resembling glass, growing from his back, and countless tiny red spots all over his body. Another giant lightning sword fell. Lin Chen did not stop his attack. However, this time, the red giant net did not reappear, because it was no longer needed. The boy's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. The amber tree sap enveloping him was gradually absorbed into his body. A charming smile appeared on his handsome face. The boy tilted his head and looked at Lin Chen, saying, "You are Lin Chen, right? You killed my queen and also those 2 fools who thought they were my brother and sister." Then, he extended his finger, pointing at the lightning sword falling from the sky. A black ripple reappeared at his fingertip. In an instant, the lightning sword was completely disintegrated by this black ripple, shattering into pieces. Boom! In the violent explosion, Lin Chen saw the boy unscathed, still smiling at him, as if examining an artwork that piqued his interest. "Don't be nervous, Lin Chen. You can call me Ixis. I also want to thank you for killing them, allowing me to complete my metamorphosis ahead of time. Especially my queen, who this time wanted to completely replace my will and take control of the swarm. For this, she went to great lengths, absorbing a large number of your seniors and predecessors from your, it's called the Blue Star World, right? From your Blue Star World's Divine Sky Academy, she modified her body. Unfortunately, she never realized until her death that it was I who made her do so, because everything about her was granted by me. How tragic. To celebrate my rebirth and the acquisition of such a perfect body, I want to invite you to witness a revolution together. Ixis is too small. I'm a bit tired of it. How about I replace you and return to the Blue Star World?" Lin Chen suddenly laughed. "Ixis, what a nice name. As the final boss of this instance, I acknowledge your strength. The gap between true royal tier and quasi-royal tier is indeed so vast. You seem to know me well, and you also know the Blue Star World." Ixis shrugged, simple memory reading. Lin Chen's smile widened. "But please pay attention to my adjectives. It seems to know me well. If you truly understood me completely, you should be running away right now, hiding in a place where I couldn't find you even if I searched all of Ixis, and safely developing, rebuilding your swarm. That way, you might still have a chance to survive. Have you heard of forbidden spells? Forbidden spells?" Ixis rummaged through his memories regarding this term. For a century, he had received a vast amount of information from the Blue Star World and the memories of those Divine Sky students within the core of Yggdrasil. However, he only understood fragments about forbidden spells. In fact, in most of the Divine Sky students' memories, he had only heard these two words in the corners of certain books, because even for the students of Shinsha, the level of forbidden spells is still too high. It is far beyond their reach. In fact, if one is not a mage by profession, they might not even know that the 9th tier skills of mages are also known as forbidden spells. It seems to be some particularly powerful skill? As Ix finished speaking, he suddenly looked up. There were no anomalies in the sky, but he had already sensed something was off. In fact, the moment Lin Chen spoke his first sentence, Ix had already detected a hint of something strange. The first thing this human said was to praise himself for having a good name. No wonder he evolved to a higher life form. This bug is indeed different from those ignorant and dull creatures, such keen intuition. But it's still a bit late. I tend to be cautious. Usually, when facing a boss of your level, one would choose to take them out immediately rather than waste time talking. As Lin Chen said this, his expression turned cold. The Holy Spirit that had long been behind him, silently chanting the forbidden spell, finally uttered the last incantation after more than a minute of chanting. And Lin Chen also uttered 6 chilling words. Forbidden spell, wrath of the thunder god. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed dramatically. A rift suddenly tore open in the heavens. Then, a gigantic hand radiating terrifying divine power suddenly reached out from the massive crack in the sky. When Lin Chen saw this giant hand, he instantly felt a chill run through his body. He was frozen in place. He did not know who the master behind this hand was, but one term floated into his mind. Deity. This was a hand of a god. The divine might descended, making even Lin Chen, the caster of this forbidden spell, feel completely suppressed. As for the target of this forbidden spell, Ix was as if he were under some hard control skill, completely unable to move. Clearly, with his speed and strength, he could have torn Lin Chen apart and killed him before this divine hand descended. But he had always felt that the situation was under his control. Ix regretted it. He understood where his previous feeling of Lin Chen being strange came from. Ix is his own name. At the same time, the character or this pronunciation should also be the first incantation of the forbidden spell he was currently using. He must have some skill that allows him to release the forbidden spell in an extremely concealed manner after merely uttering the first incantation. His understanding of him was truly insufficient. No wonder he said it was a good name. Despicable human. Ah! Ix roared in anger. The 6 insect wings behind him flapped wildly, yet he still could not move. But at the same time, the countless red dots all over his body suddenly burst open. Those were clearly eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Ix revealed his true form. From the 1,000 eyes, countless beams of pitch-black death light shot out. The death light penetrated everything, annihilating all in its path. A beam of black death light shot from his fingertips, enough to shatter an 8th tier lightning sword, and now 7 or 8 beams of death light were heading straight for Lin Chen's vital points. Lin Chen let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Even though he had been cautious enough, it seemed that a true royal-level powerhouse from the abyss, at such a close distance, could easily kill him. It appeared that his passive immunity to death would be forfeited today. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of Lin Chen. Lin Yu embraced Lin Chen, using her body as a meat shield to block several beams of deadly black light. Puff! The death light pierced through her body, and Lin Yu spat out a large amount of blood. This caused her, who had just sensed Lin Chen was in danger and awakened, to fall back into a state of severe injury and deep slumber. At the same time, a large number of undead creatures in the necromantic space were slaughtered under Ix's explosive attack. Now, if Lin Yu were to be attacked again, it would truly mean death. Lin Chen felt a mix of emotions, both touched and furious. He forcibly transferred Lin Yu back to the necromantic space. With divine might, Lin Chen raised his right hand to the sky. Then, he clenched his right fist tightly. This grip seemed to grasp something. As he released the forbidden spell, Thunder God's Wrath, for the first time, Lin Chen had no experience. But now he understood. This skill could not be ignored after the incantation was completed. He had to endure divine might and gain the deity's recognition to control this spell. At this moment, fueled by extreme anger, Lin Chen was fortunate to experience what it meant to wield the Thunder God's Wrath. His entire body was enveloped in countless bolts of lightning. His eyes radiated an astonishing aura. The divine might of the divine hand had been perfectly inherited by Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen temporarily gained a portion of the deity's authority, and the divine might was vast. The countless eyes of death radiating from Ix closed once again under Lin Chen's divine might. As Lin Chen's right fist tightened completely, rumble. Terrifying thunder roared down from the rift in the sky. A world-destroying thunder spear, several times larger than Yggdrasil, was grasped by the divine hand in the sky and pulled out. Lin Chen's gaze was fierce, filled with endless rage. He swung his right fist down at Ix. At the same time, the world-destroying thunder spear held by the divine hand also plunged down from the heavens. The spear's tip instantly pierced through Ix's body. And then, with earth-shattering momentum, it completely penetrated Yggdrasil, the mother tree of Istana. The world-destroying Thunderspear fell from the 9 heavens like a falling star, forcefully driving into the ground of Istana. Lin Shan saw the ground below being shattered into countless chasms by this strike, and in the central area, even scorching magma erupted. Along with the magma, a massive red net appeared. Lin Shan's gaze sharpened. He had seen this giant net before. It was the embodiment of the will of the swarm. Now Ix was using this skill again. Moreover, the giant net that appeared this time was countless times larger than the one that had blocked the purple sky calamity sword earlier. Damn it! You should die. Despicable human. You dare to make me so embarrassed. I am Ix. I am the eternal king of the swarm. Do you think you can kill me? Beneath the earth, Lin Chen heard Ix's mad, utterly hysterical roar. In the next moment, the red giant net expanded. Ix also revealed his true form. It was a gigantic black scythe bug, half the size of the imperial capital base city. It was pierced through the abdomen by the thunder spear and was struggling violently on the ground. Wherever the massive black scythe swept, the ground was plowed into deep chasms reaching 1,000 meters. Forests fell. Mountains collapsed. Rivers evaporated. The geography of mountains and rivers began to undergo tremendous changes under the bombardment of the thunder spear and Ix. This was the peak battle of the Istana world. Lin Chen was using a forbidden spell to slaughter a true demon emperor-level powerhouse. From the abyss, on Ix's enormous bug body, there were thousands of ferocious and frenzied red giant eyes. The world-destroying Thunder Spear's world-shattering strike caused more than half of the thousands of giant eyes on Ix to self-destruct. These eyes would forever remain closed, never to open again. The remaining red bug eyes shed blood tears, continuously providing energy to Ix, helping him break free from the Thunder Spear. What Lin Chen did not know was that for every eye that closed on Ix, billions of bugs in the Istana swarm would perish. He was not just a bug fighting. He was risking the entire Istana swarm to battle Lin Chen. At the same time, the red giant net formed by the will of the swarm was also trying to wrap around the massive, world-destroying Thunder Spear. Lin Chen wanted to pull out the Thunder Spear that had been bestowed upon them, a weapon of endless pain for the monarch. He remained suspended high in the air, coldly watching the struggling Ix. His tightly clenched right hand showed no sign of loosening. Thunder Spear, explode. Lin Chen uttered a few syllables once more. In the next moment, a terrifying thunderstorm began to spread from the tip of the Thunder Spear. This was the follow-up attack of the Thunder Spear summoned by God of Thunder's fury. The damage and attack of this skill were segmented. The first segment of damage was the massive lightning damage caused by the Thunder Spear piercing downwards. Subsequently, the Thunder Spear would last for a full 10 minutes. After a certain period, the thunder that had gathered on the spear would spread out, forming a shocking thunderstorm. The damage of the thunderstorm was not as great as the piercing damage of the Thunder Spear, but it excelled in its duration. At this moment, the body of the Thunder Spear was completely piercing through Ix's insect body, and the first shocking thunderstorm made him feel unbearable pain. Hiss ah ah ah. A mournful wail erupted from Ix's mandibles. At the same time, several red giant eyes on his body suddenly burst open. This meant that another part of the swarm had perished for their insect monarch. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. It was hard to tell if it was the pain that had fried his brain, but Ix, like all classic villains, suddenly burst into loud laughter in the face of despair. Lin Chen, you can't kill me. My swarm is endless. My life is eternal. You, as a human, have only lived a fleeting life like a mayfly, while I have experienced countless reincarnations. Each reincarnation is a new birth, and I grow stronger. When I am reborn next time, I will definitely tear you to pieces, turn you into my puppet, and make you my slave for eternity to compensate for my pain. Another shocking thunderstorm erupted, causing Ix immense suffering. However, despite Lin Chen's outward indifference, he was deeply shaken inside. He believed that Ix's claim of having undergone many reincarnations was true, because previously, Teres had told him that. Hundreds of years ago, when the resistance was at its peak and the insect tide had not yet completely dominated Isderna, they had once launched a campaign against Ix. In that battle, to protect the insect mother, Ix chose to fight the resistance to the bitter end, severely wounding them. And now, after all these years, Ix had returned once more, reborn. This time, he had directly ascended to a true royal rank. So, if Ix were to be reborn again, would he evolve to the highest royal rank? Lin Chen closed his eyes. He suddenly recalled a saying, insects have never been truly exterminated. Even if he had already killed the insect mother, did Ix have some method unknown to him that could allow him to be reborn? Lin Chen did not know. Even if Ix truly could not be completely eradicated, Lin Chen was confident that by the time Ix returned, he might have already become a god. Countless shocking thunderstorms had left Ix covered in marks. After 10 minutes of torment, the world-destroying Thunder Spear exploded. A true thunder-like nuclear explosion detonated somewhere on the continent of Isderna. X's body dissipated in the lightning. That massive red insect web also disintegrated and collapsed. It was over. Or rather, it was temporarily over. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Shen saw a transparent thin sheet appear at the location where X's shattered body had been. The thin sheet emitted a rainbow of colors, shimmering with light as if some power was contained within it. In a garden full of flourishing flowers and thriving greenery, X opened his eyes. He was stunned. He felt that this place was very, very familiar, but he could not recall where it was or when he had visited it. Strolling through the garden, X felt a profound sense of peace. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, several epochs had gone by. X still lingered in this garden. The flowers here always bloomed in their most beautiful forms. There was never a day of withering or decay. The trees here always grew in their most lush state. In the garden, not a single leaf could be seen falling. The creatures here, having endured countless epochs, still showed no signs of aging. Forever in their prime, they thrived endlessly. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this garden. X had no idea how long he had stayed here. Until one day, buzz buzz buzz, he heard a faint buzzing sound, the vibration of insect wings disturbing the air. A completely black, unblemished larva stumbled into the garden, landing on a leaf to rest quietly. A tremendous wave surged in X's mind. At that moment, it felt as if he remembered everything. This weak, ignorant black larva was none other than his former self. Mom! Mom! Look, a black thing has flown in. X saw a little girl in a bright green skirt, bouncing around with an incredibly curious gaze, examining the black larva on the leaf. Sorry, Miss Alina, I will clean it up right away. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler bowed in apology. He stepped forward, took out his tools, and was about to end the life of this unwitting intruder in the garden. Mom, it's so small, so pitiful. Can I feed it something? The little girl, Alina, stopped the gardener. She looked at the person beside her. X raised his eyes and saw that the person next to Alina was completely enveloped in a verdant divine light, their face obscured, their true form unknown. Go ahead, Alina. The faceless figure spoke softly, as if imbued with endless compassion and love. The little girl Alina bounced over to grab a piece of bread from the table. She tore off a small crumb and tossed it in front of the black larva. X watched as he swallowed this crumb that changed the course of his life. It also altered the fate of the entire Isderna. Seeking recommendations and monthly votes, eat the crumbs below. X watched as the black larva grew wings and soared high. It flew out of the garden. Then it flew beyond the endless boundaries of the world. It grew stronger and stronger, slaying one monster after another that sought to prey on it. It gradually matured. It gained the right to reproduce. It mated with another larva from the wild edges of the world. That foolish, blind larva. It gained a portion of the power hidden within X, awakening its intelligence. She bore countless offspring for X, and his offspring, in turn, mated with others of their kind, producing even more descendants. The first swarm of insects was born. X became the first insect emperor of the swarm. After the swarm devoured the small world he inhabited, X led them away from that withered and decayed world, toward a brand new world, to continue reproducing. The insect queen following X would age, die, betray, and abandon him. But X would not. He seemed to never age, never die. That crumb of bread granted him the right to eternal life. In X's heart, more desires gradually emerged. His mind matured further. After an epoch passed, his swarm spread throughout the universe. X's name became a fearsome presence known across countless worlds. Entering a new world, the swarm would thrive to its peak. Then, leaving the now dead world, the swarm would gradually wither during their long migration. After countless cycles, X finally found a new world he had longed for. The people of this world called it Isderna. It meant eternal paradise. In this world of Isderna, there stood a colossal tree reaching the heavens. This giant tree, like him, seemed to possess endless vitality. It would not wither, forever flourishing. Thus, X chose it as his eternal nest. Here, the swarm plundered the nutrients of this giant tree, beginning an unrestricted reproduction and expansion. But X also encountered the most tenacious resistance from the native civilization of this world. It was a human civilization. They wielded technology known as steam and electricity. Every individual was a resolute warrior. His swarm retreated step by step before those mechanized soldiers. That energy called electricity seemed to be a weakness etched in the bones of him and his swarm. The war between the swarm and the mechs lasted for hundreds of years. X, with his indomitable spirit, laughed in the end. Moreover, he discovered that as long as he relied on Yggdrasil, even if his physical body perished, he would be reborn within the core of Yggdrasil. And with each rebirth, he grew stronger. He won. The native civilization of this world, Isderna, was completely devoured by him, leaving only a few humans still stubbornly resisting. Meanwhile, X also found that from that time on, humans with special powers from other worlds began to enter this Isderna. It seemed that behind them was an invisible hand. The purpose of that hand was to curb his and the swarm's development. X, however, scoffed at this. Through these professionals from other worlds, he learned about a world called Blue Star. X was intrigued. A brand new door opened before him. A grand plan was gestating in his heart. He not only wanted to conquer Istana and the other worlds surrounding it. He aimed to conquer this higher world called Blue Star, absorbing the essence of these professionals would allow his strength to grow rapidly, reaching new heights. Thus, he set a trap, carving a tiny gap in the boundary of the Istana world, a gap that would forever connect to the Blue Star world. Unfortunately, perhaps, because the swarm's power was still too weak, the two-way passage he opened was one way. Only a higher world like Blue Star had the qualifications to pass through the passage and enter the Istana world. However, he and his swarm could not use this passage to enter the Blue Star world. Ix knew he needed to absorb more power from professionals. To this end, he deliberately left some humans from the native civilization of Istana alive, not exterminating them all. He allowed those professionals from the Blue Star world to enter this world, helping the resistance fighters with some laughable resistance. Those professionals thought they had achieved great feats in this world, but they were merely clowns dancing under Ix's watchful gaze. To avoid alarming the Blue Star world and completely closing the two-way entrance, Ix would intermittently abduct a portion of the professionals, rather than all of them. This situation continued for a very long time, until one day, Ix discovered that among the surviving humans of Istana, a prophecy had begun to circulate, though he could not find its source. It must have been the work of that mysterious hand again. However, the already arrogant Ix scoffed at the content of the prophecy. What apocalypse nights, foolish dreams, until he was pierced through by the world-destroying thunder spear, nailed into the depths of Istana. Crash! Everything shattered like a mirror. Ix opened his eyes again. At this moment, he realized everything he had just seen was merely a fleeting dream, like a revolving lantern he had experienced his entire life. However, this time, when Ix opened his eyes, he found himself back in that vibrant garden. Whoa, why did Little Green die? Mom, why? Little Green was a tree. It was also the only tree in this garden that had withered. The gardener cut off the roots of the little green tree and discovered that black water was flowing from them. Miss Alina, this tree has been infested with bugs, so it has died. The little girl Alina tilted her head. Bugs? Are they creatures like Little Black? Yes, Miss Alina. Ix saw the little girl Alina turn her head. In an instant, her figure became incredibly tall. She glared at him with anger. Bad Little Black. Bad Little Black. Ix felt himself being squeezed by Alina's giant hand, causing him unbearable pain. However, no matter how he wailed and begged for mercy, Alina showed no sign of letting go. In the next moment, Ix felt himself being thrown out of the garden. His body was shattered. His consciousness gradually faded. In his dying moments, he saw a flower butterfly, also stumbling as it flew into the garden. Mommy, it's so beautiful. What is that? That's a butterfly. Is it also a bug? Yes, Alina. Mommy, it's so pitiful. Can I feed it something? Sure. Mommy, the little flower is also a bug. Will it make our trees die? Yes, Alina. But it's okay, Alina. In the Eden, there will always be new trees growing. We'll find a way then. Yay. Mommy, can I still feed it my favorite bread? Go ahead, Alina. The butterfly flapped its wings. Who knows which world would be stirred up by a storm again. However, those matters were no longer related to him. Darkness gradually enveloped Ix. What awaited him was not the next reincarnation, but true death. Eternal life was just a fleeting dream. Did he drop equipment? Lin Shen looked at the colorful fragments that emitted radiant light after Ix's death, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. After all, if a deep abyss Demon King didn't drop equipment when killed, that would be strange. But just as Lin Shen was about to take a few steps forward to closely observe the fragment, a wave of heart-pounding sensation surged in his heart. It felt as if he would encounter some great terror if he took a few more steps forward. Lin Shen trusted his instincts. This intuition had helped him avoid many risks before. Moreover, with the heart of the swarm dungeon and the battle with Ix, Lin Shen felt that if he wasn't cautious enough or decisive enough, he might really face a disaster in this dungeon. He still hadn't received the notification of clearing the dungeon, which meant everything wasn't completely over yet. He couldn't let his guard down. Was this colorful fragment a skill of Ix? Could it be that he wasn't dead yet? Was this a trap? Lin Shen took a few steps back, choosing to stay at the edge of the OB. Then, he saw the spot where the colorful fragment was, radiating a shimmering green light like refracted emerald. Then, this touch of green spread rapidly. Lin Shen's eyes flickered, transforming into a flash of lightning. He teleported to the air, thousands of meters away. From above, under the influence of that green light, Lin Shen saw everything on the ground below. The soil, gravel, and dust all began to transform. The soil turned into roots. The gravel became branches. The dust added green leaves. A newly born world tree took root, sprouted, and grew again under Lin Shen's incredulous gaze. If Lin Shen hadn't walked away just now but had chosen to pick up that colorful fragment, then at this moment he would also have been assimilated into a part of this world tree. This method of creating life from nothing, shaping it from soil, gravel, and dust, was terrifying. The newly born world tree grew at a visible speed, soon reaching a height sufficient to touch the sky. Lin Chen noticed that while this new world tree was growing upwards, several branches were also growing towards him. At the same time, Lin Chen felt a joyful emotion in the air. To be precise, it was a feeling of joy mixed with gratitude. In the next moment, Lin Chen saw several branches of the world tree reaching out towards him. In an instant, vibrant green flowers bloomed, and then, in the blink of an eye, these flowers merged into one, ultimately transforming into a translucent emerald fruit that hung from the branches. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lin Chen was astonished to discover that the injuries he had sustained from Ike's death ray had completely healed the moment he caught a whiff of this scent. The new branches of the world tree seemed to extend a hand, presenting this fruit to Lin Chen. This was its gratitude. Lin Chen gazed at the fruit and the information relayed by the all-knowing. I left him utterly shocked. Immortal fruit type, rule item grade, level, plus 1000000 health limit plus 50% resistance to abnormal status effects. Effect 1, upon consumption, it brings the dead back to life. Effect 2, possessing this item, influenced by the immortal rule, when your health limit obtained from other sources exceeds 100,000 points, your health limit doubles, and you recover 10% of your maximum health every second. Effect 3, possessing this item, influenced by the immortal rule, for every additional 100,000 points to your health limit you gain an extra 10% resistance to abnormal status effects, and every 10 seconds, all your abnormal status effects are automatically purified. Effect 4, possessing this item, influenced by the immortal rule. When you suffer a fatal attack that would normally kill you, it puts you into a rebirth state, randomly transporting you to any world blessed by the light of the immortal rule, and after a period of time, consuming the immortal fruit allows you to be reborn. Note, contains a trace of the immortal rule. Rules, immortal? Lin Chen gasped. He had initially thought that the colorful shards dropped by Ike's were treasures, but he never expected them to be related to the concept of immortality at such a rule level. This was far more impressive than any equipment. Lin Chen felt his hands tremble slightly. He reached out. The immortal fruit hanging from the world tree gently fell into his hands. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt an incredibly pure life energy flowing from the immortal fruit into his body. Instantly, the fruit bonded with Lin Chen's soul. Most spiritual items are naturally nurtured. The capable obtain them. Yet very few spiritual items can recognize a master. Those that do are extraordinary. At this moment, the immortal fruit, a token of gratitude and appreciation from the world tree, acknowledged Lin Chen as its master. Lin Chen stored the immortal fruit in his storage space. He discovered that even within the space, the effects of the fruit still persisted. Lin Chen saw his health limit triple in an instant. The resistance to abnormal status effects increased from a fixed 1% to 61%. The purification effect, which occurred every 10 seconds, also refreshed automatically. This was incredible. Lin Chen felt a surge of ecstasy. This was a miraculous item that wouldn't occupy an equipment slot. It turned out that such rule items existed in this world, and their effects were so exaggerated. Lin Chen no longer cared that Ike's hadn't dropped any equipment. For him, this fruit was the true priceless treasure. Now Lin Chen understood why Ike's could die repeatedly yet be reborn time and again. He must have inadvertently possessed a trace of immortal power. As he pondered this, Lin Chen suddenly saw a flash before his eyes. Then he lost control of his body. A scene slowly unfolded before him. He looked down upon the entire world of Isderna from a god's perspective. The newly reborn world tree had grown back. Its massive canopy resembled a skyward umbrella, sheltering all living things. A green rain of life poured down from the canopy of the world tree, flowing across the land of Isderna, healing the wounds inflicted by the swarms. Lin Chen understood. This was akin to the ending animation presented by the game developers after he completed a game on Earth. The scene before me is what the heart of the swarm dungeon revealed to me after its complete conclusion, as shown by the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. The camera shifts. Green raindrops drift towards a certain canyon. In the canyon, over 3,000 half-human, half-insect monsters, sealed in ice, are drenched by the raindrops. The characteristics that belong to the insects on their bodies are washed away by the heavy rain. Countless vitality surges into their bodies, extending their lifespans by many years. Meanwhile, the camera turns again. Wow, in a dark basement, a woman lies on the bed, gasping for breath. Beside her, a newly born tiny life lets out its first cry. At the same time, throughout Isderna, beneath the soil, in the mountains and forests, and in the lakes, new lives are quietly gestating. Everything feels like a rebirth. Lin Chen gazes at the 3,000 crystal-clear ice sculptures reflecting dazzling light under the dawn of new life. Then, Lin Chen sets aside the thought of freeing them from their icy prison. The immortal rain has brought life and hope. Wounds need time to heal, and life needs time to nurture. All of this requires time to unfold. Let them continue to wait. The ice he has released will lead them to a brand new future. They will rebuild their home on the blessed land of the new world. The shadow of the swarm dissipates, and the flame of civilization continues to burn. Today is the day of the college entrance examination, and I wonder if any friends who have been studying are taking the test. I wish you all success. May your guesses be correct. May you leap over the dragon gate and achieve fame on the gold list. Congratulations! You have cleared the special Descent Dungeon Level 0, Heart of the Swarm, Extinction Difficulty 3. Congratulations! You have completed the world-class mission of the Special Descent Dungeon Level 0, Heart of the Swarm, defeating the Thousand-Eyed Insect King X, successfully saving the human civilization of Istana. The story of Istana ends here. The screen fades, and an announcement rings in Lin Shen's mind. Congratulations! You have completed the unique world mission and earned the unique title, Savior of Istana. Congratulations! You have defeated a powerful being of the Demon Emperor rank for the first time in this dungeon, earning a new title, Insect Slayer. Congratulations! You have slaughtered over 1 million insects in this dungeon, earning a new title, Insect Bane. Congratulations! You have slaughtered over 100 million insects in this dungeon, your title has leveled up, and you have earned a new title, Insect Cataclysm. Congratulations! You have slaughtered over 10 billion insects in this dungeon, your title has leveled up, and you have earned a new title, Insect Terminator. A series of dungeon announcements sound. Lin Chen gains 3 new titles. Before he can carefully check the effects of these 3 titles, the announcements continue to come in. Now starting. To settle the rewards for the Descent Dungeon. Dungeon completion time 2 days 17 hours 36 minutes 03 seconds. Main quest. Completion rate 100%. Hidden quest completion rate 100%. Dungeon completion evaluation, SSS level. SSS level dungeon completion. Rating reward extraction in progress. You have received an entry invitation for the Special Descent Dungeon, White Knight Horror. Level 5. Lin Chen feels a bit excited. Choosing the highest difficulty and reporting early was all for this moment, right? An SSS level completion evaluation means that the rewards he obtains this time will definitely also be SSS level. This is a benefit exclusive to the Descent Dungeon Level 0. For subsequent Descent Dungeons, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. To obtain another SSS level reward. Shinsha, the Dungeon Sanctuary, Underground Level 1. In front of the stone door of the Heart of the Swarm dungeon, a large number of professionals from various departments related to Shinsha are gathered here. The Heart of the Swarm has undergone a mutation at Extinction Difficulty 3, shocking the higher-ups of Shinsha. Even the higher-ups of Daxia are taking this very seriously. They immediately organize a rescue. This should be the most violent dungeon rescue plan in the history of Shinsha, or perhaps in the history of Daxia. Heaven knows how many experts and scholars with rich research experience in the Abyss Dungeon have been sent by the Divine Sky to violently crack the Heart of the Swarm. At this moment, countless experts and scholars have reached the most critical stage in deciphering this dungeon passage. The two-dimensional passage that Ike's carved out has a trace to follow. At this moment, these experts who study the Abyss Dungeon and spatial passages have also discovered the backdoor left behind by Ike's. It is precisely for this reason that the entire Divine Sky and even the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia have realized that the early opening of the Heart of the Swarm was not arranged by the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star, but rather by some will existing within this dungeon. The opening of the Heart of the Swarm more than 2 days ago was entirely a huge conspiracy and trap, waiting for countless geniuses from the Divine Sky to walk in and deliver their heads. Absolute Annihilation Difficulty Level 3 is already a normal difficulty for dungeons above the 15th layer of the Abyss. For the 0th layer of the Abyss, it is terrifying. Lan Ruoshi is also among the rescuers. In fact, she is the strongest among them all. Her previously gentle and smiling face is now extremely serious. As the head of the First Academy, this matter should not have required her personal involvement. However, she does not want Lin Chen, whom she has just recruited, to fall in this dungeon. Professor how is it? Almost there, we will soon be able to open the wormhole and connect to that hidden passage. However, it seems that this dungeon is currently experiencing some changes. The space is somewhat unstable, and finding a suitable spatial opening will take a little more time. The atmosphere is tense to the extreme. Countless high-level professionals, armed to the teeth, grip their weapons tightly. They are just waiting for the spatial passage to be opened, ready to swarm into the dungeon and launch a rescue operation. Meanwhile, the special department of the Divine Sky, the corpse collectors, are also present. It has been 2.5 days since the dungeon opened, approaching 3 days. If one were to say that no one has died in the dungeon, it would be almost impossible. Their duty is to ensure that every student who joins the Divine Sky can return home. Even if they die, their remains must be brought back to the Great Xia. This is a respect for death ingrained in the bones of everyone in the Great Xia. Everyone holds their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing to disturb the experts deciphering the spatial coordinates. However, in the midst of the extreme silence, a faint voice suddenly inquired, teachers, what are you doing here? Could you please make some room? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to glare at the source of the voice. Only Lan Ruoshi's expression froze. Her beautiful eyes widened. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Following the sound, everyone was stunned. They saw Lin Chen, who had somehow walked out of the heart of the swarm dungeon. At this moment, he had to remind them because he was surrounded by a group of burly men. Lin Chen, Nangong Ling, who was following Lan Ruoshi, covered her face with her hand. She almost couldn't control herself and was on the verge of tears. Nangong Ling herself didn't know why. She was so worried about this junior she had only met once, but over the past 2 days she had been anxious and concerned. Now, seeing Lin Chen emerge from the dungeon unscathed, a huge weight lifted from her heart, causing her emotions to be so stirred. Wow! Upon realizing that there were indeed people who had successfully escaped from the dungeon, the entire place erupted in an uproar. Classmate, how did you escape? Are there any survivors inside? Did you encounter something terrifying in there? What exactly happened to this dungeon? Countless questions bombarded him. In their understanding, it was already a stroke of luck for Lin Chen to escape with his life. As for clearing the absolute annihilation difficulty level 3 Abyss dungeon, please, don't joke around. He is just a freshman. Although he is the strongest freshman in history, he is still just a freshman. However, there was no need for Lin Chen to answer everyone's questions. In the next moment, the entire instance sanctuary area erupted with instance announcements. Congratulations to the practitioner, Lin Chen, for clearing the special descent level 0 instance, Heart of the Swarm, Absolute Destruction difficulty 3. Congratulations to the practitioner, Lin Chen, for completing the world-class mission of the special descent level 0 instance, Heart of the Swarm, defeating the insect Emperor Ixis, and successfully saving the human civilization of Istana. Attention all practitioners of Blue Star. The special descent level 0 instance, Heart of the Swarm, has been permanently sealed due to the completion of its unique world mission. And it will be permanently removed from the descent sequence instances. The record of this instance clearance will be included in the Global Descent Instance Hall of Fame. The name of the last clear practitioner, Lin Chen, will also be inscribed on the world-class clearance gold list of the Global Descent Instance Honor Hall. A series of instance announcements, along with a global announcement that the entire Blue Star could receive, left countless practitioners guarding the instance stone door in a daze. Their brains completely crashed. The several old professors who had been highly tense, constantly searching for suitable points to open the spatial passage, trembled with their hands, dropping their tools to the ground with a clatter. No, young man, you're making us look foolish. We've been racking our brains, neglecting sleep and food, chasing that slim chance of survival. You're telling me you cleared this instance? Then what the hell are we doing here brute forcing the spatial passage? Ding! To commend your outstanding performance in the Global Instance Hall of Fame clearance record, you are awarded an additional title, Triple Crown Champion. Lin Chen himself heard the global announcement. At the same time, he also received a 4th title. Before everyone could react and surround Lin Chen to ask about the specific situation in the instance, they heard the stone door of the Heart of the Swarm instance crash open. Countless figures flew out from the abyssal mist. They fell to the ground. Instantly, the ground was filled with hundreds of people wearing Shinsha uniforms, barely clinging to life. Lin Chen recognized these people. They were the very ones he had seen hanging on the corrupted world tree Yggdrasil during his battle with the insect Emperor Ixis. Over the long passage of time, Ixis had continuously drained their practitioner powers while also peering into the world of Blue Star. Therefore, he chose not to kill them. However, at this moment, they were hardly different from mummies or vegetative states. Their self-awareness had long been won away by the relentless torment of the swarm. These are the people who have been missing in the instance for 100 years. They should all be alive, but whether they can wake up, I'm not sure, Lin Chen spoke. In the next moment, countless rescue team medical personnel rushed forward to assess the casualties of these individuals. These people. Did you save all of them? The medical team leader exclaimed. At the same time, another group of people dressed in black, with masks covering their faces and a cold demeanor, also stepped forward. After confirming, they gasped, "It's them. After so many years, we can finally give their families an answer. Lin Chen, if you have time, please do come visit us. I am Luo Xiao, the captain of the Shinsha Corpse retrieval team. Once we handle the status of these missing persons, we will report to the Academy's higher-ups and withdraw the missing person search mission we previously issued. Then the mission rewards will be given to you." Luo Xiao had a cold aura about him, exuding a sense of the underworld. This was related to their work. However, perhaps because Lin Chen often dealt with necromantic beings, he didn't feel too repulsed. Facing the hand extended by Luo Xiao, Lin Chen shook it, showing friendliness. "I will definitely make time to come and see. In fact, I even have the idea of personally participating in a corpse retrieval mission." When Lin Chen's words came out, even Nangong Ling and Lan Ruoshi, who had been observing from the side, were somewhat surprised. Most people would resist such tasks, but Lin Chen actually had the desire to take the initiative. Over here, quick, there's someone conscious here." Suddenly, someone from the rescue team shouted, "Get a few people. This guy is too heavy, we can't lift him onto the stretcher." In the next moment, many people rushed forward. In no time, they lifted the fat man onto the stretcher, but at the same time, Sun Dachwan also woke up. The moment he woke up, Sun Dachwan hurriedly touched his face and looked at his hands. It seemed he was still afraid that he looked like something inhuman. After confirming that he had returned to his normal human form, Sun Dachwan let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a sudden movement, he flipped off the stretcher. Bending over, he began to gag. Soon, a large puddle of black pus mixed with disgusting insect limbs was vomited out. For a moment, everyone unconsciously took a few steps back. Much better, burp. Lin Shen saw Sun Dachwan acting as if nothing had happened, seemingly having vomited out all the corrupted insect eggs he had swallowed earlier, and was once again astonished. What kind of physique is this? Is the rejection effect really that strong? Just vomiting it out and it's fine? Sun Dachwan refused the medical staff who came over to check on him. Instead, he turned to Lin Shen and smiled. Lin, you did it. Lin Shen also nodded with a smile. Haha, I knew you could do it. Thanks to you, I also managed to get an S-level clearance record and received some nice rewards. Bro, if you need to craft, repair, or enhance equipment in the future, definitely come find me, I'll do it for free. Wow. As soon as Sun Dachwan said this, Lin Shen noticed that many professionals from the rescue team were casting envious glances at him. Clearly, although Sun Dachwan was a bit rough around the edges as a combat personnel, his main job was that of a blacksmith, and his skills should be top-notch. Previously, in the dungeon, the two not only teamed up but also exchanged contact information. Lin Shen gave Sun Dachwan a thumbs up. Sure, Senior Sunday. As the two were chatting, the stone door of the heart of the swarm dungeon closed abruptly after spitting out the last unfortunate soul hanging on the world tree, and then the abyssal mist behind the door dissipated. The exclusive zero-level dungeon controlled by Shinsha completely vanished. After confirming that Lin Shen was fine and had directly cleared the abyss dungeon at the absolute extermination difficulty level 3, Lan Ruoshi was very satisfied. This indeed brought honor to the president of Manhwa Academy. Even the higher-ups of Shinsha were shocked when they heard about it. The surprises Lin Shen brought them came one after another without pause. Because of this, the academy not only did not punish Lin Shen for blowing up the heart of the swarm dungeon but instead rewarded him. Junior, now that you've completed the zero-level abyss dungeon, you should be able to continue leveling up. Our academy will handle your third job transfer task, but you must be tired after just coming out of the dungeon. Come find me tomorrow, and I'll take you to our academy's job transfer hall, aiming to get you through the third transfer in one day and then push for the fourth transfer. Nangon Ling sent Lin Shen back to his apartment and waved goodbye. Lin Shen swiped his student card and returned to his apartment, letting out a sigh. The 3 days spent in the heart of the swarm dungeon now seemed much longer compared to the day-to-day life at Shinsha Academy. Fortunately, he now had plenty of time to review the entire dungeon battle, summarize his experiences, and tally up the gains from this dungeon run. Among the biggest gains, of course, was the SSS level clearance reward. At this moment, Lin Shen's talent panel showed in addition to the SSS level talent divine gift, there was another talent added, touch of reincarnation type, talent grade, SSS effect. When you touch a life that has perished, you can gain something from its long or short cycle of reincarnation. Note, life and death are cyclical, the way of heaven is eternal. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets also. For those who finished today's exams, don't review, don't estimate scores, it's not the right time yet. Rest early and focus on the upcoming exams. The outcome is still uncertain, and we are all dark horses. The effect of this talent is as brief as divine gift. It can be read in one sentence. However, the description is quite abstract. From Lin Shen's understanding, this talent should allow him to gain certain things just by touching the deceased. It can be considered a talent for harvesting from the corpses. It seems that after acquiring necromancy skills, he has formed a strange bond with corpses. Although this effect appears abstract, Touch of Reincarnation is, after all, an SSS level talent on par with Divine Gift. The effect must be quite exaggerated. However, what exactly can be gained from this talent still needs to be tested by Lin Shen himself. In fact, it was precisely to test this that Lin Shen expressed to Luo Xiao, the captain of the Shinsha Corpse Collection Team, his desire to personally participate in the corpse collection mission. For Lin Shen, collecting corpses is not just about collecting corpses. It can also yield extra rewards, so why not? After lying on the bed and completely relaxing, Lin Shen began to review the entire journey through the heart of the Swarm Dungeon. In fact, the only part that needed reviewing was the final battle with the Swarm Emperor. Yikes! A powerful Abyssal Demon Emperor, indeed not to be underestimated. If it weren't for the forbidden spell, Wrath of the Thunder God, and the special mechanism of divine might that could hard control Yikes for over a minute, he would have truly faced disaster. Lin Shen also realized a principle: the reason forbidden spells are called forbidden spells is not just because of their high rank, it's also because casting them requires a price. For example, at the moment when Wrath of the Thunder God tore through the heavens and descended upon Istana, Lin Shen, the caster, couldn't even control it. It wasn't just Yikes who was hard controlled, he was also under control. So, does the other forbidden spell he currently possesses, the Fire-type 8 Desolation Celestial Fall, have some special mechanism that needs to be understood in advance? He should find a time to test this Fire-type forbidden spell. After reviewing, Lin Chen realized that he was not yet at a completely invincible level. A few passive skills need to be upgraded to the 9th tier forbidden spell level, which is imminent. Then there are the other two aspects of the 4 major items for professionals, level and equipment. They also need to be raised. Thinking of levels, Lin Chen suddenly remembered what Nangon Ling had just said to him, that the academy planned to handle his 3rd job change. What does handle mean? It probably means that for the entire 3rd job change task he wouldn't need to do anything himself, and it would be completely managed by the academy's official support. Lin Chen opened his profession interface and looked at the level section. Previously, he had to stay at level 60 to enter the Abyss 0 layer. Now that the heart of the swarm has been cleared, the seal can be lifted. At the moment the seal was lifted, 10 beams of white light burst forth from Lin Chen's body. Continuous upgrade notifications rang out. He jumped from level 60 to level 70 in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached LV.70. You can go to the job change hall to accept your 3rd job change task. The monster experience from the Noah ruins, combined with the experience Lin Chen gained from killing a large number of swarms in the heart of the swarm dungeon, is still stored in Lin Chen's experience pool. As long as the level cap is lifted, he wouldn't even need to grind dungeons to level up directly. Then there are the titles. Having learned a painful lesson from forgetting to wear his title and missing out on a 3% skill point increase, Lin Chen this time did not forget the 4 new titles he had obtained. He began to check them one by one. Slaughter. Emperor. In the Abyss of Descent dungeon, all damage you deal is increased by 1%. As you kill more Demon Emperor level foes, this value will continue to rise, up to a maximum of 30%. A plain and unadorned damage increasing title. The more Demon Emperors he killed, the higher the damage increase. Swarm Terminator. When you kill insect-type monsters, you also kill all their kin and offspring. This title immediately caught Lin Chen's attention. The biggest characteristic of insects is their ability to reproduce. They follow the path of endless descendants. With this title, Lin Chen would only need to target the larger ones when hunting insects. Kill the father, and the son must die too. The grandson would also continue to perish. It was like playing a game of exterminating the entire lineage of the swarm. Savior of Istana, the threads of fate connect you to this world, and now you will gain attribute enhancements based on the level of civilization in the Istana world. Current attribute bonus base. 4-dimensional attributes plus 0.2%, magical attack power plus 0.1%. The maximum value of this attribute bonus is 10%. Triple Crown, your base 4-dimensional attributes plus 3%, experience points and skill points, specialization points plus 3%, success rate of strengthening equipment, learning skills, and other probabilistic events plus 3%. No wonder titles are considered one of the 4 key aspects of a professional. As long as there are enough titles, the cumulative bonuses they provide are indeed not to be underestimated. However, Lin Chen also knew that the difficulty of obtaining titles like Savior of Istana and Triple Crown was somewhat exaggerated for ordinary professionals. Only he could manage to collect so many titles in a single dungeon run. A night passed. The next day, in the Divine Sky Job Change Hall, Lin Chen placed his hands on the job change spirit crystal and accepted the 3rd job change quest. So, what are the quest requirements? Lin Chen, there are 2 requirements. One is to collect 3 types of materials, and the other is to clear a dungeon called Treasure Bay and achieve an A grade or higher clearance rating. To be honest, Lin Chen had a strange feeling about this quest's requirements. It felt less difficult than the 2nd job change. For his 2nd job change, he had to kill the Death Knight Ravenhold, and although he happened to encounter his mutation, the difficulty at that time seemed to be higher than the current 3rd job change difficulty. Of course, Lin Chen was comparing it to normal professionals. For him, the 2nd job change quest was clearly simpler. Just kill a boss. But now, he had no idea where to find the 3 required materials or where the Treasure Bay dungeon was. In fact, Lin Chen's feeling was completely off, because after he told Nangon Ling about the required materials in the dungeon name, Nangon Ling commented, if the higher-ups at our academy knew your 3rd job change quest was this outrageous, they probably wouldn't agree to help you with it. Asking for rare materials like the silver sand of the abyss right off the bat, are you crazy? Do you know how much of this stuff is produced nationwide? Forget it, you don't need to know. Anyway, our academy said they would help you, so just relax. Wait here for a moment. I've already notified the teacher at the Treasury Circulation Department. If the materials in our academy's treasury aren't enough, we'll get some from the Imperial Capital's treasury. You should be the first person to make Divine Sky go to the National Treasury. For you, Junior, I'm a bit envious of you, huh? Nangon Ling covered her mouth and chuckled. To be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit pleased. Who wouldn't want to feel so highly valued and nurtured? So, senior sister, what about this dungeon? Treasure Bay, do you know where it is? Nangon Ling shook her head. I don't know where it is either. But in the entire Great Xia, there must be someone who knows where it is. Just wait for the news. Before long, the 3 rare materials required for the third transfer were delivered. Lin Chen submitted the 3 materials. Half of the third transfer task was completed. As for the other half, news also came from Nangonling. The treasure cove instance is located somewhere in the South Sea of our Great Xia, almost spanning the entire north-south length of Great Xia. You really know how to pick your transfer tasks. I feel like you're making a killing, haha. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. So now that we know it's in the South Sea, don't I need to go there to grind the instance? Nangonling smiled and shook her head. It's time to give you a shock with some connections from Shinsha. Do you know what it means to have someone handle it for you? In the realm of professionals, there's a kind of treatment called having the boss carry you through instances. As the boss, you only need to pay those workers, and they will team up with you, even without you entering the instance. You can lie at home while they go into the instance to kill monsters and defeat bosses, and the experience points they earn will naturally be shared with you. Most scions of noble families level up like this in the early stages of their awakening in transfer. Today, you can also experience what it feels like to be a boss. We have already contacted the nearest professional alliance association from Treasure Cove, and they have dispatched a team of elite 4th transfer professionals to head to the instance entrance. Just wait for their team invitation. Lin Chen was stunned. Wow, it can be done this way? Fully automated instance grinding. Indeed, in this world, money can make the devil push the mill. Ultimately, it was his previous poverty that limited his imagination. Senior sister, earlier because of the descent instance, you hadn't told me in detail about the types of instances in our instance sanctuary. Can you elaborate now? Since there was nothing to do while waiting here, Lin Chen began to inquire with Nangonling about how to allocate instance attempts in the future. Hearing this, Nangonling nodded. Indeed, since we have time now, let me briefly explain. Let's start with the 4 major categories and 4 minor categories. First, the first major category is level. Level mainly affects the transfer situation. Each transfer is essentially a leap in combat power, and this is especially evident after the 4th transfer. So this is the core of combat power. This is also my first main suggestion for allocating your instance attempts, which is to allocate the most attempts to experience instances. The largest category of instances in the instance sanctuary is experience instances, where the number of monsters is greater and the experience rewards are more generous. The Sky Temple instance you previously ground is of this type. Lin Chen nodded. Level is, of course, the most important, because the improvement from each transfer should not be underestimated. Now that we've talked about levels, you also understand the importance of skills. Let's talk about equipment next. This should be the part you're least familiar with, as in Great Xia, equipment above the golden level is strictly restricted. However, we Shinsha are an exception. We enjoy the same treatment as the professional alliance. As long as you are still a member of Shinsha, you can grind, wear, and trade any equipment without government interference. Of course, the premise is that you cannot circulate equipment above the golden level to the public. This is still a high-pressure line, so don't even touch it. All equipment trading among students in our academy and with the Great Xia Professional Alliance is unrestricted. Alright, I believe you know this, so I won't waste more words. The quality of equipment largely depends on its grade and whether it is part of a set. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. This should be the classification of equipment grades you currently understand, right? Lin Chen nodded. In high school, the only grades he knew were these 6. Nangonling shook his head. These 6 grades of equipment are no different from trash in the eyes of true powerhouses. Do you know why? Lin Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Isn't diamond grade equipment also considered trash? Does that mean the platinum grade Eternal Rest set he was wearing is useless? 2. It's not that these graded equipments don't have good effects. Some set effects and unique special effects of equipment can often have miraculous effects for certain professions. What I mean by trash is that these graded equipments cannot be further strengthened. Just like skills have 3 ways to enhance, equipment also has ways to be enhanced. Enhancement and enchantment. Only equipment of Shining Star grade and above can unlock these 2 functions. Equipment enhancement can improve the attributes, attack power, and various numerical bonuses provided by the entire equipment, while equipment enchantment can provide additional attribute bonuses or grant you an extra skill or give you extra attribute, damage, and so on. From the perspective of pure attribute bonuses, the attributes obtained by professionals through their own level growth and free attribute points cannot compare to perfectly crafted equipment. A set of top-notch equipment is the source of high attributes for most powerhouses, and the increase in combat power is terrifying. So, Junior, you should allocate some dungeon runs to specifically farm for equipment dungeons to get at least a Shining Star grade set of equipment. Then consider farming materials related to equipment enhancement to strengthen your gear. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. The grade classification of equipment above diamond level currently has 5 tiers. They are Shining Star, Radiant Moon, Daylight, Epic, and Legendary. Some dungeons on the first floor of the sacred dungeon can only drop shining star level equipment, but for you right now, the improvement is already significant. After obtaining a set of equipment, if you can get to know a few blacksmiths who can enhance equipment, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen thought of Sun Dachuan. With the previous bond from the Swarm Heart, Lin Chen could leave the subsequent dungeon enhancements and repair issues to Sun Dachuan. Ding! You have received a party invitation from the professional, Long Outyan. Do you accept? A prompt suddenly rang in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen had a belly full of complaints. Not knowing where to start. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Nangon Ling asked, "Did Long President group you?" "Lin Chen, is this Long President you mentioned named Long Outyan?" Nangon Ling nodded. "Yes, he is the Vice President of the Nanhai Province Professional Association. His name is a bit domineering, but in reality, he is a very easygoing and humble uncle." Lin Chen accepted the party invitation. Soon, he saw the names of the other 3 people on the party interface. They were Yifan, Xiaoyan, and Luo Feng. This is solid, a professional team. In other novels, this would be enough to take on how many final bosses? Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, Lin Chen received the prompt for clearing the dungeon and completing the task. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. You have advanced to Senior Mage 3rd Transition. You have gained new skills, Rock, Ball, Elemental Interaction. Your mental attribute value and attribute point gain have increased. Lin Chen was taken aback. Rock Ball? Damn! This time, the job change yielded a golden legend. This is a gravity-type skill. Please vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. The gravity skill tree is considered an orthodox branch in the mage profession. Skill tree. However, skills from this branch are extremely rare. Basically, only a once-in-a-millennium lucky person could obtain them through job changes. For example, Lan Ruoi, the proud daughter of heaven who participated in the college entrance examination with Lin Chen and Dong Jiang, received Rock Ball when she awakened her first skill. This unlocked the gravity skill tree. Lin Chen never expected that he would have a day like this, where he actually obtained the gravity system during his 3rd job transfer. This is even rarer than the necromancy system. He estimated that it would take a long time to buy a gravity skill book, as there is a price but no market. To obtain it directly now feels great. Unfortunately, his skill point balance is not enough. He had already exhausted all his skill points on the lightning system and 2 passive skills. Lin Chen is not keen on spending more money right now, so he decided to hold off on investing in the gravity system for the time being. Moreover, if he were to invest, he would definitely prioritize leveling up his passive skills to the 9th tier first. The complete unblocking of instant cast and 0 mana cost for forbidden spells is crucial for his current improvement. Just take the final battle of the Swarm Heart as an example. If Lin Chen could instant cast 2 forbidden spells in succession, the battle wouldn't be so perilous. Did you succeed in your 3rd job transfer? What good skills did you get? Nangon Ling asked with a smile. In fact, she was just casually asking. But Lin Chen still answered truthfully. Gravity system skills. On one hand, Lin Chen was now at the Xinjiao Academy, which had completely regarded him as an excellent seedling to cultivate, so he didn't have to be as cautious as he was during his 2nd job transfer. On the other hand, he also believed that Nangon Ling, as a senior, wouldn't harm him and certainly wouldn't be jealous of him, so there was no need to hide anything. Upon hearing this, Nangon Ling exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Lin Chen, Jr., that's an ultra-rare skill system. Congratulations. Come on. To celebrate your successful 3rd job transfer, I'll treat you to a meal at the best restaurant in our academy." Nangon Ling pulled Lin Chen out of the job transfer hall. However, before they could take a few steps, a series of prompt sounds suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless people outside the job transfer hall, dozens of white lights burst forth from Lin Chen's body. Each white light meant he leveled up. Lin Chen watched in disbelief as his level soared from 70, breaking past 100, and it still hadn't stopped. Ding ding ding. The brilliance of leveling up continued to shine, dazzling the eyes of countless envious onlookers outside the job transfer hall. Hey, what kind of cheat is this? Is it an automatic level up? Just standing here can make you level up like crazy? Nangon Ling was also a bit stunned. She didn't expect Lin Chen to level up so many times right after completing his 3rd job transfer. Lin Chen himself was somewhat shocked. Wow, how much experience had he accumulated during this time? He knew that now, leveling up would cost him millions of experience points. Where did all this experience come from? Lin Chen quickly remembered. When he was in Yasdena, seeing the real Yggdrasil, the tree of the sky, he seemed to have casually cast a corpse explosion spell. Who knows how many bugs that corpse explosion triggered in a chain reaction? Looking back, the number must have been terrifying. Otherwise, those bugs, being only around level 80 or 90, wouldn't be able to sustain his experience bar from skyrocketing after breaking past level 100. Because when killing monsters below one's own level, the experience gained is significantly reduced. It can only be said that there were just too many bugs. After a full half-minute, the white light around Lin Chen finally stopped. At the same time, he received the last prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached LV.120 and you can now go to the job transfer hall to accept your 4th job transfer quest. Lin Chen, Jr., is this the experience you saved up because of the lock level set in the Abyss of Descent dungeon? How could there be so much? What level are you at now? Nan Gongling asked the most curious question that countless Xinjiao students outside the job transfer hall were wondering. A small portion of them had just heard that Lin Chen had completed his 3rd job transfer inside the Academy's flower from Nuwa Academy was even planning to treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. Lin Chen touched his nose and said, Level 120. I just received the prompt to accept the 4th transfer quest. I plan to go back and take the quest now. With each sentence Lin Chen spoke, he could see Nan Gongling's mouth drop a little wider. The gazes of the people around them grew more intense. By the time Lin Chen finished speaking, the crowd gathered at the entrance of the transfer hall had increased significantly. The later arrivals didn't even know why they were gathering, but they just wanted to see the excitement. When Lin Chen and Nan Ling walked back into the transfer hall, they all followed in a frenzy. Hello, classmate, are you here for a transfer? Please show your. How? Is it you? Upon reaching the front desk of the transfer hall, the receptionist who had previously attended to Lin Chen immediately recognized him. Is there a problem? She asked nervously. After all, those who had just successfully transferred and left the hall typically wouldn't return for months, as they faced an incredibly long leveling period. Generally, these returning customers were mostly there to file complaints. I want to accept my 4th transfer quest, Lin Chen said calmly. The receptionist was stunned. Classmate, you just completed the 3rd transfer quest, right? Lin Chen smiled wryly. Yes, that's right, but I can accept the 4th transfer quest now. Nan Gongling chuckled beside him, finding it amusing to see so many people dumbfounded by Lin Chen. Alright, little sister, he's not messing with you. Quickly arrange a room for him to take the quest. Oh, okay. For the 4th transfer, room 077 is available. Once inside, just touch the transfer spirit crystal. Lin Chen walked into room 077 for the transfer. Nan Gongling and a large crowd of onlookers waited outside. Before long, a dazzling blue light flashed from within the room. At that moment, the crowd erupted in gasps. They knew exactly what this meant. It meant the transfer spirit crystal had truly been activated. Lin Chen wasn't boasting. He had really jumped from level 70 to level 120 in one go, able to accept the 4th transfer quest. Damn! My eyes, oh my! What a huge difference between people, how the hell is it so big? Do you guys have any idea how hard it is to level from 70 to 120? He finished in 30 seconds what took me over 300 days. I'm so jealous, I'm dying of jealousy. Who is this? So outrageous. Damn, you don't know him? Lin Chen, the strongest freshman in history. No way. You mean the Lin Chen who just cleared the 3 bullhead difficulty level 0 yesterday and triggered the global clearance record announcement? That's him. It feels like he's already crushed us old-timers on the beach before school even started. So outrageous. Junior, I heard a rumor before. That is, for those who receive top skills or top talents during their first awakening, their transfer quests are often harder than those of other professionals. Are you one of those legendary professionals with top talents? After leaving the transfer hall and learning about Lin Chen's 4th transfer quest details, Nan Gongling finally exclaimed. Actually, it's not that bad. I don't think it's too difficult. Not difficult? Junior, let me tell you, I have never heard of anyone whose 4th transfer quest required clearing the level 5 dungeon. You just cleared level 0. How are you going to clear the 5th level dungeon? Lin Chen scratched his head and said, well, Senior Nangong, I think I really can clear the 5th level dungeon. Nan Gongling was stunned. Are you sure? Lin Chen nodded and took out a piece of parchment engraved with a demon's head from his personal space. Invitation from the Abyss Depth, level 5 difficulty, absolute. Destruction difficulty 2 dungeon name, White Knight Horror. After seeing that the Abyss Depth was level 5, Nan Gongling exclaimed, is this the invitation you received when you cleared the Heart of the Swarm? The Abyss dungeon has a significant difference from regular dungeons. That is, after a professional clears the level 0 Abyss dungeon for the first time, the clearing reward will definitely include an invitation to a deeper level Abyss dungeon. So far, there have been tens of thousands of Abyss dungeons discovered on Blue Star. Even for level 1 Abyss, there are hundreds of dungeons. The difficulty varies, and the types of monsters and dungeon mechanics may not necessarily suit you. However, once the invitation for an Abyss dungeon is determined, it cannot be changed. If you receive this dungeon's invitation, you must clear this dungeon to continue deeper into the Abyss. Otherwise, you will be stuck here for life. But for most professionals who have cleared the Abyss after clearing level 0, they will receive an invitation to a level 1 Abyss dungeon. Nan Gongling had heard of certain professionals with particularly good dungeon clearing records possibly encountering a layered jump mechanism. That is, clearing level 0 could grant you an invitation to level 2 or even level 3 Abyss dungeons. It was her first time seeing someone like Lin Chen, who jumped directly to level 5. Well, even if you have the qualification to clear a level 5 Abyss dungeon, what are the other 2 conditions? All professionals have 3 conditions to complete for their 4th transfer task. All must be met to complete the 4th transfer. Lin Chen glanced at his taskbar and then said, both conditions are to obtain specific items. One is called the Sunset Silver Sundial, and the other is a bit strange. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling's face showed a thoughtful expression. Sunset Silver Sundial. I feel like I've heard this material's name somewhere. I can't remember at the moment. Let me think. Forget it. What was that strange one called? Lin Chen replied, the 3rd leg of the Sand Thief King Roger. Lin Chen found it hard to say the name of this bizarre item. Is it really appropriate to mention a 3rd leg to a sunny and lively senior girl? Who would have thought that upon hearing this, Nangong Ling would again facepalm. I've definitely heard of this thing. It's just so strange that I wouldn't forget it after hearing it, but I really can't remember where I heard it. I'm getting a bit frantic. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Since Nangong Ling had heard of it, it likely meant there was a way to obtain it at the Divine Sky Academy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have heard of it. Senior, don't rush. Take your time to think. There's no hurry anyway. Nangong Ling nodded. I have class today and I'm about to be late, so I won't continue to accompany you. I'll ask a few of my girlfriends, they might know. Wait for my message. Nangong Ling shook her phone as she left the transfer hall. Lin Chen exited the transfer hall and headed straight for the dungeon sanctuary. Today, he planned to see if there were any dungeons where he could farm a set of equipment. After the 3rd transfer, Lin Chen found that the attribute gains were getting higher and the enhancement of equipment to his combat power could not be underestimated. During the 1st transfer period, if 1 point of spirit equaled 10 points of mana and 1 point of magic attack, then after the 3rd transfer, 1 point of spirit had already equaled 50 points of mana and 5 points of magic attack. Not only had the gains from the main attribute of spirit increased, but other attributes had also seen improvements. Lin Chen opened his personal attribute interface and he felt a bit abnormal himself now. Lin Chen class, Senior Mage, 3rd. Transcendence, Specialization, Fire, Storm, Ice, Thunder, Necromancy, Gravity Titles, Global Dungeon Clearance Record Hall of Fame, Pinnacle, Abyss Conqueror, Savior of Istana, King Slayer, Swarm Terminator, Triple Crown Champion. Level, LV.120, 0%, Health, 115132/115132 Mana, 233480/233480 Strength, 131 Agility, 131 Spirit, 1761 Constitution, 357 Stamina, 131 Physical Attack, 178 Magical Attack, 2322 Armor, 1776, 8.96% at LV.120, Magic. Resistance, 15643, 55.2% at LV.120, Talents, Gift of the Gods, SSS, Touch of Reincarnation, SSS, Cybernetic Modification, A, Available Attribute. Points, 0 available skill points, 302133 available specialization points, 287142 universal skill, all-seeing I-class passive skills, Mana Tide. Passive, Holy Spirit Chant, passive, Elemental Absorption, passive, Elemental Counter, passive, class active skills, Fire Series, 1-9 tier. Spells, Storm Series, 1-7 tier spells, Ice Series, 1-7 tier spells, Thunder Series, 1-9 tier spells, Necromancy Series, 1-8 tier spells, Gravity Series, 1 tier spell. Lin Chen vaguely remembered that during the freshman ranking match, when he faced that senior berserker who had undergone 4 transcendent transformations, that senior had stacked a full 100 layers of killing passives, multiplying his health 5-fold, barely reaching 1,000,000 health. And he was a true 4 transcendence class. Moreover, the warrior class definitely gains more health attribute benefits with each job change than the mage class. Even so, Lin Chen's health had now surpassed the 100,000 mark. Anyone who saw him would have to exclaim, they've never seen such a tanky mage. And Lin Chen's attribute points hadn't even allocated much to Constitution. The little bit provided by the Eternal Rest set only gave him an extra 7 or 8,000 health. The real hero was still the Immortal Fruit. It directly granted a health cap of 100,000. Furthermore, if he later obtained a health cap exceeding 100,000 from various sources, this effect would change to directly double his health. One could say it was a rule-level item. It turned Lin Chen into a tanky mage. Not only was he tanky, but his damage was also high. Who could argue with that? Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Just to clarify, the armor and magic resistance data is not garbled. The percentages in parentheses represent the damage reduction values when facing attacks from monsters of subsequent levels. Seeing the passive skills section, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had gained a new passive skill upon his 3rd transcendence. He hadn't had the chance to check its effects earlier. Elemental Countertype passive skill tier, beginner category, universal effect 1. All elemental spells you use will deal an additional 10% damage based on counter relationships when attacking targets. Effect 2. When you use spells of different elemental types, the latter spell will deal an additional 10% damage based on generative relationships. Elemental counter relationships: water counters fire, light counters dark, thunder counters wood, wood counters earth, earth counters thunder. Wind has no counter relationship with other elements, dealing an additional 5% damage. Elemental generative relationships: wind fire, fire earth, earth dark, dark water, water thunder, thunder light, light wood, wood wind. This should be considered an incredibly classic damage increasing passive skill. Between elements, there exists a relationship of mutual generation and mutual restraint. But Lin Chen had not paid much attention to it before. Moreover, before obtaining this passive skill, even if Lin Chen inadvertently triggered a restraining relationship, the damage would not be amplified. Now, he has effectively unlocked this characteristic. For other mages, this passive skill should be a rather mediocre damage increasing ability, as they typically master only one or two elements at most. Sometimes, they can't even operate the elemental restraint effectively. Lin Chen, however, now has 4 elemental systems. It is almost a certainty that he will acquire the other 4 systems later on. Otherwise, with so many skill points, he would have nowhere to use them. Besides the restraining effects, the more useful aspect is the amplification from the mutual generation relationship. This mutual generation relationship can ignore whether the opposing attribute is a restraint and still benefit from damage amplification. For example, before Lin Chen casts the 8th tier Divine Fire Heavenly Convergence, he can first use a basic wind spell, Windblade. This way, Divine Fire Heavenly Convergence can deal an additional 10% damage. Student, please show your student ID. Unknowingly, Lin Chen had already arrived at the entrance of the dungeon sanctuary. The guard's voice brought Lin Chen back to his senses. After swiping his student card, he entered the dungeon sanctuary. Lin Chen suddenly felt his phone in his pocket vibrate. After taking it out, he saw a text message from Nangon Ling. Where are you? I found the source of one of the materials you need. Lin Chen replied, just arrived at the dungeon sanctuary. Then you might need to make a trip to the arena first. The third leg you wanted is a special reward mechanism after clearing the high difficulty dungeon, Sanxi Gold Rush, on the 2nd floor, produced in the Sanxi Vortex. This dungeon can only be entered once a month. Because after each dungeon clearance, there is a chance to receive random rewards in the Sanxi Vortex, it has become a must-clear dungeon for most second-year students. Even we third-year students take time each month to team up and go to this dungeon for treasure. I checked the academy's treasury, and the material for the Sand Thief King Roger's third leg is out of stock. We can only farm it. The difficulty lies in the fact that to reliably obtain this material from the Sanxi Vortex, you need to clear the dungeon first. The first 30 teams to clear this dungeon each month have a chance to choose a reward during the Sanxi Vortex reward phase. My own team can usually secure a spot in the top 10 every month. But I've already cleared it this month, so I can't take you with me. It's already several days past the beginning of the month, and I don't know how many teams have cleared it. But now the trouble isn't just that, this dungeon is a high difficulty one, and normally, you need to be in the second year and have reached a 4th transfer level to have a chance to clear it. So the academy has set the requirement that you must reach a B rating or above to qualify for entry. You need to find a way to boost your rating, and the sooner, the better, to try to snag a chance at the self-selected rewards for the top 30 clearers. The phone vibrated continuously as Lin Chen received a series of messages from Nangon Ling. It was easy to imagine how much she was slacking off in class. One could say her thoughts were entirely focused on him. Lin Chen typed a response, sending a thank you emoji to Nangon Ling with a note, thank you, senior. I appreciate your help. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. He then put his phone back in his pocket and exited the dungeon sanctuary. Fighting and using lethal skills are strictly prohibited on the Shinsha campus. However, it was clear that the teleportation skill, Lightning Flash, was not included in that prohibition. Due to time constraints, Lin Chen directly used several consecutive flashes, causing a wave of gasps throughout the academy. What the hell just flew by? Did you hear the thunder? Damn, that was so flashy. How many times do I have to say it? Don't use skills casually in the academy. Catch him. Catch you, big-headed ghost. I can't even see him. Half a minute later, Lin Chen had completed a journey that would normally take at least 40 minutes. He re-entered the Xinjiao arena. Once again, Lin Chen felt the intense atmosphere of competition. Even though it was summer vacation now and some students from certain academies still had classes, the place was always bustling with voices and filled with fighting spirit. On the big screen, highlight battles were being broadcast. The host's voice remained passionate and inspiring. Classmate, would you prefer entertainment sparring or positional competition? The staff member in charge of entry registration looked at Lin Chen and asked this question. The PK competitions in the arena were, of course, categorized. Entertainment. Sparring was similar to LOL's matchmaking, where the system would automatically match you with opponents of the same rating who were also participating in the arena. After the match, aside from affecting your win rate and making your data look better, there were no extra rewards. Positional competition, on the other hand, was akin to ranked matches. Positional competition Alright, please swipe your card to enter. After swiping his student card, Lin Chen walked into the resting area designated for positional competition. This was yet another special illusion dungeon, identical to the one he had participated in for the placement matches. In this illusion dungeon, Lin Chen could choose the opponents he wanted to challenge. However, before he could open the list, he suddenly received a notification. Ding! Classmate Lin Chen, during your absence from the Xinjiao arena, you have received a total of 167 positional challenge requests. Among them, 145 challenge requests were cancelled by the challengers. In the remaining 22 challenge requests, currently, there is one challenger waiting in the arena's substitute seat. It has been detected that you successfully won against your opponent in the previous positional match, and you must accept this challenger's challenge. Would you like to start the battle immediately? Attention! If you refuse this battle, you must handle this challenge in 4 days, or your current rating-related benefits and resource distribution will be suspended and frozen. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, he had only been away from the arena for 4 or 5 days and had received so many challenge requests. Now he was in a state where he had to accept the challenge. It turned out that continuously refusing battles would lead to this. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen prepared to click to refuse the fight. He was really pressed for time. Just then, however, the countdown timer for both parties to confirm the challenge was interrupted. Your opponent has refused this challenge. The ratings for both sides remain unchanged, and your forced challenge status has ended. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wait, what do you mean by that? Meanwhile, in a room within the arena, a young man wiped the sweat from his forehead. He wanted to slap himself from 4 or 5 days ago. How did he have the guts to challenge this freak? This was a monster capable of single-handedly breaking through the 3-headed bull difficulty of the Abyss dungeon. Anyone who frequently surfed the forums and had some insight would know that this historically strongest newcomer was terrifying. In fact, he had just entered the arena and suddenly received a notification. Your target has entered the arena. Would you like to start the challenge? Am I challenging Lin Chen? Is this for real? So, he quickly cancelled the challenge. Of course, Lin Chen had no idea about the mental journey of his challenger. It was just as well. He could save a lot of time. A row of lists appeared before Lin Chen, showcasing the targets he could challenge. Those currently in the arena would be highlighted. Lin Chen swiped his finger across the screen and directly selected the top option. Die Zone, level, LV.126, Dragon Blood Knight, rating, C, rank, 766. This was the strongest opponent he could challenge based on his current rating and rank. It's you. Lin Chen confirmed his choice and initiated the challenge. In the audience stands of the arena, a burly man, wrapped in heavy red dragon scale armor and resembling an iron tower, suddenly tilted his head, then a deep voice said, "So someone dares to challenge me." The burly man had a few friends from the same grade sitting beside him. They laughed and said, "Looks like someone has their eyes on you, old Dai. Who is it so bold?" Dai Zong shook his head, stood up, and said, "It's Lin Chen, a name I haven't heard before, but he's only ranked a little over 2,000. Ha, a first year? And a mage?" A smile appeared on Dai Zong's face. "I deal with those cowards who only know how to kite from a distance. It's time to stretch my muscles." Dai Zong was ready to accept the challenge. Suddenly, one of his friends exclaimed, "Lin Chen? A mage? A first year? Damn, old Dai, don't accept, just refuse the fight. I heard this new student is terrifying. In a few days, find a soft target to get rid of your forced challenge status. Don't fight him." Dai Zong sneered, "After coming back from a mission, even a first-year new student dares to challenge me. If I refuse, how will I survive in Shiyu Academy in the future? It's only been half a month since I returned to school. No matter what, a new student is still a new student. I don't believe that just half a month away from school could make this new student so formidable." Dai Zong chose to accept the challenge directly. The next moment, the large screen in the arena suddenly displayed the matchup. Lin Chen versus Dai Zong. Originally, the arena was showcasing a battle between two third-year students. Although the fight was exciting, it was merely an entertainment spar, lacking the life and death atmosphere. Naturally, it wasn't as thrilling. At this moment, the staff backstage, upon seeing Lin Chen, the recent sensation, reappear in the arena, immediately captured this matchup. They put it on the big screen as the new focal battle. Welcome! After several days, the strongest new student of Shinsha, who once shone brightly in our arena during the ranking matches, is back on the stage today. His target for challenge is Dai Zong from Chiyu Academy. The battle between the two will begin shortly. The host's booming voice echoed throughout the arena, stirring the interest of countless spectators. Damn, Lin Chen? Isn't he the new student from Manhwa Academy who broke dozens of dungeon records in just half a day? You're out of date now. He's a legendary figure who has cleared the 3 bullhead difficulty levels of the Abyss. Damn, this battle is going to be exciting. I want to buy some popcorn and enjoy the show. Get me a portion too. In an instant, the audience in the arena erupted in cheers. At the same time, more Shinsha enthusiasts began to plan to enter and watch. The stage flipped, and two figures appeared simultaneously on either side of the arena. Crack, crack, crack. Daizone twisted his neck joints, producing a series of loud cracking sounds. Kid, you seem quite famous in Shinsha. I hope you can really let me stretch my muscles. Lin Chen did not respond to this. The battle will officially begin in 10 seconds. Please, both contestants, get ready. At first glance, this seems to be an incredibly uneven battle. Daizone from Chiyu Academy is a legendary class Dragonblood Knight. As a Knight class, his health and defense are terrifying, and he is also at the 4th transition level, which means he completely crushes in terms of class transitions. It's worth mentioning that the magic resistance of Dragonblood Knights is much higher than that of regular Knights. The dragon blood flowing in his veins makes him naturally resistant to magical attacks. He can be considered a nightmare for mage practitioners. However, at the same time, our classmate Lin Chen has also continuously set over 20 best dungeon completion records in the Sky Temple, which is also known as a mage's forbidden zone. Although he is a conventional mage, he must not be viewed with conventional eyes. The host had already entered the zone, beginning an impassioned commentary. Lin Chen quietly watched the countdown on the screen. 3, 2, 1, ding! The bell signaling the start of the battle rang out. Boom! In the arena, a thunderstorm erupted. The entire stage seemed to be enveloped by pure, extreme lightning. Daizone's smile vanished in an instant. His body trembled violently from the intense current. He was indeed a 4th-tier Dragon Blood Knight, possessing extremely high magical damage reduction. However, facing this level of lightning, he was completely incapacitated. His body shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, his suffering ended quickly. In the sky, an enormous purple lightning sword formed in an instant. Then it came crashing down. The deafening explosion, the terrifying electric light scattering everywhere, and on the big screen, Daizone's health bar was instantly emptied. All of this indicated that this battle seemed to have ended the moment it began. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to let you move. Lin Chen turned and walked off the stage. His figure vanished. Having won this match, he still needed to continue selecting opponents. Today's goal was to reach B rank. He truly had no leisure to engage in a passionate brawl with this iron lump, so he directly initiated with an 8th-tier lightning spell. Real damage. One shot. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets, the entire arena trembled. Compared to Lin Chen's previous chain explosion that instantaneously killed a 4th-tier berserker, this time Lin Chen was clearly more ruthless. He was indeed pressed for time. Until the lightning faded and the electric light dissipated, everyone was stunned to find that the once unshakable Daizone now lay on the ground, charred all over. He was foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, convulsing, and unconscious. This was a knight. A Dragon Blood Knight known for its high magic resistance. One shot? As for Lin Chen, he didn't even want to stand on the stage for another second to enjoy the countless gasps and applause from the audience. He directly concealed his achievements and fame. My God! One shot! It was actually a one-shot. I changed my previous comments. The gap in this battle is indeed vast, but the one with the advantage is actually Lin Chen. As the challenger, Lin Chen actually instantaneously defeated a senior ranked over 1,000 places higher than him. So terrifying. Daizone, you are the challenger. The host's voice grew louder with each word, showing just how excited he was. To be honest, in the Shinsha arena, every positional battle has a time limit. This time limit is 1 hour. That means, after 1 hour, even if the battle has not determined a winner, a judge will select the winner based on both participants' records, win rates, and the advantages and disadvantages at the end of the match. Because the rating system in the Shinsha arena had just been established, there had been instances where knights fought warriors and priests fought knights, where both sides had some damage reduction and healing methods, resulting in ultimate bladder matches that lasted a whole day without a winner. However, even with time limits, bladder matches still occur frequently. In contrast, one-shot matches are rare, sometimes not seen for weeks or even months. This is because the strength of both sides in positional battles usually does not differ greatly, making one-shot situations difficult to occur. But today, Lin Chen once again taught countless upperclassmen a lesson in Shinsha. Wait, it seems that Lin Chen, who just created a one-shot spectacle, has not given up on the challenge. We have received news. Just now, he has once again challenged Guoshua, who is ranked 274th in C rank. On the big screen, Lin Chen's handsome face refreshed again. However, the silhouette of the person on the other end had yet to appear. Oh, we have received news again. The challenged Guoshua has chosen to refuse the battle. This means that our classmate Lin Chen, in the second challenge, won without a fight. His ranking has risen from C level 766 to 274th. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience in the arena, mixed with some boos. Undoubtedly, these boos were directed at the side that was too timid to fight. At the entrance of the arena, a figure fled in a hurry. It was Guoshua. As he ran, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, did I not check the calendar before leaving today? What am I doing in the arena? I ran into a nemesis. Just now, Lin Chen summoned that lightning sword and instantly killed the Dragon Blood Knight. Shua saw it clearly. It was too outrageous. Who the hell would want to fight him? If you get targeted, you can only consider yourself unlucky. First, avoid the sharp edge, and later find opportunities to challenge others and regain your ranking. One instant kill. One scare that made the opponent too afraid to fight back. At this moment, Lin Chen had become the brightest star in the entire arena. His fame was completely established. So, when the big screen showed that Lin Chen did not choose to leave the arena but continued to challenge, and the target was the B-level ranked 3,544th person, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Promotion match. Classmate Lin Chen hasn't given up. As expected, his goal today is to push for a higher rank. In just a few minutes, he has moved from the middle of C-level to the promotion match. At this moment, the opponent he is challenging is the B-level goalkeeper, classmate Lin Xiaohai. If classmate Lin Xiaohai loses this challenge, he will lose all resources and benefits of the B-level and drop to C-level, and classmate Lin Chen will take his place. His choice is. The host dragged out the last word. On the big screen, Lin Chen's silhouette on the other side quickly appeared. This meant the match was established. This B-level bottom-ranked goalkeeper accepted Lin Chen's challenge. There was no choice. If he didn't accept, he would really drop back to C-level. After enjoying the benefits and resources of B-level, no one would want to go back. Two figures flashed onto the central stage. Lin Chen's opponent this time was no longer a towering, muscular man. Instead, it was a young man of similar build who could even be described as somewhat slender. The young man had a long sword hanging at his waist. Swift Wind Swordsman. This was the professional information returned to Lin Chen by his all-knowing eye. Family, I'm not joking when I say I ran into a Yasuo in today's promotion match. The battle will begin immediately. The countdown started appearing on the big screen. 3, 2. Lin Chen saw the swordsman with the same surname on the opposite side place his right hand on the hilt at his waist. 1. The countdown ended. Lin Chen's vision blurred, and in the next moment, Lin Xiaohai's figure completely vanished. At the same time, Lin Chen felt countless gusts of wind rushing towards him. Dodge? There was no time, because the speed was simply too fast. Clearly, compared to the heavy armored warriors like the Berserker and Dragon Blood Knight, the Swift Wind Swordsman profession was agile. In the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, but only speed is invincible. The sword light flashed, and the swift wind swept across the arena. Lin Chen was cut in half at the waist. However, at the point of impact, blue flames erupted. Fire Spirit Incarnation, Supreme Sublimation. The blue flame soared, and the temperature in the entire arena suddenly spiked. The audience closer to the stage felt a scorching wave hit them. Lin Chen was completely elementalized. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Divine Fire Heavenly Conquest. The terrifying firelight ignited everything in the central arena over a vast area. Fortunately, the battle between the two was actually taking place in a special illusion dungeon. Otherwise, whether it was the purple Sky Calamity Sword or Divine Fire Heavenly Conquest, it would have been enough to affect countless people in the audience. But even so, many people still couldn't withstand the extreme heat brought by the nuclear explosion of Divine Fire Heavenly Conquest, feeling dizzy as if they were suffering from heatstroke. As the firelight dissipated, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised because Lin Xiaohai did not lose. At this moment, he was merely panting heavily and drenched in sweat due to the pervasive high temperature in the arena. But he had not been completely drained of health by Lin Chen's move. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Soon, he understood what had happened. Divine Fire Heavenly Strike was a typical one-time nuclear explosion skill. The moment of damage actually occurred in an instant. And just in that moment, Lin Xiaohai had used a skill that Lin Chen was also very familiar with. Wind. System Level 6, Swift Wind Flash. However, in Lin Xiaohai's hands, this skill had another name. Wind Step Flash. This was a unique advanced skill of the Gale Swordsman. The slash that had just closed in on Lin Chen was actually executed using this skill. Before using it, one only needed to set up enough wind fields around to continuously release it multiple times in a very short time. The cooldown time would also be greatly reduced. This skill carried a 100% evasion effect for over a second. This was what caused Lin Chen to miss his ultimate. Lin Chen admitted that this Yasuo had some skill, but not much. It was time to give him a bit more intensity. Whoosh! Another few lightning-fast slashes came at him. Unfortunately, the strikes on Lin Chen were completely immune. In the state of fire element elevation, the type of slashing skills was what Lin Chen feared the least. However, Lin Xiaohai on the opposite side seemed unwilling to give up. He kept using his high agility to maintain distance from Lin Chen while continuously unleashing wind slashes, testing the limits of Lin Chen's elemental skill. Lin Chen's flying speed in his fire element state was not enough to catch up with Lin Xiaohai. Lin Xiaohai's tactic is actually to kite Lin Chen. What on earth is happening today? I'm actually seeing a melee swordsman class using his advanced movement and high speed to pull a mage? Laughter erupted throughout the arena. This scene was indeed a bit exaggerated. It had always been said that mages and archers, as ranged classes, used their attack range advantage to kite other melee classes, but today, it was completely reversed. However, at the same time, many who understood the battle quickly put themselves in Lin Xiao's perspective. They soon realized why. Because, at this moment, a terrifying high-temperature field surrounded Lin Chen. He did not dare to approach Lin Chen. Once close, he would be burned to death. Lin Xiao was waiting for Lin Chen's skill to pass. Most status skills have a duration. If they could be used indefinitely, it would be too overpowered. Therefore, Lin Xiao planned to drag it out until Lin Chen's skill ended before finding a way to close in. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was not a short-legged class. His advanced movement skill was not inferior to Lin Xiao's. Boom! Lightning flashed. Lin Chen's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao, who had been controlling the distance, felt his pupils constrict. His speed was fast. His reaction speed was even faster. He had already realized that danger was approaching. However, he could not outrun lightning, could not outrun the thunder. In the next instant, Lin Xiao's body was covered in goosebumps as Lin Chen's figure appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Blue fire, high temperature rushed towards him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted like popping beans as the more than 10 invisible wind walls that had been surrounding Lin Xiao were heated to the extreme in an instant. They exploded. Just like Lin Chen's fifth turn skill, Gale Wings, which provided 3 gusts to withstand damage, the Gale Swordsman also had similar life-saving skills. However, compared to Lin Chen's Gale Wings, it was much more powerful. Normally, Lin Xiao was surrounded by no less than 30 invisible wind clusters. These wind clusters would also change according to the opponent's attack form. However, just with one approach, all 30 wind clusters were burned away. At the same time, Lin Xiao's health bar plummeted to the death line in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Another flash, Lin Xiao's figure disappeared. Wind Step Flash was used by him at the critical moment. He once again distanced himself from Lin Chen. But this scene had already deeply shocked the host and the countless spectators. So terrifying. If you encounter this, you're dead. Lin Chen didn't expect that after today he would gain a new nickname in Shinsha, the Grim Reaper of Blue Flames. Huff, huff. Lin Xiaohua, who had flashed to a distance, was gasping for breath. Just a moment ago, when Lin Chen approached him, he even saw his long-deceased great-grandmother waving at him. So terrifying. Is this still a mage? However, before he could react, a gust of wind swept across the entire arena once again. This wind was not released by him. In the next moment, a figure, moving as fast as he was, stepped onto the wind, completely extinguishing the last glimmer of hope for victory in Lin Xiaohua's heart. Lin Chen seemed to have used the exact same skill as him. He quickly closed in again. In fact, Lin Chen had 1,000 ways to put the already exhausted Lin Xiaohua to death. But he still chose the most psychologically tormenting one. The skills you have, I have too. And I have even more means than you. A flash of lightning, a swift wind, the power of wind and thunder. Terrifying indeed. In the end, Lin Xiaohua's health bar was completely emptied. Lin Chen's B-level promotion battle was declared over. The total battle duration was still less than 20 seconds. It wasn't until the battle results were announced on the big screen, along with the animation of Lin Chen's successful promotion, that everyone finally reacted. He won. He won again. Although most people could see that Lin Chen's strength far exceeded Lin Xiaohua's, who would have thought that after Lin Xiaohua struggled desperately and showcased the high-speed advantage of his profession, he still lost in speed. You're fast? I'm faster than you. You don't want to get close to me, then I'll come find you. A swordsman defeated because he was approached by a mage. This is simply too exaggerated. By the time the audience was cheering and applauding, Lin Chen had already disappeared from the arena. In fact, he had already exited the competition hall, heading straight for the dungeon sanctuary. On the Shinsha forum, one post after another discussing the 2 recent battles was flooding in. The founder of the Arena one-hit kill stream, this new student is not to be trifled with. Thunder Sword. Nuclear explosion. Who can defeat such a monster? I feel like in a few days, Lin Chen will be promoted to A level. Who will be the next victim? As countless posts related to Lin Chen were published, numerous onlookers rushed in. They were all curious about this historically strongest new student who had already made waves before school even started, wondering what new tricks he had up his sleeve. After reading the posts, they were all left dumbfounded. Then they all joined the discussion. What the hell? Who can beat him? We need to think of a way to study him. At this rate, he'll truly be invincible. How to study? You can only pray not to be targeted by him. You're right, but this is Lin Chen, specializing in 5 elements: necromancy, thunder, fire, ice, and wind, with a wide range of skills and high damage. He has countless summons, mechanisms that ignore armor and magic, resistance, and control skills. He also possesses various blink and displacement skills, has elemental skills that grant immunity to physical attacks, has nearly infinite mana, and has passive skills that allow for instant casting of high-level spells. Once the blue flames appear, it's The scariest part you haven't noticed is that all professions have survival skills, but so far, we haven't seen any on him. How much health does he have? Does he have any damage reduction skills? We don't know. After all, he's a mage. With such strong output, he might have almost no survival ability. His health could be only a few thousand. Stop talking. Brothers, I can't stay in B level at all. What if I drop to C level? I'm currently at the end of B level, and I feel like I'll be chosen by him easily. For a moment, everyone's discussion shifted from how to target Lin Chen to gradually veering off into how to avoid being targeted by the Blue Flame Grim Reaper. A group of senior students from Shinsha, who were at the end of the B level and could very well be chosen by Lin Chen for a challenge, began to live in fear. Some even took the initiative to challenge those rated C level, resulting in demotion. For a long time afterward, a malicious curse spread among the senior students rated higher than Lin Chen. You will be challenged by Lin Chen tomorrow. This curse was so vicious that many seniors were filled with dread. After circulating for a while, it quickly became a taboo phrase. You could curse all you wanted, but you couldn't wish for me to be targeted by Lin Chen. Please vote for me. Monthly tickets entering the instance sanctuary. Lin Chen saw the staircase leading to the second floor at the right entrance of the first floor. There were guards stationed at the staircase entrance. Student, only those who have reached B level or above can enter the second floor of the instance. Please show your student ID for verification. The instance of Sand Sea Gold Mining belonged to high difficulty instances. From the second floor of the instance sanctuary onward, such high difficulty instances would appear, which were absent on the first floor. Lin Chen handed over his student ID and quickly gained passage. Once he reached the second floor of the instance sanctuary, Lin Chen realized that the space on the second floor was much larger than that on the first. At a glance, countless pedestals shimmered with dozens of instance screens. Some of these instance screens even glowed with a layer of crimson hue. Moreover, the number of Shinsha students gathered around these instances was noticeably greater than around others. These instances were what one would call high-difficulty instances. Instance Sanctuary second floor, B3 area, number 022. Lin Chen took out his phone and headed towards the area where the Sansi Gold Mining instance was located, as sent by Nangong Ling. He soon arrived at his destination. As he walked, Lin Chen felt countless unusual gazes fixed upon him. At first, he thought they recognized him. After all, he was somewhat well known in Xinshao. Now, however, Lin Chen soon realized he was overthinking it. The reason so many people were looking at him was that he was indeed an oddity on the entire second floor. Lin Chen noticed that those who could come to the second floor were mostly in groups. On the first floor of the instance sanctuary, he had seen many people with loudspeakers calling for team applications. But on the second floor, this phenomenon was almost extinct. Most teams were what one would call fixed teams. That is, teams that had been through long-term cooperation and had their members mostly fixed, unlike someone like him who was a free agent. Naturally, this drew others' attention. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the gazes around him. He walked straight to the entrance of the Sansi Gold Mining instance and stepped forward, preparing to enter the instance. However, the next moment, a cold prompt rang in Lin Chen's ear. You are entering a 10-person instance, Sansi Gold Mining. Detected that your team size does not meet the entry requirements. Please form a team of at least 5 people before coming. Lin Chen was pushed back by the instance screen. The team leaders who had already formed their teams and were waiting for other companions nearby found it amusing. As if this were the first floor, wanting to solo the instance. Ha ha, haven't seen the world, huh? Junior, this instance is a high difficulty one. The number, health, and strength of the monsters inside are worlds apart from the 5-person instances you encountered before. Form a team and come back. Ha ha, old Jian, you're so kind, inviting him to join your team. Why don't you take him along? Ahem, Junior, it's not that I don't want you, but our team is full, sorry. The last suggestion came from a senior named Zhang who felt a bit awkward. He was actually a nice person and meant no harm. However, it was naturally impossible for him to abandon a teammate for Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a bit irritated. He hadn't expected that there would be a team size requirement to enter these high difficulty instances. No wonder Nangong Ling had said she had already run the Sansi Gold Mining instance with her team at the beginning of the month. She was still trying to help him form a team. Just then, the instance screen for Sansi Gold Mining rippled.in. An instant, a team emerged from the dungeon. The captain at the front turned around to glance at the spirit crystal light screen beside the Sansi Gold Rush dungeon and, with a hint of mockery, addressed all the teams outside the dungeon. Sorry, everyone, this time I, bold who, have taken the last self-selection opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the dungeon light screen. Sure enough, they saw a new record added to this month's completion leaderboard. 30th completion this month, Captain, Hu Yue. In an instant, the crowd surrounding the Sansi Gold Rush dungeon erupted in curses. Damn it, that old who's broken team. How the hell did they clear the Sansi Gold Rush? They must have gotten lucky. Damn, big talker, did you latch onto someone's thigh? I'm so pissed, letting this loser get the self-selection reward is more infuriating than me not getting a reward. Disband, without the self-selection reward, there's no point in running this dungeon. Instantly, the once bustling entrance of the dungeon saw a large group of people begin to disperse. Lin Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Even though he had rushed over to grind the dungeon, it seemed he had ultimately failed. On the light screen beside the Sansi Gold Rush dungeon, there indeed appeared 30 teams that had completed it, and Lin Chen even saw Nangon Ling's name among the top 10 teams. There was no way to self-select the third leg of the Sand Thief King Roger's reward. Lin Chen didn't believe his luck could be that good. He wouldn't randomly drop a reward that he wanted. So, he can only wait until next month when the dungeon refreshed? That time felt too long. You are Lin Chen, right? While he was lost in thought, a low voice suddenly inquired from behind him. Turning around, he saw a bespectacled, somewhat frail young man looking at him with surprise. I am, is there something you need? The frail young man adjusted his glasses and extended his hand to introduce himself. My name is Kumeng Yuan, and I am also from Nuwa Academy. I just saw you wanted to grind this dungeon too. Would you like to join our team? We can forego the equipment and other items dropped in the dungeon. We can give them all to you. We just need the final self-selection segment to get the materials. Previously, due to the large crowd gathered here, Lin Chen hadn't noticed that there was indeed a team led by Kumeng Yuan in the corner. First of all, Kumeng Yuan, as the team leader, had a somewhat timid personality. The others in the team also appeared to be taciturn. Even when Lin Chen looked at them, they would instinctively take a few steps back, avoiding his gaze. Lin Chen understood. Goodness, this was an entire team of social anxiety. No wonder they were all rated B-level or above, and their team composition was reasonable, yet they didn't dare to recruit more members, because there were no other socially anxious people. It was only upon seeing Lin Chen, a lone wolf with no team, and hearing about Lin Chen's achievements that Kumeng Yuan would take the initiative to extend an invitation. Lin Chen said, Senior, isn't it only the top 30 teams that clear this dungeon each month that get a chance for self-selection rewards? Kumeng Yuan adjusted his glasses and cautiously replied, That's true, yes. But there's another way to obtain self-selection material rewards. That is to break the completion record of this dungeon. Lin Chen, I've been following you for a long time, and I believe with your strength, breaking the completion record of this dungeon shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll join. Kumeng Yuan was a bit excited. He was also someone with severe social anxiety. However, for the benefit of the others in his team, and as the captain, he had taken the initiative to talk to Lin Chen. He didn't expect Lin Chen to agree so readily. He felt like he had truly latched onto a strong ally. That's great. However, before entering the dungeon, Lin Chen, have you looked into the strategy for this dungeon? Kumeng Yuan was visibly happy. Lin Chen shook his head, Not yet, I haven't had the time to check. Then let me briefly explain the mechanics and strategies for this dungeon. Lin Chen nodded, listening attentively. After all, it was a high-difficulty dungeon, and without understanding its content and mechanics, it was nearly impossible to speedrun it. Once we enter this dungeon, our identity will be sand thieves. The world within the dungeon is an entire planet covered by an endless desert. Although this planet is barren and desolate, it is rumored that hundreds of years ago, a traveler from beyond discovered a magnificent ruin, dating back millions of years, deep within the boundless sea of sand. Although the ruins are fraught with danger, anyone who reaches the center of the ruins can obtain treasures from the swirling source of the sand sea. The first person to discover the ruins and obtain treasures from deep within was named Roger. Roger stated that the treasures buried deep within the swirling sand sea could be excavated for thousands of years, and the treasures he obtained were not even the most valuable ones in the swirl. Roger has also long resided on the sand sea planet, hosting an annual treasure hunting competition for sand thieves. Under his call, countless travelers from across the stars have come to the sand sea planet over the century, participating in the Gold Rush, marking the beginning of the Great Sand Thief Era. After listening to Kumeng Yuan's brief introduction to the dungeon's background, Lin Chen had countless complaints in his heart. That Roger, the treasure he dug up wouldn't be called One Piece, would it? Kumeng Yuan looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Huh? Didn't you say you hadn't seen the strategy? Lin Chen, it's fine, you can continue. Kumeng Yuan, although this dungeon world is covered by desert, the sand here is distinctly different from the sand on our blue star. On a microscopic level, they are tiny solid particles, but on a macroscopic level, they behave like a fluid, similar to seawater. After entering this dungeon, the first thing most teams need to do is gather materials to build their own sand boat. The first event in the competition is a race across the sand sea. Only the first 100 sand thief teams to reach the outskirts of the ruins will gain Roger's recognition and be allowed to explore the ruins. Many teams from our Shinsha have previously cleared this dungeon, and their sand boats have become better and faster, allowing them to consistently secure a spot in the top 34 dungeon clears every month. It can be said that the quality of the sandboat largely determines whether the dungeon can be cleared. Lin Chen, how about our sandboat? Is it good? Seeing Lin Chen ask about this, Kumeng Yuan's face turned red. We don't have a sandboat. Because when I previously entered this dungeon, the people I teamed up with had already gone to team up with others. I am a priest by profession, but our Shinsha doesn't lack priests. They prefer a female priest in the team rather than me. Lin Chen fell silent. What a sad story. The Manhwa Academy almost fulfilled the pairing needs for priests of all other teams in Shinsha. Just looking at those fierce individuals from other academies shows that their desire for female companions is ingrained in their bones. Naturally, no one wanted someone like Kumeng Yuan, the male mom. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. The first challenge of this dungeon turned out to be a sandboat race, rather than the usual fighting and killing. He felt like he had no place to contribute. So what do we do? If we have to build a sandboat from scratch, it will take a lot of time, right? Kumeng Yuan, the organizers of the Sansi racing competition, will provide the most basic sandboats for teams that do not have them, but modifications and power engines are completely absent. They even require manual propulsion. In the racing competition, it can be said that they will definitely be eliminated. However, Lin Chen, this is also why I said that with your participation, we have hope. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. You once used advanced ice spells in the arena. Your ice magic skills should be quite high, right? I once studied that the sand on the Sansi planet not only has fluid characteristics, but it can even be frozen. Kumeng Yuan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, confidently stating. Lin Chen was taken aback. He seemed to have vaguely guessed Kumeng Yuan's plan. Everyone is focusing on improving the performance of their sandboats, wanting to go faster. But I believe that as long as you can use ice spells to freeze the sand sea area of the competition venue, their sandboats will all be rendered useless. Our sandboats don't need to be better than theirs, we just need to bring them down to the same starting line as us. Once the race starts, their clunky sandboats will definitely be unable to be propelled manually, and at that point, we will have one for sure. Lin Chen was in awe. A genius, out of the hospital. However, the only difficulty with this idea is that the entire Sansi gold mining competition venue is very large, and the Sansi is constantly flowing. To freeze a large area of the Sansi in an instant, well, it would be quite difficult to cover at least several thousand square kilometers. At least, I haven't heard of any senior specializing in ice magic at Fushi Academy who can do this. Can you do it? Kumeng Yuan looked at Lin Chen with piercing eyes. Lin Chen scratched his head. To be honest, he couldn't do it at the moment. But at this moment, he had a stash of skill points, and there were over 7 million in his bank account. It wouldn't be a problem to continue investing in ice skills. Wait a moment, let me check. Lin Chen opened his skill list. He clicked on the ice skill tree that he hadn't accessed in a long time. A long time ago, he had raised his ice skills to level 7 and hadn't added any more points since. The violent output of fire magic, the true damage of lightning magic, made Lin Chen hardly need the control and restriction effects of ice magic. At this moment, he realized that he couldn't afford to be one-sided. He might not need it, but he couldn't be without it. To upgrade Soul Freeze to level 8 requires 500,000 skill points. Do you want to upgrade? Lin Chen clicked to add points. 500,000 skill points were deducted. Consuming 500,000 skill points, your Soul Freeze has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Ice Age. Lin Chen looked at the description of this level 8 ice skill. This skill can create a large area of extreme cold. Everything within the area will be frozen, and it will continuously suffer ice attribute damage based on a percentage of maximum health. It's roughly a fusion of level 7 Soul Freeze and level 6 Bone Chilling Cold, but the range is much larger. However, Lin Chen found that the range of this skill still wouldn't reach the exaggerated scale of several thousand square kilometers. Lin Chen then looked at the mutated version of this level 8 skill. This skill only had 2 words, but it made Lin Chen's eyes light up. Black ice. Seeking recommendation votes, monthly tickets, wealth, fame, power. Everything is in the Sand Sea. Go and seek. The great treasure hunting era has already begun. Under the blazing sun, the Sand Sea churned, and countless sand boats, modified in various ways, floated above the Sand Sea, ready to go. The annual sand boat gold mining racing competition kicked off on an incredibly simple sand boat, which was also the smallest in scale. Lin Chen and the other 4 sat on it. After placing it in the Sand Sea, Lin Chen picked up the light yellow sand. Rubbing the sand in his hands, it indeed had the texture of sand, but when mixed with other grains, it oddly resembles seawater, allowing the sand boat to generate buoyancy. The universe is vast, and it's not surprising to give birth to all kinds of wondrous planets. You all, stop shaking. This is just a copy. Lin Chen looked at Kumeng Yuan and the other 3 ultimate social phobics trembling on the sandboat, feeling somewhat helpless. There are too many people here. Kumeng Yuan stuttered directly. Lin Chen glanced over. The entire sandboat racing venue spanned nearly 500 kilometers from north to south, with countless sandboats on the sea of sand and a sea of heads. Various alien languages echoed from time to time, along with the constant looping of the Sand Pirate King Roger's famous quotes from the loudspeakers, making the entire venue extraordinarily lively. It could indeed be said to be a hell for social phobics. Gold diggers from afar. Hello? No matter which planet or universe you come from, you are all welcome to the annual Sandsea Gold Digging Competition in Cosnes. The competition will officially begin in 5 minutes. Please all representative teams get ready. Before the competition starts, I will announce a few rules. Please follow the rules and compete civilly. Any representative team that violates the rules will have their results cancelled and will be punished according to the severity of the offense. First, the competition will start after the referee's gun goes off. Any early starts or premature ignition of sandboats will be considered a violation. Second, during the first round of the racing competition, it is strictly forbidden for members of each representative team to fight or brawl with each other, and it is strictly forbidden for members of each representative team to damage other teams' sandboats. Third, as in previous competitions, our racecourse has hidden shortcut routes. Sandboat teams that find the shortcuts will reach the finish line via a shorter path. Remember, only the first 100 teams to reach the finish line can enter the ruins area. Komengyuan looked at Lin Chen and gave him a thumbs up. This was the agreed-upon code for their entry into the copy, meaning everything was proceeding as planned. Lin Chen had been somewhat worried that Kumeng Yuan's plan would be deemed cheating or interference by the organizers. However, after the loudspeaker finished announcing the 3 rules, Lin Chen realized that he was freezing the sea of sand. He was completely altering the competition venue. He wasn't attacking other sandboat teams or damaging their boats. One could say he was exploiting a loophole in the rules. Ahoy! Ahoy! Captain! Look, it seems we have a bunch of brainless idiots next to us. Hey, you think you can come gold digging without preparing a sandboat? Ah, Captain, when we set sail later, be careful not to run over their heads. They might call us out for a foul. Lin Chen heard a few whistles. Then he saw that on the right side of the small boat he was on, a giant sandboat was docked, and several people in sailor outfits were laughing heartily at the side of the ship. The bearded man at the front chuckled. You down there, I advise you to withdraw from the competition quickly. My white whale wants to swallow you whole, ha. This bearded man was indeed the captain of the white whale, and his ship had barely made it into the top 100 in previous years. This year he was full of ambition and determined to qualify for the ruins. Lin Chen didn't take the mockery from the captain and crew of the white whale to heart. How many of those who came to be sand pirates could be good people? Captain, how about we give our sandboat a name? Otherwise, even if we win the championship later, we won't even know what our boat is called. At this moment, Kumeng Yuan looked at Lin Chen and suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, feeling that Kumeng Yuan's suggestion made sense. Although this was a free sandboat provided by the event organizers, it should have a name. Let's call it Forward Mary. Lin Chen was not good at naming things. After thinking for a long time, the only name that came to mind was that of the first ship from an anime I watched in my past life. I remember crying uncontrollably during the scene where the ship was burned at sea. In that world, the Mary couldn't follow the main characters to the end. So here, I will take it to the finish line myself. It's a way to make up for a small regret in my heart. Kumeng Yuan didn't understand why Lin Chen chose such a strange name. But who could argue since he was the captain? The name was thus settled. As they discussed, the 5-minute countdown came to an end. With the sound of the referee's gun, countless sandboats that had already taken their positions sounded their horns, and the engines roared to life. Then they began to accelerate forward. Countless people cheered and screamed, creating an extraordinary scene. Suddenly, tens of thousands of people in the venue shivered in unison. The atmosphere, which had just been heated to a boil, seemed to drop to freezing point. Captain, why is it suddenly so cold? Isn't this desert planet, Cosnes, supposed to have a constant temperature of 40 degrees during the day? The sun hasn't even set yet. On the white whale, countless sailors felt a layer of goosebumps rise on their skin. As they spoke, they even exhaled puffs of white breath, showing just how low the temperature around them had become. Look at what that person is holding. The cold is coming from there. Everyone turned to look in the direction the person was pointing. They saw among the group they had been mocking a young man sitting at the bow of the ship holding a dark crystal that floated in the air. It was a piece of ice crystal so black that it absorbed all light. The moment the black ice appeared, the temperature in the entire venue began to plummet sharply. Kumeng Yuan and the other 3 all shivered. It was terrifying. Just gazing at the black ice in Lin Chen's palm seemed to freeze their thoughts. The moment Lin Chen summoned the black ice, several sandboats around him were coated with a layer of frost, and he was shocked by the incredible effect of this 8th-tier ice-type variant. Lin Chen flipped his right hand and buried the small black ice into the rolling sea of sand. Crack, crack. This was the sound of countless ice crystals forming. In an instant, Lin Chen noticed that the yellow sea of sand beneath his sandboat was being stained a deep black. Then, this black began to expand at an astonishing speed. Seeing the sea of sand being frozen, a trace of worry appeared in Lin Chen's heart. Because this skill was now completely out of his control, He had no idea what would happen next. The worst-case scenario was that everyone would end up frozen, including himself. Black Ice type, active skill tier, 8th category, Ice system cost. 40,000 mana casting time, 30 seconds cooldown, 18 hours effect. Tier space, obtain a piece of black ice from the Eternal Realm. Once black ice appears, it will emit terrifying cold air, causing all objects eroded by the cold to enter a frozen state and gradually transform into a material form identical to the black ice at a corresponding speed. The higher the rank of the life forms and objects that enter the frozen state, the stronger their power and the slower the rate of transformation into black ice. Once the transformation into black ice is complete, it cannot be melted by any means below the 10th tier. Note, in an instant, condense eternity. This should be the most domineering control skill Lin Chen had ever seen. He even felt that if it weren't for the black ice's efficiency not being so fast and the range needing time to gradually expand, this variant of the 8th tier ice skill should be considered a forbidden spell. Because, broadly speaking, as long as the black ice is given enough time, it could even be a world-destroying skill. When you gaze at the black ice, your vision will also be affected, gradually transforming into a part of the black ice. Then, it would be your thoughts. Even such an abstract thing, black ice, could complete the transformation. The most terrifying property of black ice lies in its ability to assimilate everything around it, without limits. It turns them into black ice as well. Lin Chen couldn't imagine what would happen if he planted a piece of black ice in some ocean on Blue Star. Perhaps, in the end, the entire planet would turn into a massive chunk of black ice floating in the universe. What's going on? It's so cold. Captain, our ship won't move. The engine has stalled. It's too cold. What kind of weather is this? Less than 10 seconds into the competition, all the crew members on the hundreds of sandboats surrounding Lin Chen gasped in shock. Then they realized that their ships wouldn't move. Their ships, after countless modifications and upgrades, had horsepower and tonnage that had risen with the tide. The draft of the sandboats was countless times deeper than that of the small broken boat Lin Chen and the others were on. Now that the sand sea was frozen by black ice, even if their engines were smoking, it was impossible for the sandboats to budge an inch. Let's go! Lin Chen's ominous premonition grew stronger. It seemed that he had indeed used an extraordinary skill today. At this moment, even he felt enveloped by a black chill. If they didn't quickly distance themselves from this initial area of black ice, they would likely be transformed at the fastest rate. Komeng Yuan and Lin Chen got off the sandboat, and the two of them used their hands to lift it up with force. They pulled the sandboat out from the ice below. Fortunately, their small broken boat's draft could hardly be called deep, it was almost non-existent. With a strong tug, they managed to pull it out. After getting it out, Lin Chen cast several wind spells, putting the other few people on the boat into a state of acceleration. At the same time, he also laid a layer of wind field beneath the hull. This maximized the reduction of friction between the bottom of the sandboat and the ice surface. Then everyone saw that the sandboat Lin Chen was on began to speed forward at an extremely unscientific rate. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had already left the delegation that had fallen into the black ice far behind. As the sandboat Lin Chen was on continued to accelerate, he discovered a fact that made him feel even more alarmed. The spread of black ice was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even though they had rushed out of the core of the black ice crystals, the source, their speed, could not keep up with the spread of the black ice. It was only then that Lin Chen realized. At first, black ice was indeed very small. Its influence was also limited. But once its assimilation began to successfully affect other things, the volume of the black ice itself was actually gradually expanding. One could say that what was originally just a speck of black ice floating in his palm had now expanded tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times. The entire sand sea would ultimately turn into black ice. With such a volume of black ice, assimilating other materials that had not yet turned into black ice would naturally be on a completely different level of efficiency. This was an exponentially growing rate curve. Damn, he wouldn't really mess this up, would he? Soon, Lin Chen and Komeng Yuan realized that there were no other sandboats behind them. On the entire racetrack, only their 5-person boat was speeding forward. Looking back, Lin Chen saw only a lifeless expanse, a black land that resembled a dead zone. The atmosphere and sky seemed to be connected by strands of black threads. They were also gradually being frozen and transformed into black ice. One could only imagine what had happened to the crew and captain of the White Whale in the area where the black ice had just been planted. They might have already turned into black ice. There was no doubt that this violated the rules of the Gold Rush competition. However, at this moment, not a single judge was there to declare them guilty, because perhaps the judges had also turned into black ice. Komeng Yuan no longer knew what words to use to describe the shock in his heart. He also didn't know how to express his admiration and awe for Lin Chen. He originally thought that Lin Chen was only proficient in ice magic, with a deep understanding of ice spells. However, he did not expect that with a mere flip of his hand, Lin Chen not only froze thousands of square kilometers of sandy sea but was even going to freeze the entire sandy planet. What tremendous power this was! Senior Ko, how much longer until we reach the finish line? Lin Chen sat at the bow of the sandboat, watching the rolling waves formed by the yellow sand in the distance, which were rapidly losing their yellow hue and turning black. He couldn't help but ask, I don't know either. Ko Mangyuan was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that this journey to clear the dungeon would end up like this. According to the strategy guide I read, the first round of the speed race won't be too long, and it isn't actually the main difficulty of this dungeon. The real challenge lies in entering the ruins afterward. In the second round, we will face 99 other sand pirate groups that have also entered the second round. We need to completely eliminate the other groups to qualify for entering the true center of the ruins. After entering the center of the ruins, we will have to face the giant sandworm boss that randomly appears in the sandy sea vortex, and only after defeating it can we enter the vortex and receive rewards. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled wryly. I think we might have completely skipped the second round elimination phase. I hope that sandy sea vortex can hold out until we arrive. Lin Chen had already foreseen that this dungeon would likely be broken by him again. If this dungeon collapsed, where would he get the materials for his fourth transition? Seeking recommendation boats and monthly tickets. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. Lin Chen could only keep speeding up the sandboat, pushing it forward along the track at a faster pace. Captain, it seems we are about to reach the shortcut area mentioned in the guide. The cold wind howled as Ko Mangyuan sat behind Lin Chen, looking at the surrounding scenery and recalling the dungeon strategy in his mind, loudly reminding Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. A shortcut. Originally, their plan was just to restrict others, preventing them from sailing, so that even if they didn't take the shortcut, they could still reach the finish line first. But now he was racing against the black ice. He definitely needed to take the shortcut. Lin Chen's eyes kept scanning various positions on the track ahead. Soon, he saw that not far ahead, the right side of the track had many sharp turns, and beside the 8th turn, there was an invisible updraft. If it weren't for the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen probably wouldn't have noticed this hidden airflow. Other representative teams participating normally would likely not choose to go through such a winding area. Even if someone guessed the organizer's trick and actively entered this winding zone, it wouldn't be easy to discover this hidden shortcut. Turn, go that way. Lin Chen pointed to the curved track, urging Ko Mangyuan and a few others to steer the sandboat toward it. Clearly, Lin Chen and Ko Mangyuan's driving skills could be described as disastrous. At the first turn, they failed to make the turn successfully. The sandboat crashed into the wall. However, it must be said that the initial sandboat provided by the organizer was of quite good quality. They crashed and were dazed, but the sandboat suffered little damage. Lin Chen could only slightly reduce the speed to make the turns easier. After successfully navigating through 6 or 7 turns, the invisible updraft was right in front of them. That's it, rush in. As they plunged into the airflow, the entire sandboat shot up into the sky. It soared high. In the blink of an eye, the forward Mary had transformed into the Flying Mary. After ascending to a high altitude, Lin Chen discovered that there was actually a floating track made of the same yellow sand below. However, this yellow sand had all been modified by the organizer. It had all turned into a form invisible to the naked eye. Only those like them, traveling on this invisible track, could somewhat perceive the special texture of these grains. Lin Chen leaned out and looked down. Below, the winding track had been completely stained black. At the same time, from his elevated position, Lin Chen could faintly see the end of the track ahead, and beyond that, the ruins of the Sea of Sand standing in the desert. More than 10 minutes later, the sandboat sped through the finish line. Lin Chen and the others successfully claimed the championship of the first round. However, at the finish line, the crowd that had originally gathered to watch, along with the event organizer's staff, had turned into black ice sculptures. Their astonished faces were forever frozen in a moment. As the sandboat crossed the finish line, Lin Chen felt as if they had passed through a barrier. This sensation was reminiscent of when he had found the true Yggdrasil in the heart of the swarm instance and crossed the barrier. Indeed, after passing through the barrier, Lin Chen saw the outline of the ruins he had previously glimpsed from the sky become completely clear. The entire space of the ruins was far larger than what could be seen from the outside. Above the endless sea of sand, countless walls, palaces, and temples made of yellow sand and unknown black rocks were scattered throughout. Perhaps this planet called Cosnes was not always completely covered by desert. It once had its own native civilization. For some unknown reason, that civilization had been buried beneath the yellow sand. Now, only these ruins remained to tell of their former glory. We've entered the second phase. Without any other sandboat teams to obstruct us, we can head straight to the black stone tower at the center of the ruins. Ko Mangyuan was somewhat excited. Their goal this time was to break the record for clearing this instance and obtain a self-selected reward. In fact, their time in the first round was not the fastest due to the absence of real sand boats. Even in a normal competition, they definitely wouldn't have made it into the top 100. Fortunately, they had directly skipped the 100-team melee segment in the second round. This undoubtedly saved them a lot of time. Lin Chen looked back. He saw that the invisible barrier surrounding the ruins had the effect of preventing the black ice from continuing to spread. Although the yellow sand beneath their feet was slowly being coated in black, this meant that, While the black ice was seeping in slowly, it was certainly not impossible for it to completely permeate the entire ruins. Then let's hurry up. While this place isn't completely frozen yet. Lin Chen took the lead and stepped off the sand boat, heading towards the black stone tower at the center of the ruins. The entire ruins were filled with rubble and broken walls, making it nearly impossible for the sand boat to navigate. It was better to walk. However, Lin Chen possessed wind magic, allowing him to fly independently. As for Komeng Yuan and the others, although they were socially anxious, they were all B-rank students of the senior class in Shinsha. They also had flying skills. The 5 of them showcased their abilities and flew swiftly towards the stone tower. Just as they were about to arrive, Komeng Yuan suddenly shouted, "Slow down. The final big boss of the 3rd round is right ahead." Lin Chen also saw the anomaly in front of the stone tower at the center of the ruins. In front of the tower was a vast sandy plaza. At the center of the plaza, a massive sand column was continuously spewing yellow sand into the sky. It seemed as if some colossal creature underground was exhaling the yellow sand. Komeng Yuan produced a long staff in his hand, and as he waved it, he chanted incantations. After a brief chant, 3 birds radiating pure white light were conjured. As the birds flew above the sand column, everyone suddenly saw the ground of the ruins begin to tremble violently. Boom! With a loud crash, an enormous sandworm, its width measurable in kilometers, suddenly burst forth from the ground. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp serrated teeth, opened wide and swallowed all 3 of the holy light birds whole. Without a strategy, the first team to enter this dungeon had no idea what price they would pay here. Step back. The boss has appeared. I'll buff you all. This boss deals too much damage. If we get swallowed, we're done for. Even the tank class can't withstand it. We have to kite and attack. Komeng Yuan was incredibly nervous. After all, they had entered this dungeon as a 5-person extreme team. Normally, to play it safe, a 10-person team would be required. 5 people fighting a boss would definitely lack sufficient damage. However, the next moment, when he saw blue flames erupting from Lin Chen, Komeng Yuan suddenly felt as if he had overthought it. Lin Chen could single-handedly match the output of over a dozen 4th transformation players. The divine fire of heaven descended. A nuclear explosion stirred up towering sand waves, and from below, the heart-wrenching roars and painful wails of sandworms echoed. However, Lin Chen discovered that this 8th-tier fire spell didn't kill the sandworm. One hit didn't finish it off? No problem, a few more hits would do. Today, he was going to use this boss to test his new talent, Touch of Rebirth. He had to admit that the boss-level monsters in high-difficulty dungeons had much higher health and dual resistances than those in the previous 5-person dungeons. The last one that could withstand his 8th-tier spell without dying was Ike's. But compared to Ike's, this sandworm was about to meet a much more tragic fate. Although it hadn't died, it was charred all over. Even the upper half of its body, which had just emerged from the sand layer, was already emitting a strong burnt smell. Under the observation of the all-knowing eye, its health had dropped by more than half. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. Another 8th-tier lightning spell, the Purple Sky Calamity Sword, came crashing down. It ended its suffering. In less than 10 seconds, the final boss of the high-difficulty 10-person dungeon, Sansi Gold Rush, was directly killed by Lin Chen with just 2 skills. Komeng Yuan was at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment. He could be considered one of the few who understood Lin Chen well in the realm of divine clouds. But every time he saw Lin Chen casually unleash such high-tier, incredibly powerful spells without even chanting, he felt a surge of excitement. The other 3 were even more astonished. They had heard of Lin Chen's name, but hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were 2 different things. This output capability was terrifying. They had no doubt that the only thing preventing Lin Chen from soloing this dungeon was the requirement to form a team. Otherwise, he could easily clear it alone. The 4 of them were truly just spectators, watching Lin Chen's maneuvers. Well, I must say, this feeling of clinging to a strong ally and being a mere leg hair is quite enjoyable. The death of the sandworm meant that the 3rd trial of this dungeon was also declared over. A prompt echoed in their minds. Congratulations! You have completed the 3 trials, defeated the giant sandworm, and cleared the 10-person dungeon, Sansi Gold Rush. Now starting to calculate dungeon rewards. Dungeon clear time, 0 days 0 hours 11 minutes 34 seconds 21. Dungeon clear rating, S rank. Congratulations! You and your team have set a new best clear record for this dungeon. The Sansi Vortex has opened and you can still stay in this dungeon for 30 minutes. Please collect your rewards within the time limit. Komeng Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fist tightly. They had succeeded. They wanted to express their gratitude to Lin Chen, but saw him flying down from the sky. He reached out a hand to touch the enormous corpse of the sandworm. The next moment, scenes of illusions appeared before Lin Chen. These illusions were fragmented and lacked any order. After a moment, Lin Chen realized that these were all the events the sandworm boss had experienced during its long cycle of reincarnation. Lin Chen was able to glimpse a small part of the iceberg of the pre-civilization of the planet Kasanis. But perhaps due to the sandworm's low intelligence, these fragments were not enough to piece together a complete timeline and historical progression. Of course, Lin Chen didn't really care. He was just curious about what he could gain through the touch of reincarnation. Where his fingers touched the sandworm, a white light burst forth. Then, he received a system notification. Ding! You have relived a segment of the target's reincarnation, and you have received a regular reward. You have gained 19 points in Constitution, 11 points in Strength, and 23 points in Stamina. So the touch of reincarnation meant this. By touching the corpse, could he obtain the target's attribute values? Besides attribute values, was there anything else? While pondering, Lin Chen raised his hand and touched the sandworm's corpse again. This time, a series of fragmented images flashed by. A bright blue light illuminated the area. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. If white corresponded to a regular reward, then blue must be significantly better, right? Ding! You have relived a segment of the target's reincarnation and you have received a rare level reward. You have gained the target's trait. Giant in the Sand detected that this trait conflicts with your race. This trait has been converted into a special passive skill. You have gained a new universal passive skill, Sandwalker. Lin Chen didn't even need to check what this new passive skill did. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Within the darkness, he seemed to be immersed in an intangible void where he could move freely, forward, backward, left, right, in any direction. With just a thought, he could move at incredible speed. Lin Chen ultimately chose to move upward. The next moment, he emerged from beside Kumeng Yuan, startling her. Lin Chen, how did you get underground? Lin Chen floated up from the sand, brushed off the grit on his body, feeling a bit awkward. It's nothing, I just accidentally fell in. The Sandwalker passive was somewhat like the skills of the Earth God or the Earth Walker. In any case, it allowed for unobstructed high-speed movement in the sand. Although the speed wasn't as fast as flying, the concealment was quite strong. This skill might come in handy in the future. Having one more skill was better than having none. The touch of reincarnation talent was no wonder rated SSS. It could yield so many rewards. In fact, just gaining attribute values was already considered a very strong talent. Currently, he only received 20 free attribute points from leveling up once. The most ordinary attribute value reward just now had already given him a total of 53 attribute points, not to mention the chance to obtain passive skills. This time, the target for extracting these rewards was just an ordinary sandworm. If the target were X, what could Lin Chen gain? He didn't dare to imagine. Lin Chen approached the sandworm again, bent down, and placed his fingers on the sandworm's corpse. This action left Kumeng Yuan and the others completely baffled. However, the next moment, Lin Chen sighed inwardly, stood up and looked at the black stone tower ahead, saying, "Let's go." There was no doubt that the third extraction had failed. It seemed that there was a limit to the rewards that could be extracted from a single corpse. The exact number of times, as well as the upper limit of rewards, likely depended on the strength of the corpse in life. The five entered the black stone tower. A very counterintuitive fact appeared before Lin Chen. He saw a spiral staircase leading downward, but when he looked up, he could only see the rough dome of the tower. Clearly, the exterior looked like a tower that needed to be climbed, yet it ultimately led underground. He didn't know if they had flipped upside down the moment they entered the tower or if there was some other mechanism at play. As they descended the steps, the surrounding environment became increasingly spacious and brighter. There was a light source below. Lin Chen initially thought it was natural light. When he reached the bottom, he discovered it was a swirling mass shimmering with golden light. The whirlpool was entirely composed of countless golden grains, within which countless streams of various colors intertwined and changed continuously. In this flow of light, white and green are the most prominent. Next come blue, purple, red, and gold. This should correspond to the 6 levels of rewards, and even the colors should match those of the rewards obtainable through his reincarnation touch. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets not good. Cool. Meng Yuan glanced at the empty platforms around the sand sea vortex, his expression changing. Lin Chen frowned. What's wrong? Kumeng Yuan forced a smile. This competition is actually organized entirely by the Sand Thief King Roger and his interstellar treasure hunting company. After passing the 3 trials and achieving the selected rewards, he continued, it requires their staff to dive into the sand sea vortex to retrieve the rewards. According to the normal dungeon process, after we clear it, there should be many professional sand divers here, equipped with specialized tools. Once the organizers collect our selected reward requests, they will go down to salvage. But now, they have all disappeared. They must have discovered a major incident during the first round of the Sand Sea race and all went to provide support. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and continued, then, can't we go down ourselves to salvage the rewards? Kumeng Yuan shook his head, no. Without any protection, entering the Sand Sea vortex will corrode your body with the countless golden sands. And those streams of light in the vortex, although marked with colors, cannot be pinpointed for specific rewards without the exploration devices from the Interstellar Treasure Hunting Company. Lin Chen walked to the edge of the stone platform and suddenly extended a finger. He inserted it into the vortex radiating intense golden light. Komang Yuan didn't even have time to stop him. However, the next moment he saw Lin Chen pull his finger out of the vortex and scathe, as if nothing had happened. Lin Chen only intended to test whether this Sand Sea vortex could still harm him after acquiring the Sandwalker passive skill. It turned out it couldn't. It felt just like going home. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. There are no staff here, and these sands can't hurt me. I have a bold idea. Komang Yuan, being clever, almost instantly understood what Lin Chen was planning. However, he still felt a bit anxious. Lin Chen, if the company finds out, we might be permanently expelled from their invitation list. We would never be able to enter this dungeon again. Lin Chen shrugged. Do you think they would be able to trace the culprit who froze the entire Sand Sea back to us? Now that it's come to this, do you still care whether they invite us or not? Komang Yuan was taken aback. It seemed Lin Chen made a good point. This dungeon was almost ruined by him, so of course, it was time to quickly salvage a fortune and run. What materials do you need? Just tell me, and I'll go down and help you retrieve them. Lin Chen looked at Komang Yuan and the others. Ha! Lin Chen, can you recognize the rewards represented by those streams of light? Lin Chen nodded. Mang Yuan knew that their opportunity was indeed rare. Moreover, the teams that had previously entered this dungeon would absolutely never encounter this. He had to think quickly and make a swift decision. As the original captain of this small team, he was well aware of the needs of the other members and quickly told Lin Chen the names of 3 types of materials. Among them, there was one material that both of them needed. Lin Chen nodded, looking at the shimmering golden Sand Sea vortex, and then dove in headfirst. It wasn't until Lin Chen's figure completely disappeared into the Sand Sea vortex that Komang Yuan felt his heart leap to his throat, anxiously waiting by the vortex. Just getting close to this vortex area had already made him sweat profusely. Staying here for a few minutes, he felt he might even dehydrate. It was too hot. The temperature inside the vortex was probably similar to that of lava. How could Lin Chen dive down and still act as if nothing was wrong? With that thought, the next moment, Komang Yuan saw Lin Chen emerge from the center of the vortex. He stood on the vortex, looking at the swirling lights below, his brow furrowed. Lin Chen, you don't have to push yourself. If the temperature is too high and you can't handle it, then just give up. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no way I'm just giving up like this. It took a lot to get in here, and I've even refreshed the completion time. It would be too frustrating to leave empty-handed. The problem isn't the high temperature, but those rewards are moving at high speed. It's not that easy to catch them. Just after Lin Chen had submerged into the Sand Sea vortex, he used the Eye of Omniscience, and the rewards represented by those flowing lights were completely visible to him. Soon, Lin Chen locked onto the material he needed, the third leg of the Sand Thief King. Roger. Although the name of this material was full of flaws, it was actually a sci-fi-styled cybernetic limb. In the vortex, it was a purple quality reward. The other materials needed by Komang Yuan and the others were basically the same as his, also purple quality. The speed at which these quality rewards flew in the vortex was too fast. Lin Chen's movement speed, aided by the passive skill, Sandwalker, was not enough to catch up with them. Moreover, the flight trajectories of these rewards did not follow a circular motion around the center of the vortex. There seemed to be no pattern at all, and Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder how those professional salvagers from the treasure hunting company managed to retrieve them. This was the reason he surfaced to think of a solution. Gritting his teeth, Komang Yuan suggested, Lin Chen, don't worry about us. We've already achieved a great deal by getting the best completion record for this dungeon. After we leave the dungeon, there will be credit rewards. You just need to find the materials you need. If you don't get distracted down there, you should still have a chance to get them. What Komang Yuan said, Lin Chen didn't really pay attention to. However, he now had an idea. This dungeon was a one-time deal. There was no coming back after this. So he decided to go all out, no holding back. Lin Chen dove back into the Sand Sea vortex. As he submerged deeper into the vortex, Lin Chen continuously descended. During his last dive, he discovered that the depth of this vortex far exceeded his previous judgment. Moreover, the deeper the rewards, the better they were. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the depth where he had previously seen the purple level rewards. His eyes scanned and locked onto 4 clusters of purple light. These 4 materials were exactly what they needed. Then, Lin Chen continued to look down. He saw 2 golden streams of light deep within the vortex. Those should be the ultimate prizes of this reward pool. I want them all. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and the next moment, cold air gradually condensed in his palm. A small spatial rift was torn open. Pieces of black dust gradually formed into black ice crystals. That's right, the Sand Sea vortex is also part of the Sand Sea. There's no reason the outer Sand Sea can be frozen by black ice. But this place can't. It must be said that the temperature at the center of the vortex was much higher than that of the outer Sand Sea. Even the black ice, at the moment it was summoned by Lin Chen, condensed incredibly slowly. This was the shortcoming and weakness of the black ice, the ultimate world-destroying skill. It required a nurturing environment. When it was just summoned, if this piece of black ice couldn't continue to grow, it was even inferior to a 7th tier ice-type soul freeze. One piece isn't enough, then I'll use 2, 3. If quality is lacking, I'll stack it with quantity. 3 pieces of black ice were summoned by Lin Chen in an instant. The next moment, the entire rotation speed of the Sand Sea vortex suddenly came to a halt. Then, the black ice no longer melted but began to transform other substances within the vortex. Lin Chen knew that the time left for him to salvage the rewards was running out. Lin Chen's plan was simple. Since these rewards moved at extreme speed and their trajectories were unpredictable, he just needed to find a way to make them stop. 3 black ice shards appeared, and the entire swirling speed of the sand sea began to slow down. Lin Chen could already hear the sound of ice crystals forming and continuously spreading in his ears. With a flash of his figure, Lin Chen first grasped the material needed for his 4th turn quest, the 3rd leg of the Sand Thief King Roger. He then stuffed it into his personal space. Next, Lin Chen used the Sandwalker to swiftly maneuver through the increasingly slow vortex, placing the 3 materials needed by Kameng Yuan and the others into his backpack. Finally, Lin Chen looked down at the 2 golden lights. Since he had already acquired them for free, he would gladly accept these 2 grand prizes. Lin Chen swam towards the bottom of the vortex at his fastest speed, but after the cold air from the 3 black ice shards spread out, he realized that not only was the rotation speed of the entire vortex slowing down, but he was also affected. At this moment, being in the vortex, many wind-based acceleration skills were not applicable in this environment. He was truly in the yellow sand, with no air for him to utilize. Just as Lin Chen was about 4 to 5 meters away from the 2 golden light rewards, he noticed that the surrounding sand sea was nearing a complete freezing point. Using the Sandwalker, he could barely move. The black ice surrounded him like a prison from all directions. Was his movement faster, or was the spread of the black ice faster? Lin Chen didn't know. He only knew that as he got closer, the information of the 2 golden lights finally appeared before his eyes. Hand of Annihilation, Seed of Primordial Fire. The rest of the attributes were completely invisible. Indeed, even the all-knowing eye required a longer gaze to continue deciphering the essence of these 2 golden lights. This also indirectly indicated the preciousness of these 2 items. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Watching the encroaching black ice, he made a quick move and used Swift Wind Flash. Beneath the sand sea, there was no air, so the distance and speed of Swift Wind Flash were severely diminished. The 2 golden lights were also spaced apart. Lin Chen could only choose one to take. He had no time to think about which one to grab and could only select the nearest one. As his fingers touched the golden light, Lin Chen did not expect the impact of this golden light to be so great that he almost lost his grip, letting it escape from his hand. At a critical moment, a pair of hands emerged from the void. Lin Yu's hand grasped Lin Chen's hand, firmly securing the golden light. This was not Lin Chen actively releasing Lin Yu, she had come out on her own. The moment Lin Yu appeared, her entire body was already enveloped by a large amount of black ice. Lin Chen quickly transferred Lin Yu back to the necromancer space, as Lin Yu was also aware of the danger of the black ice. The body parts that had been infected by the black ice were actively discarded by her, melting into the sand sea. Subsequently, Lin Chen also retrieved the golden light in his right hand back into his personal space. Everything was settled, now he needed to find a way to escape. However, the next moment, Lin Chen discovered that after being struck by the golden light, his entire right hand had completely sunk into the black ice. It was too late to pull it out now. Lin Chen felt his right hand gradually losing sensation. This meant that his right hand was slowly transforming into black ice. The indiscriminate nature of the black ice gave Lin Chen a headache. Fortunately, the next moment, a ghostly blue flame erupted from Lin Chen's body. The advantage of elementalization was once again demonstrated. After his right hand was fully elementalized, Lin Chen chose to directly discard the parts that had been eroded and assimilated by the black ice. Then, a flash of lightning appeared. Thunderbolt was used by Lin Chen at the critical moment. Lin Chen's elementalized figure appeared above the sand sea. He looked at the bewildered Ku Meng Yuan and the other 3. He shouted, "Hurry up! Leave the instance!" After saying that, Lin Chen directly chose to exit the instance. Ku Meng Yuan and the others reacted quickly as well. They had previously discovered that the entire sand sea vortex had stopped spinning and was rapidly cooling down. It was not hard to guess that Lin Chen had most likely used the terrifying ice skill again. "Let's go!" Ku Meng Yuan shouted and chose to leave the instance. Kasani's outer space. A massive starship was slowly approaching. In the command room at the front of the starship, beneath the enormous viewport, countless individuals dressed in interstellar treasure hunting company uniforms stared out at the deep space Kasani's, their faces filled with confusion. "Are you sure we have arrived near Kasani's?" "Report. Sir, according to the star map, we have indeed reached the vicinity of Kasani's." At that moment, outside the viewport, a planet appeared, mostly encased in black ice, completely devoid of life, lifeless and desolate. This was a stark contrast to their memories of a planet covered in yellow sand, which looked entirely yellow from space. "Report this change to Lord Roger. What on earth has happened to Kasani's while we were away?" In a luxurious room somewhere on the starship, the white-haired Roger listened to his subordinates report, his frown deepening. More than 10 minutes later, the starship landed on Kasani's. Roger, leaning on his cane, stepped off the starship and was instantly shocked by the scene before him. In the biting cold wind, the entire entrance of the Sandsea gold mining competition and countless sand boats were completely frozen in black ice. The once vibrant desert planet had turned into such a lonely and dead appearance that it sent a chill down his spine. Then, he suddenly remembered something, his expression changing, and he ordered, "Quick, go to the ruins center. Check on those 2 treasures in the Sandsea vortex." As the first sand thief, Kasani's was the starting point of his career. And as the hottest treasure hunting planet in the Terrence star system, Roger had placed the 2 renowned treasures, which had gained fame throughout the entire star system, in the prize pool to maintain the excitement of the Kasani's Sandsea gold mining competition. As the ultimate grand prize, they attracted countless desperate individuals seeking fortune. These 2 treasures could not be chosen, they could only be obtained through random rewards. On the surface, the probability of obtaining them was 1 in a million, but in reality, the probability was 0. Whether selecting or salvaging, it was all done by the professional salvagers from his company. There were too many manipulable means. He had explored so many treasure planets and had only obtained 5 treasures of this level. How could he possibly give them away? Before long, a message came back. Lord Roger. No, this is bad. The Sandsea vortex has also been completely frozen, and the few workers we sent to drill ice for investigation have started to be covered in that black ice. They are about to be done for. Using the detector to sense the treasure aura beneath the vortex, most of the purple and blue treasures still exist, but one of the 2 treasures, the Hand of Annihilation, is missing. Upon hearing this, Roger trembled with rage. He looked at the world covered in black ice and shouted angrily, "The remnants of eternity have not been completely eradicated. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. Who did this? Report to the Alliance. Put out a bounty for him. We need him alive." Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes, Lin Shen's figure was transmitted out from the instance's light screen. Then, he saw Komangyuan and the others stumbling out from the instance's light screen. As the 4 of them emerged, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. If they had been even a moment later, they would have been completely frozen by the black ice and would never have escaped. This feeling of having survived a disaster left them both fearful and exhilarated. Lin Shen extended his hand, presenting 4 materials to Komangyuan. Komangyuan's eyes lit up, and then joy surged on his face. You succeeded." Then, Komangyuan looked a bit worried and asked, "Lin Shen, did you get the materials you needed?" Lin Shen nodded. The 3rd leg of the Sand Thief King Roger was now quietly lying in his personal space. In addition, there was also a glove. The glove looked small, crafted from an unknown metal. It seemed that I had received this golden reward at a critical moment. It was the equipment called the Hand of Annihilation. Lin Shen, these materials are very important to us. We have been waiting for months for them. We'll just accept them. But we also know that in this dungeon, we really didn't contribute much. It was you who led us all the way. So we just discussed it, and for the next week, all our daily resources and dungeon entry times will be allocated to you. Oh, and I just challenged you. My rating is B, rank 1736. That's about mid-tier B. As long as you accept the challenge, I'll concede right away. The forced challenge status on you will also be removed. This should save you a lot of time to continue climbing the ranks. Komangyuan blurted out what they had previously discussed in the dungeon to Lin Shen. Lin Shen was about to say something when Komangyuan shook his head and said, "Lin Shen, don't refuse. The materials you brought back for us are far more precious than this so-called compensation we're giving you. If you refuse, we won't know how to repay you." Upon hearing this, Lin Shen could only accept the goodwill of Komangyuan and the others. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the entire dungeon sanctuary. Congratulations to the professional. Lin Shen's team has cleared the 10-person dungeon, Gold Rush in the Sandsea, and has set a new best clearance record for this dungeon. The current best clearance record for this dungeon is 0 days 0 hours 11 minutes 34 seconds 21. Team leader Lin Shen and team members, please proceed to the Treasure Distribution Center to claim your rewards. We also hope other teams will continue to strive for new heights. This announcement was a regional announcement in the hall of the dungeon sanctuary. The moment it registered, the entire second floor of the sanctuary erupted in an uproar. 11 minutes to clear Gold Rush in the Sandsea? No way, this must be cheating. How could it be so fast? Nonsense. In the first round of the sandboat race, even the fastest top-tier sandboat takes at least 7 or 8 minutes, and that's if you take shortcuts to reach the finish line, right? Are you telling me the second and third rounds of the trials were completed in just 2 or 3 minutes? Wait, what was the previous best clearance record for this dungeon? You'll be shocked to hear it. The previous clearance record was 1 hour and 7 minutes, set 5 years ago by Su Moyu. Su Moyu? The one from our 10 Heroes of Shinsha? That's him. So how did this Lin Chen manage to cut the time down by nearly an hour? In an instant, Lin Chen realized that those who had previously seen him alone without any team all came to a realization. They had missed out on a fortune. If they had kicked out the mage or any ranged class from their team back then and replaced them with Lin Chen, they would have been the ones to set the new dungeon record. Regret filled their hearts. Thud. Lin Chen suddenly felt someone hugging his right calf. Lin Chen, no, Egu, please carry me to victory. I was blind not to recognize your greatness earlier. If you can join my team, you'll be the captain, and you can take 70% of all dungeon rewards, while the rest of us take 30%. Big shot. I only need 20%. Come join our team. 1%. We only need 10%. The other 90% is yours, brother, please. Save us. In an instant, the entire dungeon sanctuary was filled with cries begging Lin Chen to take them through the dungeon. Integrity? What integrity? Is integrity more important than rewards? They knew better than anyone how difficult it was to refresh the clearance record of a high-difficulty dungeon. Meanwhile, Shinsha offered exceptionally generous rewards for clearing high-difficulty dungeons and setting records. What they were really after was the rewards from Shinsha. Attention all professionals of Shinsha. 10-person dungeon, the Gold Rush in the Sand Sea is currently in a state of eternal frost, and the related mechanisms of this dungeon can no longer operate. This dungeon will be indefinitely closed, and the reopening time will be announced later. More than 10 minutes later, Shinsha, Academic Affairs Office. In the office of the Director of Education, Lin Chen sat in a chair facing a middle-aged man with a worried expression. Originally, Lin Chen planned to go to the Treasure Logistics Office to collect the rewards for refreshing the high-difficulty dungeon records. Who would have thought he would be summoned here on the way? Lin Chen, my student. I'm begging you, just stop. Please don't ruin the dungeons anymore. You've been in school for less than a week, and already one Level 0 dungeon and one high-difficulty dungeon have been ruined. The middle-aged man was the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Shinsha. He usually had his subordinates handle various tasks. However, recently, the name Lin Chen had entered his ears countless times, to the point it was almost deafening. Today, he had to come forward and talk to this new student about their difficulties. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. Teacher Zhao, would you believe me if I said it was an accident? I believe you, I believe you. I just wanted to tell you that it's not easy for us at Shinsha to gather various dungeons from all corners of the world and store them in the dungeon sanctuary. That's the hard work and dedication of countless predecessors. Once a dungeon is gone, many rare materials and equipment production channels will also disappear. These dungeons are the foundation of our Shinsha. So, I'm begging you, Lin Chen. I just discussed with a few leaders, and if you need any rare materials from dungeons in the future, please go directly to your dean or come to me. Don't worry, Shinsha will send a highly professional dungeon clearing team to help you obtain those materials. You won't have to personally go into the dungeons to grind. Lin Chen felt like the director was about to cry. He could only nod in agreement. With someone offering to help him clear dungeons for free, he had no reason to refuse. Also, please take care of those dungeons for daily experience, skill points, spirit crystal mines, and equipment. Let's go for a sustainable development route, shall we? Lin Chen scratched his nose and said, Director Zhao, I understand, I will definitely pay attention from now on. That's good, that's good. There's nothing else, go collect your rewards. Lin Chen walked out of the Academic Affairs building. He scratched his head. It seemed that along the way, many dungeons had indeed not escaped his clutches. After clearing them, the dungeons were directly sent away. It was no wonder the higher-ups of Shinsha wanted to talk to him. He had a criminal record. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the Treasure Logistics Office, went down to the first floor, and approached a window. Student, are you here to exchange credits or collect rewards? To collect rewards. Lin Chen handed over his student card. The service girl at the window scanned it and then exclaimed in surprise, Congratulations, you've refreshed the record for the high-difficulty dungeon. Here's your reward list. Please choose what you want so I can apply for the distribution process. A projection of the Spirit Crystal reward list appeared in front of Lin Chen. He glanced at it and found that the rewards for refreshing the high-difficulty dungeon record were indeed more generous. Captain's rewards 1, 1200 credits 2. Choose a skill point scroll, 100 points, or specialization point scroll, 50 points, asterisk 103. Choose a property spirit crystal, 10 points, or breakthrough magic crystal asterisk 30 Lin Chen. Can the skill point scroll and specialization point scroll from the second reward be exchanged for something else? The girl shook her head. No, student. All rewards are fixed, you know. Skill point scrolls are great, many students need them the most. That's right, this was something others needed the most. But it was the last thing he needed. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen knew how to arrange the second reward. Then I'll choose the skill point scroll for the second reward, and the breakthrough magic crystal for the third. Okay, just a moment, I'll get that for you. Before long, Lin Chen's rewards were delivered to him. However, Lin Chen noticed something was off with the total number of rewards. First, the skill point scrolls had increased from 10 to 30. The breakthrough magic crystals had also gone from 30 to 75. The girl at the counter saw Lin Chen's expression and suddenly smiled. The numbers are correct. You must be the captain of the team that cleared this dungeon, right? Before you arrived, your team members came by. They only claimed their own credit rewards, and the rest of the rewards, they said, were all allocated to you. For most students at Shinsha, credits are not only used to exchange for items in the treasury but are also crucial for accumulating enough to advance to the next grade. If the total credits are insufficient, you can't even move from first year to second year, let alone graduate. So, Komang Yuan and the others only took their own credits, leaving all other rewards for Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and asked, "Before leaving, our Shinsha Logistics Distribution Center is right next door, right?" The girl smiled, "Yes, after you go out the building. On your right is the Logistics Distribution Center, where all mail and packages from other places are processed." After leaving the treasury, Lin Chen arrived at the distribution center. "Classmate, are you here to receive or send?" "Send. What are you sending?" "Skill point scrolls." The delivery guy was taken aback. "That's considered a valuable item, so the shipping fee will be a bit higher, but the delivery efficiency will also be faster. Is it cash on delivery?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No, I'll pay for it." "Okay, then please fill out this form." A spiritual crystal light screen appeared with a form, and Lin Chen took out his phone to check his message history. Then, in the recipient section of the form, he wrote down two names, Zhang Shan and Zhang Ya. Lin Chen didn't forget that when he had just awakened his job change, he was holed up at home waiting to accumulate skill points, and it was these two who came to deliver supplies and skill point scrolls to him. At that time, although Zhang Shan only gave him 3 skill point scrolls, it was already quite rare for him to be willing to share half when he himself had only a single-digit number of scrolls. Now, skill point scrolls were of no use to Lin Chen, and he didn't plan to sell them either, so he decided to split the total of 3,000 skill point scrolls into 2 parts. One half for Zhang Shan and one half for Jiang Ya. Lin Chen paid the shipping fee and chose expedited delivery, so it shouldn't take long for the two to receive the unexpected surprise he sent them. Buzz, just as Lin Chen stepped out of the distribution center, his phone in his pocket vibrated again. Upon opening it, he found a message from Nangong Ling. "I just got out of class, and I heard you've leveled up to B rank and even managed to blow up a high difficulty dungeon on the 2nd floor of the sanctum? Ha ha ha. As expected of you." Along with the message, there was also a cute smirking emoji. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. How did this news spread so quickly? Nangong Ling had already heard about it right after class. "I found the other material you need for your 4th job change, the Sunset Silver Sundial. Come to the task center. I'll be waiting for you. Location message, please check the map." Nangong Ling even thoughtfully sent a location, worried that Lin Chen wouldn't know where the task center was. Lin Chen opened the map and saw it wasn't too far from him. He immediately set off. On the way, Lin Chen's consciousness sank into his personal space. He had been busy with things earlier and hadn't had the chance to check what attributes the Hand of Annihilation he obtained from the San Sea Vortex had. Hand of Annihilation type? Grade? Equipment level? Attributes? A series of question marks made Lin Chen realize that this was an item that required identification. So far, Lin Chen had never seen equipment that needed to be identified in order to reveal its attributes and wearing requirements. However, even though Lin Chen didn't know much about equipment, he could guess that items requiring identification were generally not bad. Lin Chen found a secluded path and took the Hand of Annihilation out of his personal space. Originally, if this equipment needed identification, Lin Chen estimated he would have to find a professional craftsman like Sun Dachuan, but Lin Chen possessed the all-knowing eye. This skill not only allowed Lin Chen to see through most disguises and view others' attributes, but it also had a function to identify equipment. Lin Chen focused intently on the Hand of Annihilation. Soon, a prompt box appeared. Identifying equipment item, along with the prompt, a timer bar appeared. Lin Chen estimated the speed of the timer and was astonished to find that it would take 2 minutes just to identify this equipment. This was unprecedented. This also indirectly indicated that the quality of this item might exceed his expectations. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Just as Lin Chen was already catching sight of the Shinsha Task Center building in the distance, a prompt finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, equipment Hand of Annihilation identified successfully. This identification triggered the special effect of the all-knowing eye, increasing the item's quality by 1 level. This identification triggered a lucky identification effect, granting the item a rare special effect, burden reduction. The consecutive prompts invigorated Lin Chen. What was happening to him lately? Had he turned lucky? After a long period of being unlucky, Lin Chen was somewhat unaccustomed to his recent fortune. First, he awakened a rare gravity type profession. Now, identifying equipment had triggered the extremely low probability effect of the all-knowing eye to upgrade the items Quality. Additionally, the identification result also had a lucky bonus, adding a special effect. With a joyful heart, Lin Shen sank his consciousness into his personal space to check the effects of this equipment. Hand of Annihilation type, weapon quality, epic equipment. Level, unlimited equipable professions, unlimited weight, 1.5 kg strength plus 0 agility plus 0 spirit plus 0 constitution plus 0 endurance plus 0 physical. Attack power plus 0 magical attack power plus 0 durability. 1000 special effect, burden reduction unique special effect, source energy. Infusion source energy infusion. This equipment initially has one embedded slot which can only embed skills. Depending on the skill's level and specialization, it provides attribute bonuses to this equipment. The higher the level and specialization, the greater the bonuses provided. Note, this equipment cannot increase attribute values through enhancement. After reaching enhancement level 10, the second embedded slot is unlocked. For every subsequent enhancement level increase of 5, a new embedded slot is unlocked, with a maximum of 4 additional slots. Set, Annihilation of All Heavens, 1/6, set effect, 2-piece set, grants you a unique special skill, Snap of the Fingers. 3-piece set, increases the damage bonus of your Snap of the Fingers skill to 0.01%. 4-piece set, changes the damage type of your Snap of the Fingers skill to source damage. 5-piece set, increases the damage bonus of your Snap of the Fingers skill to 0.1% and adds +1 to the number of embedded slots for all Annihilation of All Heavens set equipment. 6-piece set, raises the equipment quality of all components of the Annihilation of All Heavens set to legendary. Remark, with a snap of the fingers, the Annihilation of All Heavens. What Lin Shen never expected was that even equipment could write little essays these days. However, after reading through the effects, Lin Shen was utterly shocked. This glove was not armor, but a weapon. Moreover, it was a weapon that could be worn by all professions. But after seeing the set effects and the unique special effect of the equipment, Lin Shen was already overjoyed in his heart. Most high-quality equipment can be embedded with gems to provide additional attribute bonuses. This falls under the broad category of equipment enchantments. However, the effect of source energy infusion allows Lin Shen to actually embed skills into this piece of equipment. This is somewhat exaggerated. It's important to note that his strongest skill is already at the forbidden spell level. So, embedding a forbidden spell into this equipment, how much of a bonus would it provide? With this thought, Lin Shen focused his mind, researched a bit, and successfully opened the initial embedded slot of the Hand of Annihilation. Clicking on the slot, a series of skills appeared. These are all the active skills he currently possesses. Indeed, Lin Shen discovered that he could not embed passive skills, only active ones. This is probably related to the skill triggered by the 2-piece set effect. Lin Shen dragged the skill bar and finally selected the skill, Wrath of the Thunder God, confirming the embedding. In the next moment, dazzling electric arcs began to swirl around the entire Hand of Annihilation in his spatial pocket. Then, as the electric light dissipated, Lin Shen checked the basic attributes of the Hand of Annihilation again. Strength plus 4,999, Agility plus 4,999, Spirit plus 4,999, Constitution plus 4,999, Stamina plus 4,999, Physical Attack plus 9,999, Magical Attack plus 9,999. This row of 4-digit numbers directly dazzled Lin Shen's eyes. He had never seen the attribute bonuses provided by top-tier equipment, but he felt that the bonuses from the Hand of Annihilation at this moment were truly worthy of its epic grade. It even made Lin Shen feel that these attributes might be a bit exaggerated. 5,000 points in the 5 main attributes and a 10,000 dual attack bonus. The power of forbidden spells is terrifyingly great. Lin Shen then replaced the skill embedded in the slot with the fire-type forbidden spell, Falling Stars of the 8 Desolations. The entire Hand of Annihilation ignited with a blazing fire, and after the flames dissipated, Lin Shen found that the attribute bonuses provided by source energy infusion were no different from when he embedded Wrath of the Thunder God. It seems this is the attribute bonus provided by a 9th tier skill with 0 specialization. So, what effect does the rare effect, burden reduction, have? Lin Shen stared at the burden reduction effect on the Hand of Annihilation. In the next moment, the all-knowing eye transmitted a prompt. Burden reduction only appears on set equipment components. When wearing this equipment, it reduces the component requirement to activate the set effect by 1. Lin Shen's eyes lit up. Wow! The effect of the Celestial Annihilation set activates with just 2 pieces. With the burden reduction attribute, doesn't that mean that as long as he wears this Hand of Annihilation, he directly activates the 2-piece set effect? Lin Shen decided not to hide it anymore. After all, he had obtained this equipment fairly from the dungeon. 0-cost purchase is still a purchase. He felt no shame in it. The Hand of Annihilation fitted onto his right hand, and Lin Shen felt a wave of icy, tingling sensations at his fingertips. This feeling came quickly and left just as fast. After all, he had embedded a thunder-type forbidden spell, so a bit of electricity was normal. Opening his attribute panel, Lin Chen found that his attributes had surged significantly again, especially in the health section. It skyrocketed from 110,000 to 460,000. The reason is simple. The Hand of Annihilation provided a 5,000 point constitution bonus, which, under the influence of his third transition attribute bonuses, had already met the requirement of 100,000 additional health points for Immortal Fruit. The effect of doubling the health limit was triggered, turning Lin Chen into the ultimate blood tank among mages. This health pool, even most 4th or 5th transition defensive classes could only look up to. The surge in spirit attributes also pushed his mana to a level he had never imagined before. 1 million. The doubling effect of Mana Tide on the mana limit is terrifying. It was just that Lin Chen previously lacked good equipment, which led to a significant deficiency in attributes. Now that his attributes had been greatly supplemented, combined with his extraordinary passive bonuses, it was natural that his mana would be higher than his health. With a million level mana, it means that Lin Chen no longer needs to stockpile free casting layers and can release forbidden spells relying on his own mana. This is a qualitative leap. As his attributes surged, Lin Chen found that his magic attack power had also broken through from a few thousand points to over 30,000 points. All lightning-type skills have a high magic attack bonus, and Lin Chen made a comparison. Take the forbidden spell Thunder God's Wrath, for example. In the heart of the swarm, facing Ikes, he caused 2 to 300 million lightning damage with a single forbidden spell. And now, with the Hand of Annihilation, if Lin Chen uses Thunder God's Wrath again, the damage from the first lightning spear striking down from the sky has already exceeded 100 million. The subsequent hundreds of instances of thunderstorms multi-hit damage add up to over 3 billion damage. As for the final explosion and the burst damage from stacked marks, Lin Chen didn't even dare to think about it. One piece of equipment, with over 5,000 attributes, has caused his current damage to increase nearly 100-fold. No wonder equipment ranks just after level among the 4 major aspects for professionals. After all, the attributes provided by the previous Eternal Rest set were too low, preventing him from tasting the sweetness. Previously, relying solely on the initial damage value of high-level skills, he could be defeated by Ikes with a single finger. The sandworms in the Sand Sea ruins could survive a full blast of his Divine Fire Heavenly Punishment with just a sliver of health left. It was simply because the damage wasn't enough. If you resurrect Ikes now, could he still catch Lin Chen's 8th tier purple sky sword? The answer is definitely no, and he would even be severely injured. Lin Chen opened the skill bar. In the general skill section, he found the new skill Snap obtained from triggering the set effect. Snap. Type: active skill, rank, beginner, category, general, cost, none, cast time, none, cooldown, none, effect: snap your fingers to deal damage to your selected target. The damage value depends on the total skill damage embedded in the source energy infusion slots. Current damage ratio, 0.001%. The type of damage dealt depends on the damage types of the skills embedded in the source energy infusion slots. If there are multiple different damage types, the type that can deal the highest damage to the target will always be selected. The damage caused by this skill is triggered instantly, calculated immediately, with no projectile restrictions. This skill can affect multiple targets simultaneously. When selecting multiple targets, the damage will be evenly distributed among all targets, and the damage type will be chosen based on the resistances of different targets. This skill cannot be leveled up or specialized. After removing the Heavenly Annihilation set, this skill becomes ineffective. After reading the skill, Lin Chen felt like he had obtained an incredible skill. Rather than calling Snap a skill, it is more like a normal attack in a game. It has no cost, no casting time, and no cooldown. The most outrageous part is that the amount of damage caused by the Snap completely depends on the total damage of the skills embedded in the Heavenly Annihilation set. Although the current ratio is only 1 in 100,000, it can only be used for clearing mobs or surprising attacks, relying on the instant damage mechanism with no projectile. However, as more pieces of the set are gathered, this ratio will increase exponentially. At the same time, the number of embedded skills will also rise. It is foreseeable that as long as he gathers the set and embeds more skills, a single snap could instantly kill everything. Normal attacks would be like a nuclear explosion. Ultimate move, Serious Punch. This set of equipment is truly perfect for him. Even if this set of equipment were obtained by others, it would feel average, and most professionals would consider it trash. But this is a good thing. If others think it's trash, it will be easier for him to acquire. He needs to pay more attention to obtaining other set components in the future. And also, once the Sandsea Gold Rush dungeon is repaired, he needs to go in again. At the bottom of the Sandsea Vortex lay 2 golden treasures. The Hand of Annihilation was already outrageous. The other item, called the Primordial Flame Seed, should also be incredibly powerful. At this moment, aboard the Kasani starship separated from the Blue Star world by who knows how many layers of dimensional barriers. The Sand Thief King Roger shivered. He couldn't help but clutch the glass bottle he had just fished out from the bottom of the vortex. Inside the bottle, a cluster of golden flames was continuously burning. There are always pesky people trying to steal my treasures. Upon entering the mission hall, Lin Chen immediately saw Nangon Ling waving at him from not far away. Beside him stood a cold-looking figure dressed in black, a masked person. It was none other than Captain Luo Xiao, whom he had met previously at the entrance of the Swarm Heart Dungeon. Coming. Captain Luo, your mission has been posted in the mission hall for quite some time now. I didn't expect that he would be the one to take it in the end, Nangon Ling said with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Luo Xiao's eyes clearly lit up with surprise. Lin Chen, we meet again. He extended his hand and Lin Chen shook it. Still no warmth of a living person. It felt like shaking hands with a corpse. I've been busy with my job change lately and haven't had the time to visit you. Luo Xiao shook his head. It's fine, our place is filled with heavy energy, most people avoid it like the plague. I just didn't expect fate would bring us together again. Seeing that the two had finished their pleasantries, Nangon Ling timely interjected, Lin Chen, the setting sun silver hourglass you need for your 4th job change mission has been hanging in the mission hall all along. I happened to see it a while ago but didn't remember it. Alright, let Captain Luo explain the remaining details of the mission to you. Luo Xiao nodded, looked at Lin Chen, and spoke in a low voice, I'll keep it brief. The incident began about half a month ago, when a border defense camp stationed in our Great Xia's southern frontier sent a distress signal to the southern command of the Great Xia Professional Alliance. The distress signal indicated that the Curry Kingdom's professionals were causing trouble along the border. That area has long been plagued by countless neighboring countries engaging in petty theft and mischief. After receiving the distress call, the Southern Command dispatched a 1,000-man troop for support. However, half a day later, the reinforcement troops and the garrison at the border camp went completely dark. Subsequent relevant departments took the matter seriously, launched an investigation, and discovered signs of an abyssal invasion at the original border campsite where a new abyssal level 0 dungeon had emerged. The garrison and the reinforcement troops were all killed by the abyssal energy that erupted from the dungeon. The scene was littered with corpses. Upon learning of the new abyssal level 0 dungeon and its potential difficulty rating of 1 or higher, our high command immediately dispatched several experts in dungeon transplantation to recover it. Accompanying them were more than a dozen elites under my command. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen asked in confusion, do you guys, the corpse collectors, really need to be involved in such matters? Luo Xiao and Nangon Ling exchanged glances, seemingly making a decision, and finally, Luo Xiao whispered, Lin Chen, to those who don't know us, our duty is to collect corpses. But in reality, we are the intelligence department operating in the shadows of the divine sky. You can think of us as a special operations department directly under the jurisdiction of the Academy's higher-ups. Disguise, infiltration, assassination, bodyguarding, intelligence gathering, these are all part of our responsibilities. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. An organization has its glamorous public face. There must be a hidden side as well. Just like Kanoa's umbu and root. On the surface, the corpse collectors seem to only gather bones and handle aftermath work. But in reality, it was this situation. What happened next? Luo Xiao's expression turned cold as he said, the complexity of this incident has exceeded my previous estimates. We currently have no idea what the specific situation is, because the people I sent out to secretly protect the Shinsha instance recovery team have also gone missing. Now, we might really have to collect the bodies of our own people. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes, Nangon Ling also spoke up. Our Shinsha team responsible for the recovery and transplantation of these abyss instances is, globally speaking, the most professional. Moreover, this time we also have elite special personnel from the body recovery team assisting and protecting us. Yet they still went missing. This is definitely not something that can be explained by a normal abyss energy eruption. There must be some hidden forces at play that we are unaware of, influencing all of this. On the border, the environment is complex. Foreign forces, abyss energy leakage, and the third hand that has yet to surface. Lin Xingguang felt that the factors of unease had piled up after listening to Luo Xiao's account so far. We are currently extremely short-handed, but the experts we sent out are invaluable assets to our Xinshao, and we must do our best to save them. Alive, we want to see people. Dead, we want to see corpses. So about 5 days ago, I posted a B-level mission at the task center, with the objective of investigating this incident and rescuing the missing personnel. If the missing personnel are already deceased, we still need to complete the body recovery. The situation of this mission is too complicated. Most of those who accepted this mission chose to refuse after understanding the details. This morning, we raised the difficulty of this mission to A level, and the mission type was changed from an exclusive mission to a joint mission. At the same time, the mission rewards were significantly increased. As Luo Xiao spoke, he took out a rusty silver disc from his pocket. This was precisely the setting sun silver sundial that Lin Chang needed for his fourth transition. Lin Chang, is this the only material you lack for your fourth transition? If this is the only material you need, I can advance this reward to you after you accept the mission, as completing your fourth transition will greatly aid in completing this task. Lin Chang shook his head. Upon hearing this, no, I still need to clear the Abyss Level 5 instance once more to complete my fourth transition, so there's no need to advance the reward. Captain Luo, I accept this A-level mission. A hint of joy appeared in Luo Zhao's eyes. With you joining, I feel more at ease. Nangong Ling added, after this mission was converted to a joint mission, the task centers of the top 5 practitioner academies in Daxia simultaneously released this mission. So far, almost no one from our Shinsha has chosen to take on this mission, but several others have already accepted it. However, Captain Luo has always been uneasy about those from other academies, so it's good that you confirmed your acceptance before the final deadline for this mission. Lin Chang's heart stirred. A joint mission? Each academy has a task center, and these tasks are essentially growth experiences for the students of each academy. After all, without the baptism of real combat, they are ultimately just flowers in a greenhouse. Nangong Ling took Lin Chang to the front desk of the task center to complete the relevant procedures for accepting the mission. Lin Chang, once a task of A level or above is accepted, it cannot be abandoned before completion. The procedures and processes for task failure determination are also very strict. Only if you can genuinely prove that you cannot complete the task will it be cancelled, and even if cancelled for this reason, there will still be related penalties. Because tasks of A-level difficulty and above are mostly time-sensitive, if you miss the time and occupy resources that others could have used to accept the task, you will definitely have to pay the price. Lin Chang nodded. He understood this principle. However, just after Lin Chang accepted the mission, he discovered that Nangong Ling, who was standing beside him, also took out her student ID. After a series of operations, she similarly accepted the mission. With her arms crossed and a confident expression, Nangong Ling said, "Our dean is not too reassured about you carrying out such a dangerous task alone, so she sent your senior sister to accompany you and ensure your safety." Luo Xiao rarely chuckled. Lightly, really? It was evident that he and Nangong Ling were acquainted and seemed to have a good relationship. Nangong Ling rolled her eyes at Luo Xiao. Then, seeing Lin Chen's inquiring expression, she helplessly stuck out her tongue. All right, it's because the classes in Shinsha have been too dull and boring lately, and I don't want to stay in the academy any longer, so I went to ask Dean Ruwashi to let me accompany you on this mission. I just want to go out and have a look, is that okay? Lin Chen, as the elite student sent by Shinsha for this joint mission, you will naturally be the captain of this task force. In name, I am just your team member, but I also promised Dean Ruwashi that unless absolutely necessary, I won't take action. Just consider me your slacker team member, a leg hair accessory. Ha ha. Seeing that both of them had accepted the mission, Luo Xiao spoke up. Alright, with you two, the team is already formed. Your mission team consists of a total of 10 people, and you are scheduled to meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in Tianhe City, Nanjing Province. The other team members have already set off today. The trajectory of our Shinsha ship is currently heading southwest, and it should reach the sky above Tianhe by tomorrow morning. At that time, you can just land directly. I wish you a smooth mission and a triumphant return. After finishing, Luo Xiao nodded at Lin Chen and Nangong Ling, then left the mission hall. Nangong Ling also said to Lin Chen, Jr., "This is your first mission, and it's such a dangerous A-level task. I hope you don't underestimate it. Compared to the monsters in the dungeon, what's more terrifying is the human heart. See you at the school gate tomorrow morning at 6. Lin Chen nodded. After bidding farewell to Nangong Ling, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He took out his phone and sent a message to Sun Dachuan in his contacts. Senior Sun, are you free? After the incident with the swarm heart and the near disaster against Ix, Lin Chen agreed with Nangong Ling's viewpoint. When hunting a lion, one must exert their full strength even when hunting a rabbit. He prepared to take advantage of the remaining time to enhance his combat power. First, it was the enhancement of the equipment, the Hand of Annihilation. As long as it was enhanced to +10, it would unlock an additional energy embedding slot, which would be the greatest improvement for him at the moment. What's up, little brother? Soon, Sun Dachuan sent a voice message. It's nothing much, I just found a piece of equipment and wanted to ask you to help enhance it. How much material and labor fee do I need? Who are we to each other? Just come over, little brother. I'm in the East District of Chiyu Academy XX. Sun Dachuan had previously told Lin Chen that he couldn't read. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to type. So, let alone send location information. He spoke a long string of addresses in a voice message. With his accent, Lin Chen spent quite a bit of time locating the place Sun Dachuan mentioned on the map. Following the map, he walked all the way to the entrance of Chiyu Academy. Lin Chen took out his student ID and handed it to the guard at Chiyu Academy. After the guard scanned the card, he looked at Lin Chen with a hint of amusement. Young man, you have quite the guts. I admire your courage, go on in. Lin Shan was somewhat puzzled by the guard's words. What did that mean? It wasn't until Lin Shan entered the campus of Chiyu Academy that he understood what the guard meant. Stop that, mage. I'm talking about you. Have you eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard, daring to swagger into our Chiyu Academy? Are you looking for death? Damn it, kill him. Lin Shan turned around and saw a group of muscular men furiously pointing at him and cursing. However, when they caught sight of his face, their expressions instantly became priceless. What the hell? How is it him? That's Lin Shan, right? Shoo. Don't say his name. Let's go, don't look into his eyes. Damn, the Grim Reaper is here, we can't mess with him, let's run. The funniest part was that the loudest and most boisterous guy just a moment ago suddenly shrank his neck and bolted. Those behind him were even more panicked, scrambling in all directions. In an instant, the students from Chiyu Academy who had just been boasting about taking Lin Shan on together had all vanished without a trace. Only one dazed first-year student remained, neck stiff and face flushed, glaring at Lin Shan. Fortunately, a friend of his recognized him. Seeing him still standing there, baring his teeth, he immediately ran back, grabbed his collar, and took off. While running, he kept patting his head. Looking for death. Is that what you want? Lin Shan, you dare to mess with him? You're dead for sure, he holds grudges. Get ready to be challenged by him tomorrow. Oh, almost forgot, you ear-rank noob, you're not even in his range, consider yourself lucky. Watching the two of them fade into the distance, Lin Shan couldn't help but laugh and cry. God knows how demonized he had become on the forums. After that, Lin Shan's path became much smoother. He could feel countless pairs of eyes secretly watching him from behind the doors of the Chiyu Academy dormitories. However, along the way, no one dared to block his path anymore. This is the ecosystem of professionals. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are kings. Following the map navigation, Lin Shan quickly arrived at his destination. Looking up, he saw a massive black building resembling a boiler appear before him, and peering through the windows, he could occasionally see flickers of red flames. The sound of a hammer striking forged steel rang out, clanging loudly. Above the entrance, several large characters were written, Divine Forging Bureau. There was a long line outside. Lin Shan glanced over and estimated there were at least 100 people. In addition, several people wrapped in sweat towels were energetically shouting, creating quite a lively scene. Come take a look. Repair your equipment. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40, no charge if not fixed. Master Sun is in charge today. Our bureau is launching a +10 enhancement package, not 998, not 648, only 328. Those needing equipment enhancement, please use the special passage. Lin Shan looked and indeed saw 2 lines at the entrance. However, most people were there to repair equipment, while those seeking enhancements were a rare few. Most students from Chiyu Academy were warriors and knights. The durability of melee weapons naturally wore down quickly. After all, killing monsters required fierce slashes and strikes. So even though the Divine Forging Bureau existed in all 5 Divine Halls, it was only the one at Chiyu Academy that was the busiest. Lin Shan walked to the entrance for equipment enhancement. Sir, looking to enhance your equipment? Please come in. Would you like to try our +10 enhancement package, personally crafted by our strongest craftsman, Master Sun? Full refund if not satisfied. Today's special price, only 328. Lin Shan was taken aback. Is that 328 dasha coins or what? The attendant, wrapped in a sweat towel, chuckled. Come on, what can you buy with 328 dasha coins? Of course, it's 328 pieces of high-quality spirit crystal ore. Lin Shan frowned. Spirit crystal ore. What is that? Is it a type of currency? I've never heard of it. But Lin Shan didn't have to wait long. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin bro, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Come, hurry in. Sun Dachuan jogged over, grabbing Lin Shan's hand. In the astonished gaze of the attendant, Lin Shan followed Sun Dachuan to the side room of the Divine Forging Bureau, only to find that the space here was quite large as well. In the several hundred square meters of space, it was extremely hot. 3 massive forging furnaces spat out tongues of fire, and beside them were countless shirtless blacksmiths, sweating profusely as they hammered away. You want to enhance your equipment, right? Just leave it to me, Sun Dachuan said as he led Lin Shan to sit down next to one of the furnaces. Lin Shan nodded and took the hand of annihilation out from his personal space, handing it to Sun Dachuan. Sun Dachuan took the equipment, somewhat surprised, and exclaimed, "Whoa, an epic level weapon. You really have some skills, little brother. You're already using a weapon of this grade. But the attributes and effects of this equipment are quite strange. Is it really suitable for you? If it's not suitable, I still have a few sets of Huanyue level mage gear that I crafted myself before. You can take those." Lin Shan shook his head and smiled. Brother Sun, this is indeed very suitable for me. I came today to ask you to enhance it to +10. What materials do you need, and how much is the enhancement fee? Sun Dachuan glanced at Lin Chen, somewhat displeased. I already told you, for matters like this, in the future, just come to me directly. Don't talk about fees. It hurts our brotherly feelings. As for the materials, other blacksmiths would need to consume 70 to 80 high-grade spirit crystal ores to enhance it to +10, but I don't need any. As he spoke, Sun Dachuan picked up a deep blue forging hammer from the tool rack beside him. He placed the hand of annihilation on the anvil and began to hammer it at an astonishing speed that left Lin Chen dumbfounded. With each strike from Sun Dachuan, golden light continuously flashed on the hand of annihilation. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen could see through his all-knowing eye that his hand of annihilation had already been enhanced to +10. So fast, so steady, and it was done in one go, without a single failure. Lin Chen had heard that after enhancing to +7, there was a chance of failure on subsequent enhancements, and if it failed, the enhancement level could drop at best. At worst, the equipment could be damaged, significantly reducing its attributes and effects. My professional trait allows me to enhance to +10, without consuming any materials, and it's 100% success. Little brother, if you trust me, just leave this equipment with me. For now. I see that this equipment's effect requires +15 to unlock the third slot, right? I'll enhance it to +15 for you. Don't worry. With me, +15 is guaranteed, it just takes some time and effort. As for enhancing to +20, that will take a lot of time. I'm currently researching a guaranteed strategy. Once I figure it out, I'll take care of it for you. Lin Chen was shocked. Wow, +15 is also guaranteed? That's a bit exaggerated, my friend. Please vote for me, monthly tickets. Lin Chen nodded, then, thank you, Brother Sunday. I certainly trust you. Sun Dachuan smiled. It'll take about 4 hours. Come back in 4 hours to pick it up. After saying that, he began his dazzling operations. Lin Chen watched for a while and deeply felt the truth in what his ancestor had said. Indeed, it was not misleading. In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. In the field related to equipment, Sun Dachuan was truly a professional. Sun Dachuan genuinely regarded Lin Chen as a brother. On one hand, the two had been through life and death together in dungeons. Sun Dachuan knew that if it weren't for Lin Chen, his attempt at the Abyss Zero-layer dungeon would have likely ended in disaster. Although he was tough and could withstand the attacks with his forged body, those bugs really couldn't kill him. But he would have had no chance of clearing the dungeon. He might have been trapped there for life. So, he felt somewhat grateful to Lin Chen. On the other hand, he had teamed up with Lin Chen to clear the heart of the swarm. Although his contribution level didn't reach SSS, he still managed to achieve an SS rating. This directly granted him an SS level talent reward, which was equally crucial for his profession. Moreover, although Sun Dachuan appeared rough on the outside, he was actually meticulous. As a second-year student, he naturally understood how important a good dungeon team was. Lin Chen would definitely need to form his own dungeon squad in the future, and Sun Dachuan wanted to secure a place for himself as well. After all, he also needed to level up to become stronger. Lin Chen temporarily bid farewell to Sun Dachuan, walked out of the forge, and amidst the envious gazes of countless people, he found the attendant who had previously received him. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were with Master Sun just now. The attendant thought Lin Chen was there to hold him accountable, and he was extremely nervous. However, Lin Chen shook his head and said, "It's nothing, don't take it to heart. I just wanted to ask, if you have a package with a +15 enhancement, how much high-grade spirit crystal or would that require?" Well, that needs to be reserved. The price is 2,999. Lin Chen nodded. Finally, he asked, how can this high-grade spirit crystal ore be obtained, and why is it used as a universal currency by you? The attendant was taken aback. Lin Chen was asking a very basic common knowledge question. Nevertheless, he answered truthfully, of course, it comes from the dungeon sanctum. Inside the dungeon sanctum, there is a type of dungeon that can mine spirit crystal veins. You see, we need spirit crystals everywhere, so the spirit crystal ore produced by these veins is an important resource needed by all countries worldwide. The spirit crystal ore produced in the veins is classified into 4 grades: special, high, medium, and low, based on the impurity content and the amount of spiritual energy within. Most of the ore produced from our Shinsha dungeon is medium-grade spirit crystal ore, with a small portion being high-grade spirit crystal ore. These ores have a unified recycling channel through the academy, which can be converted into credits at a certain ratio, but there is a limit to the number of credits that can be converted each month. In addition, they can also be directly converted into dasha currency. For students from families that aren't particularly well off, the Spirit Crystal Vein Dungeon is their way to earn money to support their households. Due to the characteristic of being convertible into credits, and because it is something that the Academy officially allows to be traded among each other, high-grade spirit crystal ore naturally became a currency that could be traded among students. Another reason we collect spirit crystal ore here is that most equipment crafting and enhancement also requires spirit crystal ore as a core material. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fully understood. Goodness, there were actually dungeons for resource mining inside the dungeon sanctum. No wonder Nangon Ling hadn't mentioned it to him before. In her view, he surely wouldn't be short on money. Spending dungeon runs on gaining experience, equipment, and skill points was what elite students like them would consider. Lin Chen thanked the attendant and walked out of the Divine Forge Bureau, heading straight for the dungeon sanctum. He appreciated Sun Dachuan for helping him enhance his equipment, but it was unreasonable to expect him to provide the materials needed for the enhancement, which were spirit crystal ore. Anyway, he shouldn't be lacking in experience points now, and he didn't need to grind for skill points or specialization points. He decided to check out this money-making dungeon for a couple of hours. Upon arriving at the dungeon sanctum, Lin Chen looked at the guidance signs inside. He quickly found the corresponding dungeon. Spirit Crystal Vein Dungeon, Billmark Empire Mining Site Level 1. Output, low-grade spirit crystal ore, high probability, medium-grade spirit crystal ore, low probability, dripping ant hole level 2. Output, medium-grade spirit crystal ore, high probability, high-grade spirit crystal ore, low probability, abyssal mouth level 3. Output, medium-grade spirit crystal ore, high probability, high-grade spirit crystal ore, medium probability. As a resource-type dungeon, Shinsha had only transplanted 3 dungeons that could produce spirit crystal ore. Just having them was sufficient. After all, the real source of spirit crystals comes from the large mines discovered by various countries on Blue Star. The ones produced in dungeons are just small fry. Lin Chen stepped onto the second level of the dungeon and quickly found the entrance to the dripping ant cave. To his surprise, there was a constant stream of people at the dungeon's entrance. Dungeons like this aren't difficult, and with the qualifications of a Shinsha student, they can easily solo them. Indeed, in this world, there are no people who lack money. It's likely that the Nangon family is well off, otherwise, they wouldn't completely ignore the existence of such dungeons. After advancing to B rank, Lin Chen's daily entries into the dungeon increased from 10 to 20 times, and counting the additional 10 times he got from betting, he now enters the dungeon 90 times a day, 3 times more than when he was at C rank. In addition, the extra 60 entries given to him by Kameng Yuan and the other 3 socially anxious patients also contribute to this. If he doesn't use these entries today, half will be lost, and the remaining half will be added to the next day's entry count. Fortunately, there was still time to grind the dungeon today. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen stepped into the dungeon. The next moment, he opened his eyes and found himself in a massive cave. Drip, drip. A cool sensation touched his forehead and cheeks. Looking up, Lin Chen saw countless stalactites hanging from the cave ceiling, continuously dripping murky white liquid. Glancing around, he noticed that the walls of the cave were embedded with numerous crystals that shimmered with a milky white glow. These spirit crystal ores looked somewhat murky in quality, clearly not very pure. Additionally, Lin Chen saw countless dark openings of various sizes, leading to other places. Hiss, hiss. A rustling sound echoed. The lighting conditions in the cave were extremely poor. Fortunately, with the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen could see that at the entrances of the dark holes, several red ants, each the size of a calf and with massive pincers on their heads, were constantly crawling. These ants could easily snap the spirit crystal ores from the cave walls with a gentle squeeze of their pincers. Then, using their powerful forelimbs, they would carry the spirit crystal ores into the dark caves. These ants had even learned to mine spirit crystal ores. Through the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen discovered that these ants were of low rank, with the highest being only elite level. Their health and defensive resistance were also quite low. It could be said that killing these monsters was not the challenge of this resource-grinding dungeon. The real challenge lay in the time limit for entry. For instance, Lin Chen received a notification informing him that he only had 15 minutes to stay in this dungeon. The real difficulty was how to mine more spirit crystal ores within those 15 minutes. Fortunately, this was easily solvable for Lin Chen. Upon seeing that these ants could also mine spirit crystal ores, he immediately thought of an idea. Boom! A fireball shot out. It exploded near the ants, and flames erupted, instantly killing several of them, leaving only charred corpses behind. The next moment, Lin Yu appeared. Her eyes sparkled with purple light, and several ants were resurrected by her necromancy. Then, Lin Chen used several displacement skills, including Thunder Flash, Swift Wind Flash, and Gale Wings, to slaughter these ants throughout the interconnected dripping ant cave. Lin Yu then transformed them into undead summons. Meanwhile, these undead ants were sent out by Lin Yu to slaughter their kin. Before long, Lin Chen had amassed an army of over 1,000 undead ants. At the same time, with the information relayed back from the soul-searching ants on Lin Yu's side, Lin Chen successfully located the deepest part of the dripping ant cave, which was the queen ant's chamber. Here, mountains of spirit crystal ores were piled up. The queen ant actually survived by absorbing the spiritual energy from these spirit crystal ores. Lin Chen certainly gave the plump white ant queen, whose only thought was to give birth, a swift end. Then, he resurrected the ant queen. The entire ant colony in the dripping water ant cave completely obeyed Lin Chen. The grand mining operation began. These ants were tireless, never hungry, and worked diligently without complaint. After 10 minutes of full-force mining, including the spiritual crystal ore left over from before the Ant Queen was eaten, when Lin Chen exited the dripping water ant cave instance, the total number of spiritual crystal ores in his personal space was in the hundreds. Meanwhile, the entire army of undead ants in the instance was also collected into the undead space by him. Upon re-entering the instance, this undead ant legion paid no attention to their kind within the instance. They simply focused on mining the spiritual crystal veins. Lin Chen was also quite familiar with the route. After visiting the Ant Queen's room once, he could even perform a flash of lightning to appear directly in front of the Ant Queen. Then he gave her a swift end, clearing out all the spiritual crystal ores in her room. 4 hours passed quickly. Lin Chen reached the later stages and even exited before the countdown of the instance ended, as all the ores within the instance had been completely mined out. A trip through the instance took only 3 to 4 minutes, easy and enjoyable. However, this resource grinding instance was notably dull and tedious. After nearly 70 to 80 trips in 4 hours, Lin Chen felt like he was about to throw up from the grinding. Fortunately, the overflowing spiritual crystal ores in his personal space told him that these 4 hours were not wasted. In fact, his 4 hours could equal the harvest of others who spent a week in this instance. Almost done, bro. Come collect your gear. Upon receiving the message from Sun Dashwan, Lin Chen did not go directly to the Divine Forging Bureau. Instead, he made another trip to the Divine Sky Treasury Circulation Center. The Spiritual Crystal Recycling Center was also located here. When the young lady in charge of recycling spiritual crystals saw Lin Chen pour out 5 piles of sparkling white spiritual crystal ores from his personal space, she was shocked. Others, like Lin Chen, who came to recycle spiritual crystals, were equally astonished. Bro, have you been hoarding? Damn, ultimate hoarder. How could you resist coming to exchange after hoarding so much? I, who, would like to call you the brick-moving king of divine sky. Lin Chen found it amusing. If these people knew that this wasn't his hoard, but just what he had mined in one afternoon, he wondered what they would think. Wait, are you Lin Chen? Damn, it's Lin Chen. It really is him. Ha, the blue fire reaper is also moving bricks? Suddenly, he doesn't seem so terrifying anymore. I heard he comes from an ordinary family like us. Indeed, impressive people are impressive in everything they do. His efficiency in moving bricks must be high too. Of course, he has undead skills. Undead and summoning professionals are all born to be brick movers. Countless people were discussing, and the staff at the recycling center were also amazed. Classmate, do you want to exchange for credits or for dasha coins? If it's for credits, this exceeds your monthly exchange limit. Lin Chen, how are credits exchanged, and what is the limit? 10 medium spiritual crystal ores can be exchanged for 1 high-grade spiritual crystal ore, and 1 high-grade spiritual crystal ore is equivalent to 1 credit. The monthly limit for credits obtained through recycling high-grade spiritual crystal ores is 500 points. Lin Chen nodded. Then please help me exchange all the medium spiritual crystal ores for high-grade ones first, so I can see the total amount. Okay. Soon, several people processed the spiritual crystal ores Lin Chen had mined and provided a summary. Classmate Lin Chen, there are a total of 29,117 medium spiritual crystal ores here, equivalent to 2,911.7 high-grade ores. Adding the high-grade ores you already have, let's round it off, you have a total of 3,689. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, I want to keep 2,000 of the original stones and exchange the remaining 1,689 original stones for dasha currency. For others, 500 credits might be something they need to exchange every month. But Lin Chen had too many ways to earn credits. He wasn't particularly interested in this 500. He chose to convert it all into dasha currency. His little sister smiled and nodded, saying, each piece of high-quality spirit crystal ore is currently being bought back at a price of 2,348.6 dasha currency, totaling 3,966,785.4 dasha currency. Please verify. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wow, the market price for a piece of high-quality ore is over 2,000? His father used to work in the mines, and after toiling for a month, he barely earned a little over 10,000. It seems that the boss of that mining company is probably raking in the profits. Indeed, these capitalists should be hung from streetlights. But professionals can really make money. Thinking about how he earned nearly 4 million in just 4 hours, Lin Chen still felt a bit dreamy. If he counted the ores he saved up to give to Sun Dachwan, he had made nearly 10 million this afternoon alone. After leaving the Treasury Circulation Office, Lin Chen received a transfer notification on his phone. At this moment, his savings balance officially surpassed 10 million. Suddenly, spending over 100,000 to buy a one-time AFK reward didn't seem so expensive anymore. Is this the joy of being wealthy? Awesome. Well, since his weapon also successfully reached plus 15, it meant that the Hand of Annihilation had opened 3 slots. Originally, it could only embed 1 forbidden spell, but now it could embed 3. And he currently only had 2 forbidden spells. It was time to add another forbidden spell. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Just a moment, it will be ready soon. Now it's the final stage of plus 15. Sun Dachuan stared motionlessly at the hand of annihilation in the forge and said to Lin Chen. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Lin Chen felt a bit moved. No matter what, he couldn't let Sun Dachuan suffer a loss today. By the way, I forgot to ask for your armor and accessories earlier. I'll help you enhance them as well. Blue Star professionals can wear a total of 12 pieces of equipment, 1 weapon, 5 pieces of armor, for accessories, earrings, necklace, 2 rings, and 2 badges. All of these can be enhanced. Naturally, Sun Dachuan planned to help Lin Chen enhance everything to plus 10. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. He was still wearing the platinum level Eternal Rest set. He wasn't even qualified for enhancement at the platinum level. Ahem, no need, because I haven't had the chance to farm for the other equipment yet. Lin Chen felt that he had been incredibly busy lately. He had originally come to Shinsha early to report, intending to finish farming the Abyss dungeon and then take a break. Who knew that the continuous 3rd and 4th transitions had kept him working non-stop until now? He had started to get caught up in it. Lin Chen reflected on his situation and decided that after completing this task he must take a break for a while. No more grinding, no matter what. But for now, the somewhat dangerous A-level task was right in front of him, so Lin Chen felt the need to boost his combat power. Sun Dachuan, upon hearing this, was not surprised. It takes a long time to farm a suitable set of equipment. What you're wearing should be transitional gear. Then there's really no need to enhance it. Once you farm a set, come find me. Sun Dachuan took the hand of annihilation out of the forge and placed it in a special cooling quenching liquid. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As a large amount of steam rose, Lin Chen saw a brilliant golden light illuminate, making the entire forging room look resplendent. Alright, take it. After it completely cooled down, Sun Dachuan returned the enhanced hand of annihilation to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a look. It had indeed been successfully enhanced to plus 15, and 3 slots had been opened. Thank you, brother Sun. How many spirit crystal ores did it take to enhance it to plus 15? I can't let you bear these materials for free. Sun Dachuan waved his hand. It's only about 600 or 700. My skills are good, and the material loss is minimal. For such a small amount of material, there's no need to fuss over it. Goodness, a plus 15 enhancement from D-Sun only costs 600 or 700 high-grade spirit crystal ores, while the guys at the Divine Forging Bureau start at $29.99. Indeed, the profit margin here is still enormous. However, Lin Chen felt that if plus 15 was guaranteed, then 2,999 high-grade spirit crystals were truly a fair price. Seeing that Sun Dachuan had no intention of accepting the spirit crystal ores he offered and was getting impatient, Lin Chen had no choice but to give up. After chatting with Sun Dachuan a bit more and expressing his gratitude again, Lin Chen left the forging room. He found the young servant from before and quietly slipped him 2,000 high-grade spirit crystal ores. What is this? This is for Master Sun. But don't say it's from me. Just say it's a tip from someone who came to him for equipment enhancement today. Alright, thank you. The young servant's face fell. For a moment he thought this was a tip for him from Lin Chen. It turned out he was overthinking. However, the next moment, Lin Chen took out 10 high-grade spirit crystal ores and stuffed them into his hand, saying, "This is your tip. I have a good relationship with Master Sunday. If I find out he didn't receive those 2,000 ores or that the amount was short, you know the consequences." The young servant felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. He had indeed entertained some small thoughts earlier, but after Lin Chen gave him a tip and gave him a warning, he immediately nodded vigorously. Leaving the Divine Forging Bureau, Lin Chen returned to his residence, and it was already dark. Feeling a bit tired, he was too lazy to go out again. Hungry, he ordered takeout from the restaurant at Shinsha using his phone. Before long, the takeout arrived, and Lin Chen devoured it, filling his stomach and starting to calculate his expenses. Now that he had found a way to continuously acquire a large amount of Daxia coins, there was no need to be stingy anymore. He should spend when necessary. If it runs out, he can earn more. Purchasing a single AFK reward, along with the buffs from Lan Ruashi and title bonuses, would yield 100,224 skill points. Considering the 10 consecutive purchases, he would receive an extra day, totaling 110,246 skill points. This was already enough for him to upgrade a skill from level 8 to a forbidden spell. However, with multiple purchases, the cost in Daxia coins increased sequentially. The total expenditure would be over 1.89 million Daxia coins. Based on this incremental pattern, a 30 consecutive purchase would cost nearly 6 million Daxia coins, but he would receive over 3 million skill points. With his current balance of over 11 million Daxia coins, he could afford at least 50 purchases of skill points. That's enough. More than enough. So now he should think about which skills to add. Lin Chen first looked at several passive skills. As the core of his current combat power, Instant casting felt incredibly important to him now. In real combat, having an extra second of casting time or being a moment late to strike could carry enormous risks. Therefore, the Holy Spirit chanting would definitely be added to the forbidden spell. What about Mana Tide? Lin Chen asked himself. After obtaining the Hand of Oblivion and having a large amount of attribute bonuses, his current mana was actually sufficient for him to fully cast a forbidden spell. Even with 3 forbidden spell skills embedded, his mana would exceed 2 million. Considering the mana saving effects, it would be enough for him to cast 3 forbidden spell skills and he would only need to enter a climax state, and after a few seconds he could recover millions of mana points. Let's set that aside for now. Elemental Absorption, a life-saving skill. But Lin Chen currently believed that his means of survival had increased significantly after obtaining the immortal fruit. Let's take it slow. Elemental Transformation. This is a final damage increasing skill, currently only at level 1, so let's upgrade it to level 8 and see. After finishing the passive skills, Lin Chen looked at the 6 elemental spells he had already mastered. The dual element, fire and thunder, has already been banned. There's no need to look further. The wind element has only reached the 7th tier, so it might be worth considering upgrading to the 8th tier to see if there's any improvement. But then again, maybe not. Currently, the wind element really doesn't have much practical use, and the ice element's ban spell is likely focused on control as well, so let's take a look at the distant necromancy and gravity elements instead. In the end, Lin Chen made a decision. No matter what, let's spend some money. First, he bought 30 consecutive draws. Lin Chen's assets decreased by 5.84 million. At the same time, his skill point balance surged to nearly 4 million. He opened the skill bar, selected Holy Spirit Chant, and upgraded it. Upgrade passive skill Holy Spirit Chant to 9th tier, requires 1 million skill points. Do you want to upgrade with one click? Consuming 1 million skill points, your passive skill Holy Spirit Chant has advanced and you have gained a new passive skill, Divine Word. Divine Word type passive skill tier, 9th tier category. Universal effect, your understanding of magic has reached a whole new realm. The truth of magic, endless knowledge, flows in your mind like a divine gift. When you cast magic below the 8th tier, the incantation is instantly completed. When you cast magic above the 9th tier, the incantation required for that spell is replaced by the divine word. Note, all laws are connected, the great path will be formed. After quickly chanting this passive skill to the 9th tier, the effect became surprisingly simple. Even just looking at the skill description, one could completely fail to grasp its profound meaning. However, at the moment Lin Chen acquired this skill, he suddenly felt a vision reappear before him. It was a magnificent palace floating amidst the sea of stars. Within the palace stood 22 hazy and towering phantoms. These 22 phantoms cast their gaze towards Lin Chen. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt as if a vast area in his mind, which had never been explored before, suddenly burst open. Subsequently, these 22 phantoms transformed into 22 constantly changing symbols. At first glance, these symbols seemed unremarkable, but upon closer examination, one would discover endless mysteries within, seemingly containing the essence of magic. Boom! In the next moment, these 22 symbols transformed into a massive influx of knowledge flooding into the newly opened area of Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen felt an infusion of what could be called knowledge, or rather, truth. His understanding of magic had remarkably reached a new height. When he opened his eyes again, a terrifying brilliance erupted from Lin Chen's gaze. So this is what the divine word is. Lin Chen had never delved into how many characters or syllables were in the original incantation of the ban spell. He only knew that there were at least 1,000. To chant it completely was extremely exhausting both mentally and physically. For the ban spell Thunder God's Wrath, when facing Ikes, he was fortunate that the first syllable of the incantation sounded exactly like E. That was how he could rely on the invisible Holy Spirit to quietly unleash it in front of Ikes. But now, Lin Chen no longer needed such cumbersome procedures. The Thunder God's Wrath, which originally required over 1,000 syllables to complete, now only needed 2 syllables. With the divine word. That's right, just 2 divine word symbols could replace the original 1,000 magic incantations. By uttering just 2 words, the ban spell would immediately descend. This is the divine word, a qualitative change. From 8th tier to 9th tier, this skill truly underwent a transformation. Lin Chen calmed his excited heart and continued to allocate points. This time, he focused on the gravity element. He had already decided that the third specialization to reach the ban spell level would be gravity. After all, it was an extremely rare skill tree, and he believed it wouldn't disappoint him once he reached a high tier. Consuming 500 skill points, your rock ball has leveled up, and you have gained a new spell, weightlessness. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your weightlessness has leveled up, and you have gained a new spell, overweight. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your overweight has leveled up, and you have gained a new spell, gravitational field. Consume 10,000 skill points, your gravitational field has leveled up, and you have gained a new spell, gravity cannon. Consume 50,000 skill points. Your gravity cannon has leveled up and you have gained a new spell. Gravity Crush. Consume 100,000 skill points. Your gravity crush has leveled up and you have gained a new spell. Gravity Micromanipulation. Consume 500,000 skill points. Your gravity micromanipulation has leveled up and you have gained a new spell. Gravitational Field Chaos. Consume 1 million skill points. Your gravitational resonance Chaos has leveled up and you have gained a new spell. Forbidden Spell Great Desolate Starfall. In one breath, spending over 1.6 million skill points, Lin Chen chose to directly upgrade the gravitational skill tree to the 9th tier of forbidden spells. Then, he began to check each gravitational skill one by one. A few minutes later, Lin Chen felt that his previous imagination of the gravitational system was somewhat lacking. The gravitational system emphasizes that it does not nurture idlers. Aside from the initial tier skill, Rock Ball, the subsequent skills all possess extraordinary abilities and effects. Moreover, just like the lightning system has the characteristic of dealing real damage, Lin Chen also discovered the hallmark feature of the entire gravitational system, guaranteed hits. The core skill of the gravitational skill set is the 4th tier skill, Gravitational Field. Relying on this field, all gravitational skills will mark the targets affected by the field with gravitational resonance, and all subsequent skills will target these marked individuals. No escape. Even if they flee to the ends of the earth, they will be pursued until they are hit. Out of curiosity, Lin Chen clicked on the 8th tier skill of the gravitational system, Gravitational Field Chaos, and then previewed what the evolved version of the 8th tier gravitational skill looked like. Then, he saw a familiar name again. Earth Explosion Star. Wow, there really is an Earth Explosion Star. Well, the original 8th tier skill of the gravitational system was a rare single target skill, but the mutated version of the 8th tier skill has transformed into a large area group skill. How delightful. Finally, Lin Chen looked at the 9th tier skill of the gravitational system. That is, the ultimate forbidden spell. Great Desolate Starfall type, active skill tier, 9th category, gravitational system effect. Your control over gravity has reached perfection, expanding the gravitational field to outer space, pulling a meteorite down from the sky to strike the target. The meteorite will deal massive physical damage to the target point and all surrounding targets within a vast area. After a brief moment of the meteorite's impact, a violent explosion will occur, dealing massive physical damage again to all targets within a vast area. For all targets that have been marked with gravitational resonance by you, even if they are not within the impact range of the meteorite's fall or the explosion, they will still receive equivalent damage. Note, the heavens move and all things change. Mountains and seas take form. That's the spirit. Right. Just pull down the meteorite to smash it. So domineering. In the end, Lin Chen invested the remaining skill points into the passive skill Elemental Interaction to increase damage, leveling it up to the 8th tier. As he had guessed, the upgrade of this skill only affected the numerical values. The mechanism remained unchanged. The damage from countering and the damage from synergy both increased to 40% plus 40%. The damage increasing passive skills that come with the profession are generally independent final settlement intervals, so investing in this skill significantly enhanced Lin Chen's current skill damage. After this round of skill point allocation, Lin Chen felt utterly exhilarated. He took out the Hand of Annihilation. Lin Chen equipped it on his right hand, then embedded the 3 forbidden spell skills, Wrath of the Thunder God, Falling Stars of the 8 Desolations, and Great Desolate Starfall into the energy slots one by one. In the next moment, blue, red, and purple lights flowed continuously on this glove, making it look extraordinary. Lin Chen looked at his panel with all attributes exceeding 15,000, along with extremely terrifying health and mana values, and he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His hard work throughout the day was not in vain. Now, his strength had completely entered a new realm compared to before. The next day, morning, just as dawn broke, at the entrance of the Shinsha Academy, the wind howled. 2 transparent flying pods had been waiting at the Shinsha airfield for quite some time. Lin Chen looked down at the magnificent and towering mountains below, feeling a surge of excitement. After crossing into this world, he had always lived in the base city and had not yet had the chance to experience the vastness of this world. Now, this world had opened its doors to him. Shall we go? Came Nandong Ling's inquiry amidst the howling wind. Lin Chen nodded. The two entered the flying pod, the hatch closed, and they dove toward the ground below. In the southern province, located in the southwest of the Great Xia, the average altitude here is several thousand meters higher than in other places. Before the Cataclysm era, this area was already sparsely populated. After the Cataclysm, the harsh environment, combined with a large number of monsters that were even more ferocious and brutal than those in other regions, led to a gradual decrease in the number of base cities in the entire southern province. To this day, there are fewer than 10 base cities remaining, scattered across this vast land of the southern province. Among them, the provincial capital base city is called Tianhe. Tianhe is a Tier 3 base city, hailed as the Pearl of the Plateau, with over 80% of the population of the southern province residing here. In front of the Tianhua Professional Alliance Guild Hall, 7 people were already waiting. A student dressed in the Kirin Academy uniform impatiently glanced at the spirit crystal watch on his wrist and snorted, "It's almost 8 o'clock. Are we not human? We gathered here at 4 or 5 in the morning. This damn place is so cold. Who would choose to live here?" Another person from Kirin Academy chimed in. "Where's our captain? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "Ha, he's a noble student from Shinsha Academy, so of course he doesn't need to arrive early like us." On the other side, several students in Yundian Academy uniforms rolled their eyes and began to make sarcastic remarks. "Their school is flying in the sky. He should be arriving soon. We still have a cold-blooded queen who hasn't shown up yet." "Shoo, be quiet. Is cold-blooded queen a nickname you can use? Be careful she doesn't silence you. Why is a first-year student who entered early so arrogant? Just because she has been in school for less than half a month, has already been rated A, completed several A-level missions, and even cleared the Abyss 0 layer of the Annihilation 1. Can you do that? Alright, after all, she is our representative and the strongest vice captain from Yundian this time, so let's stop with the sarcasm." As the students from Yundian Academy chatted, they suddenly saw 2 flying pods slowly becoming visible in the sky. The pods landed, and a man and a woman stepped out. Nangong Ling brushed her slightly messy hair and stood behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the 7 or 8 people present. The 4th-ranked Kirin Academy, the 3rd-ranked Yundian Academy, and a young man dressed entirely in black with a sword sheath on his back was meditating with his eyes closed. After Lin Chen and Nangong Ling landed, the young man slightly opened his eyes and scrutinized Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped forward, revealing a slight smile. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen, from Shinsha Yuhua Academy, 1st year, mage." Nangong Ling from Shinsha Yuhua Academy, 1st year, priest. Nangong Ling lied without a blush or a racing heart, showing no sense of guilt at all. She truly intended to just coast along, treating it as a trip. After Lin Chen and Nangong Ling introduced themselves, the 7 or 8 people who had been waiting immediately frowned. Some couldn't help but curse out loud. "You are Lin Chen, our captain? No way. Are you kidding me? Does Shinsha not consider us human at all, sending a first-year student to be the captain? First grade is one thing, but he's just an ordinary mage. And the healer following him is also a first grader. Is this really an A-level mission, or a joint task? People could die." Lin Chen maintained a calm smile in the face of their doubts. Nangong Ling appeared indifferent as well. If she were the captain of this mission, she would have told these people to get lost by now. If they didn't want to participate, no one was begging them to come. But Lin Chen was the captain now, and whether he had the ability to lead and suppress others was part of what the higher-ups at Shinsha wanted to cultivate in him. "Damn it, this time we've really fallen into a trap. This cursed mission can't be easily cancelled once accepted. That Lin Chen, why don't you just step aside and let our vice-captain take over? Even though she's also a first grader, she looks way stronger than you." "Exactly. I'd even be willing to let that cold-blooded queen be the captain." Lin Chen looked at this group from Yundian and suddenly realized that in other academies, occupational and level discrimination was just as severe. Well, it should be said that if he hadn't just entered Shinsha and made a name for himself through a ranking match and a descent dungeon, he would probably face similar doubts from other upperclassmen at Shinsha now. "Are you talking about me?" A shadow suddenly appeared behind the 3 from Yundian. Then, a voice that Lin Chen found incredibly familiar rang out. The 3 Yundian boys, who had just been spouting nonsense, immediately stood at attention. Vice captain. No, we were just arguing our case against the captain sent by Shinsha." "That's right, vice captain. We all agree that the captain's position should go to the most capable, and it should be you." Despite being 2nd and 3rd-year students, when they truly faced the cold-blooded queen they spoke of, they were all nearly scared out of their wits. However, their explanations received no response. Just when they thought this cold-blooded queen had murderous intent towards them, they turned around to see a scene that left them dumbfounded. The queen, who usually stood high above, invincible and terrifying, trembled upon seeing the young man named Lin Chen. At the same time, her stunning face displayed an indescribable fear and awe. What the hell? What's going on? They had never seen such expressions of panic and fear on the face of the strongest first-year prodigy since the establishment of Yundian. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Looking at Xia Yuyan before him, he softly spoke, "I didn't expect to run into you here." Xia Yuyan gazed at Lin Chen's handsome face, recalling the terrifying nightmare that had been haunting her for the past 2 months. The domain shattered in an instant. Her entire body was severely burned by blue flames. All her pride and arrogance from the first half of her life were completely destroyed in that moment. Now, with the nightmare returning, how could she maintain her composure? Everyone from Yundian was stunned. If Xia Yuyan was this scared, then how terrifying could this seemingly ordinary Lin Chen be? Could it be that they had underestimated this first-year student from Shinsha? Xia Yuyan was also a first-year student. Was Lin Chen's status in Shinsha comparable to Xia Yuyan's in Yundian? Or perhaps, even surpassing it? Their understanding felt like it was about to shatter. After producing a Xia Yuyan, capable of suppressing most second and third year students from Yundian, they thought that was the pinnacle of prodigies in this world. But now it seemed that Xia Yuyan had proven through her actions that Lin Chen was an even more monstrous prodigy than her. Xia Yuyan closed her eyes, trying her best to erase the nightmares from her mind. She was telling herself that she was no longer the same. Compared to the time at the Noah ruins, her domain strength had increased at least 3 to 4 times. After clearing the 0th layer of the abyss, she had also obtained an SS level talent. 2 months of effort, 2 months of improvement. Now was the perfect opportunity for her to confront her nightmares and shatter her inner demons. When Xia Yuyan opened her eyes again, there was a hint of determination and resolve in her gaze. Her body no longer trembled as she looked directly at Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, I'm not the same as I was back then. Do you dare to compete with me again?" As soon as Xia Yuyan spoke, everyone present for this mission displayed subtle expressions. The young man with the sword who had been silently observing suddenly opened his eyes with great interest, looking at the two in the center. Nangon Ling still remained silent. She had seen this kind of scene too many times. In fact, she had experienced it herself. During her 5 years in Shinsha, she had also participated in joint missions. She had even been a captain. In her youthful days, those prodigies from other academies had questioned her as well. Their words had been even harsher, and their behavior more extreme. At this age, who didn't have their pride? Who wasn't at odds with each other? Lin Chen glanced around, and, seeing that no one was speaking to stop them, immediately understood. Xia Yuyan's attitude was actually similar to that of the others. They were all unwilling to accept her superiority. They even wanted to take her place as captain, because after the mission was completed, the captain would definitely receive much more rewards than the other team members. Lin Chen shrugged, his expression still incredibly indifferent. "Sure, but you've wasted our precious time. Maybe if we save the time spent on internal strife with you, we could save a few more people and the success rate of the mission would increase. I accept your challenge. If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from this mission, and you can take over as captain. But if you lose, you and your team will report to your Cloud Summit Academy that you voluntarily withdraw from this mission." Upon hearing this, Nandong Ling nodded secretly in her heart. Everyone must pay the price for their actions. If Lin Chen simply agreed to Xia Yuyan's challenge and won, allowing them to remain in this task force would be a form of humiliation. Winning against them and then kicking them out of the team would be the true way to establish authority. The 3 people standing behind Xia Yuyan changed their expressions repeatedly. Their earlier arrogance and pride had vanished completely. They believed they were not as strong as Xia Yuyan. And at this moment, seeing Lin Chen, Xia Yuyan was even more frightened. After finally adjusting her mindset, she issued the challenge. Xia Yuyan did not verbally respond to Lin Chen. She chose to answer with action. It was just a mission. If she accepted and then gave up, she would just face the corresponding punishment. But if she faced her nightmares and didn't dare to challenge them, that would truly become an eternal inner demon. She might never overcome this hurdle in her life. The 4 domains of red, gray, blue, and purple spread out from Xia Yuyan as the center. Domain annihilation, domain silence, domain rift, domain suppression. Lin Chen could clearly feel that Xia Yuyan's control over the domain had become more precise. The strength of her domain had also increased, especially the purple suppression domain, which could significantly reduce his attribute values and attack power. Movement speed, attack speed, chanting speed, all slowed down. This crazy woman. This is the bustling center of the base city. She's attacking right here. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. He didn't understand Xia Yuyan's desire to prove herself and conquer her inner demons. He couldn't be bothered to empathize. He just felt that this woman had seemed a bit possessed from the beginning. Facing the 4 overlapping domains that expanded and tightly surrounded him, Lin Chen simply snapped his fingers. Snap. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. The 4 domains of red, gray, blue, and purple shattered completely. At the same time, crisp sounds like glass shattering echoed from Xia Yuyan's body. The field covering her surface, denial, had a total of 15 layers. In just an instant, just a snap of the fingers, all shattered. Put. Xia Yuyan spat out a mouthful of blood. The emptiness from the field being completely broken in an instant felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She collapsed to the ground. In the last moment of her fading consciousness, she saw the face of the young man across from her, still wearing an incredibly indifferent expression. Just like in the Noah ruins, his pupils, burning with blue flames, held not a trace of emotion, looking down upon all living beings. And this time, he didn't even use that high-level fire skill. In fact, Xia Yuyan didn't even know what had happened. She had lost. Yes, she had become much stronger over these 2 months. But Lin Chen was no longer someone she could catch up to. Darkness enveloped Xia Yuyan, and she completely fainted. The other 3 from Yundian trembled all over. They no longer dared to look at Lin Chen. Was this the same person who had just introduced himself with a smile? He didn't even need to make a move, he merely flicked his fingers. And just like that, he had taken down Xia Yuyan, who had made them tremble in fear. Terrifying. This young man exuded great terror. The young man in black from Tianxian Academy, carrying a sword box, suddenly widened his eyes, a glint flashing in them. At that moment he had sensed the aura of Lin Chen's strike. In an instant. It truly was. Only an instant. But the feeling from that moment was far more terrifying than the sharpest sword edge he had ever encountered. Taking a few steps forward, the young man in black bowed to Lin Chen. Shuri, Tianxian Academy, Sword Cultivation Department, 2nd year. Captain, after this mission is completed, I hope you can spar with me. Lin Chen could feel that at this moment, everyone had completely submitted to him. Lin Chen shook hands with Shuri and smiled, no problem. Let's go, we've already delayed for a few minutes. Saving people is a priority. After establishing his authority, Lin Chen's first command as captain was met with no dissent. The few from Shilin Academy quickly stood behind Lin Chen. Only the 3 from Yundian awkwardly helped Xia Yuyan up, lowering their heads in shame. They wished they could travel back a few minutes to slap themselves. At that time, they truly knew nothing about the so-called invincible young generation title. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes, originally a 10-member task team, the number had suddenly dropped by 4. Only 6 remained. Lin Chen checked the personnel list one by one. There were 2 second-year students and 1 third-year student from Qilin Academy. Only Shuri came from Tianxian Academy. After exchanging professions, Lin Chen felt a sense of assurance for the time being. Soon, the 6 of them exited Tianhe City. An endless expanse of desolate Gobi appeared before them. Tianhe City was already a rare valley area in the entire southern plateau region. Once they left the city, it was all Gobi and high-altitude mountains. Lin Chen tapped the spiritual crystal wristwatch provided by the school, and a top-down terrain map appeared before him. We are currently about 1,200 kilometers away from the mission target location. Does everyone have flying means? Once they left the city, they could naturally use flying skills. Lin Chen mainly inquired of the 3 students from Qilin Academy. Captain, flying over would take too much time. Let's use my space transfer. A short, somewhat chubby boy suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen looked at him. His name was Feng Sanyu, and like him, he was a mage. But this guy had awakened for the first time and received a space-type skill. In the entire Great Xia, those who could master the SSS rank rare profession of space-type mages were few and far between. As Feng Sanyu spoke, he formed a seal with his left hand, while his right hand brought his index and middle fingers together, starting to draw circles in the air. A ripple of deep blue space spread out, and in the next moment, a wormhole the size of a bucket was summoned into existence. The wormhole floated in the air like a completely transparent bubble. From any angle, one could vaguely see the scene at the other end of the wormhole. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Even the well-informed Nangon Ling was astonished. He never expected that Qilin Academy had such a promising talent who had mastered spatial magic. How did the high-level officials of Shinsha, who were known for their broad recruitment of talents, overlook him? Feng Sanyu noticed the gazes directed at him and felt a surge of pride. Just a little trick, showing off in front of Captain Lin, he. Lin Chen smiled and said, no need to be too modest. It's precisely because we all have our strengths that we team up to complete tasks. This skill of yours, I truly cannot do, but I must ask, where is the opening at the other end of the wormhole? Feng Sanyu replied, near Hushua County. I've checked our task map, and this small county is the closest former human settlement to the eruption of the Zhangyuan dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded inwardly. Hushua County was one of the many small base cities in the southern plateau during the early years of the cataclysm. It was abandoned later due to the increasingly harsh environment and the terrifying beast tides that roamed the southern region. At this moment, Hushua, as a former human settlement, was likely overrun by monsters. Lin Chen couldn't determine whether there was danger near the opening of the wormhole or if monsters were already lying in wait there. However, compared to spending a lot of time flying over, passing through the wormhole would definitely be faster. Spatial magic. Lin Chen felt a twinge of envy. He wondered when he would have the opportunity to acquire such a rare skill. Then let's not delay, let's set off. I'll go first. Lin Chen planned to take the lead. After all, he was the captain, and with his strength, even if Feng Sanyu opened the wormhole right into the beast tide's lair, he could clear everything with a wide area skill. Sanyu, this wormhole is a bit small. Can you make it a little bigger? As Lin Chen approached the wormhole, he realized that Feng Sanyu had no intention of enlarging it for him to enter. Turning back, he found that the latter's face was flushed red. Another student from Qilin Academy who had come with Feng Sanyu frowned and scolded. Sanyu, you useless glutton, you can't even do this right and still want to show off in front of the captain. Look at this pathetic hole you opened. Can you even fit through it? Feng Sanyu's face turned even redder. The little chubby guy felt a bit wronged. He clearly wanted to contribute. It's not my fault, it can only be this big. Feng Sanyu roared, seemingly exerting all his strength. In the next moment, Lin Chen saw that the bucket-sized wormhole actually began to slowly expand. But just as he was about to dive in, Feng Sanyu suddenly coughed violently and the wormhole shrank back down. Significantly, even smaller than before. What a shame. A senior from the third year at Qilin Academy couldn't bear to watch any longer, and sighed, rubbing his forehead. Nangong Ling watched from the side. Now he finally understood why Shinsha hadn't intervened. It turned out this little chubby guy had luck but was rather lacking in spatial aptitude. No, I can't do it anymore. I can't keep it open. The chubby Feng Sanyu gasped for breath, watching as the wormhole he had opened was about to shrink to the point of disappearing completely. Lin Chen stepped forward, placing a hand on Feng Sanyu's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Sanyu, hold on a little longer." After acquiring the skill Heavenly Truth Mantra, he also gained all-knowing eye. Lin Chen's understanding of magic was now many times higher than Feng Sanyu's. He could clearly see that when Feng Sanyu was making those strange noises earlier, his affinity for spatial magic had increased by several percentage points. It was entirely his own tinkering that nearly caused the magic to collapse. Now, he just needed to guide this little chubby one, leading him according to the situation. He believed he could still find the original feeling. Yes, first maintain the input of magic power. It must be stable, don't let it fluctuate between more and less. You need to practice this when you go back. Then, the magic distribution rules for opening a wormhole and expanding it are completely different. Here, distribute a bit more. You have to see the entire wormhole as a whole. If you only exert effort to expand the entrance, the inside remains narrow, which is meaningless and will waste your previous efforts. After 4 or 5 sentences, the chubby Feng San was astonished to see that as he maintained the magic according to Lin Chen's instructions, it instantly became much less tiring, and he actually began to expand the size of the wormhole. At the same time, Lin Chen gradually started to understand how space magic operated. This could be considered his initial experience with space magic. Both of them benefited greatly. "Captain, you're amazing. Wow, it's like a sudden enlightenment. You're better than what our teacher taught us." The chubby Feng San was overjoyed. The others exchanged glances, all secretly shocked. Goodness, a chubby one who had practiced space magic for at least 2.5 years understood it less than Lin Chen, who had just taken a glance. This must be the legendary, 1-in-a-million magical genius. No wonder others called him the strongest freshman in the history of Shinsha, a prodigy among prodigies. With Lin Chen's help, the space wormhole expanded enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people passing through at the same time. This time, Cherie gave Lin Chen a look, then took the lead and dove into the wormhole. Lin Chen had no objections. Among the 6 present, aside from Nangong Ling, who had been slacking off and had no intention of taking action, he was indeed the strongest. Soon after, the others followed suit, and the 6 of them passed through the wormhole. They arrived at the city of Hushua, just a few dozen kilometers from the incident site. The wind and snow were raging, and the temperature was extremely low. As soon as they stepped out of the wormhole, everyone shivered. Lin Chen looked back at Hushua County, which had been completely buried by the wind and snow, and could vaguely see traces of habitation in this once base city. But now, it had become a no-man's land in the entire southern region. "Let's go to the target point," Lin Chen called out, and behind him, the wings of the gale appeared, lifting him into the sky. The other 5 also displayed their skills, using their flying abilities. Before long, they saw collapsed military tents and pools of black liquid spread out before them. This should be the border military camp where the abyssal energy eruption had previously occurred. The 6 of them descended from the sky. Be careful of the black water on the ground. These are remnants of abyssal energy. They may be highly toxic, possibly strong acids, and more likely, if touched, you could directly contract the abyssal virus. Remind your teammates. After all, Lin Chen had come suddenly this time and hadn't had time to do much research. He didn't even know how terrifying the so-called abyssal energy eruption was. These few reminders were actually said by Nangong Ling. Of course, Lin Chen didn't see her speak. These hints rang directly in his mind. Lin Chen glanced at Nangong Ling, who still had a silly expression, as if she didn't understand anything, blinking her big eyes at him. Lin Chen shook his head and relayed Nangong Ling's reminders to the others. Everyone carefully landed in areas not contaminated by the black water. Then, they saw one after another of the Dasha professional soldiers lying in the icy snow, still clutching their weapons tightly. Their bodies had been completely frozen into ice. It was unclear whether their deaths were instantaneous and painless or if they had suffered for several days. As Lin Chen looked around, he discovered a scene of carnage. Most of the bodies were buried beneath the ice and snow, while some had already been submerged by the black liquid spewing from the abyss. Aside from that, in the shattered camp, faint remnants of campfires, tent frames, and stone pots and bowls could still be seen. There were no living souls left. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The third-year vice captain leading the team from Qilin Academy was also a girl. She sighed softly and closed the eyes of a corpse beneath her, which had died with its eyes wide open. These soldiers of the Great Wall are all nameless heroes. Guarding such a harsh border not only means enduring a terrible environment, they also have to face the threat of beast tides at any moment, along with the hostile neighboring countries lurking beyond the border, harassing and provoking. Despite all these hardships, they endured, never expecting to die due to the eruption of abyss energy. Alas! May your souls rest in peace. Her few soft sighs made the others present feel a deep sense of sorrow. Lin Chen had heard before that the coalition of practitioners from the Great Xia was divided into 3 branches. The army responsible for defending various base cities and forming the City Defense Forces was codenamed Iron Wall. The army tasked with reclaiming lost territories, developing new potential base city land resources, clearing regional beast hordes, and executing reclamation missions was codenamed Sharp Blade. Finally, the army responsible for guarding over 2 million kilometers of the Great Xia's border, resisting foreign enemies and maintaining territorial integrity was codenamed Great Wall. After the Cataclysm era, the land of Blue Star expanded 100-fold. How many people were needed to guard over 2 million kilometers of border? They truly forged the Great Wall with their own flesh and blood, allowing people like them to live comfortably inland. The chubby Feng San's eyes turned red. In a moment of impulsiveness, he said, they died so far from home, and no one has come to retrieve their bodies for burial. I want to help collect their bodies. Using his spatial abilities, he could indeed collect the bodies efficiently. But upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head and spoke in an undeniable tone, remember our mission. We are here to rescue any possible survivors and to investigate the truth of this place. There will be dedicated personnel for body retrieval. Now, Feng San and Song Shuwen, you two will form a team and be responsible for searching the northwest direction. You need to look out for each other, and if you discover anything or encounter any crisis, contact me immediately. Lin Chen tapped his spirit crystal wristwatch. At that moment, everyone was wearing one of these devices. Even in such harsh conditions, they could still maintain a clear signal. Nangon Ling and Xie Jixing, you are responsible for searching the northeast direction. Sure, you will accompany me to search the southwest direction. Lin Chen glanced at the time and continued, the search range is limited to within 500 kilometers. If you exceed this range, abandon the search. Everyone, regroup here in 3 hours. Report to me if you find any survivors or suspicious individuals. Nangon Ling pouted. I thought I was just here to slack off. Why do I have a mission? 2. But Junior, you do look a bit handsome when you assign tasks so seriously. However, she couldn't show this on the surface and could only secretly complain in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen almost couldn't hold back his composure. He was actually quite tired of putting on the captain's facade. But there was no choice. During the mission, it had to be this way. What about the southeast direction? I can actually search alone, Cherie frowned. Lin Chen remained silent, and soon a graceful figure appeared before everyone. Lin Yu quickly headed towards the southeast. This was a plan Lin Chen had thought out long ago. Aside from himself, he was not very comfortable letting others act alone. This place was already quite eerie. They were here to search for missing persons, and the last group that came for the rescue had already gone missing. Lin Chen did not want to be the next person caught in a trap. After the task assignments were completed, Lin Chen thoughtfully ensured that each team had at least one experienced member guiding the newcomers. Following Feng San, the chubby one, was a third-year female senior. Another member from Qilin Academy was paired with Nangong Ling. Finally, he had no issues teaming up with Cherie. As the 4 teams dispersed, Lin Chen saw Cherie slap the sword box, and an ice blue flying sword shot out. He stepped forward, soaring into the sky, beginning to circle continuously over the entire southeastern region. It was said that cultivators possessed a skill known as divine sense. Perhaps his search and rescue efficiency would far exceed his own. Well, he would leave the task of rescuing survivors to him and focus on investigating the truth himself. Lin Chen approached a body that had already frozen stiff and reached out to touch it. The skill touch of reincarnation, from previous experiments, not only yielded rewards but also allowed one to experience fragments of the deceased's life. This was very useful for uncovering the truth. Please vote for me. Monthly votes are welcome. As Lin Chen's fingers made contact with the completely frozen body, fragmented images began to emerge before his eyes. He saw a corner of the campus after an early summer rain where he was talking to a girl whose features had already become blurred. Then, he saw the day he swore in to join the military, the red flower pinned to his chest. Finally, there was a sharp pain from his back, and his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. These experiences were scattered and chaotic, but compared to sandworms, which had little intelligence and brain capacity, they were already much more logical. At the very least, Lin Chen could piece together a story of someone who had just graduated from high school, enlisted in the military, bid farewell to loved ones, and guarded the borders. Even buried by wind and snow, Lin Chen could vaguely discern the outline of his face in life. It was a young face, just like his own. There was no time to sigh. Lin Chen already had a deep suspicion about the truth of this incident. The last scene he experienced was the sharp pain from his back, followed by a complete loss of consciousness. Rather than dying from the eruption of the abyssal energy, it felt more like being ambushed from behind. Ding! You have relived a segment of the target's reincarnation experience, and you have received a standard reward. You have gained 8 points in Constitution, 5 points in Strength, and 7 points in Stamina. When Lin Chen reached out to touch the body again, the touch of reincarnation could no longer be triggered. However, at this moment, Lin Chen felt heavy-hearted and had no interest in what new rewards he could obtain through this SSS talent. He only wanted to reconstruct everything that had happened here. Standing up again, Lin Chen began to use the touch of reincarnation on the fallen bodies at the scene to extract their pasts and experiences. As the investigation deepened, Lin Chen gradually confirmed one thing. That was, the coalition of professionals from the Great Xia Station here could not have died from the eruption of the abyssal energy, because Lin Chen had probed the memories of at least dozens of people before their deaths, and not one had struggled to death due to the eruption of the abyssal energy. Most of the deaths occurred in an instant. Before dying, they seemed to have their 5 senses completely stripped away by some strange skill. They could not see, could not hear. Then they were either pierced directly through the back or had their throats slit. By now, Lin Chen had basically confirmed that their deaths were intentional, and then the abyssal dungeon appeared here, causing a secondary injury to their bodies due to the energy eruption. But this secondary injury was not the true cause of death. The only regret was that perhaps because these soldiers were not particularly strong and were blinded to their perceptions before dying, Lin Chen had not been able to catch a glimpse of the true culprit. In thought, Lin Chen had already arrived at a collapsed military tent. With a flick of his finger, an invisible gravitational field spread out. Then, the pillars that formed the military tent, along with the large amount of accumulated snow and rubble on top, all floated up. They were manipulated by Lin Chen using a weightlessness spell and moved aside. A body clad in armor, exuding an extraordinary aura, appeared before Lin Chen. Judging by the attire, this person clearly possessed greater strength and held a higher rank. Perhaps he was the commander of this garrison. Lin Chen bent down and placed his palm on the man's forehead. This was the experience Lin Chen had summarized from using the touch of reincarnation dozens of times. Touching the part of the target that stored their soul and consciousness allowed for a more complete and abundant glimpse into their experiences and reincarnations. However, it seemed that this method had no effect on the rewards. The amount of attributes that could be extracted and the quality of skills depended entirely on the target's strength and life and Lin Chen's luck that day. As the talent activated, a scene began to play out before Lin Chen, clearer and richer than before. It was a night. The north wind howled outside the tent, while a bonfire burned inside. A middle-aged general sat by the fire, rubbing his hands together, letting out a long sigh, seemingly a bit nervous. Finally, he picked up a special spiritual crystal communication device and a smile spread across his weathered face. Soon, the connection was established, and a light screen appeared. "Daddy!" A cute little girl appeared on the screen, sweetly calling out to the middle-aged general. Oh! The wrinkles on the general's face completely relaxed at that moment. "Daddy, next month is my 9th birthday. When are you coming back? I celebrated my 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th birthdays with mommy. Daddy, I miss you so much. Can you come back this year to celebrate with me?" The little girl counted her birthdays on her fingers. Behind her stood a woman, seemingly the girl's mother. Listening to this, tears were about to fall. The middle-aged general felt a pang in his nose, forcibly suppressing his longing for his daughter and wife, and smiled. "Soon, my dear Yuan. Daddy will have a 3-day holiday soon. This year, Daddy will definitely celebrate Yuan's birthday." Upon seeing this, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart. There was a knife in this memory. The reincarnation scene was cut off at this point. When it resumed, Lin Chen noticed that the little girl named Yuan seemed to have been lulled to sleep by her mother. On the other side of the spiritual crystal screen, a woman with red eyes spoke in a suppressed voice. "Jiahao, can't you stay home a little longer? Yuan's classmates all ask why it's always mommy who comes to the parent-teacher meetings. Where's her daddy?" The middle-aged general replied softly. "Xiuqin, I know it's hard for you to take care of Yuan alone, but it's almost over, really. In 5 years, I will retire. They say I have made contributions, and when I go home, I can transfer to a small official position. Then, we can be reunited." The woman on the other end seemed to be on the verge of breaking down. 5 years, another 5 years. In 5 years, Yuan will be 14. Can't you change your job? I just want to be with you, raising our daughter and living a stable life. Woo woo. The middle-aged general, seeing his wife's emotional turmoil, could only comfort her, while saying, "Some things just have to be done by someone, right? Alright, dear, the communication time is almost up. I have to hang up. I will be home to see you and our daughter soon." The communication ended. A violent shaking hit, and the bonfire in the military Tent extinguished in an instant. The middle-aged general immediately became alert. He quickly walked out of the tent, and the wind and snow had mysteriously stopped. An incredibly dense purple mist enveloped the entire camp. Li Jiahao instantly covered his mouth and nose. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next moment, he felt his hearing fade away. His vision began to blur. A hand reached out from behind him, followed by a blade piercing through his throat. The scene ended here. Lin Chen opened his eyes. This should be the most complete experience of death he has obtained through the touch of reincarnation so far. Ding! You have relived a segment of the target's reincarnation and you have received a rare level reward. You have acquired the target's passive skill, Iron Will. Detected that this skill conflicts with your profession. This skill has been converted into a special passive skill. You have gained a new universal passive skill, Great Wall Will. At the end of the scene, the thick purple mist spread out. It must be some kind of potent poison smoke. Lin Chen closed his eyes, recalling the last moment just now. That hand that slit his throat. The clothes and arm guards worn by that hand seemed not to belong to the style of the great Xia people. There was even a purple crescent mark printed on it. Opening his eyes again, a hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Chen's gaze. He didn't know if it was due to the aftereffects of the touch of reincarnation. After all, having experienced a moment of someone else's life, Lin Chen now felt a surge of anger in his chest, growing stronger by the moment. Lin Chen's gaze turned towards the horizon, looking at the bones covered by the wind and snow. Pitiful bones. By the uncertain river, still a person in the spring chamber dream. For some reason, this line of poetry came to Lin Chen's mind. Since he had formed a karmic bond with these people and obtained their attributes and a new passive skill, then their grudge shall be avenged by me. Lin Chen opened his skill panel. He looked at the new passive skill he had just obtained. Great Wall Will type passive. Skill rank, beginner category, universal effect, reduces all damage you receive by 100 points. When you are in a team state, for each additional member, this effect will increase by 50 points and all team members will simultaneously gain this effect. Note, shoulder to shoulder, united to face the enemy. In a solo state, it is not a particularly powerful damage reduction skill, but in a team state, it is shared among the entire team, and the more people there are, the more pronounced the damage reduction effect becomes. Just like the previous Sandwalker, these non-human races obtained through the touch of reincarnation, the skills of non-mage professions, are fixed as beginner level after conversion, and they cannot be upgraded through points. It is uncertain whether obtaining skills from the mage profession later will differ from the current situation. Lin Chen closed the skill interface. He glanced at the communication watch on his wrist. It had been over 10 minutes since he assigned personnel to search and rescue the entire area. Not a single team member had sent him any information. Lin Chen tapped the crystal screen on the watch, opened the communication channel, and said, "This is Lin Chen, where are you? Have you found any survivors? Please send your locations, over." After waiting for more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen still received no reply. He tapped the screen again and repeated what he had just said, but the only response to Lin Chen was silence. Something is wrong. Where are they? In such a short time, have they all gone missing again? Lin Chen had noticed earlier. In the entire camp, the dead were only the Great Wall soldiers who were originally stationed here. However, the 1,000-man reinforcement team that was sent later, along with the expert team from the Divine Sky and the corpse retrieval team, were not among them. They seemed to have evaporated from the world. Now, the people he sent out for search and rescue had indeed followed in the footsteps of those who had disappeared. What on earth happened that made them vanish completely without even sending a distress signal? Lin Chen closed his eyes and communicated with Lin Yu in his mind. Lin Chen could sense that she was still alive and in a completely different dimension from his own. After all, Lin Yu had a necromantic contract with Lin Chen. Although the connection had not been completely severed, communication was impossible. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen discovered that Lin Yu had transmitted an image back to him. It turned out that when Lin Chen saluted Li Jiahao in the illusion of death, Lin Yu had sent it to him, but he hadn't noticed. Now that he actively communicated with Lin Yu, this delayed image was transmitted over. In this segment of memory, it began with Lin Yu searching for survivors when she accidentally bumped into Shuri, who was flying in the sky on his sword. Shuri saw her too, high up in the air. Sure. He merely nodded at Lin Yu, but the next moment, something strange happened. After Shuri flew into a high mountain, he never came out. From the other side of that peak, Lin Yu went to investigate, and the last scene was her drawing a symbol on the mountain rock with her long sword in front of that mountain. Lin Chen flew high into the sky, following the direction where Lin Yu had last disappeared, heading south. Before long, Lin Chen faintly spotted that mountain at the horizon's end. With a swift movement, Lin Chen transformed into a flash of lightning and landed at the last position where Lin Yu had vanished. On that rock, there was an arrow carved into it. Following the arrow, he continued forward. Lin Chen discovered more and more similar arrows. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yu's unique sense of danger. Moreover, she had anticipated that she might not be able to contact him later and had sent herself a warning message in advance. She had also marked the way, ensuring she wouldn't be completely lost. Although she sometimes appeared a bit daft, when faced with a situation, she was both calm and meticulous. Following the marks, Lin Chen quickly circled around to the back of the mountain. Here, he found nothing unusual. It wasn't until he followed the arrow marks to a certain cliff's edge that Lin Chen discovered a bizarre magic array hidden beneath the snow, one that an ordinary person would never perceive. Through the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen uncovered the secrets of this array. It was a teleportation array, similar to those small teleportation arrays in every base city. As long as someone stepped inside, they would be teleported to another place. However, this array had clearly been modified by someone with ulterior motives. Anyone entering this array would not only be teleported but would also be instantly ensnared by the effects of over a dozen trap arrays. Just from what Lin Chen saw through the all-knowing eye, there were bindings, unconsciousness, anti-flight, silence, and so on. Goodness, stepping in would leave one plagued by 100 ailments, rendering them powerless? However, the only trap effect Lin Chen did not see was any damage-related traps. It was evident that the designer of these trap arrays did not intend to kill their prey but rather to control them. Lin Chen noticed several sword marks that penetrated deep into the ice around the array. Sure, he must have been pulled down by the anti-flight effect while flying over this array. He might have tried his best to avoid falling, but in the end, he still fell for the trap and was teleported away. Lin Yu likely realized this too and ultimately chose to step into this array as well. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Without hesitation, he stepped into this trap array. He had to know where his other teammates had gone. The quickest way, of course, was to take the risk himself. Lin Chen's confidence lay in the immortal fruit. First, he had a high resistance to abnormal status effects. Secondly, even if he failed to resist and fell into a state of unconsciousness, knowing that the enemy did not intend to kill but to capture him alive, he would only need to wait for 10 seconds to have all abnormal statuses purified by the immortal fruit. The next moment, everything spun around him. Lin Chen suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, losing all sense of perception. His consciousness was about to plunge into boundless darkness. His recent streak of good luck had finally run out. He had immunity to silence. He had immunity to bindings. But he had not been immune to the most powerful effect, unconsciousness. Damn! Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets, when he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen heard a harmonious chant echoing in his ears. At the same time, he caught a whiff of a strange, fragrant aroma. This scent was calming, soothing the mind and bringing a sense of peace. He could no longer muster any motivation. Heaven and abyss, the emperor's might is vast, we all suffer, life is like floating grass, please come to the world, all realms come to pay homage. The heavens are vast and boundless. As Lin Chen listened to the rhythmic and rhyming chant, he felt his eyelids grow heavy again, just as he had awakened. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen forced himself to stay alert. After all, he was a mage. His primary attribute was mental strength, which naturally made him more resistant to such hypnotic effects than others. Lin Chen squinted, observing his surroundings. He found himself on a large altar comparable to the campus square of Shinsha. The altar was engraved with various strange and intricate patterns that made one feel dizzy at a glance. Surrounding the altar were thousands of torches, burning with a ghostly blue flame, and the fragrant aroma wafting through the air came from these burning torches. Beyond the altar, a dark mass of people in blue robes, adorned with flame patterns on their chests, knelt in prayer. They bowed 3 times and prostrated 9 times, their expressions devout. The synchronized chanting came from their mouths. A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine. He withdrew his gaze back to the altar and noticed many others in the same predicament as himself. These individuals were all dressed in the standard military uniforms of the Great Xia Great Wall Army, similarly bound to the altar, kneeling with their heads bowed and eyes closed, seemingly completely hypnotized by the chanting and the strange fragrance. Lin Chen's heart sank. Were these not the reinforcements they had come to rescue? In addition to the thousands of reinforcements, Lin Chen also spotted several figures in black clothing, wearing masks, tied together with another group. The corpse collectors of Shinsha. Those few with graying hair were likely the experts sent to retrieve this instance. Fortunately, they were not dead, just captured and hypnotized. Or perhaps those masked corpse collectors were not actually hypnotized, they seemed to be pretending to sleep. As Lin Chen pondered, he felt his eyelids growing heavier. Just as he sensed he was about to drift off again, a cool sensation shot from his toes straight to the top of his head, clearing his mind and waking him up completely. The purification effect every 10 seconds was too powerful. With the immortal fruit, nothing could control him for more than 10 seconds anymore. But where exactly was this? A cult gathering? Boom! At that moment, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed through the vast underground space. Lin Chen then saw an invisible, massive sword energy sweep across beneath the altar, and countless cultists' heads rolled to the ground where the sword energy passed. Yet, even so, those cultists who were not killed by the strike seemed oblivious to the corpses and blood around them. They continued their 3 bows and 9 prostrations, chanting those few lines. Lin Chen's gaze shifted and he saw a blood-soaked figure, covered in wounds, flying out. Shuri held a sword in his right hand, surrounded by 12 flying swords that buzzed and trembled as if they had a spirit of their own. Do you think your despicable tricks can trap me? Cult of the Abyss, come and meet your death, Shuri said coldly. He raised his sword, pointing towards a spot behind Lin Chen. Then, the 12 flying swords darted like swimming dragons through the mass of cultists. The sword light was chilling and the sword energy was overwhelming. Lin Chen could see the walls of the underground cave marked with shocking sword scars. Shuri, with unmatched ferocity, transformed into a streak of light flying towards a spot behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen was fixed to the stone pillar, completely unable to see what was happening behind him. But suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Why did you come so late? Lin Chen's heart stirred. It was Nangong Ling's voice. He tried to communicate with her in his mind. Senior, how did you end up here too? Nangong Ling could indeed hear Lin Chen's mental message sent to her. She chuckled lightly. The little guy you sent to team up with me is so reckless that he stepped right into the trap formation. Following the principle of not acting unless necessary, I naturally followed him in. It seems these abyss worshippers don't intend to kill us. Instead, they plan to use us as sacrifices. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. You're really slacking off. Senior, are the others all alive? Did they all get teleported in after stepping on the traps? They're all alive, and your beautiful summon that makes me a bit jealous is right behind you. Hee, so you can't see it. I didn't expect there would still be such a small group of abyss worshippers here. It's quite surprising. Abyss worship, what kind of organization is that? Lin Chen asked. Well, how should I put it? In simple terms, it's a cult that literally worships the abyss. These people exist in every country on Blue Star. They believe that the abyss is the true home and that plunging the entire Blue Star world into the abyss is the real salvation for humanity. To this end, they choose to believe in a certain demon king or demon emperor from the abyss, or even a demon god. And they use sacrifices to communicate with the abyss, seeking to summon their revered lord to the Blue Star world to save them from suffering. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood. Isn't this just like the ETO and the Arrival faction from the Three-Body Problem? Faced with an extremely powerful external invading force, they choose to betray their own civilization and side with the enemy. Indeed, such complex beings as humans can never be completely united like a solid iron plate. The Blue Star world is no different. Junior, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill them all? You should be able to do it, right? But have you noticed that these cultists may not be the true masterminds behind this mission? I have noticed. The purpose of these cultists capturing us and those who came for rescue is to offer sacrifices to their evil god. So they are all captured alive. But that contradicts killing those stationed at the border, the Great Wall soldiers. The ones who killed those Great Wall soldiers are someone else. Nangong Ling smiled. Yes, Junior, you're really smart. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had the touch of reincarnation and knew the answer. By retracing the process, he could naturally arrive at this conclusion. Just as the two were conversing, Lin Chen heard a dull rumbling sound again. Then came the sound of metal breaking. Shuri spat out blood. His body charred, seemingly suffering from severe burns. He flew back and crashed onto the altar in front of Lin Chen. At the same time, a gentle male voice rang out. I originally wanted to keep your bodies intact as sacrifices, so that the Holy Lord could enjoy the sweetest offerings. But since you have so desecrated the Holy Lord, I can only give you a small punishment as a warning. Accompanying the voice was a man dressed in a red robe, handsome and warm like jade. The man floated in the air, extending his hands, his eyes filled with fervor. To become the sacrifice of the Flame Emperor Holy Lord, you should feel honored. Witness his glory and bask in his grace, you will be overjoyed. In the next moment, the true appearance of the Flame Emperor Holy Lord, as spoken by the man, projected like a shadow. The moment Lin Chen saw this projection, his heart skipped a beat. Nangong Ling behind him also froze for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter. Junior, I didn't expect you to be the Holy Lord of this abyss cult. Indeed, in the high sky, the appearance of the Flame Emperor Holy Lord displayed by the abyss cult leader was Lin Chen. To be precise, it was the silhouette he cast when he used Supreme Ascension to slay the shadow demon spider in the city of dimming light, looking down upon all beings. However, Lin Chen never expected this. He had unexpectedly become a follower of some cult worshipping the abyss deep underground. This world is truly absurd. The Emperor's might is vast. The Emperor's might is vast. The Emperor's might is vast. After Lin Chen's silhouette was projected by the cult leader, all the devotees surrounding the altar were in tears, prostrating on the ground, kneeling and unable to rise. They shouted the lyrics they had sung before, their voices echoing like a mountain roar or a tsunami throughout the vast underground cavern. Now, you shall witness the divine visage of the Holy Monarch. The auspicious time has come, the sacrifice begins. I actually envy you all. Soon, you will be able to enter the abyssal world, getting one step closer to the great flame. Emperor Holy Monarch. while I can only remain here, waiting desperately for his response. I even wish to offer my useless body as a sacrifice to him as well. But duty calls, the polluted world of Blue Star still has many ignorant souls waiting for my preaching. I firmly believe that on the day the Holy Monarch descends, I will be able to transcend suffering and always be by his side. The man in the red robe spoke, tears streaming down his face. He seemed genuinely heartfelt, as if he truly longed to enter the abyssal world and meet the Flame Emperor Holy Monarch. Lin Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. Did he wish he could dismiss himself? Are you also the emperor of the Qing dynasty? However, as the red-robed cult leader lamented, Lin Chen also saw a large amount of abyssal energy beginning to surge from the cave walls above. The crimson hue unique to the abyss mixed with a terrifying black aura, instantly filling the entire underground altar. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. It seemed this was the abyssal level 0 dungeon that had just been born in this area. As the pitch-black abyssal energy cascaded down like a waterfall, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Blue flames erupted, igniting the entire altar and protecting all the offerings on it. Lin Chen's control over the fire element had reached perfection. Those enveloped in the blue flames not only were not burned but instead felt as if they were soaking in warm water. The fierce flames isolated the strange incense and the noisy chants, gradually awakening everyone present. At the same time, the black abyssal energy waterfall falling from the sky was instantly evaporated by the intense heat. Lin Chen once again transcended into a pure fire elemental form. He opened his eyes, looking down at the red-robed cult leader, who was already dumbfounded. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes, only the domineering aura of looking down upon all beings just as he had. In the city of dimming light, the Holy Monarch. The Holy Monarch has truly descended. Our long wait has indeed received a response. Among the fanatics surrounding the altar, someone shouted. Instantly, all the abyssal cultists were overwhelmed with excitement, trembling and bowing repeatedly. Hail the Holy Monarch! Hail the Holy Monarch! Hail the Holy Monarch! Their unified shouts were even more grand than before, echoing throughout the entire underground space. How could this be? Devotees! No, do not be deceived by this cunning offering. He is not the Holy Monarch. The real Holy Monarch is still in the abyssal world. How could it be possible? The red-robed leader was clearly anxious. Lin Chen had completely disrupted all his plans. His speech became somewhat incoherent. Indeed, without Lin Chen saying much, the fanatics surrounding the altar began to look at the red-robed leader with strange expressions. One person was especially furious. Leader, we have awaited this day for so long. Why do you question the Holy Monarch? Someone took the lead, and instantly countless voices followed. Leader, why are you rebelling? The leader has rebelled. Kill him. He is a heretic. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. The red-robed leader saw his followers about to revolt, filled with shock and anger. Finally, he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes revealing an immense fury. He certainly didn't truly believe in any Emperor of Flames. He merely used Lin Chen's portrait rites to gather a group of true worshippers of the abyss, then executed his own plan. But he never expected that today was the first live sacrifice, and he actually summoned the real main figure to the scene. However, he didn't intend to give up just like that. He planned to struggle a bit. Die. I am the one who has truly received the fire bestowed by the Holy Monarch, walking among mortals to preach for him, and it can only be me. The red-robed leader waved his hand. Countless blue flames surged up, forming a massive fireball in the sky, dazzling like the sun. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. You can't say it, this move really resembled his divine fire heavenly strike. It should be said that it was somewhat similar to the first time he used the divine fire heavenly strike in the city of dimming light, Fei Kane. No wonder these abyss worshippers believed so fervently in this red-robed leader. Unfortunately, he really kicked a hard board today. Lin Chen extended his right hand. With a press of his palm, that blue fire sun in the sky extinguished in an instant. Just like Summer Rainyan's annihilation domain. Even though the flames used by this red-robed leader were quite similar to his supreme flame, all fire is ultimately mundane. In the face of the supreme flame, it cannot burn. As the flames extinguished, the red-robed leader let out a miserable scream, feeling as if his whole body weighed 1,000 pounds, plummeting from the sky. It really is fake. What about the Holy Monarch's bestowed fire? In front of the real Holy Monarch, he revealed his true form. Brothers and sisters, kill him. Lin Chen watched the fanatical believers below, rushing forward, using various gruesome methods to whip and torment him. The red-robed bishop indeed had the strength to defeat elite members of the Tianqian Dao Academy like Shuri. His inherent attributes were extremely terrifying. Correspondingly, his physical strength and life level far exceeded those of other practitioners. Just a single slap was enough to kill the surrounding abyss worshippers, but he was firmly suppressed by Lin Chen's gravitational field, unable to move an inch. So, he could only wait to die. In fact, Lin Chen could have killed him with just one divine fire heavenly strike, but Lin Chen wanted a complete corpse. The mission clearly required not only to rescue any potential survivors but also to thoroughly investigate the truth of the incident. Lin Yu's soul search or his own reincarnation touch could extract key information from him. Under the relentless beating and torment of countless people, the red-robed leader's clothes gradually tore and shredded. His true form was exposed to everyone. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He immediately felt a chill rising from his heart. Beneath that white red robe was a corpse with skin that had already shriveled and was highly decayed. Judging from the features, dark skin, thick lips, and curly hair, it looked more like someone from Curry Country. The red-robed leader was not a living person. For some reason, the initial draft of this chapter was released. This is the version before revision. Sorry, it has already been revised. Everyone refresh and you will see the normal chapter. Sorry. I won't make such a low-level mistake next time. Upon seeing the true form of this abyss leader, Lin Chen and everyone executing this mission were all shocked. Were those Curry Country people behind this? Everyone felt that they were possibly just a step away from the truth. Lin Chen descended from the sky, exiting the sublimation state. However, those abyss worshippers surrounding the altar still gazed at him with almost worshipful eyes. With Lin Chen present, there was naturally no need to worry about these fanatical cultists making any outrageous moves. Lin Chen approached the corpse of the Curry Country person. As he got closer, an incredibly strong stench of decay rushed into Lin Chen's nostrils. This corpse had already decayed significantly. The time of death was at least several days to a week ago. Through the all-knowing eye, Lin Chen had long discovered that this was a puppet. Just now, his actions and speech were indistinguishable from those of a living person. The person manipulating him behind the scenes was not weak. Just as Lin Chen was pondering whether the red-robed leader was connected to the purple moon mark he had seen before, he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The puppet lying on the ground was looking at him with an incredibly mocking expression. Its chin, rotting to the point of having only a few strands of fascia left, was still opening and closing, emitting a chilling clattering sound. Its originally shriveled body was rapidly expanding. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Corpse explosion. He also had necromancy. In an instant, he understood what the master behind this puppet intended. Erase the evidence. At that critical moment, a figure flashed in front of Lin Chen. Lin Yu held the Song of Souls. With a slash towards the air above the puppet's mouth, a black blade light flashed. Lin Chen saw countless strands suspended in the air, instantly snapping. These threads were woven from souls. Ordinary attacks really had no way to deal with this kind of soul-controlled puppet technique. But Lin Yu was the lord of the undead. The threads were severed. The self-detonation of the Curry Countryman's corpse on the ground was interrupted. A crisis was averted. Search the soul, Lin Chen commanded. A purple light flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. At the same time, Lin Chen was not idle. His fingers touched the corpse. Touch of reincarnation activated. The next moment, an illusion appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. The illusion displayed by the touch of reincarnation was from the first-person perspective of the person involved. It was a dim underground passage. The Curry Countryman Lin Chen was portraying was crouching in a corner, eavesdropping on a conversation between two people. However, this segment of dialogue left Lin Chen feeling lonely, because it was in the language of the East Japan. Lin Chen had no idea what the two were saying. He only knew that it seemed the two, while chatting, discovered this unfortunate Curry Countryman crouching in the corner. In the end, this unfortunate fellow met his demise with a swift and clean throat cutting. It was the same hand adorned with a purple crescent symbol. The illusion vanished. Lin Chen opened his eyes. The corpse of the Baijuan leader only granted him a single-digit attribute value, not to mention any good skills. But Lin Chen at least confirmed one thing. It was the East Japanese who killed those thousands of soldiers guarding the Great Wall on the border. These bastards! How dare they do such sneaky business in a place like this? On the other side, the purple light in Lin Yu's eyes gradually faded. A scene also returned to Lin Chen's mind. Still that dark underground passage. However, this time the perspective had shifted from the first-person view of the unfortunate Curry Countryman to a god's eye view. Unexpectedly, the plot could connect like this. Lord Mitsui. The few puppets I sent out to scout have confirmed that deep underground there is a natural cave, and within the cave is a gathering place for the Baijuan sect. It's actually not surprising that these Baijuan cultists exist here. They likely discovered a rift to the abyss long ago, and my puppets even overheard them accurately predicting a small-scale eruption of that rift in 3 days. The other person, referred to as Mitsui, was the one Lin Chen had seen before who cruelly killed Li Jiahao. However, his face was obscured by a pitch-black mask, making it impossible to see his features. His voice was also unusually deep. I didn't expect this time to merely be here to retrieve this abyss instance, but there's also this unexpected gain. The reinforcements sent by the Great Xia should already be on their way. Let them come and go without return. You find a way to infiltrate the Baijuan sect with your puppets, preferably becoming their leader. These blind fools have an almost fanatical obsession with the demon emperors and demon kings of the abyss. Just find any abyssal powerhouse that has recently appeared and made it onto the global threat list of Blue Star as bait. Lure those Great Xia people to investigate this incident and collectively sacrifice them. This not only allows us to continue advancing our plan, but when the true top-tier combat forces from Dacia come to investigate later, they will only think it was the work of the Baiyuan sect, unrelated to us. Then, what about the Curry country? Proceed as planned. The scene cut off here. Completely interrupted. Lin Chen opened his eyes. He sighed inwardly. What a ruthless tactic. The first layer was to cover up the deaths of the border soldiers with the eruption of descending energy. The second layer, even if they investigated deeply like them, would only conclude it was the Baiyuan sect causing chaos. Even further, they would only find out that the Curry country was involved. They would never suspect it was these Easterners. So, what was the plan that Mitsui mentioned? Have you discovered anything? Nangon Ling asked. Lin Chen recounted everything he had just seen, as well as the information currently known, and laid it all out. Captain, are you saying that the mastermind behind this tragedy is actually the Easterners? Lin Chen nodded gravely. Not just the Easterners, the Curry country on the other side of the border is also involved. And the plan they mentioned should be the biggest crisis. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, he saw Nangong Ling staring blankly. However, the surprise on her face seemed somewhat unnatural. Lin Chen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and noticed that the few Shinsha corpse collectors behind her, who were still pretending to sleep, also showed a hint of shock. It seemed they were not shocked by the evil schemes of the Easterners and the Curry country, nor the complexity of this mission. Instead, they were astonished that he could almost restore the truth of the event in such a short time. He had to admit, if it weren't for Lin Yu's soul search, combined with the extra information provided by his reincarnation touch, he and the others would definitely still be in the dark. Lin Chen looked deeply at Nangong Ling, making her feel uneasy. Seemingly a bit guilty, she averted her gaze and then put on a serious expression. Lin Chen, this mission is too complex, too dangerous. It even exceeds my expectations. Request for backup. As she spoke, Nangong Ling took out a communicator that was flashing red. She pressed the red button on the communicator forcefully. Soon, the other end of the communication was quickly connected. Did the mission fail? First, report the situation. Lin Chen could hear that it was the voice of Lan Ruwashi. Director Ruwashi, we have found the missing personnel. This includes over 1,000 reinforcements from the Southern Military District, as well as our Shinshao expert team and corpse collectors. Upon hearing this, Lan Ruwashi's tone softened a bit. Then why? Do we need to use emergency contact? Nangong Ling continued, we encountered a situation that exceeds the difficulty of an A-level mission. Based on the current investigation results, both the Curry country and the Easterners are involved, and there is likely a larger conspiracy at play. It's not as simple as the task description of the descending energy eruption. After a comprehensive assessment, we are severely understaffed. The enemy's numbers are unknown, and their strength is unclear. To ensure the smooth rescue and transfer of a large number of survivors, I request support. Lan Ruwashi pondered for a moment but quickly gave a response. I will report as soon as possible. Immediately escort our expert team back. Once the escort is successful, this mission will be considered complete. The communication was cut off. Nangong Ling looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had already guessed a lot in his heart. But since Nangong Ling was unwilling to speak, he naturally was willing to continue cooperating. Everyone, escort the target back. We're leaving here. As soon as Lin Chen's voice fell, a violent tremor suddenly shook the entire vast underground space. A large number of stalactites from the cave ceiling began to fall due to the earthquake. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and the gravitational field instantly spread out. In the next moment, those falling boulders and ice spikes all floated in midair, unable to fall even a fraction, with the earth shaking and mountains trembling. A black abyssal energy continuously erupted from deep within the ground. Below this cave, it seemed to be the spatial rift connected to the abyssal world that those Easterners spoke of in the illusion, and at this moment, the rift had been completely widened. This eruption of abyssal energy was perhaps even more terrifying than the previous one. Could this be what they called the plan? There was no time to think further. In the blink of an eye, the surging abyssal energy below engulfed the tens of thousands of abyssal cult worshippers beneath the altar. The altar, over 10 meters high, now resembled a solitary boat in a vast ocean. It could be completely swallowed at any moment. How to escape? Should he directly smash the rock wall above? No, there wasn't time. Even a forbidden spell might not be fast enough, because Lin Chen couldn't confirm how deep they were. If it was still several kilometers to the surface, let alone fire or lightning type forbidden spells, even if Lin Chen brought down a meteorite, it might not be able to penetrate such thick layers of earth. And staying here was undoubtedly waiting for death. Once the violent abyssal energy erupted completely, everyone would die. Feng Sanyu. Spatial passage. This was the only solution Lin Chen could think of at the moment. The chubby boy, who had just woken up and was startled by the scene before him and the violent earthquake, trembled all over. His survival instinct quickly reminded him of the feeling of opening a spatial wormhole the last time. In the next moment, spatial ripples spread out. A wormhole, even larger than the previous one, opened up. However, it was still not big enough. There were at least 1,000 people present. That's right, although the mission only required rescuing the experts sent by the Shinsha sect. Lin Chen had no intention of leaving the 1,000 reinforcements from the Great Wall Army to die, especially after reading the memories of General Li Jiahao during his lifetime. He couldn't be that cold-blooded, but he had no way out. He wished he could directly replace this chubby boy to use spatial spells. "You two, stand still." At a critical moment, a calm, female voice rang out. It was from a third-year student of Qilin Academy who at this moment pointed her index fingers at Lin Chen and Feng Sanyu. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. The next moment, Lin Chen saw the chubby boy close his eyes and fall to the ground. At the same time, a transparent shadow flew out from his body. In a state of soul, Feng Sanyu floated in the air with a completely bewildered expression. Then, Lin Chen also felt a pulling force trying to draw his soul out of his body. "Your soul, too. Don't resist me." Song Shuwen was the vice captain sent by Qilin Academy this time. Her profession was also a legendary class under the priest system, Soul Shepherd. To her, Feng Sanyu's soul was like carrying a bag of documents. It was so easy that with just a slight pull, it could be drawn out of the body. This was enough to show that the chubby boy's soul strength was very average. However, dragging Lin Chen's soul felt like there was a handle appearing on the surface of Blue Star, and she was trying to drag the entire planet. That's why she told Lin Chen not to resist her. Lin Chen knew that he couldn't hesitate at this moment. He recalled what this senior sister had said when she saw the frozen corpses of the Great Wall Army scattered on the ground. In the next moment, Lin Chen released his control over his soul. He allowed Song Shuwen to drag his soul out of his body. Lin Chen's soul broke free. The next moment, he saw his body still standing there but with a hint of purple light in his eyes. It nodded at him. "Lin Yu." Lin Chen instantly understood who had taken over his body. Well, with her, he shouldn't have to worry about anything. The feeling of floating in the air, watching his own body, was unprecedentedly wonderful. However, with a wave of Song Shuwen's finger.eye in the next moment, Lin Chen's soul was infused into the body of the little chubby boy. He opened his eyes. Lin Chen felt somewhat unaccustomed to this chubby body, but a wealth of knowledge about spatial magic flooded his mind. At the same time, the magical attributes within his body made Lin Chen feel an extraordinary experience. Is this the power of spatial magic? Unlike elemental magic, which relies on elemental particles to construct spells, the essence of spatial magic seems to be a series of invisible threads with no discernible beginning or end. By utilizing the mage's magical power to manipulate these threads, one can create a breach in the existing spatial order. This is the principle of spatial wormholes. Just a few seconds later, the body of Feng Sanyu, controlled by Lin Chen, opened its eyes. Under Lin Chen's guidance, countless threads arranged themselves according to his will, surrounding the thousands of people present. This was an abstract fact occurring within consciousness. In the real world, Nangong Ling, Song Shuwen, and others saw a bright blue force field appearing out of thin air, enveloping everyone within it. In the next moment, Lin Chen manipulated the threads. A gigantic wormhole, several hundred meters in size, suddenly appeared. Finally, Lin Chen released the threads that had wrapped around everyone. Those who had been ensnared by the threads naturally returned to their original positions once Lin Chen relinquished control. From a macro perspective, it was as if thousands of people were instantaneously displaced over a great distance, like clay pellets being shot from a slingshot, propelled into the wormhole. Boom! The intense descending energy erupted to its peak in an instant, engulfing the entire altar. But at the same time, the thousands of people on the altar also vanished without a trace. The fierce gale howled relentlessly. Thousands of figures appeared in the sky as if they had flashed into existence. Lin Chen's guess was correct. The depth of that underground space was indeed over 10 kilometers, or more than 10,000 meters. It would have been impossible to blast through with a forbidden spell. If it weren't for the last-minute soul exchange by Song Shuwen, they would all be burned to ashes by the descending energy surging from the ground. Of course, Lin Chen and Nangong Ling, being relatively strong, might not die, but for the others, it was undoubtedly fatal. Lin Chen chose the landing point for this spatial transfer to be somewhere several hundred kilometers above the ground. To be cautious, he selected a location high in the air for the final transfer. Even if it wasn't on the surface, it wouldn't be a big problem. The moment the spatial transfer ended, Song Shuwen's soul exchange magic became ineffective. Lin Chen returned to his own body. He used gravity magic, and the gravitational field unfolded. Everyone was in a state of weightlessness, allowing them to move through the air as if on solid ground. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a bit dazed. This must be the aftereffect of the soul leaving the body and then returning. Fortunately, his body was young enough, and his soul's strength was high enough. This wave of dizziness and numbness came quickly and left just as fast. Soon, he was completely awake. However, Song Shuwen was not so comfortable. At this moment, she had fallen into a state of deep sleep due to energy depletion and soul fatigue. The skill of manipulating souls was incredibly powerful, but the cost to the user was also immense. Not to mention that Lin Chen was someone with an exaggerated soul strength. She's temporarily fallen asleep. She should wake up after a while. Nangong Ling, being the serious healer of the team, made a judgment after checking Song Shuan's condition. Then, she looked at Lin Chen, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You remained calm under pressure and coordinated so well with your teammates. You've impressed me again. Especially using a skill you're not familiar with, and you managed to do it so decisively. Nangong Ling didn't hold back her praise, and Lin Chen reminisced about the feeling from earlier. Captain, that skill you used just now was so cool. You are my god. The soul of the little chubby Feng Sanyu also returned to his own body. Perhaps the compatibility between his soul and body was never that high to begin with. His aftereffects were not as intense. At this moment, he looked extremely excited. How did you do that? Skill? Captain, can you teach me? Nangong Ling was taken aback upon hearing this. Then she exclaimed in surprise, that group teleportation just now, wasn't it your skill? Feng Sanyu shook his head. No. The space system is quite bizarre. To level up a skill, it requires not only skill points but also comprehension and proficiency. Otherwise, I wouldn't only know the second tier space tunnel. Captain, that skill you just used, I think it was at least 4th tier strength. Lin Chen was also surprised upon hearing this. Is it really that difficult to level up in the space system? But indeed, the strength of the space system should be a dimensional strike compared to other elemental systems. If the difficulty weren't high, it would truly be commonplace. Just as Lin Chen was about to say something encouraging to Feng Sanyu, scenes of illusions suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lin Chen was stunned. Wasn't this the kind of illusion that could only be seen when his reincarnation touch was triggered? Why did it suddenly activate now? Lin Chen took a look, and the protagonist of these illusions was actually the chubby Feng Sanyu. Before long, Lin Chen had somewhat understood him. This chubby guy had a kind heart. He had been bullied a lot during high school, and after awakening the space system, he wasn't lacking in hard work, just that his talent and comprehension weren't quite enough. Other than that, there wasn't much else worth noting. The illusion ended. A prompt sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Your talent, Reincarnation Touch, has unlocked a new function, Reincarnation Comprehension. Ding! You have experienced a segment of the target's reincarnation experience, and through comprehending their abilities and feelings, you have gained a new limited skill, Curved Path Leap. Wow, it was just a temporary soul transfer. There's such a surprise? Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Wow, he could guess the effect of the skill without even looking. Could this be considered a youthful version of the space system? Opening the talent interface, Lin Chen saw the new function of Reincarnation Touch. Reincarnation Comprehension, while experiencing the target's reincarnation experience, if the target's compatibility with your profession is high enough and you have experienced certain skills and talents of the target. In the illusion, you have a chance to comprehend a similar talent or skill. Note, skills and talents obtained through comprehension are limited skills and talents, cannot be leveled up, cannot be enhanced, and have a limit on the number of uses. Curved Path Leap Type, Active Skill Tier, None System, None Consumption, None Effect, Curved Space to Teleport. All targets within a certain range to another location after a brief delay. Teleportation range, 0-50 meters. Delay time, 0.12 seconds. Teleportation distance, 10 meters. 10 kilometers. Number of uses, 10 times. Lin Chen thoroughly understood what the so-called Reincarnation Comprehension meant. It was essentially creating skills through the experiences of others. However, these types of skills had strict usage limits, but it was already enough to be considered extraordinary. Rumbling. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the ground below. The earth heaved. It was as if something was about to break through the surface. Then, a jet of dark energy with a hint of crimson erupted from the ground, starting to spout violently. The scene was like a doomsday volcanic eruption. Spectacular yet terrifying. Standing high, one could see far. An even more terrifying scene soon appeared. Nangong Ling exclaimed, "What is that over there? My god!" Everyone followed Nangong Ling's gaze, equally chilled and dumbfounded. At the southern border, countless peaks towered. Among them, a mountain range stretching tens of thousands of miles from north to south was named Changtan. The name is derived from the phrase in the difficult road of Shu, where one places a hand on their chest and sighs deeply, describing its majestic stature. This mountain range also became the natural border between the Great Xia and the Kuri Nation. At this moment, outside the Longtang Mountains, a gray sea appeared. That gray sea was rushing towards the Longtang Mountains at a visibly rapid speed. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. From the perspective of the all-knowing eye, he saw the true nature of that gray ocean. It was a mass of beasts with mixed fur colors, gathering together. Coupled with the poor lighting, it appeared bluish-gray from a distance. A beast tide, and the rough estimate of its numbers was terrifying, at least over 100,000. Since the Cataclysm era, natural disasters on Blue Star had caused heavy losses to humanity. But if we were to discuss the most horrific disaster in history that slaughtered humans, it would undoubtedly be the beast tide. The so-called beast tide refers to a large gathering of wild magical beasts and monsters. guided by an unknown force. Gradually, it formed a situation of countless beasts charging. Initially, it might have started with just thousands or even hundreds of monsters going mad, collectively fleeing in one direction. However, the other monsters driven by these creatures, if they did not want to be trampled to death, could only run along with them. Like an avalanche, it grew larger and larger. The scale of the beast tide would also increase. Not good. Those beast tides will be influenced by the abyssal energy. Shiyi's injuries had already been mostly healed by Nangon Ling. At this moment, his expression was extremely grim. Sure enough, after a few breaths, a large amount of abyssal energy erupted from the depths of the ground fissures, shooting up into the sky under high pressure. It then crashed down to the ground, flowing beyond the national border. As those beast tides began to gradually approach the border, many monsters at the front had already been tainted by the pitch-black, blood-red abyssal energy. Subsequently, their bodies swelled and their eyes turned blood-red. Some of them, upon contact with the abyssal energy, were directly engulfed by the black energy. A monster sank into the abyss, but from that scarlet-black water crawled out dozens, even hundreds. The entire beast tide was not only strengthened but was visibly increasing in speed. In the blink of an eye, the numbers surged towards 1,000,000. Then, these frenzied monsters charged towards the Longtang Mountains at an even more terrifying speed. It's intentional. This has been planned for a long time. They must have known in advance that the abyssal dungeon would be born in this place, so they sent people to eliminate the troops stationed here, then secretly gathered such a terrifying beast tide on the other side of the Longtang Mountains. Once the abyss erupts completely, the beast tide, polluted and strengthened by the abyssal energy, will rush into our Great Xia. At that time, the entire southern region will suffer. The first to bear the brunt will be Tianhe City. Everything was done deliberately by someone. This was what those people from the east called the real plan. And now, the beast tide had already arrived. This was a catastrophe. What are you still doing there? Look up. Suddenly, the emergency communicator that Nangon Ling had used to contact Lan Ruoshi lit up with a red light again. Lan Ruoshi's voice came from it. Lin Chen and Nangon Ling were both startled. When they looked up, they saw a huge shadow in the sky. The outline of that shadow resembled a massive airship. It was the Divine Sky flagship. At the same time, Lin Chen also heard a cacophony of engine noises coming from all directions. Those were military transport planes filled with countless reinforcements. Buzz, buzz. In addition to these transport planes modified with spirit crystal technology, there were also over 100 faster bombers equipped with more advanced weaponry soaring through the sky, heading straight for the beast tide. Moreover, Lin Chen saw at the end of the western skyline a similar mass of flying mounts surging like waves. They were military warpets, each with sharp beaks and bodies as agile as lions and tigers. Each warpet carried an elite Great Xia cavalryman clad in armor. The special cavalry unit of the Great Xia Sword Army, the Winged Cavalry. Just by looking, Lin Chen noticed that the number of reinforcements from this Winged Cavalry unit exceeded 100,000. Adding in those on the transport planes and fighter jets, the total number of reinforcements arriving at the scene had surpassed 200,000. Everyone's heart surged with immense pride. Facing a beast tide of 1,000,000, they originally had only 1,000 men, like a small boat in a vast wave. But now, they were no longer alone. Reinforcements had arrived. Lin Chen even felt that it was merely 1,000 people needing rescue. Was it really necessary to call in 200,000 reinforcements? Moreover, how did they arrive so quickly? Junior, in case you don't know our Great Xia strategy for handling such crises, let me explain it to you. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. For allies, it's a saturated rescue. And for enemies, it's a saturated annihilation. There was no need for Nangon Ling to elaborate further. Lin Chen already understood the weight of these words. Wasn't this a unique kind of romance belonging to Great Xia? Soon, Lin Chen saw more than 10 flying vehicles descending from the Shinsha mothership. Without a doubt, these were the vehicles coming to take them back to school. Lin Chen and Shiyi, along with others, first helped those panicked experts and scholars responsible for recovering the instance board onto the flying vehicles. Then, several transport planes and a few winged cavalry commanders flew in from a distance. The leading commander looked at Lin Chen and the others, performed a standard Great Xia military salute, and said, "Thank you all, elites from various universities, for rescuing our comrades. Once this beast tide is eradicated, we will report to our superiors and grant you all Great Xia merit points as a reward." Lin Chen nodded at the commander. Then, using gravity magic, he sent the 1,000-strong reinforcement team onto the transport planes. "Alright, everything is settled. Let's head back to school. By the way, you all should temporarily return with us to Shinsha. After a few days of rest, someone will take you back to your own alma mater." Nangon Ling spoke to the others, then was the first to board the Shinshao's transport vehicle. Shiyi and Feng San followed suit. Lin Chen turned back to glance at the violently erupting energy from the abyss and the overwhelming beast tide. At this moment, the true main force of the beast tide had already crashed into the Changtang mountain range. These monsters, now corrupted, had claws and sharp horns that could easily break through hard rock. It wouldn't be long before a breach was created in the Changtang mountain range. Senior, actually, this time our mission was all arranged by you in advance, right? After returning to Shinsha, Lin Chen spoke lightly in his heart. He knew Nangong Ling would definitely hear him. Sure enough, he saw a look of surprise appear on Nangong Ling's face, and then her voice echoed in his mind. Ah, how did you figure it out so quickly? I thought you would at least wait until the whole event was over before realizing it. Hee. Tell me, where did the clues show? Lin Chen felt speechless in his heart. Keep pretending. There are too many coincidences. First is the team configuration. Considering the level of an A-rank mission, our little team has too many talented individuals. Including those from Yundian Academy who I kicked out at the start of the mission, I feel our lineup is too luxurious. Space mages, soul-swapping, practitioners, and all of them are legendary-level professions. These people seem to have been carefully selected just right to handle the situations we encounter in this mission. Nangong Ling smiled and said, these people indeed have impressive strength and were intentionally selected, but to say they perfectly match the situations we face is a bit much. Go on. Then there's the reward for this mission, the Setting Sun Silver Hourglass that I need for my 4th transition. I checked in the archives before. This material comes from a high difficulty instance called the Setting Sun Desert, which is not part of our Shinshao's Instance Sanctum series. Since there is no stable source of acquisition, why would an A-level mission coincidentally reward this special material? And during the mission, you all were teleported to an underground space by a trap formation. How? Could it be that the entire army was wiped out? All of you went missing at once? You must have used some skills to make them all accidentally enter that trap formation, right? Nangong Ling put her hands on her hips and said, why would you suspect this kind-hearted girl of having such ulterior motives? Lin Chen looked at Nangong Ling with the gaze of someone observing a fool. Nangong Ling quickly conceded, alright, it's me, can we move on? The subsequent doubts are even more numerous. Especially when I saw that everyone was alive, including those senior students who collected the bodies. They are actually quite strong and wouldn't need us to rescue them. They should have the ability to lead those experts out of the underground. But at that time, they all pretended to be hypnotized. You noticed that too? Nangong Ling was completely astonished upon hearing this. Lin Chen certainly wouldn't tell her that he had the eye of omniscience. Whether they were slacking off or pretending to be asleep, he could see through it at a glance. Finally, our Divine Sky's main ship just so happened to fly over the southern border. We didn't even need to leave school early, we just needed to land on the day of the Tianhe. And then, after the beast tide erupted, the 200,000 coalition forces appeared as if they had descended from the heavens. From the time you sent a distress signal to the Dean until they appeared, it was only a little over 20 minutes. Even if our Great Xia military is well organized, it's impossible to mobilize such a large force in such a short time. The only possibility is that they had received the news long ago and were just waiting. Clap, clap, clap. Nangong Ling clapped her hands. Brilliant analysis. Junior, although we already knew there were flaws in this layout, you still discovered them the fastest. Lin Chen said somewhat speechlessly. So, is this Dean Lan's plan? Nangong Ling shook her head. Sister Ruoshi is strong, but she hasn't reached the level of being able to perceive everything. It's the principal's intention. He is very interested in you, and coincidentally, our Divine Sky's recruitment has also started this year, so this mission naturally became the first round of the recruitment test. As it stands, aside from those 4 you kicked out, what was it, Xia Yuyan? The others will likely become new students this year just like you. Alright, enough of that, come on, let me show you something exciting. A little over 10 seconds later, Lin Chen and Nangong Ling arrived at a certain underground location of Divine Sky. After all, Divine Sky is a massive ship. The underground part is actually the ship's cabin. At this moment, Lin Chen and Nangong Ling had arrived at the command room at the front of the ship. Is the main cannon charged yet? It will be ready soon. The charging progress is at 98%. Then prepare to fire. Lin Chen felt the entire Divine Sky vibrating slightly. Then, a cannon mouth, large enough to be several kilometers wide, suddenly extended from below the ship's hull. Blinding light was gradually converging. Lin Chen was shocked. This is also part of the saturation destruction. The Divine Sky firing its cannon is a spectacle that many students have never seen even upon graduation. You are quite lucky. Nangong Ling stood on her tiptoes in front of the porthole, her face full of anticipation. This was indeed an excellent viewing position. Lin Chen, seeing that enormous cannon mouth and the terrifying charging power, felt excitement in his heart. No man could refuse a weapon of this caliber. Through the porthole, Lin Chen saw the 200,000 troops coming to the rescue, also beginning to work on stopping the further eruption of the descending energy, intentionally diverting the energy elsewhere to avoid being hit by the beast tide. The hundreds of warplanes and countless winged cavalry were already using large-scale explosives and group skills to kill the beast tide below. However, facing the beast tide that surged like ocean waves, it seemed a bit like a drop in the bucket. Although this campaign to eradicate the beast tide would surely succeed, the time and manpower costs required would likely be substantial. They were also part of the saturation destruction of the enemy. Everyone was doing their utmost to eliminate this beast tide as quickly as possible. A faint smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. A surge of ambition arose. So, he would also make this destruction a bit more thorough. He intended to draw a celestial star to fall here and slaughter the beast tide, seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. An invisible gravitational field spread out from Lin Chen as the center. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, until it reached thousands of kilometers. That's right, Lin Chen's gravitational field could now extend to such an exaggerated range. Gravitational field type, active. Skill rank, tier 4 category, gravity effect, open a gravitational field, all targets within the field will be marked with a gravitational resonance marked by U. Within the field, all gravity-based skills you use against targets marked with gravitational resonance will have a 100% hit rate. Within the field, you can freely adjust the direction of the gravitational source, allowing you to manipulate all targets within the field to experience supergravity or weightlessness without consumption or limits. The range of the field and the gravitational multiples you can apply will gradually increase based on your advancement level in the gravity skill tree. Current field range, 0-3000 km. Current maximum gravity multiple, 999 times this. Time, Lin Chen primarily expanded the gravitational field vertically upwards, and soon, a small asteroid floating in the cosmos, positioned in the near-Earth orbit of Blue Star, was selected by Lin Chen. The skilled Great Desolation Starfall was a forbidden spell. Unlike other elemental forbidden spells whose strength is entirely influenced by the properties of elemental particles and the mental strength of the mage, the strength of this forbidden spell is entirely reflected in the gravitational multiples applied to objects by the gravitational field. At the forbidden spell level, it is 999 times. Additionally, the overall strength of the Great Desolation Starfall forbidden spell is also influenced by the size of the meteorite that is about to fall on the surface of Blue Star. If it is too large, Lin Chen's current control over gravity is insufficient to move or drag it down. If it is too small, it may shatter and disintegrate upon entering Blue Star's atmosphere, greatly reducing its power. It is even possible that a forbidden spell would be no different from a dud. Fortunately, the asteroid Lin Chen selected today was neither too big nor too small, just right. It was within the limit of what he could currently pull. If it were any larger, he wouldn't be able to drag it down. Under Lin Chen's control, the asteroid quickly began to deviate from its original orbit, gradually falling towards Blue Star below. Lin Chen opened his eyes. He let out a breath. He had already chosen the landing point. Moreover, the Divine Sky Mothership was not far from the beast tide. Those beast tides were completely within his gravitational field range, and under the influence of gravitational resonance, their doom was imminent. It was about to arrive. Just like the wrath of the Thunder God required withstanding divine might to be used, the conditions for using Great Desolation Starfall were also somewhat strict. First, there must be a target within the field range for Lin Chen to pull. Secondly, the entire usage, method and duration of the forbidden spell were somewhat lengthy. After all, the fall of a meteorite could not be completed in an instant. All energy preparations are complete. Commander, shall we fire? Fire. With the commander's order, the entire divine sky trembled slightly. Then, Lin Chen saw the main cannon's muzzle expand once again beyond its original size. At the same time, a blinding light burst forth from the cannon's mouth. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a blinding white light in front of him, so intense that he couldn't even open his eyes. At the same time, a terrifying laser energy cannon, several thousand meters in diameter, shot out from the muzzle of the Divine Sky main cannon. Boom! Soon, Lin Chen saw a horrifying mushroom cloud rising near the distant Changtang Mountains. The area at the center of the Divine Sky main cannon's strike was instantly evaporated, leaving no trace of the beast tide. The beast tide further from the center was also crushed into powder by the terrifying shockwave. Even farther away, the monsters affected by the shockwave had their internal organs shattered, leading to internal bleeding and death. With this one shot, at least tens of thousands of magical beasts were annihilated. Lin Chen heard waves of cheers coming from the entire ship's hull. It was the voices of everyone on board, as well as the students of the Divine Sky. The Divine Sky fired its cannon, shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone was immensely excited, feeling a deep sense of pride. But in the next second, they realized what it meant for one wave to settle while another rose. The mushroom cloud rising from the ground had not yet reached the sky when it was suddenly dispersed by an even more intense and dazzling giant fireball. The dense, millennia-old dark clouds above the southern region were torn apart by this massive fire meteor descending from the heavens, creating a huge gash in the sky as if a giant hole had opened up. Meteor! My God! A meteor is about to crash down. The impact point of the meteor seems to be right in the direction of the beast tide. Heaven bless our great Xia! This is fantastic. These beasts are about to be taken by the heavens. All soldiers, listen up. Temporarily retreat. To avoid the meteor impact. Countless soldiers from Great Xia who had come to deal with the beast tide crisis were both shocked and delighted. They never expected that even the heavens seemed to be on their side. In the massive command room of the Divine Skyship, the reactions of countless people were the same. Calculate the meteor's impact point. Quick, will we be affected? Report. The super brain computer has simulated the impact point of the meteor, right at the center of the beast tide. How could it be so coincidental? What will be the impact on us? This meteor has a large yield. The shockwave after the impact may cause significant turbulence to the ship. Then activate the shockproof measures, and just in case, turn on the ship's energy shield. Yes. Orders were continuously issued. Nangon Ling looked at Lin Chen with immense surprise. Junior. This meteor, it can't be that you summoned it, right? She knew that Lin Chen had obtained a gravity-based skill after completing the third transformation. However, summoning a meteor seemed to exceed human limits. At this moment, her intuition as a woman told her that this meteor might be related to the young man beside her. Lin Chen shrugged. How could that be? It's just a coincidence. Nangon Ling. This junior really isn't someone who lies. His response was almost like writing "I did this" on his face. Any normal person would show some shock upon witnessing such a scene. Lin Chen, however, appeared so calm that it seemed a bit fake. Nangon Ling withdrew her gaze from Lin Chen. Observing a giant meteor crashing into Blue Star with the naked eye was a breathtaking sight that many people would never have the chance to see in their lifetime. She didn't want to miss it. However, just when everyone thought that this meteor was about to crash down in the center of the beast tide, causing a tremendous collision, another phenomenon appeared. The sky suddenly darkened. The dark clouds over the entire southern region were swept away by an inexplicable great power. Then, the sun vanished from sight. The stars filled the sky above. In an instant, day turned into night. Then, they saw the stars in the sky moving continuously. A giant hand made entirely of stars suddenly appeared. Everyone was stunned. Among them was Lin Chen. It's Principal One. He has made his move. Nangon Ling exclaimed, leaving Lin Chen utterly shocked. The current principal of the Shinsha Academy. Even though Lin Chen had never met him, during his time living in Shinsha, he had heard the legends surrounding this principal. Among the 24 war gods of the Great Xia, he was the 17th to reach such an extraordinary realm. Title: God of War of Mountains and Rivers. Before entering Shinsha, Lin Chen had always thought that the pinnacle for Blue Star practitioners was the war god level. He believed that being a war god meant reaching the 9th transformation. But later, Lin Chen learned that the 9th transformation is just that, the 9th transformation. A war god is a war god. After the 9th transformation, a practitioner could at best be considered a reserve war god. There was still an unknown distance to the true war god realm. Therefore, Lin Chen's imagination of war god level combat power had always been vague. Until this moment, he witnessed a power capable of turning day into night. He also saw the means of condensing the power of the universe's stars to shape it. Even more, he saw the meteor he had just summoned, gently nudged by that giant hand flowing with brilliant starlight, completely deviated from its predetermined path. It was heading towards the other end of the Changtang mountain range, crashing down beyond the national borders. The forbidden spell Lin Chen had used was now beyond his control. He no longer knew where it would land. Trembling, shocked, speechless, these were the keywords reflected by everyone witnessing this scene. Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle. His heart was both shocked and excited. This was the combat power of a war god. With just a gentle nudge, the forbidden spell he summoned was set off course. But why did the principal do this? Lin Chen was somewhat confused. But then he felt he was overthinking. It was unnecessary to speculate on the thoughts of a true war god. At that level, they were already free to act as they pleased, almost unbound by any so-called rules, right? Just as everyone was awed by this earth-shattering power. Beneath the starry sky, the giant hand ended a potential beast tide that could sweep across the entire southern region, causing heavy casualties to the Great Xia smack. The giant hand transformed into a massive palm. It came crashing down. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor any so-called landslides or earthquakes. It simply left a deep palm print on the ground spanning thousands of square kilometers. The million monsters and ferocious beasts were directly crushed into thin, pancake-like flesh by this mighty blow. Then, the giant hand transformed its palm into a finger. The index finger fiercely poked into the ground, which was violently erupting with descending abyss energy. The eruptions ceased instantly. Then, that finger stirred around underground. A crystal radiating a pitch-black crimson hue was pulled out by the giant hand's finger and gently tossed. It was flung towards the direction of Shinsha. Lin Chen understood. This was to recover the descending abyss instance. Finally, the giant hand extended its middle finger and thumb, pinching the northern and southern segments of the Changtang mountain range. It squeezed them together. The gap created by the beast tide was instantly filled. Along with that, the entire Changtang mountain range began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few breaths, the new highest peak of Blue Star was born. A true chasm completely spanned the border between the southern region of the Great Xia and the Curry Kingdom. For thousands or even tens of thousands of years to come, it was likely that no beast tide or people from the Curry Kingdom would be able to cross this border, akin to a world's roof. With this brand new Changtang mountain range, the geographical climate on the Great Xia side might also change as a result. It would no longer be so cold and desolate. The soldiers stationed along this harsh border would no longer have to endure such hardships. Everything was complete. The giant hand slowly transformed into specks of starlight and vanished into thin air. The starry night curtain that had obscured the blazing sun was also lifted. The sun rose again, shining upon the first mountain range of Blue Star, which had risen over 10,000 meters, gilding it with a brilliant golden edge. It was as if nothing had happened just now. It's over. Everything is over. A few minutes ago, Shinsha, principal's office. On the desk, a white cat was licking its paws, grooming itself. In front of the desk was a coffee table with a chessboard. At both ends of the chessboard, two people were currently engaged in a match. Lan Ruwashi reached into the chess box with her right hand, picked out a piece as white as jade, and placed it in the southwest corner of the board. At this moment, the entire southwest area of the chessboard was filled with black and white pieces, entangled in a fierce battle, indicating an exceptionally intense situation. Sitting opposite Lan Ruwashi was an old man with white hair and beard. The old man's eyelids twitched when he saw where Lan Ruwashi had placed her white piece. It seemed that this move had landed right in the most uncomfortable position for him. Following that, the old man fell into deep thought. Lan Ruwashi was not in a hurry. She rested her chin on her hand, a hint of amusement appearing on her stunning face. She spoke lightly. Principal, this new student special recruitment assessment seems a bit too difficult, doesn't it? The eruption of the Jiangyuan dungeon, the million-level beast tide, and the forces from Curry Country. These are things that second-year students from various universities shouldn't be exposed to at all. The old man snorted coldly at her words. With me here, are you still afraid that something will go wrong? It seemed the old man had made a decision. He took out a black piece and placed it somewhere in the southwest corner. Then he straightened up, crossing his arms. He seemed very satisfied with this move. In his view, although it was impossible for his black pieces to gain too much advantage in this area, making a living move was not a problem. Lan Ruwashi smiled and said, "How could that be? It's just that the special troops I sent out seem to be able to handle the current situation without needing your old hands to intervene." Lan Ruwashi picked out another white piece without hesitation and placed it on the point where the old man wanted to make a living move. As soon as this move was made, the old man was startled. He had previously thought that if Lan Ruwashi entered this point, it would be a gift. But now, after looking a few more steps ahead, he realized that this piece was indeed like a miraculous reinforcement from the heavens. It could uproot all the black pieces he had arranged. Here, the old man bent over, stretching his neck to look at the chessboard, and fell into deep thought again. Principal, your situation is not looking good. The pressure is increasing, and at most 3 more moves, your big dragon will be slaughtered by me. Hee hee. Lan Ruwashi's smile was radiant, as if winning against her principal in the chess game made her very happy. The old man, thinking about the next moves, began to scratch his head anxiously. Finally, he reached out and suddenly knocked Lan Ruwashi's recently placed white piece off the board. Not counting, not counting. This game doesn't count. I'm not playing anymore. Then, the old man reached out and picked up all the black pieces on the board. Lan Ruwashi glanced at the current chessboard. A hint of shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. Her last white piece, although placed outside the board, seemed to be far more critical than the position she had chosen before. It was also more satisfying. The principal is still thoughtful. It's also time to give these petty thieves some punishment. The old man stood up, his words carrying a hint of anger. These scoundrels have been too comfortable. It's been a long ceasefire. They think they can just ride on the head of our great Xia and do as they please. If I take the initiative to destroy one of their cities this time, I can't avoid being accused by those few countries of breaking the God of War level non-interference treaty. This new student you've recruited is quite good. At just 18 years old, he has already mastered forbidden magic. Very promising. Indeed, a once-in-a-century genius. Let him come over later. I want to meet him. By the way, I'll give him a chance. I was hospitalized today and had a gastrointestinal endoscopy. Tomorrow I have a hemorrhoid surgery. Can I make it to the other side? These 2 chapters were written on my phone, so please help catch any typos. I will update as usual tomorrow, no interruptions. Lan Ruwashi heard this. Joy appeared on their faces as they stood up and bowed to the old man, saying, "Then I will thank the principal for his support on his behalf." "You may go," the old man replied. "As for those from other schools participating in this mission, assess the situation and select the best. You don't need to report these matters to me anymore. I will be leaving tomorrow." The old man sat back in his office chair, stroking the smooth fur of the white cat. The white cat squinted its eyes and dozed off. Lan Ruwashi nodded and exited the office. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away, on the other side of the southern border of the Great Xia, lay the territory of Curry Country. After the era of catastrophe, the land and ocean areas of the Blue Star continent expanded over 100-fold. Curry Country was certainly among them. However, unlike the Great Xia, Curry Country's population also expanded alongside its land area. Heaven knows why the people of Curry Country are so prolific. Even though the government implemented policies to limit the birth of newborns, the population continued to grow explosively. Now, in the year 3024, the population of Curry Country has already surpassed 100 billion. This surge in population has made Curry Country the most populous nation on the entire Blue Star. Meanwhile, the land area could not keep pace with the population explosion, resulting in the various base cities of Curry Country being very close to each other. Adjacent to the southern province of Great Xia is the eastern territory of Curry Country. It is not far from the capital and is similarly dotted with hundreds of base cities. Among them, the most prosperous base city in eastern Curry Country is called Ramayana. At this moment, the streets of Ramayana are bustling with activity, with the western Longtang mountain range acting as a barrier. The cold air from the southern plateau cannot reach here, resulting in a warm and humid climate year-round. Today is another scorching hot day with temperatures nearing 40 degrees. Even as evening approaches, a large number of dark-skinned citizens of Curry Country crowd into the holy river that flows through Ramayana to bathe. Of course, the water quality of this holy river can hardly be described as concerning. It presents a murky yellow-brown color, with the stench of sweat, urine, and decaying corpses wafting through the air. Yet, the local populace seems to revel in it. It's so hot. Why does it feel like the sun is about to set, yet the sky is still so bright? Don't say that. Come on, take a sip of the holy river water and welcome our new life. At this moment, the best part of the holy river has been occupied by a group of rough men who have removed their Curry Country military uniforms. The surrounding citizens, intimidated by their presence, can only seethe in silence. Two burly men in the river are whispering to each other. Do you think those Easterners are reliable? Reliable or not, they helped us eliminate all those idiots from Great Xia in advance and provided us with the poison that can agitate the wild monsters. Hee hee. Plus their intelligence has been accurate. There really is a rift in the underground of Great Xia that is about to erupt. Bro, tonight we should be able to see the news of Great Xia's heavy losses. The higher-ups will remember our contributions. We won't have to guard that damned border anymore. I heard the higher-ups plan to give me a name. I won't be a barking dog anymore. I'm a Kshatriya now too. That's great. To our bright and glorious future, cheers. Cheers. On the holy river, the troops originally stationed near the southern border of Great Xia began to celebrate among themselves. However, they soon noticed that the river water around them seemed to be gradually evaporating into white steam. It was the rising water temperature causing the vapor. So hot. It's really too hot. I feel like it's getting scalding. The crowd suddenly realized something was wrong. They then looked towards the people on the shore and found that, under the terrifying heat of the sun, most of them had already become dehydrated. Even the clothes on some people spontaneously ignited with a loud bang. Something's wrong. What is happening? Even if the weather is extreme, it shouldn't be hot to this extent, right? The sky. There's another sun in the sky. The water of the holy river became increasingly scalding. Many could no longer endure it, crawling ashore and pointing at the sky in horror. However, in the next moment, those people let out screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. This was because the surface temperature of the riverbank was already hot enough to roast their unprotected feet. The two burly men who had been whispering suddenly looked up. They saw that the evening glow and sunset in the sky had all vanished. In their place was a blazing new sun that was continuously growing larger. Of course, that wasn't the sun. It was a massive fire meteor. This was the last scene that everyone in the city of Ramayana saw in their lifetime. Boom! The meteor summoned by Lin Chen failed to hit the center of the beast tide. Instead, it fell on the lifeline of the eastern part of Curry Country. The meteor struck the ground, instantly crashing into the crust. The holy river's water quickly evaporated under the high temperature radiating from the impact point. At the same time, all the buildings and skyscrapers in Ramayana were flattened in an instant. Shinsha. Lin Chen was on his way to Dean Lan Ruoshi's office. He had just received news that the dean wanted to see him. Since everything was arranged by the school, Lin Chen naturally assumed that the dean probably had some good stuff to reward him with. He went happily. Ding dong. His phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Chen took it out to check. It was a message from Nangong Ling. Big news. Do you know where the meteor you caused ended up? This question stunned Lin Chen. Ha? Wasn't it slapped away by Dean Shinshao? He definitely wouldn't know where it fell, right? Where did it fall? Don't you watch short videos or check social media? Just look for yourself. I won't spoil it. Anyway, I'm feeling good. Lin Chen dismissed Nangong Ling's message. He was also curious about where that meteor ended up. Lin Chen opened the Weibo app that he hadn't used in a long time. He had stopped using this platform because he had seen too much drama and too many disgusting things before. But it had to be said, whenever something happened, this platform reacted the fastest. Opening Weibo, Lin Chen indeed saw several news items on the trending list. Right on the home page. Meteor falls. The major city of Ramayana in eastern Curry Country is flattened. Surrounding base cities also suffer severe damage. Related disaster relief efforts are hindered by secondary fires caused by the meteor. Initial estimates suggest that this natural disaster has resulted in over 100 million casualties in Curry Country. Experts predict that the direct economic losses from this meteor disaster to Curry Country could reach hundreds of billions. With the loss of the largest agricultural city in the East, how many people nationwide will have to tighten their belts? After the meteor disaster, Curry Country's diplomats held a press conference, strongly condemning and claiming that Dacia is the culprit behind the meteor that fell in Ramayana. Strong counterattack. Dacia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs responds, baseless accusations and nonsense. Lin Chen read through it all and couldn't help but laugh. So, the last meteor ended up striking the major artery of eastern Curry Country. How satisfying. Even though Lin Chen wasn't sure if the person behind the scenes wearing the purple moonmark, who killed Li Jiahao and others, was indeed from Curry Country, one thing was clear. It was impossible for Curry Country not to be involved in this beast tide. They provoked it first. One must ask, if Dacia hadn't been so strong or hadn't foreseen their schemes and tricks, how many people would have been displaced and homeless due to this beast tide in the southern border? Clicking. On the last piece of news, Lin Chen found it even more amusing. According to reports, during the meteorite disaster event, a terrifying beast tide of S-level intensity also erupted in our country's southern border province. The spokesperson stated that for all countries on Blue Star, natural disasters are the foremost issue to confront. How to predict, how to stop, and how to resolve these disasters should be the primary considerations for all nations on Blue Star. At the same time, they expressed regret for the disaster-stricken Curry Country, but emphasized that Curry Country should not blame the heavens or shift the blame elsewhere. To make baseless accusations claiming that the Great Xia is the culprit behind this meteorite disaster is simply absurd. It is hoped that Curry Country will manage its own affairs well, quickly heal the wounds of the disaster, and restore order. The rest is just bureaucratic language. Lin Chen did not read further. At that moment, he suddenly understood why the principal chose to alter the trajectory of his meteorite and send it elsewhere. It felt good. Because of the beast tide issue, he could easily resolve it with a single slap. However, if that slap had landed on a major city in eastern Curry Country, the relationship between the two countries would undoubtedly be much tenser than it is now. Even other countries, who enjoy watching the chaos and are also wary of Great Xia, would jump in and collectively bombard Great Xia with criticism, putting it at a disadvantage. In public opinion, the impact would be too detrimental. Now, the meteorite fall can be completely classified as a natural disaster. Even if Curry Country claims it was a deliberate act by Principal 1, they wouldn't be able to provide any evidence. This move was brilliant. Lin Chen pushed open the door and walked into Lan Ruoshi's office. She looked at him with a beaming smile. Did you see the news? You performed well. For the completion of this task, I can give you a score of 90. However, as the team leader, there are still some areas where you need to mature and think more. But these will gradually improve as you gain more experience and broaden your horizons. In the face of a crisis, your ability to make quick decisions and choose the best option is already commendable. Go to the task hall later to collect your reward. I've promoted you to S level and it will be counted in your task completion record. Lin Chen, thank you. Dean, you're welcome. I called you here today for another matter. This matter is very important for you. Principal Wan wants to meet you, and he plans to offer you an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression froze. The principal wants to see him? Recalling the incredible techniques he had seen in the command room, Lin Chen felt a bit nervous. That was a true war god level powerhouse. An opportunity from a war god level powerhouse. He was intrigued. Principal Wan is notoriously strict. Among all the war gods in our Great Xia, he is probably one of the most eccentric. His standards are also very high. I have never heard him give a compliment to a junior like you that exceeds acceptable or not bad. But today, he said very good and limitless potential. I am increasingly grateful that I went to such great lengths to bring you under my wing. You have no idea how jealous the other deans were when they heard the principal wanted to see you. Alright, I've said enough. I mainly want you to relax a bit. Right now, Principal Wan has a very good impression of you, so just go meet him. However, pay attention to your words. He values face, so try to say some good things about him and your communication will go more smoothly. Go on, he's waiting for you in the principal's office. I wish you success in obtaining the opportunity you desire. Lin Chen walked out of Lan Ruoshi's office. At the same time, he also reactivated 2 buffs that increased experience points and skill point acquisition. He had been in such a rush to complete the task in the morning that he hadn't had time to ask Lan Ruoshi for a buff refill. On the top floor of the academic affairs office of Shinsha IT was the principal's office. Lin Chen had previously been summoned for a conversation by the academic director. This time, he naturally felt at ease. He made his way to the top floor of the academic building. As soon as he exited the elevator, Lin Chen saw a wooden door with a sign that read Principal's Office. Knock, knock. Lin Chen stood in front of the door and knocked twice. Come in, an elderly voice called from inside. Lin Chen pushed the door open and saw the tea table and chessboard where Lan Ruoshi had played chess with the old man. Before, pieces scattered all over. Sitting in the office chair was the old man, who was busy petting a cat. "You're here, you must be Lin Chen?" The old man didn't even look up at Lin Chen, completely focused on the white cat on the table. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the old man and the cat. His expression turned strange, because, under the observation of the all-knowing eye, both the old man and the white cat were surrounded by a series of question marks. With the experience of the Hand of Annihilation, Lin Chen now understood that any powerful being or item exceeding a certain power level required a certain amount of time to be seen through and interpreted under the all-knowing eye. The time needed to interpret the old man was 10 minutes. However, the white cat on the table required a full 24 hours for interpretation. The all-knowing eye provided no feedback to Lin Chen, yet it seemed to convey everything. "Have a seat," the old man said, gesturing for Lin Chen to choose a sofa. But Lin Chen walked to the desk, looking at the white cat, and smiled. "Principal 1, may I pet you?" As soon as Lin Chen said this, a look of surprise appeared on the old man's face. At the same time, the white cat on the table opened its sleepy eyes, its pupils fixed on Lin Chen, making him feel a chill run down his spine, as if he had been completely seen through. Then, the white cat yawned, withdrew its sharp gaze, arched its back, performed a standard cat stretch, and spoke human words. "Kid, you have more potential than I thought. You actually managed to discover my true form." Recently, there was a global announcement that someone had maxed out the most ordinary identification skill. That person should be you, right? So you must have gained some useful identification skills from it. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he guessed correctly. Indeed, the current principal of Shinsha was this white cat on the table. If he had guessed wrong, it would undoubtedly be a great disrespect to the old man sitting in the chair. The chrysanthemum withered, lying in bed, aching all over. "I want a rest, but I will do my best to ensure updates in the near future." Who would have thought that the 17th powerful being to reach the war god realm in the Great Xia was a completely snow-white, even quite cute cat? Wan Chongshan looked at Lin Chen's eager hands with some caution. "What do you want to do?" Lin Chen rubbed his hands and said, "Principal, you look very pettable. And this, what should I call you?" Lin Chen looked at the old man. The old man smiled slightly. "You can call me Elder Bai. I am his martial soul." Lin Chen nodded and continued, "Elder Bai, your method of petting is not quite right. It's not the most comfortable way at all." In his previous life on Earth, Lin Chen was a corporate slave. He had no marriage or children, but to alleviate his loneliness he had raised 3 cats in total. The one he liked the most, and the last one he raised, was a big white cat. That white cat had a great personality and was very clingy. After crossing over to the Blue Star world, the professionals in this world only had battle pets. Domesticated pets had become extinct, as they had all turned into monsters. So, when Lin Chen saw that his principal was actually a normal white cat, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his hands. It had been far too long since he had petted a cat. Wan Chongshan examined Lin Chen's delicate hands and then looked at Elder Bai's wrinkled, rough hands, falling into hesitation. He had just heard the word comfortable in Lin Chen's words. As a cat, he had never experienced what was called comfort. He felt a bit moved. Moreover, his intuition told him that this young man in front of him might really be a master at petting cats. Wan Chongshan turned his head away. He didn't say he agreed, but Lin Chen already understood his meaning. Cats, after all, are all tsundere. They say no with their mouths, but their bodies are very honest. Lin Chen immediately got to work. He first followed old Bai's example, stroking the white cat's neck down to its back. This was the standard way to pet a cat. Most cats wouldn't resist being petted in this area, and once you got familiar with them, you could unlock some other spots as well. This kid is nothing special. It's just that his hands are a bit fair and smooth, far from being comfortable. Just as Wan Chongshan was thinking this and preparing to order Lin Chen to stop, he suddenly shivered all over, because Lin Chen's fingers had already reached his cheeks and chin. A wave of tingling sensation washed over him, making Wan Chongshan tremble. "Impudent! How dare you touch this spot? Meow!" The anger in Wan Chongshan's heart had just begun to rise. The next moment he felt Lin Chen's gentle fingertips continuously rubbing at his most comfortable spot, causing him to unconsciously squint his eyes. His 2 upright ears gradually drooped. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen felt relieved. Indeed, all cats are the same. Even a God of War level cat is still a cat. With those ears down, the principal must have been thoroughly pampered. In fact, Lin Chen was enjoying it too. He had to admit the principal's fur felt incredibly good. It was soft and smooth, far superior to any fur he had touched in his past life. Old Bai, sitting in the chair, was shocked to see his master displaying such an expression of enjoyment. So this is the essence of petting cats. Learn hard. Minutes later, Wan Chongshan yawned and opened his eyes. Comfortable. So comfortable. But when he opened his eyes and examined his current posture, he was instantly startled. How could he show such a flattering smile to a junior? His throat was still making gurgling sounds. His tail was standing up, constantly rubbing against his hand. No, this is too disgraceful. Enough. I admit. You are indeed skilled at massage, but don't think you can bribe me with this. The white cat nimbly jumped aside. Finally, it sat up straight, its cat eyes revealing a god of war's dignity. Old Bai was also in awe beside him, benefiting greatly. Alright, kid, let's get down to business. The reason I called you here is that I have never owed anyone anything in my life. The forbidden spell you used earlier indeed helped me a lot. I can't intervene, but you can. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred. Combining it with the news he had just seen, he immediately understood. Principal, you are already a god of war level powerhouse, do you still need to worry so much? Lin Chen asked the question that was on his mind. After all, who doesn't strive to become stronger for a carefree and unrestrained life? But it seemed that even at the god of war level, this was not achievable. The white cat glanced at Lin Chen and said, you think this world is too simple? You humans are like this. Essentially, countries are wary of each other, using each other, appearing united in spirit but divided in reality, yet they still talk about how the fate of humanity is one and should be united. I am indeed a god of war, but other countries also have gods of war. Mutual restraint, having established some ridiculous treaties, naturally we cannot easily act against other countries. Lin Chen understood. This principle was actually quite similar to that of Earth in his past life. Major powers all possessed nuclear weapons, but can nuclear weapons really be used? In the end, they only utilized their deterrent value. So, I plan to give you a chance at transformation. As Wan Chongshan's voice fell, Lin Chen felt a brilliant starlight appear before him. Then, the scenery changed. The walls surrounding the principal's office became transparent. He was still in the principal's office, but it seemed to have detached from the academic building. Soaring high into the sky, Lin Chen saw the tail of the Shinsha ship, with vast stretches of green mountains and the turbulent waterfalls in between. Water vapor rose, and clouds swirled, resembling a fairyland. Lin Chen used to enjoy going to these green mountains to quietly watch the waterfalls plummet. 3,000 feet. It always brought him a sense of peace. But this time, Wan Chongshan directly took Lin Chen through those green mountains. They passed through layers of mist and arrived at the back of the Shinsha mothership. Then, as the mist dispersed, a scene appeared that left Lin Chen dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. It was an enormous creature covered in grayish-blue scales. Its horns resembled those of a deer, its head like a camel, its eyes like a rabbit, its neck like a snake, its belly like a clam, its scales like a fish, its claws like an eagle, its paws like a tiger, and its ears like a cow. With countless scales, it was the totem of the Great Xia. This was undeniably a blue dragon. However, at this moment, the true dragon from the Great Xia mythology was covered in wounds and scars. The most shocking of all was a deep gash located beneath its head, on its neck. The wound even revealed the stark white bones and details of its internal organs behind it. The blue dragon lay on the ground, its massive body stretching thousands of meters, coiled around the tail of the Shinsha ship, as if the high temperature emanating from the ship's tail had become the key energy sustaining this old dragon's life. Lin Chen noticed a hint of deeply human-like sorrow on Wan Chongshan's cat-like face. Ao Xian. Old friend, I've come to see you. Ao Xian. Lin Chen heard this name and confirmed once again that this dragon must have a glorious past. The surname Ao was indeed one that only the true dragon clan of the Great Xia was qualified to bear. Upon hearing Wan Chongshan's call, it seemed that this dying dragon had a slight reaction. Lin Chen saw her enormous dragon head lift slightly. Her right eye slowly opened a slit, while her left eye seemed completely blind, unable to open again. Ao Xian saw Wan Chongshan. She mustered her strength, adjusted the position of her dragon head, and opened her mouth, a deep and dignified voice resonating. How long has it been since I last fell asleep? Wan Chongshan replied, 3 years. Lin Chen saw Ao Xian's dragon pupils slightly constrict. Then, she coiled her dragon body, exposing the belly she had been carefully protecting, seemingly to confirm the safety of the child. Within her thump, Lin Chen also heard the slow heartbeat of the fetus. Unexpectedly, this was a female dragon. There was a small life inside her. Nibelungen is about to open, right? Ao Xian continued to ask. This time, Lin Chen saw endless anger and resentment in her half-open dragon eyes. Wan Chongshan nodded. There are exactly 100 days left. Ao Xian lowered her heavy dragon head. It seemed that merely lifting her head had already consumed a significant amount of her energy. 100 days, I just need to endure for another 100 days. This broken body of mine should have perished with my dragonkin 100 years ago. But I want to make one last effort for her. A hint of self-mockery crept into Ao Xian's words. It seemed she had long since wanted to give up on life. The only thing keeping her going until now was the child in her womb. Wan Chongshan looked at Lin Chen and introduced, old friend. This kid is called Lin Chen. He'll be turning 4 soon. I want him to enter Nibelungen with you after 100 days, and once you give birth to your child, you can entrust it to him. Lin Chen was taken aback. It was only at this moment that he understood the true meaning of what Wan Chongshan had said earlier about giving him a great transformation. All practitioners would reach the fourth transformation realm after the battle pet will be unlocked. And the battle pet that Wan Chongshan prepared for Lin Chen is actually a true dragon from the myths of the Great Xia. Moreover, it is very likely the last dragon. Ao Xian's enormous dragon eyes looked at Lin Chen. And in that moment, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented terrifying pressure. That was the might of the dragon. Facing a creature from mythology, Lin Chen felt as if even his breathing was somewhat obstructed. Impossible. He is human. Have you forgotten who brought our demon race to this state? A hint of nostalgia appeared in Wan Chongshan's eyes. He shook his head. The conflict between humans and demons has already passed for over 200 years. Ao Shen, this is our predetermined fate. No one can change it. Fate has chosen the human race and has not chosen our demon race. Perhaps there is a long-term deep meaning in this, but even I cannot see it now. But I believe you can see it too. This kid has traces of being favored by fate. Only by following him, perhaps your dragon race will have a final glimmer of hope so that your entire clan won't face extinction. Ao Xian's dragon eyes fixed on Lin Chen, making Lin Chen feel a chill all over. The conversation between the two big shots left Lin Chen in a fog. However, he still caught a key term. Fate. Is this the same principle as the immortality he had encountered before? No, do not mention this matter again. Human, if I still had strength, I would love to swallow you whole. Minutes later, back in the original principal's office, Wan Chongshan sighed. He said to Lin Chen, don't blame Ao Xian. She is not targeting you but the entire human race. The pain of hundreds of years, if it weren't for the child in her womb, she should have collapsed long ago. You should know that there are two kinds of dragons in this world. One is the dragon of our Great Xia, and the other resembles a lizard, the Western dragon. Lin Chen nodded. Over 200 years ago, your ancestors of the Great Xia had a protracted war with our demon race, and that battle ended with your human race's complete victory. As the main force of the demon race at that time, the dragon race suffered a severe blow. After 100 years of recuperation, no one expected that the practitioners from the Europa Alliance conspired to steal the entire Dragon Vein Foundation of the Great Xia, and they succeeded. At this moment, the entire Dragon Vein Foundation has been forcibly transplanted into the dragon domain belonging to the Western dragon race, Nibelungen. In 100 days, the Nibelungen plane will be closest to the Blue Star plane, and at that time, I will forcibly open a passage between the two realms. Ao Xian will do her utmost to pull out a fragment of the Great Xia dragon vein from Nibelungen. Only in this way can her child truly be born, without dying at birth. I have decided to entrust her child to you, to become your battle pet. By borrowing your fortune, the last bloodline of the dragon race can continue. Kid, until now, no human has ever had an ancient demon race as a battle pet, especially one of the top combat powers, the dragon race. In these 100 days, continue to grow stronger. I hope you won't disappoint me. As for the ideological work on Ao Xian's side, I will handle it. This should be the last chance for the entire Great Xia dragon race. She will not give up. She is just currently filled with resentment. What else could Lin Chen say? Wan Chongshan had gone to such lengths to arrange this, and now he can only take on this heavy burden. However, it was foreseeable that having a divine dragon as a battle pet would certainly lead to a qualitative leap in his combat power. He had no reason to refuse. Alright, aside from this, I originally planned to send you away today. But I must say, you did indeed give this old man a comfortable massage earlier. I heard that girl from the Lan family say that the final dungeon you need to clear for your 4th class change is the White Knight Horror, right? Lin Chen nodded. This was exactly what he was worried about. He had previously checked the information in the Shinsha database. The entrance to this Jianyuan level 5 dungeon. The returned information indicated that this was not a Jianyuan dungeon owned by the Great Xia. Indeed, as an important resource, the Jianyuan dungeons, not just the level 0, are tightly controlled by various countries. The country that controls the most Jianyuan dungeons globally is the Great Xia. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was not lucky. The White Knight Horror level 5 dungeon was not in the Great Xia. This dungeon is over in the East Japan. If I remember correctly, it's on that rope island of theirs. I'll help you take care of this. Just be ready to enter this dungeon. But before that, could you do it again? Wan Chongshan said at the end, turning his cat head slightly. He seemed a bit embarrassed. However, his slightly swaying tail betrayed his thoughts. Lin Chen smiled and said, Principal, if you come back in the future, just call me. I'll come right over to make you comfortable. While speaking, Lin Chen had already gotten to work. Principal, this time, I'll let you experience the advanced version. Tail massage. Tail massage. No way. Not there, that place is off limits. He hadn't slept all night, it was too painful, truly tormenting. Brothers, a healthy body is the greatest happiness. Everyone should stay healthy. Finally, I ask for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Love you all. A few minutes later, Wan Shongshan lay sprawled on the desk, completely at Lin Chen's mercy. All semblance of authority and prestige was gone. Whatever felt good, he went with it. Lin Chen's hands continuously stimulated various sensitive areas all over his body, yet somehow it didn't make him feel uncomfortable or itchy. Only endless tingling and comfort. Old Bai on the side was completely shocked. He never expected this young man had such a unique skill. He directly turned their cat boss into a weakling. Principal, next time you come back, I'll let you experience the ancient method of catnip steam massage package. That's a dual enjoyment of body and taste. Wan Shongshan opened his eyes and snorted coldly. Kid, even if you tempt me with this kind of thing, I won't give you any benefits. I am known for my integrity and uprightness. Of course, of course. By the way, what is that catnip? That's a good thing, but we don't have it in Xinjiao. Next time, I'll get some to honor you. By the way, Principal, regarding this mission, I actually have some doubts I want to ask you about. He came today because he still had some questions for this god of war. Ask away. When Shongshan didn't open his eyes, he seemed to be enjoying Lin Chen's massage. Principal, based on my investigation, the true mastermind behind this incident is actually from the East Japan. Those people from Curry Country are at most just accomplices. I know. I'll handle the follow-up myself. Then, as if he thought of something, Wan Shongshan slightly opened his eyes and said, "Why are you asking this?" Facing Wan Shongshan, Lin Chen didn't dare to hide anything. In fact, there was no need to hide, and he said frankly, "I want to avenge those innocent soldiers of the Great Wall who died." This was actually what Lin Chen was most concerned about at the moment. Wan Shongshan opened his eyes wide, stretched lazily, and said lightly, "Don't think about it. The ghost month is not something you can provoke right now. Their revenge will naturally be taken care of by someone else. If the Great Xia really falls to the point of needing a junior like you to make them pay for their blood debts, it would be a laughingstock. So, the force behind that purple crescent mark is called Ghost Month." Listening to Wan Shongshan's tone, this should be one of the top organizations from the East. With his current strength facing such a level of organization alone is indeed a bit overconfident. Fortunately, he has plenty of time. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Not to mention, he doesn't even need 10 years to become invincible. In a few dozen days, or 100 days, his combat power will be on a completely different level. Lin Chen shook his head and said firmly, "Principal, when I was investigating the truth before, I got deeply entangled in their causality. If I just stand by and watch, I might lose my clarity of thought." Wan Shongshan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then licked his paw and said, "In the Pan-Asian Youth Professional Peak Competition, I remember. You have direct qualification to participate, right?" Lin Chen nodded. Calculating the time, there's just over a month until the competition starts. This year, apart from you, many talented contenders from Curry Country, South Vietnam, and Goryeo have already emerged. The top contender from the East is a genius from the Guiwichinji family, Mitsui Shigeru. The competition is fierce every year. Among the 100 youth professionals selected from the 10 Pan-Asian countries, only 10 will have the chance to awaken their martial souls in the tower, so casualties are inevitable. Wan Shongshan concluded. But Lin Chen understood already, and he even heard the surname Mitsui. He hadn't forgotten that in the information he obtained from the soul search of that puppet, the officer from Guiwei was named Mitsui. Killing this Mitsui Shigeru would be a significant effort on his part, at least he could feel justified. Alright, the hard requirement for this competition is to be at least 4th transition, but according to past years, there have even been cases of 6th transition. There are too many people waiting to awaken their martial souls, so keep working hard in the meantime. A week later, in a makeup room at Nuwa Academy, Shinsha. "No, senior sister, is it really necessary to do this?" Lin Chen said helplessly. "Don't talk, it will be done soon." Nangon Ling drew the eyebrow pencil on Lin Chen's right eyebrow, making the final touch. Then she put the pencil back in her makeup box and snapped it shut. "Alright, all done. From now on, you are the little Lin family from the East, a side branch orphan lost in the Great Xia, Lin Shinjiro. Yuichiro. The cherry blossoms in your hometown have bloomed. You should go home to visit relatives and conveniently run a descent dungeon." The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. There were just too many points to criticize, and he didn't know where to start. A mirror was handed to Lin Chen. He took it and looked at himself in the reflection. Lin Chen was amazed by Nangon Ling's makeup skills. Indeed, it was one of the 4 great arts of Asia. At this moment, he could hardly see any trace of his original appearance. A resolute face, imposing eyebrows, along with slanted eyes and a flat nose, coupled with the traditional Japanese hairstyle tied up. It was too authentic. Anyone who saw him would have to say he was definitely from the East. "No, senior sister, didn't our principal say he would help me get into the White Knight Nightmare Dungeon in the East? Why do we have to disguise like this in the end?" Nangon Ling sighed. "The situation is too complicated. Normally, Our great Xia, being the country with the most descent dungeons, many countries are willing to cooperate with us for dungeon sharing. When they need to cultivate key geniuses and want to run the descent dungeons controlled by us, we will give them the green light. But as a price, when our people need to run the dungeons they control, they must agree unconditionally. However, the relationship between the East and Great Xia has always been tense. The two countries haven't cooperated in dungeon sharing for a long time. And you know our principal's temper. It might be that the East's attitude was too tough and the negotiations fell through. In the end, he asked me to help you infiltrate. Regardless of the circumstances, just rush in and run the dungeon when you get to the entrance. Soft methods won't work, then let's go hard. Anyway, you have the invitation to Jiang Yuan. Once you enter the instance, no one will be able to stop you. But if you don't have a forged identity or the right disguise, you might have trouble even getting in. Lin Chen sighed after hearing this. This little brat had to take on the role. Fortunately, this time he wasn't going to the main island of the East Japan, but to the Wind Rope Islands, where there weren't many people. The only ones with some influence were the Shaolin family that Nangong Ling mentioned. Don't worry, Principal Wan asked Dean Lun to pass a message to you. The principal's exact words were, you all try your best to find a way to clear the instance without being discovered and get out. If you get found out, just blow your cover. If you blow your cover and still can't win, I'll step in. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen envisioned Wan Changshan's deliberately serious cat face. Proud, irritable, but protective. Not to mention Lin Chen had a very good impression of him. Even if Nangong Ling was going to the East Japan to carry out such a task, Wan Changshan would probably give the same promise. One must say, the sense of security that the war god provided was indeed invincible. Just the 4 words, I will step in, were already a stabilizing force. So, senior sister, I can't speak East Japan language, and my voice, demeanor, and expressions can't possibly be exactly like that little Lin Chen Zairu, right? Lastly, what if that little Lin Chen Zairu, in a moment of confusion, really wants to go back home and take a look? Lin Chen voiced the doubts that had been building up in his heart. Nangong Ling, you can rest assured about this. First of all, the branch of the Shaolin family that infiltrated our great Xia. Not long ago, they were completely wiped out by our corpse collectors. Of course, that includes that little Lin Chen Zairu. Then, there's the issue of the East Japan language and demeanor you mentioned. You can relax about that, I'll be with you all the way, right? I'm a illusionist. You just need to speak Great Xia language. I guarantee that when it comes out of those people's mouths, it will only sound like East Japan language with a slight accent from staying in Great Xia for a long time. Lin Chen nodded. Senior sister, what identity will you have when you go with me this time? Nangong Ling placed her hands on her hips, confidently saying, of course, I'm the concubine that little Lin Chen Zairu took in Great Xia. Don't worry, your senior sister is very skilled in role-playing in various play. Lin Chen was left speechless. What play? Do elaborate. In the end, Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, with you arranging everything and the principal watching over, I won't worry. When do we set off? We'll leave in 3 days. Lin Chen was puzzled. He thought they were leaving right away. So the question arises, why do you need to do my makeup 3 days in advance, and why makeup at all, since you can create illusions anyway? Nangong Ling, still with her hands on her hips, replied irritably, I usually go without makeup and I haven't done my makeup in a long time, so I need to practice on you first. And even though I can use illusions, if you don't wear any makeup at all, maintaining such high intensity and fine precision illusions for a long time will be exhausting, okay? You're just living in luxury without knowing it. How many people have asked me to do their makeup and I didn't agree? Lin Chen pleaded, yes, I was wrong. During this time, you should prepare a bit in advance. The White Knight horror instance is controlled by the East Japan, and I haven't cleared it before. There aren't any detailed records in our Shinsha instance strategy library either. But this instance is a very special spirit-type instance. This is the biggest challenge you will face right now. Lin Chen frowned. Spirit-type instance. The monsters in the instance are all ghosts and spirits, right? Nangong Ling nodded. Pretty much, these types of monsters can only be hit by attacks and skills that have exorcism effects. Only a very few professional skills come with the attribute of exorcism. And those professions without exorcism characteristics can only obtain exorcism effects through enchanted weapons. When it came to weapon enhancement, Lin Chen first thought of Sun Dachuan, but then he reconsidered. Sun Dachuan was a blacksmith. Strengthening, repairing, and forging should be his responsibilities. Enchantment should be a different system. I'll find a way to help you find an enchanter who can perform exorcism. Just wait for my news in these 3 days. Of course, Nangong Ling knew that with Lin Chen's current connections in Shinsha, he would definitely not be able to find an enchanter. So she took the initiative to take on this task. However, just as Lin Chen was about to nod and thank Nangong Ling for her efforts, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. My sword can exorcise. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Right, he had necromancy spells. Wait a minute. It seemed that other necromancy spells also did not have exorcism effects. Lin Yu was special. The exorcism effect she mentioned should come from her passive effect, soul cutting. But Lin Yu's words made Lin Chen realize that the necromancy system itself was also highly related to souls. Since the mutated version of the 8th tier skill had exorcism effects, could it be that the necromancy forbidden spells also had a restraining relationship with spirit-type creatures? Lin Chen opened his panel. His skill point balance was over 800,000 again. Anyway, he wouldn't be setting off until 3 days later. Lin Chen decided not to spend money to buy skill points. During the next 3 days, Lin Chen had a rare time to relax. After all, school hadn't really started yet, and even the first-year courses and plans had not been released by Shinsha. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. He first went to the mission hall to claim his captain's reward. Because the mission difficulty rating had risen from A to S, Lin Chen's reward also increased significantly. Not only did he receive the key material for the 4th transfer, the Sunset Silver Sundial, but he also received an additional 2,000 credits, 100 breakthrough magic crystals, and 50 attribute spirit crystals. After that, Lin Chen heard several interesting pieces of news. First was the situation between Daxia and Curry Country. Due to the fall of his great wilderness star, tensions had escalated. There was no way around it. The fall of Luomoyan, this important eastern agricultural city, had directly caused Curry Country to suffer tremendous losses. Pain. It hurt so much. Because of this, 3 of the 6 god-level powerhouses from Curry Country declared war on Wanzhong Mountain. In response, Wanzhong Mountain did not react. You want to fight? Then wouldn't I lose face? The most dramatic part was that after these 3 god-level challengers initiated their challenge to Wanzhong Mountain, he himself did not respond. Instead, 7 or 8 Daxia god-level warriors who had neither hidden away nor entered seclusion responded, stating they were ready to accept Curry Country's challenge at any time. Then, Curry Country backed down. That's right, they backed down. As if nothing had ever happened. The 3 god-level professionals who had jumped out to provoke Wanzhong Mountain seemed to have evaporated overnight, fearing they would truly be confronted by the 7 or 8 Daxia god-level warriors. This incident had become the hottest topic and joke across the entire Blue Star recently. Aside from the international situation, another piece of news was that several people who had participated in the mission with him had successfully passed the assessment. After school started in September, they would officially enroll in Shinsha. This included the chubby Feng Sanyu, the sword cultivation student Shuri from the Tianxian Academy, and Song Shuwen, who seemed to have become best friends with Nangong Ling. Although Wanzhong Mountain hadn't mentioned it before, Lan Ruoshi had also briefly revealed some information about Xia Yuyan to Lin Chen. This woman had been given the opportunity to participate in the mission because her grandfather, Xiao Chaoyuan, had been persistently asking Wanzhong Mountain. However, it was unexpected that her obsession was still too strong. Lin Chen's snap had caused her to lie in the hospital for another 3 or 4 days. More importantly, her spirit had truly been completely crushed by Lin Chen. It was said that her temperament had changed drastically. The god of war, Chao Yuan, felt both heartbroken and sighing. After all, it was a conflict among the younger generation, and as the god of war, he could not possibly go and trouble Lin Chen. Moreover, even if he did act so out of line, there were mountains upon mountains standing in front of Lin Chen. For the first time, Lin Chen felt what it was like to have someone protecting him. It was so refreshing. 3 days passed. The night before heading to the East Japan, Lin Chen was in his apartment. At this moment, his skill points had once again surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. He opened his skill panel and selected the necromancy category. Lin Chen had previously previewed the forbidden spell of the necromancy category. Funeral of the Underworld was the name of this forbidden spell. Just from the name, it was clear that this should also be a large-scale attack skill rather than the signature summoning skill of the necromancy category. Without much hesitation, since all categories would eventually need to be upgraded to forbidden spells, Lin Chen directly activated the one-click upgrade. Upgrade. Skill, Disaster Monarch to level 9, requires 1,000,000 skill points. Do you want to upgrade with one click? Consuming 1,000,000 skill points, your skill, Disaster Monarch, has advanced. You have gained a new skill, Funeral of the Underworld. Before checking the effects of Funeral of the Underworld, Lin Chen habitually glanced at the name of the evolved version of this forbidden spell. 9th level Necromancy Spell Evolution, River of Forgetfulness, Judgment of the Underworld. As always, it matched his imagination of the necromancy category, the Underworld. The evolved version of the necromancy forbidden spell wouldn't actually bring something like the Underworld from the legends of the Great Xia into reality, would it? Funeral of the Underworld type, active skill level, 9th category. Necromancy effect, blurs the realm of the living and the dead, summons the river of the underworld from the necromantic realm, washing away all living beings. When the river of the underworld fully appears, it applies the soul loss status to all living targets within range, which ignores purification and immunity control. Effects below level 9 on the target. For every second a target is submerged in the river of the underworld, an additional layer of soul loss status will stack. up to a maximum of 3 layers. Once the soul loss status reaches 3 layers, it will transform into soul harvest. A target with 1 layer of soul loss status cannot act and cannot use skills. A target with 2 layers of soul loss status cannot act, cannot use skills, and cannot think. Soul harvest, once this effect is obtained, it cannot be dispelled by any purification, dispel, or immunity skills below level 10. Living targets with the soul harvest status will have their maximum health forcibly reduced to 1 point, and all damage reduction, shields, invincibility, and death immunity effects will be nullified. Living targets with the soul harvest status will be dragged into the necromantic realm, never to return. Note, the speed of the river of the underworld's appearance, its length, width, and duration depend on the total amount and strength of necromantic summons currently held by the caster. Remark, let me row the oars and send you to the other shore. Lin Chen was shocked. This should be the first forbidden spell he had seen so far that had no damage at all. But no damage did not mean this forbidden spell was weak. On the contrary, this forbidden spell could be considered a mechanism monster. Touching the river of the underworld already imposed a very strong control. Status: unable to act, unable to use skills. This almost destined the target to continue soaking in the river of the underworld. Once the soul loss status dropped to 2 layers, even the target would be deprived of the right to think. In the end, they would be taken away by the river of the underworld, reducing their maximum health to 1 point. Lying on the bed, every movement was painful. Sigh, how much longer must I endure? Seeking monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, thank you for your support. The next day, at 4 in the morning, Lin Chen, still half asleep, was awakened by the furious knocking of Nangon Ling. Nangon Ling lived quite close to Lin Chen, so she directly acted as a human alarm clock. When Lin Chen opened the door, he saw that 2 exceptionally beautiful girls were following Nangon Ling. 2 girls, carrying large bags of cosmetics and clothing, barged into Lin Chen's room without caring whether he agreed or not. Hurry up, we're in a rush. I still need to do my makeup after yours. Xiao Zhang, give me a hand, just pass me whatever I need. Xiao Su, style his hair according to the look I gave you yesterday. Put on that samurai robe we decided on yesterday first, let's see if it fits. Yes, the XL size. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Just waking up, his CPU was still running slowly, completely unable to keep up with Nangon Ling's fast pace. It wasn't until Nangon Ling told him to take off his pajamas and sleep pants that Lin Chen jolted awake. This was the morning, and there were 3 top beauties in front of him. If he took them off, the one feeling awkward would be him. I can put it on myself. Lin Chen's rarely seen old face turned red. He took the loose samurai robe that Xiao Su handed him and dashed back into the bedroom. Behind him, Nangon Ling's crisp laughter followed. Oh, Junior, you can be shy too, how cute. When you come out, let your sister pinch your cheeks, hee hee. Back in his bedroom, Lin Chen quickly put on the clothes. This type of traditional Japanese clothing basically lacked the button designs of modern clothes. Although Lin Chen managed to wear it, it was loose and extremely unflattering. At least it calmed his restless second brother down. Stepping out of the bedroom, Nangon Ling glanced at him, walked over, and with her delicate hands picked up the robe's pockets. With extremely skilled hands, she helped Lin Chen tie it up. Although Lin Chen wasn't a warrior, he certainly didn't have the skinny frame of a traditional mage. He was tall and well-proportioned. Finally, dressed in a samurai robe with a sword hanging at his waist, he stood in front of the mirror, exuding an extraordinary heroic aura. Of course, this was all under the condition that he still had that handsome face on his neck. Half an hour later, with slanted eyes, a flat nose, and an extremely unflattering hairstyle, it completely ruined everything. Lin Chen sighed. This was probably the ugliest he had ever been in his life. Lin Chen's makeup was done. It was Nangon Ling's turn. Doing her own makeup, especially as a woman, was naturally much faster than doing Lin Chen's. Before long, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. If Nangon Ling's bare face was already a natural beauty, then now she could be said to be stunningly beautiful. Why are you so pretty? Lin Chen felt a bit resentful. Nangon Ling spat, Baka. Which little devil would choose a concubine as ugly as them? Of course, they'd choose someone pretty. Lin Chen. What she said made so much sense that he couldn't refute it for a moment. Alright, let's go, time to set off. The corpse collector has already prepared the airship. We need to leave by 6. 2 hours later, an airship slowly ascended from a port in the eastern sea of the Great Xia. Lin Chen stood at the bow, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky, the rising sun, and felt a bit emotional. He didn't know how long it had been since he last saw a sunrise over the sea. The Cataclysm era had expanded the area of Blue Star 100-fold. Of course, the ocean area had also expanded proportionally. The oceans of this world were truly boundless, so vast it felt despairing. Standing on the airship's deck, with Lin Chen were dozens of Japanese people, their clothes embroidered with the Lin family crest. These people were all servants who had come to Great Xia with Xiao Lin Chen Jiro, or rather, they were the elite of the Lin family. Their outward identity was naturally that of Xiao Lin Chen Jiro's servants, But secretly, the task of gathering various intelligence for Great Xia was entrusted to them. Although the corpse collector had killed Shaolin Shenjiro and his personal guards, a large number of servants had not been killed. One reason was that if they were all killed, the illusions Nangon Ling wanted to set up would definitely require more effort and energy. Moreover, even if it were Kobayashi Chijiro himself, he wouldn't be able to know what information these servants had actually gathered. Killing them all would only alert the Kobayashi family in advance. Are we in a hurry? Using an airship instead. Why not take the sea route? Aren't there many ships sailing below? Blending in among them would be a better way to avoid detection, Lin Chen thought to himself. With Nangon Ling present, this method of direct mental communication was incredibly convenient. The level of coordination with team voice communication was entirely different from without it. Those ships below are all operating near the coast. There are basically no sea monster attack cases along the coastline, but once you go beyond about 1,000 meters in depth, what comes out of the sea is beyond anyone's control. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood. He had forgotten about this. The land area of the entire Blue Star was incomparable to that of the ocean. The total number of creatures in the sea was certainly more terrifying than those on land. After natural disasters, the monsters in the sea would only become more ferocious. No wonder international travel on Blue Star now prefers flying and tries to avoid the sea route as much as possible. The next period was extremely boring. At first glance, the vast East China Sea seemed novel and expansive to Lin Chen, but after a long time, it felt monotonous. Plus, the speed of the airship was quite slow. It wasn't until close to evening that Lin Chen finally spotted the outlines of a few small islands on the distant horizon. Get ready, we're almost there. On the deck, many of the Kobayashi family's servants were already excitedly celebrating with raised fists. They hadn't been home for so long. Lin Chen also put on a facade of suppressing his excitement and thrill. He had to perform for the show. More than half an hour later, the airship landed at the southern port of Wind Rope Island. Lin Chen followed Nangon Ling, and a group of dozens of people disembarked in single file. However, what awaited them at the dock was only silence. Lin Chen frowned. The Kobayashi family's servants were equally astonished. The Kobayashi family hadn't sent anyone to greet them. After disembarking from the airship, the group walked home. After all, the Kobayashi family was a renowned noble family on Wind Rope Island. They had directly taken up a large area of land in the southern part of the island as their family territory. Before long, as Lin Chen pushed the door open, he saw two young men in the large courtyard in front of the Kobayashi family's main house, engaged in a sword duel. Surrounding them were rows of Kobayashi family elders and elites. Ichijiro, a middle-aged man with a long beard and an imposing demeanor, suddenly spoke softly from the main seat. Father. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. This middle-aged man was the current head of the Kobayashi family, Kobayashi Masahiro. Today is the annual family martial arts competition, and your return is just in time. In the 3 years since you left, I wonder if your Matsuke-style swordsmanship has regressed. Let your brother test it out. Enter the arena. Draw your sword. If you lose, you will return immediately. I will not acknowledge you as my second son. Lin Chen felt countless gazes from the crowd focused on him. Even the two who had been dueling in the arena stopped and looked at him with mocking expressions. Good grief. I'm a mage, and they want me to compete in swordsmanship? At that moment, Lin Chen recalled Nangon Ling's words. Go on, you have to compete. Just swing your sword, leave the rest to me. The entire task had indeed been rushed. Lin Chen was completely bewildered. What was going on? It feels like I'm not even his biological son, right? Why is he targeting me like this? Nangon Ling knew more about the Kobayashi family than Lin Chen did. You might be mistaken. Perhaps he actually feels some guilt towards you. The reason is quite simple. It was after a drunken night that he had Ichijiro with a maid from the family. This kind of thing is, after all, not honorable. In the end, they took in Yujiro's mother, that maid, as a concubine. But later, Yujiro's mother was poisoned to death by the scheme of Kobayashi Masahiro's legitimate wife. Naturally, Yujiro was gradually marginalized at home, and in the end, Kobayashi Masahiro probably thought that if he stayed at home, he might also be harmed by his legitimate wife. So he simply sent Yujiro abroad on a mission. Lin Chen understood. So, in this case, Kobayashi Masahiro's plan to send him back to Daxia was actually to protect his second son? Such conflicts within a noble family are indeed melodramatic, but it also aligns with Lin Chen's stereotype of the people of the East. For them, background is indeed more important than anything else in the eyes of these conservatives. Lin Chen felt that if he were really Yujiro, he would probably be eager to prove himself. Instead, he wouldn't appreciate Kobayashi Masahiro's good intentions. Father, please don't make it too difficult for brother Yujiro. He must be indulging in beauty over there in China, completely drained. Otherwise, how could there be such a beautiful Chinese concubine? Among the two who were originally fighting, one of them, who was a bit taller, looked at Yujiro and mocked. But his gaze kept drifting towards Nangon Ling. He had even pitched a tent. God knows how many filthy thoughts had flashed through his mind. Nangon Ling was furious but could only put on a pitiful look. Junior, kill this lecher for me, don't hold back. I'm so angry. Still looking. In the team voice chat, Nangon Ling was almost going mad. Father, during these thousands of days and nights in a foreign land, I have not dared to slack off practicing diligently every day. Lin Chen stepped forward, drew his waist sword, and said firmly. For some reason, upon realizing that someone had such thoughts about Nangon Ling, a surge of unnamed anger rose in Lin Chen's heart. Originally lacking in fighting spirit, it now blazed fiercely. Of course, Kobayashi Masahiro, sitting in the main seat, also saw his eldest son's lecherous demeanor. While feeling ashamed, he could only nod and say, in that case, that's good. Reiichiro, spar with your brother. Be careful, just a friendly match, try to avoid injuring him. A hint of ferocity appeared on Kobayashi Ryukiro's face. Father, I will, but swords have no eyes, and our family's Matsukura Ryu sword technique is a killing art, so there are bound to be accidents. I still hope that Yujiro's swordsmanship is truly as exquisite as he claims. After saying this, Reiichiro placed his hand on the hilt of his waist sword, ready to strike. The two walked to the center. The battle was about to begin. Watch closely, Yujiro. In this battle, the Matsukura Ryu sword, the moment it is drawn, is the strongest. If you draw your sword first, you have already lost. In the East swordsmanship, the technique of drawing the sword and striking has always been the pinnacle that many swordsmen pursue throughout their lives. Lin Chen had certainly heard of it to some extent, but he was not someone who truly wielded a sword. Professional matters should be left to professionals. This was something Lin Chen had always been certain of. So, Lin Yu, it's your turn. I'll only give you one strike, take this guy out. Don't kill him, just castrate him. Lin Chen suddenly felt that directly killing this Reiichiro would only benefit him. After all, the final outcome for the entire Kobayashi family should be that they all meet together in the underworld. He was just going through the motions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned red. Clearly, this was not about slitting throats but targeting the enemy's lower regions in battle. She felt a bit ashamed. Although the initiative in the battle was given to Lin Yu, Lin Chen did not completely relinquish control of his body. The bamboo and cypress in the Kobayashi family courtyard suddenly began to rustle, leaves slapping against each other, creating a series of popping sounds. The wind had picked up, and at that moment, a bright flash of blade light appeared. It was Kobayashi Reiichiro who had drawn his sword first. It must be said that his speed was very fast. Moreover, he had the strength of the fourth transformation. The knife came straight for Lin Chen's neck. Shaolin Zhengyu, seated in the main position, showed a look of shock. He didn't even have time to stop it. Swish! The blade flashed across Lin Chen's neck. Then, Ichiro sheathed his sword, maintaining the pose of a forward slash, thinking he looked quite cool. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted, because the figure of Ichiro, who should have been decapitated by his strike, transformed into a series of afterimages. In the increasingly terrifying gale, they vanished into thin air. Then boom! Thunder roared. Ichiro could no longer tell whether it was the flash of the blade or the flash of lightning. He only felt Lin Chen's true form suddenly appear behind him. Then, he felt a chill between his legs. Half a second later, Ichiro fell to the ground, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. At this moment, his pants were completely soaked with the blood that gushed forth. After struggling for a short while, he lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. At this time, everyone who witnessed this scene stared blankly at Lin Chen. Oh, Nisan, don't blame me, I already showed mercy. This line was not spoken by Lin Chen but by Nangon Ling, the drama queen, who was excited after seeing Lin Chen sever Shaolin Ichiro's lineage. She had originally thought of adding some special effects to this, but once Lin Chen truly made his move, she realized that adding effects was unnecessary. What Lin Chen chose to use was the fusion of two rather unorthodox mage skills, Swift Wind Flash plus Thunder Flash. With wind and thunder clashing, he struck out with a single blow. It shocked everyone. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shaolin Zhengyu felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. He did not lament his eldest son's injury. In fact, he had originally intended to punish Shaolin Ichiro today. After all, Ichiro was his half-brother. To directly deal a fatal blow was too much. But now, the surprise Lin Chen gave him made him cast all thoughts aside. Sangha-style swordsmanship, the realm of wind and thunder. He never expected that the sword intent, which was said to be cultivated only by the ancestors of the Shaolin family, would appear in his neglected second son. My second son has the demeanor of a war god. At this moment, Shaolin Zhengyu had already decided to fully accept Ichiro and bring him back to the family. As for the task of lurking in the Great Xia, he had so many sons, he could just pick another one to send over. Good. You truly did not disappoint me. From today on, you shall return, I will train you well. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that he had already passed the first hurdle of infiltrating the Shaolin family. For the follow-up, he just needed to sneak into the instance entrance guarded by the Shaolin family tonight when it was quiet, and he would have accomplished his great task. These 2 chapters were not quite satisfactory. They didn't capture the flavor I wanted. Sigh. I apologize to all the readers. I have been trying to maintain quality while keeping up with updates, but these past few days have truly been tormenting. I originally thought that the surgery and the day after would be the tough part. Now it seems that going to the bathroom and changing dressings are the real nightmares. No more to say, it's all tears. I won't shamelessly ask for everyone's monthly votes and recommendations. I just wish everyone good health. Also, if you have a minor illness, don't delay. Go see a doctor directly. Don't end up like me, suffering to the point of despair. That night, the bright moon hung high. The sound of water being added to the courtyard pond touched the pond wall, producing a crisp, empty sound. It made the entire night feel even more tranquil. Lin Chen was delighted to be assigned a Japanese-style room closest to the Shaolin family's ancestral home by the overjoyed Shaolin Zhengyu. Nangong Ling lay on the tatami, her 2 fair legs happily shaking. Clearly for her, sleeping on the floor in such a room was a unique experience. Neither of them truly fell asleep. They were waiting for the arrival of the person to pick them up. Sure enough, just as the moon reached its zenith and the night breeze carried a hint of chill, a soft knock sounded at the door. Then, an elderly voice spoke. Young Master Ichiro, it is late. Drink this bowl of chi-nourishing medicine and then rest. Nangong Ling gave Lin Chen a glance and nodded slightly. Then he closed his eyes, pretending to fall asleep. Lin Chen got up and pushed open the wooden door. He saw an old man kneeling outside, holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup. His name is Guihi Gongyi, and on the surface he is one of the servants of the Shaolin family, but his true identity is one of us. Just call him Hebo. He has been lurking in the Shaolin family for 20 years. This time, the news about Shaolin Shenlang returning to his hometown was also revealed to us by Hebo. Otherwise, you would have missed such a good opportunity. Lin Chen's mind echoed with Nangong Ling's voice. He glanced at Hebo, who was still respectful and showed no signs of revealing his identity. He sighed inwardly. This is a true unsung hero. Hebo's strength was not strong, only around the 5th transition, and his profession was unremarkable. With such not-so-high strength lurking in an enemy country for over 20 years, one could only imagine how cautious he had to be. Lin Chen took the medicinal soup that Hebo handed over. At this moment Hebo dared to lift his head and smiled, saying, "Young master, please drink it while it's hot. If it cools down, the medicinal effect will be wasted." The old servant will take his leave for now. Hebo bowed to Lin Chen again and left. This is a code. The entrance to the Jianyuan dungeon is in the basement of the Shaolin family's ancestral house. However, there are always experts from the main island of Dongying and the Shaolin family guarding outside the ancestral house. Luo Xiao told me, if Hebo brought over hot soup, it means the plan has failed and we need to find another time to act. If he brought over medicine, it means the plan succeeded and those guarding the ancestral house have had their alertness lowered by his special drug. When he tells you to drink it while it's hot, it means you should set off immediately. The duration of the medicinal effect is about the time it takes for this bowl of medicine to cool down. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. He set down the soup and quietly walked out of the room. On the way to the Shaolin family's ancestral house, there were corridors and intersecting rooms everywhere. Lin Chen estimated that the entire Shaolin family might have hundreds of people. However, most of these rooms had already turned off their lights. Most people had already fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Chen faced no obstacles at all. This showed how efficient and decisive Hebo was in his work. After turning a corner, a scene opened up before him. A hall with a strong Dongying style featuring hanging beams and corners appeared in Lin Chen's sight. At the same time, more than 10 Shaolin family guards, exuding an extraordinary aura and wearing samurai swords at their waists, were guarding the area around the hall. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had thought that Hebo had used special drugs or something like smoke to directly knock these people out, but now it seemed different from what he had imagined. Strangely, these guards were all awake, yet they seemed like blind men, completely unaware of his presence. Lin Chen heard Nangong Ling's voice in his mind. Don't dawdle, hurry inside. The drug Hebo used on them only temporarily lowered their mental acuity, allowing me to conceal your presence with an illusion. These guards are very strong and have undergone professional training. Once the drug's effect wears off, you will be exposed. Lin Chen's heart tightened upon hearing this. So that's how it is. Directly using an illusion to erase his figure from the guard sight was indeed much more clever than using smoke to make them fall to the ground. If the guards were knocked out and seen by others, it would raise immense alertness. It might even trigger an alarm. Lin Chen tried to make no sound at all. He moved swiftly past several guards and arrived at the entrance of the hall. The main door of the hall was tightly closed, but that did not stop Lin Chen. The sound of thunder and lightning would definitely expose him. Fortunately, Lin Chen had previously taken advantage of the little fatty Feng San's resources. He used the winding path technique, an area of spatial Anomaly enveloped Lin Chen's entire body because this time he chose a target that only involved himself. The scope and number of people transferred were minimal. So, just a very short time later, Lin Chen had already passed through the gate and was teleported to the other side. What greeted him was a hall filled with countless spirit tablets and statues, but Lin Chen had no mind to look at them. Soon, he discovered that indeed there was a staircase leading down to the underground. Beside the wall of statues, he descended all the way to the bottom of the stairs. Before Lin Chen appeared a massive stone door, intricately engraved with complex inscriptions. A unique aura of the abyss was continuously emanating from the cracks of the stone door. Lin Chen took out the abyss invitation letter from his personal space. His palm touched the stone door. However, the next moment, Lin Chen suddenly heard the sound of countless mechanisms moving in the darkness. Lin Chen was startled. Oh no, have I been discovered? But the next moment, nothing happened. The entire underground space remained cold and silent. Only that stone door, upon coming into contact with the aura emitted by the invitation letter in Lin Chen's hand, had its intricate symbols light up one by one. The demon head mark above the door, indicating the difficulty of the instance, also lit up too. Then, the stone door slowly opened and a strong aura of the abyss blew out from behind the door, making Lin Chen feel a chill all over. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a pulling force burst forth from behind the stone door. He didn't even take a step forward and was pulled into the instance. Meanwhile, the entire Shaolin family had all the lights in every room turned on. Woof woof woof. The hunting dogs, raised by the Shaolin family, were all brought out and began a thorough search. Just before Lin Chen entered the instance, at the moment the mechanism was triggered, Shaolin Zhengyu received the news. Arriving at the entrance of the rented ancestral hall, he saw a group of servants and guards kneeling on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. His fists were tightly clenched, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Master of the house, the instant stone door in the basement of the ancestral hall is in an open state. Someone indeed just went in. We searched all the rooms around the ancestral hall and did not see young Master Yujiro and his concubine, a subordinate reported cautiously. Baka! Shaolin Zhengyu roared, his eyes bloodshot. He never expected that his second son, whom he had high hopes for, was actually disguised as a person from the Great Xia. Days ago, he had received a message from the high-ranking officials of Honshu in the East Japan, stating that there was a young genius from the Great Xia who might need to clear this instance to continue on the path of the abyss. They urged him to be vigilant. For this reason, Shaolin Zhengyu took it seriously and even set up mechanisms at the entrance of the instance. However, he never expected that despite all his precautions, a family traitor would slip in. Not only had an insider infiltrated the house, but that cunning person from the Great Xia had also disguised himself as his second son and successfully entered the instance. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on a slowly moving bus. There were no lighting facilities inside the bus. Only a little dim light shone in from the window, allowing Lin Chen to see the situation temporarily. Lin Chen first noticed that he was wearing an old outfit he had somehow put on. At this moment, his appearance resembled that of an ordinary worker living in the 1990s. Inside the entire bus, besides himself, there were about a dozen other people, all of whom remained silent. Judging by their clothing, they were all quite similar to him. Lin Chen looked out the bus window. Outside, there was a thick layer of white mist. Even though the bus was moving forward, the white mist seemed completely unaffected, always floating in mid-air. The moonlight in the sky filtered through the white mist, scattering and making it look as if the time outside the window was not night but day. No wonder this instance was called White Night Nightmare. In the mist, there were countless strange shadows flickering. At first, Lin Chen thought they were trees. But when he saw a shadow that was slightly closer to the bus, he immediately realized it was a kind of monster he had never seen before. At the same time, a prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Welcome to the Abyss LV.5 level instance, White Night Horror. Current instance difficulty, Annihilation 3. Phase task released. Just as Lin Chen was waiting to see what the so-called phase task was, two blood-red characters suddenly seeped through the car window in front of him. Go home. Instance clearance requirement. Survive for 10 days. The phase tasks within the instance generally provide options to increase the clearance rating. They are optional. However, if you choose not to do them, you might miss the guidance of the instance itself, leading to a sudden increase in difficulty. No one could foresee the outcome, but the clearance requirement was a hard condition that must be met. Another survival type instance. However, the difficulty had actually increased from Annihilation 2 to Annihilation 3. It was already on par with the Heart of the Swarm, but clearly, the size and worldview of this instance did not match the specifications of the Heart of the Swarm Astana. As for why the difficulty had increased, Lin Chen knew it was due to the effect of his title, Abyss Conqueror. Lin Chen was somewhat concerned about the clicking sounds of the mechanisms triggered before he entered the stone door. In the worst-case scenario, the Shaolin family should have already discovered that he was an imposter of Yujiro. At the same time, Nangon Ling and even he both should have been exposed as well. Lin Chen was quite sure that Nangon Ling would not leave him behind alone. without waiting for him to come out of the instance. He needed to clear this instance as soon as possible. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, he suddenly heard a chilling call beside his ear. Big brother. Following the sound, Lin Chen looked over and saw a small boy, barely a meter tall, who had appeared beside him at some point. The boy's face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. And on his neck there were grotesque scars resembling centipedes. The scars occasionally oozed dark blood. The boy's head swayed from side to side at an extremely eerie frequency, as if the bones in his neck had vanished. After calling Lin Chen big brother, his neck bent almost 90 degrees to the right. This was definitely not an angle a living person could achieve. The expression on the boy's face grew increasingly strange. It seemed that after revealing his inhuman side, he craved to harvest Lin Chen's fear of him to continue to the next step. Big brother, the boy called out again. Have you seen my ball? It seems to have rolled under your seat. The boy's voice grew increasingly hoarse. The eerie and horrifying atmosphere completely enveloped Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked down. Sure enough, he saw a round object. However, it was not a ball at all. It was a child's skull forcibly wrapped in human skin. The outline beneath the skin faintly revealed a nose and ears. This ball made of human skin and a skull was currently oozing blood. As if sensing Lin Chen's gaze, the ball began to tremble slightly. The mouth of the skull beneath the skin opened, and a scarlet tongue extended out, breaking through the skin and brushing against Lin Chen's ankle. The slippery sensation and the overwhelming smell of blood made Lin Chen nod inwardly. He had to admit, this instance's monsters were quite something. He had never seen such terrifying things even while watching horror movies before. But as the saying goes, the higher the skill, the bolder the person. When your firepower is sufficient, all fear becomes meaningless. Lin Chen smiled at the little boy, standing up while holding the human-skinned ball. Is this your ball? The boy's expression froze. It was the first time he had seen such a calm human. No, why aren't you following the script? Normally, this human should be screaming and panicking. Right, however, in the next moment, Lin Chen's actions left the little boy completely dumbfounded. Lin Chen threw the head-shaped ball onto the ground and then stepped on it. Bang! The head-shaped ball exploded completely. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Still want to play ball? After a brief moment of confusion, the little boy tore off his disguise and glared at Lin Chen with extreme resentment. At the same time, Lin Chen's provocative behavior seemed to have completely attracted the attention of the other ghosts in the carriage. Those who had been sitting in their seats did not move their upper bodies, but their necks twisted 180 degrees, staring intently at Lin Chen. Their eyes had no pupils, no whites, just a pitch-black void. Reflecting the dim moonlight outside the window, it looked incredibly eerie. Suddenly, a glove appeared on Lin Chen's right hand. Snap! A crisp snap of his fingers echoed. Bang! 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 The heads of the dozen or so ghostly beings in the carriage exploded, one after another. Red and white splattered all over the windows of the carriage. At this moment, the hand of extinction had also successfully been enchanted. Lin Chen did not refuse Nangong Ling's kindness and enchanted his weapon with a cleansing effect. Now all his skills and damage could inflict 50% damage on spiritual and ghostly beings. Even with the damage reduction, in the face of 3 forbidden spells and Lin Chen's now completely inflated attributes, that damage was definitely overflowing. With a snap of his fingers, more than a dozen ghosts were sent away with exploded heads. This scene caused the entire carriage to shake slightly. Lin Chen turned his gaze to the driver who had been sitting in the driver's seat. The roles of hunter and prey had completely swapped. This ghostly driver was clearly frightened. Lin Chen walked up behind him and patted his shoulder, startling him. Where are we headed? Just a casual complaint. When will this end? At least let me feel a bit more comfortable. Recently, I haven't dared to eat much. The more I eat, the more I suffer. In the end, I ask for a wave of recommendation votes, monthly tickets, save the child. The next stop is Ling Mountain Park. The ghost driver's voice trembled, clearly terrified of Lin Chen. Lin Chen pondered. Since the Fei's task was to return home, there must be some hints about where he lived, right? Lin Chen rummaged through the pocket of his work jacket and pulled out a lighter and half a pack of cheap cigarettes. Then, he patted his pants pocket. It was empty. Lin Chen looked at the ghost driver again and asked, "Where is my home?" A look of surprise appeared on the ghost driver's pale, eerie face. "Wait, are you asking me?" Lin Chen extended his thumb and pointed it at his middle finger, making a gesture as if to snap his fingers. In the next moment, the ghost driver was so scared he nearly wet himself. He hurriedly said, You said when you got on the car that you wanted to get off at Fengmen Community." Lin Chen frowned. Sure enough, this instance was a role-playing type. When he entered this instance, he already had an identity. What happened when he got on the car was clearly before he entered the instance. If he hadn't pressed the ghost driver, he wouldn't even be able to complete the task of going home. Fengmen Community Station, how long until we get there? That would be after 5 or 6 stops. So that's the terminal station, Lin Chen said upon hearing this. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then don't stop, drive faster. Take me to the terminal station." The ghost driver was taken aback and said, but Seeing the driver start to slow down, a ghostly, eerie jungle park entrance appeared in the white mist ahead. On the hill inside the park, Lin Chen also saw several tombstones. It truly lived up to its name, Ling Mountain. At the same time, he saw several ghostly beings waiting for the bus under the Ling Mountain Park bus stop. The driver hesitated because he intended to stop and pick them up. Are you deaf? I told you to go straight to the terminal station. The hand of extinction pressed against the ghost driver's forehead, recalling the encounters of those ghostly passengers. Before, the driver's eyes instantly cleared. He slammed the accelerator, the bus doors remained closed, and without stopping at the bus stop in Ling Mountain Park, it sped forward into a sea of white mist. Faster! Haven't you eaten? The ghost driver was on the verge of tears. Brother, you are our meal. You ask if I've eaten? But what could he do? Faced with such a living llama, he could only floor the gas pedal. Fortunately, this road of white night was straight, with no twists and turns. He just had to press the accelerator. The steering wheel could be ignored. After more than 10 minutes, the bus doors opened. The final stop had arrived. Outside the door stood a sign reading Fengmen Community. Behind the sign, Lin Chen saw an old residential building through the thick white fog. Lin Chen glanced at the trembling driver. It was clear that this guy was also very afraid of this place. Moreover, Lin Chen had sensed earlier that this guy was not honest. There must be things he didn't know, hidden by this ghost driver. Soul search. With Lin Chen's command, Lin Yu's figure appeared like a ghost. The light of the soul's lament sword flashed. The ghost driver's head immediately flew high into the air. Lin Yu caught his head in one hand. Her eyes shone with purple light. Soon, Lin Yu shook her head. Not much valuable information, just a little ghost. But he did lie before. He didn't hear you say anything when you got on the bus. The reason he brought you here is that this is the most dangerous place in his memory of the entire Ghost Mist Ridge, the ghost nest of Fengmen. In most cases, no passengers would ever get off at this stop. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell into thought. From Ling Mountain Park to Fengmen Community, there were a total of 6 stops. Did this mean that home could also be chosen? If one got off early, would the intensity of the bizarre encounters not be so severe? So, although the White Knight horror instance was difficult, it actually left room for choice for the challengers entering the instance. Lin Chen shook his head. A final stop was just a final stop. It suited him perfectly. Since this was another instance with a limit on survival days, then the strategy for clearing it could actually refer to the City of Lost Light, Fei Kane. As long as I kill you all, I won't have to worry about survival anymore. Lin Chen stepped off the bus. After walking a few steps, he suddenly heard the bus behind him start moving again. Boom! The ghost driver slammed the gas pedal, performing a ghostly drift turn, then charged into the white mist behind Lin Chen. Lin Yu was taken aback. She never expected that after beheading him and even soul-searching, the ghost driver was still alive. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Looking at the bus, he hadn't noticed before that the bus itself seemed to be a kind of bizarre entity, already fused with the driver. No wonder he could try to escape when Lin Chen wasn't paying attention. Snap! Lin Chen snapped his fingers. The bus instantly flipped over, making a huge crashing sound. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that they had been driving along the edge of a bottomless cliff the whole way. The overturned bus rolled off the sheer cliff. After the fall, the bus surprisingly made no sound. This boundless abyss was the source of the whiteness that surged forth. And once one entered the mist, it seemed that no sound could escape anymore. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the abyss. This instance might be far larger than he had imagined. Lin Chen walked into Fengmen Community. Once inside the community, the white mist seemed less dense. However, the air was filled with the pungent smell of paper money and incense. Occasionally, a few cries floated in the wind. Lin Chen looked at the old residential building, its walls mottled and filled with ghostly energy. At the base of the building, Lin Chen saw rows of red candles stuck into the ground. The flames flickered uncertainly. There was clearly a fire burning, but Lin Chen felt not a trace of warmth. In the small square downstairs, there were piles of burning paper money everywhere. Yet, not a single person could be seen. It was indeed enough to feel like the underworld. What normal person would live in this godforsaken place? Creak! Lin Chen pushed open an iron gate. He had officially entered the sealed-off community. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Chen caught sight of a light on in the guardhouse next to the iron gate. As he approached, Lin Chen knocked on the window of the guardhouse. However, he found no response from inside. Pressing his eyes against the window, Lin Chen saw an emaciated old man sitting inside. The old man was holding a pair of scissors, continuously trimming his nails. After finishing with his thumb, he moved on to his index finger. Yet, by the time he finished with his little finger, the nail on his thumb had already grown to nearly a centimeter long. He began trimming his thumb again. It was a cycle. He was also muttering something under his breath. Lin Chen couldn't make out what he was saying, nor could he tell if he was a man or a ghost. The purpose of knocking on the window was merely to ask if this old man recognized him and knew where his home was. However, when Lin Chen saw what was hanging on the wall of the guardhouse, his eyes lit up. Found it! There was an old almanac hanging on the wall. The date displayed on the almanac was July 14, 1994. No wonder the entire hallway was filled with red candles and paper money. Besides the old almanac, Lin Chen also saw a wall of photographs. The wall was covered with portraits of all the residents of the community. In the 6th row, which was on the 6th floor, Lin Chen saw himself. It was a lifeless face of a middle-aged wage slave. He had seen this face before in the rearview mirror of the bus driver. That was the person he was playing in this scenario. His home was on the 6th floor, so if he had chosen to get off at Ling Mountain Park, would there also be a grave with his photo hanging on it? Lin Chen shook his head, shaking off the wild thoughts in his mind. He was here to clear the game quickly. No need to think about what-ifs. Reaching the bottom of the residential building, Lin Chen looked up. This building had 6 floors, so it seemed his home was on the top floor. He walked into the entrance. Following the steps, he made his way up. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lin Chen saw a red-painted wooden door, with 2 wreaths placed in front of it. In the center of the wreaths was a portrait of a deceased person. A kindly old lady was looking at him from the portrait. The red candles burned brightly, and 3 incense sticks were still inserted in the incense holder. They seemed to have just been lit not long ago. Lin Chen was already used to this. The paper money downstairs burned like a perpetual motion machine, never running out. Lin Chen continued up the stairs. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Lin Chen was taken aback. Before him was still the familiar red-painted wooden door. 2 wreaths were placed beside the door. No, could it be that on July 14 every household in this residential building had someone die? Lin Chen took a few steps closer. He looked at the center of the wreath. In the middle of the wreath was a portrait of a benevolent old lady. It was identical to the one he had seen on the 2nd floor. However, what sent chills down his spine was that the smile on the old lady's face in the portrait had vanished. Her originally kind eyes were now staring directly at Lin Chen. He felt a chill, like a venomous snake quietly wrapping around his neck. Was it a coincidence? Or were the 2nd and 3rd floors actually part of the same family, each displaying the portrait of a deceased elder? Lin Chen was somewhat skeptical. He continued up the stairs. Arriving at the 4th floor, he already sensed something was off before he had fully ascended the steps. The red-painted wooden door, the wreaths, the portrait. There was no difference from the 3rd and 2nd floors. Moreover, when Lin Chen approached the portrait and examined it closely, he found that the kind-looking old lady's face had now turned grotesque. She glared at Lin Chen with fury. To be honest, even with Lin Chen's experience of watching countless horror movies and playing numerous horror games in his past life, when he truly found himself in such a terrifying and bizarre situation, he still felt a bit scared. Lin Chen pondered, and a slight guess formed in his heart. This time, he did not continue upstairs. Instead, he turned back and began to descend. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he still saw the red-painted wooden door, the wreaths, and the portrait. But Lin Chen didn't even glance at them. He continued down. It wasn't until he had walked down 5 or 6 flights of stairs that Lin Chen realized that no matter how he walked, the floors he passed were all identical. He must have encountered the legendary ghost wall. What to do when faced with a ghost wall? Lin Chen seemed to have actually searched this question online in his previous life. Of course, the answers he found were either ambiguous or argued that the question itself was nonsensical. There weren't many viable solutions. The only ones Lin Chen found reliable were to wait until dawn or use black dog blood or boy's urine, and so on. But now, those were completely useless. So, there was only one method left. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and the gravitational field was quickly expanded by him. Then, he suddenly clenched his right hand. Along with this grip, all the soil and stones in the entire corridor were instantly deconstructed. Cement, steel bars, bricks, all were crushed into fine powder. Gravity System Level 6, Gravity Crush. Gravity Crush Type, Active Skill Level, 6 System, Gravity Effect. After releasing the gravitational field, all gravitational directions within the field converge into a very small area, applying gravity crush to all targets in that area, causing massive physical damage, which is shared among all targets within the area. The effect and power of this skill depend on the strength of the gravitational field and the controllable gravity multiplier. The damage caused by Gravity Crush to any target you have marked with gravitational resonance will not be shared with other targets within the Gravity Crush area. The target will be isolated and bear the full damage. Current Maximum Gravity Multiplier 999 times current Gravity Crush area, 10 meters. Note that Songshan collapses, the Earth sinks. All skills of the gravity system actually have a blurred concept of levels. The true core is always the size and strength of the gravitational field, as well as the controlled gravity multiplier. The best aspect of this skill is that it can gather all gravitational directions within the entire gravitational field into a small area. The pressure endured in this area becomes extremely terrifying. At this moment, Lin Chen used a 10 times gravity multiplier, changing the crushing direction to the 4 walls of the entire corridor. This resulted in the entire outer wall of the residential building being crushed to ashes. Ghost wall? I just blew your walls away. After Lin Chen demolished all 4 walls, he was astonished to find that the entire residential building seemed unaffected. It neither collapsed nor poured down. It was completely unscientific. But to talk about science in this place, Lin Chen thought, was the most ridiculous thing. Continuing upstairs, Lin Chen found that the second floor had not changed much. It was still the red-painted wooden door, the reeds, and a portrait. Lin Chen frowned. Were the ghosts in this building so powerful? Even after the walls were torn down, they could still confuse him? However, just as Lin Chen was about to continue up to the third floor, he heard a sigh from behind him. Turning around, he saw that the portrait had somehow turned its back to him. In a daze, Lin Chen seemed to see a kind old lady giving him her last advice before parting, but the advice was in vain. In the end, it only earned her a sigh. At this moment, Lin Chen felt enlightened. The ghost wall he had encountered earlier must have been this old lady not wanting him to continue upstairs. This was a ghostly den, and above perhaps was the entrance to the ghost's lair. This old lady wanted to help him. Lin Chen suddenly remembered a saying: encountering a ghost wall may not be a bad thing. There might really be a good ghost protecting you. There is danger ahead, as if urging you to retreat. A good ghost sends you off. Only evil ghosts would open the door. Lin Chen sighed. I thanked the old lady in my heart. Upon reaching the real third floor, Lin Chen found that the situation was indeed different. The ghostly wall had disappeared. The lights in the corridor flickered for a few seconds before going out completely. He continued upward, reaching the fourth floor. Beneath Lin Chen's feet, the hard ground became soft, as if it had turned into a writhing pool of blood. Countless strange threads swam within the blood pool. Lin Chen suppressed the fear in his heart and continued to ascend. Upon reaching the fifth floor, the blood pool had risen to his calves, almost to his knees. At the same time, black strands of hair hung down from the ceiling, brushing against the back of Lin Chen's neck. The air was filled with a putrid, bloody stench. The entire space no longer resembled a corridor but felt like entering the belly of a devil. He continued upward until Lin Chen stepped onto the last step of the sixth floor. A door woven from countless blood plasma, minced flesh, and black hair swung open with a loud bang. Lin Chen knew he had arrived at his home. The ghostly lair was now wide open. Today, he had unlocked a new type of automatic awakening method called tightening the chrysanthemum. It turned out that when a person is startled, they really do unconsciously tighten their anal sphincter. As for me, I triggered it while dreaming in the middle of the night. The result, of course, was an instant painful awakening. Sigh, how bizarre. Lastly, I ask for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Lin Chen walked to the door of his home on the sixth floor. Without much hesitation, he pushed the door open. The door was not locked, or rather, even if it was, Lin Chen directly ignored it, as if there were indeed ghosts inside opening the door for him. The room was small and dim. A radio played a traditional opera, occasionally interrupted by static. The old-fashioned wall clock ticked away, and the entire room was permeated with a faint musty smell. This was a classic southern rental from the 1990s. Bang! 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 The clock suddenly chimed, and Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. As the clock struck, Lin Chen also saw dishes appearing on the wooden table in the center of the living room, and at the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. You have entered the ghostly lair. The current difficulty level is the highest for this instance. Please proceed with caution. Please note, there are special spiritual entities within this instance that will continuously affect your mental state and thoughts. Please closely monitor your san value. When your san value reaches 0, you will fall into eternal madness, lost within this instance, becoming part of the ghostly entities. Indeed, where one gets off the bus does matter. Getting off at other stops should also allow for the going home task to be completed. However, the difficulty would definitely not be as high as it is now. While pondering, Lin Chen once again saw 2 blood-red characters appear on the glass of the clock. Dinner. Going home for dinner? This instance task really does seem simple. Approaching the table, Lin Chen first opened his personal panel. Sure enough, he saw a hidden attribute unique to entering this type of instance. San value, a measure of your current mental stability and normal thinking ability, influenced by multiple factors such as mental attributes, occupational characteristics, and soul strength. Current san value 456321/483647. As expected, his san value was a bit terrifying. However, it had only been a little over half an hour since entering this instance. If he excluded the time spent on the ghost bus, he had actually been in the ghostly lair for less than 10 minutes, and nearly 30,000 san value had been consumed without him realizing it. He couldn't be careless. Lin Chen sat at the table, looking at the dishes. There was stir-fried liver, couple's lung slices, stir-fried kidney, and stir-fried intestines. Lin Chen also saw roasted brain. Although he wasn't picky about food, eating in this ghostly place still made him feel uneasy. He picked up a piece of kidney with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. And the next moment, an incredibly intense smell of blood filled his mouth. And at the same time, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Looking down, he saw a blood hole in his lower left abdomen that he didn't know had appeared, and it was gushing blood. Lin Chen was taken aback. The table full of dishes had now turned into a bloody scene, all made from his own organs. Eat. The blood characters on the table expanded further, seemingly enchanted, tempting Lin Chen to continue devouring his own entrails. Buzz, a cool sensation surged to his head, and in the next moment, Lin Chen's vision blurred. The blood characters on the table and the terrifying dishes all vanished. He maintained the posture of just having entered the room. Bang! Bang! The clock chimed, with the hour and minute hands pointing to 6 o'clock. It was all an illusion. But this illusion made Lin Chen completely unaware of when he had fallen into it. If it weren't for the effect of the immortal fruit, Lin Chen wouldn't have known what he would have faced in that illusion. Taking advantage of the moment he was still clear-headed, he opened the panel and was shocked to find that his sand value had changed. Current sand value for 565 321/4836 for 79. If the sand value he saw at that moment was real, then something had tampered with his data in the earlier illusion. His sand value was far greater than what he saw in the illusion, more than 10 times over. But at this moment, it had dropped to only 4.5 million. The human mind is sometimes so miraculous. When the Ming dynasty believes your limit is a certain number, often when you reach that number, you truly give up on yourself. In the illusion, his sand value was directly reduced by 1 digit. What a cunning ghost! If it weren't for the immortal fruit and the enormous soul strength given by Lin Yu, he might have really fallen for it, with his sand value plummeting by millions. As the clock chimed, this time, Lin Chen did not see the blood characters on the table, nor the dishes cooked from his own organs, because he wasn't sure if he had fallen into an illusion again. He was waiting. Lin Chen had completely lost patience for this side quest. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Another wave of clarity washed over his mind, and the scene before Lin Chen changed once more. Indeed, these evil spirits would not miss any opportunity to force him into an illusion. But this time, at the very next moment when the purification effect of the immortal fruit took effect, he uttered 2 obscure syllables. Those were the true words. Now, Lin Chen could use 8th tier spells with unlimited instant casting. It was even more outrageous than instant casting. It was almost as if with just a thought the spell was already formed. And the only spells that required Lin Chen to use the true words were forbidden spells. As the 2 true words fell, circles of spatial ripples instantly appeared around Lin Chen. In the next moment, the ripples rolled into huge waves, shattering the entire home space like a mirror. A rift leading to the underworld was torn open by Lin Chen. Crash! 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 Like 3 mirrors shattering, Lin Chen instantly broke through 3 layers of illusions. As the illusion shattered, Lin Chen noticed that everything around him was rapidly changing. The walls showed mottled cracks. Blood-red moss, like ghostly claws, grew wildly, covering the entire wall and the entrance of the corridor. The wails, seemingly from the depths of hell, echoed continuously in Lin Chen's ears. Forbidden spell, River of the Underworld Funeral. Even the River of the Underworld had yet to take shape, nearly opening a rift to the underworld world directly shattered the illusions enveloping Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen discovered that the illusion was not just 3 layers. As the rift to the underworld expanded further, terrifyingly cold waters of the River of the Underworld began to surge out. Lin Chen found everything around him becoming even more eerie and terrifying. It was as if he had entered another world. In the end, all illusions shattered completely. The entire world could no longer distinguish up from down or left from right. The air was thick with red dust and the strong scent of rust. Besides that, Lin Chen also saw countless ghostly apparitions surrounding the edges of the world, screaming in anguish. Amidst the countless spirits, Lin Chen also spotted more than a dozen spirit monsters, each hundreds of times larger than the other fierce ghosts and phantoms. One of the monsters was fleeing from Lin Chen at an incredibly terrifying speed, escaping from the river of the underworld that spewed from its gaping mouth. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Soul-capturing Ghost King. Those previous illusions must have been the work of this creature. The funeral of the river of the underworld was about to take shape, and a realization dawned on Lin Chen. In the end, it was still this absolute power's crushing force combined with absolute attribute restraint that could target these ghostly beings. However, this couldn't really be blamed on Lin Chen. On one hand, he had been focused on completing the task, naturally thinking more about it. On the other hand, it was also his first encounter with these ghostly monsters, so he wasn't very familiar with their mechanisms. Now it seemed that, although they were all quasi-emperor level monsters, spirit-type beings were indeed much trickier than those normal monsters. Of course, at this moment, they were no longer tricky for Lin Chen. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he looked towards the other massive shadows in the ghost's lair. Quasi-emperor level, at the very least, they were all top-tier king level. He couldn't help but wonder how many years this ghost's lair had existed to gather so many vengeful spirits and evil beings. Among these evil spirits, the powerful ones could seize Maureen energy and devour other evil spirits, naturally giving rise to so many ghost kings. When the countless shadows in the ghost's lair caught sight of Lin Chen's emotionless gaze, they all trembled in fear. However, fierce ghosts were still fierce ghosts. There was a difference from living beings. Even though they knew Lin Chen was not to be trifled with, their inherent brutality drove them to swarm towards him instead of fleeing. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had no interest in dealing with these small fry. The Ghost Kings thought Lin Chen was looking at them, but in reality, he was focused on a position far in the distance. Almost there, that was the limit he could currently control. Lin Chen pointed with one hand, and in the next moment, the position he had been gazing at shattered like a mirror. Another rift to the underworld was opened by Lin Chen. A terrifying chill burst forth, and in an instant, the countless evil ghosts and vengeful spirits at that location completely vanished. If the wrath of the Thunder God required withstanding divine might, and the fall of the great wilderness star needed the cooperation of asteroids, then the difficulty of the funeral of the river of the underworld, a necromancy forbidden spell, lay in the control of the cold air of the nine hells and the waters of the river of the underworld. Moreover, for the river of the underworld to take shape completely, it not only needed an opening but also an outlet. A river of the underworld with just one opening could at most summon the river and forcefully control enemy targets. Once the river of the underworld dissipated, everything would be meaningless. But with an additional outlet back to the realm of the underworld, the waters of the river would flow endlessly, washing away everything, taking everything away. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and in the next moment, Lin Yu's figure slowly emerged behind him. Lin Yu extended her right hand, resting it on Lin Chen's arm, her eyes glowing with a purple light. The next moment, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, his right hand outstretched. The distant outlet of the river of the underworld and the nearby entrance suddenly widened dozens of times. Boom! The deafening sound of rushing water roared from the entrance, then flowed towards the far-off outlet. In an instant, a magnificent river of the underworld, several kilometers wide and hundreds of kilometers long, emerged into existence. Where the waters of the river of the underworld flowed, all evil spirits and vengeful souls had no chance to struggle, being directly swept into it. Then, in the blink of an eye, they melted into the grim green waters, including those quasi-emperor-level Ghost Kings. Indeed, even if one of them was casually picked out, they could serve as the final boss of an ordinary descent dungeon, but before the river of the underworld, they were no different from those ordinary evil spirits. As soon as they are touched by the river, their massive bodies will emit a large amount of white mist, and what awaits them is the wailing as they are submerged by the river, ultimately disappearing completely. The river of the underworld equally devours every soul, regardless of your status. This is the terror of pure restraint skills. And next, the most exaggerated part was that Lin Chen saw the river of the underworld expanding in width and flow speed at a visibly rapid rate as it devoured a large number of spiritual beings. After several breaths, under the astonished gaze of Lin Chen and Lin Yu, the entire river of the underworld had expanded more than twice compared to when it first formed. This mechanism wasn't mentioned in the skill description at all. To devour spiritual beings and actually grow stronger? Lin Chen could clearly feel that not only was it growing stronger, but the duration of the entire river of the underworld was also longer. Could this be the legendary surprise that strong individuals encounter everywhere? However, Lin Chen soon discovered that there was more than one surprise. Originally, this river of the underworld was under his control. He only needed to move the inlet and outlet to direct its flow. But as the water rose, rushing forward like a flood, the entire river of the underworld had become uncontrollable. Like a wild horse that had broken free. The cold river water even crept up to Lin Chen's own ankles. Fortunately, Lin Chen only felt the bone-chilling cold of the river water. Beyond that, there were no other negative effects. Even if it was out of control, it could not harm the caster. You dare to destroy my soul nest. A chillingly sinister woman's voice suddenly rang in Lin Chen's ear. Lin Chen raised his eyes to the deepest part of this boundless ghost nest. There, he saw a woman's head, disheveled and entirely grayish-white. The head was connected to the outer barrier of the ghost nest, surrounded by countless ghostly claws and blood-red moss, which had concealed her presence from Lin Chen for a moment. Soul nest. Interesting, it means that these evil spirits and the Ghost King are all part of this woman's means of raising goo, and, in the end, they will also be devoured by her to strengthen herself. Lin Chen received a brief message from Lin Yu, explaining the origin of the so-called soul nest. Although Lin Yu had forgotten her origins, this knowledge imprinted in her mind had been preserved like a legacy. Lin Chen's gaze fell on that grayish-white ghostly figure, and he felt a jolt of energy. Not only should one not judge a person by their appearance, but the same goes for ghosts. Just a woman's head, and its status was actually at the royal level. The difference between royal and quasi-royal levels is not something that can be compared. This female ghost was already a monster of the same level as Ike's. Judging from the difficulty of the Extinction Level 3 dungeon, this should be the final boss of this dungeon. It finally arrived. Lin Chen had been waiting for a long time. The river of the underworld continued to expand. Even if he lost control over it, devouring the entire ghost nest's soul nest was just a matter of time. However, that ghost queen was not as foolish as other ghost kings. Upon seeing the terrifying river of the underworld, she did not rush forward to seek death. She cast a deeply resentful glance at Lin Chen, and then Lin Chen noticed that the entire ghost nest began to move. It seemed to be rapidly distancing itself from him. To be precise, it was avoiding the river of the underworld. No matter how terrifying a skill is, it has an end to its duration. She was waiting for that moment to temporarily evade. the danger, and then tear apart the human who had destroyed her century-long accumulation, enslave their soul, and torment them for eternity. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. He didn't expect that the entire ghost nest was part of this ghost queen. She was actually residing in the sealed community with the entire ghost nest. Lin Chen certainly could not just watch her escape. With just a thought, a terrifying chill spread throughout the entire ghost nest. That was not the chill brought by the river of the underworld, but a tangible, terrifying low temperature. Ice Age. With the thought, the spell was cast. Ice system, 8th rank, freeze everything, every trip to the bathroom is torture, especially these past few days with constipation, it's truly painful. But I won't stop updating, so I'm asking for a wave of recommendation votes and monthly tickets to give the child some psychological comfort. QAQ. Ice Age is an ice-type 8th tier spell. Although it's not as terrifying as Black Ice, this spell excels in its control ability, having a large range while maintaining excellent control effects. Lin Chen saw many vengeful spirits that had not yet been drawn into the river of Hades, all completely frozen by this spell, unable to move. However, for that ghost emperor, it seemed that the non-deformed 8th tier ice spells were still somewhat lacking. After all, his weapon enchantment wasn't that great. Against spiritual beings, not only was the damage reduced by 50%, but the effect mechanism was also weakened. Ice Age only slowed the Ghost Emperor down a bit, but overall, he was still continuously distancing himself. Facing this situation, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, because now, aside from ice-type spells, he had other control methods at his disposal. In fact, in certain situations, the control effect of gravity-type spells was even stronger than that of ice. Buzz, an invisible gravitational field instantly spread out, enveloping the entire ghost nest. Lin Chen suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Gravity Crush. The gray-white Ghost Emperor and everything within a 10-meter radius of her were instantly crushed and deformed by the terrifying gravity. Crack. Lin Chen heard an incredibly crisp sound of bones breaking. The Ghost Emperor, who had been glaring at Lin Chen with a resentful gaze, had her neck brutally snapped. Flesh and bone separated, leaving only a head of black hair facing Lin Chen. The gravitational pressure in the area affected by Gravity Crush was evenly distributed, but the Ghost Emperor was the exception, because she was the target of Lin Chen's gravitational resonance. The gravitational pressure she endured was complete and uncompromised. Even if the effect was reduced by 50% due to her being a spiritual being, the gravity applied to her was still 49.5 times. The pain of her neck being broken made her scream. However, at the same time, she seemed to exhibit the terrifying potential and explosive power of a royal-level being. Under such immense pressure, she could still slowly attempt to escape. But the next moment, she was shocked to find that the distance between her and Lin Chen was actually decreasing. And as the distance closed, she felt her speed towards that terrifying human increasing as well. Gravitational manipulation. The direction of gravity within the field was entirely controlled by Lin Chen. After confirming that Gravity Crush couldn't stop her, Lin Chen simply changed the direction of gravity. Gravity from all directions centered around him. He was the source of gravity. This was the first time Lin Chen used this skill to change the direction of gravity, and it felt quite refreshing. It was rather useful. Universal attraction. Why you don't come any closer? The Ghost Emperor was completely panicked. She could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the river of Hades. Roar. Not choosing to run away, but actively coming closer? Lin Chen smirked, uttering a line reminiscent of a certain infamous villain. The Ghost Emperor was nearly driven to the brink by Lin Chen's taunt. Why don't you let me escape? However, it was already too late, because between her and Lin Chen lay a continuously expanding river of Hades. Poof! A Ghost Emperor successfully fell into the water. The next moment, Lin Chen heard countless horrifying screams, wails, curses, and moans. Although the Ghost Emperor appeared small, upon touching the river of Hades, tens of thousands, even millions of white souls instantly escaped from her body. These were her accumulations, over hundreds of years, and these escaping souls were quickly submerged by the river water. After a few more screams, the Ghost Emperor's body gradually became ethereal, and finally, she shattered into pieces, disappearing without a trace. The Ghost Emperor has fallen. The funeral of the river of Hades, terrifying indeed. It seems that entering this kind of spirit-type dungeon in the future, a river of the dead, will truly allow for rampant killing all the way through. Boom! Lin Chen heard the sound of numerous buildings collapsing. As the Ghost Emperor dissipated, the entire ghost nest, along with everything outside of it, crumbled and vanished. This was a realm originating from the gray-white Ghost Emperor's true form, and with her dissipating, the realm naturally could not be maintained any longer. After everything faded away, Lin Chen found himself suspended high in the air. He could overlook the entire Fengmen community. The river of the dead still existed, and after absorbing the Ghost Emperor, it had become even wider. Lin Chen saw white wandering souls drifting up from every corner. These people had blank, dazed expressions, clearly having been lost in this place for a long time. Seizing this opportunity, they also wished to cross to the other shore and undergo the next reincarnation. Among the countless wandering souls, Lin Chen spotted two familiar figures. One was a balding uncle in a tank top floating towards the river of the dead with a look of relief on his face. Xia Jisheng, paralyzed in bed during his lifetime, died of severe asthma. His last wish was for his son to cut his nails for him while he was on the sickbed. Lin Yu's voice echoed in Lin Chen's heart. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with purple light as she softly recounted this man's brief life story. This balding uncle was indeed the one Lin Chen had seen earlier in the security guard's duty room. As for the other familiar figure, it was a kind-looking old lady. Wu Shoulan died of heart disease. She lived alone for many years until she was found dead in her home, and none of her sons had returned home. Later, they quarreled endlessly over her meager inheritance, brothers turning against each other. The old lady seemed to sense Lin Chen's gaze and slightly turned her head to look over. The smile on her face was even more radiant than that in her portrait. Lin Chen nodded at her. In her next life, she will have a happy family with filial children. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. He wasn't surprised that Lin Yu could search souls, but for her to know about others' future lives seemed a bit exaggerated, didn't it? Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, Lin Yu lowered her head, like a child who had made a mistake, and flipped her hand to reveal a crystal-clear object. At first glance, it looked like a crystallized mineral shaped like a finger. Just now, after that ghost emperor dissipated, I fished this out of the river. It seems very useful to me. Lin Chen nodded, not blaming Lin Yu. She had no memories of the past, and whether in battle or in action, she tended to act on instinct. So, Lin Chen didn't hold it against her. If this thing was truly useful to her, then it was fine to give it to her directly. At this point, Lin Yu had already become an indispensable part of his combat strength. Suddenly, a series of notification sounds rang out, leaving Lin Chen no time to check what good items the Ghost Emperor had dropped that made Lin Yu so eager. You have defeated the highest difficulty ghost Emperor Su Shanshan of the Fengmen Ghost Nest. All threats in the dungeon have been eliminated. The main quest conditions are considered fully achieved. Congratulations, you have cleared the dungeon. White Knight Horror. Clearing performance. Dungeon completion assessment in progress. Assessment complete. Now, starting to settle the rewards for the dungeon. Dungeon clearing time, 0 days 0 hours 19 minutes 42 seconds 22. Main quest completion rate, 100%. Hidden quest completion rate, 0%. Dungeon clearing evaluation, SSS level. SSS level dungeon clearing rating reward extraction in progress. You have received an entry invitation to the special dungeon, Cloud Top Entertainment City, 9th floor. Lin Chen let out a breath. This dungeon was over. It had only taken a little over half an hour, which was already an astonishing clearing record for the dungeon. Lin Chen looked at Lin Yu. Can I take a look at that thing? Don't worry, it's still yours. I don't want it. Lin Yu shook her head and said blankly, I just instinctively feel that it is useful to me. But if you want it, I can give it to you. As she spoke, Lin Yu handed over the translucent object, about the size of a segment of an ordinary person's pinky finger. Lin Chen focused his gaze, but soon a series of question marks appeared in his mind. Analyzing this item requires 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Chen was taken aback. It was another item that required time to decipher. He realized that the items that the all-knowing eye could analyze were related to her own job change and level. Once the target he was observing was significantly higher than his level, it would take time to slowly interpret. As his level continued to rise, many items that previously required reading time would likely turn into instant information. Lin Chen shook his head, losing interest in the bone fragment. It must be a good item. Since it was useful to Lin Yu, he decided not to think too much about it and just give it to her. Lin Chen suddenly realized something. He had already cleared this dungeon. Why had he not been teleported out? His original goal was to speedrun, and now that the goal was achieved, Lin Chen wanted to leave immediately. He had chosen to exit the dungeon actively just moments ago, but now, there was no response. The rewards for clearing an SSS-level dungeon should have been issued, yet they were still delayed. Just as a bad premonition surged in Lin Chen's heart, and he began to wonder if everything he was experiencing at that moment, including summoning the river of the underworld, slaying the Ghost Emperor, and clearing the dungeon, was just an illusion. Suddenly, the entire Ghost Mist Ridge began to undergo earth-shattering changes. Crash! The river of the underworld had purified all the vengeful souls and evil spirits in the sealed ghost nest, but at this moment, the rolling waves of the river of the underworld swallowed the entire sealed community. Then, flowing along the road by the cliff from which it came, it rushed onward. Lin Chen, he had already seen the outcome. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Chen saw everything in the entire sealed community below melting away like snow under the blazing sun. Subsequently, the forests and parks shrouded in white mist in the distance, everything began to dissolve and disappear in the river of the underworld. Dungeon adjustment notice. Attention all practitioners of Blue Star. Due to special reasons, the special descent dungeon, White Knight Horror 5th layer has had its structure severely damaged and will be permanently removed from the Descent Dungeon series starting today. From now on, all practitioners will no longer be able to enter this dungeon and the clearing record leaderboard for this dungeon will be moved to the Hall of Historical Figures. The names of practitioners who cleared this dungeon and created the clearing record will be honored in the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame, Descent Dungeon Leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations, you have made it to the Global Dungeon Hall of Fame for the 4th time. Your title, Triple Crown, has been upgraded. You have obtained a new title, Quadruple Crown. Lin Chen was speechless. This time he really didn't do it on purpose. Who would have thought that the river of the underworld, which had swallowed countless ghost kings and a ghost emperor, would escape his control and also blow up the entire dungeon? What should he do if he felt cursed? He had awakened the innate ability to blow up dungeons? It seemed that not many of the dungeons he had cleared had escaped disaster. Well, but this dungeon was originally controlled by the East Japan, and after it was blown up, it was not the Great Xia that suffered huge losses. Thinking this way, Lin Chen instantly felt at ease. Haha, not only do I want to take advantage of your descent dungeon, but after clearing it, I also want to destroy the bridge after crossing the river and blow up your entire dungeon. However, just as Lin Chen thought the dungeon had exploded and he should be able to leave, he saw that the cliff was engulfed by a thick white mist like clouds. The white mist surged and spread, instantly obscuring everything around Lin Chen. Visibility dropped to just a meter or two around him. Then, Lin Chen felt as if the world had turned upside down. The boundless cliff that was originally to his right had somehow moved into the sky. The abyss, spewing white mist, resembled a terrifying beast, opening a massive mouth. It bit down. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt a dizzying spin. It was exactly the same sensation he had when entering a dungeon. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him had hardly changed. It was still the endless, eerie white mist. However, it seemed that the area he could move in was no longer just a road by the cliff. Roar! A distant, strange roar echoed through the mist, the source of which was unknown. The entire environment became even more elusive. You have entered the special descent dungeon, Bottomless Ghost Abyss. Current dungeon level, LV. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Ha! Not only had he not left the White Knight horror dungeon, but he had also entered another dungeon. Moreover, this dungeon had 2 question marks, which meant it was at least a level 10 or higher descent dungeon. Lin Chen had heard that some descent dungeons were layered, with one dungeon encompassing another. Although there was a connection between the 2 dungeons, it was nearly impossible to enter another dungeon through this method. Such occurrences were recorded to happen only once in a million. Encountering such a 1 in a million event, Lin Chen couldn't decide if he was lucky or unlucky. Lin Yu drew the Soul's Lament and stood in front of Lin Chen, actively starting to scout ahead. The two walked through the mist, occasionally hearing eerie roars from afar, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. Lin Chen was fully alert. However, upon entering this dungeon, no tasks or hints had been issued. They could only explore step by step. Thud, thud. The ground trembled slightly and Lin Chen heard muffled footsteps. Lin Yu raised a hand, signaling to stop and observe the situation before proceeding. Lin Chen remained silent, fixated on the direction from which the footsteps came. Then, he saw a terrifying limb, over 10 meters thick, stepping not far from them. The limb was covered in hard, black growths that trembled as the giant creature moved, as if something inside was quietly hatching. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Just from seeing this massive limb, he was certain the monster walking in the white mist had reached the royal tier. Not the kind of miscellaneous fish at the quasi-royal tier, but a genuine royal tier. Like Ike's and that previous ghost emperor. In this cursed place, did even a wandering monster reach the royal tier level? Today was a bit better, and this segment of the plot was nearing its most explosive climax. Due to typing on his phone, he couldn't check for typos, so he asked the readers to help catch any mistakes, and once he was discharged from the hospital, he would correct everything in one go. Lastly, he requested a wave of recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Adhering to the principle of avoiding provoking royal tier monsters whenever possible, Lin Chen held his breath and focused, choosing not to attack actively. What if this giant creature was just passing by and had no intention of harming them? This dungeon was too bizarre. It was better to be cautious. However, the trees may wish for calm, but the wind does not cease. He had no malice, but the monster had its own thoughts. Lin Chen noticed that its enormous 8 limbs no longer lifted, it simply stood still. The growths on the limb trembled incessantly, seemingly gathering some information to transmit to the monster's brain. Lin Chen suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if something was quietly watching him. He turned around abruptly and saw a scaly, terrifying snake face directly in front of him. Hiss! The snake's mouth flicked out a black tongue, and 7 or 8 similar snake faces emerged from the mist above. This monster had massive tentacles resembling those of an octopus, but its head seemed to be composed of hundreds of fierce giant pythons. The creature remained silent, its 7 or 8 snake faces displaying various expressions, but the dozens of vertical snake eyes were filled with malice. Lin Chen sighed. This was bad. Perhaps the snake-headed octopus monster hadn't been targeting them before, but now it might have already taken him and Lin Yu as food. A battle seemed inevitable. And once the fight broke out, Lin Chen wasn't sure if the noise and light would attract even more troublesome monsters. Just as Lin Chen was about to initiate the River of Oblivion as a sign of respect, the next moment he saw an emotion called shock in the monster's snake eyes. Soon, shock turned into horror. Then, before Lin Chen could even react, the 7 or 8 giant python heads were swiftly retracted. At the same time, the 8 thick octopus tentacles began to tremble violently. Even if he was slow to react, Lin Chen realized that the monster was actually afraid, not of him, but of Lin Yu beside him. With a loud bang, Lin Chen saw one of the monster's massive tentacles snap off at the base. A torrent of dark, foul-smelling blood gushed out, staining the heavy white mist around Lin Chen and Lin Yu with a deep black hue. Thud! The falling giant tentacle crashed to the ground, still writhing. But the snake-headed octopus monster's main body had already taken the opportunity to flee far away. Hiss! Lin Chen glanced at Lin Yu, who also looked bewildered. He couldn't understand and was greatly shocked. Lin Yu's apparent strength was only at the king level. In this dungeon, where emperor-level beings were everywhere and quasi-emperor-level creatures were as common as dogs, Lin Chen felt that Lin Yu was somewhat lagging behind in terms of version strength. Who would have thought that this emperor-level monster would be so frightened just by catching a glimpse of Lin Yu in the mist? It ran away in a panic, even willing to sever a limb to escape. What kind of magic power did Lin Yu possess? I don't know why either, but I always feel like this place is so familiar, as if I'd been here before. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Lin Yu's eyes, but more was still confusion. Then, she extended her hand and pointed in a direction. I have a feeling that if we go that way, we can get out. Lin Chen nodded, choosing to unconditionally believe her. He became increasingly curious about Lin Yu's past. It turned out that the direction Lin Yu chose was likely correct, because Lin Chen noticed that the deeper they went, the thicker the white mist became. Moreover, the number of monsters appearing in the mist was also increasing. These monsters were all exceptionally large and possessed at least 2 biological characteristics. Lin Chen even saw a long, slender creature over 150 meters tall, with 4 or 5 siren-like horns for a head. The siren-headed monster required the all-knowing eye to gaze for over 10 seconds before it would provide any information. Its rank was no longer just emperor level, it was approaching the peak emperor level. However, along the way, countless terrifying giant-stitched monsters would instantly retreat and flee in panic upon seeing Lin Yu or even sensing her presence. They didn't dare harbor even the slightest hint of malice. For a moment, wherever Lin Chen and Lin Yu passed, all monsters retreated. Without having to engage in battles with emperor-level beings, Lin Chen felt considerably relieved. The two were thus able to charge through the white mist without looking back. It was unclear how long they had been walking, but Lin Chen soon noticed that the white mist around him and Lin Yu was becoming increasingly thin. At the end of his line of sight, he could vaguely see the black outline of a giant structure. As they approached, Lin Chen was astonished to discover that the so-called giant structure was a door. To be precise, it was a massive bronze door intricately carved with numerous ornate patterns and countless runes. The giant door reached the sky, its top disappearing into the eternal white mist above the abyss, and its width was impossible to determine. The bronze giant door blocked the path of the two, and it seemed that this was already the end of the entire bottomless ghost abyss. A gentle breeze blew by, completely dispersing all the white mist. In front of the bronze door, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew serious. In front of the bronze door stood a petite figure dressed in a stunning red outfit. She looked just like a cute little girl, obediently standing with her head down, waiting for someone to arrive. Of course, Lin Chen was certain that this little girl was not human, but a ghost. As if sensing the arrival of Lin Chen and Lin Yu, the little girl slowly lifted her originally drooping head. Lin Chen saw her face, which was as exquisite as glass, delicate like a work of art. The girl's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. The moment Lin Chen saw her gaze, he was instantly stunned. In the girl's ghostly eyes, there was a massive swirling vortex of white mist, constantly spinning. A terrifying sense of oppression that Lin Chen had never felt before suddenly spread out. Peak Emperor stage? No, that's not right. It's the semi-Emperor stage. The limited information feedback from the all-knowing eye indicated that this little girl had already broken through the Emperor stage and was half a step into the Emperor stage. Was this the final boss of this instance? Lin Chen had never encountered a monster at the semi-Emperor stage before. Although he still had confidence that he would ultimately win in a fight, it would definitely not be as easy as slaughtering the Grey-White Ghost Emperor before. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen realized he had underestimated the terrifying nature of Lin Yu's background, because, right before his eyes, the Ghost Emperor actually knelt down, placing her hands on her chest and bowed deeply to Lin Yu. Lin Chen was completely shocked. It was one thing for all the ghosts to retreat. Now the Ghost Emperor was bowing to Lin Yu? Qian. Lin Yu removed the helmet she was wearing and carefully examined the little girl in front of her, finally uttering a name. This was a small fragment of memory that had been sealed in her mind, awakening to inform her. Upon hearing Lin Yu call out this name, Lin Chen clearly saw the little girl tremble slightly. When she lifted her head again, her eyes, filled with endless ghostly depths and countless white mist, actually sparkled with tears. A smile appeared on her exquisitely carved little face. Sister, you finally came. Xian has been here, waiting for so long. So long. The little girl spoke with genuine emotion, her eyes reflecting Lin Yu's longing and attachment without a hint of pretense. Lin Yu, do you remember anything? Who is she? Lin Chen asked. Lin Yu shook her head. I don't know. I just know that I have been here before and I know her name. Before Lin Chen could respond, the little girl in red looked over, a cold glint flashing in her ghostly eyes. Who are you? Forget it, it doesn't matter. A pitch-black slash suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flying straight towards Lin Chen's heart. However, in the next moment, Lin Yu stepped forward, blocking Lin Chen. The little girl in red showed a look of astonishment on her face and quickly retracted her attack. She didn't want to harm Lin Yu, but Lin Yu's sword tip was already pressed against the little girl's throat. Her entire demeanor was imposing, her eyes icy. She no longer had the confusion she had when she called out the little girl's name. The little girl's delicate face suddenly fell, her mouth pouting, and tears as big as beans streamed down her face, filled with grievance. Sister, She looked at Lin Chen, both anxious and angry, her jealousy evident. Are you going to kill Qian for a stranger? Boo-hoo. Seeing the little girl cry so sadly, Lin Yu's expression softened slightly, but her tone remained cold. He is my most important person. No one can harm him, even you. If you have that thought, I will still kill. The little girl was completely dumbfounded. She glanced at Lin Chen again, then stomped her foot and stuck out her tongue, making a face at him. Lin Chenming felt that the little girl was now just jealous of her, but the murderous intent towards her had completely vanished. Sister, come in. It's time to reclaim a part of your power. The little girl turned around, her palm touching the massive bronze door, and in the next moment, Lin Chen saw countless patterns on the bronze door slowly light up. A heavy and ancient humming sound echoed, and the bronze giant door opened a crack. Even though it was just a gap, it was already several dozen meters wide. It was hard to imagine what kind of existence forged this giant door and just how enormous it truly was. Behind the door was a dark void. It looked like there was nothing there, but the wind blowing from within made Lin Chen shiver. This was a deathly aura more intense than the waters of the river Styx. A living person brushed by. Such a sinister wind would feel their soul unsettled, fragile, and it wouldn't be surprising if they fell into a coma, their soul leaving their body. A beam of white light flew out from Lin Yu's body, and Lin Chen could see clearly that it was the finger bone Lin Yu had fished out from the river Styx earlier. The white light flew into the bronze door, tracing a path, and the little girl Qian took Lin Yu's hand, slowly walking towards the door following this path. Lin Chen stepped forward, wanting to follow, but Qian suddenly turned back, making a face and saying, Are you sure you want to come in? Didn't you see the words on the door saying no living beings allowed? Lin Chen, he couldn't understand these words from the abyss at all. And does your no living beings allowed really mean this? Lin Chen was still somewhat worried about Lin Yu, but Qian's next words made him feel a chill down his spine. You really are tired of living this life and want to start the next one, right? I won't stop you, but don't say I didn't warn you in advance. Lin Chen frowned. Directly starting the next life? Does stepping through this bronze door mean reincarnation, a rebirth? It's fine, I should be out soon. Lin Yu looked back and nodded at Lin Chen. As Lin Chen gained more and more skills, unlocked more and more forbidden spells, and encountered increasingly powerful enemies, Lin Yu herself felt somewhat powerless. She was struggling to keep up with Lin Chen's fighting pace. After all, she was still not strong enough. She also yearned to grow stronger, to become another ultimate trump card for Lin Chen. So, she wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, even if everything she was about to face was unknown to her. In the end, Lin Chen stopped at the door, watching Lin Yu and Qian disappear behind it. Caw caw caw. A series of hoarse and unpleasant noises, mixed with the sound of flapping wings, came through. Lin Chen looked up and saw hundreds of gigantic, monstrous birds flying into the bronze door. However, as soon as their bodies entered the range behind the bronze door, their wings vanished, and their flesh rotted away. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into bird corpses that looked like they had been dead for over a decade, reduced to mere bones. A few seconds later, even the skeletal remains disappeared, without a trace. It was as if, in those brief seconds, they had lived through decades, even centuries. Their lifespans were instantly consumed, from life to death, merely a blink of an eye. Lin Chen was shocked. Fortunately, he heeded the advice. He didn't really go in, otherwise, with a human lifespan, he surely wouldn't withstand such a terrifying aging phenomenon. Thankfully, Lin Yu had never lied to him. Minutes later, in the darkness, Lin Chen saw two graceful figures, hand in hand, walking out. Qian was still dressed in red, her features exquisite, but she was no longer a child. Instead, she had transformed into a girl who looked about 12 or 13, in the bloom of youth. The other person holding her hand was the equally transformed Lin Yu. The black battle armor she had worn was gone, replaced by a set of loose-fitting light armor. Without the cover of heavy armor, the girl's graceful figure appeared even more stunning. Indeed, Lin Yu's face had hardly changed. She was still the breathtaking beauty she had always been. However, the previously silver hair seemed to have grown a bit longer, now reaching her waist. Lin Yu saw Lin Chen and her body visibly trembled for a moment. A layer of mist covered her rose-colored eyes. It seemed she had 1,000 words to share with him. Her steps quickened. Soon, Lin Chen felt a rush of fragrant wind as Lin Yu tightly embraced him. In the end, those 1,000 words transformed into 4 simple ones. I'm back. Lin Chen's heartstrings were touched and he gently patted Lin Yu's back. Perhaps he had only waited a few minutes at the door. But for Lin Yu, it might have felt like decades or even a century. No wonder she missed him so much. Congratulations! Your summon entity, Lin Yu, has advanced. Lin Yu's rank has been elevated to Imperial. Lin Yu has gained a new passive skill, Sovereign Presence. Lin Yu has gained new active skills, Graceful Liberation, Death Resistance, 6 Paths of No Thought. Lin Yu's attributes have received a massive boost, and her existing passive and active skills have advanced. Exclusive weapon, Soul's Elegy, has significantly increased its attributes by absorbing souls. As usual, this was typed on a phone, so if there are any typos, I hope the readers can help catch them. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly tickets. A series of notifications left Lin Chen in deep shock. He had no idea what Lin Yu had experienced behind the bronze door, or what new powers she had gained. But from his perspective, he had only been apart from Lin Yu for a few minutes. She had become so powerful. Although there was only one major rank difference between the king and imperial ranks, the gap in strength could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. When Lin Chen opened Lin Yu's panel, he was even more astonished. Lin Yu level, LV.120 rank, Imperial Health. 64-236-000/64-236-000 mana 2011-000/2011-000 attack power 248-856 defense power 302-954 magic resistance 294-423 passive skills soul cutting call of 1,000 souls sovereign presence active skills death spirit sword chi epitaph no spirit land graceful liberation 6 paths of no thought / remarks the highest monarch of the death spirit realm, but she seems to have forgotten her past. Lin Chen scratched his head, rubbed his eyes, and looked over Lin Yu's basic attributes again. Incredible! This was even more terrifying than a boss. Not to mention the over 60 million health points, just her armor and magic resistance meant that almost no attack could harm her. It made the latter feel a bit embarrassed. A blush appeared on her snow-white neck. In truth, Lin Yu was very happy inside. If he sees me in his eyes, he must also hold me in his heart. Beside them, Xian clicked her tongue and pouted. If it weren't Lin Chen standing in front of Lin Yu at that moment, which man would dare to look at his sister like that? She would have sent him off to be reincarnated long ago. Sigh, what to do with a love-struck sister? It's urgent, I'm waiting online. On the other side, Lin Chen also began to check Lin Yu's skills. First, several skills that she originally had received explosive enhancements. The first was the Death Spirit Space. At this moment, the entire Death Spirit Space had expanded many times over. If it had felt a bit cramped to fit a frost dragon before, now it could accommodate hundreds of frost dragons side by side. Then there was Lin Yu's passive skill, Call of 1,000 Souls. The attribute value bonus obtained from all servants and dependents increased from 10% to 25%. This might also explain why Lin Yu's basic attributes were so explosive now. Soul. Cutting-S damage effect to souls had also changed from being equal to physical damage to 200% soul damage. For many tank-like monsters, Lin Yu could likely kill them with a single ordinary sword strike, ignoring their health entirely. Finally, there were several new skills. Lin Chen looked on and felt that his previous imagination about the necromancy system was still somewhat lacking. If Lin Yu was previously the ruler commanding the disaster undead, then at this moment, she had become the ancestor of all spiritual and undead beings. Supreme Rule Type Passive Skill Rank 8th Rank Effect. You have absolute dominion over all spiritual and undead beings within a radius of 100 meters that do not exceed the highest Royal Rank. Note, Thunder and Rain, all are the grace of the ruler. Then there were several active skills. Among them, the skill 6 Paths of No Thought / had turned into a small essay, leaving Lin Chen dizzy. However, Lin Chen still saw the ranks of these active skills. 9th rank. This meant that Lin Yu's current offensive capabilities had also reached the level of forbidden spells. Lin Yu's combat power was probably not much inferior to his own. When facing spiritual beings, she might even be fiercer than him. While Lin Chen was happy, he also felt a bit of heartache. During the time he didn't know what had happened, she must have worked very hard, right? Lin Yu seemed to sense Lin Chen's thoughts and quickly communicated with him in her heart. No, it wasn't very hard. I accepted a certain inheritance, but I don't even remember what it was. I only know that there are 3 other places of inheritance waiting for me to go. During the inheritance, I was just waiting very painfully. Xian rolled her eyes. She didn't need to think to know what the two were communicating about, but she just had to interrupt. I say, how long do you want to chat with my sister? This inheritance ruin is already useless, and I don't need to stay here any longer. Don't you want to go out? Lin Chen looked at Chen Chen and asked, how do we get out? Lin Chen didn't ask Lin Yu what was behind that bronze door, what the inheritance was, or if she had learned any secrets, because he was sure that if Lin Yu knew, she would have told him everything without him needing to ask. The trust between the two of them needed no words. Hearing Lin Chen's question, Chen Qian's face showed a sly expression. It's simple, just beg me. Although she had grown up, she still seemed to have a childlike heart. Qian Chen. Lin Yu gently scolded her. She wouldn't draw her sword against Qian Qian anymore. Their relationship had improved. But in front of Lin Chen, she would still unconditionally stand by his side. Qian Qian's expression fell again. Got it. The next moment, she waved her right hand. Suddenly, the white mist of the bottomless ghost abyss surged wildly towards her. The three of them instantly became the center of a white mist tornado. Minutes later, everything in the ghost abyss was clearly revealed to Lin Chen. He had previously thought it was a mountainous area, but there were piles of white bones there. Some of those bones belonged to humans, some to beasts, and many more belonged to the stitched giants that wandered aimlessly in the ghost abyss all day long. It's too boring to stay here alone. These were all created by Qian Shen in her spare time. It also serves the purpose of guarding the relic. As the whiteness dissipated, countless stitched giants stood bewildered beneath the ghost abyss, seemingly not knowing what to do. Qian, we're about to leave. I still feel a bit reluctant to kill these little cuties. What should we do? Forget it, let's just destroy them all. It wouldn't be good if certain beings followed the traces and found my sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Don't kill them, give them to Lin Yu. Qian tilted her head in confusion. It wasn't until Lin Chen transferred Lin Yu to the undead space right in front of her that Qian looked at Lin Chen with newfound respect. You actually have a completely independent small world? I've never seen anything like it. Lin Yu laughed and said, do you want to come in and keep me company? Qian's face showed wild joy. Of course. In this life, Qian must be with my sister and never be separated again. Lin Yu continued to maintain her smile. Then, let's sign a contract. Lin Chen was stunned that he always felt that Lin Yu's mind had become more mature, no longer that naive and innocent girl. She could even pua now. Qian, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Chen and shook her head frantically. No. Impossible. I would never sign a contract with this human. Lin Yu's smile remained even brighter. That's fine, just sign with me, it's the same. Okay. Lin Chen. Watching the two form their destined contract, Lin Chen was speechless. Well, no matter what, it seemed he now had an assistant at the quasi-emperor level who didn't quite listen to him but did listen to Lin Yu, and over 10,000 royal-level stitched giants. Soon, the contract between Lin Yu and Qian was completed. Qian also gained a surname, which was also Lin. At first, she was very reluctant, but after Lin Yu said a few words, she half-heartedly accepted her new name. After contracting with Lin Qian, Lin Yu naturally gained control over all the stitched giants in the abyss of the undead. A flash of purple light flickered in her eyes, and in an instant, all the stitched giants were transferred to the necromantic space, becoming part of her disaster army. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. He noticed Lin Yu's overall attributes had surged again. To be honest, he was a bit tempted by those numbers. Sometimes, you don't need too many flashy skills, just relying on the numbers alone is already pure and invincible power. The eternal white mist below the abyss was taken away by Lin Qian, and all the stitched giants were recalled. Lin Chen turned to glance at the massive bronze door that was slowly dissipating. He could already see a copy light screen slowly emerging. Once the bronze door completely disappeared, he should be able to leave this place. The gains from this dungeon run were explosive. Well, the only regret was that the White Knight Nightmare never dropped any equipment materials. Previously, Lin Chen thought it was because it was a level 0 dungeon, so it wouldn't drop equipment materials. But now it seemed that even the 5th layer of the abyss didn't drop any. Just as Lin Chen was thinking this, the massive bronze door completely vanished. The dungeon light screen appeared, and Lin Chen stepped forward, leaving the dungeon. The moment he left the abyss of the undead, a series of prompts flooded his mind. At the same time, he realized he had arrived at a special dungeon reward settlement space. A golden treasure chest quietly sat in front of him. SSS level completion rewards have been extracted. You have received the following rewards. 1. S-level Abyss Treasury opened. You will receive 3 random pieces of armor equipment or 1 weapon, accessory equipment, all within level 120 and below the sun grade. 2. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Select 2 epic level special materials. 2. Gain 10,000 skill points and 5,000 specialization points. 3. Choose 1 piece of equipment within level 120 and below epic grade. Armor, weapon, accessory unrestricted. For after your next job change is completed, you will definitely receive a passive skill, and the rarity of that passive skill will be enhanced. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. It really couldn't be without rewards. So the equipment and materials from the Abyss dungeon were distributed like this. They were based on the completion rating. Lin Chen stepped forward, bent down, grabbed the lid of the golden treasure chest with both hands, and flung it open. The next moment, Lin Chen was blinded by the golden light that burst forth from the chest. Wow! Golden legend! As the golden light faded, Lin Chen saw a jade green dagger quietly lying in the chest. This should be the first reward, 3 random pieces of armor or 1 weapon, accessory. Not bad luck, he actually got a weapon. The value of weapons and accessories is higher than that of armor because the chance of encountering armor with set effects is too low. Lin Chen picked up the dagger. This time, the dagger didn't need to be identified with all-knowing eye. Because it was just a sun-grade dagger, however, it came with special effects and was indestructible. It should fetch a good price. Lin Chen stored the dagger in his personal space and then pondered over the second reward, wondering what to choose. First, he ruled out the skill point reward, but judging by the amount given, it was clear that farming the Abyss Dungeon was indeed the fastest way for an ordinary practitioner to grow stronger. 10,000 skill points was not a small sum. As for the epic materials, he wasn't particularly lacking in those either, so he could pass on that too. The only dilemma was whether to choose 3 or 4. Number 3 should allow him to select the Annihilation set. The 3-piece set would significantly boost his damage output, greatly enhancing his current normal output. But number 4 also looked quite tempting. I'll choose the last one. Lin Chen suddenly heard Lin Yu's voice in his mind. Lin Chen was taken aback. You know this is the best choice? No, I know that after hesitating for a long time, you would still choose this. I just wanted to tell you in advance. Lin Chen, is this how you use the ability to foresee the future? This was Lin Yu's new skill, Epitaph. Epitaph type, active skill rank, 9th rank cost. None cooldown, 1 hour effect, activate reincarnation foreknowledge, allowing you to glimpse events that will happen in the near future. Duration of reincarnation foreknowledge, 30 seconds. Current degree of future insight, 0 to 15 seconds ahead. Note, King Crimson. Lin Chen felt a bit envious of this skill. Future sight. It was top-tier observation hockey. During battles, Lin Yu with this skill would be terrifying. During its duration, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was invincible. Since Lin Yu had already told him, the final answer after all the deliberation was to choose 4. Lin Chen didn't think much longer and directly selected 4. Betting on the future, he could still find ways to collect the Annihilation set, but a passive skill with a higher rarity was rare. Moreover, he had a large number of skill points to enhance it, so considering everything, this reward was definitely the best. After selecting the reward, Lin Chen's vision blurred. He was instantly teleported out of that reward space. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Chen found himself back in the basement of the ancestral hall of the Shaolin family. However, the stone door had already vanished. After all, the White Knight Nightmare Dungeon was gone, so the entrance naturally no longer existed. There's actually no one guarding here, waiting for me to come out. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. In his expectations, as soon as he exited the dungeon, countless shurikens, kunai, and a large number of skills should have been flying towards him, eager to kill him on the spot. Because if he were in their shoes, he would definitely be lying in ambush, waiting to shred to pieces anyone trying to take advantage of his dungeon. Were these Japanese really that kind-hearted? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, a prompt thundered in his mind. Detected that you have returned to the Blue Star world. Your current timeline has been automatically adjusted to the Blue Star timeline. The time difference caused by crossing timelines is 39 days, 16 hours, and 33 seconds. Your talent, Gift of the Gods, the lost AFK rewards are being compensated. Please wait, compensation complete. You have received 4,113,365 skill points. You have received 4,113,365 specialization points. Lin Chen's mind went blank. Crossing timelines? In the next moment, Lin Chen finally realized why there was no one from the Shaolin family here to chase him down. He had only spent about an hour in the dungeon. But in the Blue Star world, nearly a month and a half had passed. Please vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Starting from the next chapter, the real climax and exhilarating plot will arrive, begging for your support and readership. Instantly receiving a massive amount of skill points, Lin Chen felt no joy in his heart. Instead, a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He had heard before that the flow of time between dungeons and planes could be quite different. For most dungeons, once they connect with Blue Star, their inherent timelines would be assimilated by a vast world, like Blue Star, ultimately converging to be the same. But this time, Lin Chen had entered the bottomless ghost abyss. This was a world that was not directly connected to Blue Star. He had fallen from the dungeon plane of White Knight Horror into the bottomless ghost abyss. Thus, a difference in timelines had emerged. Clearly, the flow of time in the bottomless ghost abyss was much slower compared to Blue Star. Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A prolonged time difference meant a significant information gap. There were far too many variables in these 39 days. How was Nangong Ling? Had she returned to school? What about He Bo? Had he been exposed? Had he managed to escape? Buzz. Ding dong. The spirit crystal watch on Lin Chen's wrist and the phone in his pocket began to vibrate wildly with notifications. Lin Chen took out his phone and found that messages and missed calls were flooding the screen like crazy. The sheer volume of information and alerts made Lin Chen feel like his phone was lagging. He couldn't operate it at all and could only wait for the notifications to finish. It was a full 13 minutes later that Lin Chen regained control of his phone. Opening the missed calls, he saw that most were from Nangon Ling, with nearly a dozen calls almost every day. Then there was the principal, Lan Ruoshi, who also called at least once a day. He even saw calls from Sun Dachuan and the corpse collector team leader, Luo Xiao. Not seeing any calls from his parents or messages from Tianxin, Lin Chen let out a huge sigh of relief. It seemed that during his long absence, Shinsha had not dared to inform his parents, and Lin Chen was very grateful for that, because if they were notified at night, he couldn't imagine how anxious they would be. They might even do something reckless. Then Lin Chen opened the messages and began to read quickly. Most were greetings and concerns from Nangon Ling and Lan Ruoshi, with sincere words that made Lin Chen feel their anxious hearts. Lin Chen swiped his finger to the latest message. Although the principal found the spirit Xia War God to read your fortune, saying you are blessed, I'm still very worried. It's been almost 40 days, if there are miracles in this world, let them appear. Junior, I hope you are safe. If you see this message, please contact me immediately. Too many people are worried about you. Lin Chen's finger trembled slightly. The feeling of having someone care so deeply for him was undoubtedly very happy. Lin Chen pressed the call button and returned the call to Nangon Ling. Before the first beep of the ringing could sound, the call was picked up instantly. Lin Chen, Jr., is it you? Lin Chen heard an excited scream followed by a disbelieving question. The emotional shift. It's me, I'm out. There was a little accident in the dungeon. Lin Chen spoke and then he heard a gasp from the other end of the line. What the hell? That big demon didn't die? Lao Yi won the resurrection match? Yes, kids, I'm back. Man. Lin Chen was filled with question marks. What the hell? He could tell these voices were from the upperclassmen of Shinsha, and there should be quite a few people around Nangon Ling at that moment. The news of his disappearance for nearly 40 days had probably spread throughout Shinsha. Had his nickname already changed from Blue Fire Reaper to Laoyi? It's so good that you're okay. Nangon Ling's voice carried a hint of choking. Senior, where are you? Have you returned to Shanshao? Did you and Hebo manage to escape? Lin Chen asked the most concerning question. As soon as he asked, he quickly heard the noise on the other end of the line quiet down. Nangon Ling hesitated a bit. Hebo. Sigh. Lin Chen's heart sank, a bad premonition rising within him. Junior, during the time you went missing, something big happened. It's a long story. After you entered the instance, the Kobayashi family discovered it and Hebo was subsequently exposed. I used illusions to keep him hiding on Wind Rope Island, hoping to pull you up when you came out so you wouldn't be shot down by stray arrows. But the Kobayashi family reported it to the Japanese authorities and reinforcements from the Ghost Month organization arrived. I couldn't maintain the illusion any longer and in the end, we had to retreat temporarily. Those Japanese were furious, sending many people, and by the time we escaped to the open sea, we were almost intercepted. It was only because the principal had no choice but to intervene that Hebo and I finally managed to escape. After that, the principal didn't give up on the idea of saving you, since he had already acted. He planned to descend into Japan and directly storm that abyss instance to rescue you. However, Japan also dispatched 2 war gods, and a battle broke out between them and the principal over the East China Sea. Meanwhile, those insane Japanese even sent Ghost Month's ninjas to infiltrate Hebo's hometown, brutally killing one of his sons and a granddaughter still in swaddling clothes. They couldn't kill Hebo, who was protected by the corpse collector, so they took revenge on his family. After Hebo learned of this, he fell seriously ill and is now on the brink of death. Lin Chen clenched his fists tightly. Anger surged within him. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from him, and he never expected it to turn out like this. In fact, Lin Chen held great respect for special personnel like Hebo, who always stood firm on the secret front lines. Without their intelligence, the great Xia would suffer immeasurable losses. And now, his family had met a tragic end because of this. It might be more painful than killing him himself. Just as Lin Chen felt his anger was about to reach its peak, Nangon Ling dropped another bombshell. The conspiracy of the Southern Beast Tide, combined with the incident involving Hebo's family, has also angered our great Xia officials. Now our relationship with Japan is nearing a state of war. This morning, the Japanese brutally slaughtered the great Xia people living on Wind Rope Island and even released related videos to provoke us. On Thunder Island, 1,200 nautical miles away from Wind Rope Island, our great Xia people have already been captured by them. The news we received is that tomorrow morning they will also be pitifully slaughtered and buried alive. The corpse collector issued an emergency S-level mission and I am currently on my way to Thunder Island. I will message Dean Ruwashi immediately, requesting reinforcements from the corpse collector. We need to rescue you first. Lin Chen felt his breath becoming heavy. Beastly behavior. They could commit such atrocities as killing innocent compatriots. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes bursting with unprecedented anger and killing intent. Don't come looking for me. For every one of us they kill, I will wipe out one of their islands. I will erase these 2 islands from their Japanese territory. Junior, don't be impulsive. I know you're strong, but there are too many Japanese professionals on Wind Rope and Thunder Islands, and there are also elites from Ghost Month. Nangong Ling's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. She was afraid Lin Chen wouldn't be able to contain his anger and would choose to explode against the Japanese. Even if he avenged himself and vented his anger, it would be meaningless. Isn't this just perfect? Let's kill them together, Lin Chen said coldly. Nangong Ling was completely anxious. Lin Chen, calm down. Right now, Principal One can't spare any attention to look after you, it's too dangerous. Lin Chen's words were firm. Senior Nangong, I am very calm, especially calm. I just suddenly remembered why I chose to become a professional. Why I wanted to become stronger. I want power, so that at times like this, I won't have to endure humiliation, won't have to tuck my tail between my legs and flee in panic. I don't want to endure, and I don't have to endure anymore. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Nangong Ling fell silent. She felt that Lin Chen was right. You're right, damn it, these beasts should be exterminated completely. This time I agree with the Dark Lord. The other students from Shinsha were also stirred up. Junior, I can't convince you, but you have something more important to do right now, or it will be too late. Lin Chen cut off the communication. Because nothing was more urgent than letting himself vent his anger at this moment. He could feel the rage burning fiercely in his chest. He could also sense an unprecedented killing intent and battle spirit flowing through his veins. This was a time of great conflict. Perhaps the Dasha officials were hesitant to declare war on Dongying due to interest entanglements and the need to consider the impact of war on ordinary people. But he was different. He didn't have an identity that restrained him. What the colossal state couldn't do, he could easily accomplish. He would slaughter the island, not leaving a single one alive, burning it all to the ground. Tap, tap. In the empty ancestral hall of the Xiaolin family, a sudden ethereal sound of footsteps echoed, instantly alerting the countless servants and guards stationed outside the hall. There are footsteps. Someone is in the hall. Is it an intruder? Did that person escape in here? Whoever it is, capture them first. In an instant, these guards grabbed their weapons and rushed back into the hall. The next moment, they saw a young man with black hair and black eyes emerging from the basement of the hall. It's him. Quickly notify the family head. It's that sneaky rat from before. No need to inform Lord Zhengyu, he already said that if this rat isn't dead, just kill him on the spot. Zinniai. Lin Chen's expression was cold, not even glancing at these guards. Just ants, after all. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Chen walked through the encirclement of these people, and dozens of heads exploded one after another. Their headless corpses collapsed to the ground in an instant. Lin Chen felt little turmoil in his heart. This should be the first time he had truly killed someone since crossing over to the Blue Star World. Lin Chen had read many novels where the protagonist, upon their first kill, would either be extremely frightened or nauseated to the point of vomiting. But at this moment, Lin Chen only felt exhilaration. Beyond that, he had no particularly special feelings. The slaughter of innocents and the killing of enemies were indeed two different matters. Lin Chen felt not a shred of guilt. These people deserved to die. As Lin Chen stepped out of the hall, he hadn't gone far when he suddenly heard chaotic footsteps from all directions. Then, he was completely surrounded. Looking up, Lin Chen not only saw the elites and guards of the Xiaolin family but also a dozen individuals dressed in black, with purple crescent moon insignias tattooed on their sleeves. These should be members of the Ghost Month, a spy organization from Dongying. So long, you really haven't died. It's you who ruined my copy, bringing disgrace to our family. Lin Chen saw the head of the Xiaolin family, Xiaolin Zhengyu. At this moment, the latter gritted his teeth, his expression filled with extreme anger, wishing nothing more than to tear Lin Chen apart. Where is the real Yujiro? What have you done to him? Lin Chen replied indifferently, I'll send you down to see him now. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Xiaolin Zhengyu's pupils constricted. He instinctively felt a great danger. Lord Xiaolin, step back, let us handle this. Several Ghost Month elites who had been guarding Xiaolin Zhengyu suddenly shouted. Then Lin Chen saw them quickly forming 7 or 8 hand seals with their hands. A layer of black mist appeared out of nowhere, and the damage from Lin Chen's snap was completely transferred to that black mist, falling entirely flat. Lin Chen was not too surprised. These Ghost Month practitioners were at least 6th transition. If a simple snap couldn't be blocked, Lin Chen would only think that the so-called Ghost Month practitioners from Dongying were nothing special. Give up resistance. Do you really think you can face hundreds of our elites alone? Kobayashi Masahiro laughed in anger. Lin Chen was simply too arrogant. If it's just you worthless fools, what difficulty is there? As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, Kobayashi Masahiro felt an invisible field of force enveloping him and the entire Kobayashi family. Gravity, microcontrol. In the next moment, Kobayashi Masahiro felt as if all the blood in his body had solidified, no longer flowing. At the same time, the dozen or so ghost moon guards surrounding him groaned, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, dying on the spot. Subsequently, hundreds of Kobayashi family servants also bled from their 7 orifices, dying tragically on the scene. Kobayashi Masahiro had no idea what was happening, his pupils shaking violently. In Kobayashi Masahiro's eyes, Lin Chen appeared as a cold-blooded killing god. He was just standing there, doing nothing, yet had slaughtered so many people. How did he do it? Lin Chen's expression was calm, his gaze icy. It's your turn. In the next moment, Kobayashi Masahiro felt a ringing in his ears and a severe headache. He felt as if his brain inside his skull had turned into a sponge, being crazily squeezed by an invisible hand. Gravity Microcontrol Type Passive. Skill rank, level 7 category, gravity cost 15,000 mana cooldown, none effect. Your control over gravity has reached a micro level. Minimum gravity manipulation range, 0.1 mm. Current optimal precision for microgravity manipulation, above 3 mm. This was a relatively rare skill. It clearly belonged to the active skill tree, yet it was a passive skill. However, Lin Chen could see that the development potential of this skill was enormous. Once the ability of gravity could be manipulated in an extremely small range, many skill usage methods and combinations that broke the limits of imagination could be developed. For example, right now, the skill Lin Chen was using on all the Kobayashi family guards and Ghost Moon elites present was Gravity Crush. It was just limited to their cranial cavities. Although they had no external injuries, the brains inside their skulls had long been crushed into a pool of blood. Blood began to flow from Kobayashi Masahiro's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, as he looked at Lin Chen with great reluctance, slowly collapsing to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. The past few days had been somewhat better at noon. The wounds were starting to heal, and the pain of going to the bathroom and changing dressings had lessened significantly. He felt that his writing state was returning somewhat. I will continue to work hard to deliver high-quality content to everyone, and I shamelessly ask for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you. Even so, Lin Chen did not let his guard down. Boom, boom, boom. 3 terrifying gravity crush attacks unleashed by Lin Chen turned the entire Kobayashi family estate into rubble, and those corpses were crushed into indistinguishable meat patties. Finishing off is a good habit. After confirming that these people were dead beyond any doubt, Lin Chen bent down and began to use touch of reincarnation. For these scum, Lin Chen extracted their attributes and skills without any psychological barriers. Worthless people should be drained of their last bit of value. Tip: there are numerous nearby targets from which you can obtain reincarnation rewards, all of whom you have killed. You can use group extraction to target multiple enemies at once. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It's turned out that using touch of reincarnation after killing them had such a convenient function. As he finally understood why the Great Xiao was so enraged this time, and why the Divine Sky had issued an emergency mission to assist in the evacuation. Lin Chen opened his eyes, and the last trace of compassion in his heart, along with his respect for life, was wiped away. Because these despicable creatures were not worthy. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have gained the following attribute values: Strength plus 1863, Agility plus 1902, Spirit plus 1833, Stamina plus 1911, Constitution plus 2029. You have acquired a special skill, Shadow Escape. Repeatedly obtained similar limited skills have been converted into the usage count of this skill's compatibility strength. It turned out that the limited skills obtained through touch of reincarnation could indeed be enhanced, as long as they were obtained repeatedly. Lin Chen glanced at the limited skill he had acquired, and his eyes lit up. Shadow Escape Type, Active. Skill rank, None category, None consumption, None effect. When you remain still for 1 second, you will enter a shadow lurking state, making it impossible for others to detect you. After entering the shadow escape state, when you move again, the state will last for an additional 10 seconds, after which you will exit the state. The shadow escape state cannot be broken by reconnaissance or anti-reconnaissance skills below level 7. There is a 10-second cooldown between 2 uses of the shadow escape state, and this skill can be toggled on or off. When in the off state, even if you remain still, you will not enter the shadow. Current state, off usable times, 39 times. This is an invisibility skill. Although the limitation is to remain still for 1 second, it is already a very useful skill for him. Just imagine a mage who can become invisible sneaking up behind you to cast a forbidden spell. What a beautiful scene that would be. Lin Chen chose to activate the shadow escape state, stood still, and after just 1 second, he felt a lightness all over his body as a layer of shadow like black gauze enveloped his surface. Then, with a flash, lightning crackled, and he had already used Thunder Flash to soar into the sky. After mastering gravity magic, Lin Chen no longer needed to use wind magic and could fly freely in the air. Soaring high, Lin Chen looked down at the entire Wind Rope Island, his gaze drifting across various spots on the island. He saw a large number of practitioners from the East Ing patrolling the island. In the shadow escape state, none of these practitioners noticed Lin Chen. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Lin Chen caught sight of a group of people gathering at the harbor on the east side of Wind Rope Island. After flying at high speed for a while, as he approached the harbor, his gaze shifted. He saw a middle-aged woman, ragged and with a face full of despair, collapsed on the ground. In her arms, the cries of a baby could be heard. Hundreds of Escalating practitioners surrounded her. In front of the woman were two large pits, and in one of the pits, Lin Chen even saw several arms and a severed leg protruding from the soil. Combining this with the images received from the touch of reincarnation earlier, this was the place where the Escalating garrison had buried over 100 great Xia expatriates alive this morning. Please. My daughter is still young. She doesn't understand anything. She means you no harm. You can kill me, you can humiliate me, you can do whatever you want, but can you spare her? The middle-aged woman was in tears, constantly bowing her head in supplication. She was not begging for herself, but for the child in her arms. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The words spoken by this woman were in the Great Xia language. She must be one of the last Great Xia people on Wind Rope Island who had not been buried alive or killed. Among the Escalating practitioners gathered around the burial pit, a man who looked like an officer frowned as he listened to the translation from the person beside him, revealing a cruel smile. Of course, not possible. I didn't expect you to hide so well, almost making us miss you. You can only blame your child's cries for revealing your location. I originally planned to bury you and your child alive. But now, I've changed my mind. Snap. The officer snapped his fingers, and instantly a soldier stepped forward. Bring the gasoline. I want to see them burned alive. There's nothing more wonderful than watching these filthy pigs roast. Remember, scream louder, or I won't enjoy it enough. Ha ha ha. In an instant, the rest of the Eastern practitioners' army joined in the laughter. Soon, a barrel of gasoline was opened, and an Eastern soldier began pouring it over the woman's head. The woman trembled all over, gritting her teeth. She held her child tightly in her arms, fearing even a drop of gasoline would touch them. Then, she hunched over completely, protecting the baby well. This posture would make anyone who saw it say that maternal love is touching. However, it did not move these beasts. Baka, pull her hands away. I want to see that little brat turn to charcoal. The officer shouted angrily. Several Eastern practitioners quickly bowed their heads. Hi. Then, they hurried forward to pull the woman away. But the next moment, they heard an incredibly cold voice ringing above their heads. In the end, I was too merciful. I never thought there would be such scum in this world. Lin Chen also changed his mind. He originally just wanted to use gravity magic to flatten the entire Wind Rope Island. But now, he felt that would be too lenient for them. Lin Yu, don't let them die so quickly. I want them to watch as they turn to charcoal. Lin Yu's graceful figure appeared. Yes. Blue flames erupted from Lin Chen's body, and he uttered two obscure incantations. The two incantations represented a 9th-tier spell, and what Lin Chen was using was a forbidden spell he had obtained long ago but had never used until now. Fire system forbidden spell, 8 Desolate Heaven. Fall. As the second incantation fell, a wave of energy appeared out of nowhere. Lin Chen felt a terrifyingly high temperature that even he found somewhat unbearable enveloping him. At this moment, he was in a state of supreme sublimation, composed entirely of the purest fire elements, allowing him to feel the unbearable heat of the flames, which was somewhat terrifying. This should be the release threshold of the fire system forbidden spell. To wield such a violent and scorching wildfire, the user must first be able to withstand its temperature. A purple light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and the Song of Souls was drawn in an instant. Lin Chen only felt a blur before him, and saw a grayish sword light sweep across, dyeing everything around her in a layer of dead gray. Then, a force field similar to a domain instantly unfolded, enveloping all the Eastern practitioners below. All vibrant colors faded in this area. The world was left with only dull gray and white. At the same time, Lin Chen also felt the terrifying high temperature surrounding him quickly recede. Lin Chen gasped for breath, his heart racing. He knew he had passed the test. Just as Lin Chen felt a sense of relief, he saw countless flickering golden fire element particles appearing in the world. These fire elements were vastly different from other fire elements. Lin Chen could even feel that the supreme blue flames emanating from him were bowing in submission to those rare golden fire elements. Countless golden fire element particles began to gather, and finally, a brilliant golden fireball floated in Lin Chen's palm. The wild fire. The term flashed in Lin Chen's mind. The flame summoned by 8 Desolate Heaven fall came from the ancient wilderness, having burned for countless ages, still blazing endlessly. Forbidden spell, 8 Desolate Heavens fall type, active skill rank, 9th rank category, fire system cost. 1 million mana casting time, 10 minutes cooldown, 3 days effect, summons wild flames, igniting all targets within an extremely large area, dealing massive fire damage to all targets. The igniting effect caused by this skill lasts permanently and cannot be dispelled. This skill ignores all damage reduction and immunity effects below the 9th rank. Note, this flame has burned from the ancient wilderness until now. The moment the wildfire appeared, Lin Chen found that everything around him had already been ignited. With a roar, the ground erupted into blazing flames, which in the blink of an eye turned into orange-red lava. At the same time, all the Eastern practitioners who had been drawn into the gray-white domain by Lin Yu were also engulfed in golden flames. Aha! Help! Someone, quick! Save me! Lin Chen heard their pig-like wails. The moment the wildfire appeared, they should have been vaporized and obliterated instantly. But those within the gray-white domain had, at that moment, lost the right to die. Death resistance type, active skill rank, 9th rank cost, 100,000 mana cooldown, 1 day effect. Using the power of the reincarnation law, it delivers a strike capable of severing reality, completely cutting off the boundary between life and death over a large area. All living beings within the blurred domain of life and death will not truly die during its duration. During the domain's activation, the user can cancel it at any time. Once cancelled, the life and death calculations will proceed normally. Current maximum duration of the domain, 10 minutes. Note, the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight, but I will keep you alive until dawn. This is an incredibly overpowered life-saving skill. 10 minutes of immunity to death holds high strategic value. If one were to mention a drawback, it is that this immunity domain does not distinguish between friend and foe. Enemies entering this domain will also receive the effect of immunity to death. However, at this moment, what Lin Chen wanted was precisely this effect. The wildfire spread like a galloping horse across the entire Wind Rope Island, turning everything in its path to scorched earth, melting rocks, and collapsing ground. In no time, the hundreds of Eastern practitioners who sought to torment others for their twisted pleasure had their skin burned through by the wildfire. Yet the overpowered effect of death resistance left them unable to seek death. They could only endure immense pain, rolling and struggling on the ground. The previously most arrogant officer had his eyes boiled dry, bursting open. His entire body was charred, but even so, he could not seek death. His vocal cords were burned through, leaving him unable to plead for mercy or scream. The middle-aged woman holding a child watched the scene, her eyes filled with an extremely satisfying and vengeful gaze. Lin Chen's control over the wildfire was, of course, perfect. This middle-aged woman and her baby were unharmed. Then, she knelt halfway facing Lin Chen and performed a deep bow. The gratitude and admiration in her eyes were as if she were facing a true deity. Thank you, thank you. I don't know how to repay you. Woo woo. The joy of surviving and her child being safe brought her to tears, as she repeatedly bowed to Lin Chen in thanks. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen became even more convinced that what he was doing now was meaningful. Releasing the gravitational field, Lin Chen flew up into the sky with her and her baby. Looking down at Wind Rope Island, the entire island had now turned into a pool of orange-red lava floating on the sea. Lin Chen noticed that a few stronger Eastern practitioners by the seaside had somehow survived. They were frantically running to the shore, jumping into the water, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, when they surfaced, they despairingly discovered that this raging fire could not be extinguished by seawater at all. In fact, their actions had ignited a blazing inferno across the entire sea surrounding Wind Rope Island. The ocean was ablaze. It was a hell of high temperatures everywhere. The seawater was boiling, and vast amounts of white steam rose into the sky, only to be completely evaporated again due to the excessive heat. This scene, viewed from above, was even more spectacular. In terms of destructive power, fire-type forbidden spells were truly on par with other types. 10 minutes passed. The gray-white domain that Lin Yu had slashed out vanished without a trace. The hundreds of Eastern Japanese scum, who had long since been reduced to skeletons and were soaking in lava yet still unable to die, were finally turned to ashes. They were still fortunate. They only had to endure 10 minutes of torment. Ding dong! The spiritual crystal watch on Lin Chen's right hand vibrated again. A message appeared. Nangong Ling, Jr., we are almost above Wind Rope Island. How is the situation on your end? Lin Chen sighed inwardly. They were still coming. Then, Lin Chen glanced at the middle-aged woman, who was equally shocked by the power of the fire-type forbidden spell, and made up his mind. First, he would hand her over to senior sister Nangong and the others, and then deal with the crisis on Thunder Island. There might be typos, please help catch them. Thank you. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. In the Great Xia, above the East Sea, a patrol ship was flying at high speed towards the depths of the East Sea. The entire patrol ship was essentially a miniaturized version of the Divine Mist flagship. It was clearly crafted by the same artisan. Strange, we haven't deviated from our course, have we? Why has the marker for Wind Rope Island disappeared from the route? In the cockpit, Nangong Ling had just ended her communication with Lin Chen when she received a report from the navigator. Nangong Ling walked to the screen and found that the marker for Wind Rope Island on the spiritual crystal screen indeed could no longer return any geographical location information. After the era of disasters, spiritual crystal technology rose, but communication between countries became increasingly obstructed, and Blue Star also lacked the conditions to launch near-Earth orbit satellites. Therefore, current nautical charts and navigation could only rely on spiritual crystal technology to search for geomagnetic fields for planning. It might be a problem with the geomagnetic sensor. Since we haven't deviated, let's continue forward. Before Nangong Ling could finish her last word forward, she suddenly saw the spiritual crystal screen, flashing a dangerous red. At the same time, alarms blared throughout the entire ship's cockpit. Warning! Warning! A large area of high-temperature anomaly has appeared in the airspace ahead. Calculating range, calculating temperature. Warning! The temperature outside this area exceeds 8,000 degrees Celsius and the internal temperature cannot be measured. Please avoid immediately. Warning! This temperature has far exceeded the external insulation limit of this ship. Please evade immediately. Nangong Ling was dumbfounded, and the other dozens of people also began to panic. Could this be a trap set by the Eastern Japanese? My God! Look quickly, is that sea on fire? A few girls near the porthole who could see the situation ahead clearly suddenly exclaimed. Others rushed to the porthole, tiptoeing and stretching their necks to look ahead, then gasped in shock. Before them, a vast expanse of sea was engulfed in golden flames, the seawater boiling, with massive waves swirling outward from the burning sea, driven by the cold and hot air currents. A large amount of water vapor rose into the sky, blocking out the sun. No wonder the detector had just issued a warning. Is there a volcanic eruption underwater? So terrifying. That location seems to be where Wind Rope Island used to be. Where's the island? Is this the result of the Eastern Japanese scum's numerous evil doings finally facing divine retribution? I heard that Wind Rope Island and Thunder Island are both islands formed by volcanic eruptions. Could the underwater volcano beneath them have erupted again? What a low probability event to encounter. Nangong Ling held her forehead. She had already realized that this might not be a natural disaster. The heavens might not punish the beastly actions of those from the east, but Lin Chen would. Bang bang! Just as everyone was shocked by the scene before them, a sudden knocking sound came from the side window. Everyone turned to look and saw Lin Chen outside. Nangong Ling's face showed a hint of panic. It had been too long since she had seen that face. She couldn't tell if it was longing or dependence, but a surge of complex emotions flooded her heart, making it hard to calm down. She even felt a sting in her nose, tears almost spilling out. He was safe, and that was wonderful. Nangong Ling took a deep breath and ordered the hatch to be opened. The moment the hatch opened, a hot wind rushed in, leaving everyone feeling parched. Fortunately, Lin Chen, along with the woman and baby he had rescued, were all safe. Senior, this is the last person from the Great Xia I saw on Wind Rope Island, so I saved her on a whim. Nangong Ling suppressed the urge to give the young man a warm hug. The mission was paramount, they could catch up later after everything was over. You've worked hard, it's good that you're okay. Is this your doing? Lin Chen nodded. All the East troops on the island are dead, and the island itself melted and sank into the sea. Don't worry, I did it cleanly. Lin Chen's words were spoken lightly, but to the others, it sounded like thunder. What the hell? It wasn't a volcanic eruption? It was this great Demon King's doing? With a flip of his hand, he destroyed an island covering over 1,000 square kilometers and ignited the entire sea. What incredible power was this? So the strength he displayed in the arena was just the tip of the iceberg? Thunder Island, where is it? After seeing several medical personnel and priests from Shinsha settle the mother and child, who had been overly frightened and had fallen asleep, Lin Chen turned to Nangong Ling and asked. Nangong Ling looked at Lin Chen with a complex expression. She wanted to say, stop it, but seeing Lin Chen's determined gaze and undeniable aura, she said nothing. She simply approached the spirit crystal light screen and tapped a few times. Navigation position locked, planning route, planning complete. Nangong Ling said lightly, activate acceleration mode, gear adjustment, advance 2. Their mission objective was to evacuate citizens from Thunder Island. Now they were finally returning to the mainline. Lin Chen heard the sound of the celestial ship's engine overloading, and then a strong push hit his back as the speed suddenly increased. The distance of over 1,000 nautical miles would only take a little over 10 minutes in advance 2 mode. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Chen could already see the horizon ahead, the vast aerial fleet, and a large number of Great Xia professional wing cavalry. Although the number of Great Xia citizens to be rescued from Thunder Island was only a little over 400, the rescue force sent by Great Xia was frighteningly large. Saturated rescue was never just talk. Lin Chen felt that the celestial ship he was on was merely a small boat in the ocean formed by this aerial fleet. As they flew closer, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Sure enough, there were many East professionals around the entire Thunder Island and the surrounding sea. From a distance, the airspace occupied by Great Xia seemed vast, but in reality, it barely covered half. It seemed intentional. Lin Chen saw that over 400 Great Xia citizens in the southern port of Thunder Island were being pressed to the ground. They were ragged and looked distressed. These people could be considered hostages. It was foreseeable that if the East dared to continue their slaughter plan, then this war would truly ignite. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and a fierce storm was brewing. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Nangong Ling felt sweat in her palms. Even if he had seen a lot in his life, he had never encountered a scene like this. Around 100,000 professionals from both countries gathered on this small island, facing each other, swords drawn and tensions high. Junior, don't act rashly. Look, our army has already. Nangong Ling swallowed hard, weighing her words. However, when she turned around, she found that Lin Chen had vanished without her noticing. A sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Nangong Ling hurried to the porthole, her gaze sharpening as she suddenly saw a figure completely enveloped in golden flames in the sky where thousands of ships were at a standoff. He was killing madly. The junior was truly blinded by rage. Even in such a situation, he was determined to fulfill his promise to erase Thunder Island from the map of the East. At this moment, Lin Chen felt somewhat unfamiliar to Nangong Ling. In his eyes, there was only indifference and disdain, like Ashura descending into the human realm. But the last shred of comfort that rose in Nangong Ling's heart was the fact that Lin Chen's current appearance had little to do with his true self. If she hadn't been with him all the way and didn't know what he intended to do, at first glance, she would have thought this was some terrifying demon lord from the abyss, not the laid-back, handsome junior she knew. At this moment, Lin Chen's features and figure had completely blurred, with only the blazing golden flames flowing over his body. In his cold eyes, pure golden wildfire flickered. In his state of supreme sublimation, one could still discern some facial contours. But at this moment, Lin Chen, wrapped in golden flames, truly resembled the Emperor of Flames descending to the world. This was Lin Chen's bold attempt at self-transformation. Since he always had the ability to evolve into a pure fire elemental being and had passed the test of the wildfire, he decided to be even more pure, infusing his entire being with golden wildfire, thus replacing the supreme blue flame. The fact proved that Lin Chen's magical talent and his understanding of fire elements were indeed sound. He had succeeded. At this moment, he could be said to have self-created a new skill. Supreme Sublimation Plus version. Lin Chen's sudden appearance made the professionals from both the Great Xia and the East tense up. The spring had been stretched to its limit, and suddenly, such a terrifying presence appeared. No one knew what his intentions were. If there were sides to take, which side would he stand on? Some things are coincidental. If the situation on Thunder Island were not so tense and complex, Lin Chen's appearance would likely have been regarded as the emergence of an unknown monster from the abyss. Perhaps someone would have already taken action. But in the current situation, both sides could only watch helplessly as Lin Chen produced a massive sword emanating a chilling aura from his hand, yet dared not act rashly. Lin Chen wielded the Soul's Elegy, while Lin Yu unleashed a strike capable of severing the boundary between life and death. Buzz! Where the strike landed, everything turned to ash and white. In an instant, over 400 panicked Great Xia people at the Thunder Island port all entered the realm of immunity from death. Lin Chen's target this time was very clear. Lin Yu's death resistance domain had its limits. It couldn't cover the entire Thunder Island. He was too lazy to torment these East professionals any further. This time, the death resistance was a precautionary measure. There were too many East professionals present, and those 400 hostages were under their control. He wanted to prevent these scoundrels from dragging these innocent compatriots down to hell, after witnessing their own doom. As this sword was swung, the expressions of many East professionals changed drastically. This fire-wielding monster was coming for them. Meanwhile, the people on the Great Xia side were overjoyed, not expecting such a heaven-sent warrior to appear. The emergence of this X-factor might just determine the outcome of the entire battle. As countless people felt either joy or dread, Lin Chen moved. Once the immunity domain was formed, it would not easily dissipate. These hostages would no longer longer needed to worry about anything. Lin Chen flipped his hand, and a ball of golden wildfire, radiating a terrifying heat, separated from him. The moment this golden wildfire appeared, the 100,000 professionals present felt as if the moisture in the sea breeze had been instantly evaporated. Soon after, they felt an overwhelming dryness in their mouths. Fengsheng Island was over 1,200 nautical miles away, and what had happened more than 10 minutes ago might have just reached the higher-ups of the main island of the East Japan, but it definitely wouldn't have reached Thunder Island. All the East Japan professionals felt that the temperature of that golden fireball was extremely high, but after all, it was just a ball of fire. How much destructive power could it really generate? On Thunder Island, among the East Japan professionals, there were dozens of strong individuals who had reached the seventh transition, looking up at Lin Chen in the sky, angrily saying, "Where did this abyss monster come from, and why is it attacking us? Have you analyzed it? What was the use of that gray-white domain he just used?" Without a doubt, these people were all leaders and commanders in the coalition of the Ghost Month and East Japan professionals. And in this war, the real centerpiece was a short, hunched man with a sinister aura, surrounded by these dozens of 7th transition strongmen. His name was Sasaki Yoshihiko, a core high-ranking member of the Ghost Month Qianji family. "Lord Sasaki, what should we do? Should we directly shoot that monster?" Everyone was waiting for Sasaki to make a decision. Under his black robe, Sasaki narrowed his eyes, looking at the figure engulfed in golden flames in the sky, a sense of familiarity rising in his heart. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. It's him. It's that brat from the Great Xia who ruined my plans. At first, Sasaki only felt that Lin Chen's fiery humanoid form was somewhat familiar, but at this moment, it finally overlapped completely with a scene he had seen in his memory. That was over 2 months ago. In the underground of the southern region, he had sent out a puppet, using the name of the Flame Emperor Saint to entangle a large group of Abyss worshippers. These Abyss worshippers were very sensitive to the aura of the Abyss, and thanks to them, he was able to receive crucial information in advance about the imminent large-scale eruption of the Abyssal Rift. He could even accelerate the eruption of Abyssal energy through live sacrifices. This allowed them to conspire a beast-tide crisis. However, their plan ultimately failed. The reason was that he had unexpectedly encountered the real Flame Emperor Saint. That was no Abyss monster. It was clearly just a kid from the Great Xia who practiced fire magic quite well. Pretentious. That's not an Abyss demon lord at all, it's just a Great Xia person. Tell the ranged troops not to move. I want to personally collect his head. A fierce light flickered in Sasaki's eyes, and he was even somewhat excited. After the previous plan failed, his status had plummeted in front of Lord Mitsui. All of this was because his puppet had failed to self-destruct and had been soul-searched by the Great Xia people. This allowed the Great Xia side to grasp part of the evidence of their conspiracy to bring the beast tide into Great Xia. As a result, they were now in an unfavorable position in international public opinion. All of this was because of Lin Chen. He wished he could skin this young brat alive, pull out his tendons, and crush his bones, to extract his marrow and finally refine him into a puppet to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, just as Sasaki gave the order, he noticed that the air seemed to become even hotter. In the overcast sky, it seemed that a golden sun had appeared once again. Sasaki's gaze sharpened. He saw the golden flames in Lin Chen's hand transform from one ball into two, then a third, a fourth, fifth. Soon, the golden flames flowing all over that figure dimmed slightly, but the 5 balls of golden flames in his palm seemed to slowly approach, merging with each other. In the celestial patrol ship of Shinsha, Nangon Ling felt her heart skip a beat. If one ball of golden fire was enough to melt the entire Fengxing Island, then what could East Japan use to block 5 balls of wildfire? Please vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Every time Lin Chen summoned a golden wildfire, he could feel a portion of his power being drawn away. At the same time, he could clearly sense that a significant part of his mental energy was being consumed. With the successful experience of the Supreme Sublimation Wildfire Plus version, Lin Chen was now testing a new technique. He summoned the golden flames of the 8 desolations, celestial meteor, but did not fully release them. Instead, he controlled them in his palm, ensuring that their might and heat were not diminished in the slightest while continuing to summon other 8 desolations, celestial meteors. However, the challenge of controlling the fire elements and mental energy during this operation was far greater than he had imagined. The moment the 5th golden wildfire appeared, Lin Chen even felt a darkness before his eyes, a manifestation of his mental energy depletion. If it weren't for Lin Yu's soul strength providing support, Lin Chen felt that he would have reached his limit by the time he summoned the 3rd golden wildfire. At this moment, Lin Chen forced himself to concentrate, enduring the headache from his mental energy deficit, and slowly brought the 5 wildfires closer together. After all, the 5 wildfires originated from the same source, combined with Lin Chen's extraordinary talent in the field of magic. This new skill he was experimenting with actually succeeded. The 5 golden flames drew near to each other, slowly merging. Finally, boom! With a loud explosion, the 5 golden flames in Lin Chen's hand completely fused together, forming a fireball radiating a blazing golden light. The fireball hovered above Lin Chen's head like a true sun, making him appear even more imposing. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Then, when they looked directly at Lin Chen for a second, they instantly felt a sharp pain in their eyes. It was too bright. Did it fail again? Lin Chen sighed inwardly. He had envisioned that the fusion of the 5 wildfires should produce an effect greater than 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. But at this moment, the power of this blazing sun of wildfire was comparable to casting 5 fire-type forbidden spells in succession. Well, it might produce an effect of about 5.2 at most. Ultimately, it was just a stacking of quantity without a qualitative change. However, Lin Chen did not feel discouraged. If a high-level skill could be easily created, then the laws governing this world would be too easily deciphered. Moreover, even if it was merely a stacking of quantity without a qualitative change, Lin Chen believed that the practical value of this skill he developed was far greater than casting 5 forbidden spells in succession, because in the time of one forbidden spell's explosion, dealing 5 times the damage and effect was definitely better. Lin Chen looked down at the coalition of Eastern practitioners who were utterly shocked by the golden blazing sun. The skill development experiment time was over. It was time to bring them destruction. As for the name of this skill, let's call it Flame Emperor Celestial Meteor. Lin Chen lifted all restrictions on the Flame Emperor Celestial Meteor, and the golden blazing sun above his head burst forth with even more terrifying brilliance. At the same time, the terrifying high temperature having lost Lin Chen's suppression, spread out completely. Retreat. Fall back temporarily. All personnel retreat 5 kilometers and stand by. Orders rang out in the Great Xia military formation. Since this terrifying Abyss Demon Lord was not targeting them, the best thing for them to do now was to retreat. Do not interfere with others' performance. The Great Xia fleet and winged cavalry quickly withdrew, and in an instant the originally occupied half of the airspace and sea area was completely cleared. The standoff between the two sides was broken, but the eastern side did not rashly fill the gap. Even a fool knew that the thing engulfed in golden flames was not to be trifled with. Don't be afraid. It's just looks terrifying. Sasaki Yoshihiko roared. He had already sensed that the morale of the troops was wavering, so he quickly spoke up to stabilize their spirits. But in truth, he felt a bit uneasy himself. That blinding golden fireball exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Was he really just a young lad in his early 20s from Great Xia? Could it be that an old monster has taken over and reincarnated? Without time to think too much, Sasaki made a decision in his heart. From beneath the black robe, 2 skeletal hands, as thin as ghostly claws, reached out, and Sasaki's fingers began to pluck as if strumming a string. In the next moment, over 100 puppets covered in black poisonous spikes, and as agile as real people, burst forth from the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and countless poison shurikens and kunai spewed from the clever mouths of these puppets. Fire, ice, thunder, and other long-range ninjutsu poured down like rain, shooting towards Lin Chen. A dozen or so robust puppets, clearly possessing strong melee capabilities, shook their legs and soared into the wind. It seemed as if invisible threads were pulling them. In an instant, the momentum was astonishing. The morale of the Japanese professionals, which had just been somewhat low, was instantly lifted. Lord Sasaki has made his move. The art of 100 machines, how terrifying. I can't imagine anyone being able to withstand such an attack. This is the puppet master. Baka. This is just a small trick from Lord Sasaki. He can control more than 100 puppets at once. Kill him, Lord Sasaki. Ikusu. Amidst the cheers, a cruel smile appeared on Sasaki Yoshihiko's sinister face. Last time, he was too far from the puppets, so he couldn't fully unleash the combat power of that fire-type puppet. But even so, that sword-wielding Taoist from the Great Xia was defeated in just a few moves. And now, he had summoned over 100 puppets, stronger than that curry country puppet. How could he lose? In the sky, Lin Chen also moved. He flipped his palm. Suddenly pressed down. The Flame Emperor's heavenly fall descended violently. At the same time, the long-range attacks from Sasaki's puppets also flew over. However, just halfway there, those long-range attacks all dissipated. The ice melted, and the thunder ceased. As for the flames, they were directly burned away by the residual heat radiating from the Flame Emperor's heavenly fall. Indeed, tens of thousands of people present witnessed a spectacular scene of one flame annihilating another. It turned out that in front of that golden flame, the fate of other flames could only be to be burned away. Boom! 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 Over 100 attacks were extinguished midway, and those dozen melee-type puppets, upon getting close to the Flame Emperor's heavenly fall, burst into flames. Sasaki's eyes twitched. This is impossible. These dozen melee puppets had taken him over 10 years to refine. Their bodies were as hard as steel, and in terms of defense, even a 7th-tier skill could withstand hundreds of hits without damage. The fire resistance of the materials was even more terrifying. How could they possibly catch fire? However, what happened next made Sasaki's eyes nearly burst with rage. Put, put, put. The sound of bamboo tubes bursting came, and those dozen melee puppets completely exploded, evaporating in the fierce flames. No! Sasaki screamed hoarsely. These were all his hard work. He couldn't accept them being destroyed so easily. On Thunder Island, over 40,000 Japanese professionals took a few steps back. The fighting spirit that had just risen seemed to have been burned to ashes along with those dozen steel puppets. The dozens of 7th-turn powerhouses surrounding Sasaki Yoshihiko also swallowed hard, their faces filled with panic. The 100 Machines technique, which they regarded as divine, had not even touched the corner of its target's clothing before being completely annihilated. Lin Chen looked down at the hundreds of puppets he had just destroyed in an instant, his gaze shifting. Finally, it locked onto the figure in the black robe. Sasaki. Is it him? Lin Chen asked in his heart. Lin Yu's voice quickly came through. According to the analysis of the soul thread information, the mastermind controlling those puppets underground was indeed him. Lin Chen's eyes grew colder. This is perfect. New grudges and old debts, all to be settled together. It is well known that the destructive power of a nuclear bomb detonated in the air is far greater than that of one that lands. As long as the Flame Emperor's heavenly meteor descends to a certain distance, it will detonate directly. Sasaki, my lord. What should we do? The subordinates were all in a panic. Cold sweat dripped from Sasaki's forehead. He had misjudged. The strength of this young man from the Great Xia was completely beyond that of the sword-wielding boy. Perhaps, even if he used the 1,000 mechanisms technique, he might not be able to win. Boom! While he was pondering, the golden, desolate fire sun in the sky was already plummeting rapidly. A terrifying hot wind swept down. Instantly, a large number of people in the ranks of the Eastern Yamato Adventurers Alliance were severely burned, some even disfigured. This was still the result of Lin Chen not wanting them to die too easily, as he had not fully unleashed the heat of the Flame Emperor's heavenly meteor. However, even so, the Eastern Yamato Adventurers Alliance had already suffered heavy losses. The morale of the troops plummeted.